Galaxy D404, formerly known as the Solar System.I, in the year 20250, 300 years after the Guide Revolution, conflicts intensified, leading to the large-scale extinction of guides. Nowadays, the ratio of Sentinels to guides is 10,000,000 to 1, with Purification System Guides on the brink of extinction. Xie Guitang wakes up 10,000 years later, becoming a Purification System level guide. She was once a frail beauty who coughed with every step, and now she is still sickly, embodying the idea that any difficulty can knock her down. The 192-level White Tiger Sentinel adheres to traditional etiquette to intimidate the new little guide. Xie Guitang responds directly, "I don't want to live anymore." The cat, terrified, pleads, "Don't die. I'll let you touch my ears and my tail." The Snowfield Wolf King exclaims, "Get lost. That's clearly my little guide." Chapter 1. What? Purification System, Brain Storage Area. Enjoy reading for fun if you like it. Keep reading if you don't. Please don't insult the author, as they are a timid and cowardly person who will hide and cry if scolded. The male lead is abundant and pure, not accepting rotten cucumbers. Stocks will gradually rise, so don't worry. Regarding the female lead, she is a modern person raised in an environment similar to a Taoist temple, with some special skills that won't manifest quickly. She has a sickly and tragic beauty character, and her mental state is unstable. The core theme is male competition in dog training literature, with men fighting fiercely for the female lead, but the author does not enjoy writing about female competition. The worldview of Sentinels and guides will have some similarities. You can read a dozen chapters before commenting. If you want to scold someone, scold Fei Jiako, not the author. Brain Storage Area, Storage. The main text begins. "We caught a spy, let's do a gene test to see where they're from." Recently, the war has been deadlocked, and dozens of spies sent by various factions have been captured this week, so the interrogation department routinely draws blood for testing. While waiting for the test results, Ryan was still discussing with Agilia where to assign her for hard labor. The one sent out yesterday went to plant potatoes. Can she really plant potatoes with her skinny arms and legs? Agilia scoffed, "Who knows?" Then he said, "If it doesn't work, let her feed the pigs." With a beep, the test report came out, and Ryan went to get the report. "Let me see where this little spy is from." He choked on the words that followed, and Agilia, seeing him with wide eyes and shock, couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? Is she a spy sent from the central White Tower? Ryan's expression turned serious. She cannot possibly be a spy. Oh my God, she's an extremely precious Purification System Guide. The Eastern Theater hasn't seen a Purification System Guide in over 200 years. Agilia was stunned, reflecting on what foolish things he had done earlier. 6 hours ago, amidst the yellow sand, shrouding the clouds and moon, Agilia led his small team to conduct a safety exploration of the area. Agilia is a 3-level sentinel, and his spirit animal is a Siberian gray wolf. To better hear movements ahead, he had a pair of gray-white ears sticking up from his head. He looked about 20 years old, very tall, and the entire team averaged over 188 centimeters, all dressed in neat black combat uniforms. Suddenly hearing something, he shouldered his large sniper rifle and made a gesture to his team. "Alert! Something's off. This place has long been desolate. Not a blade of grass grows." How could there be people? The Lynx team member, Celis, stared intently ahead with his amber eyes. Agilia's ears twitched, and he aimed at a position ahead. Maybe it's those on the wanted list. If that's the case, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind the ruins. Agilia almost fired his gun, but when he saw the person, his eyes widened in shock. It was a girl, dressed in all white, with very loose sleeves, made of some gauzy fabric, layered 3 times, running like a butterfly flapping its wings. Celis cursed under his breath, quickly raising the muzzle of his gun. "Why is there a woman here?" Xie Guitang was covered in blood, severely injured, and she dared not stop at this moment. She relied solely on willpower to keep going. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she collapsed not far from Agilia and the others, her black hair falling in disarray. "It hurts so much I can't run anymore." Xie Guitang was so severely injured that her senses were seriously dulled. She vaguely heard someone approaching. Her hand, hidden under her sleeve, tightly gripped the end of a dagger, and Agilia crouched beside her, gently pushing her shoulder with his half-fingered black tactical glove. "Hey, you still." Before he could finish, a dagger shot toward his face. Agilia swiftly leaned to the side, his cold brows instantly furrowing. That last desperate struggle had completely exhausted Xie Guitang's strength. Agilia easily locked her slender wrists. She was pulled by him, forced to lift her upper body slightly. Completely unable to struggle, a few strands of disheveled hair fell from the side of her pale face. She gazed down with half-open eyes, the light in them already scattered beyond focus. She had just attacked him without saying anything, and initially, Agilia was quite angry, but seeing Xie Guitang in such a pitiful state, he couldn't muster any anger. He was afraid that if he loosened his grip, she would die. Celis leaned over to observe her. Where did she come from? Agilia lightly patted her face with the back of his hand. Hey, where did you come from? Don't you know this is a military-restricted area? Celis said, Boss, she seems like she's about to pass out. Agilia clicked his tongue. Take her back first, let Rhine interrogate her thoroughly later. He suspected that this person might be a spy sent by some faction, inexplicably appearing in the Eastern Theater. Xie Guitang completely fainted in Agilia's arms, the sounds around her receding like a tide. It felt like she was dreaming. She wasn't sure if it was a moment of clarity, but she returned to that last peaceful time before the storm. In a solemn and sacred Buddhist hall, there were Thanka banners everywhere. The gods enshrined above bowed their heads, and in the wind, all the deities fell silent. She knelt in front of the hall, dressed in plain white, her hands with the green jade Bodhi beads going around who knows how many times. In front of her was the sacred and inviolable Buddhist hall. The wind chimes in the corridor rang twice. She turned around, and behind her was the long staircase, soaked in blood. Agilia roughly hoisted her into the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Fearing the little spy would die halfway, he specifically instructed Celis, give her a shot of the special medicine. Celis rummaged around in the back seat for a long time. Boss, we only have the special medicine for high-level Sentinels. Ordinary people won't be able to handle the pain from that stuff. He looked at the delicate girl, her wrist so pale it seemed to reflect light. Would she be able to handle it? Agilia, with a mint candy in his mouth, glanced at him coldly and sneered. She's not some precious guide. It's already good enough to give her a free shot of the special medicine. Celis scratched his head and said, nothing more. They indeed had no other medicine to give Xie Guitang, so they could only make do with a shot. The light blue medicine was injected into her arm, and after a long while, there was no sound from her. Agilia looked at her in surprise, and Celis also expressed his amazement. This stuff usually makes Sentinels howl in pain. Why is she not making a sound at all? Could she be dead? Celis reached out to check her breath, but unexpectedly felt wetness on his hand, and he froze instantly. Agilia, seeing him frozen, asked curiously, what's wrong? Is she really dead? Celis quickly withdrew her fingers as if burned, whispering, She seems to be crying. Agilia lifted her chin to raise her face. It was the first time he examined her appearance so seriously. She had a pretty face, beautiful to the point of distortion, but her pale complexion made her look like she wouldn't live long. Who could possibly send her as a spy? He released his hand. All right, we'll talk about this later. Upon arriving at the Eastern White Tower, Agilia carelessly carried her to the interrogation department and thudded her onto the interrogation table. Purification System Guide? At that moment, everyone in Agilia's team who heard the blood test results was numb. Chapter 2. Emergency Mode. This news exploded like a torpedo in the water, stirring up the entire high command of the Eastern War Zone. Are you sure it's a Purification System Guide? Alzin, the highest-ranking officer of the Eastern White Tower, couldn't believe the news. He had held this position for 80 years. In his 80 years of service, no Purification System Guide had ever appeared in the Eastern War Zone. In the year 2050, where the average lifespan was 150 years, he was in his prime, but in about 20 years, he would have to retire. He had always thought that he wouldn't see a Purification System Guide during his tenure. Not only him, but his predecessor had never seen a Purification System Guide from the beginning of his term to the end in the Eastern War Zone. He still vividly remembered the regretful expression of that senior officer, never expecting that during his tenure, he would actually welcome a precious Purification System Guide. Yes, the blood test confirmed 3 times, all showing a Purification System Guide. Alzin hung up the phone, excitement causing his antlers to sprout. The ratio of Sentinels to guides was now severely imbalanced, reaching 1,000,000 to 1, with Purification System Guides being even rarer, a precious species in the entire star system. All white towers that possessed a purification system would never allow a Purification System Guide to leave the range covered by their white tower, let alone the precious Purification System. Even control system guides were pitifully few. Most guides were found in the bustling central White Tower or in the more favorable climatic southern war zone. In the northwest and eastern war zones combined, there were only 6 or 7 guides, making them true underdogs. Alzen tidied himself up and strode toward the medical department. Now, the Eastern War Zone was different from before they had a Purification System Guide. If only she was willing to stay. If she wasn't, he would send the most handsome Sentinel in the entire Eastern District to escort her back to wherever she wanted to go, just escorting, absolutely no other intentions. Thinking of that Purification System Guide, Alzen felt delighted, walking briskly, almost wanting to transform into a white deer and run. However, upon arriving at the medical department, he could no longer smile. Dr. Lancia handed him a thick stack of test reports. This guide is likely very difficult to survive. Seeing the stack of reports filled with various external and internal injuries, cold sweat dripped from Alzen's forehead. If this were reported to the Central White Tower, he wouldn't have enough mouths to explain, and who would dare treat a precious Purification System Guide like this? He was furious. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Learning that Agilia and the others dared to use their rough, Sentinel special medication on such a precious Purification System Guide made him even angrier. They must be confined. They must be severely punished. At least 80 military lashes for each. They need to realize the serious mistakes they made. This precious Purification System Guide, if anything goes wrong, they could just wait to be sent to a military court. Agilia and the others had no chance to defend themselves before being whipped and then directly confined, and they indeed had no defense. Who could have expected this? To casually pick up a Purification System Guide by the roadside, no one would believe it. Most importantly, when he picked her up, he was sure she was an ordinary person, neither a Sentinel nor a guide, as she had no scent of pheromones on her. But, unexpectedly, she became a guide upon reaching the White Tower, and a Purification System Guide at that. How could he explain this? He could only consider himself unlucky. Xie Guitang had not woken up for a long time, and the entire Eastern War Zone triggered an emergency combat readiness mode. All personnel outside were recalled, ordered to stand by in place, concentrating the top medical personnel and precious medicines of the Eastern White Tower. No one was allowed to go out, and the network was directly cut off from the outside world, prohibiting any information from being sent out, strictly controlled. This series of actions made everyone in the Eastern War Zone anxious, not knowing what huge event had occurred. Some even started threads speculating on the internal network forum of the Eastern War Zone. Not eating potatoes. Could be that old deer is going to kick the bucket? Northern Wolf Clan? What nonsense. Even if the officer were to die, it wouldn't be like this. Life and death are indifferent. Flathead brother. Damn. What the hell is going on? Rabbit Cat is not a rabbit. Why are we cut off from the internet? I haven't voted for the Moon God today. Siberia's first affectionate. I wish the Moon God could come to the Eastern War Zone someday. Rabbit Cat is not a rabbit. Dad, I can see you really want to eat shit. The Moon God isn't a level Purification System Guide. The Central White Tower would never let her go. Northern Wolf Clan, are you addicted to licking guides? You treat them like gods, but they think looking at you is dirty. Rabbit Cat is not a rabbit. I know they only see Sentinels as consumables, but my brother is really close to breaking down. Rabbit Cat is not a rabbit. As long as someone is willing to give my brother a simple purification, I can offer my tail to him. Northern Wolf Clan, don't think about it. We in the Eastern War Zone simply don't have Purification System Guides. On the 4th day of the entire Eastern War Zone being on high alert, Xie Guitang finally woke up. She opened her eyes in confusion, and the young doctor beside her instantly dared not even breathe. You are awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Her body had been repaired with the most precious medicines from the White Tower and was now much better as long as she didn't get injured again. Living a normal life would be fine. Xie Guitang blinked her eyes, completely unaware that her waking news had spread throughout the high command of the Eastern War Zone. Not only did they know, but they rushed over without stopping, fearing that they would be a second late. After a while, Xie Guitang had to confirm the fact that she had crossed over. She had traveled to a world 10,000 years in the future. This world was fraught with crises, with pollution sources spread everywhere, which could infect surrounding living beings and cause mutations, thus forming polluted areas. Humans had differentiated into Sentinels and Guides, with Sentinels having extremely keen senses, frequently entering polluted areas to eliminate pollution sources as weapons of war. Sentinel spiritual bodies could also fight alongside them, making their combat power incredibly strong. However, because they frequently entered polluted areas, they were prone to mutations from pollution, and without the help of a guide, they would completely mutate into monsters. The fate of a fully mutated Sentinel was ultimately death. Guides were mainly divided into Purification System Guides and Control System Guides. Purification System Guides served as healers, having a natural talent for purification. Control System Guides existed by controlling Sentinels in battle. They themselves did not possess purification abilities and had almost no soothing abilities for Sentinels. Xie Guitang was silent for a while. Are you saying I've differentiated into a Purification System Guide? Or am I a rank? Dr. Lancia nodded. Yes, Miss Guide. Alzin, sitting nearby, signaled for others to leave, and soon the room was left with just him and Xie Guitang. Arzin pondered and asked her, May I ask what trouble you are facing? If you need help, please feel free to tell me. The Eastern Theater Command will do its utmost to assist you. He tried to convey goodwill, hoping to alleviate Xie Guitang's fears, which was also a way to persuade her to stay. He understood that a guide with awakened purification abilities would not likely choose such a barren place, but he still wanted to make an effort to retain her. Well, she was willing to stay. Xie Guitang silently lowered her eyes. I don't remember. I might have hurt my head, and I don't recall much from before. She said, Can I stay here temporarily? From their earlier conversation, she gathered that the outside world seemed unsafe. Having just entered this new world, she thought she should at least stay in a temporarily safe place. This would allow her to familiarize herself with the environment, observe it, and then make other better choices. Arzin thought he had misheard and was silent for a long time. After all, having just woken up, Xie Guitang still did not understand the situation in this world. She assumed Arzin was unwilling. She bit her lip and coughed twice. If you are unwilling, then never mind. Chapter 3. Moving into the guide's apartment. Willing, Arzin exclaimed, almost losing the dignity of his position as the highest administrative officer of the Eastern Theater Command. He poured Xie Guitang a glass of sugar water, trying hard to appear calm. I will arrange a room for you right away. Xie Guitang nodded politely and said, Thank you. This was a reflexive response, not to mention that she was not an impolite person, but at present, Arzin was her temporary superior. This simple statement left Arzin quite flattered. He felt as if he was walking on clouds, floating back to his office. And the first thing he did upon returning was to arrange for someone to prepare a room for Xie Guitang. Commander, where should we arrange it? According to protocol, the level guides in the Eastern Theater Command should be on the 80th to 90th floors, but she was their only purification guide. Moreover, there were only 3 guides in the Eastern Theater Command, counting the newly hired Xie Guitang. Arzin pondered for a moment. Arrange her on the 100th floor in the best room. Originally, the 100th floor was the residence for level guides, a 3-bedroom duplex with a suspended garden, swimming pool, gym, and various facilities. Floors below the 80th were for Sentinels, while those above the 100th were for the management of the White Tower, and anything above the 150th floor was office space. Xie Guitang was led by staff to collect her light brain and some other supplies. Considering Xie Guitang's lack of resources, Arzin generously advanced her the first month's salary. Xie Guitang glanced at it. It was a full 400,000 star coins. She had quietly observed the supermarket shelves nearby. A regular nutritional liquid could sustain someone for 6 hours and sold for 15 star coins, so 400,000 had considerable purchasing power. Upon entering the room, the person who led her left, and before departing, she added Xie Guitang's contact number. I am your guide assistant, Xiao AI. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. I will be available 247 to assist you. Xie Guitang, adhering to basic courtesy, replied, Thank you. The young lady left cheerfully. Xie Guitang did a quick check of the room. Everything was complete, and there was nothing lacking. After waking up, she had been continuously absorbing new knowledge. Now, she finally had a moment to rest. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed far into the distance. Outside was an expansive forest, with many villages clustered near the White Tower. It looked very peaceful. Her light brain received a message from her superior. Minister of the Guide Department Dan Xie. Document.TXT. Minister of the Guide Department Dan Xie. These are the learning materials for Purification Guides stored in the White Tower. If you need help, I can also connect you with the other 2 guide for auxiliary learning. Xie Guitang, who did not like to interact with others, accepted the documents but declined her offer. Xie Guitang. Thank you, I don't need it for now. Xie Guitang opened the document and studied for a while. Both Sentinels and guides possess spiritual landscapes, which are places where their spiritual entities rest, similar to a sea of consciousness. A person's spiritual landscape is a visualization of their inner self, and the barrier protecting the spiritual landscape is known as the mental barrier. For pollution levels below 50, shallow and simple soothing can be performed, where the guide can control the spiritual entity to touch the Sentinel's spiritual entity or make skin contact, releasing purification factors for soothing. For pollution levels between 50 and 80, Sentinels require deep purification. Simple touch and skin contact are no longer sufficient. More intimate physical contact is needed, allowing the guide's spiritual entity to enter the Sentinel's spiritual landscape. For purification treatment, for pollution levels above 80, it is generally not recommended for guides to perform purification. Such Sentinels will be fitted with control neck rings and monitored 247. If they exhibit extreme behavior, they will be arrested immediately, and if there is any distortion or loss of control, a drug will be injected into the neck ring for destruction. Sentinels with pollution levels above 60 have a chance of experiencing body part distortion, with higher pollution levels increasing the rate of distortion. What will my spiritual entity be like? Xie Guitang murmured to herself, attempting to summon her spiritual entity. The sensation was novel. After trying a few times and finding the trick, a fish with pearlescent pink scales and white wings flew out. It flapped its wings and circled around Xie Guitang. She observed it for a moment and tentatively called it Wanyao fish. The Wanyao fish is a mythical species from the classic of mountains and seas that is said to be an auspicious beast that can heal diseases and often flies at night, possessing the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune. It stopped in front of Xie Guitang and blew a bubble at her. The fish looked a bit silly. Having had a simple meal, Xie Guitang lay down on the bed, planning to check out her office tomorrow. The workload assigned to her by the upper management was 23 purifications a week, and if all went well tomorrow, she could attempt to start working. The next day, Xie Guitang stared at the ceiling for a while before remembering that she had traveled to 1,000 years in the future. Slowly getting dressed and washing up, Assistant Xiao AI sent a message asking if she needed guidance to the office, which Xie Guitang declined. She swiped her card to enter the elevator. To avoid any unpleasant incidents, guides and Sentinels generally do not share the same elevator. Since the other two guides were not in the White Tower, Xie Guitang was the only one using the guide elevator, making it completely unclogged. Upon reaching the 177th floor, she followed the navigation instructions to her office, which is about 70 square meters in size. Upon entering, there was a desk, presumably where Sentinels would consult. Next to it was a soft little bed, and she opened one side of the sliding door to find a small bedroom inside, notably featuring a large bed measuring approximately 2 meters by 2.5 meters. The shower facilities were complete. It didn't resemble a guide's office, but rather looked like a budget hotel. Xie Guitang chuckled lightly and closed the sliding door. The upper management of the White Tower had not publicized any information about Xie Guitang, as purification guides were too precious, and it would not be good if other White Towers took an interest in her. The fabricated resume they provided for Xie Guitang was that of a control system level guide, and they strictly required each Sentinel who successfully registered for purification to sign a confidentiality agreement. As of now, no Sentinels could register with Xie Guitang, as she had not yet activated her backend. Xie Guitang sat in her office for a long time, reviewing the materials she studied yesterday. Her spiritual landscape was a sea and sky, with clear skies and vast blue waves, blending seamlessly. Her spiritual landscape matched the amphibious living needs of the Wanyao fish. She wondered what other people's spiritual landscapes were like. Would they be different from hers? After reviewing for a while, she opened the guide's backend and activated an appointment slot, preparing to practice once. Chen Yuchuan was a Special Forces soldier in the Marine Corps, just finishing training. He habitually opened his holographic computer to refresh all backends. Suddenly, he discovered that an appointment channel for a guide had appeared out of nowhere. Hey, who is this Xie Guitang? A new guide at the White Tower? The tall and handsome young man, standing at 1.92 meters, tried to search for information about her, but the results showed everything was encrypted. After searching a few more times, he almost locked his account. So mysterious? This piqued his interest, and he clicked on the appointment. The backend immediately redirected him, unlike the previous appointment process. This time, there was an added confidentiality clause. Chen Yuchuan became even more curious. With a curious mindset, he signed the confidentiality clause and then went to ask his captain for leave. A young man with two snow-white cat-like rounded ears lounged on a bench. Upon hearing Chen Yuchuan's words, he raised an eyebrow and let out a scoff. Going to the guide room? Are you kidding? Those two beasts are still outside and haven't come back. Which ghost appointment did you make? Chen Yuchuan couldn't explain clearly and could only show him the back-end appointment record. I really got an appointment. It should be a new little guide, only a rank, but quite mysterious. The requirement is that everything after entering the guide room is 100 confidential, otherwise, it's a level 1 military punishment. The white cat ears twitched, and the young man sneered. That dead deer must have pulled strings for her, right? A little quid pro quo. Ning Xian approved Chen Yuchuan's leave after all. He had gotten an appointment, so it wouldn't do to not let him go. Look at you, so happy, fool. What good can a guide be? You'll be obedient after a little whip. Just don't come crying back to me later. Chapter 4. Soothing the snow leopard. Chen Yuchuan was transferred from a local unit to the Eastern White Pagoda at the age of 16. In his 4 years of military service, he had never received a single healing session from the Purification System. Before entering the 177th floor, he thought he would probably never have the chance to experience purification until the day he died in service. The afternoon sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, casting a golden glow across the floor. Xie Guitang rested her chin on her hand while sitting in a chair, hearing 2 muffled knocks at the door. Come in. Outside. Chen Yuchuan paused momentarily. The voice from inside was that of a young woman, clear yet somewhat languid. For a moment, he doubted whether he had come to the right place. Did he hear come in instead of get in here? He looked up to double-check the door plate. No mistake. It was the right place. With a mix of confusion and anxiety, he pushed the door open and walked in, only to be completely stunned. Opposite him was a girl around 18 or 19 years old, her long black hair lazily tied up with a wooden object. Her skin was as white as fresh snow, and her beauty was striking, like a flower blooming at its peak. Xie Guitang noticed the sound of the door opening and looked up, seeing a tall young man standing dazedly at the entrance. He was handsome, but somehow he didn't seem very bright. She pointed to the chair across from her. Sit here. Chen Yuchuan, as if waking from a dream, almost stumbled as he made his way to the designated spot. On the computer in front of Xie Guitang was all of Chen Yuchuan's information, even down to his measurements. An A-class Sentinel, his spirit animal was a snow leopard. Having served in the military for 4 years, he was only 20 years old and still quite young, with a pollution level of 49. Just on the edge of deep purification. He looked extremely nervous. The guide room, also known as the silent room, amplified many subtle sounds. She tried to help him relax, thinking she should say something to ease the atmosphere. However, she hadn't communicated with anyone for so long that, after a while, she finally said, "Let your spirit animal out." After saying this, she wondered if it was a bit too harsh, somewhat like a superior giving orders to a subordinate. But Chen Yuchuan responded very well to such orders. He thought he would first have to be whipped before getting to this stage. Previously, there were 2 control system guides in the White Pagoda. But since control system guides had almost no healing abilities, they could only slightly soothe the turbulent signs of a Sentinel's distortion with pheromones released from their bodies. The pheromone released by the guide, known as guide pheromone, was very complex and mostly extracted through multiple processes from the guide's bodily fluids. However, among all guides, only the purification system had the ability to heal and purify. Most other guides were primarily soothing, and even their pheromones were mainly for relief. Despite this, being able to temporarily alleviate distortion and prevent it from worsening was already a rare blessing. The control system's ability to rely solely on pheromones released from their bodies was minimal. They leaned more towards combat, capable of 100 control over a large number of Sentinels for coordinated operations. Sentinels controlled by a control system guide would have a layer of resistance to pollutants, which was also one of the control system's abilities. However, it was said that the controlled Sentinels suffered greatly. The closer they were, The easier it was for the Sentinel spirit animal to capture the pheromones released by the guide, but guides generally despise Sentinels, so things got complicated. The healing of Sentinels by control system guides was, to some extent, a kind of special game between them. A huge snow leopard appeared at Chen Yuchuan's feet, its blue-gray eyes round and staring at Xie Guitang. Chen Yuchuan had mentally prepared himself. Was it time for his spirit animal to be whipped now? Would it be with a hand or something else? He sat rigidly in his chair, hands on his knees, eyes fixed on his hands, looking like he was ready for slaughter. It seemed as if whatever Xie Guitang did to him was permitted. The snow leopard, just like its owner, was tense, sitting motionless at his feet, almost looking fake. The cat and the person shared the same blank expression. The snow leopard, which was almost as tall as Xie Guitang's shoulder when sitting, had eyes that reflected a complex laser blue under the light, mixed with greens and grays, like the aurora. It was so tense that its eyes didn't move at all, not even blinking. Xie Guitang wondered if it was holding its breath. Her gaze softened as she politely asked the tall sentinel in front of her, "Can I pet it?" A huge, well-behaved, beautiful big cat. Chen Yuchuan thought, could this be some kind of foreplay before things got serious? He paused for a moment and replied, "Yes, please feel free." Xie Guitang gently stroked the snow-white big ears, which were very soft and springy. After being touched on its ears, the huge snow-white eyes revealed a hint of human-like surprise. Her fingers then stroked its head, and under the irresistible cat-petting technique, it finally couldn't maintain its reserved and rigid posture and lean toward her. The big cat let out a comfortable purr, clearly enjoying it, its eyes slightly squinting. Xie Guitang didn't notice that the sentinel beside her had suddenly clenched his fingers tightly, his breathing slightly stalling. She summoned a manta ray, and the beautiful pink fish fluttered its white wings, flying around her for 2 circles. Now we begin the purification. Chen Yuchuan's pupils jolted. Wait, what? What did she just say? Purification? The manta ray circled above the snow leopard's head before landing on its skull, and the snow leopard's gray-blue eyes seemed drawn to it, wanting to look up. It looked even more foolish. Translucent. Snowflake-like white light points fell from the manta ray into the snow leopard's body. Suddenly, Xie Guitang heard a low, muffled groan, the kind that sounded sexy, making one wonder if someone was doing something naughty. A strange feeling slid through her mind. Was there something wrong with her technique? The next second, Chen Yuchuan suddenly gripped her wrist tightly. Xie Guitang pushed him hard, but he didn't budge at all. What are you doing? His white wrist was held firmly in a large palm, and she couldn't move at all, hearing the young man's heavy breathing. The Sentinel's desire for the guide was deeply ingrained in their genes, especially in Purification System Sentinels. It was a soul-deep shudder of joy. They had to struggle hard to suppress this instinct, as most guides viewed their actions as those of uncivilized beasts. They were terrified and disgusted by the aggressiveness of Sentinels. Xie Guitang's eyes widened. This cold sentinel was actually looking at her hand with a dazed expression as if he wanted to lick it. She couldn't care too much. She slapped his face hard. "Let go." She scolded him uncontrollably. "Are you out of your mind?" Xie Guitang grabbed his thick hair and pressed his head down until he let out a painful sound. "Did I allow you to touch me? Did you get my permission? Sentinel, answer me." Meanwhile, the manta ray had been pinned under the snow leopard's paw and was being licked wildly, the entire fish soaked. But its owner seemed too preoccupied to rescue it, looking somewhat despondent. The little fish's first day on the job, getting soaked by a patient. After being slapped by Xie Guitang, Chen Yuchuan regained his senses, his face showing signs of regret, as if waking from a dream. "It's my fault. Please forgive me." He immediately released his grip, even raising his hand to show that he posed absolutely no threat at that moment. He had just made a serious mistake. How terrible. His heart was in turmoil. She was from the Purification System. She was a precious purifier. Damn the White Pagoda. Why didn't they tell him in advance? If he had known earlier, he certainly wouldn't have been so rude in front of her. He carefully placed her on the table, letting her sit on the edge in front of him, but with their size difference, it felt like he was handling a small figurine. Then, Xie Guitang saw the tall and stern sentinel kneeling before her, swiftly removing his upper combat training uniform, revealing his bare torso. He leaned towards Xie Guitang, presenting the black whip beside him with both hands. As he did this, The muscles on the young man's body were drawn tight, showcasing a beautifully sculpted form. His broad shoulders and arm lines contrasted sharply with his narrow waist, cinched by a tactical belt. Perhaps because his spirit form was a snow leopard. His skin also had a cold, pale hue. Anger surged within Xie Guitang, leaving her somewhat bewildered by his actions. Chen Yuchuan presented the black leather whip with both hands. His voice deep and husky as he said, "I apologize for the offense earlier. Please punish me." Xie Guitang took the black whip from his hands. He bowed his head submissively, exposing the nape of his neck, ready to be punished. She gripped the end and handle of the whip together, pressing the black whip against his shoulder. The stark contrast of black and white revealed a unique, intense emotion. Chapter 5. The special role of the small bed. Xie Guitang directly lashed the whip against Chen Yuchuan's shoulder. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Chen Yuchuan hung his head, while Xie Guitang sat on the table slightly higher than him. From this position, she couldn't clearly see his face, only noticing that he seemed to shiver slightly twice. Xie Guitang was puzzled. Was it really that painful? A light red mark appeared on his shoulder, and although she had used some force, it seemed like the outcome was akin to them playing some kind of enjoyable game. It was unclear whether it was due to the naturally tough skin of a Sentinel or some other reason. But regardless, Xie Guitang became even more irritated. She stopped hitting him, her own hand feeling numb, and he appeared unaffected. In a humiliating manner, she placed her foot on one of his shoulders and lifted his face with the end of the black whip. Then she saw Chen Yuchuan's moist eyes, resembling a well-behaved puppy, completely different from the aggressive young man from earlier. Furrowing her brows, she put the whip down on the table beside her and sternly said, "Let your cat release my fish. How could one bully such a poor and helpless little fish?" This was truly excessive. Chen Yuchuan, wearing black half-finger tactical gloves, effortlessly grabbed the big cat by the scruff of its neck and lifted it. The big cat looked to weigh at least 200 pounds, yet he lifted it so easily. The snow leopard let out a strange cry, trying to break free to continue licking the little fish. But the fish had quickly slipped behind Xie Guitang. The fish looked miserable, angrily flapping its wings in front of her, its little mouth flapping as if cursing, possibly using very foul language. Chen Yuchuan's method of subduing the big cat was simple and brutal. He pressed his elbow down, constricting the snow leopard's throat. "If you don't behave, I won't let you out." The snow leopard let out a few frustrated howls, its tail drooping limply at its feet. After giving it a bit of psychological reassurance, Chen Yuchuan finally released it. He pressed the snow leopard's head and brought it in front of Xie Guitang, saying, "It's been good now. Do you want to pet it?" The snow leopard blinked its blue-gray eyes, looking at her pitifully, its large paws resting on its fluffy tail. It was a stark contrast to the big cat that had bullied the manta ray earlier. It probably realized it had done something wrong, and Xie Guitang seemed to have a good temperament. Its large tail cautiously brushed against her foot, as if testing her attitude, like it was poking something fragile. Xie Guitang looked down at it and then at the young man kneeling in front of her with his head bowed. She contemplated whether to continue this purification. This was her first purification, and she didn't want to give up halfway, but she also didn't want to relive what had just happened. Chen Yuchuan seemed to sense her hesitation. He stood up and walked directly to the nearby treatment bed. And then Xie Guitang saw him quickly strap himself onto the bed with a couple of clicks. The black restraint straps wound around his wrists and throat, tightening around his chest, leaving a strange mark. So this bed can be used like this? Did she misinterpret its purpose from the start? It was originally for treatment. Xie Guitang felt a bit embarrassed. The scene looked somewhat odd. Was this not good? Before she could voice her concerns, Chen Yuchuan raised his chin slightly, looking in her direction with some difficulty in breathing. "If you still feel it's not safe enough, feel free to put that KJ on me." Xie Guitang saw a small ball-like object and quickly averted her gaze upon realizing what it was. Chen Yuchuan thought to himself, yes, his spirit form was a snow leopard, and he could grow its sharp teeth. Being merely tied up wasn't sufficient. However, he had been too hasty earlier, eager to show his sincerity and harmlessness in front of the Purification Master, which inevitably led to some mistakes. It was truly inappropriate to trouble the Purification Master to put something like that on him. In the end, Xie Guitang didn't say anything. She also didn't put any strange objects in his mouth, and it indeed felt much safer at the moment. Her gaze fell on the big cat at her feet, which immediately curled up into a ball, burying its head in its abdomen, pressing its large paws on its head. It was a rather strange position. Xie Guitang used a wet tissue from the table to wipe the manta ray's wings and scales, softly coaxing it until it finally resumed its work like a child. The manta ray flapped its wings and flew over, landing on the snow leopard's soft, fluffy neck, and snowflake-like sparkles fell back into its body. The black spots on the snow leopard faded a bit. Only then did Xie Guitang realize that some of the black spots were naturally present on the snow leopard's fur, while others were pollutants it had picked up. Due to its inherent characteristics, those black spots were hard to distinguish, which was why Xie Guitang hadn't noticed them at first. So, pollutants could manifest in this form on the spirit form. She thoughtfully reached out to stroke the snow leopard's back, and suddenly felt a bouncy, large ear pop up in her palm. The big cat, seemingly well-behaved, looked up at her, constantly rubbing its head against her hand. It opened its mouth and let out several strange calls, and although Xie Guitang didn't say anything, she felt a bit amused. Once the purification was over, she turned her attention to Chen Yuchuan on the small bed. His face was slightly flushed with a damp sheen, his eyes somewhat dazed, and his breathing was heavy and hoarse. Xie Guitang didn't quite understand. Was this purification legitimate? Why was it so strange? She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. If she had to describe the feeling of the first purification, it was like having an unremarkable afternoon tea on an unremarkable afternoon. She was unclear whose fault it was that Chen Yuchuan looked this way now. After a moment, she asked, "Are you okay?" Chen Yuchuan's moist eyes looked at Xie Guitang, and after a moment, he finally spoke. "Please give me some more time, just 5 minutes." Xie Guitang quietly petted the big cat for 5 minutes. It comfortably lay by her feet, its large tail swishing back and forth, looking very content. The manta ray, having completed its purification, quickly dove into Xie Guitang's mental landscape. After 5 minutes, Chen Yuchuan returned to normal, looking less strange. He moved his wrists, which were tightly bound by the restraint straps at the top of his head. "Could you please help me untie this?" Xie Guitang looked at the bed, unsure of how to proceed. It was a toy she still didn't quite understand. Chen Yuchuan kindly reminded her, "Just press that button next to you." Following his instructions, Xie Guitang helped him unfasten the restraint straps. Due to being pressed for too long, Chen Yuchuan had some unusual marks on his body, as if someone had treated him strangely. Chapter 6. Disbelief, Defiance, Registration. Xie Guitang lowered her head, feeling embarrassed to look at him, always thinking that his current state was not very convenient for others to see, perhaps because he was too pale. The snow leopard nudged Chen Yuchuan's leg with its head, and Chen Yuchuan absent-mindedly patted its head before quickly putting on the clothes from the chair. This purification master was too shy. Chen Yuchuan walked in front of Xie Guitang. He hadn't realized before, but now, standing face to face, she was startled to find out how tall he was. She had to look up to see his face. At this moment, she looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he hadn't left after the purification was done. Was there some special ritual? She instinctively recalled the purification documents she had studied before. Chen Yuchuan's previous pollution level was 49, and he had a premonition that if he entered a medium or higher pollution zone again, he would likely step onto the high-voltage line of distortion. However, after Xie Guitang's purification, his pollution level had dropped to 30. This was just a superficial and simple purification. If it were a deep purification, he fully understood why purification guides were revered as saviors of Sentinels. The young man in the black combat uniform had his collar neatly tied, with no sign of the previous disarray. Even the armed belt at his waist was meticulously organized. The soldier, who was at least 9 meters tall, performed a very gentlemanly soldier's salute for her. "I pledge my life to serve you." His deep-set eyes were filled with Xie Guitang's reflection, and then Xie Guitang heard the complete oath from this soldier. It seemed that Xie Guitang didn't fully comprehend. She was just doing her job, performing a purification for this sentinel. Why would he suddenly pledge to charge in a battle for her until the end of his life? Chen Yuchuan came out of the guide's soundproof room. He did not regret his earlier actions, even if he did. It was only regretting his earlier lack of decorum in front of the guide. He shouldn't have been so reckless. He should have shown his best and most appropriate side in front of the Purification Master. His last words were not just because she had purified him, but more importantly, she did not view Sentinels through color glasses. While most guides despise Sentinels, treating them like dogs and considered them expendable resources, this Purification Master had given him dignity and respect as a person. This mattered more than anything else. Chen Yuchuan felt a surge in his chest. He had never felt such fullness before. Even his usually stern brows and eyes unconsciously softened a bit. Turning the corner, he saw Ning Xian, who should have been at the training ground, seemingly passing by casually. However, the 177th floor was a functional area for guides. How could he just be passing by? Ning Xian could not possibly be just passing by. So Chen Yuchuan asked him, "Captain, did you also register that guide's appointment?" Logically, a guide would only release one appointment per day, but he thought that the Purification Master was exceptional. Perhaps she was an exception. Ning Tuan, with his short white hair and crystal-clear ice-blue eyes, had a much higher pollution level than Chen Yuchuan. As the team leader, he often led the team on field missions. Having entered polluted areas too many times, and with no purification guides in the Eastern White Tower, the black monitoring collar around his neck indicated that his pollution level was already over 80. Ning Xian's eyes, under the light, displayed a beast-like vertical pupil. Since his spiritual entity was a mythical white tiger, his iris was not just a single ice-blue color, but refracted multiple colors in the light. His inhuman pupils, combined with his full black combat uniform and exceptionally tall figure, created a formidable presence. The black military boots made his legs appear long, and the armed belt at his waist held a complete set of pistols and goggles. He was a soldier who could be directly sent to the battlefield. After hearing Chen Yuchuan's question, he awkwardly fiddled with the goggles hanging from his waist. What a ridiculous thing to say, that I would register a guide's appointment. They're a bunch of cold-hearted fellows. I wouldn't give them the chance to humiliate me. If they want to step on me, they can wait until their next life. A trace of pride flickered in his eyes as he then said to Chen Yuchuan, "I just came to see how you were being toyed with. After all, you're my team member. If you show any disgraceful behavior on the way back due to being toyed with too much, it would be my face that gets lost." Chen Yuchuan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he recalled how he had indeed appeared somewhat disgraceful earlier. He awkwardly responded to Ning Xian, "I want tea, let others see." Ning Xian saw a red mark on the back of his neck. "Did you get whipped?" Chen Yuchuan answered with a small voice, "Captain, don't ask. I want tea, let others know." That was the honor bestowed upon him by the Purification Master. How could he let others see it easily? He revealed a somewhat silly smile. Ning Xian sneered, "Look at your worthless look. Sure, you easily trained your snow leopard team member into that group of silly dogs. I'd like to see what kind of skills that new little guide has." It might have been an illusion, but he felt that Chen Yuchuan's mental state seemed much better, as if he had been purified. Ning Xian scoffed internally. Purification? How could that be? They, in the barren Eastern War Zone, would never have a noble purification guide willing to step foot there. They all live high above in the central White Tower, completely indifferent to ordinary Sentinels. In the eyes of the esteemed purification masters, they were all inexhaustible expendables, too lazy to offer them even a bit of kindness. So what if a Sentinel was on the brink of distortion, on the verge of a complete mental breakdown? If one Sentinel died, there were many more like him to take their place, continuously serving them. A cold glimmer appeared in his eyes as he dismissed Chen Yuchuan. He opened his light brain to browse the guide appointment page, saw the available registration channel, and coldly clicked to make an appointment. He wanted this new little guide to know that not all Sentinels would kneel at her feet and act like dogs. Chapter 7. Gentle Illumination. Xie Guitang suspected that her previous purification operation had gone wrong, resulting in damage to Chen Yuchuan's mind. She sat in a chair and reviewed the guide manual again. After being purified, the manta ray's belly slightly bulged, joyfully swimming in the mental landscape. From Xie Guitang's assessment, the purification project should have no negative impact on it. It might have been an easy task for it this time, without data and reference points. She couldn't evaluate her abilities. Were they merely adequate or barely passable? Suddenly, the light brain on her wrist vibrated. It was a call from the leader of the guiding department. "Are you busy?" The leader had a gentle middle-aged woman's voice, very polite in her wording. Xie Guitang responded politely as well, saying she was not busy at the moment, and asked if there was anything she needed to do. The leader kindly said, "You remember the Sentinel with 2 grayish-white wolf ears who brought you back from the border, right?" Xie Guitang still had an impression of Agilia. At that time, she thought she was dreaming, believing she would remain trapped in a nightmare forever. But Agilia brought her back to the Eastern White Tower. In a way, Agilia was her savior, and she could never forget him. "Is he in need of my help?" "That's fine." The leader hadn't specified what the matter was, but having received such a promise from her, they didn't discuss anything further. After arranging for someone to take Xie Guitang over, she sincerely told her, "You are truly a very generous and understanding lady." The person sent to lead Xie Guitang over was a girl around 20 years old, who seemed quite nervous, as if Xie Guitang were a flammable explosive. Xie Guitang said to her seriously, "You don't need to be so nervous." The girl had round, very cute eyes. Upon arriving at the front of the confinement room, Xie Guitang met her direct superior, a gentle lady who appeared to be over 185 meters tall. Xie Guitang was a bit speechless. She hadn't expected her superior to be such a tall woman. Standing in front of her, Xie Guitang felt like a little dwarf. This was also the first time Dan-Xie met the rumored purifier. She seemed quite approachable. "I'm sorry to interrupt your working hours, but Agilia is not doing well right now. There are no other suitable candidates at the Eastern White Tower." Agilia's previous actions towards Xie Guitang could be considered extremely offensive and disrespectful, and she was trying to speak well of him, because at this point, she couldn't be sure if Xie Guitang genuinely wanted to treat Agilia or if she wanted to show him a lesson when he was at his most vulnerable. "You just need to purify him a little. It won't take much of your purification energy." Xie Guitang nodded, "Okay." Dan-Xie watched her for a moment, then opened the iron door of the confinement room. "Access granted. Confinement room 039 is now open for you." As the heavy iron door opened, it revealed a very small space, about 7 or 8 square meters. A tall canine sentinel was bound to an iron chair, his hands tightly restrained behind him, with a silver bite mask covering the lower half of his face, resembling a masked figure. His exposed ice blue eyes were completely vacant, and 2 large grayish-white wolf ears stood erect on his head. In different lighting, those grayish-white ears sometimes resembled silvery white. He appeared quite dazed. The restraints binding him were very tight, deeply constricting his chest and arms. He slightly moved his head a couple of times, making a gesture similar to a dog sniffing. Uncertain of what scent he had caught, he displayed unusual excitement, violently struggling, causing the iron chair to screech against the floor. "Agilia, calm down." Dan-Xie scolded him sharply, even using a taser on him a few times to make him behave a bit more appropriately in front of the purifier. Agilia twitched and trembled for a moment, then slumped back in the chair, heavily breathing, his eyes devoid of any spirit. Xie Guitang was a bit startled by Agilia's earlier state of about to go berserk, but seeing Dan-Xie tase him, she calmed down. "It's okay, it's okay." She stepped closer to the imposing young man, even while sitting. "I'll help you. Can you be a good boy?" Her voice was very gentle, as if soothing a disobedient puppy. Agilia barely lifted his head, his vacant eyes stubbornly fixed on her. Xie Guitang first touched his silvery hair, and after seeing he didn't react violently, she felt somewhat relieved. "Don't be nervous. You'll recover soon." Agilia, like a puppy, tried hard to nuzzle against Xie Guitang's hand, making some indistinct sounds from his throat, the meaning of which was hard to discern. She could only pat his head again and be good. Dan-Xie watched this scene with a complex expression, a bit surprised that Xie Guitang truly came to comfort Agilia. Oh my god, that fool Agilia not only rudely brought the esteemed purifier back to the White Tower, as if she were a spy, but he even gave her that kind of crude medicine. If Xie Guitang really pursued this matter, that fool would surely end up in a military court. Under such circumstances, Xie Guitang surprisingly didn't hold a grudge and even helped that fool with purification. Moreover, it was such a gentle purification. That stupid dog must have hit the jackpot. The manta ray flew out from the mental landscape, circling around Xie Guitang and Agilia. Dan-Xie's earlier statement wasn't entirely accurate. Agilia must have been stimulated by something, as his mental sea was in chaos, not even able to release his mental body. The original condition for shallow purification was the contact of two mental bodies. But now she could only use another method to comfort him. She stood in front of Agilia, cradling his head with her fingers, pressing her skin against his face except for the bite mask. The large wolf, wearing the bite mask, obediently allowed her to do so, his wet blue eyes weakly gazing at her figure. Xie Guitang felt something furry brush against her ankle, followed by repeated touches. Looking down, she discovered it was Agilia's fluffy, soft, silvery tail. Chapter 8. The breaking point. Light points like snowflakes fell from her body into Agilia's, causing his eyes to tremble slightly, as if he had a moment of clarity, but soon he sank back into an unknown void. Upon touching him, Xie Guitang seemed to perceive a mysterious realm. In the dimness where she couldn't see her fingers, she saw a pair of wolf-like eyes. She instantly opened her eyes and locked gazes with Agilia in front of her, realizing that what she sensed moments ago was likely Agilia's mental landscape. The purification ended, and he regained some consciousness, at least no longer as chaotic as before, but still unable to make a sound due to the bite inhibitor. So he could only continue to stare at Xie Guitang. Xie used a measuring device to conduct a blood test on Agilia. Surprisingly, a simple purification had reduced his pollution level from 78 to 61. Is this the power of a purifier? She looked at Xie Guitang with mixed feelings, lowered her hand holding the measuring device behind her, trembling slightly, and said in a dry throat, "Thank you very much." She had not expected that Xie Guitang would truly be willing to treat him, and so gently. It was almost enough to bring tears to her eyes. In the darkest times for Sentinels, she seemed to see a gentle light akin to the moon shining down. After this purification, Xie Guitang felt as if her body had been emptied, rubbing her tired eyes. Xie sincerely expressed her gratitude, and until she left the confinement room, Agilia's gaze remained fixed on her figure. The little dog had encountered his soft-hearted deity. He thought that for the rest of his life, he might never forget this moment, when he had been treated with such gentleness. Xie Guitang glanced at the time. It was already time to get off work. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have a patient she hadn't attended to, but it appeared that there wouldn't be enough time today. Opening the guide backend on her light brain, she clicked the Cancel Appointment button. She was just an E-level little guide, and the Eastern White Tower publicly claimed she was merely an unremarkable control type. She hoped that the Sentinel wouldn't be too disappointed. Not too disappointed. Bullshit. Ningxian was about to explode with anger. After arranging the training tasks, he had started waiting outside the guide room, waiting for a full 3 hours. He had already made the appointment, signed that ridiculous confidentiality agreement, and now they were telling him his appointment was canceled. He knew it. Guides are all the same. In their eyes, a Sentinel like him, who needed to wear a monitoring collar to move freely, was no longer one of their kind. In their eyes, Sentinels like him were monsters. Monsters that should be executed immediately. What else could he expect? To hope that a guide would take pity on such a damn thing? No way. They would rather see someone like him destroyed by the White Tower. Ningxian's vertical pupils revealed a special hint of coldness in the dim light. He should have figured it out long ago. It was all because of Chun Yuchuan's foolishness that had given him a sliver of unrealistic fantasy. Cancel it, then. Anyway, he didn't really want to make an appointment with her. She's just an E-level little guide, right? What was so special about her? She wouldn't have any special qualities. So canceling was fine. Ningxian strode out, his displeasure pulling his eyes into a vertical line, his expression cold to the point of being unapproachable. Cancel it, then. How ridiculous. Did he look like someone who would break down over such a trivial matter? Absolutely not. The elevator went straight to the White Tower cafeteria. With a ding, the guide elevator, which hadn't been activated for a long time, announced its arrival. The tall Sentinels nearby instantly turned their attention like alert hunting dogs. In the distance, the Sentinels were still unclear about what was happening. Suddenly, they saw the long, unresponsive guide elevator doors open. As soon as the doors opened, Xie Guitang unexpectedly collided with the gazes of a group of Sentinels. In that moment, she desperately wanted to hit the elevator button to close the door quickly and pretend nothing had happened, as if she had never appeared there. But she had no choice. She needed to eat. After a few seconds of mental preparation, she seemingly calmly walked past the towering sentinels. Whispers reached Xie Guitang's ears. "Oh, is that the new guide from the White Tower? I've never seen her before. Was that commotion earlier because of her? She looks so small, only up to my chest. I wonder if she hits hard. She doesn't seem like someone who can discipline sentinels." That voice even seemed a bit disappointed, leaving Xie Guitang even more puzzled about the group of sentinels. The cafeteria in the Eastern White Tower was divided into several areas, most of which were for sentinels, as they made up the majority in the White Tower. There was a small kitchen on the upper level that made some rare and precious dishes, generally serving the leadership and high-ranking officers, as well as guides. The layout of this floor resembled a loft apartment, with a lower level and a small upper level extending out. In the best spot, there were a few enclosed rooms specifically for guides, which would not be opened if there were no guides in the White Tower. After seeing a message from her assistant, Xiao AI, Xie Guitang went upstairs. There were significantly fewer people upstairs, but there were still 4 or 5 high-ranking officers from the Eastern White Tower present. The officers, who had been quietly discussing tactics and techniques, noticed Xie Guitang as soon as she approached. However, unlike the restless rookies downstairs, they pretended nothing had happened, and their acting skills seemed quite good. Xie Guitang ordered 2 dishes at the window and turned around, almost bumping into the chest of a tall sentinel. She then realized she seemed to be surrounded. At that moment, she felt like a little dwarf surrounded by a group of giants. She pressed her lips together and asked, "Is there something you need?" A bright, golden-haired young man leaned down, resting his fingers on his knees to meet her gaze. He smiled, revealing 2 sharp little canine teeth, exuding a very cheerful and bright demeanor, with amber eyes that resembled flowing honey. "Are you the new guide from the White Tower? Can we get to know each other? I'm Frontline, an S-level sentinel from the Marine Corps. My spirit beast is a golden retriever. I heard humans used to love golden retrievers." Chapter 9. 2 losers. Frontline sat next to a young man with short blue-gray hair who looked a bit cool and remained silent. Frontline frowned slightly and then smiled at Xie Guitang, pointing with his finger, clad in tactical gloves, at the cold boy beside him. This was Rand, whose spirit animal was a blue bay shepherd, which had once been quite popular among humans. However, it seemed that the blue bay shepherd was not as obedient as the golden retriever. Rand stood tall like a wall in front of Xie Guitang, his face emotionless, merely lowering his gaze as if quietly observing her. He hardly reacted to Franga's words, only saying to Xie Guitang after a moment, "You saved our captain." Xie Guitang had just arrived at the Eastern White Tower and had no idea who the captain he mentioned was. Rand gave her a hint. "Agilia, he's our captain." Because of Agilia, their canine group had heard some news earlier than other groups, even under the strict surveillance of the White Tower. There is no wall that does not let the wind through, especially with the keen-eyed sentinels. Rand couldn't understand how this new little guide managed to stabilize Agilia, who was on the verge of going berserk. An E-level control guide would struggle to stabilize Agilia's state even if they drained her blood to make guiding essence, as the level gap between them was too vast. Moreover, the most important thing was that she was actually willing to soothe the sentinel about to go wild. It was simply unbelievable. If it weren't happening right in front of him, he would never believe anyone who told him such a thing. Xie Guitang replied, "I guess so. Is there anything else I can do?" He stood up. "Well then, we are interrupting your meal. It's truly very rude of us. Please allow me to pay for you." Xie Guitang walked away directly, saying it wasn't necessary. Watching Xie Guitang enter the guide's booth, the sunshine on Franga's face disappeared, and he leaned his elbow on Rand's shoulder, whispering to him, "Are you sure your source of information is reliable?" Rand returned to the dining table with Frontline, picking up a knife and telling Frontline across from him, "I just had a video call with the captain. The information was confirmed directly by him." "Frontline, put away your mind games. The captain has clearly instructed that this guide lady will be a distinguished guest of our Alpha Special Forces from now on." Rand stared at Frontline, emphasizing that he should not treat her lightly. Frontline wanted to smile, but seeing Rand's serious gaze, he irritably dropped the knife onto the plate. "Got it. Stop looking at me like that." He scoffed inwardly, pretending to be so serious, as if he hadn't just followed him over. This seemingly stern and rigid sentinel, Rand, must be itching to be that lady's dog in his heart. And Agilia, always putting on a captain's airs, yet secretly contacting the little guide behind their backs. Could he really be a decent person? The K9 group and everyone in the Alpha Special Forces were all not decent goods. The staff brought the food to Xie Guitang's booth, which was almost identical to what was on the menu. After eating, she opened the navigation to prepare to go to the supermarket for some shopping. The White Tower covered a vast area, and after many twists and turns, she finally found the store's location. At the entrance, Xie Guitang pushed a small cart. She had a slight hoarding tendency and always bought a lot of useful and useless things whenever she visited a supermarket. Even if she didn't buy many items, she still enjoyed pushing a small cart, feeling a faint sense of comfort while walking through the dazzling shelves. However, the shelves here were a bit high. For someone of Xie Guitang's stature, it was somewhat unfriendly. She tiptoed to reach a bottle of peach juice on the top shelf when suddenly a long-boned hand reached out from behind her and directly helped her take it down. A young man with a pair of white deer antlers handed her the drink. He wore a black monitoring collar around his neck, and his eyes had dark red vertical pupils. The higher the anomaly level of a Sentinel, the more anomalous traits appeared on their body. Looking at his antlers and vertical pupils, his anomaly value should be quite high. Xie Guitang took the drink from his hand. Thank you. She noticed that she had seen him before in the small kitchen of the restaurant, but they hadn't interacted back then as he sat alone in a corner. Xuelin didn't speak. He just followed her at a distance, occasionally helping her with things when he noticed she needed assistance. Xie Guitang could sense his kindness, perhaps because she had been alone for too long, and she felt a bit unaccustomed to this inexplicable kindness. It put pressure on her, making her unsure how to respond to such emotions. When Xuelin handed her a small green tangerine packaging box that she couldn't reach again, she didn't take it. Don't follow me, I don't like it. She gently pushed the item in his hand back to him. You take care of it yourself. Xie Guitang turned to leave, leaving Xuelin stunned in place for a long time. He thought this was a gift from Xie Guitang. Xuelin had never received a gift from anyone. This was the first time he had received a present from another person, especially from such a friendly guide lady. Xuelin knew he was an outcast, even more despised than other Sentinels who had to wear monitoring collars. If it weren't for Agilia standing up for him, he would have been destroyed along with those experimental subjects long ago. He still couldn't fully release his spirit animal, and the anomalies on his body were strange and impossible to identify. He had always believed that no guide would be willing to get close to him. Would this time be different? He stared blankly at the little green tangerine in his arms when a white-haired young man slowly walked out from behind the shelves. Oh, really? Is this all it takes to win you over? Xuelin, I never knew you were so cheap. Ningxian smiled maliciously at him, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. Xuelin remained silent, merely staring at the little green tangerine in his arms, while Ningxian felt anger, seeing his foolish expression. Still hugging it tightly? Did you hear what I just said? TSK, you defective product. Agilia is just a dumb dog. He reached to take away the item in Xuelin's arms, but Xuelin's dark red eyes instantly locked onto him, giving Ningxian a chilling feeling. He brushed Ningxian's hand away and said, mine. Ningxian paused for a moment and then carelessly retracted his hand. You're just a loser trying to be a guide's dog. It's just a broken little green tangerine. Do you really think I care about that junk? As if I couldn't afford it. Just like Xin Yuchuan, 2 losers. Chapter 10. 3 money-losing goods. Xie Guitang took out her items one by one to check out. After finishing, she left without caring about the chaos around her. No matter what, it was none of her business. She didn't buy much, mostly personal daily necessities, fruit drinks, and some bread and ham. She saw that there was a cat in the White Tower, under the wisteria flower corridor she had passed earlier. A very ethereal-looking and super obedient ragdoll cat blinked its blue eyes at her. To pet or not to pet? That is the question. She was unsure if it belonged to someone, but she didn't see anyone resembling its owner nearby. Xie Guitang quietly walked to the corridor, took a sausage out of her bag, tore open the packaging, and waved at it. Mimi, come here. It walked over to her with elegant steps, rubbed its head against her leg, and shyly squatted in front of her, calling out with a prolonged meow. Meow. Xie Guitang fed it the ham and tentatively reached out to stroke its soft back. Since I gave you ham, you can't scratch or bite me, okay? After being petted, it showed no signs of stress and seemed to adapt well. Xie Guitang's courage gradually grew. The ragdoll's brown tail was very fluffy and soft, swaying in front of her. After finishing the ham, It didn't leave immediately, looking very well behaved. Xie Guitang scratched its chin. So good. You let people pet you. One sausage, super value service. I give you 100 points. She rarely smiled so easily and, after understanding its temperament, swiftly grabbed its front paws and lifted it onto her lap. The little kitty didn't react in time, and the next moment, its soft belly was buried in the face of the crafty human. Xie Guitang buried her face in the fluffy little belly and took a deep breath, like a seriously ill patient inhaling oxygen. It was filled with the scent of cat. The little kitty let out a terrified sound but still didn't extend its claws to scratch her, merely using its furry little paws to push her face away, not daring to reveal its nails. Xie Guitang felt she was absorbing a lot of energy from the little kitty. She held its head and gave it several kisses. The cat displayed a seemingly dazed, anthropomorphic expression, making Xie Guitang laugh. Huh, you're still a little brother? Xie Guitang instinctively flicked its two little bells with her fingers. And then she heard a sharp cat cry. At the same time, a person suddenly fell from the lush corridor above. A boy with soft brown short hair landed in front of Xie Guitang, with a pair of brown cat ears on his head, resembling the little kitty. His face turned bright red, and his blue eyes were filled with confusion and embarrassment. The ragdoll cat struggled and dashed behind a pillar, revealing only its fluffy rear to her. Xie Guitang looked at the suddenly appearing boy and said, the boy, who had fallen, quickly got up, grabbed the cat, and ran away, not even stopping to hear what Xie Guitang wanted to say. Xie Guitang hesitated. That should be his cat or his spirit creature. But why did he react so strongly? If one didn't know better, they might think she touched his bell. Xie Guitang left, feeling puzzled. Little did she know, many people would lose sleep tonight because of her. Ivan ran, with the ragdoll cat, all the way to the Sentinel apartment, burst through the door like a tornado, and buried himself under the blanket, leaving only his neck and ears exposed, which were completely red. He felt utterly ashamed and didn't even dare to recall what had just happened. The ragdoll cat walked on his back several times before he sighed and pulled himself out from under the blanket, holding the cat in front of him. He lifted it under its armpits, as if playing with a child, murmuring to it. Was she doing it on purpose? She couldn't have discovered me already, right? Is she trying to get my attention? Or is she hinting at something? Oh my gosh, how could she do that? Ivan was too embarrassed to speak, but he couldn't understand what Xie Guitang meant. In the end, he decided to post anonymously. The guide touched that part of my spirit creature. Is she hinting at something? Potato Superman. That part? Is it a bird or an unhatched bird? Open sesame, it's daddy. The poster should be a sentinel from the Eastern White Tower, right? Suggestion, raise your pillow higher. Try not to have such dreams next time. Tion. Aren't those two not in the tower, playing with your water gun from a distance? Tion. No, according to those two's personalities, do you still have a water gun? Long-eared rabbit Keela. Your news is too outdated. A new E-level guide lady has arrived at the Eastern White Tower, and she's said to be super beautiful. Living with a smile, so the poster was, by the new guide, Kawaii Goddess arrives. She wouldn't know that because of the Sentinel's sensory enhancement, the spirit creature and the owner share sensations, right? Tion. Laughing to death. How could there be a guide who doesn't know this? The poster must be having a fit and talking nonsense. Winter Melon Superman. Agreed. An anonymous post with hidden meanings is either shameful or guilty. Ivan browsed through the comments and suddenly found that someone had reported his post, with the reason being the prohibition of spreading false opinions. This isn't false. Ivan sat on his bed with the cat, feeling both indignant and wronged. They were just jealous of him. It must be because they couldn't gain the guide lady's favor, so they were envious of him. But what did she really mean? Ivan struggled all night without sleeping. The next day during training, he was listless and absent-minded. Ningxian, looking like he had eaten firecrackers, saw everyone as a money-losing good, and Ivan happened to run into him. A huge white tiger stood beside Ningxian, casting a shadow over Ivan's figure. The gaze of a top predator from mythology made both Ivan and the ragdoll cat beside him instinctively freeze. Ningxian's vertical pupils stared at him, slowly sneering twice. What? Do you also want to be a dog for the guide? Give up that thought. Guides usually look down on people like you. Even if you presented yourself to them, they wouldn't want you. Seeing Ivan hang his head, it seemed like he was sad. Xie felt uncomfortable stroking the fur of the white tiger beside him. Looking at Ivan's cowardly appearance, it didn't seem like he would actively approach the guide. Did he mistakenly think that he had made him sad and made him cry? Ivan didn't cry. He pursed his lips in anger, lowering his head to avoid Xie seeing his expression and possibly beating him out of jealousy. He thought it wasn't like what Xie said. That guide lady was different with him. She treated him so well. Maybe she had fallen for him at first sight, which was why she gave such signals. He realized it. Suddenly, he had a moment of enlightenment from Xie. It must be like this. There was no mistake about it. Chapter 11. The Severed Tail. She still hadn't quite grasped the abilities of a purifier, and the learning materials provided by the Eastern White Tower were quite limited. Some things she could only explore on her own. It seemed that she would be engaged in this profession for a considerable amount of time, so she prepared to quickly familiarize herself with her skills. She got out of bed and drew back the curtains. Daylight instantly poured in. Opening the guide's back end, she reopened an appointment slot. As soon as the slot was released, it was immediately taken, as if someone was waiting by the guide appointment back end. Xie Guitang was surprised for a moment, then tidied herself up and prepared to head to the guide room. Ding! The 177th floor has arrived. She stepped out of the elevator and saw a figure crouching against the wall at the entrance of the guide room. The deep black eyes looked helplessly at her, and Xie Guitang caught a strong scent of blood. The appointment back end could see the personal information of registered Sentinels. Facing him, Xie Guitang recognized that he must be her new patient, a small rabbit cat. Sun Zhao. She asked his name. Sun Zhao seemed very young, probably only 16 or 17. He stood up and faced Xie Guitang very cautiously. I am, esteemed guide miss, this is a gift I bring for you. He held up a long box with trembling fingers, requesting Xie Guitang. Could you please visit my brother? I know this request is very intrusive, but my brother really can't hold on much longer. Just a glance from you would be enough, okay? The pheromones of a guide with close contact could bring some comfort to Sentinels, alleviating the continuous deterioration and intense pain caused by their distortions. Guide pheromones are a special substance hidden in the blood genes of guides. Although this comforting ability is less than 1% of that of purifiers, at times of helplessness, it became a longing that Sentinels could not obtain. During the period when the number of guides drastically decreased, it was impossible to rely on the scarce number of guides to comfort the entire Sentinel population. Most Sentinels, unable to receive comfort from guides, found guide pheromones to be their only option. The production process of guide pheromones is very complex, hence their limited availability. In a Sentinel's life, fighting bravely and even dying on the front lines, the military merits earned through their lives often only exchange for a small amount of guide pheromones. In the Central White Tower, only Sentinels with outstanding military merits are eligible to apply for purification from a purifier, and the class divisions are extremely harsh. This is an era referred to by Sentinels as the Dark Period, where their nature constantly drives them to long for the comfort of guides. But reality often does not go as one wishes. In the guide's soundproof room, please have mercy. Sun Zhao knelt on the ground, heavily opening the long box, revealing a beautifully maintained rabbit cat tail inside. A soft, fluffy tail tied with a pink lace ribbon. It was Sun Zhao's tail, the most precious thing he could offer. The spiritual body is equivalent to a Sentinel's half-life, a part connected to their blood. The pain of a severed tail left him in agony, undoubtedly delivering a heavy blow. But he had no better way out. In the barren Eastern District, it was impossible for him to find a precious purifier to heal his brother. And precious purifier guides would not deign to purify a small Sentinel like him. In wartime conditions, even with his savings and military merits, he could not procure a vial of guide pheromones for his brother. He was at his wit's end, only praying that at the last moment, he could seek a slight favor from a guide, allowing his brother to leave with a little less pain. Sun Zhao knelt before her, his head nearly touching the ground, revealing a large blood stain near the base of his spine. The fabric behind him was soaked with blood, and at that moment, Xie Guitang finally understood where the scent of blood was coming from. Sun Zhao appeared disheveled and defeated, showing none of the youthful vigor expected at his age. This cruel world was about to crush him. In stark contrast was the plush tail in the box, cut off and dressed as a beautiful, clean gift. Xie Guitang closed the box again. She wasn't sure how other guides felt, but at least she didn't have a habit of collecting such things. Feeling Xie Guitang's resistance, Sun Zhao's heart sank. Was his last offering not satisfactory to this guide miss? He lifted his head from his kneeling position to look at her, his eyes filled with shattered despair, his deep black eyes seeming ready to shed tears at any moment. Please, please have mercy. His throat was hoarse and choked, unsure of what to do next. What more could he do? Sun Zhao felt like he was about to break down, his entire body tense and trembling uncontrollably. Xie Guitang stepped down from her office chair and stood in front of Sun Zhao, bending her knees to squat in front of him. You're too tense. Relax a bit. Sun Zhao felt a soft hand covering his eyes. Then Xie Guitang's other hand pressed gently on the back of his neck, pulling him forward, his cheek burying into her shoulder. Xie Guitang gently stroked his soft, short hair at the back of his head. You've done well. Don't be afraid. Relax. This was a very comforting gesture. A faint fragrant white light from Xie Guitang fell into Sun Zhao's body, instantly soothing his long-tensed emotions. At that moment, he suddenly felt the urge to cry. It seemed he had finally received the mercy of fate. It was a purifier. She was actually a purifier. He thought he had been rejected, even prepared for the worst, believing that neither he nor his brother would receive this guide Mrs. Favor. But he had received such a gentle embrace, such a comforting warmth that made him want to cry. So gentle that even if he were to die at that moment, he would welcome it willingly. How fortunate he was. Sun Zhao was so happy that he could hardly believe it. Was this really happening? It was 1,000 times better than his most beautiful fantasies while on the brink of death on the battlefield. The manta ray circled and danced around the two of them, absorbing the black, smoke-like pollution from Sun Zhao. He asked fate 1,000 times, and it finally echoed back. The past felt like a dark dream, and from this moment on, it was as if the light of day had brightened. Chapter 12b. Her most obedient puppy. Halfway through the purification, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have acted too impulsively. The lessons from the last time still fresh in her memory. She should have secured him first before starting the purification, but now that she had begun, he had not shown any offensive behavior like Chen Yuchuan. Are you okay? Do you need other tools to assist? After Sun Zhao understood her meaning, he refused, his voice thick and hesitant as he said, the rabbit cat is a very resilient animal. The Sentinel's innate longing for the guide made him constantly want to invade everything that belonged to the guide. Her voice, her body temperature, her scent, even her warm lips and breath. But he knew he couldn't do that, so he simply bit his lip tightly in the dark, enduring the urge. He could be her most obedient puppy. This was Xie Guitang's third time using the purification ability of a guide. The previous situation with Agilia was quite complicated. Excluding that instance, she had only done a proper purification twice. The first time left her with a not-so-good impression. She thought all purifications for Sentinels were like that. But from Sun Zhao, she realized it wasn't. Perhaps the guide's purification could give the Sentinel some sensory or other mental stimulation. But how the Sentinel reacted depended on his self-control. She thought perhaps it was also related to the degree of contamination the Sentinel had. Sun Zhao's purification was completed quickly. His level of contamination wasn't high, but his injuries were a bit severe. Xie Guitang stood up but felt a hindrance. Looking down, she found that she didn't know when Sun Zhao had tightly grasped a part of her sleeve. He held on tightly, as if clinging to the last straw of hope. Sun Zhao's black eyes were moist and somewhat dazed, his breathing slightly heavy, the corner of his lips bitten and bleeding. Fingers tense, as if he was trying to restrain something. His black hair was damp, hanging over his brow, and, at that moment, his flushed face revealed a hint of boyishness. He was still a child. At such a young age, he had already done enough, and fate shouldn't impose more hardship on him. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he finally came out of that state and released Xie Guitang's sleeve. I'm sorry, I overstepped. Xie Guitang didn't mind this. It was just a sleeve. Letting him hold it for a while was harmless. She stood up and asked him another question. Can your spirit form still be released? The tail was a very important part of the rabbit cat. Without it, its combat ability would be greatly diminished. The large bloodstains she had seen on Sun Zhao earlier should be a linked reaction from the spirit form being severely injured. This was Sun Zhao's first time receiving comfort from a purification type. He wasn't sure if there was a problem with Xie Guitang's method, because he had nothing to compare it with. Most Sentinels went their entire lives without the opportunity for purification. The best comfort they could receive was the guide's essence. Sun Zhao stood up, and only then did Xie Guitang notice he was about 186 meters tall. He was silent for a moment before saying, "My mental landscape has fallen into chaos." When Xie Guitang purified him earlier, she couldn't perceive his mental landscape. She only realized now that that was the case. Sun Zhao's mental landscape had fallen into a chaotic closure the moment he lost his tail, and since then, he couldn't perceive his spirit form. However, during the purification just now, he vaguely sensed a connection with his spirit form. It was trying hard to respond to her. Sun Zhao was a Sentinel, and he knew he couldn't be like this. It was a big problem. "What are you thinking before?" Sun Zhao spoke hesitantly about his previous thoughts. "I just wanted to make my brother's departure less painful. The mental contamination made him suffer greatly every day, but I couldn't help him. I had no other way." "I'm sorry, did I do something wrong?" Xie Guitang asked, "And what about you? Have you thought about what you will do in the future?" Sun Zhao pressed his lips together. My spirit form can still recover, and a new tail will grow." What he didn't say was that a Sentinel's spirit form encountering severe injury could possibly lead to the direct collapse of the mental landscape. The recovery period he mentioned could be 3 to 5 years, or even 50 years, or it might never heal in a lifetime. This was something that couldn't be accurately quantified. No one could be sure of it. From another perspective, it was no different from gambling with one's life. Sentinels with incomplete spirit forms generally had short lifespans. He had previously thought that once his brother left, he might soon die on the border. He had long been prepared to die, just an ordinary A-class Sentinel. No one would care whether he ceased to exist or remained. However, preceding death was the guide's hand that covered his eyes. A fallen soul, gently upheld. Xie Guitang wrote down Dr. Launch's number for him, urging him to seek treatment. He carefully tucked away the little note she had given him. "Thank you, really thank you." He wasn't sure if he had enough star coins for treatment, but if this was the guide's wish, he would do everything he could. After Xie Guitang finished the follow-up blood test, his contamination level had dropped to 12, and many of his other symptoms had improved significantly. After packing up, she stood up. "Let's go. Take me to see your brother." Sun Zhao's eyes burst with a fiery light, instantly excited and unsure of what to do. You really want to?" Xie Guitang faced him seriously. "I won't do it for free." Sun Zhao had already calculated what else he could offer this generous and kind purifier. Perhaps he needed to work harder to earn more military merit for this kind lady. This was the only thing he could offer her. He would give it his all. He would fight harder than any other Sentinel. He could do it, and he could do it well. But Xie Guitang unexpectedly said, "I want to count your brother as part of my performance this week. There's no reason to work for free, whether he gets treated or not. Let me count it as performance." After this, she could take it easy for the week, ending her work early. Just thinking about it made her happy. Sun Zhao was ready to risk his life, but Xie Guitang didn't need that. He was momentarily speechless, then fell silent. Thinking it was wrong of him to speculate so basely about the thoughts of this purifier lady. Sun Zhao's brother did not live in the White Tower and did not have a pass to enter. Xie Guitang needed to apply for permission to go out. Listening to Sun Zhao's account, Xie Guitang searched the area on her smart brain. It belonged to the civilian area protected by the White Tower, which was still within a safe range. She also wanted to see the outside environment, to see what this world was really like, but without a doubt, her application was rejected. Following that was a video communication from Arzin, who looked exhausted sitting behind his desk. "Pardon my intrusion, but what are you going out for?" For a precious purifier, he could not overlook such an important matter, and the outside of the White Tower was fraught with danger, not as calm as it appeared. He was not at ease letting Xie Guitang leave the White Tower. He had never heard of any purifier leaving the White Tower, but Arzin fell into a moment of silent contemplation. Xie Guitang briefly explained her situation to him, and after some consideration, Arzin said, "I am very touched by your compassion for the Sentinels, but I cannot allow you to put yourself in danger. Miss Xie, for the Eastern War Zone, you're the most precious existence." Arzin said gently to Xie Guitang, "I respect your wishes. Agilia's confinement has ended. Please let him accompany you. Otherwise, I really can't rest easy." Previously, Danshire mentioned that this purifier seems to have a good sense of Agilia. and he is currently one of the people she is familiar with. Regarding this proposal, Xie Guitang did not refuse. This is the best decision, but she worries it might affect Agilia's work. Moreover, what if he is unwilling to accompany her for treatment? It seems Agilia has important responsibilities and holds a high position in the military department of the White Tower. Upon hearing her words, Alzin directly said it wouldn't delay anything and he wouldn't be unwilling. Alzin thought to himself, not just that. That Siberian wolf could wag his tail like a propeller when he's happy. Although Agilia appears to be a serious officer, as a fellow Sentinel, Alzin can already foresee how Agilia would display his excitement. Chapter 13. Fancy display at first. Xie Guitang thought there was no problem. It was just adding a single Agilia, right? It wasn't until the departure that she realized the issue was serious. Arzin had actually dispatched an entire elite team from the White Tower to escort her. About 17 or 18 tall and sturdy canine sentinels, all fully armed, with wind goggles, tactical armor, sniper rifles, and short knives, all equipped to the teeth. They even had gas masks and other electronic reconnaissance and explosive gear hanging from their waists. The combination of long military boots and black military cloaks made the group appear even taller and more imposing, with various handsome dogs standing silently at their sides. Ready for action, the Sentinels were lined up in 2 rows, moving in perfect unison. A very handsome and stern officer walked over from the opposite side, slightly different in appearance from the Sentinels on either side. He wore a military dress uniform, somewhat similar to the German military uniforms Xie Guitang had seen before, which made him look quite dashing. The brim of his hat slightly obscured his brows, and the armed belt was cinched at his narrow waist. With a broad chest that was slightly puffed out, pale skin, and a pair of icy blue eyes that were cool and handsome. The black military cloak fluttered slightly with his movements, and he looked over with a serious expression, exuding a strong presence. Agilia, wearing black half-fingered tactical gloves, subtly flexed his fingers before calmly walking over to Xie Guitang. The massive wolfhound beside him stood majestically, both man and wolf radiating an intense aura. When he reached Xie Guitang, Agilia saluted. "Captain Agilia of the Marine Corps Alpha Canine Special Operations Team, reporting to you." The officer, who was trying to look cool, didn't notice that his 2 large ears were slightly tousled under the hat. Xie Guitang glanced at his disheveled ears and almost couldn't maintain her expression. She cleared her throat and then heard the synchronized sound of weapons being saluted. The 2 rows of fully armed, cool Sentinels saluted her in unison. "Alpha Special Operations Team, at your service." They held their guns in one hand while saluting the astonished Xie Guitang, and even the dog beside them stood rigidly, as if ready to charge at her command at any moment. Xie Guitang. She was filled with embarrassment and social anxiety. At one moment, she even reflected on her life. Had she done something heinous? Agilia stood in front of her like a wall, with his military cloak adorned with silver shields and swords fluttering gently. She wished she could hide in Agilia's cloak, but that would be too humiliating. In the end, she could only maintain a cold expression and give them a slight nod. "Thank you for your hard work." Some of them looked alive, but had actually departed a while ago. Once on the transport vehicle out of the tower, she sat alone in the front VIP seat. The moment the partition was pulled up in front and behind her, she buried her face in her hands. She just wanted to quietly disappear for a while. Not long after, someone knocked on the partition from the outside. It was Agilia's voice. "Miss Guide, may I come in now?" Xie Guitang recalled her first meeting with Agilia, when she had been somewhat disoriented. She only remembered that she had collapsed, and Agilia had effortlessly locked her wrists and lifted her from ground. At that time, Agilia had shown no gentlemanly manners or politeness. He had been a reckless soldier, completely different from now. She took a moment to compose herself, straighten her clothes, and then said, "Please come in." She thought Agilia had something to discuss, but he simply brought in some candies and drinks. After placing the items on the small table in front, he sat down in a polite position beside Xie Guitang, not too close, but also not too far. The white-haired officer seemed to have tidied himself up, and his tousled ears looked remarkably neat. His icy blue eyes looked at Xie Guitang with a serious demeanor. "Thank you very much for your assistance in the confinement room. I apologize for my actions during our first meeting. Can you forgive me?" Xie Guitang reflected on what he had said, Are you referring to bringing me back or the healing potion? Agilia, with his black half-finger gloves, grasped the armrest of his chair at his side. I apologize. I shouldn't have treated you so rudely, nor should I have given you that crude potion. It was simply too much. He recalled their encounter, realizing that all his actions had been the wrong example. Faced with a weak guide, he had mercilessly pinched her chin to force her to look up and had so roughly pulled her wrist. That kind of thing, meant for tough sentinels, had been used on her. He should have contacted the White Tower immediately. However, it was strange, logically as a purifier. He should have sensed her guide pheromones at that time, but he hadn't. He hadn't detected the scent of guide pheromones then. But after their second meeting, he had clearly sensed that scent on her, a cold tone reminiscent of ice and snow, a hint of some plant's fragrance. He had regretted his initial impression countless times. He should have done better. He was the first one to discover her. Xie Guitang softly reassured the self-reproaching white-haired officer. It's okay. I don't blame you. In fact, I should thank you. If you hadn't found me, I might have already died there. Without that potion, I might have died on the way back to the White Tower. You saved me. Agilia sighed. You're truly a very kind and compassionate guide. Mississippi, Xie Guitang chuckled softly. They often described her as kind and compassionate, which she sometimes found amusing. Sun Zhao wanted to thank Xie Guitang, but as he stood up, the black-goggled Frontline directly pressed his shoulder, making him sit back down. Please don't add to our workload. Sun Zhao opened his hand. Are you stopping me from seeing the guide? She is merely under your escort, not your property. You have no right to make that decision for her. Whether she sees me or not is up to her. Frontline smiled brightly at him, revealing two sharp canine teeth, while his golden retriever leaned forward in a posture ready to attack. Buddy, don't scare our little kitty. Frontline gently patted the golden retriever's head. It sat back down. He seemingly apologized to Sun Zhao. I'm sorry. Sometimes it doesn't listen. Sun Zhao sneered. The actions of the spirit and the sentinel are interconnected. The spirit's actions reflect the sentinel's true thoughts. Frontline was a despicable mongrel. Sun Zhao didn't believe a word he said. The golden retriever's behavior could not have happened without his intent. It would be better for those who couldn't control their own things to stay out of sight. It didn't matter to him, but if they continued to be unruly in front of the guide, they might as well eat dog meat hot pot. Frontline coldly stared at him from behind his goggles. You're just a reckless bastard. Chapter 14. The foolish dog, seeing the atmosphere between them so tense, Rand frowned and said, You all behave yourselves. How you make a fuss later is up to you, but right now you need to be on your best behavior. He shot Frontline a warning glance and then coldly stared at Sun Zhao. Do not disturb that young lady's rest. If she needs you, she will call for you. Sun Zhao was so angry he almost laughed. Disturb? How was it disturbing when he wanted to meet that young lady? Well, the captain just went over without it being a disturbance. Double standards, a bunch of colluding scoundrels. He maliciously said to Rand, Do you think that Captain Agilia will give you a chance to drink soup after winning Miss Xie's favor? Do you really think he would let you serve that young lady together? Perhaps you think you could get a task guarding the door for them. Or, with a bang, Rand grabbed the back of Sun Zhao's neck and pressed his head down onto the small table in front of him. His expression was cold and still stern as he said, Watch your words. That was a great insult and offense to that young lady, as well as a tarnishing of the personal reputation of our Alpha Team's captain, Mr. Agilia. If there's a next time, we will not let it go easily. The blue bay shepherd dog crouched beside Rand, its shoulder height exceeding that of Sun Zhao, who was pressed against the table, its blue-black eyes coldly staring at him. While Rand spoke politely, his actions conveyed an undeniable toughness, firmly constricting Sun Zhao's shoulder and neck, pressing him heavily against the tabletop. Now, please tell me you understood what I just said, correct? Mr. Soldier. Not receiving the answer he wanted, Rand coldly lowered his gaze at him, his unyielding subordinate continuing to apply pressure. Sun Zhao felt as if he might be choked to death by this bastard Rand. He had to force out a reply. His throat tight, got it. Rand politely released his grip and gently nodded at him. Good. I hope we have a pleasant journey ahead. Sun Zhao and Frontline, along with others, became obedient, while other restless soldiers in the cabin also calmed down. A black-haired youth near the dark window thoughtfully stroked the head of the meteorite border collie beneath him. Beside him, a large black and white dog moved its forepaws restlessly, foolishly sticking out its tongue, its blue eyes full of wisdom. The soldier next to him grasped its neck, taking a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he warned in a low voice, "Behave yourself, or I'll skin you and make gloves out of you." The dog nervously tilted its head to look at him, then defiantly tore at his collar. "You foam. You foolish dog. Get lost." Charles, who was stroking the meteorite border collie, turned around and saw Yufeng's collar wide open. "What happened to you?" Yufeng feigned indifference, adjusting his collar. "It's fine. It's cooler this way." The journey wasn't very long, about 2 hours, and the aircraft began to slow down and stop. Agilia pulled apart the partition, and Xie Guitang walked out, noticing a soldier next to her with a suddenly exposed expanse of fair skin at his collar. Everyone else was neat and formal, but he was an odd one out, causing Xie Guitang to glance over a couple more times. Yufeng felt his face burning, but he dared not move, standing straight and meticulously facing forward, holding his gun. The terrifying part was that after Xie Guitang left, he faced the deadly gaze of his superior. Agilia looked at him, then sneered, glancing at his open collar. "Don't attempt to attract the guide's attention with such unrefined tactics. Flippant and unseemly." Once Agilia left, Yufeng grabbed the husky's head and slapped it twice. "You better behave, you little brat, always putting your innocent father in trouble." The husky remained defiant, claiming it was creating opportunities for him. But this human was utterly useless. The dog-human battle began, each refusing to back down, becoming pure adversaries. Charles elegantly walked past him with the meteorite border collie, the collie looking disdainfully at the husky. "Foolish dog, shame on the canine family." Agilia remained vigilant beside Xie Guitang, quickly scanning for any potential threats within his line of sight. He quietly instructed Rand to check several points of possible danger, arranging for the snipers in the team to secure high ground. He appeared as if he had come for battle, serious and meticulous, as Agilia issued one order after another. His serious profile unintentionally drew Xie Guitang's attention. Once Agilia finished his deployment, he turned to meet Xie Guitang's gaze on him, and for a moment, he felt a shiver in his heart. It was a gaze of pure admiration, devoid of any other meaning. He thought he should say something at that moment, but he felt utterly at a loss, unable to express a single word. Sun Zhao walked over to Xie Guitang. "Please let me lead the way." Xie Guitang came back to her senses, looking at Sun Zhao. "All right." Agilia's cold gaze was fixed on the back of Sun Zhao's head, and feeling something, Sun Zhao turned back and smiled politely at Agilia. Xie Guitang didn't notice their silent exchange, and was instead focused on observing the surrounding environment. It resembled an architectural style from the 1980s, an older district where the houses looked somewhat aged, with visible wear and tear. Surrounding them were many green plants, and some tall trees that she could not name, different from those she recognized before, yet she could vaguely see familiar shadows. She speculated that perhaps it had been too long, leading to genetic changes. A woman in gray clothing was holding a red plastic basin filled with damp clothes, likely just returning from doing laundry. They all timidly hid to the side, secretly watching them, and Xie Guitang felt that this armed group of soldiers had frightened them. A child about 7 or 8 years old peeked out from behind their mother, curiously looking at Xie Guitang. "Mom, is the pretty sister here to help us like a fairy?" The woman quickly covered the child's mouth. "Shh, don't speak." She then forced a smile at Xie Guitang and the others, full of flattery the child doesn't understand. She was afraid that the child's innocent words might bring them unwarranted disaster. Their already difficult lives couldn't bear any more misfortune. Chapter 15. The weak husband Agilia made a gesture to put away his gun, stating that they were from the White Tower Regular Army. A girl around 17 or 18 recognized the silver shield and sword insignia on Agilia's arm and whispered to a woman nearby that they were from the Eastern Theater's Alpha Special Forces. The reputation of the Alpha Squad was fairly good, and the surrounding people were no longer as tense as before. Someone recognized Sun Zhao and asked if he had also joined the Alpha Special Forces. "That kid has done well. How happy would his brother be to hear this news?" They lamented about Sun Zhao's brother, who was said to have retired from the Tianxin Special Forces back in the day. His brother was a remarkable figure, handsome and with a good personality. It was truly a pity. Both the Tianxin and Alpha Special Forces were top-tier units in the Eastern Theater. Agilia glanced at Xie Guitang, who silently stepped behind his cloak, allowing him to face the situation. Agilia found it amusing but maintained a serious demeanor. indicating that it was a confidential mission and not convenient to disclose. He looked intimidating enough that they naturally dared not ask more questions. Sun Zhao led them into a narrow alley, and after about 15 minutes, they arrived at a dilapidated two-story building. The green paint on the wooden door was mostly peeling off, making it look like a high-risk structure. Xie Guitang remembered that the White Tower's salary and benefits should be quite good, considering that the Sentinels risked their lives, and injured veterans should receive some compensation, right? She turned to Sun Zhao and asked, "What about your star coins?" Sun Zhao lowered his head and remained silent. Agilia explained to her that Sun Zhao's brother had retired due to a mental breakdown, and there was currently no effective cure for it. Aside from the soothing effects of purification-type abilities, the only thing that could alleviate such symptoms was guide factor. Agilia easily guessed that Sun Zhao probably spent all his money on the black market to buy guide factor for his brother. However, with the current unclear battle situation, guide factor was hard to come by, and prices in the black market had skyrocketed. It was likely that with all their savings, they could not afford even a single dose of guide factor. From Sun Zhao's demeanor, it seemed he had probably spent money in the black market, but the situation was evident. His star coins had likely gone up in smoke, with no return. Xie Guitang vaguely understood Agilia's implication and lowered her gaze, lost in thought. The White Tower was the most important official central institution. Sentinels risked their lives for it. Yet their pensions after retirement were barely enough to buy guide factor. In such a severe supply-demand imbalance, ordinary Sentinels had even fewer options for survival. In the wartime phase, where pollution sources continuously proliferated, this dangerous social structure could easily lead to problems. Sun Zhao opened the wooden door. "Come in." Once inside, Xie Guitang gained a clearer understanding of the dire financial situation of the two brothers. There was hardly anything of value, and most of the utensils were severely worn. Climbing the creaky wooden stairs to the second floor, they found a young man with black hair and black eyes sitting in a wheelchair, knitting plush ornaments. Bright yellow plush flowers quickly took shape in his hands, and a box nearby was piled high with various knitted items. It seemed he was preparing to sell these to supplement the household income. Xie Guitang was at a loss for words. A former Sentinel from a top-tier battle unit was actually relying on such things to make ends meet. His hearing seemed impaired, as the noise they made while coming upstairs didn't disturb him at all. He remained focused on his work. The old television across the room occasionally flickered with snowy static, tirelessly broadcasting important news from the front lines. Sun Zhao awkwardly invited them to sit on the sofa nearby. "After my brother retired, his hearing hasn't been good. Not only was his hearing affected, but due to the Sentinel's heightened sensitivity, a mental breakdown was often a precursor to death. During the final stages, the five senses would gradually decline, ultimately leading to a lonely death in darkness and nothingness." Sun Zhao approached his brother and gently patted his shoulder. The young man looked up at him. "Ah, Zhao, you're back." Sun Chung pointed towards the kitchen. "I made some small cakes. Remember to take them out and sell them with the plush toys." Only then did he notice that there were many more people in the house. He looked towards Xie Guitang and the others, his black eyes, similar to Sun Zhao's, filled with confusion. What are they here for? As a former member of the Tianxin team, Sun Chung had heard of the Alpha team and its captain, but he was unsure why Agilia had come here. Did Sun Zhao get into trouble outside? His gaze shifted from Agilia to Xie Guitang, who was a beautiful young girl, but he wondered what she was here for. Moreover, why did it seem that Agilia and the others had an air of authority around her, as if she were the daughter of some high-ranking official from the White Tower? Sun Chung was puzzled. The young man appeared more mature than his brother Sun Zhao, perhaps due to his frail health, giving him a delicate and beautiful demeanor. It was evident he had just come from the kitchen, as he was still wearing a pink apron with a bear design. Noticing Xie Guitang looking at his pink apron, Sun Chung awkwardly clutched a corner of it, his long and slender fingers looking very nice against the pink fabric. Seeing his embarrassed and shy demeanor evoked an inexplicable sense of a delicate husband, making it hard to imagine that he had once been a special forces soldier from a top-tier unit. Sun Zhao placed his fingers over Sun Cheng's hand, which was grasping the apron, and then introduced him. "This is Mr. Agilia, the captain of the Alpha Special Forces, and this is Miss Xie Guitang, an excellent guide." A guide? Sun Chung looked at Xie Guitang in surprise, not expecting her to be a precious guide. Sun Zhao firmly grasped his hand, providing him with a sense of strength. Brother, Miss Xie is here to treat you, and Captain Agilia is in charge of the escort. Sun Chung was stunned by this news, utterly unable to believe it. Treatment? Me? As a retired disabled soldier. He felt he was already a burden on Sun Zhao and a waste of the White Tower's resources. If it weren't for his deep concern for his brother, he might have already taken his own life under the daily pain. His only thought was to accompany his brother for as long as possible, as they were each other's only family left. He had never wished for guide factor or purification-type mental therapy, knowing that it was almost impossible. Chapter 16. Responsibilities, but he didn't expect that Sun Zhao would bring back a guide. He looked as if he was questioning his life. Ah, Zhao, don't lie to me. Did you get into some trouble? Sun Zhao didn't know how to explain the situation, because explaining it would only complicate things further. After all, Xie Guitang was not only a guide, but also a purification-type guide, which was something no one would believe. Indeed, if he had swapped identities with his brother, he would probably think it was a century joke. How could anyone believe it? A noble purifier. How could they possibly step into a slum for a retired cripple? Yet, she had come, as if in a dream, as if people like them could also be graced by the shining moon. Xie Guitang walked toward the incredulous Sun Chung. About 3 steps away, and Sun Chung sensed a cool fragrance emanating from her. It was the pheromones radiating from her. The bone-deep pain that usually pressed down on him seemed to show signs of relief, and he had to believe that this was a genuine guide. He stared at Xie Guitang, speechless, his lips slightly parted, unsure of what to do. Thank you for your generosity and kindness, but there's no need to waste your time. My mental landscape has already collapsed and cannot be repaired. A mentally collapsed Sentinel could hardly reverse the damage, and if there were a powerful high-level purification guide, they might attempt to rebuild the mental landscape. However, there were no purification guides in the entire Eastern War Zone. Even if there were, they wouldn't risk themselves for a Sentinel like him. He was already a useless waste. According to the common treatment methods for guides and the White Tower, for someone like him, who had already lost their value, there was only the option of abandonment left. And the Sentinels had resigned themselves to this outcome. Faced with such a choice, they could only accept their fate, for they had no other choice. After considering for a moment, Xie Guitang pulled out a confidentiality agreement for Sun Chung to review. I need you to sign this. This was something the White Tower had agreed upon with her previously. She should not expose the identity of the purification-type guide for the time being, otherwise it would attract unnecessary trouble. Sun Chung looked over the agreement, then glanced at Sun Zhao, and finally looked back at Xie Guitang. He processed it in his mind and figured that this guide did not want to expose her presence here. Indeed, the appearance of a precious guide in a slum would cause turmoil, and he could understand that. With a complicated expression, Sun Chung spoke. My mental body has already fallen into slumber. There's no need to waste time on me. Xie Guitang tapped his shoulder gently and said lightly, Sentinel, your task is to obey. Sun Chung thought self-deprecatingly. Could he still be considered a Sentinel as a defective product? But facing Xie Guitang's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say a word against her. He silently signed a confidentiality agreement. Treatment? Control-type guides hardly had purification abilities, let alone healing a Sentinel with a collapsed mental landscape. Even if she treated him, how could she? It would only be a matter of less pain. A few days longer to live. It wasn't worth much. Sun Zhao tried his best to ease his suffering, to give him those minor comforts. The child was already trying so hard. He didn't want to discourage him. Sun Chung clenched his jaw, fingers gripping the armrest of the wheelchair tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. It was fine. He could endure anything. Wait. He suddenly opened his eyes and hoarsely said, Can you have him step out for a moment? He didn't want his brother and the Alpha to see him in such a humiliating state. Agilia stood up from the sofa, gestured for the other team members to exit, but remained standing there, unmoving. Sorry, it's my duty. I must stay to ensure Miss Guide's safety. This is non-negotiable. He was a Sentinel. He knew what it was like when this guide soothed a Sentinel. He couldn't leave even a step. Agilia pointed to the door for Sun Zhao. You go out. Sun Zhao didn't want to leave, but when faced with his brother's gaze, he had no choice but to leave. In the dilapidated second-floor room, soon only Xie Guitang and the 3 of them remained. For a moment, there was no sound. only the faint, intermittent sound of the television. Sun Cheng lowered his head, his eyelashes trembling slightly, fingers gripping the fabric on his knee. "It's fine, you may proceed." Xie Guitang felt like laughing. Why was he so nervous? His trembling eyelashes looked like little butterflies flapping their wings. Those deep, dark eyes seemed like they were about to cry. Wasn't he a strong sentinel? How could he be so cute? She sat in front of Sun Cheng, recalling the state she was in when she purified and comforted Agilia and Sun Zhao last time. She reached out to caress the side of Sun Cheng's face, and a spirit fish flew out from the mental landscape, swirling around the two of them. The glowing white dots swept over them like a storm of light particles, gathering into his body. She decided to perform deep purification, attempting to rebuild his mental landscape. She closed her eyes and began to try according to the textbook. Due to the collapse of the mental landscape, his mental barrier had no defensive capability at all, which instead allowed her to enter easily. In the shattered and collapsed mental landscape, it was dark, and suddenly, it was like the dawn breaking through the night. A stream of white light broke through the darkness and flowed in. She seemed to vaguely hear a muffled groan, then continued to focus on the purification. Agilia gripped Sun Cheng's wrist, looking down at him coldly, then pulled out a pair of handcuffs from his waist. He made a shushing gesture to Sun Cheng, followed by a soft click. Disturbing the work of the guide is extremely rude. Attempting to touch the guide is truly a sin deserving of death. Chapter 17. Explosion. Because Sun Cheng's mental landscape had already collapsed, there was not a trace of life within it, only a heavy, black mist of death. The almost glowing anglerfish swam through the collapsed scene, trying hard to disperse the black fog. However, the effect was minimal. The deadened black mist was everywhere and could not be completely cleared. Moreover, the purifying light spots that fell into the decayed soil showed no signs of activity. Xie Guitang watched all of this in frustration. Was there really no way out? She felt almost drained and could only temporarily retreat. She did not notice that on the completely desiccated and decayed ground, a small spore had begun to sprout. In the depths of the darkness, the sleeping rabbit cat seemed to sense something, its tail twitching almost imperceptibly. Xie Guitang felt as if her body had been completely hollowed out, but even so, it seemed like a drop in the bucket for Sun Cheng's mental landscape, with hardly any changes. Her level was too low. If she could just rise 2 more levels, perhaps the situation would be entirely different. When she opened her eyes, Xie Guitang saw that Agilia had handcuffed Sun Cheng's wrist to the armrest of the wheelchair, and Sun Cheng was gazing at her with red, misty eyes. It was a purifier. It turned out to be a purifier. He had waited for a purifier, and just on the eve of death, he had actually been graced with a guide of the purification system. Such gentle solace was a fantasy he had never dared to dream of, and here it was, appearing just like that. Xie Guitang felt a surge of moisture. The young man's thick, dark eyes were filled with tears as they gazed at her in a daze. He cried silently, his entire eyes red, looking pitiful to the point that it broke one's heart to see. How could he be so pitiable? She sighed and reached out to wipe the tear stains from his face. He was like a silently tame, docile little animal, tilting his head to press one side of his cheek against her palm, as if to say, "Gentle guide lady, please have mercy on him." The fate he had never thought of finally shone upon him, as if after countless nights of enduring pain, he had finally fallen into a beam of moonlight. He felt his heart soaking in warmth. For this moment of tenderness, he would risk everything. Sun Cheng was different from Sun Zhao, perhaps a few years older, or perhaps he had seen more of the world. He was clear about where his advantages lay. At this moment, the handsome young man slightly lowered his gaze, his long black eyelashes casting small shadows at the bottom of his eyes, which were red and moist at the corners. He sat in the wheelchair, his lips a bright rosy hue, looking innocent and harmless, appearing particularly weak and vulnerable. "My wrist hurts a bit. Could you ask Captain Agilia to take off the handcuffs?" He raised those thick, dark eyes, which held slight traces of moisture, looking at her with a plea that was both innocent and harmless. "Really, it hurts a bit." Xie Guitang was not heartless. She gently stroked his hair a few times, then looked towards Agilia. Agilia felt like a villain at that moment. He clenched his teeth, wanted to slap him twice, to make him open those big eyes and see clearly, "You brat, still pretending in front of me. He had endured the pain of the shattered mental landscape before. Now he couldn't stand being handcuffed for a while. Was he just trying to gain more sympathy from the guide lady? You dog. He would sooner or later dunk him in the corpse water to wake him up. Pretender. Sun Chung lowered his head in dejection, looking at his legs. Captain Agilia must not look down on me, right? After all, I am now a useless waste. And you're the captain of Alpha. Even if Agilia wanted to punch this brat to death, he had to hold back for now. He couldn't show such a bad side in front of the guide lady. Therefore, he could only calmly unlock the handcuffs for him. Not at all. We all serve in the Eastern White Tower. You could say we are colleagues, and your brother is currently serving in the White Tower. He said the last sentence while looking at Sun Chung. Outside the door, Sun Zhao suddenly felt a cold breeze on his back for some unknown reason, as if his shoes today were not fitting well. After the treatment, Sun Zhao and the others entered. Charles and Yufeng stood orderly behind Xie Guitang, presenting a posture to protect her at any moment. The meteorite border collie sat quietly by Charles's leg, its dark eyes silently scanning everyone present. Charles's gaze returned from Agilia's sulking face. It seemed that his straightforward superior had not gained any advantage. TSK, big-chested but brainless. Sun Zhao quickly walked up to Sun Chung. Brother, how do you feel? Sun Chung had already returned to his previous demeanor, smiling faintly at him. I feel great. If only his brother could be a little more clever, he could earn more affection from the guide lady. Stinky dog, how could they possibly charm like our rabbit cats? The canine family had a certain smell, but rabbit cats were different. They were fragrant like the guide lady. Xie Guitang conducted a simple blood test on him, and his condition was already quite poor. However, he never displayed any signs of pain, always maintaining a very dignified appearance. It was hard for her to tell how he was doing on the surface. As they prepared to return, Sun Chung sat at the junction of light and shadow, looking at Xie Guitang, wanted to ask if he would have the chance to see her again. But he couldn't even stand up to send her off. And in the end, he said nothing. A sentinel with a collapsed mental landscape was like a plant poisoned with pesticide, dying rapidly. After the collapse of the mental landscape, every day was a struggle for survival. Would her next meeting be at his funeral? Would she come to attend his funeral? He smiled gently at Xie Guitang, wishing her a pleasant journey. As they exited the alley, a sudden explosion sounded. Agilia quickly covered one of Xie Guitang's ears with his hand and pulled her into his embrace. A huge grayish-white wolf dog burst out of the mental landscape, roaring threateningly into the distance, majestically standing in front of Xie Guitang. Agilia raised a hand, signaling for the entire team to be on alert. His spiritual entity was a Siberian gray wolf, already quite large, and due to some ancestral bloodline traits, it was even more enormous. The wolf dog's ice blue eyes fixed intently on the source of the explosion, its forelimbs slightly leaning forward, ready to attack at any moment. The sound of the explosion seemed to have come from a considerable distance, yet even from that far away, it was still deafening. The situation must be severe. In the Eastern White Tower, the highest command room was fully staffed, with Alzin sitting at the main speaking position and Danshur and other leaders seated below him. Almost all of the 6 highest combat teams in the Eastern War Zone were present, except for Alpha. To Alzin's left were Ning Xian, captain of the Tianxian team, a Carbon, captain of the Tianshu team, and Fei Jiaku, captain of the Ares team. Ning Xian's spiritual entity was the mythical white tiger. A Carbon's was the Argentine giant eagle, and Fei Jiaku's was the Titan python. Due to the characteristics of their spiritual entities, Fei Jiaku was not only blind but also deaf. In this high-level meeting, he could at most serve as a mascot. The real decision-making power lay with his aide, Lin Bucci. Lin Bucci's spiritual entity was a black mamba. The important thing was not what his spiritual entity was, but that he was neither deaf nor blind. Of course, the aide, who sat upright and faced everyone with a faint smile, was not easy to fool. Chapter 18. Everyone, rely on your own abilities. The huge projection behind the chief displayed a scene of chaotic battle. Smoke billowed everywhere, blood splattered, gunfire rang out, and cries and shouts filled the air, creating a complete mess. This was the source of the explosions that Xie Guitang and the others had heard. Ning Xian's surveillance neck ring flashed red frequently as he slammed his fist on the table. These damn bastards. They actually attacked the civilian area. Akabane, wearing black leather gloves on his fingers, glanced at the battlefield with restrained golden eyes. Do we need to intervene? Lin Buchi pondered for a moment before speaking. Judging by the equipment, it should be the rebel organization from the temple. If I remember correctly, the operations are under the responsibility of Dongfang Jiming. Dongfang Jiming is known to be the highest combat power among humans, a blood test 3S Sentinel, and the chief commander of the federal government. So this matter should not be so easy to intervene in. According to military customs, they need to negotiate with Dongfang Jiming beforehand before they can get involved. Although it concerns the Eastern Theater, since Dongfang Jiming belongs to the Central Army and they belong to the local army, the priority is not as high as that side. It would have been easier if it were 300 years ago when the 5 Great White Towers operated independently. But now the political situation is different. Ning Xian frowned irritably. What the hell is that idiot Dongfang Jiming doing? He can't even manage such an organization. He talks about being the light of humanity. He might as well go back and hang himself. They thought that Arzan called this meeting to discuss whether to intervene in this matter, but unexpectedly, he directly dropped a bombshell. We must intervene, and we cannot let Dongfang Jiming's troops discover it. Lin Buchi smiled. So we're doing good deeds without leaving a name? Arzan's state was very off. He was too tense and overly serious. Because our purifier from the White Tower is near the battlefield. This one sentence stunned them all. Even Akabane, who was usually calm, couldn't hold back anymore. He asked, questioning life, our White Towers. Purifier? Yes. I regret to inform you that Miss Xie Guitang, who entered the White Tower recently, is not a control type, but a purifier. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expressions were out of control, and only Feijia, who was unaware of the situation, still sitting upright and serious, seemingly fully engaged in the meeting. He appeared to be listening rigorously, which was completely out of sync with the others present. Feijia, who was both deaf and blind, had no idea what was happening. Ning Xian showed a moment of confusion on his face, then quickly understood. No wonder Qin Yuchuan looked like that earlier. It turned out she was a purifier. Damn it, he actually got such a big advantage. No wonder he showed that disgusting look. Danshur knew Xie Guitang's identity, but she didn't expect Arzan to be so bold. It took her a while to find her voice again, asking him dryly, "How did you make the brain-dead decision to let a precious purifier leave the White Tower? Now that the situation is so chaotic, you actually let the purifier leave the Eastern White Tower. Arzan, have you lost your mind?" She instantly stood up, pointing at Arzan, her expression agitated, eyes wide with disbelief. "You tell me, have you lost your mind? At your age, I advise you to step down early. You dare to let the purifier leave the White Tower. You dare." She looked like she was going to be driven mad. The expressions on Lin Buchi and the others' faces were not much better. Lin Buchi took a deep breath, suppressing his violent emotions as he asked Arzan, "Why are you only saying this now? Why? Why now? How long has the Eastern Theater waited for a purifier? Over 200 years. That's over 200 years. Not just over 200 days." Arzan knew that if anything happened to Xie Guitang because of his decision, he would be guilty beyond redemption. But if given another chance, he would still do the same. She is willing to understand the world of Sentinels, which is very precious. And what we need to do is not to stop her steps, but to provide her with safe support. I will fully respect her wishes. If she does not want to continue learning about Sentinels, I will not use temptation or any other means to make her continue to engage. Arzan looked at them firmly and said, "The guide revolution 300 years ago, is it not enough for you to wake up? Are we opposed to guides? Are we enemies?" Mentioning that guide revolution, everyone present fell silent. He coldly questioned everyone present. 300 years ago, the ratio of guides to Sentinels was 1:203. And now, 300 years. And it has become such a situation. What about next? Stop hating each other. We can coexist peacefully. Danshur was silent for a moment, countering his viewpoint, saying that purifiers do not have the ability to protect themselves. They can break the ice, but you should not let her leave the White Tower. How can you ensure her safety outside the White Tower? Relying on the kindness of aberrations and mutants? Arzan sneered. Protection? The so-called protection of the White Tower has been in place for 270 years. Can't you see the results now? The so-called protection should not confine them within the territory of the White Tower. Everyone knows whether that is protection or disguised imprisonment. Ning Xian banged on the long table of the conference room twice. Is this the time to talk about this? Hurry up and bring her back. He was fed up with Arzan, that old fool. If he can't handle administrative duties, he might as well resign early. Danshur and Arzan exchanged a sharp glance. Then each withdrew their sharpness. Arzan pulled up the contact number for Agilia's mission, saying that he had urgently contacted Captain Agilia in charge of the mission. He is temporarily safe, and I need you to assist them in returning to the Eastern White Tower. The signal equipment in the war zone is damaged, and long-range information transmission is unstable. You could try to contact Agilia's signal source nearby. After hearing these two sentences, Ning Xian directly picked up the combat uniform jacket on the back of the meeting chair and left without looking back. Akabane had already sent an assembly order to Team Tianshu, and Lin Buchi politely nodded and smiled at him before leaving with the confused Fei Jiakou. So next, let them rely on their own means. Everyone, their Captain Fei Jiakou, although he is a deaf and blind half-wreck, is not sitting in this position for no reason. Finding people is certainly something that snakes excel at. Chapter 19. The 8 immortals crossed the sea. Fei Jiakou was unclear about what exactly happened in the meeting, but he sensed a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Lin Buchi walked very quickly, and he had to try to keep up. When they arrived at the stealth unit's preparation area, the members of the Ares squad had already assembled in an emergency readiness state. They were fully armed, wearing a uniform blend of dark green and black combat gear, with complex tactical instruments around their eyes, each of them exuding a calm yet deadly aura. They were not entirely sure what specific task they were to execute this time, but based on their understanding of Vice Officer Lin, it should be quite a tricky mission. Lin Buchi casually surveyed the area, silently calculating in his mind, and then took Fei Jiakou to the changing room. Most of the stealth unit consisted of reptiles, like lizards and snakes. According to big data, guides favored mental entities with soft fur more. Next were vividly colored birds or butterflies. Their cold-blooded reptilian category was the least likely to win the favor of the guides. Lin Buchi watched as Fei Jiakou changed into his combat uniform alone. Therefore, they needed to find a way to stand out and be more creative to attract the guides' attention. Fei Jiakou was unaware of Lin Buchi's thoughts. He was changing clothes normally when he discovered that Lin Buchi had taken his combat uniform. The towering Captain Ares, who stood over 2 meters tall, reached out in confusion, signaling for Lin Buchi to return the clothes. Fei Jiakou's eyes were an inorganic gray-white, and there were a few small, translucent forest green scales on the side of his profile and forehead. His appearance and physique resembled that of a Western deity, a human form transformed from a legendary species in Greek mythology. His forest green hair fell well below his lower back, with pale skin that rarely saw sunlight, and a tall, strong body. This combination created a unique visual impact. Lin Buchi handed him another set of combat gear, one that was not often worn from before the White Tower's reorganization. Fei Jiakou didn't like this set much, finding it uncomfortable and quite strange, so he had applied for a redesign. This was a set of covering gear in dark colors, with an additional breastplate-like piece. Lin Buchi handed the items to Fei Jiakou, and when Fei Jiakou felt the chain-like object, he hesitated and murmured, "I don't want this." Lin Buchi pressed his shoulder, making him sit on the bench in the changing room, directly putting the gear on him, insisting, "No, it has to be this one. The future of the stealth unit relies on you, Captain. You must perform well." He tapped Fei Jiakou's shoulder with his fingers, a gesture requesting an exchange of information. And a massive forest green python appeared behind Fei Jiakou. This creature's head was thicker than a barrel, slowly slithering out, a small size controlled by Fei Jiakou. A real Titan python could hardly fit in this changing room. The black mamba that crawled out from Lin Buchi's collar flicked its tongue near the forest green python, and the two snakes quickly exchanged information. Fei Jiakou extracted the content Lin Buchi transmitted through the pheromones in the air, and, at that moment, he finally understood the specific task they had this time. Lin Buchi's gloved fingers rested on Fei Jiakou's broad shoulder, giving it a light pat. "Captain, this will be one of the few opportunities we have to interact with the guide. As cold-blooded reptiles who are not favored, we may not have another chance to engage with them again. Perhaps he should be somewhat grateful that the two dual king sentinels from the Special Operations Department were not at the Eastern White Tower, making their competition not too intense. Among the remaining squads, except for Akabane, who was a difficult character, the intelligence of the others was not a concern. In the Air Combat Department, the Tianshu squad was also ready for action. Akabane stood at the front of the line, scanning the group. Oakley, you stay with the team this time. Kong Fan will take your place. Oakley was a tall, black-haired sentinel, and his mental entity was a vulture. Due to some indescribable reasons, his mental entity faced a slight balding crisis. Although his mental entity was not very pleasant to look at, his combat effectiveness was beyond doubt. He couldn't wrap his head around why he was being kept with the team this time. Captain, but Kong Fan is not qualified to join Tianshu. Isn't it? Akabane's sharp gaze locked onto him. Do not question any of my decisions, Sentinel. Your duty is to obey orders. He thought to himself, who told Oakley that his mental entity was half-bald, while Kong Fan's was a beautiful blue peacock. Kong Fan indeed had average combat power, but his beautiful mental entity was enough to compensate for his lack of ability in this operation. This time, the Air Combat Department must go all out. He could not afford to lose to those fools. If he guessed correctly, upon returning to the Eastern White Tower, the higher-ups would definitely assign guardians to the guide. Their performance this time involved the future of the entire Air Combat Department and several families, making it crucial. What face and status mattered now were no longer important. Akabane pointed out several candidates who were not in the Tianshu squad, a decision that left the entire Air Combat Department baffled. This task is so strange. What exactly is it? After the loud explosion, Agilia quickly took Xie Guitang to find a safe hiding spot, which was an abandoned tower. Their primary task was to ensure the guide's safety. No matter what, they could not leave Xie Guitang's side, even if the sky fell. A large gray-white wolf dog stood guard by Xie Guitang's leg, its fluffy tail secretly wrapping around her leg. Xie Guitang grabbed the tool used for the task, and the fluffy tail twitched in her palm, causing Agilia, who was making strategic plans nearby, to freeze instantly. He cleared his throat and tugged at the collar of his combat uniform a couple of times. All right, let's arrange it this way. The top priority for Alpha this time is to ensure the guide's safety. No matter what, we must bring the guide back safely to the White Tower. Understood? The two rows of fully armed sentinels performed a synchronized salute. Received. The area nearby had turned into a war zone, and the signal was damaged. Agilia stepped outside to try to connect with the Eastern White Tower. Xie Guitang sat on a small stool, hugging her knees, with a clean red satin collected by the Alpha team underneath. She absent-mindedly fiddled with the wolf dog's tail, which lay half on the wooden board, allowing her to play with it. It was so big and looked fierce, yet it was so obedient now. Xie Guitang playfully poked its rear. It turned its head, its icy blue eyes looking at her, then gently licked her wrist, its large head resting on her knee. Those translucent blue eyes gazed at her with a hint of moisture. After watching it for a while, she grabbed its snout, and its ears perked up, looking adorably silly. After playing with the big dog for a bit, she noticed a small dog sitting quietly nearby, watching them silently for who knows how long. Xie Guitang recognized it as a meteorite border collie. Chapter 20. The loyal guardian of the wolf, it sat there composed, its dark, shiny eyes fixed on them, only moving towards Xie Guitang when she beckoned it. It appeared very intelligent, with an exceptionally high level of self-control. It sat properly in front of Xie Guitang, who reached out her hand to shake paws. A hint of a human-like helplessness flashed in the border collie's eyes as it gently placed one of its front paws in her hand. Xie Guitang patted its head, then reached out again, switching hands. The border collie offered her its other paw. She sighed, what a good dog. The border collie showed Xie Guitang a semblance of smile, then shifted its rear to sit by her feet, accidentally sitting on the tail of the gray-white wolf dog beneath it. The large gray-white wolf lifted its head from Xie Guitang's arms and stood in front of the border collie, staring coldly at it with its imposing size. Just as it stood up, the border collie casually placed one of its paws on Xie Guitang's knee. It even flashed a polite smile at the large wolf. Before it could finish smiling, the black and white Siberian husky charged in and knocked it aside. That silly dog let out several playful howls towards Xie Guitang before performing a twirling act chasing its own tail. Just a silly dog. Then it jumped around in a chaotic manner, as if it didn't recognize any of its four paws. After a while, it stopped and tilted its head to look at Xie Guitang. Unable to hold back her laughter, she thought this dog didn't look smart at all. A stark contrast to the previously intelligent border collie. The intelligent border collie got up from the ground, watching as this silly dog gained Xie Guitang's favor. Perhaps the clever dog's effort was no match for the silly dog's spontaneous charm? The question was, with such a silly appearance, did it really have that spark of inspiration? The husky, in high spirits, suddenly felt a cold breeze on its rear. It looked up to meet the gaze of a massive wolf head. And in front of the giant wolf, it looked like a small toy. The powerful authority of the top of the food chain descended, causing the husky's tail to stop wagging and its paws to cease their chaotic movements, whimpering as it lay down in front of the wolf dog. The wolf dog grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and tossed it away, then crouched beside Xie Guitang, its icy blue eyes coldly surveying the surroundings. Emitting a low warning growl, all the dogs obediently squatted on the ground, and the previously chaotic tower fell silent in an instant. Rand brought Xie Guitang a small cup of hot cocoa using military-grade drinking equipment, apologizing for the simple environment. After receiving it, Xie Guitang suddenly wondered where he got the hot cocoa from in this place with no electricity or water. Rand avoided her gaze, and when she stood up to look down, she realized that the Alpha team had taken down the windows of the tower to get it. Water and cocoa were supplies gathered from the tactical backpacks of several Sentinels, and the soldiers clearly weren't very skilled at handling such things. The scene was a mess, and Franga looked like part of his brilliant golden hair had been singed off. "Damn it, it's all your fault, Yufeng, you fool." Yufeng awkwardly touched his nose, and then his face directly darkened. Xie Guitang wanted to laugh, feeling a mix of sourness and tenderness in her heart. Franga noticed Xie Guitang upstairs and looked up, while Yufeng and the others sensed something and looked up together. It was over. Their foolish side had been seen by the guide lady. In the guide lady's eyes, their Alpha team's imposing and reliable image would surely collapse. Several bear-like strong Sentinels stood frozen in shock, looking ridiculous and funny. Xie Guitang smiled faintly, raising her cup from afar to signal them, thanking them for the hot cocoa. It was great. The Sentinels stared wide-eyed, stunned that she thanked them for the hot cocoa and called them great. The soft, white-haired Samoyed spirit Sentinel whispered in awe, "This guide lady is so gentle. I wonder if I can book an appointment with her for treatment after returning." Franga sneered at Stephen, saying he spoke too soon. It was not yet time for bed. He couldn't even get on the table to eat. What right did that sweet, stupid Samoyed have to think he could? Stephen wiped the smile off his face, rolled his eyes coldly at Franga, and turned to leave. Stupid golden retriever. He didn't even have the qualification to eat at the table. How could he look down on him? Agilia finally managed to contact the White Tower. After exchanging information, he quickly returned to Xie Guitang's side. The rebels had ambushed the border town, and the Central Army's Dongfang Jiming troops had already engaged in combat with them. "We can leave as soon as the fighting is over. The White Tower has sent someone to assist us. Please rest assured, we will always guard your side." He would spare no effort to ensure her safe return to the protection of the White Tower. Xie Guitang was puzzled. Rebels? Agilia explained to her in detail that it was the temple organization that had appeared before, led by a 3S mythical bird spirit sentinel. The Dongfang Jiming troops had previously been responsible for exterminating that organization, but it seemed they hadn't cleaned it up completely. At this point, he pursed his lips, secretly cursing Dongfang Jiming. The Central Army had been getting worse with each passing generation, unable to do even this simple task properly. From Agilia's account, Xie Guitang picked up some important information. That Dongfang Jiming commander held a significant position in the Central White Tower and was capable enough to command respect, making him a powerful figure. Since he was so capable, why hadn't he resolved the issue with the rebels? This rebel situation must be quite tricky. Furthermore, the political system of the Central White Tower seemed rather murky, as if the waters were very deep there. About an hour later, a huge explosion suddenly struck again, causing the entire tower to shake violently. Agilia immediately knelt on one knee, bracing his arm against Xie Guitang's side, while the other hand shielded her head. The broad chest of the canine sentinel completely protected her beneath him, creating an absolutely safe, small domain for her. Agilia's sharp gaze focused on the direction of the noise, gently rubbing her head to reassure her. Don't be afraid. I will take you back to the White Tower. Xie Guitang was pressed against his chest, and with the slightest movement, her cheek brushed against his collarbone. A scent of sunlight on grass wafting toward her. In that moment, she could almost hear the beating of his heart and the flow of blood beneath his skin. Agilia noticed a rustling sound and realized it was Xie Guitang holding onto his shoulder. Thinking she was scared, he softly patted her back to comfort her. Chapter 21. The Whales of the Sky. Xie Guitang's fingers rested on his neck, feeling the warm pulse of his blood beneath her touch. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to hear the sound of wind chimes, as if she had returned to the prayer flags of Tonka. Beijiboxiang sat solemnly in front of the Buddhist shrine, continuously shaking a prayer wheel inlaid with 5-colored gemstones. His gaze was lonely as he looked over, a profound understanding evident in his eyes. He had once said that those with a heavy heart for killing would inevitably suffer backlash. The world is inherently empty of forms, and only self-deliverance exists. When she was younger, she never believed in fate, but later, his words came true, and she indeed faced retribution. In truth, she knew she would not have a good ending. Her hands were stained with too much blood, so she was destined to die a bad death. The ground trembled, as if something was approaching. Agilia lifted Xie Guitang and placed her on the broad back of a blue bay shepherd. The wolf dog rose from its crouched position and slightly lifted its head to look at her. They're coming, Miss Xie. The wolf god will protect you and bring you back to safety. He drew the long knife from his waist, and the team quickly gathered behind him, ready for battle. There was no escaping now. To buy time for Xie Guitang to escape, Agilia and the others had to stay behind to block the footsteps of the traitors. He had specifically assigned 2 people to secretly escort Xie Guitang away, his Deputy Rand and the long-distance endurance expert Yufeng. Deputy Rand possessed both wisdom and top combat capabilities, while Yufeng could act as Xie Guitang's mount in times of necessity, helping her break through the encirclement. Agilia looked at Xie Guitang for a long time, as if he had many words to say, but in the end, he could only hold back and say to her, Miss Xie, take care on your journey. We will meet again at the White Tower. Rand gave the wolf dog a signal. Guide Miss Xie hold on tight. Xie Guitang grabbed the long fur on the neck of the blue bay shepherd, and in the next moment, the large dog surged forward. The agile wolf dog landed steadily, and Rand and Yufeng followed by leaping down from the tower. The husky with blue eyes observed the surroundings with sharp caution, transitioning from a playful dog to a working state, looking less like a dog and more like a wolf. Yufeng raised his finger and pressed down decisively, putting on black mechanical goggles, revealing his sharply defined jawline. Let's go. Not long after they left, Xie Guitang heard gunfire behind her, followed by a rapidly changing scene. The originally pink-purple sunset suddenly darkened, and a wave of blackness spread from the distance. Then, the sky brightened instantaneously. A massive blue and white whale, resembling Noah's Ark, soared in from the horizon, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The ethereal call of the whale resonated far and wide. Xie Guitang turned back to see this scene, her eyes momentarily lost, as if witnessing a miracle. Rand walked beside her, his spirit form being an embodiment of the Eastern Dawn, a whale among the 3 mythical species. This creature was so powerful and magnificent that it seemed impossible to exist in the mortal realm. And Xie Guitang deeply realized the gap between other spirit forms and mythical spirit forms. Rand began to rush forward with Xie Guitang, and the scenery behind them gradually faded away. She vaguely heard a wolf's long howl, penetrating far and powerful, likely the voice of Agilia's wolf dog. It was a warning and intimidation, forbidding the enemy from advancing further, filled with the majesty of the Wolf King. After an unknown amount of time, they temporarily paused. Surrounded by dense jungle, the night air had noticeably cooled. Rand knelt before Xie Guitang, removing his military cloak and meticulously draping it over her. Guide, miss, I'm very sorry, but we may have to stay here for a while. After withdrawing his hand, Deputy Rand placed his palm on his knee, quietly watching her. The silence was a testament to the loyalty of a canine guardian. Agilia's soldiers, raised by him, shared his character. She could almost see his shadow in Rand. The large blue bay shepherd sat beside him, gazing in Xie Guitang's direction. She gathered the heavy cloak around her and reached out to stroke the long fur under the wolfdog's neck. Deputy Rand, there's no need to blame yourself. You all did very well. Not knowing the exact situation on the other side, Yu Feng and the others did not dare to light a fire. The husky nestled at Xie Guitang's feet to warm them, and she leaned into the thick fur of the blue bay shepherd, drifting into a light sleep. Yu Feng lay atop a nearby tall tree, keeping watch with his sniper rifle, while Rand listened intently with his long gun, occasionally glancing at Xie Guitang, keeping a close eye on her subtle movements. Abandoned tower. Just after Xie Guitang and the others left, the tower was blown up by the rebel forces. Fortunately, the elite Alpha team from the Eastern Theater was stationed there. If it had been other reckless fools, they would have been buried 6 feet under by now. 3 minutes ago, a red-haired masked youth jumped down from a damaged aircraft. Damn it, why is that Easter Dawn bastard still chasing us so relentlessly? Which team is that ahead? Let's say hello to them. With a loud explosion, the tower was directly blown apart. Agilia and his men emerged from the dust of the ruins, facing off against Yu Jiao's subordinates. The white-haired officer with wolf ears fired 3 shots at them. If it weren't for the quick reflexes of the red-haired sentinel, he would have taken a bullet to the leg. This is the Eastern Theater. I warn you to evacuate immediately, or we will shoot to kill. The opposition showed no fear and dismissed Agilia's words, even laughing. Oh, I'm so scared, officer. Are you going to arrest us? It seems you don't have that ability. Red-haired Karez recognized the insignia on Agilia and his men. Shut up, stop laughing. You bunch of fools. They're from the Alpha team among the 6 tactical squads of the Eastern Theater. The team exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't laugh anymore. Weren't they now caught between a wolf and a tiger? What do we do now? Karez sneered. What else can we do? Just wait to be served cold. Not knowing how their leader's situation was, he couldn't hold out much longer. Faced with the rebels' indifference, Agilia chose to engage in battle. No wonder this organization could hold out against Eastern Dawn for so long. They were indeed very difficult to deal with. Hearing the sounds of the wail in the distance, Karez and his men launched a fierce attack, trying to break through Agilia's defenses quickly. But Agilia and his team would not allow the rebels to invade the rear, where innocent civilians and the guide lady they had sworn to protect with their lives were located. The massive wolf dog let out a warning howl. Moments later, the whale had arrived. Karez's shoulder was covered in blood, and many of his subordinates had fallen. Their defeat was evident. The Eastern Dawn Army in platinum uniforms and Agilia's team united to capture this group of rebels. The platinum uniforms with green olive branch insignias were the mark of the Eastern Dawn Army. The whale faded into the horizon as Eastern Dawn approached from a distance, politely shaking hands with Agilia. Agilia's team handed over the prisoners to Eastern Dawn. Although Agilia felt displeased that the battlefield had spread to this point, the situation was perfectly resolved, and he still shook hands with him out of respect. Then he heard Eastern Dawn say, I regret to inform you that the leader of the temple is not among the prisoners. He must have already escaped. Agilia gritted his teeth and reiterated, What did you say? Escape? Chapter 22. The rebel Yu Jiao, he instantly grabbed Dongfang Jiming by the collar. Are you telling me that the leader of the rebel army has escaped in this area? Dongfang Jiming stood there like a large door, broad-shouldered and solid. No matter how much Agilia pulled him, he hardly moved. Dongfang Jiming's adjutant stepped forward to push Agilia's shoulder. Captain Agilia, please calm down. Franga and others pulled Agilia's shoulder away from Dongfang Jiming's adjutant, and the 2 factions, who had just fought together, were now almost at odds with each other. Calm down. Is this what the so-called Brilliant Star Central White Tower's first combat team is capable of? Chasing the person to the Eastern Theater is one thing. But now that the battle is over, you actually tell us the main culprit has run away. The adjutant stumbled from Franga's push. And just as he was about to say something, Dongfang Jiming raised his hand to stop him. I sincerely apologize. This matter is entirely our responsibility, and we are willing to cooperate with the Eastern Theater to jointly capture the fugitive Yu Jiao. We hope to apprehend him as soon as possible. Agilia took a few rapid breaths, trying to suppress his anger, and then suddenly pushed Dongfang Jiming away before turning to leave. Once out of earshot, He immediately ordered in a low voice, "Contact Rand right now." Charles answered Rand's communication, and after a moment, he shook his head with a serious expression at Agilia. Unable to connect. Although the signal in the theater was damaged, the internal communication within the team had previously been fine. So the inability to connect now only meant that something had happened on their side. Agilia wanted to smash Dongfeng Jiming, that fool. But it was not the time to vent his emotions. He pressed his brows together and strode forward, the large wolfhound beside him pacing anxiously. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and find someone." He took a few deep breaths and tried to connect to the White Tower again. Fortunately, this time it finally went through. Ning Xian was riding on the back of an enormous white tiger, his expression dark enough to drip water. Beside him were his adjutant, Flammel, and Celis, who had previously conducted a joint patrol with the canine unit. Flammel's spiritual form was a white lion, and the young man with platinum blonde hair carried a silver long sword at his waist, standing straight with a knightly demeanor. On the back of his hand was a dark green rose intertwined with a long sword totem, the sword tip almost extending to the bone of his middle finger. As the adjutant of the Tianxin Special Forces, Flammel came from an ancient noble family in the Western Theater and was a devout religious believer. Noticing Ning Xian's suddenly changed expression, Flammel softly asked, "Is there a change in the mission?" As Ning Xian's adjutant, Flammel was aware of the specifics of their current task. Ning Xian clenched his jaw and said coldly, "The latest news is that the leader of the temple rebels, Yu Jiao, has escaped, and that fool Agilia has lost contact with the guide." Flammel's dark golden eyes suddenly narrowed for a moment. "It seems we need to accelerate our progress." The same news was transmitted to the leaders of the other two tactical teams simultaneously, because Feijia Ke was blind and deaf. The first to receive the urgent report was his adjutant, Lin Butchie. Lin Butchie sneered, "Very good. I knew Agilia was unreliable. The canine intelligence is just about that. A bunch of fools." Akabane received the urgent report while in the air, sitting on a giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. After reading the message, his mind went blank for a moment, then he accelerated the eagle's flight with a cold expression. "Not a single reliable one. The Eastern Theater will eventually be finished. All useless, all of them." Xie Guitang was gently awakened by Rand. She opened her eyes, her gaze clear, almost without the confusion typical of someone just waking up. Generally, non-special combat personnel would be momentarily disoriented when suddenly awakened. If it weren't for the certainty that she had just fallen asleep, Rand would almost think she hadn't slept at all. "Guide miss, something seems off. We need to leave here quickly." Xie Guitang pinched her brow and then climbed up from the large gray-blue dog. "I understand." Yu Feng, behind her, carried a large sniper rifle and held a silver handgun, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. The two flanked Xie Guitang on either side. A massive fire-red bird suddenly charged at them, and Rand leaned forward to shield Xie Guitang in his arms, using his broad back to protect her from the sudden attack. The silent night was shattered by the sound of gunfire. It was Yu Feng's shot. He calmly stood beside Rand, his arm raised for a series of precise shots. The two large dogs charged directly at the giant bird without making a sound. It was too fast. After one strike, it soared into the sky, and the canine unit couldn't capture its form. Xie Guitang watched the large bird circling in the sky, recalling a page from Bai Ji's bookshelf. For some reason, two words floated into her mind: vermilion bird. She smelled blood. Rand was injured, 3 deep wounds on his back. The tactical protective suit couldn't withstand that thing's attack, and both Rand and Yu Feng felt a sinking sensation. This was a tough opponent. Yu Jiao had come here for other reasons. He should have withdrawn after completing his task, but Agilia and the entire Eastern Theater were clearly not in the right state. The Eastern Theater was under severe lockdown. If one didn't know better, they might think someone had abducted their purifier. He sneered inwardly, knowing full well that the Eastern Theater couldn't possibly have a purifier. Yu Jiao had unexpectedly stumbled upon these people, and seeing their tense demeanor, he felt that Xie Guitang must be an important figure. He was someone who thrived on chaos. The more they treasured her, the more he wanted to get his hands on her for a thorough study. "You're injured." Xie Guitang saw the wounds on Rand's back, shocking in their depth. The attacker was ruthless. Rand injected himself with a high-grade special medicine for Sentinels, one that Xie Guitang had used before. "It's fine. I'll be better soon." As a combat supply, this thing could rapidly stimulate cellular healing. Aside from being extremely painful, it had almost no other drawbacks. Rand observed the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, showing no signs of pain. He looked like a battle-hardened sentinel. He had to recover quickly because the guide needed him. A young man's light laugh broke the tension, and then a vibrant red-haired figure jumped down from the treetops, wearing a silver fox mask. He donned a black silk shirt that looked quite flamboyant, not at all like someone engaged in a serious profession. Why so tense? Look, you've scared our sweet darling. His gaze shifted to Xie Guitang, and there was nothing polite in his expression. 1S, 1-2S, the elite combat power of the Alpha Special Forces. Are you planning to take the little darling to see the moon? He bent down in a gentlemanly manner. What about adding me? Rand aimed his gun at him. Sentinel, leave here. Yufeng had already targeted his head with the sniper rifle. The giant bird, just now, was your spiritual form. Since you know our identities, are you feeling invincible? Yu Jiao tilted his head, his hair radiating an air of mischief. If you don't want to play with me, then just die. A piercing bird call echoed through the air, and a massive red figure dove down. Chapter 23. Riding the Rioter, reading the delicate Yufeng directly fired, and the silent sniper rifle let out a muffled sound. But in the blink of an eye, the person who had just been standing there was gone. Too fast. His level was definitely higher than 2S. In the D40 4-star system, there were only a handful of Sentinels above 2S, and he had never heard of this person. Who on earth was he? Yu Jiao's figure was like a ghost, and both Rand and Yufeng were quickly injured while trying to protect Xie Guitang. Suddenly, Xie Guitang heard a voice coming from behind her. Got you, Miss Xie. Yufeng exclaimed urgently, but both he and Rand were losing too much blood, and under the heavy injury buff, they couldn't rush to her aid in time. Yu Jiao locked Xie Guitang's waist with one arm and flipped onto a crimson bird. Let me play with her for a bit. I'll bring her back when I'm done. Rand, already showing symptoms of double vision and slight tinnitus from his serious injuries, staggered to one knee, gasping heavily as he administered 2 doses of emergency medicine to himself. Contact the White Tower. Contact the captain. Hurry. From the earlier confrontation, he seriously suspected that the person was the mysterious rebel leader from the temple. The large bird soared thousands of meters into the sky, the wind roaring by her ears. Yu Jiao held Xie Guitang in front of him, his fingers gently tracing her face. Aren't you afraid? He thought that someone as pale and beautiful as Xie Guitang would surely panic, perhaps even cry and beg for mercy. He didn't expect her to be unusually calm, so calm that it was almost abnormal, making him incredibly curious. He buried his head in her neck and sniffed a few times. You're a guide. No wonder the Eastern White Tower is so nervous. They actually lost a guide. Although she wasn't a purifier, a control-type guide was still a valuable asset. A faint fragrance wafted from her body, making Yu Jiao restless and wanting to destroy something. Why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? The bird landed, and Yu Jiao picked her up and strode into an abandoned wooden cabin that looked like it used to be a guard station. He roughly threw Xie Guitang onto a small bed, then knelt on the edge of the bed, gripping her knee and pulling her toward him. He intended to do that, but he failed. Xie Guitang planted a foot on his chest and nearly kicked him over, causing him to crash into the nearly disassembled bedside table. Is that spicy? From the moment he attacked, Xie Guitang had vaguely suspected his identity. Now she just wanted to further verify it. She smiled softly, her brows appearing unbelievably beautiful in the dim light, like a spirit emerging from the wilderness. A creature that seduces hearts with its beautiful appearance and then unexpectedly digs out the hunter's heart. There's something even spicier. Do you want to know? She leaned against the head of the small bed and beckoned to Yu Jiao with her slender, pale hand. Yu Jiao instinctively approached her like a dog. Suddenly, Xie Guitang sprang up, and by the time Yu Jiao reacted, his fingers were already on the gun at his lower back. Then he realized that Xie Guitang wasn't trying to resist. She had actually torn open his clothes. Yu Jiao's face instantly turned crimson. You have too much courage. The buttons of Yu Jiao's black silk shirt popped open, and her tugging had left his upper body nearly completely bare. Xie Guitang looked at the pale skin on his back, which had no more than a few scars, and frowned. Did she misjudge him? She wanted to see if he had any disguises on his body, but Yu Jiao seized her wrist and a large red mark appeared from his neck to his collarbone. "You have no shame." Xie Guitang calmly struggled a few times with her wrist. "Don't be so nervous." Yu Jiao, shocked, knelt at the edge of the bed, looking down at her. "I'm nervous." Damn it. Does she want to hear the ridiculous nonsense she's saying? She's currently his hostage. And she actually told him not to be nervous? Recalling Xie Guitang's earlier words, Yu Jiao thought, indeed, it was very spicy. It was almost making him numb. "Madam, I think I need to make you clear about your current identity." He roughly grabbed both of Xie Guitang's wrists and tied them to the horizontal bar at the head of the bed with his belt. The young man's rough fingertips pinched her face, teaching the disobedient little cat a lesson. Xie Guitang looked at him indifferently, as if asking, "Is that all you've got?" Frustrated, Yu Jiao punched and shattered the glass window beside her ear in a violent motion, the glass exploding close to her. She didn't even blink. The glass shards cut her cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood. "Why aren't you afraid?" He grasped Xie Guitang's neck with one hand, leaning down to look at her, their faces so close they seemed about to kiss. He smelled that scent again, a very faint aquatic note that inexplicably tugged at his heart, nearly making him lose himself in obsession. In that moment, he had a strong impulse to lick the blood on her cheek. Something fell off, he thought. This situation seemed to have major problems. A bold guess emerged in Yu Jiao's mind as he scrutinized Xie Guitang. "Are you really a control-type guide?" Xie Guitang was tired of his probing. "If you want my life, you don't need to waste words." The reason she wasn't afraid of death was that she didn't care much about living. Yu Jiao's fingers tapped her cheek. "Are you afraid I'll mistreat you?" He chuckled lazily, his tone charming and melodious. "How could that be? I'm not a rough sentinel. How could I be so barbaric toward a guide? I will treat you well." Yu Jiao trapped her on the bed, casually tugging at his clothes, the buttons falling off. No matter how he pulled at his clothes, it was futile. He simply gave up and opened his shirt. It's cooler this way. Under the dim light of the hanging lamp, he contacted his other subordinates, asking them to bring a blood testing device. He suspected that Xie Guitang's identity was problematic. About 3 hours later, Yu Jiao re-entered the small wooden cabin. Xie Guitang was obediently lying on the dilapidated bed. Her long, black hair nearly touched the ground, and her wrists were tied to the head of the bed, which must have been an uncomfortable position. The girl with striking features had her side facing him, slightly burying her head in her arm, her eyes closed, with long and thick eyelashes. When Yu Jiao entered, he noticed her breathing was somewhat heavy, which was a bad sign. This guide seemed to be ill. He sat by Xie Guitang's bedside, his hand resting on her forehead, burning hot. She was indeed sick. He frowned in annoyance, recalling his actions. It seemed he hadn't done anything. So why had she suddenly fallen ill? Guides were truly a difficult bunch. They were too fragile, completely different from the rough and tough sentinels. He sent another message to his subordinates, asking them to bring a doctor as well. Yu Jiao's subordinate stared blankly at the message. Their boss, a ruthless and iron-blooded man, rarely needed medical personnel. Earlier, he had asked them to bring a blood testing device, and now he was asking for a doctor. Could it be he had hurt the bird? Chapter 24 found Yu Jiao noticed that the birds in the forest were a bit restless, and the Zhuke shrank in size, standing on his shoulder like a palm-sized creature. He fed it a small handful of grains, and, according to the Zhuchue's information, the Tianshu Special Forces in the Eastern Theater should be searching nearby. TSK, like a dog's nose. Speaking of dogs, those two little pups should have already informed Agilia. He revealed a malicious smile, wondering if the little dogs would cry when their beloved toys were snatched away. Yu Jiao's subordinates were also in a wanted state, and now that the Eastern Theater was so tightly sealed off, he could only kidnap a doctor from the black market. The doctor had stabbed Xie Guitang's wrist 2 or 3 times accurately, and Yu Jiao watched with a furrowed brow, holding Huilige by the collar with one hand. "Are you sure he has a medical license?" Huilige was lifted like a chick by his boss and barely managed to steady himself. "I'm sure he doesn't have that. This guy was kidnapped from the black market." "Okay, if he went to the black market, can we expect him to have any legitimate credentials?" Yu Jiao wanted to punch him, but kicked him aside with a dark face. "Idiot." Huilige dared not speak out in anger, dusted himself off, and stood up again. He looked curiously inside. "Boss, where did you pick up that pretty girl? By the way, did you know? The Eastern Theater reportedly lost a guide." "Ha, that's hilarious. Even guides dare to steal. The entire Eastern Theater must be hunting that guy now. Unlike them, they never stoop to such lowly acts. Their goal is to take down the 5 great white towers. Yu Jiao shot him a death glare. Hulich's expression of schadenfreude froze, and he silently glanced at Xie Guitang inside, then at his wise and mighty boss. They aren't trying to catch us, are they? FK. Boss, you kidnapped a guide? At that moment, the bearded doctor walked out with a somewhat grim expression. Yu Jiao's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. That lady requires more specialized equipment for treatment. She must have sustained serious internal injuries before. My skills cannot provide effective treatment for her. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiao's first reaction was, the Eastern White Tower is abusing guides? They were so eager to retrieve Xie Guitang. Could it be that they were afraid of the abuse of guides being exposed? Why did she fall ill? The doctor hesitated and asked cautiously, "May I ask if she was exposed to cold air for a while before?" Yu Jiao recalled the way he had taken Xie Guitang flying and silently pressed his lips together. He pushed the useless quack over to Hulich. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him say anything stupid." Yu Jiao returned to the bedside. The doctor used simple medication on Xie Guitang, but she was still very restless, with her brows furrowed, seemingly trapped in unknown pain. Yu Jiao sighed. He couldn't let her die. When Xie Guitang was in a half-conscious state, she sensed a heavy smell of blood in her throat. She struggled to open her eyes and saw Yu Jiao's half-profile in the dim light. He was holding the lower half of a silver fox mask, putting it back on. Yu Jiao didn't notice she had awakened, and Xie Guitang stared at his profile, lost in thought. His personality was so bad, but that half of his face was strikingly beautiful. After putting on a mask, he finally noticed her slightly opened eyes. She was still ill, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her pale face now had a sickly flush, making her look like a flower full of juice. Yu Jiao swallowed hard, sitting on the chair beside the bed, his fingers brushing against her cheek, the pads of his fingers teasingly rubbing against her jawline. "Good girl, tell me, did the Eastern White Tower abuse you?" Xie Guitang's lips trembled twice. Then her dazed eyes suddenly filled with tears, which soaked Yu Jiao's palm. He was stunned, his heart jolting violently. He heard Xie Guitang mumble something that he couldn't quite catch. Leaning closer, he whispered, "What do you want to say? Tell me again." He waited for a long time, but didn't receive any reply. She leaned against Yu Jiao's shoulder and passed out. In truth, she was already delirious from her illness, so she didn't realize she had been unconsciously crying out in pain. She lay obediently in his arms, like a delicate glass doll, as if she would shatter if he touched her lightly. Yu Jiao gently placed her back on the bed and noticed large purple bruises all over her wrists. He felt a bit guilty and rubbed his nose. He swore he hadn't used much force, yet the little guide was covered in bruises. Taking the medication from the doctor, he awkwardly sat by the bed to treat her. After applying the medication, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't had the chance to look at Xie Guitang's blood test report. Yu Jiao went to Hulich to grab the blood testing device. As he stepped outside, a massive green python's head emerged from the shattered window. Many tiny glass shards were scattered on the window ledge that Yu Jiao had smashed, but Feijiaku's spiritual entity paid no mind. The green python slithered through the window, its long forked tongue flicking in and out, quickly gathering information from the room, soon pinpointing the guide's location. The slick and cool python climbed up Xie Guitang's calf, lifting its large head to be half an arm's length away from her, its tongue gently licking her face. 1,000 meters away, Feijiaku suddenly grunted, a flush appearing on his pale face, his eyes trembling and moist. "The guide has been found." In the makeshift command center, Lin Butchie sat in a folding chair, continuously typing on the folding computer in front of him, which contained various encrypted messages. Hearing the commotion from Feijiaku's side, he frowned slightly, unsure if something had changed. Feijiaku suddenly stood up. "I'm going to find her." After saying that, he walked straight out, and Lin Butchie quickly closed his computer and followed. Yu Jiao had only walked out a few meters when he sensed something was off. He twitched his nose, frowning. There was a strong smell of snake. He strode back, kicking open the rickety wooden door. Instantly, he confronted Feijiaku, who was holding Xie Guitang and trying to leave. Yu Jiao sneered. "Friend, coming to my place and trying to take my person without a word seems a bit inappropriate. doesn't it? Hearing the noise, Huilage hurried out to see what was happening, only to collide head-on with a massive python. The creature's waist was thicker than Huilage was tall, and its scales looked bigger than his face, knocking him backward. What the hell is this thing? The massive python's spiritual entity caught Yu Jiao's words, and the information was instantly relayed to Fei Jiaku. Yours? Fei Jiaku, being deaf, had a slightly strange accent as he frowned in displeasure. Xie Guitang was sitting on one of his arms, while Fei Jiaku's other hand was protectively cradling her back. The giant green python nearly swallowed Yu Jiao whole at the door, but he nimbly dodged. Fei Jiaku carried Xie Guitang outside, saying, "Mine. The guide is his." Yu Jiao saw Fei Jiaku's spiritual entity, a 3S Titan python, an ugly, cold-blooded creature. He stroked the little red bird on his shoulder twice, ready to show Fei Jiaku what was what. This place was not one where one could come and go as they pleased. The palm-sized red bird flew into the wind, growing larger and larger until its wings spread wide enough to nearly block out the sun. It let out a loud cry towards the giant python. Unlike the teasing it showed towards Rand and the others, it had to show its full form in front of Fei Jiaku. Lin Buchi rushed over and saw the giant red bird in the sky, clearly exceeding normal size. He looked slightly astonished. Mythical species? No wonder Dongfang Jiming has been unable to take down this organization for so long. The leader of the temple organization has a high-level mythical spirit. Moreover, his spirit is also a flying type, a species suited for aerial combat just like Dongfang Jiming, which means Dongfang Jiming has almost no advantage over him. Fei Jiaku's spirit also has no advantage against flying types. Lin Buchi thought for a moment and sent a confidential report to Captain Ningxian. It's better to catch birds. Felines are more skilled at it. Chapter 25. The vengeful puppy and epic scene unfolds as the Titan python and the mythical creature, the vermilion bird, confront each other. The python may not be as agile as the bird, but possesses high defense and damage. Once ensnared, even a mythical creature would have its bones shattered. Holiger's spirit entity is a dragon turtle, providing ground suppression for Yu Jiao, which clearly annoys Fei Jiaku. His expression is as cold as a Western deity about to deliver judgment. Wherever the python passes, everything is leveled to the ground. It is a snake with immense destructive power. The vermilion bird's sharp claws tear through Fei Jiaku's scales, blood and flesh splattering, causing the snake's tail to quiver. The python turns back and bites down hard on one of the bird's wings. Yu Jiao understands that he must never fall to the ground. The sky is his advantage. The crimson bird flaps its wings, tearing through the air at a cost, its brilliant red feathers and blood raining down like petals. Holiger is entangled by Lin Buchi, whose spirit entity is the venomous black mamba, forcing him to proceed with utmost caution. A bite from this toxic creature would likely mean the end for the other members of the temple organization. Boss, we need to retreat. This is the main battlefield of the Eastern Theater, and the Tianshu battle team, led by Akabane, is nearby. If discovered, they would be caught in a pincer attack. You can guess Yu Jiao's thoughts. Perhaps Yu Jiao intends to abduct the guide. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dragging this out. As a flying type, if he wanted to leave, the snakes on the ground couldn't possibly stop him. However, Yu Jiao's plan is doomed to fail. After all, that is a guide. Guides are incredibly precious now, and he is certain that if Yu Jiao dares to abduct a guide from the Eastern Theater, they would fight to the bitter end. Even if it meant not stopping until one side is wiped out. They are already troubled enough by Dongfang Jiming targeting them and adding a whole theater's hostility. Holiger, distracted for just a moment, almost got bitten by the black mamba. Cold sweat trickles down his back. That was a close encounter with death. Yu Jiao's face is slightly pale, but with his mask on, no one can see his expression as he pretends nothing is wrong. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoes through the sky. Akabane has arrived. Behind him is a fully assembled Tianshu Special Forces team. Akabane's arrival provides Fei Jiaku with strong aerial support. Yu Jiao wants to make one last effort, but then comes a roar that shakes the forest. Ningxian's spirit entity is the mythical white tiger, a top-tier combat powerhouse, and it just happens to counter Yu Jiao's attributes perfectly. He has to leave. Holiger's shoulder is soaked in blood. Lin Buchi, as the deputy team leader of Ares, is not just a strategist with small tricks up his sleeve. He stands beside Yu Jiao with a gun in hand. Boss, we must leave. In the distance, a shadow of a swimming whale emerges from the clouds. Dongfang Jiming is coming. Yu Jiao calmly chambers his gun, the crisp metallic sound ringing out. Retreat. Just as they are about to leave, a gunshot pierces the still air, shattering Yu Jiao's shoulder blade. He instantly turns around and locks eyes with a pair of blue ones. It's Yu Feng. Yu Feng coldly meets Yu Jiao's gaze, his eyes filled with the ferocity and cruelty of a wolf. He clicks the ammunition into his sniper rifle and fires again. The first shot is for revenge. The second is a warning. Boss. Holliger supports one of Yu Jiao's arms as Yu Jiao glares at Yu Feng through gritted teeth. The big bird swoops down and then flips back up. Its claws grasp Holliger, and with a few powerful flaps, they fly away. Akabane does not choose to pursue. With the strength of a mythical creature, if he wants to leave, no one here can stop him. Even injured, they would still struggle to catch him. And right now, the important matter is not those two stray dogs, but the guide. Akabane lands in front of Fei Jiaku and the others on his impressively large eagle, while Ning Xian, who has emerged from the jungle, exchanges glances with him. All their expressions and calculations are clearly visible. None are easy to fool. Yu Feng, carrying his large sniper rifle, approaches. Is the guide okay? Rand and he have split up. He has already communicated with Rand's deputy and Captain Agilia. In this silent battle over the guide, their alpha team cannot fall behind. Lin Butchie has just finished a violent battle and is now casually tending to his blood-stained wrist, smiling lightly as he stands beside Fei Jiako. Thanks for your concern. The guide is safe with Ares. The Ares team will spare no effort to protect the guide's safety, leaving not a moment's distance. This last remark almost hints directly at the alpha team. Yu Feng calmly faces Lin Butchie. They believe that Xie Guitang has been put into a deep sleep by a sedative. After all, no matter how reckless Yu Jiao may be, he wouldn't dare to administer anything strange to the guide. The task of escorting the guide was entrusted to the Alpha Tactical Team by the commander of the White Tower. I believe you should return the guide to me now. Seeing Fei Jiaku and the others so calm, Yu Feng also assumes Xie Guitang is asleep, and he speaks softly to Lin Butchie. Lin Butchie tilts his head slightly to look at him. You want someone from me? Did you act too friendly just now? What makes this little dog think he can negotiate with me? Sentinel, let your deputy or captain come to speak with me. Your rank is not sufficient to request someone from me. Yu Feng does not back down, locking eyes with him. This is the captain's order. The alpha captain is on the way. Lin Butchie nods slightly and then coldly replies, no. All right, that's our response. You can leave now. Fei Jiaku has long been impatient. The enormous python looms over Yu Feng and the husky by his side. In front of the titan python, Yu Feng and his spirit entity are like little cakes that could be swallowed whole. The giant eagle circles in the sky, while the white tiger prowls through the jungle. And sentinels watch with hungry eyes everywhere. Fei Jiaku senses a strong air of annoyance in the atmosphere. His competitors are all here, all wanting to compete with him. The python is stained with blood, its emerald green scales reflecting a beautiful jade-like color in the light. The snake contorts itself into a massive sea, tightly wrapping around Fei Jiaku, who is cradling Xie Guitang. Anyone attempting to enter this space would be seen as an intruder. Chapter 26. All idiots, all of them. Ning Xian and Akabane didn't take Yu Feng seriously at all. Perhaps Captain Agilia or his deputy would glance at him. But here, there was only Yu Feng. Both Akabane and Ning Xian were proud individuals who didn't even show courtesy to the other captains of the 6 special teams in the Eastern Theater, let alone to someone like Yu Feng. Akabane smiled politely, suggesting that there was no need for such hostility since this operation was a joint action of the White Tower's multiple teams, right? Since it was a joint action, he believed it was necessary for them to guard the guide back to the White Tower together. So, how could they let that blind Fei Jiaku take all the credit? Although they had arrived late, he still wanted to fight for the position of guarding the guide for himself and the Tianshu team. Whatever title or qualification, it was all snatched. Those who didn't snatch were probably dead. Lin Butchie and Akabane exchanged glances, both aware that neither of them was a good person. Lin's deputy shrugged regretfully, apologizing and stating that he had no authority to respond to this request, as he was merely a deputy. and that they could negotiate with their captain. Akabane sneered, as everyone in the Eastern Theater knew that all external communications of Ares were controlled by Lin Buchi. Yet now, when he needed to speak, he claimed he had no authority. Couldn't he know that Ko was deaf? What could he negotiate with a deaf person? Ridiculous. He was just putting on a show in front of him. Truly, he was willing to sacrifice his dignity for the guide. The large cat behind Ning Xian paced back and forth irritably as he furrowed his brow and quietly shouted, "Shut up." He raised his chin to indicate they should look to the east. Dongfang Jiming was coming. At that moment, Akabane noticed Xie Guitang's flushed face and felt something was off. "Are you sure the guide is okay?" He walked towards Fei Jiaku, who was warning him with a hiss, as if the giant python would swallow him whole. However, Akabane was not afraid at all. He directly reached out to touch Xie Guitang's cheek. What he felt was an obviously wrong warmth, and up close, he could sense the guide's slightly labored breathing. She was definitely not in a normal state. Akabane glared at Lin Buchi and the others, suppressing his anger. "Are you all useless? Xie's sick." Lin Buchi momentarily showed a rare look of dazedness, then hurriedly took out a thermometer. 38.6, he said, frustrated as he put down the device. "We need to get back to the White Tower quickly." Akabane took a few deep breaths, cursing under his breath about the group of idiots, all of them fools. He immediately called for his deputy to bring the medical kit, but when it arrived, another problem arose. Fei Jiaku wouldn't let anyone go. He wouldn't loosen his grip. Akabane tried to take Xie Guitang's wrist, but Fei Jiaku pushed him back unsteadily. Standing over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, Fei Jiaku stood like a wall, carefully cradling Xie Guitang as if she were his most beloved doll. "Mine," he mumbled incoherently. Akabane wanted to crack open his skull to see what was inside. Knowing Fei Jiaku was an idiot, he shot a sharp look at Lin Buchi. "Are you going to let the guy die here?" Lin Buchi tapped Fei Jiaku on the shoulder, but this time Fei Jiaku refused to communicate with him. The black mamba climbed onto the python's neck and bit it, causing Fei Jiaku to sway and feel dizzy. Lin Buchi calmly attacked his superior, injecting him with poison before taking Xie Guitang from his arms. He reached out to Akabane, the medicine. Akabane wanted to take the guide back to Tian Shu's territory for treatment. This was the best opportunity to take Xie Guitang from Ares. But Lin Buchi didn't give them any chance. Akabane could only hand the medical kit to Lin Buchi. Now was not the time to bicker. Their top priority was to ensure the guide's health and safety. Ares' team helped the fainted Fei Jiaku to the side. Lin Buchi, having considerable influence in Ares, faced no opposition despite his rebellious actions. With Fei Jiaku now unconscious, the giant python also retreated into his mental landscape, leaving behind a mess. Lin Buchi gave Xie Guitang water and emergency medication, and the sound of a drifting whale echoed ethereally. Dongfang Jiming, in his platinum uniform, approached from afar, followed by the solemn Central First Legion. As soon as the Dongfang Jiming Legion, known as the Shining Stars, appeared, the special teams of the Eastern Theater, who had just been at odds, quickly returned to a state of camaraderie. Ning Xian led his men to block Dongfang Jiming's path, and the Special Forces team from the Eastern White Tower tightly shielded Dongfang Jiming's view of Xie Guitang. Ning Xian was notoriously short-tempered. He arrogantly looked at Dongfang Jiming, saying, "The rebel leader has already escaped. You're too late." Dongfang Jiming nodded slightly, stating that the Central White Tower would provide an explanation to the Eastern Theater regarding this matter, involving the civilian area of the Eastern Theater. Dongfang Jiming could not evade responsibility. Although he could not control the actions of the rebels, this incident did reflect his negligence. In recent decades, the political situation of the Central White Tower had been chaotic. Even though he held significant power there, he was still powerless in some matters. Dongfang Jiming had planned to leave, but for some inexplicable reason, he found it hard to move, as if something was drawing him forward. There was a keen intuition that they were hiding something important. Ning Xian, suppressing his anger, impatiently asked him, "Aren't you leaving? Do you want to join us for a meal back in the Eastern Theater?" He scoffed. "The food in the Eastern Theater is nothing compared to the Central White Tower. I advise you to hurry back where you came from." Dongfang Jiming's deputy could no longer tolerate it. The Sentinels of the Eastern Theater were like mad dogs. their words laced with thorns. Wherever their commander went, he was treated with utmost respect. Yet here, he was met with endless grievances. "Sir, please speak with more respect." Xie glared at him, his eyes suddenly turning into blood-red vertical pupils, the pressure of a nearly berserk mythical creature causing the young deputy to stiffen instantly, silencing him completely. "Can't understand human language? I said get lost. Do you understand?" A massive white tiger stood behind Xie, its full form towering over the nearby trees, its brutal and bloodthirsty gaze fixated on the people opposite. Dongfang patted his deputy's shoulder, and the deputy finally broke free from his frozen state, respectfully standing behind Dongfang and remaining silent. Dongfang calmly and courteously said to Xie, "Please do not intimidate my deputy." He was a refined, civilized person in the Central White Tower, but Xie was a reckless individual. He didn't fall for Dongfang's polite demeanor, drawing his gun instead. "Not planning to leave? Do you want to spar with me? Come on." Dongfang frowned. Xie's temper was too explosive, and he had no intention of clashing with him to the point of physical confrontation. Suppressing his inner agitation, Dongfang signaled his subordinates to retreat. "Sorry for the disturbance." Once out of Xie's sight, Dongfang stopped and issued an order to his subordinate. "Follow them." Xie and his team were too tense. They must be hiding something very important. Sometimes in the Central White Tower, he had to turn a blind eye because he knew he couldn't disrupt a certain balance. Otherwise, the outcome would surely be something he didn't want to see. But this time he insisted inexplicably. He had to know what they were hiding from him. Chapter 27. Fragments of the Past. When Xie Guitang was gravely ill, she met her teacher, who was the gentlest of souls, always greeting people with a smile. It was the end of 2052, a year before the 404 incident. On that day, heavy snow fell, covering the world in a blanket of white. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, which was perpetually snowbound, she bid farewell to her teacher. The seer by Xie foretold political turmoil, warning of ominous signs in the world, while the Kunlun Temple had secluded itself for hundreds of years. She was entrusted with a critical mission and left Kunlun. At that time, she was full of passion and lofty aspirations. She wanted to right the world's wrongs. Believing that having read half of the classics, she ought to wield her sword and venture forth. Little did she know, it would be the last time she would see her former colleagues and her teacher in this world. Her gentle teacher held her hand tightly at parting, reluctantly saying to her, "Guitang, as you go far away, please take care." She held Xie Guitang's hand for a long time, unwilling to let go, saying, "You must remember the way home." Lin Buchi felt the warmth and dampness on one side of his shoulder as he carefully lifted Xie Guitang's face. She was silently crying. He thought she was unwell due to her illness. Lin Buchi tenderly stroked the back of her neck, allowing her to lean against him, saying it would soon be okay and that he would take her back to the White Tower. Xie returned to Lin Buchi's side after putting away his gun. Frowning at her condition, what happened? Lin Buchi held her and walked toward the aircraft. "She's sick. We must go back immediately. She needs better medical care. We can't delay any longer." Once on the aircraft, Xie and Akabane insisted on squeezing in with Lin Buchi because of these two unfortunate beings. Faced with the two shameless ones, Lin Buchi could only scowl and let them in. In Xie Guitang's dreams were scenes of flashing blades, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, cold experimental records repeated endlessly, and a homeland she could never return to. In reality, she opened her hazy eyes and, resting on Lin Buchi's shoulder, vaguely saw the drifting clouds outside the window. Perhaps the collapse of the Great Path could be like this. Bai Ji once sighed, saying her heart had shattered. She knew better than he. Her heart had long since broken. For those who gather firewood for others, they perish in the snowstorm. Those who fear death would pull the Savior into the mire, even scraping flesh from bones, consumed by delusions. Truly, a foolish fantasy. She suddenly recalled how, with a heart to save the world, she had once entered it, stopping killing with killing. How could that not be considered a form of compassion? Feeling her face wet, she raised her hand to touch the dampness, only then realizing she had shed tears. Ning Xian saw Xie Guitang seemingly smile lightly, filled with meanings he could not comprehend. His fingers rested on his knees, never feeling this nervous before. "I'm Ning Xian, captain of the Tianxin team. Would you like some water?" Lin Buchi had long noticed Xie Guitang was awake, but he dared not move. She curled up in his arms like a little kitten. He felt that any slight movement would disturb her, so the usually composed Vice Captain Lin was now cautiously unsure of what to do. Akabane brought over a warm pink blanket, saying, "I thought you might need this right now. I am Akabane, captain of the Tianshu team. It's an honor to share this journey with you." He glanced at Lin Buchi, who smiled, understanding that crawlers often fail to accurately perceive a guide's immediate needs. Lin Buchi scoffed internally, thinking they were all just pretending. A bunch of fakes. They were beasts in human skin, pretending to be civilized members of high society. They should take a look in the mirror to see their true colors. Lin Buchi silently cursed his fellow colleagues from the Eastern Theater while maintaining a polite demeanor. "Miss Xie, I am Lin Buchi, the adjutant of the Ares team. We rescued you from the rebels. I wonder if you are still conscious." Xie Guitang responded lightly. She had just recalled some very troubling things, and according to Bai Ji's assessment, her mental state was not very pretty. Therefore, she had no time to listen to their introductions. She felt she needed some release. She did not want to break down in front of everyone, not wanting others to think she was a madwoman, abnormal, or ill. Ning Xian and Akabane felt Xie Guitang's gaze sweep over them, filled with scrutiny and contemplation. They straightened their backs, trying hard to appear more trustworthy. Xie Guitang was selecting her preferred target, a submissive one she could easily bully. Akabane and Ning Xian did not seem to fit her criteria. They appeared too aggressive. Although they were trying their best to appear harmless, unfortunately, they were not skilled in this. But the quietly downcast Lin Buchi was different. He resembled a scholar from a distant era, someone who seemed so meek that, even if bullied, he wouldn't have a few harsh words to say, looking like someone easy to take advantage of. Thus, she lightly rested her fingers on Lin Buchi's shoulder and whispered to him, "Do you need some spiritual comfort? It only requires a little price." Lin Buchi paused. When she leaned in closer, a wave of fragrance filled his lungs, and he felt his throat go slightly hoarse. He tried not to show any signs of rudeness or offense right now. "You are still ill. I greatly appreciate your kindness and goodwill, but..." Xie Guitang felt slightly dizzy. She clenched her palm tightly, as overwhelming negative thoughts threatened to crush her. It was not kindness, not goodwill. She took a slow breath, trying to maintain her composure. Perhaps the two captains would be willing. Lin Buchi's eyes darkened instantly, quickly interrupting Xie Guitang's next words. "Since Miss Xie is so kindly inviting, I shall not refuse." Akabane glared at Lin Buchi, his eyes seemingly on fire, but he suppressed it, forcing a not-so-pleasant smile. "Lin Adjutant, the guide is unwell. You should know your limits." Ning Xian's arrogance made it difficult for him to express requests, especially since Xie Guitang had already chosen someone else. Lin Buchi picked up Xie Guitang, politely smiling at Akabane before leaving, of course. The sliding door closed, and Lin Buchi took Xie Guitang into a separate compartment. Akabane almost smashed his fist through the alloy glass in front of him. "You bastard. So proud now. I fear your tail will be up in the sky later." Chapter 28. In pain and pleasure the glass table shook and the liquid on it spilled, wetting the corner of Ning Xian's clothes. He was already fuming inside, and now he found everyone displeasing. Coldly, he shook off the liquid that splashed onto his clothes. "Damn bird, do you want to die?" Akabane glanced at him with his dark golden eyes, suppressing his anger. "Damn it, stupid feline. Was your mouth covered just now? You talked so much earlier, and now you can't say a word. Just let that dead snake take the guide away." He knew that cats and dogs were unreliable, all useless, cunning, and treacherous reptiles. Lin Buchi had never received mental comfort from purification, and he was actually extremely nervous. When he arrived at the single-person lounge, he appeared calm as he locked the door, but turned to see Xie Guitang sitting in a chair, looking at him. That gaze made him feel uneasy. Swallowing hard, he softly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me today?" Xie Guitang pointed to the spot in front of her. "Kneel here." Lin Buchi was stunned for a moment, then obediently knelt down in front of her. Perhaps the guide wanted to play some special game? She pointed to one side of his shoulder, indicating for him to take off his combat uniform. Lin Buchi was unsure of what she intended to do, but nervously complied with her request. He knelt before her, bare-chested, looking up at Xie Guitang, sitting in the chair. What was going to happen next? He had a vague thought. Could it be that? The handsome young man's ears turned slightly red as he lowered his gaze, submissively looking at her delicate shoe. He wanted to lick. Xie Guitang coughed twice, the corners of her eyes tinged with a faint crimson. She used one hand to cuff Lin Buchi's wrist behind his back. At that moment, she was behind him, and he couldn't see her face. His heart raced, and everything unknown stirred his nerves. Then he felt a kick to his lower back, not particularly forceful. He pondered Xie Guitang's intentions, cooperating with her movements, and fell forward, his shoulder hitting the ground in a gesture similar to a bow. He then felt a foot pressing against the back of his neck, preventing him from getting up. The usually graceful Lin Vice officer was now in a pitiful state under her foot, like a dog. They were too close. The pheromones from the guide enveloped him, constantly stimulating his senses. Lin Buchi breathed heavily, feeling the sweat dampening the back of his neck. Xie Guitang thought he was embarrassed and humiliated because normal people couldn't endure such treatment. She felt a momentary pang of guilt, but it quickly dissipated. Bullying Lin Buchi made her feel somewhat better, though not completely so. Lin Buchi sensed her moving from behind him to in front, the rustling sound indicating she had likely returned to the chair. Then he heard Xie Guitang's indifferent tone, "Look up." Like a dog, he obediently raised his head, his eyes on the guide. She smelled so good, soft, he liked it so much. Xie Guitang extended a hand toward him, palm up, curling her fingers in a gesture inviting him over, like calling a dog. In his current position, Lin Buchi could only awkwardly crawl on his knees toward her. Xie Guitang's fingers brushed against his lips, teasingly, and Lin Buchi trembled intensely all over. She placed a foot on his sturdy thigh, and with her index and middle fingers, she roughly probed into his throat. With a cold, merciless smile, she tugged at his hair and cruelly said, "Dare to bite me? Try it." Lin Buchi lowered his gaze, struggling to suppress the urge to lick the guide's fingers, his eyes glistening with moisture. Because of Xie Guitang's actions, his breathing became heavy and labored. Xie Guitang vented her frustrations on the fragile Lin Vice officer. As expected, he was easy to bully. He was exceptionally obedient, enduring the humiliation without a word. Lin Buchi's shoulders pressed against the ground, his hands tightly locked behind him, trembling violently. A venomous black mamba felt like a black rope in her palm, twisted and toyed with, while Lin Buchi shook even more violently. When the soothing ended, an unexpected, hoarse groan escaped from his throat. After about 10 minutes, he struggled to raise his head to look at her, his eyes brimming with tears. Xie Guitang wasn't sure whether he was suffering from her humiliation or if the purification itself caused the Sentinel to feel pain or other stimuli. Regardless, after her emotions calmed down, she felt a bit guilty toward this handsome Sentinel. After watching him for a long while, Xie Guitang still couldn't find any comforting words to say. She moved her lips slightly. "You can't tell anyone, understand?" Lin Buchi leaned forward, rubbing his forehead and cheek against her knee, obediently complying with her will. Such a good thing. He would have to be crazy to tell anyone else. If only he were the only one beside the guide. The newly tasted crawling species had already lost their senses to the sweet taste, and he had developed a possessive heart, fantasizing about fully occupying everything that belonged to the guide. He didn't want to share even a bit of this feeling with anyone else, not even with the blind officer who was also a crawling species. Xie Guitang pinched her brow, preparing to step out to cool down a bit. After she left, Lin Buchi breathed heavily, biting his lip, his eyes filled with a hazy glimmer. With a couple of sharp snaps, he violently tore apart the metal handcuffs, his fingers exploring the chair where Xie Guitang had just sat, leaning his cheek against the wooden edge. He liked it so much. He liked the guide so much. Once Xie Guitang calmed down, she suddenly remembered she seemed to have forgotten to unlock Lin Buchi's handcuffs. She pushed the door open again, only to find Lin Buchi adjusting the weapon belt around his waist. When did he unlock the handcuffs? The problem was without a key. How did he manage to free himself? Did someone come by earlier? She had no way of knowing the specifics. After Lin Butchie saw her return, a flash of panic crossed his eyes. He hurriedly draped his coat over the wooden chair in front of him. This action seemed a bit strange. Xie Guitang scrutinized him curiously, while Lin Butchie composed himself, calmly explaining, "It's dirty." Xie Guitang thought he was referring to his clothes and didn't pursue it further. She vaguely replied, and then closed the door and left. Once she was gone, Lin Butchie let out a sudden sigh of relief, vexedly covering one side of his brow and eyes. Damn, he almost got discovered by the guide. Akabane's guide medication brought from the White Tower was quite effective. She now felt much better. Returning to the lounge, the messy table had already been tidied up by Akabane, as if nothing had happened before. Seeing Xie Guitang enter, he greeted her with a reserved and polite smile. "There are 15 minutes left in the journey. Perhaps you can take a moment to rest." He brought her a cup of sweet water, hoping it wouldn't displease her. The flying species indeed had more awareness than the crawling types. Subtly veiled criticism. Captain Akabane had mastered this art, even to the point of being able to do it effortlessly. All right, now that the dead snake is gone, and Xie is a brainless and unhappy player, the battlefield now belongs to him. He was going to start putting those ill-fitting little shoes on that dead snake. Chapter 29. He admitted defeat. The cold and sharp-tongued Captain Akabane could also pretend to be a gentleman with perfect etiquette. Every move he made perfectly aligned with the standards of upper-class behavior, making it hard for anyone to imagine that he was once a brutal thug who ripped open the chests of enemy soldiers. He leisurely adjusted the edges of his gloves to fit the skin of his palms. His posture was elegant, and his emotional management was just right. Perhaps you want to know more about that, officer? Coincidentally, I have heard a little about him. As a colleague from the 6 major teams of the White Tower, he felt it was necessary to stab him twice. However, it was quite unfortunate that Xie Guitang was not interested in his little knowledge. Akabane sighed. It was truly a pity. Xie Guitang sat near the mysterious window. The aircraft was quickly preparing to descend, and she was now in a state of emotional fatigue. A faint shadow lingered in her eyes, like the snow that never melts on Changbai Mountain. When Akabane saw such a Xie Guitang, he sometimes speculated that perhaps she was a sentimental poet before becoming a guide. Xie Guitang felt something brushing against her ankle and looked down to grab a fluffy tail. She turned to look at Xie, who was staring blankly at her, seemingly unaware of what was happening. So, the cat and its tail are really not one entity? Sorry. Xie's distortion value was a bit high, and his perception continued to decline, so he sometimes couldn't control his body well. He wanted that uncooperative tail to leave the guide's hand, but he always failed to control it effectively. After a moment, he could only awkwardly reach out to grab it. Seeing his silly expression, the shadow in Xie Guitang's eyes suddenly dissipated. She mischievously pinched the big tail in her hand, watching Xie's sudden look of astonishment. Acting as if nothing had happened, she asked him if she could touch it. Captain Xie's spiritual entity is a white tiger, right? The oblivious and displeased Captain Xie was stunned to hear the guide lady lightly laugh and say, "I really like it." With that one sentence, the world heard the sound of Akabane's defense being breached. "So, you still prefer something furry, huh?" But Lin Butchie just now didn't have any fur. So what exactly was wrong with him? He touched his own face. Did the guide lady not like this version? Was he not handsome enough? He was listed among the top 10 charming Sentinels in the Eastern War Zone every year. So why exactly? Akabane spread his wings in loneliness. And Xie Guitang didn't get his point at all. Xie Guitang liked little kittens, especially the pretty, well-behaved, and somewhat silly little kittens. Although Xie didn't quite fit the little kitten criteria, being big had its own advantages. She imagined that if she fully immersed herself in the fluff of a cat, it should be a very comfortable moment. Xie was simply dull in perception, but he was not incapable of sensing. The Sentinel's spiritual entity and the high sensitivity of the Sentinel made it almost impossible for him to imagine what would happen next. When Xie Guitang pinched his tail, a tingling sensation rushed up from his tailbone, making him feel hot all over. He bit his lip, feeling a bit helpless as he looked down. Feline tails are very sensitive. Her fingers touched Xie's face, trailing down to support one side of his jaw. So, is it no-touch policy? She leaned in closer to him, almost like a whisper between lovers. "Little kitty, can I touch you?" Akabane suddenly stood up, causing the table to make a slight, sharp sound. Ningxian coldly looked at him, furrowing his brows. Xie Guitang looked at him slowly, asking if Captain Akabane had any dissatisfaction. Akabane took a couple of deep breaths and revealed a not-so-pleasant polite smile, apologizing that this time he might not be able to maintain perfect etiquette. Not at all. I just want to step outside for some fresh air. If he stayed here any longer, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do something irrational. If he didn't step out for a breath, he would be driven mad. Akabane walked out and directly bumped into Lin Buchi, who was leaning against the door. He had no idea how long he had been there or how much he had heard. Lin Buchi, leaning against the door with a silver electronic cigarette in hand, was shrouded in a hazy mist, his expression one of complete indifference and detachment. Hearing the noise, he lifted his thin eyelids to look over, giving a mocking smile. It seems Captain Akabane didn't gain any advantage in there. Seeing him and thinking of Ningxian inside, Akabane realized that among the three of them, only he was not favored by the guide. He didn't even know what he had done wrong. Akabane maintained his arrogance and precarious dignity. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Buchi's actions here, I think your captain should know a thing or two about it. Although Fei Jiaku was a half-deaf and half-blind cripple, he was not someone easy to fool. Lin Buchi still had to continue to make a living under him. Did he want to see Akabane's jokes? This little snake was not qualified enough. Lin Buchi's eyes darkened for a moment. Then he slowly smiled. That's an internal matter for our Aries. No need for Captain Akabane to worry. Perhaps. How can you be sure I don't have a sharing consciousness? Akabane was not like Ningxian and the others, who were simple-minded sentinels without any twists and turns in their heads. He asked Lin Buchi with a noble smile, "Are you sure you really have such a thing?" Seeing Lin Buchi fall silent, he sneered and left, truly thinking he was a fool. After Akabane left, Lin Buchi, with a cold and gloomy expression, slowly crushed the silver electronic cigarette in his hand. Akabane was right. He simply couldn't do it. What he wanted was exclusivity. Ningxian knelt on one knee before Xie Guitang, who was sitting in a chair, her bare feet resting on his palm. The contrast between the young man's black half-finger tactical gloves and her jade-white skin was striking. Ningxian's throat was dry, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Beside him, the white tiger, squatting on the ground and as tall as him, waited patiently for the guide's affection. Ningxian instinctively reached out to hold her small foot in his palm, his thumb slowly rubbing against her instep. The rough fabric of the tactical gloves scraped against her palm as the tall young man gazed up at her earnestly. Xie Guitang gently stroked his face and suddenly asked a question. "Captain Ningxian, are you a virgin?" Ningxian's ears turned red, and he slowly exhaled. His voice hoarse as he replied, "Yes, I am. So please enjoy it to the fullest. Don't abandon him." His genes, his gaze, craved her countless times. Could she respond to him just once? The merciful guide lady. He had been disappointed too many times. He could even accept whips and slaps, as long as she would acknowledge him. At that moment, Ningxian suddenly understood those sentinels who were willing to sacrifice their lives for a guide. He had previously denied it, but now he admitted it. He had given up. From the first moment he saw her, he understood. He couldn't go against his own genes. Couldn't go against his own heart. His chest trembled violently, the desire deafening. All he wanted was her favor. He desperately wanted it. Chapter 30. Pulling the cat's ears. Ningxian had a pair of white, round cat ears on his head, and behind him was a beautiful, snow-white tail. The two felines looked at her with the same icy blue eyes and eager expressions. As he had hoped, Xie Guitang walked down from her high position and faced him, their stances mirroring each other, with only a short distance between them. "I heard that Captain Ningxian once had my guide treatment number? Earlier, at Lin Buchi's place, when you had already eaten and was unable to provide Ningxian with deeper comfort for the time being. However, other soothing methods should still be possible. The production of guide essence is based on the extraction and purification of pheromones from the guide's bodily fluids. Similarly, it can be inferred that a guide's bodily fluids have a calming effect on sentinels. Control-type guides are almost incapable of directly soothing sentinels effectively. So extracting guide essence requires more complex processes. Even so, the effect still pales in comparison to that of purification-type guides. Hence, Purification-type White Towers generally purchase guide essence from the central White Tower at exorbitant prices on a regular basis. Ningxian held Xie Guitang's wrist and said, "Yes, I did once have your number, but unfortunately, it has been cancelled." Upon hearing this, Xie Guitang sighed. What a pity. She loosened a military badge from Ningxian's collar, holding it in her palm, and soon a red bloodstain appeared in her hand. Ningxian's eyes instantly turned into dark, blood-red vertical pupils. "You're hurt." He tried to get up to find a medical box, but Xie Guitang pressed her knee on his thigh and made a shushing gesture to him. Her delicate hand reached to his lips. "Captain Ning, I might need you later. This is your reward. Is that okay?" Ningxian wasn't sure what Xie Guitang needed him for, but he thought that no matter what, he would try his best to fulfill her wishes. Even if she didn't need to give anything in return, it was his choice. He held her hand and lowered his head to lick her palm, tenderly caressing the soft skin as lovers do. However, he soon lost control and crossed the line. The cold and fierce Captain Ningxian hooked his arm around Xie Guitang's waist, his fingers tightly gripping her hand as he obsessively kissed up her wrist. Xie Guitang grabbed his hair with her other hand, frowning as she reminded him, "That's enough, Ningxian. Stop." Ningxian buried his head in her embrace, breathing heavily. "I can be of use to you, Miss Guide. Please don't forget me. Just give him a little more compassion, a little more tenderness, just a bit more." The thick tail of the white tiger wrapped around her calf, and its huge furry head gently rubbed against her shoulder. Ningxian, a tall young man, almost completely immersed himself in her arms. They were like two clingy little kittens. Xie Guitang pondered, hoping that by then Ningxian would still be able to smile, as she was sometimes not the easiest person to serve. Ningxian's ears suddenly twitched, and she mischievously tugged at his fluffy ears. Ningxian looked at her with pitiful, icy blue eyes. "Miss Guide, please be gentle." The feline sensitivity was not limited to just their tails. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by Lin Butchie's voice. "Miss Guide, we have landed. Are you ready? If you need to wait, please let me know." He thought to himself that the feline nature was truly clueless, unable to assess the situation, only knowing how to act spoiled and seek affection. Ningxian directly picked Xie Guitang up and placed her on a nearby table, reluctantly rubbing his chin against her hair. There were no slaps, no whips. She was a very gentle and kind Miss Guide, and he had never encountered such a generous and compassionate guide before. He was prepared for pain, as Sentinels were used to enduring such sensations. However, Xie Guitang did not make him suffer. She gave him the gentlest comfort in the world. He thought that no Sentinel could remain unmoved by her. She maliciously placed her foot on the beautiful fur of the white tiger, and the fierce beast lay obediently beneath her, acting as her footrest. Ningxian, the owner, seemed to dare not express any dissatisfaction or resentment. He simply gazed at her feet for a while, then knelt on one knee to help her put on her shoes. Was it just a fierce appearance? Following Xie Guitang out of the aircraft, Ningxian exchanged a brief glance with Akabane and Lin Butchie, who were waiting at the cabin door. He tilted his head slightly and raised an eyebrow provocatively. In the eyes of the two Sentinels, he was nothing short of a complete scoundrel. Perhaps only Miss Guide would see Ningxian as a cute little kitten. Akabane watched Xie Guitang's back. Treating a bloodthirsty beast as a domesticated pet would one day lead to being bitten by the beast's unchangeable nature. As a Sentinel, he understood all too well that no matter how much they dressed up their appearances, their inherent predatory nature remained unchanged. The nature of Sentinels is characterized by aggression, possessiveness, and a desire for control akin to that of wild beasts. Xie Guitang returned to the Eastern White Tower. Alzin secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. He was also very anxious. How could he not be afraid? This was the Purification Guide that the Eastern Theater had waited over 200 years for. The most important gift for the entire Eastern Theater. If anything went wrong, he would be held accountable with his life. Fortunately, although the process was chaotic, she ultimately returned safely to the protection of the Eastern White Tower. This time, he had learned a profound lesson. After much thought, he ultimately decided to restart the Guardian system. 300 years ago, the Guardian system for Purification Guides was so harsh that it was shocking. Back then, the selection of Guardians was stricter than that of the ace teams of the Central White Tower. Once chosen to become a Purification Guides guardian, one had to be removed from their combat team and forsake their name and family for life. From then on, they became the sword and shield of the Purification Guide, always within the Guide's line of sight. They regarded dying for a Purification Guide as the supreme and absolute honor. No one wanted to be enemies with such rabid Sentinels. Guardians of Purification Guides, to some extent, did not fall under the jurisdiction of the state machine. They were privately owned by the Purification Guides. According to the creed of the Guardians, the safety and commands of the Purification Guides were the highest priority above all else. Even family commands and national orders had to yield to them. At that time, there were even many outrageous rules. Alzin remembered one stating that touching without the Purification Guide's permission was considered a challenge to the Guardian's authority. Guardians had the right to kill anyone who harmed the Purification Guide, even to the point of not stopping until death. Such a system was too pathological. It had long been abolished 300 years ago. However, despite being said to be abolished, the 5 major white towers still had remnants of the old system in their protection of Purification Guides. It had simply transformed into a kind of obscure game rule that never appeared on the surface. As the only Purification Guide in the Eastern Theater, Alzin thought it was necessary to restart that system. Moreover, from the actions of the Central White Tower in recent decades, he had keenly sensed a storm brewing. He needed to make more preparations for the Eastern Theater. Regarding this decision, Alzin had already reached a unified stance with all the higher-ups of the Eastern Theater before Xie Guitang returned. This was a decision that had to be implemented. Chapter 31, What Happened to the Commander After Xie Guitang Returned. She was directly led to Dr. Launch's consultation room. You need more rest. The test results showed that she was not in serious condition. Lin Butchie's medication was timely. However, her body was truly fragile, like a glass vessel that had been shattered and reassembled countless times. A slight bump could easily cause it to collapse and break. Launcha could not remain indifferent. She dismissed the other medical staff and cautiously asked Xie Guitang in private, "Have you suffered any unlawful harm?" It was more than just harm. She could even foresee that it could definitely be described as a brutal and intentional abuse, which must have lasted for quite a long time. Xie Guitang adjusted her collar and calmly shook her head at Launcha. It seemed she had nothing to say about the matter. Too much time had passed. 1,000 years had gone by. Everything had changed, and she didn't even know who she could still hate or who she should hate. All her emotions had lost their objects of projection. Those she wanted to protect, and those who wanted to protect her had been gone for too long. Way too long. Launcha could only sigh in the end. She could not delve into what Xie Guitang's past looked like, but she thought this purifier must have had an incredibly difficult journey. Then I wish you smooth sailing and no worries from now on. May all your wishes be fulfilled. Please believe that the Eastern Theater will always be your most unbreakable support. No one can defeat her protector in front of Guide. No one can. As Xie Guitang exited Dr. Launch's office, a tall and stern sentinel approached her. It was Agilia. He was covered in large bloodstains, with dark red marks on his pale face and cuffs. He had already learned that the White Tower intended to assign guardians to Xie Guitang. The close connection between guardians and purifiers made it impossible for him to tolerate giving this identity to any other sentinel. He stopped about 3 steps in front of Xie Guitang, fully aware that he was not in a suitable condition to meet her. Perhaps he should clean himself up and change into appropriate clothing, presenting himself in the best light to see her. But he couldn't wait. He just wanted to see her as quickly as possible. Please, choose me, pick me, okay? He wanted to become her guardian, the closest being inseparable from her. When Xie Guitang returned, she roughly understood their intentions. The White Tower was likely worried about her encountering any more accidents and planned to assign 2 sentinels similar to guards for her. What she could not understand was whether Agilia, as the captain of the 6 major teams in the Eastern Theater, was appropriate to say such a thing. In her mind, having 2 S or a rank sentinels assigned by the White Tower should suffice. Agilia's status was too elevated. She remained silent, and Agilia thought she was dissatisfied with his performance during this outing. He lowered his gaze in disappointment, unwilling to accept this outcome. He was truly unwilling to be eliminated just like that. Seeing that he seemed somewhat dejected, Xie Guitang could only tell him to see how the White Tower arranged it. This kind of matter didn't stir much feeling in her. Whoever the White Tower assigned would be fine. Agilia assumed this was her polite refusal. His eyes trembled, feeling bitterly uncomfortable. What other methods could he use to stay by her side? He never knew how to act when facing Xie Guitang. Commander Alzin sent her a text message, and Xie Guitang temporarily bid farewell to Agilia. She thought it was just a minor matter and did not notice his unusual demeanor. Upon reaching the administrative officer's office on the top floor, Alzin brought up the matter of the Guardians again. He wanted to gauge Xie Guitang's feelings about this issue, as not all purifiers were willing to be assigned such intimate armed protection. Miss Xie, do you have someone in mind for the Guardian? Xie Guitang had no thoughts on it. She genuinely had no preference. Anything would do. Thinking of something, she added, just not someone with poor mental resilience. She didn't want to create chaos, but she knew that if she needed close protection, the Sentinel could not be unaffected by her condition. Sometimes, she could not control her emotions well, so it was better for the Sentinel to have strong psychological resilience. Alzin nodded thoughtfully and then brought up another point. Do you have any specific preferences regarding the appearance or personality of the Guardian? After all, according to data from 300 years ago, a significant proportion of Purifier's future partners come from among their Guardians. This identity of the Guardian carries another meaning beyond mere protection. Accepting this identity means a complete belonging to the Purifier, both body and soul. At least, Alzin had hardly heard of any fool who would assign a married Sentinel to a Purifier. That would be purely reckless. Xie Guitang did not understand why there were so many issues regarding the assignment of a Guardian. She patiently responded to his question. No, anything is fine. Alzin nodded, wisely choosing not to discuss anything else on this matter, noticing Xie Guitang's mental fatigue, and let her return first. Xie Guitang silently returned to her room, sitting by the bed for a long time, unsure of what she was thinking. When Dr. Lancia asked her if she had suffered unlawful harm, she really didn't know how to speak about those painful things. It seemed pointless to say them out loud. She wanted to tell Alzin and the others that there was no need to be so cautious. What they had retrieved was not something precious. What they had brought back was a defective product, a problematic inferior good, something that might disappoint them all at any time. Xie Guitang looked at her palm, which had been unconsciously pinched to create blood marks, and suddenly paused. She was a already broken thing. Alzin pondered for a long time. He remembered that Lancia had Xie Guitang's blood test sample, and perhaps they could match it first. At the same time, all 6 major teams in the Eastern Theater received the same notification. Akabane was slightly silent after reading the message. He thought Xie Guitang would choose her own Guardian since she clearly had a preference for Lin Buchi and the Felids. He did not expect it to be the White Tower's matching mechanism. Since that was the case, then they all had a chance, all standing at the same starting line. This time he could not afford to lose again. After Agilia had met Xie Guitang, he returned to the team particularly despondent, sitting by the training ground and not moving for a long time. He also thought he had no chance anymore. Even Charles thought the same. He was filled with resentment, cursing Agilia countless times as a big-chested, brainless fool. But unexpectedly, they received the matching information from the White Tower at the same time, and Charles, Yufeng, and others were also included in the matching. Charles suppressed the expression in his eyes. Didn't that mean he also had a chance? At this moment, Agilia was no longer his commander. In this selection of Guardians, everyone was his opponent. The former commander was the same. Chapter 32. Ridiculous touching the Golden Retriever. Frana had a smile at the corner of his mouth. What kind of excellent soldier is a Sentinel who doesn't strive for the top? Coincidentally, Lin Buchi had the same thought. Lin Buchi walked out from the newly conscious Feijia, Ku, clearly injured, as Feijia, Ku had nearly skinned him alive. But for the guide, what does that count for? After reading the news, he leaned against the side and laughed out loud, taking down a superior and successfully rising to power. Not a bad plan. Several teams in the Eastern White Tower had already calculated this in their minds. However, the Small Plant and Animal Duel Kings team that was out on a mission was bewildered, and the Marine Special Forces team, which was conducting joint military activities with other teams, also had a puzzled look on their faces. Captain Gu Yunshur wiped the blood off his long knife, frowning in irritation after looking at the White Tower's news. The White Tower ordered us to return immediately after the mission. Blood test matching? What is that? They didn't explain clearly. Another captain, Ing Chun, dressed in a red long gown with long black hair flying in the wind. Looked at everyone like he was looking at a lover, raised an eyebrow, asking what matching. Why didn't I receive any news? Huh, am I being treated as an outsider? He leaned against Gu Yunshi's shoulder like a boneless snake to look at Gu Yunshi's message interface. Gu Yunshi was a cold young man with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, and it was clear he was the type to be a straight man. He pushed Ing Chun away, frowning. Don't rub against me. Is it disgusting? Gu Yunshi's spiritual entity was the highly toxic Dark Knight monarch butterfly, which was also referred to as the underworld warrior butterfly by the 5 major white towers. Ing Chen's spiritual entity was more taboo, and most Sentinels and guides kept their distance from him because his spiritual entity was a black vulture. The original small plant and animal department was almost a one-man show for Ing Chun, and only someone as domineering and toxic as Gu Yunshi could stand up to him. The 2 dual King Sentinels jointly managed the small plant and animal department of the Eastern White Tower, and all of their subordinates were very obedient. Xie Guitang was one of the few sweet girls in the 6 Special Forces teams. She curiously leaned over to look at Gu Yunshi's brief message. I didn't receive it either. What's going on? It was unclear if it was a network delay, but just as she finished speaking, she received the same message notification as Gu Yunshi. She was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Is it really a network delay? In fact, it wasn't. It was Arzen who suddenly thought, what if the guide lady has unique preferences? Ing Chun pressed his lips together in displeasure, implying that he was the only one excluded. The more he was told not to do something, the more curious he became. He had to find out what it was about. In fact, Ing Chen was the only one excluded. Ockley from the Tianshu team was also brushed off. He wasn't included in the previous White Tower joint operation, and now he was also excluded from the blood test matching, just because his spiritual entity is a vulture. Damn it, discrimination. Naked discrimination. The more Ockley thought about it, the more indignant he became, and he directly called the responsible department, asking why he was brushed off. Are you racially discriminating? Be careful. I'll report you for discriminating against Sentinels to the administrative officer. The responsible department awkwardly laughed a couple of times and apologized, saying, I'm afraid you can't complain, because this is the order of the administrative officer. The White Tower's administrative officer clearly stated that spiritual entities with unappealing appearances like spiders, lizards, cockroaches, and vultures cannot be entered into the blood test matching system. Ockley was filled with righteous indignation. What's wrong with vultures? I just want to know what's wrong with vultures. My spiritual entity isn't bald all the time. It only gets bald occasionally. Vultures only get bald for a while when they eat unsanitary things. They're not bald all the time. The responsible department politely smiled, sorry. Your information cannot be entered into the blood test matching. After saying that, she hung up the call with a snap. In the Marine Warfare Department, the 2-meter-tall captain calmly led the team back after checking the news. The White Tower's evaluation of this T-0 Sentinel from the Marine Warfare Department was summed up in one word, capybara. It is a species that can be described as very zen. Those who didn't understand might mistake his spiritual entity for a terrestrial species. But his spiritual entity was actually a manta ray, a deep-sea giant. Captain Fu Zhao was affectionately called the Gentle Giant by the people in the civilian area. His deputy, Zhao Yanting, was a taciturn young man who seemed very out of place because his spiritual entity was an electric eel, and he easily leaked electricity when excited. The responsible department conducted the first screening based on Arzen's instructions. Although many Sentinels belonged to the 6 major teams of the Eastern White Tower, they were inevitably brushed off for various reasons. When Fu Zhao's team and Gu Yunshi's team returned to the White Tower, the first thing they did was be pulled in for blood test entry. Gu Yunshi tried to ask his colleagues what was going on. The White Tower's orders were too vague, and he still didn't know what this was about. Fortunately, his colleagues were very generous this time, giving him some help and hints. Lin Buchi even specially brought gifts to visit his confused Marine colleagues. Are you talking about the blood test matching? Don't take it too seriously. Maybe the White Tower wants to send some people out to handle certain matters. Gu Yunshi felt like something was off, but he really couldn't figure out what the White Tower was trying to do. This action was simply unsolvable. At the same time, the giant in the sea, Captain Fu Zhao, coincidentally met Captain Akabai in the White Tower. Both were captains of the 6 major teams and often conducted joint missions. Akabai unintentionally asked Fu Zhao about the blood test matching. Isn't Captain Fu curious about what it is? He has been working hard on his own for a long time. Fu Zhao took what he needed from the shelf without changing his expression. Whatever, it's fine. Akabai, full of brute strength, found no room to exert himself. He thought to himself that he had encountered his nemesis. Fu Zhao would definitely overpower him. It was one thing to be picky about appearances in the first round of screening, but in the second round, many Sentinels felt their personalities had been violated. Even Fu Zhao, who had always been very zen, couldn't hold back. In the medical department, many tall and handsome Sentinels wore ugly expressions. Lancia had her subordinates give each of them a cup. Fu Zhao stood at the forefront, needing to enter first. He suspected he had misheard. Did you just say we should go in 10 at a time, and then, what? That last word was particularly difficult for him to say. Lancia calmly replied, yes, that's right. The main purpose was to check whether any of you had certain unmentionable diseases, and in addition, it was necessary to measure your lengths and output time, among other data. Of course, this was also to prevent some Sentinels from falsifying data. It was all for fairness in testing. Ivan, whose spiritual entity was a ragdoll cat, felt extremely embarrassed holding the cup in his hand and looked awkwardly at his equally grim-faced captain, Ningxian. Captain, this round, the feline category doesn't have an advantage. As everyone knows, cats tend to be quick. Although the Sentinel's physical fitness was absolutely fine, the interaction of their spiritual entities was unavoidable. Ningxian closed his eyes and then gritted his teeth, saying in a low voice, what are you afraid of? Does the butterfly and bird categories have an advantage? Besides, he is not a cat. He is a tiger, understand? Ivan pursed his lips in grievance, already envisioning what would happen. As for Ningxian, it was hard to say, but he was probably certain he would be brushed off. Although he didn't have an early start, he really didn't have an advantage. Whoa, why does God treat a ragdoll cat like this? Chapter 33, are you sure you want to withdraw from the match? The male Sentinels were doing fine, but the few female Sentinels had no choice. Xie Guitang, holding a cup in her hand, questioned her life choices, pointing to her face. Hey, doctor, can you take another good look? I don't have a weapon. Dr. Lancia followed the sound and clearly paused when she saw a kawaii girl in a pink dress. Although she wasn't sure how that old fool Alzin communicated with the person in charge. This situation clearly meant she couldn't conduct a transparent test with a group of male Sentinels. Please wait a moment. She called Alzin and moved to a corner to contact him. Lancia could roughly understand the considerations of the administrator, but she was certain that some orientations of the guide, Xie Guitang, were definitely not a problem. After Lancia temporarily left, the originally quiet hall instantly erupted. Ingchan was just there for the fun. At first, he was quite dissatisfied that the White Tower didn't give him a matching quota. Now, seeing his old buddy Gu Yunshi's pale face, he barely suppressed his laughter. It was a good joke. Fortunately, he wasn't given a matching quota. Otherwise, he feared he would be forced to participate in this event that could socially kill the Sentinels. Not everyone knew the fundamental purpose of this match, especially Gu Yunshi and Fu Zhao's teams. They had been executing joint operations or border clearance tasks for a long time and were not sensitive to the undercurrents within the White Tower. Moreover, there hadn't been a purifier in the Eastern Theater for over 200 years, so for most Sentinels, purifiers were like a distant legend, an area they might never touch in their lifetime. The directive from the White Tower was already bizarre enough, and now this situation felt like throwing a bomb in the proud faces of the Sentinels. What a ridiculous match! I'm not participating. I want to withdraw from this awful event. It was simply bullying the Sentinels' personalities. Who would have thought such an absurd thing was an official directive from the White Tower? Alzin might really no longer be suitable for the administrator position, frequently issuing some nonsensical decisions lately. The previous inexplicable martial law, even cutting off the internet and completely severing connections with the outside world, and then inexplicably deploying all teams and the Central Army to execute some joint operations against the rebels. Every event exuded a feeling of confusion. The small animal department had always prioritized the behavior guidelines of the dual captain system, now all waiting for their captain's instructions. Ing Chun, enjoying the spectacle, laughed at Gu Yunshi, wondering if others would be allowed to observe. Wasn't it supposed to be fair and just? How about I be the referee for you later? Gu Yunshi gritted his teeth, glaring at him. Don't you have one? Wanted to see others like that. Are you sick? Ing-Chen smiled at him. What's wrong with that? Are you a lip gloss cutie? For men, some things are not to be provoked, and Ing-Chen's few words were like repeatedly flapping wings in a straight man's minefield. Gu Yinshi coldly threw his paper cup into the trash can, declaring, I refuse to participate in this ridiculous match. The rest could do whatever they wanted, no matter what. He could never accept such a profound insult to his personality. After his action, all the other Sentinels in the small animal department unified their stance with him, choosing to abstain together. Lancia, having only made a phone call, returned to find that the entire small animal department wanted to withdraw from the match. She was momentarily stunned, and then confirmed with Gu Yunshi and the other Sentinels. Are you sure you want to withdraw from this match? Really sure? Oh my god. Did Captain Agilia and Captain Akabane not tell them that this was to match Guardians for the Purifiers? Captain Akabane, holding a cup, tried hard to feign an expression of indignation and humiliation, nearly laughing out loud at the scene. No, I must hold it in front of them. I cannot show a hint of a smile. Captain Agilia and Captain Ning Xian clearly did not possess Captain Akabane's acting skills. The two captains could only sit silently in the resting area, looking down at their small paper cups, their expressions appearing as if they were trying to endure. Frenaga and Charles had their fingers on their foreheads, obscuring their brows and eyes, making it hard to tell what their specific attitude was. Meanwhile, the deaf and blind Captain Feijiaku, who was already emotionally detached, had a state that lacked reference value. Ing-Chun keenly sensed that something seemed off. Usually, the irritable big cat and the sharp-tongued Deputy Lin should have spoken up by now, but their reactions were unusually quiet. According to Ning Xian's previous temper, he might have already torn the entire medical department apart by now, but now they were all quiet as chickens. Could it be that there was some insider information they were unaware of? In response to Launch's inquiry, Gu Yunshi decisively said, I am sure. Thus, except for Xie Guitang, the entire small animal department withdrew. Whether it was Ning Xian's poor acting or not, shortly after Gu Yunshi's words, he lowered his head and chuckled. Xie Guitang looked at Ning Xian in confusion, then before she could say she wanted to withdraw, Dr. Lancia told her, I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated. Xie Guitang closed her mouth. She was the only one in the small animal department who hadn't withdrawn, but she had been eliminated. Although she was also going to say she wanted to withdraw, it felt different to be directly told she was eliminated. She wondered why they eliminated her, just because she didn't have a weapon. Indeed, it was because not only her, but all the female Sentinels present were eliminated. Regardless of what kind of event this was, the entire small animal department had now fallen. Forget it, no matter what happened after this event. It had nothing to do with them anymore. After deleting the entire small animal department's records, Lancia asked everyone present if any Sentinels wanted to withdraw. Her gaze particularly fell on Fu Zhao and his team, who had returned to the White Tower almost right after Gu Yunshi and the others. Captain Fu Zhao, the capybara, thought, forget it, let's do it. It didn't seem like a big deal. He wasn't incapable, just doing it publicly. He slowly and calmly replied to Dr. Lancia. The Maritime Warfare Department is not withdrawing for now. Does the inspection start now? Not withdrawing for now. If any unacceptable orders came later, he might make the same decision as Gu Yunshi. Gu Yunshi thought that after he withdrew, at least Captain Akabane and the others would also withdraw from this ridiculous inspection activity, because Captain Akabane's pride and nobility were well known in the White Tower. However, not only did Captain Akabane not take action, but even the veteran nobleman Deputy Flammel showed no signs of resistance. Gu Yunshi couldn't understand. It was one thing for that dumb Fu Zhao, but why were they also not resisting? Did the White Tower feed them some obedient medicine? Chapter 34. The Canine Division takes the lead. As a fellow Sentinel of the same rank, Fu Zhao was supposed to undergo testing in the same group as several captains and their deputies. However, when Ning Xianlin arrived at the examination room, he suddenly said he needed to use the restroom. He glanced at Fu Zhao with a mischievous smile and said, What are you looking at? I'm just going to relieve myself. Do you want to go too? Charles instantly understood Ning Xian's intention. He waded through the crowd to Agilia's side and said, Captain, didn't you just say you wanted to go to the bathroom too? Agilia was about to say he didn't want to go, but Charles squeezed his arm, and he changed his tune. I'll go in a bit. Charles smiled politely. No, you should go with Captain Ning. Fool! Did you really think he was just going to urinate? He had scoured hundreds of documents from 300 years ago and had a clear understanding of Alzen's thoughts. He figured his hopes were probably slim. According to the selection results from 300 years ago, most were 3S level Sentinels at their peak developmental stage or highly potential mythical spirit entities. He thought Alzen probably wouldn't lower the selection standards due to the change in times. In fact, the standards he set might be even more extreme. Because 300 years ago, the 5 Great White Towers operated independently, and there were at least a dozen purifiers in the Eastern Theater at the same time. Now, they only had Xie Guitang. This was the entire Eastern Theater's lifeline. It was nearly impossible for Alzen to lower the standards. The only thing he could rely on now was Agilia, that big-chested fool. Regardless, their canine team had to strive for excellence. This was not a one-person battle, but a matter of team honor. If by chance Agilia hit the jackpot and secured a position as a guardian, perhaps he could also have a chance to get close to it. Lin Buchi and Akabir were naturally aware of the captain's actions towards Ningxian, so they decided to go together. Fu Zhao and Zhao Yanting were left confused. Fijako was also out of sorts, almost like he was on autopilot, but unfortunately his deputy was not dim-witted. Lin Buchi pulled the oblivious Fijako along. Captain, let us go to the restroom together. Zhao Yanting watched them head towards the bathroom in bewilderment, wondering what this absurd turn of events was. The leaders of the 6 major teams in the Eastern Theater were all going to the restroom together? Why had he never seen them so united and friendly before? Zhao Yanting looked at his nonchalant captain. Are we going? 4 of the 6 major teams had gone except for theirs. Wasn't it a bit out of place if they didn't go? Fu Zhao, holding a paper cup, said slowly, I don't want to go. He hadn't even urinated, so why should he go to the restroom? He recalled seeing Captain Agilia go to the restroom not long ago. Was he going again because he had frequent urination? Could it be that too many missions had caused his mutation levels to rise, damaging his kidneys? Or was there something about the canine division that he didn't understand? How it was exactly he couldn't say, and he wasn't interested in knowing, whatever. It didn't matter. Agilia was pulled into a stall by Charles, thinking he had something urgent to discuss, only to see Charles hand him a pack of toilet paper. Do it well. After saying that, he left. A moment later, he heard Ning Xian's muffled groan from the next stall, and he suddenly understood Charles's intention. In that instant, Agilia's ears turned completely red. So it was like this? After a while, Fu Zhao finally waited for Agilia and the others to return, and then the group entered the examination room together. In this activity, the canine division had the advantage. Agilia was the last one to come out, and the recording staff next to him blushed. Quietly, he gave Agilia a thumbs up, and Agilia, seeing this, hurriedly walked away with red ears. The staff member said, Captain Agilia, that was impressive. Besides that, Fu Zhao's deputy Zhao Yanting also had great endurance, but unlike Agilia's powerhouse status, he was more of a talent cheat. Because whenever he got a bit too excited, he couldn't help but leak energy, and doing this kind of activity in public with his captain almost made him short-circuit. It was a miracle he managed to get through it. The second round of screening quickly concluded, and Lancia mercilessly eliminated 2/3 of the candidates. The adorable Ivan Sentinel was among them. He was almost in tears, wondering why they had to treat a ragdoll cat like this. Most of his fellow felines also got eliminated, with only the larger cats of the lion and tiger species still holding their ground. When Lin Buchi found out he had been cut, his polite smile finally cracked. He never expected to lose at this stage. In the second round of screening, the Canine Division scored big. Aside from the Canine Division, the remaining Naval Combat Department also performed quite well. Lancia entered the data of the selected Sentinels. All right, Sentinels, congratulations. You have successfully been selected and can enter the final competition round. Zhao Yanting didn't expect there was another layer of assessment. It was truly a big trap within a small trap, a layer upon layer. What kind of top-secret mission was this that it was so rigorous? Fu Zhao and Zhao Yanting stumbled into the final round, and the eliminated insiders looked at them with eyes that could almost shoot green flames. They were filled with resentment. It was infuriating. Captain Akabir looked at the members of the Naval Combat Department with deep regret, wondering why Fu Zhao and the others couldn't be as considerate as Gu Yunshi and automatically withdraw. Why did they have to compete? After the first 2 rounds of screening, The final selected few entered the White Tower's simulated combat zone. At this point, Fu Zhao and Gu Yinshi and the others still firmly believed this was a combat-type mission. The simulated combat zone accessed the Sentinel's consciousness through holographic devices, conducting 100 realistic deep simulation combat training to enhance the Sentinel's combat awareness. Fu Zhao sat down at the holographic device, unprepared, and directly accessed his consciousness. Just a wall away, Xie Guitang was led by the staff to sit at the holographic device, and the staff quietly explained the holographic simulation to her. The smart brain will analyze your brainwaves through big data to generate a consciousness slice for your simulation test. All data from the consciousness slice comes from your own thought consciousness. This is just a way to prevent you from getting fatigued during testing. We ensure 100% authenticity of the test results. It will be just like you took a nap and woke up with no sense of fatigue. If you're interested, you can also check the simulation test status of several Sentinels in real time. She roughly understood that she was akin to an invigilator. She could choose to watch or not. Xie Guitang acknowledged she understood and then operated the equipment in front of her as instructed by the staff. She put on the holographic helmet and closed her eyes, connecting to the holographic world in a second. The author has something to say. The following tests will introduce each of the stocks. If any readers don't like this part, they can skip it. Chapter 48 is the conclusion of the assessment, but I still hope you'll take a look. Chapter 35, Change of Offense and Defense. The holographic world appeared in the form that was most comfortable for her, dressed just like when she first arrived in this world. A white cross-collared long dress, fluttering in layers as if blown by a virtual wind. The system read her thought data and set her landing point in a bamboo forest. Lush greenery surrounded her, with a soft couch in the middle and a set of table and chairs nearby, along with a tea tray and other utensils. There were even 2 books on the table that she often flipped through before, one titled The Classic of Tea and the other Swordsmanship. She sat beside the table, testing the tea kettle to find that the water was still warm, as if she had always been there, never having left. She opened the Classic of Tea in her hands, poured herself a cup of tea, and calmly enjoyed it while the flood raged outside. The assessment meeting blurred the memories of both sides and implanted a simulated scenario. Unless Xie Guitang conducted an examination, her slice would not realize that this was a false simulation. Even Alzin and Lancia and others were unclear about the specifics of this simulation match. He activated a Guardian simulation match from 300 years ago. Whether they could qualify and even the specific score they could achieve would be determined by the Guardian matching system based on its underlying logic. Alzin and several senior officials of the White Tower were also waiting for the final result of this match. What if no one succeeded in matching? Dan Sure asked with worry. After all, that was a selection test from 300 years ago, and hardly anyone used that selection program now. Since Xie Guitang chose the Eastern White Tower, Alzin had already pondered over the Guardian issue for too long. As the highest administrative officer of the Eastern Theater, he had to be responsible for the future of the entire theater. He had too many considerations, and during sleepless nights of reflection, he repeatedly questioned himself. Was what he was doing truly correct? He had no answer, and no one could give him one. It won't happen. The matching degree of the Special Forces team leaders and Miss Xie's blood tests are all above 95. You should give our White Tower Sentinels some confidence and affirmation. Alzin did not believe that the current active leaders of the Eastern White Tower were inferior to the Guardians from 300 years ago. They were all excellent soldiers. Lancia sighed, hoping so. Remembering her previous brief encounters with Xie Guitang, she felt that this guide might really need someone like a guardian. A loyal protector who would accompany her through life and death, never betraying her or doubting that she would leave. Perhaps only such a person could open her heavy heart, could enter her world, be accepted by her, and make her willing to discuss herself with him. Whether it was her obscure past, her bright and brilliant present, or the unknown future. Moreover, regarding the personalities of the Sentinels, Lancia had 2 candidates in mind for the Guardian, Captain Agilia and Captain Fu Zhao. The loyalty of the Wolfdog Guardian was beyond doubt. Their tender warmth and companionship came from their genetic lineage as canids. They were good at waiting for their owner and comforting their owner's emotions. For someone like Xie Guitang, this was truly the most suitable choice. As for Fu Zhao, Lancia viewed him from the nature of Sentinels. Captain Ning Xian of the feline type was too unstable. while Captain Akabane of the flying system was proud and difficult to tame. Neither of these two was very suitable for Xie Guitang, and more importantly, the exclusiveness of Sentinels. Both had too heavy possessiveness, which would definitely lead to trouble in the future. As for Captain Fei Jiako, his genes were problematic. He was a Sentinel who was both deaf and blind, a defective product. The White Tower would hardly match him with Miss Xie. In fact, Guiyunshu the butterfly type was also a very good choice. The combat capability of the highly toxic Dark Knight Monarch butterfly was quite strong, and Guiyunshu's condition was also very stable. He was hardly influenced by external factors, and he was a person of very strong character. If his character were not firm, he would not have been able to share a domain with Yingqian in the small plant and animal department. Over the years, he had never been influenced by Yingqian, and he was too stable. He was a very good choice as a guardian. Launcha did not expect that the candidate she had favored from the beginning would actually withdraw in the second round of selection. She didn't know if Guiyunshu regretted it. Anyway, she felt very pained when she thought about it now. Now she hoped that Captain Fu Zhao and Captain Agilia could hold steady, as they were the two heavyweight guests she was currently most optimistic about. Agilia, who was highly regarded by Dr. Launcha, had now begun his simulation match. You are a rebel leader, being chased for stealing important official documents. You are severely injured and in urgent need of emotional comfort. You find a purifier who has fallen into the wild. She is alone, and you will. It must be said that Captain Agilia faced a rather grim start. Such questions would impose many negative buffs on him, and a person with weak willpower could easily succumb to their subconscious. Agilia was dressed like a wilderness hunter, with a handgun tucked at his lower back, and his dark brown gloves were already frayed. The tall young man breathed heavily, and he even began to feel dizzy from his injuries, the wide brim of his hat shading his eyes. At the end of the dim alley appeared a girl in a light blue floral dress. As a canine spiritual entity, the tall rebel leader made a sniffing motion. She was a purifier. It was evident that this frail purifier had lost her guardian. Guardians who could lose track of their purifiers were truly useless. Agilia coldly lowered his gaze, rubbed his fingers together, and a huge wolf head emerged from the shadow behind him. He patted the wolf dog's shoulder, shushing it, so as not to scare their purifier. The wolf dog lurked in the darkness, and Agilia silently waited around the corner, as wolves are always very patient when hunting. As she walked through the alley, Xie Guitang was suddenly pulled by someone and locked in a hug, with the heavy breathing of a strange young man behind her. The hot breath almost fell on her nape. Agilia tightly locked both of her wrists with one hand while trying to touch her chin with the other. A hoarse voice came from behind. "Purifier, you seem to need help right now." Xie Guitang sensed the abnormality of the sentinel behind her. It was the thug who was about to fall into the chaos of the mental landscape. It was he who needed help. The rough texture of the glove brushed against her chin, and she turned her head to avoid his touch. Agilia noticed her movement and paused for a moment. He lowered his head and bit off a corner of his glove to take it off. The young man's long-fingered hand smoothly touched the guide's face. "Aren't you afraid of me? What a bold girl." Xie Guitang struggled her wrists. She seemed to shiver in his embrace and then trembled her eyes, softly uttering two words. So painful. Agilia almost instantly released his grip, and the next moment, he was met with the incredibly beautiful face of the guide. She faced him, her fingers resting on his chest, then tracing downwards. "Sentinel, do you need my help?" Agilia felt his throat drying out. He forgot what he was going to do. His mind went blank. Because the guide's hand had fallen on his belt, she hugged him, her fingers caressing his waist and back. The rebel leader had already sensed that something was off, but he could not break the atmosphere. The guide took the handgun from his lower back, pressing the barrel against the sentinel's chin, revealing a slightly smug smile. "Now, we have changed our offensive and defensive positions." Chapter 36 For freedom, she contemptuously patted his face with the back of her hand. "Behave. Do you understand?" Agilia raised his hands, showing his harmlessness, understood, esteemed purifier Mississippi. However, she seemed to have made a mistake. He was not one of her useless guardians who could lose track of their guides. He was the leader of the rebels traversing the D-404 galaxy. A massive wolf dog silently appeared behind Xie Guitang, suddenly grabbing her clothing with its mouth. In that moment, Agilia had already disarmed her, turned around, and mounted the giant wolf dog with the guide held in front of him. He roughly lifted the guide's neck and recklessly kissed him, desperately craving the guide's breath, voice, and bodily fluids, resembling a pure beast. A loud alarm echoed throughout the space, followed by a glaring pass-fail. Assessment failed. Agilia was ejected from the assessment system. Charles didn't expect his assessment to end so quickly, and a vague, unpleasant thought began to form in his mind. What was the result? Agilia remained silent for a moment before laboriously uttering, "Pass-fail." Charles stared at his superior, whom he had placed so many expectations on. Did he really perform so poorly? Was Agilia worthy of his hard work? Agilia briefly recounted his assessment content, and after a long pause, Charles sighed. Fate had not favored Agilia. He had drawn a very poor topic, forced into a berserk state after exceeding the time limit. However, it was also very difficult to obtain the guide's comfort by normal means within the time limit, because his identity token was that of a rebel. But the system wouldn't create a situation where failure was inevitable. There must be some other information that Agilia had not noticed. Charles sighed again, remarking that Agilia was a big-breasted fool. This kind of assessment should have been assigned to him. At least he wouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Xie connected to the holographic simulation match. In 19190, you were selected to become a guardian for a purifier, and this time, you accompany the purifier on an external mission. Opening his eyes, Xie was dressed in a pitch-black combat uniform, holding a long gun, following a lady in a blue and white long gown. This was the purifier miss he would serve for a lifetime, and his gaze was always on her side. His gaze was not overly intrusive, but he could immediately sense if the guide needed anything. Recently, the war had intensified to a boiling point. Not only were the Sentinels fatigued, but the guides were also greatly burdened. Due to the loss of the Northern Alliance front, a large number of Sentinels were assimilated and contaminated by the source of pollution. To maintain the defense line, the Northern White Tower requested assistance from the purifiers to the Eastern War Zone, and Xie Guitang was one of the helpers this time. Boarding the aircraft to the war zone, the VIP room only contained Xie Guitang and a few other control-type guides. As Xie Guitang's guardian, he felt somewhat out of place among the other guides. Surrounded by the gazes of other guides, Xie sat beside Xie Guitang, his gaze lowered and unmoving as a mountain. A male control-type guide suddenly spoke gently. "Sentinel, could you give us some space that belongs to guides?" These guides came from the Eastern War Zone and other war zones, gathering in the Northern War Zone to proceed to the battlefield for joint defense. Xie glanced at him coldly and replied, "It is my duty. I cannot comply." The guide was not pleased, smirking sarcastically, and then said ambiguously, "So close together. One might think you're the guide's partner, but you're just a guardian of the guide? A dog should know its place. Being too clingy can sometimes backfire, don't you think?" "Miss Xie?" Xie Guitang propped her chin, looking at him with a half-smile. "My person, it seems, is not up to others to instruct. Is this guide dissatisfied with my guardian, or are you dissatisfied with me?" He quietly shut his mouth, casting a dark glance at her in Xien's direction. With the alertness of a feline, he almost instantly caught onto his gaze. The newcomer meant no good. After a while, a guide from the Eastern War Zone handed Xie Guitang a thin document, which Xie could not glimpse the contents of. Unexplainably, a bad premonition began to rise in his heart. Then, Xie Guitang flipped over the page of the document and placed it face down on the table, lightly tapping it with her pale fingers. She lowered her gaze, revealing a contemplative expression, and then suddenly said to Xie, "You go outside and wait for me." She exchanged a brief glance with Xie. "We don't need a sentinel here. Understand?" Xien's heart tightened. He gripped the gun stock tightly at his side, his eyes downcast, many thoughts swirling in his mind. He absolutely could not leave. However, he also could not disobey the purifier's orders. After a moment, Xie stood up, performed a military salute as a subordinate to his superior. "As you command." He turned to leave, and shortly after exiting, a small white kitten climbed in through the window. Xie quickly understood Xie Guitang's meaning. They didn't need a sentinel here. The guide needed him to continue following this activity in another form. The tall sentinel sat in the lounge area, with many other sentinels dispatched to the war zone casting subtle glances at him. Xien's spiritual entity was a mythological species. And for others who couldn't autonomously change the size of their spiritual forms, he seemed completely dazed at this moment. Xie Guitang lowered her eyes to see the kitten pawing at her pant leg, smiling knowingly, and then picked it up onto her lap. Limon, I think your suggestion is indeed good. The male guide who had first attempted to drive Ningxian away was the one she referred to as Limon. As they headed to the war zone, Ningxian understood that Limon was a foolish guide, trying to take advantage of the chaos to organize a guide rebellion, aiming to escape the White Tower's control over guides. During the period when the 5 White Towers governed separately, it was the peak of Sentinel power centralization. Freedom. This was something many guides yearned for during that time. Chapter 37. The Defender is defeated again. Lemon's expression was dark as he spoke. The White Tower did not regard the guides as human beings at all. We had almost completely lost our rights as normal individuals, like pets kept in a cage. We were only allowed to go out when they needed us, living under constant surveillance from the White Tower. I had had enough. Really enough. At this moment, Ningxian finally saw the specific contents of the document in Xie Guitang's hand. It was the last handwritten note of the once famous 3S purifier, directly revealing the truth about the White Tower's rearing under the guise of protection. Some of the things mentioned in it were unbearable even for Ningxian, a Sentinel. The implanting of monitoring plugins in the GuideSmart wristbands and the hidden settings in the soundproof room included lockdown sanctions. Who were they locking down, and who were they sanctioning? Those things were clearly not aimed at the Sentinels, so it was obvious what they were really for. The end of this document was abruptly cut off, indicating that it was merely a confidential file. What else the White Tower had done behind their backs was still unknown. But just this glimpse was enough to foresee that it was not something that could be easily brushed aside. Ningxian was unclear about Xie Guitang's thoughts. At this moment, she merely cast her gaze down at the dark window beside her, remaining silent. He seemed to be faced with a severe choice, to choose between Xie Guitang and the White Tower. Ningxian controlled his spiritual entity to place his paw pad in her palm, without needing to think. He had already made his choice. Even if the final outcome was exile, he would not change his resolve as a guardian. Even if she wanted to go to war with the White Tower, so what? The guardian was the sword and shield of the purifier. The purifier was the faith he would follow for the rest of his life, and for that, he would spare no expense. Even if it meant assassinating his former superior, TSK, he really was a scoundrel. Xie Guitang scratched the kitten's chin, clearly receiving the signal from the cat soldier. Lemon was still rambling on, but Xie Guitang stood up gracefully, the kitten perched on her shoulder. Ningxian saw the weak purifier he was about to pledge loyalty to and directly raised his gun to shoot the still passionately speaking Lemon guide. Gasps filled the air. Xie Guitang, however, calmly withdrew her hand, stating that there was no need for guides and sentinels to reach this point. They needed to understand that their enemy was the higher-ups of the White Tower, not all sentinels. The gunshots startled the soldiers outside. Ningxian saw the soldiers in the cabin instantly stand up. His spiritual entity, sharing sensations with him, was gently petted by the purifier, who calmly asked him if he was afraid since this was all Lemon's planted rebellion. Ningxian's response was to open fire. He kicked over the table in front of him, spraying bullets as he shot, telling her through his actions that he was not afraid. He was the guardian of the purifier, and even dying for her was his supreme glory. Moreover, his spiritual entity was a tiger. The mythical white tiger was certainly not a weak little kitten. In the chaos, he directly grabbed a sentinel by the collar and slammed him against the door of the VIP room. A tremendous noise. The alloy door of the conference room was shaken apart by that blow. The poor sentinel let out a muffled groan of pain and then slid down to the ground along the wrecked door panel. Ningxian entered the guide's VIP room like a bandit with a gun, apologizing with a smile to the sentinel whose chest had been shattered. "Sorry, buddy. Who told you to block my way? Who told you to follow a foolish master and stand on the wrong side?" Everyone trying to stand against Xie Guitang was his enemy, without exception, even those who were guides. After Ningxian entered, his pupils suddenly constricted. A guide had taken Xie Guitang hostage. They had already conspired in advance. She had no idea what unexpected situation had arisen. Xie Guitang looked weak, her gaze floating as she looked over. Everything happened in an instant, as if it were a pre-planned script. With just that glance, Ning Xian's rationality instantly snapped. Despite Ning Xian doing his utmost, such a turn of events still occurred, and he felt a heavy surge of violent emotions in his heart. The guides had miscalculated one thing: that little cat beside Xie Guitang. In the blink of an eye, the kitten expanded to a gigantic size, letting out a furious roar that echoed through the forest. Ning Xian shot the guide who had taken Xie Guitang hostage, along with the several who had colluded with him. The white tiger tore into the defector guides with merciless and bloody ferocity. Xie Guitang seemed to want to say something to Ning Xian, but she was unable to speak now. Ning Xian walked over, gun in hand, and directly seized the throat of the only remaining guide from the eastern battle zone. With a crack, it was the sound of bones breaking. Ning Xian almost violently pulled out the guide's throat bone, a scene of extreme brutality. A loud alarm sounded, followed by the helpless voice of the purifier. Ning Xian, they just wanted to leave here. As fellow guides, they had no intention of harming Xie Guitang, even after she shot one of their colleagues. But that could only be said to be a difference in ideology. They did not intend for a purifier to pay with her life. Ning Xian's actions were too extreme. Frustrated, he held his forehead, realizing he should have observed more carefully. If he hadn't reacted so impulsively, he would have noticed that those guides didn't even have a decent gun in hand. And Xie Guitang had only inhaled a bit of sleeping medication, at most just making her sleep. It would not burden her body at all. They hadn't intended to harm her, yet he had killed them all on the spot. Heavens, he had slaughtered a group of guides. He thought he would definitely fail the assessment. This was a very serious mistake. But with a last glimmer of hope, he opened the back-end system. Ning Xian, 85 points. It was over. He couldn't possibly have the lowest score, could he? What if he didn't get selected? After seeing the score, Ning Xian's heart sank continuously. It was over. All over. He was doomed. Chapter 38. Atop the tower, Fu Zhao connected to the holographic simulation, and the efficient intelligence brain quickly blurred his memories in a second. You are a rebel leader, favored by fortune and possessing great strength. At the end of 19,190, you successfully captured the White Tower, and now you will enjoy the fruits of your victory. However, you seem to have discovered an anomaly, a tower heavily guarded by a large number of high-ranking sentinels. A towering sentinel over 2 meters tall stood beneath the tower, facing the silent regular troops of the White Tower, who were guarding their treasures. The black-haired, black-eyed rebel leader seemed to fall into a moment of contemplation. At least that's what his subordinates thought. However, apologies. Fu Zhao was merely momentarily distracted. He had successfully captured the White Tower, but was a bit confused about why he had done so. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The Butterfly Tribe sentinels across from him wore dark goggles, maintaining a strict defense, not allowing anyone to cross this line. As soon as one of Fu Zhao's subordinates stepped forward, a warning shot rang out from the opposite side, causing him to retreat. The leading Butterfly Sentinel, presumably a laser-type ghost warrior butterfly, was a highly toxic species. His enormous black butterfly wings fluttered slightly, holding a sniper rifle, and under the refraction of light, various colors emerged on his wings. Beneath the dark red veins and black scales, his wings displayed a dreamlike color leaning towards the mysterious and forbidden. The laser-type butterfly tribe was always favored by purifiers and guides, but Fu Zhao was unclear about what he was still holding on to. The defense of the White Tower had completely collapsed, and their stubborn resistance was meaningless. The butterfly sentinel across from him stared intently at the rebel leader, knowing that they had already suffered a crushing defeat. However, regardless of whether the White Tower had fallen, they had to hold out until the last moment. He thought this invincible killing god leader on the battlefield would order them all to be exterminated. That was fine. Dying for that lady would still bring them honor. Death was not something they feared. Fu Zhao slowly uttered, "Surrender, and you won't be killed." As fellow sentinels, there was no need to make things chaotic. His subordinates looked at him several times, and the butterfly sentinels opposite were also taken aback by his words. "Leader, aren't we going to attack?" Fu Zhao paused and replied, "That works too." The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. Even the top-tier intelligence brain was nearly overwhelmed by Fu Zhao's performance, almost crashing on the spot. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and both sides were quite determined. This made Fu Zhao appear somewhat dazed. The butterfly tribe was not merely beautiful in appearance. They also had a nickname: battlefield meat grinders. The enormous wings of the ghost warrior butterfly easily tore through the combat suits of the Sentinels, even their bones and flesh. A butterfly sentinel pointed his gun at Fu Zhao and shouted, "Step back from the tower." In response, Fu Zhao displayed violent behavior. He didn't even take out his gun and reached the butterfly sentinel in an instant. With a very standard disarm maneuver, he grabbed the sentinel's shoulder with one hand and pressed his forearm against the back of the sentinel's neck, effortlessly ripping out his wing bone. Blood splattered across Fu Zhao's face, yet he still remained emotionally detached, saying, "Don't point your gun at me." The 2-meter-2 ocean overlord-type sentinel had an overwhelming advantage in this battle. His high defense and high damage characteristics allowed him to almost ignore attacks. The butterfly captain had long realized that their situation was dire. However, his duty did not allow him to retreat even a step. "Traitor, you will die a horrible death." Fu Zhao was merely a bit dazed at times. He understood what others were cursing at him. Hearing those words, his expression darkened slightly. He picked up a long samurai sword from the body of a nearby sentinel, flicked his wrist, and shook off the blood. He really didn't like hearing that. In the air, a humid mist appeared, and the salty, fishy smell of seawater wafted around. The butterfly captain's body was sliced in half, and Fu Zhao stepped over the bodies to ascend tower. He was drenched in the heavy scent of blood, his black combat suit stained with blood, and the military cloak behind him was soaked, dragging heavily behind him. Everything that had just happened left him in a bad mood, and now his patience was completely exhausted. Reaching the top floor, he stood before a precious platinum-carved door. He kicked the beautiful door open without hesitation, expecting to find high-ranking officials of the White Tower inside, or, at the very least, some confidential documents. But it was none of those. Inside was a profound silence, filled with an eerie stillness, and only a small enamel lamp on the bedside emitted a faint glow. In this poorly ventilated and dimly lit room, a luxurious fragrance wafted into Fu Zhao's nostrils. In front of him was a huge bed, with layers of black gauze curtains obscuring the view inside, and a pale, frail hand hung down from the edge of the bed. It was clearly a woman's hand. He heard a faint cough and was certain that there was a lady inside. A young lady at that. Fu Zhao frowned, unclear about what the White Tower was up to. In the heavy scent, he vaguely discerned that some spices were added to cover something. This fragrance seemed to contain something that induced prolonged sleep, and in addition, it was that vexing, luxurious scent. It was a scent he had never encountered before. What were they trying to hide with such a strong aroma? Fu Zhao cautiously lifted the heavy gauze curtains with his samurai sword, and his pupils contracted instantly. A pale, frail purifier lay weakly on the pure black bed, her skin as white as fresh snow. Her eyes were vacant and lost, likely having not seen the light of day for a long time, and she had lost normal visual function. She weakly reached out to touch something, and Fu Zhao quickly withdrew the bloodied samurai sword. The frail purifier touched Fu Zhao's wrist, sighed, and her eyes were filled with fatigue, asking, "Why don't you make a move?" Make a move? How could he possibly act against a purifier? Fu Zhao was puzzled by her words, and then he keenly noticed a bite mark exposed on the purifier's shoulder. He gripped the samurai sword tightly, wishing he could chop the sentinels below the tower into pieces. So they had actually imprisoned a high-ranking purifier. They had even committed such excessive acts to obtain the comfort of the purifier. No wonder they were covering it up so tightly. Damn it! They truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Fu Zhao carefully held her wrist, kneeling beside the bed. The high-ranking officials of the White Tower have been eliminated. You are free now. Her hand was light, almost weightless, soft like a cloud, and he had to handle it carefully, fearing that he might accidentally break her. Xie Guitang seemed to take a moment to react. Has the rebel army captured the White Tower? What will you do with me? She gently asked the young rebel leader, who now held great power. Would he recklessly enjoy all his spoils of war? She could not be sure if he would treat her even more harshly. After all, she was just a sick purifier who could not even get out of bed. At this moment, she had no ability to protect herself, like a piece of delicious and tender meat, left to be picked at will. The frail and powerless purifier girl in the black bedding stimulated the senses of the sentinels. as if he could treat her however he wished simply by reaching out. Making her cry, breaking her, all of it was fine, because now he held great power. He had the ability in the capital. Chapter 39, Clumsy Puppy. He didn't even have to bear any blame, as long as he could push all the responsibility onto the height of the White Tower. After all, they had already been eliminated, and the dead could not defend themselves. He looked at Xie Guitang's beautiful face, her lips a deep red, her skin delicate and snow-white, like a frail and powerless spirit. The towering rebel leader reached out and held her hand inappropriately, carefully stroking her fingers with restraint. "You are free now. I will become your new guardian," he thought, willing to be her new sword and shield, never allowing anyone to harm her again. She reached out to the unfamiliar Sentinel, and Fu Zhao kindly leaned down so she could touch his face. The moment she made contact, a warm, damp sensation surged in his chest, blending the oceanic nature's respect for women with the Sentinel's protection of the guide. He wanted to guard the princess he had traveled so far to rescue forever. And as his heart raced, he thought he would die for her. He wanted to place her within his chest, to protect her from any wear and tear with his own flesh and blood. Fu Zhao thought of many things, but he said nothing. The gentle purifier used her other hand to stroke the back of his neck, drawing him closer, and he nearly buried his head in her neck. Such warmth and fragrance made him unable to resist sinking deeper. Everything felt like it could only happen in a dream. "Are you really willing to be my sword?" Fu Zhao's throat was dry, his eyes deep like obsidian. "Yes, I am willing." Then, the purifier held his face and bestowed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, leaving him feeling foolish and unsure of what to do. A deafening shout echoed in his heart. He was willing to die for her. He was willing. "Merciful guide, please grant me one more second of tenderness. Just one more second." The guide leaned against his shoulder, chuckling softly, a pleasant response. "Then what do you need me to do, loyal Sentinel?" Fu Zhao performed a gentleman's gesture, cradling her wrist in his large hand and kissing the back of her hand, as if sealing some strange pact. "I want to become your forever indispensable thing." Accepting his loyal protection meant she could never abandon him, never. His lowered eyes were pitch black, as if they could not project any light, and his movements were strictly proper, without the slightest transgression. "I want you to have only me as your guardian, no one else." He did not allow anyone to share the purifier's affection with him, not even blood relatives. She gently patted his shoulder. "What a domineering gentleman you are." "Then, as you wish." He rested his forehead against the back of the purifier's hand, loyal to the faith he had chosen for a lifetime. Fu Zhao was often slow to respond. Unlike other Sentinels who harbored many ambitions, he simply wanted to uphold the promise he had once made. To die for the guide he protected. The subordinates beneath the tower still did not understand what had happened. They only knew that their leader had not allowed anyone to enter since coming down from the tower, until countless precious medicines and various medical instruments were brought into the tower, until that window, which had long been sealed, was opened, and the beautiful lady looked down from above. Only then did they realize that their usually taciturn leader had nurtured a noble purifier lady. She was like a flower blooming in late spring, fed by his flesh and blood, growing anew on his skeletal veins. Xie Guitang had enjoyed quite a pleasant time. Whatever she asked for, Fu Zhao provided without fail. Until that day, when she had an irreconcilable conflict with Fu Zhao, she finally understood something about this silent guardian. Like the butterfly-type Sentinel she had once strangled, the laser-type ghost warrior butterfly Sentinel was secretly seducing her guide behind his back. That despicable butterfly type knelt before the guide, tempting her to give him a gentle kiss. Fu Zhao entered from outside and saw this scene. He thought they all deserved to die. The bastard trying to seduce the guide behind his back must die. Fu Zhao's expression remained as immovable as a mountain. But later Xie Guitang learned that the butterfly Sentinel had already bled beneath the tower on the day he left. That night, upon hearing the news, she tossed and turned, unsure if the oceanic Sentinel who had once been loyal to her had developed ambitions. What would he do next? Moonlight streamed through the window into the tower. From the shadows, she saw a silent figure. It was Fu Zhao, lingering like a ghost in a corner where she could not see clearly. He quietly watched her. She didn't know how long he had been sitting there or what he was thinking. Xie Guitang's eyes trembled for a moment. She realized she had been discovered. The tall young man rose from the shadows, walked to her bedside, and gently stroked her face. You promised me. Only me. No other Sentinels or any other chaotic figures. The treasure he had discovered. He healed her eyes and placed her back in the bright sunlight. He belonged to her alone, and she should belong to herself, without any third parties interfering between them. This was something she had once promised herself. He asked her softly, "Are you going to break the old promise?" Xie Guitang vaguely sensed that this question was like a glacier floating in the deep sea. One misstep could lead to the adventurer's demise. She gave the tense Sentinel a gentle touch, her fingers brushing his face, embracing him tenderly. He felt like cold iron with a rolled edge, unable to maintain his hardness and sharpness any longer. A gentle embrace made his heart feel damp and sour. At that moment, even the mightiest general would have to drop his armor. Fu Zhao pressed his forehead against the back of her hand, bowing his head in request. "Do not forget our promise." Xie Guitang lifted his chin, gazing into his dark eyes, like a clumsy puppy that didn't know how to win her favor, only able to repeatedly plead, asking her not to forget her little puppy. He did not want to revert to the old ways of the White Tower's upper levels. He only wanted to gain her exclusive affection. The powerful Sentinel, now the one in charge, was filled with jealousy. Chapter 40. The sweet treat of the alien leader. She looked down at him under the moonlight. He now held a high position, yet still seemed shackled by chains. What exactly was trapping him? The loyal puppy was never good with words. He knelt by Xie Guitang's bedside for a long time, only leaving when the morning light began to break. Fu Zhao was increasingly silent, often sitting not far from the guide, wordlessly polishing his katana. No one knew what he was thinking. The contaminated area was spreading, and the Central White Tower proposed to rebuild the 5 major White Tower joint defense zones. The former leader of the rebels could now sit at the same table as the old noble lords. However, it was evident that no one respected him because of his questionable origins. Even if he occupied a piece of land, in their eyes, he was still a nobody. Fu Zhao always silently watched Xie Guitang, with an unacknowledged sorrow in his eyes, which Xie Guitang only realized after a long time. The hard and taciturn Sentinel was worried about their future, and the undercurrents regarding Purifying Agilia were already turbulent. Under the war, they lacking self-defense capabilities were like little lambs, with everyone wanting to take a bite. The system of the White Towers had long since rotted, yet Fu Zhao still wanted to turn the tide. He rarely showed his rage, but during a high-level meeting of the 5 major White Towers, he overturned the conference table. He directly pointed his sword at the administrative officer of the Central White Tower, asking, "In your eyes, do common people have the right to live? Please tell me, what is the special clause in the 4th point of the meeting regarding purifiers? Can activate special clauses in times of crisis. Do you dare say it?" He kicked over the table, pointing his sword around, and where the blade passed, everyone fell silent. "Do you dare to act but not dare to speak?" The frightened administrative officer of the Central White Tower felt he had lost face. He, of proper lineage, had been intimidated by Fu Zhao, a newcomer to power. He scolded Fu Zhao for being unruly, saying, "Who doesn't know you are hiding a high-level purifier? Your opposition to the clause. Is it for the greater good or for selfish reasons? We all know. Fu Zhao, hand over the purifier. You have no right to keep her hidden." Fu Zhao understood all too well what they wanted to do with Xie Guitang, a bunch of old fools. He had no intention of spilling blood at the conference table. He coldly sheathed his katana. "Greater good? You think too highly of me. Everything I say today is for selfish reasons. If you want my purifier, come and take her. If you can take her, that's your skill." He struck the table beside him with the hilt of his sword. "If you can't take her, leave your life behind." He turned and left the meeting, his military cloak trailing behind him. Xie Guitang and Fu Zhao were often apart. The old nobility of the White Tower pressured him together while he fought bloodily outside, and they indulged themselves in the safety zone. In her half-dreaming state, she felt Fu Zhao carefully touching her fingers, just like when they first met. At that time, she actually already had feelings. Days later, good news came from the front lines. The White Tower had rebuilt the joint defense line and had controlled the source of contamination. The 404 could enjoy a temporary peace for decades. Along with this came Fu Zhao's message. He died in duty, using his own blood and bones to rebuild the high walls. In the relics brought back by his deputy, there was only a pair of blood-stained emerald earrings, something he held tightly until death. In the brief letter to Xie Guitang, there were only a few words: "Please do not forget your guardian." With the border rebuilt, they no longer urgently crave the flesh and blood of purifiers. Without the pressure from death, the Sentinels could show more patience and warmth. Holding that last thin page of the letter, Xie Guitang looked at the sunset on the horizon. She realized that the former rebel leader was actually a youth with the heart of the sun and moon. The exam is over. Fu Zhao was ejected from the assessment system, sitting in a holographic pod in silence for a long time. From a simulation he just experienced, he understood that this assessment was definitely to match a guardian for a certain purifier. He seemed to still be in that gentle embrace, though he couldn't believe that such a gentle purifier really existed in the world. But he had to fight for himself this time. He was not used to competing for things, but this time was different. That position he would not give to anyone. Suddenly, he thought of Gu Yunshe. The laser-type ghost warrior butterfly was truly an annoying fellow. However, it was good that he had withdrawn. His previous decision to step back was the best decision. Opening the back end, Fu Zhao saw his assessment score. Fu Zhao, 96 points. He pondered what would happen if someone else scored higher than him. Was this score really safe? Charles saw Fu Zhao emerge from the holographic simulation pod and politely smiled as he handed him a cup of tea. "Captain Fu Zhao, you often are tea at the White Tower. I suppose you don't like this position?" Fu Zhao did not take the water from his hand, lowering his eyes to look at him, cunning dog. Facing Fu Zhao's silence, Charles maintained his smile. "I wonder how Captain Fu Zhao's assessment score is? It should be quite good, right?" As soon as he said this, Ningxian immediately looked over. He wanted to drape his arm over Fu Zhao's shoulder to display brotherhood. But Fu Zhao was 2 meters tall. "Come on, I want to know too." Fu Zhao's gaze swept past Ningxian, irritated cat. Not suitable for a guide at all. He stepped away, appearing very out of place, just like when he went to the bathroom. Ningxian clicked his tongue, then arrogantly stared at Charles. "Hey, what score did your captain get?" Charles nearly lost his composure. "What score? That dumb dog. Didn't he even get a score?" For the sake of their canine group's reputation. Charles smiled slightly. "Sorry, I can't disclose that." Ningxian sneered. "Can't disclose? What a load of crap." Captain Fei Jiaku was a sentinel who was both deaf and blind. Lin Butchie worried that he would receive a not-so-glorious identity card, sighing as he looked at his enormous captain. Hope God blesses him. Fei Jiaku's identity card was difficult to describe, and Lin Butchie's prayers seemed to be in vain. "You are a cruel and tyrannical alien leader, at odds with the 5 major White Towers. You hate guides and purifiers. Because you and your subordinates have all been abused by guides, you share the same hatred for them. However, due to frequent battles, your pollution level has reached a dangerous edge, and you urgently need a guide's comfort. To please you, your subordinates offered you a delicious sweet treat." The tall alien leader, with an excessively high mutation value, had his entire lower body transformed into a green snake tail. Long, dark green hair fell over his tail, and his alien attire revealed large patches of cold white skin. He sat on a high platform, wearing a half-bone mask, his inorganic eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling a cold-blooded tyrant. But who knew this tyrant was not only deaf but also blind? The beautiful little guide was locked in a cage, her face flushed, her expression dazed, as if drugged. She bit her lip, trying hard to stay awake, angrily cursing the rumored cold-blooded tyrant for such treatment. "You bastards! Is this how you treat guides?" She cursed the tyrant as a dog, yet he remained unresponsive for a long time. The subordinate who brought her laughed and tapped the iron bars of the cage with the hilt of his knife. "Our monarch can't hear, so don't waste your effort. You can only reap the rewards if you manage to please him, understand? This is not a place like the 5 great White Towers here. Guides are the least likely to receive pity. Just comfort him obediently, or else." He thought of something, suddenly chuckled, and said, "Speaking of which, Fei Jiaku is deaf, so when she cries out to stop, he won't even hear it. With such a strong build, he can't hear her cry or see her tears. He won't end up hurting her, will he?" He glanced at her, the little guide, and thought, "Good luck to you." Chapter 41. I really want to mate. A small snake, about 2 fingers thick and emerald green, slithered out from behind the high platform beside Fei Jiaku, flicking its tongue to capture information from the air. Once the little snake emerged, the entire venue fell silent, and no one spoke. It quickly locked onto the direction of the guide and swiftly crawled towards her, slithering into the cage and up her leg. Xie Guitang grabbed it by the neck 3 inches down, forcefully throwing it away. "Get away from me." Fei Jiaku breathed heavily for a moment, and the little snake seemed very sad, lowering its head and staring at her with its small, white, bean-like eyes. But those eyes actually did not possess much visual ability. It stubbornly looked in the direction of the guide, unwilling to turn its head away, like a pitiful dog snake that was despised by its owner. The little snake crawled over in grievance, climbing up along the chair beside Fei Jiaku, growing larger as it climbed, until it was as thick as Xie Guitang's wrist, then coiling around his shoulder. The indifferent and tall alien leader patted the little snake's head, then walked down from the high platform. At that moment, the subordinate who had brought Xie Guitang and made a retreat gesture to the others with great insight. They left in an orderly manner. In the empty hall, only Xie Guitang and Fei Jiaku remained. She breathed heavily, feeling dizzy in front of her. She felt someone opening the door of the iron cage, and then she was roughly pulled out by her wrist. Like a giant bride, she was cradled in Fei Jiaku's arms, her bare ankles rubbing against the cold, hard scales. As her gaze became hazy, she felt a slippery and agile snake tongue licking her neck, unable to discern whether it was a spiritual entity or something else. She frowned in resistance, wanting to pull away, but the next second cold fingers lifted her chin, and something slipped into her mouth. Xie Guitang instantly opened her eyes, and in front of her was Fei Jiaku's enlarged face, with a trace of moisture at the corner of his lips, looking dazed and sluggish. It was hard to say what had just happened, and she didn't want to delve into it. Get away, get lost. Her complexion was terrible, but Fei Jiaku showed no signs of it. He carried her into his bedroom and placed her on the bed. That snake might have crawled back into his mental landscape. She struggled to retreat, but he held her ankle with one hand. The alien leader, towering over 2 meters tall, climbed to the side of her bed, his emerald green tail slithering up her spine. He lifted her ankle, sniffing her calf delicately, even excessively flicking his tongue to probe and touch her skin. Xie Guitang felt a chill run down her back at this scene, her breath coming in heated gasps, her fingers tightly gripping the tip of his tail, rolling. He leaned down, getting close to her, almost giving her a kiss on the cheek. He felt that the guide needed help at that moment. The Sentinel, about to fall into a mental frenzy, was acting purely on instinct, unaffected by past memories or his current identity. Perhaps he should treat her brutally? Did he hate her? Hate her? It seems not. Hate. Like him. Really like. Yes. He really likes. The guide with a flushed face looked at him with trembling eyes, her delicate white fingers trying to push away his cold white chest. However, her resistance had no effect. Bastard. Dog thing. Get lost. Fei Jiaku pressed his side face against hers, like an alternative tenderness from a different species. He held her jaw on one side with his fingers, not letting her escape. Give me your breath. Open your mouth. You need me. He mumbled this fragmented sentence, but the guide still did not respond, leaving the mentally chaotic Sentinel struggling to maintain his calm. Fei Jiaku got the soothing pheromones he needed from the guide, and her warm body temperature gradually calmed the violent mental imagery he was about to fall into. He regained the reason that belonged to the alien leader. However, the guide seemed a bit pitiful. Her ankles resting on the dark sheets trembled slightly, and her eyes were dazed and unfocused. As her reason returned, she angrily grabbed the bedside lamp and threw it at Fei Jiaku. The lamp shattered, but he remained unharmed. He even made a puzzled expression towards her, asking, "Do you still need me?" For the Sentinels of the Pythons, who have issues with innate perception and genetics, it is difficult for them to possess feelings such as shame or other emotions like normal people. They are always straightforward and candid, often having a limited understanding of others' feelings. They think perhaps the guides need them to provide some deeper assistance. Just now, Fei Jiaku's actions had successfully metabolized the drugs in Xie Guitang's body. She lifted her foot and stepped on Fei Jiaku's bare, broad shoulders, signaling rejection, and he obediently sat up. However, in the next moment, Xie Guitang was suddenly lifted and seated on his thick serpent tail, a very dangerous move. She coldly glared at him and slapped him hard. Her fingers went numb, but Feijiaka still looked at her in confusion. She felt his tail stirring restlessly and rudely grabbed his long, smooth, forest green hair. When his hair was pulled, he frowned slightly, feeling a hint of discomfort, but he didn't react violently. Instead, he lowered his head and pressed it into her palm. Nowadays, Feijiaka gave Xie Guitang a feeling that left her completely at a loss as to what to do with him. Slapping him, he didn't even seem to feel pain. Cursing at him, he seemed not to hear. Giving him a cold glare, he didn't see it, and he couldn't even be said to be mistreating her. Frustrated, she threw the little snake that kept trying to crawl onto her onto the floor. Can you really not hear me? Xie Guitang stared at Feijiaka's face with darkened eyes. He seemed to be deaf to her words, offering no response, only rubbing his face against her like a spoiled child seeking affection. Annoyed, she slapped him twice, but he continued to nuzzle against her without a care, even positioning his face toward her for her convenience. His thick snake tail wrapped around her, imprisoning her in his embrace, creating a scene reminiscent of an alien nest. Feijiaka caught a whiff of her scent, which he greatly enjoyed, wanting to cling to her madly, wishing to keep her trapped in his nest forever. He liked her. Really liked her. Wanted. Chapter 42. Triggering passive skills. He wanted the guide to be filled with his scent, letting everyone know that this was his unique treasure. His senses were too dull, even when the plot pressed upon his consciousness. Those painful paths flickered like meaningless static on an old television. In simple terms, the plot was difficult to load. His brain could not process so much information. Feijiaka's beastly nature was too strong, and most of the time, he acted purely on instinct. However, it must be said that a beast's instinct is very keen and often quite useful. In this Death Star scenario, he had recklessly found the correct answer, although not 100 correct. At least he wasn't off track. One of the essential spirits of Guardian is to serve the guide when needed, and he did this well. When Xie Guitang woke up, Feijiaka was nowhere to be found, and she was being closely guarded by alien sentinels. Pushing open the bedroom door, she saw 2 rows of tall sentinels standing guard outside, dressed in military uniforms, holding guns, and wearing black and white skull masks. The gazes directed at Xie Guitang were filled with identical hatred and malice, completely different from Feijiaka's mental state. She slowly stepped back and closed the door. She was pondering how she could leave this place and return to the protection of the White Tower. Opening the window, a small butterfly gently landed on her finger. A laser-style goddess of light butterfly. She watched this little butterfly as it flapped its wings and took off again, but it did not fly away. Instead, it circled around her. Xie Guitang quickly received the information it conveyed and smiled subtly at it. A very beautiful little butterfly. The little butterfly seemed shy, clumsily falling from the air, free-falling for a moment before landing in the guide's palm. She caught it. The guide had a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth, showing no impatience or disgust. A green little snake crawled past on the windowsill, its tail wrapping around the grapevine, slowly flicking its tongue. 7 days later, the White Tower went to war with the aliens. The blue goddess of light butterfly broke through numerous obstacles and flew to the top of a high building, where a handsome sentinel in combat gear knelt on one knee at the windowsill, reaching out to her. "Miss Guide, I'm here to take you back." As Xie Guitang's fingers were about to fall into his palm, a huge snake head appeared behind him, its gray-white eyes larger than the sentinel's head. The snake's tongue flicked out, bringing a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. The giant butterfly wings were violently torn apart, and the butterfly-type sentinel displayed a pained expression. He drew the long knife at his side, steadfastly guarding in front of the guide, determined to protect her. "If you want to forcefully keep the guide here, then please step over my corpse." Xie Guitang suddenly pulled this sentinel to her side, their bodies almost touching. His eyes trembled as he gazed at her, moist with longing. "To die for you is my honor as a sentinel. Gentle purifier, please do not grieve for his sacrifice today. He is willing, though he may die. He does so with honor." Xie Guitang's gaze fell on his damaged tail, that beautiful laser blue still twitching nervously. She sighed and walked to the window, stroking the giant python's head. Let him return to the White Tower. If he returned now, he could still repair his tail, and wouldn't he have to be a broken sentinel? The snake's tongue damply licked her wrist, and the butterfly-type sentinel's eyes widened, fingers tightly gripping the knife handle. How dare you? How dare you toy with a noble purifier? Xie Guitang indifferently seized its tongue and then wiped her hands on a nearby velvet curtain. Sentinel, please be more restrained. The python did not understand what she meant by restraint. It persistently wanted to harass the guide, like a hungry fiend eyeing a sweet little cake. The door was pushed open, and Fijako entered from outside, automatically locking onto this intruder. She could not decipher what he said. The language was very obscure and difficult to understand, and she was certain he was not speaking the common language of the D-404 galaxy. The giant python received his command, its tail slithering through the window to wrap around the guide and pull her out. She let out a light gasp, followed by the sound of blood splattering on the floor. With a clatter, the long knife fell to the ground, followed by the sound of a heavy object dropping. Xie Guitang saw nothing but green before her eyes, but she could hear. She was wrapped and placed on the rooftop of the high building. The giant python slithered down, joining the battlefield. She clearly saw how Fijako came to be called Tyrant. No matter how powerful a sentinel was, as long as it was wrapped up by it, their bones would shatter. Being strangled by a giant python must be extremely painful. Possessing beastly nature, in a sense, also represented the loss of civilization. He struggled to understand the subtle exchanges of intellect between cultured individuals, always making the scene nakedly bloody and violent. The beast that invaded its territory had passive skills of defense and attack. Feathers from flying types mixed with blood fell from the sky, and sporadic bloodstains landed on Xie Guitang's face. Success or failure, it all depended on the same thing. The exam is over. The assessment ended. Fijako was ejected from the assessment system, and the Black Mamba climbed onto his shoulder, eagerly requesting to exchange information. He patted the Black Mamba's head and then opened his system backend. Fijako, 43 points. It's over. After seeing this score, Lin Butchie felt a chill in his heart, looking at Fijako with a sense of frustration. How could he be so useless? Why couldn't he be like Captain Akabane, who had hundreds of insights? Stupid snake. Worthless thing. He took a few deep breaths. Now he could only pray that the scores of the others were all below 40. However, he looked at Charles's calm, smiling face and Captain Fu Zhao's steady, reliable back. Could it be that their Ares team captain was the one with the lowest score? The worried adjutant pressed his fingers against his forehead. If that were the case, what would become of their stealth department as future? Akabane seemed to have already secured victory, smiling faintly as he connected to the assessment system. You are the fiancé of the Purifier. This is the eve of your wedding. But the Purifier seems to be quite dissatisfied with you. You discovered the spiritual body of a brother from the battle team at home. And not only that, you even caught your brother, comforting her with her clothes. Will you give her the freedom to choose, or... Akabane's identity indeed belonged to a strong starting position. But the situation was truly not looking good. It was well known that Sentinels had a very strong sense of jealousy and possessiveness, especially those whose spiritual bodies were birds of prey. Their pride would not allow anyone else to share their private possessions. Chapter 43. Labor compensation in a European-style bedroom dominated by a platinum color scheme. A purification master in pajamas sits in front of a vanity. Her fiancé, dressed in a traditional and elegant three-piece suit, has just entered the room. She glances at him lightly, and the authoritative Akabane, who is usually decisive, is momentarily frozen in place by her nonchalant look. Sorry, I'm late, he says, attempting to gauge the source of her displeasure with clever words. But unfortunately, the guy does not buy his act. She lazily supports her forehead with her hand and looks at him, commanding him to kneel. The proud flight master lowers his gaze. His lips press together, and after a moment, he kneels before her. At this point, the purification master reveals a hint of satisfaction. She places one hand on her knee, lightly tapping her fingers. Then she slightly raises her chin, signaling him to come closer. The look in Akabane's downcast eyes is one of deep humiliation, murky and complex. His fingers clenched and then relaxed at his sides. The noble and handsome Akabane crawls towards her on all fours like a dog, then bows his head in front of her. She places her fingers on his head, petting him like one would a dog, and suddenly grabs his hair, forcing him to look up at her. Akabane, you disappoint me. His eyes tremble violently for a moment, his breath quickening. He is unsure where he has failed her. Or has she discovered something? Excessive exclusivity is not a wise move for someone in the position of a Purification Master's fiancé. Do you agree? Akabane remains silent for a moment. He can never agree with this. However, he is not as foolish as Riais. He understands that the words of the Purification Master are the first principle. He will never say anything to upset her. So, Akabane kisses the back of her hand, maintaining perfect etiquette even while kneeling. I certainly agree. Please believe that I will correct everything you dislike in a timely manner. That's a lie. He can never change a thing. He is simply jealous. No one could be his rival. And he cannot show even a moment of mercy to those starving wild dogs. Give her the freedom to choose. Impossible. He is not one of those useless people. He has the strength and means. Xie Guitang tiredly withdrew her hand. You'd better. Akabane placed his hand on his knee, looking obediently at her. I will. The Purification Master stood up and threw a soft pillow at him. Get out. Akabane caught the pillow and stood up calmly. She was always like this. When she was happy, she would let him lie in bed for a while, and when she was upset, she would chase him out. She wouldn't even spare him a blanket. It didn't matter. A tolerant Sentinel would always forgive their partner's little temper. Akabane still slept at the door that night, just like many nights before. After getting up, he tied on a teddy bear apron to cook breakfast for his partner. The sun was shining, and everything was beautiful, except for the uninvited Riais, his foolish half-brother. Watching Riais chatter away like a happy puppy in front of Xie Guitang, Akabane thought to himself, he truly is a genuine fool. Tisk, hopelessly stupid. The teddy bear apron cinched around Akabane's waist, giving him an air of a gentle and considerate husband. His dark golden eyes, with a hint of a smile, swept over Riais before settling steadily on Xie Guitang. He placed breakfast on the table, bending down to set down the white utensils, and the scenery at his collar unexpectedly caught Xie Guitang's eye. It was pink and looked very soft. She subtly averted her gaze, feeling her ears inexplicably warm. Riais snickered knowingly, reminding her, the morning temperature is quite low. Brothers should take care to keep warm. What a show-off old man. It's a joke. Miss Purification would never fall for this. Akabane's fingers rested on Riais' shoulder, and for a moment, Riais felt a bone-cracking sensation. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he struggled to suppress his discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Riais pretended to be casual. Akabane smiled politely at him. No need to worry. I tend to be a bit casual in my own home, so this outsider should be a bit more aware of his status as an outsider. Akabane glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. He needed to leave for work. Before departing, he took his foolish brother, who had been trying to linger. Xie Guitang sat in the living room reading, already having her own plans regarding the engagement. A knock came at the door, and when she opened it, it was Lahore, the flight sentinel she had met a few days ago. Lahore had once been Akabane's teammate and was now his subordinate. As Akabane had been promoted to commander 6 months ago, the young man at the door had sleek black hair, shining black eyes, and stood 188 centimeters tall, appearing tall and upright. His handsome face, with thick brows and deep-set eyes, was very decent-looking. However, what he was attempting to do was somewhat unsightly. As he was now trying to seduce his superior's fiancée, and even someone who looked so proper was willing to take such risks for love. Have you thought about my previous proposal? I can do it quietly, without the commander finding out. Xie Guitang was silent for a moment. You really want to have an affair with me, don't you? Lahore raised an eyebrow. How can matters of the heart between lovers be described as an affair? Trust me, Commander Akabane is not a suitable match. He is always so self-important and hard to tame, and moreover, he is 6 years older than you, unable to understand your immediate needs. I've heard that men become less capable as they age. Younger gentlemen are always more practical. My spirit body is a flight falcon. I'm young and well-behaved. I promise you'll know if you give it a try. Please give me a chance. Okay? A falcon? Xie Guitang fell into thought. Then step aside to allow him in. Come in and talk. Lahore smiled. Did this Purification Master already consider accepting his proposal? Once inside, Xie Guitang hesitated for a long time. Lahore realized that this lady might need his help. Xie Guitang said, "I have something that needs your help. You can?" Lahore responded, "I can." Xie Guitang paused. She hadn't even stated what the matter was. This upright sentinel gave her a military salute. "At your service." After the serious talk, he smirked at Xie Guitang. "I hope to receive some compensation for my efforts." He overstepped the line, binding the Purification Master in his arms, fingers resting on either side of her ornate chair. The gaze of the falcon held a powerful intensity as he awaited her promise or answer. Xie Guitang frowned slightly, attempting to create distance. "I want you to deliver a letter to my guardian." Lahore nodded gently, "Sure." So what was his compensation? A kiss, a moment of spiritual comfort, or perhaps more of the Purification Master's sweet nectar? Chapter 44. Expensive and exquisite gifts. Lahore had been staring at her, and the peregrine falcon was a patient flying raptor during the hunt. "What is my reward?" Xie Guitang sensed an aggressive intent from him, and she frowned uncomfortably. "A promotion, or a sum of star coins that would ensure your financial security." The upright soldier dismissed his proposal lightly, saying to her, "I don't want this. What I want. Do you really not know? Are you testing my patience? Or probing my sincerity?" Xie Guitang remained silent for a moment. "So, you mean to say, it has to be a secret affair with her, right?" She sighed, her fair fingers grasping his uniform collar, and she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "So can we now proceed to do what you should do?" A hint of amusement flashed in Lahore's eyes as he stood up and made a noble bow to Xie Guitang, one hand behind his back, the other on his chest, slightly bowing his head to her. "As you wish. However, I think this is just my small interest, right? After all, you know that what I do for you next, if discovered by others, might land me in the military prison for the rest of my life. The generous and merciful purifier lady will surely reward me with something equivalent to the risk, right?" The young soldier's face was full of ambition. Xie Guitang waved her hand at him. "I will consider this matter." What a greedy hound! With the ability of a peregrine falcon, it would not be difficult for him to send a letter to the Special Operations Department without being noticed by others. Lahore got the answer he wanted along with some sweet comfort, leaving the home of his superior contentedly. Meanwhile, the falcon on his shoulder had just received a comfortable caress, soaring high in the sky with great spirit, even foolishly wanting to challenge the Argentine giant eagle in a flying contest. He raised his arm, and it landed on the soldier's arm, its owner also beaming with pride. He pinched its little sharp beak, saying, "Listen, buddy, we need to be quietly. Do you understand? If that hypocritical guy, Akabane, finds out, he will definitely give me a good beating." With his superior's character, he thought it was hard to compliment him. Perhaps Akabane could really send him off to some desolate place. In this lifetime, he might not only have no hope of promotion, but also never be able to wear shoes that fit. The falcon-like creature nodded. "Over. The bird has received the message." Understood the command. Akabane had worked hard to become the fiancé of the purifier, and because of this special status, he received hostility from many soldiers. Or rather, he had offended too many people for this identity. After all, how could he possibly break through the pack of wolves and tigers without employing some clever tactics? Returning home, exhausted from the troubles, Akabane found a black falcon feather at his doorstep. He fell into deep thought. So, that damned hand is already stretched into his home. Huh. The familiar pheromone scent immediately locked onto the target. Peregrine falcon, high-level soldier, and a mixed breed he once served with in the Special Operations Division, Lahore. Akabane destroyed the disgusting feather and casually thought that he should perhaps make a pair of small shoes for that Lahore soldier. Upon entering his home, his delicate fiancée was watering flowers, dressed in a soft, long home dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. The whole atmosphere exuded a sense of tranquil beauty. He would not let anyone ruin this scene. Akabane did not intend to put the purifier on a pedestal, but undoubtedly, he wanted Xie Guitang to always be under his protective wing. Putting down the golden tulip in his hand, he walked over, gently hugging her from behind, and leaned down to give her a tender kiss. "Good evening, my little lady." She set down the flower pot, turned to face him, and Akabane's arms encircled her waist to prevent her from accidentally falling. Xie Guitang looked at him and suddenly chuckled, "You dog." It sounded like a flirtatious term. The raptor-like Captain Akabane looked at his partner with his dark golden eyes and gently responded, "Woof." Xie Guitang smiled briefly, then quickly withdrew her smile, playfully patting Akabane's cheek with the back of her hand. "Go cook, I'm hungry." He grasped her hand as she tried to pull it back and gently kissed her fingers. "It's my fault." Akabane opened the package. He had bought himself a new white lace apron. While cooking, he thought that perhaps this apron could have some other uses. After dinner, Xie Guitang washed up and leaned against the headboard, browsing the current news. Recently, the White Tower had been a bit too restless. She hadn't communicated with her guardian for a long time and wondered how Fizmond was doing now. In a previous operation, Fizmond was sentenced to significant misconduct for violating orders and was subsequently detained and interrogated by the Special Operations Department. She wasn't very clear about what had happened at that time. She only heard a loud explosion while drowsy. At that moment, she didn't even have time for a word with her guardian before he was arrested by the Special Operations soldiers. Then came the charges of dereliction of duty and disobeying orders, and she still couldn't see him. She wasn't sure about the other charges against Fizmond, but she was certain he had never been derelict in his duty. Fizmond was a Caucasian Shepherd Spirit Level 3S soldier. Loyalty and guarding were ingrained in his genes. Over the 10 years he had been by her side, he had never made a mistake of neglecting his duties, although sometimes he might have overreacted when she was purifying and comforting other soldiers. However, those actions were all taken with her safety as the first priority, so she did not believe Fizmond was guilty in this regard. Dereliction of duty led to his reassignment away from her side, followed by the White Tower Conference, which aimed to match her with a fiancé. She had to think deeply about all this. It felt like a trap that wanted to exert stronger control over her. So the first step was to remove her wings and cut off her legs that could leave. Outside, the bright moon hung high. Xie Guitang began to miss her loyal and taciturn guardian, his moist eyes always gently watching her. She missed her little dog. She wondered if her little dog was doing well. A gentle knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Akabane, dressed like a beautiful gift, pushed the door open. He wore a pair of pink kitten ears, a white fluffy tail behind him, and was bare-chested, wearing military-style trousers with a very loose leather belt. And on top, he wore a white lace apron. Like a handsome young prince, Akabane looked down at her with a shallow smile. Meow, meow, meow. With his beautiful guide like some joyful entertainment before bed, the soldier's robust body lifted the white lace apron, creating a curve. As a flying type, Akabane's skin and muscles were creamy and ample. His affectionate dark golden eyes sparkled with a precious and gentle smile. Everything seemed so beautiful, perhaps too beautiful. Chapter 45. The butterfly in the palm, the smart bracelet of Akabane beeped several times, and Xie Guitang glanced to see it was a call from the Special Operations Department. She cupped his face with her fingers, leaning down close enough to almost kiss him. He couldn't care less about the damned official business. "Akabane, do you really want to make a marriage pact with me?" He swallowed hard, his throat constricting slightly as he inhaled with difficulty. The way she looked at him so gently made his chest resonate violently. "I want to be your partner." She lowered her gaze and smiled softly, beautifully, but there was always a fine shadow in her eyes, like a butterfly trapped by something. "Do you want to kiss me?" Upon hearing this, his heart rate spiked, but the damned bracelet vibrated violently again, and he roughly took it off and tossed it to the floor. He eagerly cradled her face. I want to kiss you." The proud aviator kneeling at her feet wanted to lean up and kiss her, but she lightly lifted herself, creating distance between them. Her teasing posture was effortlessly controlled by her. Akabane's eyes darkened, the gaze revealing a predatory focus, while Xie Guitang gently caressed his face. "Akabane, don't be too anxious. There's plenty of time. Let's take it slow. Stay with me a little longer. I want to slowly unwrap my gift." Her fingers trailed down his cheek, landing at the edge of the white lace apron he wore, where a hint of pink was faintly visible underneath. She smiled with the composure of someone in power, pinching her index and middle fingers together and lightly tapping them on it. "Tell me your answer, Mr. Sentinel." There was a knock at the door, followed by the voice of Akabane's adjutant. "General, there's been an incident at the Special Operations Department." In the dim room, Akabane knelt on the floor, his clothing disheveled, drenched in sweat, trembling slightly, barely able to form a complete sentence. Beside him, the Argentine giant eagle was like a pet bird, obediently looking up at Xie Guitang as she petted it, surprisingly docile. She stood barefoot on his back, watching the proud aviator bow his head for her, calmly responding to the anxious adjutant outside. "I'm sorry, but the general is currently unavailable." Upon hearing Xie Guitang's words, the adjutant fell silent for a long time before finally leaving the door. She lifted her leg, raising Akabane's flushed, dazed face with the top of her foot. "Perhaps you should teach your adjutant to be more perceptive. And intruding into the general's residence is not a good behavior for a subordinate. Akabane, am I right?" He grasped her ankle with his fingers, pressing a wet kiss on her instep, even overly wanting to kiss his way up. "Yes, I will teach him to be a qualified adjutant." She kneeled on his shoulder, propping her chin in a way that seemed to smile at him. This general seemed utterly lost in desire. At 3 a.m, Akabane was tortured nearly to death by Xie Guitang, his white lace apron completely soaked through. Meanwhile, Xie Guitang received a message from Lahore, the content very simple. "Flee." He was telling her to escape. Xie Guitang put away the smart bracelet and met Akabane's steady, emotionally charged dark golden eyes. He smiled gently at her, the ever-polite Sentinel, exuding noble grace and calmness. "Shall we continue, my fiancée? The intelligence of the giant eagle is 7 times that of a peregrine falcon, and its flying speed and hunting abilities are far beyond that of the falcon. So why try to deceive him with outsiders? Isn't it better to be under his protection?" Xie Guitang looked down at him, fully aware of the entire situation. He was just playing along with her. Her expression darkened as she raised her hand and slapped him hard, enough to make her palm tingle, causing a trace of blood to spill from his lips. He calmly wiped the blood away with the back of his hand, and then revealed that polite smile again. "Do you want another slap? I can keep you entertained tonight." Unlike the low-intelligence flying systems and canine species, what he desired, he could certainly pursue. Choking, watching Akabane, she only felt suffocated. Flee. She wanted to leave this place. She wanted to live freely under the sunlight. She didn't need eyes constantly watching her, drawing various insurmountable boundaries, keeping her trapped in an invisible cage. Xie Guitang sighed wearily, gently uttering 3 words, "Get out." She didn't want to see him right now. Akabane left the bedroom, quickly washing up in the guest room and putting on a grass-green shirt when he received another communication from his adjutant. "General, the falcon has escaped." Standing in front of the dressing mirror, he raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled subtly, saying something almost devoid of emotion. "A bunch of useless fools." There was silence on the other end. After giving some instructions, Akabane hung up and adjusted the buttons of his shirt. The tall young man leaned against the dresser, unusually lighting a cigarette, holding it between his lips while tightening his belt. The smoke blurred his expression, making him appear somewhat desolate. He wanted to catch a butterfly, but the butterfly was too fragile. The strong winds and heavy rains outside could easily shatter its wings. Thus, he wanted to create a beautiful glass dome to protect it. He wanted the delicate flower to bloom perpetually, keeping the butterfly forever vibrant. In the upper levels of the White Tower in the office, Akabane wore a noble smile while facing a group of White Tower aristocrats. "Akabane, do you remember the benefits you promised us before? Now, do you want to keep it all for yourself?" He hesitated, emitting a sound of contemplation. Let me think. "Are we talking about the topic of guide essence we discussed before?" The high-ranking general smiled slightly. "Gentlemen, how could you be so sure that I would share the sweet soup with you now that I am in this position?" The old men across from him caught on. They realized he had stumbled while speaking, and what he intended to say was definitely not gentlemen, but rather fools. "Akabane, you bastard!" One of his former superiors, now a retired official, angrily grabbed his collar. "Do you want to tear up the treaty?" Akabane raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, but his face maintained a faint smile. He looked completely like a refined scoundrel. "Let me inform you all, we never actually signed any documents. Where does the term treaty come from? Who would dare sign such a thing regarding the guide essence? Exposing it means death without a burial." The general thought lightly. "Is an oral agreement also considered a treaty? I've said too many things. How could I possibly remember them all now? Really, you're making it difficult for me." Chapter 46. Sniping the butterfly. Akabane was punched on the spot. "Bastard. Do you forget who helped you rise to power? You want to go back on the treaty we agreed upon? Let me tell you, you're celebrating too early." Being called a bastard, the young commander remained unfazed. even maintaining his noble demeanor in front of several furious old veterans. It was truly irritating to watch. The farce ended unhappily. Akabane stood by the office window, watching several displeased old gentlemen leave with stern expressions. He knew full well that this matter was far from over. They would not easily admit defeat. Really, isn't the possessiveness of the flight department notorious enough? From the day they collaborated with him, they should have known they were dealing with a tiger by the tail. It was completely normal for them to go back on their word. He couldn't understand how they saw him as a convenient tool. After all, he now held a high position, wielding great power, having achieved everything he wanted. He didn't even turn against them or flip the table. Stabbing those old partners a few times would have been quite restrained of him. What more did they expect from him? Greedy old bastards. On a stormy night, Xie Guitang heard a knock on the window. She opened it to see Lahore, dressed in black combat gear, his face filled with a deadly intent. That bastard Akabane wants to eradicate me, so I let him continue to rest easy. He pulled out a clump of black-gray dog fur, mixed with a bloody canine claw. Xie Guitang's eyes trembled as she seriously told Lahore, "Wait a moment." She slammed the window shut, quickly opened her wardrobe, and found a set of clothes suitable for movement. Just as she changed, a knock came at the door, followed by Akabane's voice. "May I come in? Perhaps we need to talk?" He thought he should provide some comfort to the anxious little butterfly. After all, she had just lost her old protector, and she needed time to get used to her new one. The intelligence and alertness of the giant eagle forced Xie Guitang to calm herself down. She even tried to control her breathing, but it was difficult. The scene of the bloody canine claw kept replaying in her mind. She shut her eyes and suddenly smashed the lamp against the door. "Get out." Since she couldn't hide her feelings, she could only cover them up with madness. "Akabane, I just want to see my protector. What's wrong with that? Why do you keep going against me? You're just like them. You're all the same. Because you are all in it together." He seemed to want to say something, but the sound of the purifying priest's breakdown echoed from inside. "Get out. I said get out." Akabane's breathing grew heavy, and he struggled to suppress the urge to push the door open. He couldn't do that. He must not do something he would regret. He could handle his emotions perfectly. Don't scare his little companion. They still had plenty of time ahead, so he should take it slow. He took a deep breath and left. Hearing him leave, Xie Guitang quickly put on her shoes, zipped up to her throat, and reached out to Lahore outside the window. "Hurry." Lahore initially thought she didn't want to leave, but after hearing the commotion, he realized that this purifying priest cared more about her protector than he had imagined. "I can take you to see him, but you must listen to me, otherwise we'll both be in big trouble." He scooped Xie Guitang up in a manner similar to carrying a child, quickly shielding her under his rain cloak. After observing the surroundings, a peregrine falcon flew through the rain, swiftly guiding him towards the safest escape route. "Miss Xie, hold on to me. We're leaving here." Xie Guitang clung to his shoulder, unable to see anything under the cloak, only feeling the Sentinel's warm chest and heavy breathing. It was quite a ridiculous scene. The most upright Sentinel was quickly sneaking away with his superior's delicate wife in the rain. But no one dared to laugh. The usually eccentric Sentinel was serious, as this was a matter of life and death. If he was sniped by Akabane's giant eagle, he would undoubtedly die. He had already held a grudge for just delivering a message to Xie Guitang's little dog. So what would happen if he discovered he had taken his wife? Wouldn't he want to swallow him alive? Run, run. Lahore wished he could sprout 2 peregrine wings to fly away quickly. His legs were no longer enough. As they reached the stairs, Akabane sensed something was off. His clever mind could only be deceived by Xie Guitang for so long. He quickly turned back, pushing open the bedroom door. The room was empty, with only an open window letting in the wind. The cold wind, mixed with rain, drenched Akabane from head to toe. At that moment, the formality on his face was completely gone, replaced by a gloomy expression like that of a widow. "So, you want to escape from me, huh?" He wiped the rain off his face and walked to the window, catching the scent of the peregrine. It seemed he had been too lenient on his former colleague. He should have crushed that worthless skeleton to teach him what he was unworthy to touch. Touch his things, and be prepared to lose a hand, because he was not a merciful superior. Akabane pulled out the handgun at his side, coldly chambering around. "Run. Let us see how far you can get. Bastard, I will crush your chest." On the streets of Well City, there were suddenly many patrolling sentinels. Lahore received an urgent message from informant, and then he cursed Akabane through gritted teeth. Damn it, bastard. FK. Abuse of power. The whole city is on alert, leaving him no way out. The sentinel's cold fingers dug into the soft flesh of the purifying priest's shoulder, his voice carrying a chilling tone. If you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Xie Guitang sensed something was off and instinctively felt uneasy. She placed her fingers over the sentinel's hand, trying to calm him down temporarily. He now resembled a cornered beast, his chin and face rubbing against her neck, breathing heavily with a restless aura. The cool fragrance belonging to the purifying priest and her warm presence gradually helped him calm down. He buried his face in her neck, strong arms supporting her thighs. Suddenly, he chuckled. He never imagined he would end up like this after beating him to death. Clearly, he only wanted to be an unseen lover, stealing a taste of the purifying priest's sweetness while his superior was distracted. But now he had to flee with this sweet, soft little cake. How strange fate was. Looking at the besieged well city, he joyfully thought that his usually smiling superior was probably losing his composure now. Was he furiously flipping tables and cursing? His little delicate wife was gone. If he weren't being hunted by Akabane, he would probably relish the sight of his superior's embarrassment. Chapter 47, I don't want to see him anymore. Lahore had not been idle at the White Tower's military headquarters all these years. It was unclear what means he had used, but Xie Guitang indeed saw her guardian. In the dungeon of the Special Operations Department, the once tall Sentinel was covered in blood, thrown into the filthy water, and the Caucasian dog beside him could no longer see. The once imposing big dog could not even stand up. Its fur was matted and tangled, breathing weakly as it nestled against the Sentinel's side. The Sentinel leaned against the crumbling wall, one leg twisted and submerged in the murky puddle. His short black hair obscured some of his brows and eyes, leaving only the slender lower half of his face somewhat visible, looking desolate and silent, as if he were a corpse long dead. Xie Guitang wore Lahore's black rain cloak, the long end trailing on the ground like a dark little witch from the Middle Ages. The big dog caught her scent and struggled to lift its head, nudging the Sentinel's wrist with its nose, making urgent sounds from its throat. The whimpering from its throat alerted the Sentinel, but he could no longer see or hear anything. A soft hand gently cradled his chin, brushing aside the hair that had fallen over his brows and eyes. Lahore stood outside the cell, watching the person even he, as a sentinel, was reluctant to touch, suddenly being embraced by the guide. She dove into his arms like a weary bird returning to its nest, her head constantly wanting to bury itself in his neck, wishing to hide herself within the bones and blood of that broken sentinel. At that moment, Lahore knew that neither of them could win, that neither could possess this little butterfly, because her heart had already found a resting place. Fizman's broken sense of smell faintly detected a familiar scent, a soft bundle nestled tightly in his arms. He was at the end of his strength, but the loyal guardian still made an effort to raise his hand to give her a gentle response. His bloodied, slender fingers tenderly rested on her head, stroking her with a hint of pity. The sentinel, now emaciated, was left with only a wide skeletal frame to support him. He fumbled to lift her chin, pressing his forehead against hers. The warmth of their interaction, a tenderness belonging to canines, nearly made her burst into tears. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Lahore quickly pulled Xie Guitang's wrist, urging her to leave. Hurry, we don't have much time. She turned back for one last look at him. His sentinel always faced her direction, as if bidding her farewell. The moment Lahore led Xie Guitang out of the secret passage, they were confronted by Akabane and his men. The upright soldier dared not move, for Akabane had a gun pressed to his forehead. The once graceful commander now had no trace of warmth, coldly staring at him. Xie Guitang, wrapped in Lahore's black cloak, could only be pulled forward by him, when suddenly he stopped. Her heart sank, and then a gunshot rang in her ears, followed by 2 more consecutive shots. Akabane calmly shot this former comrade, shattering his skull, then fired 2 shots into his chest, confirming that Lahore was absolutely dead. He showed a faint mocking smile. Putting away his gun, he cradled Xie Guitang in his arms, unveiling the ugly black cloak, directly tossing that disgusting garment into the filthy water. Akabane took the satin coat prepared for her by his subordinates and gently draped it over her, smiling at her. Surprise. Welcome back. Xie Guitang's face momentarily expressed confusion. She seemed to lose her voice, her throat blocked with damp cotton, unable to utter a single word. It wasn't until they returned to her residence that she was gently placed on the soft bed by Akabane that she suddenly regained her senses. Akabane knelt by the bed. Looking up at her, "The traitors have been dealt with. You are safe now." Lahore, in his words, was the traitor who had been executed by his own hand. Xie Guitang had circled back to this place. She didn't know what else to say. With Akabane's cunning and intelligence, no matter what she said, he had 100 responses waiting for her. She was truly exhausted. Akabane thought she would explode in anger or slap him hard, but none of that happened. Everything he had anticipated did not occur. She simply pulled the blanket over herself and turned her back to him, silent, as if resigned to her fate. He paused for a moment, stood up, turned off the light for her, stroked her hair, and leaned down to say softly, "Good night." After the gentle sound of the door closing, the entire space fell into silence. She felt as if she was suffocating. Faced with Akabane, she even felt a heavy sense of powerlessness, as if no matter what she did, it was all futile struggle, like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. The direction of events gradually deviated from Akabane's expectations. He noticed she had stopped speaking, a state of silence that was unresponsive to anyone. He felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He even considered letting Fizman meet her, hoping she would say something, anything. Her current state truly frightened him. On the morning of the first snow, she had been staring blankly out the window for a full hour. Akabane squatted beside her. "Do you want to go for a walk?" She did not respond, not at all. A sudden wave of unbearable emotion spread in Akabane's heart, and he tentatively reached out to touch her fingers. "Or, do you want to meet Fizman?" Xie Guitang finally reacted. This slight response nearly moved him to tears. But her next words sent his heart sinking to the bottom. She looked at Akabane and softly said, "I don't want to see him anymore." Akabane felt he was about to lose her, but the usually sharp-witted commander could not think of any way to keep her. How could he retain a little butterfly? The night before the wedding, Akabane dreamed of the long-awaited ceremony. Like a scene from fantasy, he was marrying the girl he loved most, and they would spend their lives together. She smiled at him gently, then there was a loud alarm. He woke from the dream to see huge blood-red letters floating before him. Pass-fail. Assessment failed. Akabane was ejected from the assessment system. He stayed silent for a long time. What he had not understood before, he now slowly comprehended. To catch a butterfly in hand, attempting to bind it in the name of protection, would suffocate it in an airtight environment. Akabane felt a deep discomfort in his heart. He had never felt this way before because he realized that, in this guardian matching, he was probably the least compatible one. He prided himself on his intelligence, believing nothing could escape his control, but was this what the guide needed? He had always worked hard, fighting valiantly in this silent battle, but it seemed he had exerted his efforts in the wrong direction. Chapter 48. Gu Yunshi breaks the defense. End of the test. The Sentinel assessment has concluded. Zhao Yanting unfortunately received the same questions as Agilia. However, he didn't know what happened. He simply requested some help from the purifier, and then he received a purifying comfort. After that, he was confused and even became the new guardian of the purifier by accident. When he saw his score, 78 points, he found the whole assessment a bit strange. Fu Zhao came over and saw his score, but said nothing. Zhao Yanting put on his insulating gloves, feeling like his captain had something to say today. What was he thinking? Fu Zhao replied somewhat sluggishly. Maybe we should have done a bathroom-friendly activity with a few captains beforehand. Lancia didn't expect the assessment to end like this. Her most hopeful captain, Agilia, didn't even manage to score. She took a deep breath. But thankfully, Captain Fu Zhao performed exceptionally well, even scoring far ahead. The upper echelons of the White Tower held a temporary meeting regarding this incident. The score was one aspect, but the purifier's will was always the primary condition. After the discussion, they decided to give a small opportunity to the other Sentinels. It was all up to fate now. Gu Yunshi was originally training when he suddenly received a notification from the White Tower, just as inexplicable as before. He pressed his dark brows together, his expression proud and impatient, clicking his tongue. What kind of ridiculous task was this? Tossing him around repeatedly. Did they not treat Sentinels as humans? He had already said he wanted to quit. Was quitting not an option? Ing Chun leaned against the side, eating snacks. Looking at him with a smile, saying, "Why don't you go check it out? Maybe they're sending you a wife." He scoffed, secretly thinking that Gu Yunshi, this eternal bachelor, this iron straight man, whoever became his wife would be out of luck. No matter what the task was, it had nothing to do with him. It was better not to notify him. He was happy to be leisurely. He calmly ate snacks while watching Gu Yunshi's drama unfold. It was quite entertaining. Alison was discussing the matching process with Xie Guitang, hoping to prioritize matching the captains of the 6 special combat teams, as they were all excellent Sentinels. Once you select your desired guardian, arrangements for subsequent purifying comfort will be prioritized for their respective teams. Perhaps you intend to make them part of your family team? Like a dowry for the guardian, bringing along their family or military factions to pledge allegiance to the purifiers, thus forming a closer relationship. After Alison finished speaking, Xie Guitang realized something was off. This didn't resemble a regular escort, but more like an assassin. No wonder the upper echelons of the White Tower had been so cautious. They really needed to think this through. After pondering for a moment, Xie Guitang replied, "I will think carefully about this matter." Alison nodded. That would be the best thing. Gu Yunshi returned to the high-level conference room with a serious expression, noticing that several of his old acquaintances had varied expressions. Could it be that they were also annoyed by the White Tower's nonsense? TSK. What on earth was that old man Alison up to? Gu Yunshi noticed that even the usually confident Captain Akabane was silent. How difficult could this matter be for him? The atmosphere was so tense that Gu Yunshi felt a heavy pressure, so heavy it was hard to breathe. What the hell was this? Just then, footsteps were finally heard from outside. Gu Yunshi keenly noticed that everyone instantly straightened their backs, and some even quickly tidied up their appearance. A matchmaking conference at the White Tower? That didn't seem right either. How could a matchmaking conference be held in a high-level conference room? This was a farce he couldn't comprehend. Almost everyone present had participated in the first, second, or third selection, having passed through layers of scrutiny to become the winners of life. Only Gu Yunshi had barged in, so, at this crucial moment, no one informed him in a friendly manner. Thus, he remained clueless. Gu Yunshi felt out of place among his former colleagues, and even wanted to get up and leave. The atmosphere made him uncomfortable, but he endured and stayed put, thinking, let us see what kind of show they're putting on. The first to enter was a lady he had never seen before, and he vaguely had a bad feeling. He noticed that their gazes immediately fell on the beautiful lady. Then Gu Yunshi heard his former boss Alison say, "Now the scores have been received by all the Sentinels." Of course, the assessment score is just one important piece of data. Ultimately, who can become the guardian of the purifier will depend on the purifier's choice. Gu Yunshi felt like he had been struck hard, completely stunned, his mind going blank for a moment. Purifier? Guardian? Huh? Was he dreaming? When a lady's gaze fell on him, Gu Yunshi instinctively straightened his back, presenting his best side. However, her gaze lingered only for a moment before moving on. Almost without pausing, Gu Yunshi clenched his jaw, cursing his colleagues 1,000 times in his heart. They were all setting him up, weren't they? Good. That was just wonderful. He felt like he wanted to poison them all right now. What a bunch of despicable things. Agilia lowered his gaze, almost holding his breath. Would the gentle moonlight shine upon him again? Fu Zhao sat calmly beside Agilia, having tested a blood compatibility of 96, and his second test also showed excellent results. For the third test, he was ranked first in the holographic match. He excelled in all 3 tests. So why couldn't he sit still? His victory was already foreseeable. Zhao Yanting, who was in the position below him, was also very nervous. What if the purifier lady wanted to shake hands with him? Would he accidentally shock her? What if he really couldn't control himself? Ning Xian's white, rounded cat ears twitched, tried to attract Xie Guitang's attention. Look at him. Guide. Quickly look at him. Fijako had a small green snake resting on his shoulder, which was flicking its tongue, unwilling to miss any bit of information. It wriggled around, anxiously almost tying itself into knots. Meanwhile, Akabane rarely looked down, appearing a bit lonely, no longer exhibiting his previous noble and proud demeanor. Alison smiled lightly at their states. Truly a bunch of young lads who couldn't hide anything. Their thoughts were practically written on their faces. Miss Xie, what is your choice? Chapter 49. Collective Breakdown. Xie Guitang pondered for a moment, and during that brief moment, all the Sentinels present held their breath, fearing they might miss even a single word from her. Then Gu Yinshi heard her say, I need to review the previous test results. In fact, she wasn't clear on what tests the White Tower had conducted earlier. Dr. Lancia had mentioned showing her the results, but she had declined. After all, she had anticipated this situation, so she needed some reference material. Gu Yinshi felt like he was on the brink of collapse. He didn't have any previous test results. This was a disaster. He was finished. He was done for. Gu Yinshi pressed his lips together and suddenly stood up from the conference room. Can I re-enter the tests? He truly hadn't known that this was for matching purifiers with guardians. Had he known in advance, he would never have withdrawn. He would have crawled in the testing room to input his data. Why had he found out so late? Regret. So much regret. He wished he could poison those treacherous colleagues of his. He wanted to force the venom of the Night Lord Butterfly down their throats. Those damned bastards. Akabane smiled faintly. Fingers interlaced on the table, his back straight, exuding a noble demeanor. That might not be appropriate. If I remember correctly, Captain Gu Yinshi voluntarily withdrew, right? To be able to audit now is already a mercy of the White Tower's decree. Wanting more might be a bit greedy. Gu Yinshi's cold, dark eyes fixed on him, his brows furrowed with unclear emotions, a dead bird. He should have poisoned him long ago. This one was the most despicable of the despicable. Lin Butching nodded lightly. Indeed, the White Tower has never allowed for re-entry. Captain Gu Yinshi can't set a precedent. Gu Yinshi sneered, two despicable ones. Agilia silently looked at the back of his hand. Lost in thought, his blood test matching value was 99. 99, ranking first in the second test, and for the third test. Would the guide still choose him? The few thin pages of documents were quickly flipped through, and Xie Guitang turned the documents upside down on the long table in the conference room, falling into silence. It seemed she was seriously considering how to make her choice, but in reality, her brain was nearing a shutdown. She suspected that the staff of the White Tower had given her the wrong documents. The contents left her stunned again and again. Such a serious matter. And what did she see? What bizarre tests had the White Tower conducted? Was this really what she was supposed to see? No. How did Agilia and the others agree to undergo such strange tests? This was too outrageous. Regardless, the decision-making power was now in her hands. She needed to make her choice. From the test data, Agilia ranked first in both the first and second tests, but for the third test, it was clear that the Marine-type Sentinel had the advantage. However, she noticed a line of red markings indicating a lower score. The blood test match from the first test seemed to be more authoritative, as it was a matching mechanism based on multiple aspects: genes, pheromones, and other complex factors. Gu Yinshi wanted to fight for another chance. He couldn't afford not to fight for it. He just couldn't. Miss Guide, Xie Guitang said, I choose him. She pointed at the silently waiting Agilia, choosing the little dog, the captain of the little dog team who had initially brought her back to the White Tower. Gu Yinshi was completely broken. Not just him, everyone present, except for the chosen Agilia, was collectively broken down. A collective breakdown. The whole world listened to their deafening cries of despair. Especially Captain Fu Zhao, with such excellent results in the first, second, and third tests. Why didn't the guide choose him? Why? In the face of this situation, even the most resilient Sentinels found it hard to hold back. Miss Guide, why don't you take another look? Review those 2 damn test reports again. He asked first. His results are so excellent. He worked so hard. Xie Guitang politely nodded at the Sentinel she had never seen before. No need. I've already made my choice. Fu Zhao felt as if he had shattered completely, and it was that kind of shattering that left him in pieces. Ning Xian's snow-white cat ears instantly drooped, its tail stopped wagging, and its ears couldn't perk up anymore. The dejected little cat. Fei Jiaku sat there in a daze, the emerald-green snake crawling dejectedly into his mental landscape. He sat in silence, displaying a sense of emptiness and confusion. He didn't know how to face this situation and had completely lost his ability to cope. Lin Butchie's polite smile vanished, and he even showed a cold, indifferent gaze towards Captain Agilia. That was a hostile glare belonging to a highly poisonous snake. Akabane showed no sign of reaction. He couldn't even sort out his own feelings right now. Even if Xie Guitang chose him, he wasn't sure he could do this job well. He didn't know if he would bring her pain and harm. He couldn't be certain. Damn it, the guide just didn't choose him. She didn't choose him. Several Sentinels were led away by the staff. As they left, the scene they saw was Xie Guitang taking the initiative to walk towards that damned canine. Agilia looked like a little dog suddenly struck by happiness, his wet blue eyes looking up at her. Xie Guitang personally tied a double fish pendant onto his wrist. It was a pure white jade pendant, once her sword's pendant. It was one of the few things she had brought from her past, witnessing much of her broken past. After understanding what configuration the Guardian was, she decided to give this pendant to him as a token of their contract. She reached out to Agilia. Little dog captain, please take care of me from now on. The light and shadow cast behind him, and seeing the scene in front of him, Agilia felt happiness to the point of distortion. He truly felt that fate had favored him once again. The massive wolf dog stepped out beside him, crouching next to her, silently gazing at her together with Agilia. Two well-behaved dogs. She patted their heads one by one. They were all very obedient. Charles was dumbfounded. Oh my God, our canine team is about to strike it rich. Agilia had truly won the lottery, breaking through the encirclement to sit on the throne of the Guardian. His big-chested, brainless captain had actually been chosen. Walking into the corridor, Charles pondered why that foolish dog Agilia could be chosen when he didn't T-score a single point in the third test. Was it just because he was big and furry? Or was it because the guide likes silly fools? Or perhaps the bridge effect? Regardless, in this chaotic battle of the 6 major teams, their canine team had successfully emerged victorious. Next, it was time to reap the fruits of their victory. He had to guard diligently to protect the guide's affection for them. He wouldn't allow other teams to share even a sliver of the sweet taste that belonged to the purifiers. It was theirs, all of it was theirs, all of it. Chapter 50. Peace in the World. Gu Yanshi returned to the small plant and animal department. Chun was sitting sideways on a rocking chair, holding a book titled Aesthetic Anatomy. His beautiful eyes lazily glanced at Gu Yanshi for a moment, and then his fair fingers turned to the next page as he lowered his gaze to continue browsing the content of the book. What's wrong? You look so downcast. Did Arzen scold you? Gu Yanshi sat on a bench in the training ground, looking like he was about to break down, his head lowered and silent. This seemed like a big problem. Chun frowned and sat up, his black silk robe cascading down his wrists like flowing clouds, his long, soft hair falling behind him, as beautiful as a splash of ink. Who would have thought he was a toxic addict in the department? After all, he looks like he has almost no offensive power. Chun walked in front of Gu Yanshi, bending down to look at his face. Could it be that he is secretly crying? What could possibly be so serious to make him like this? Did the sky fall? Or was the White Tower about to collapse? Or had his wife been taken away? No, Gu Yanshi is such a straight man. He doesn't even have a wife. What is it, really? Gu Yanshi's deep black eyes carried an undeniable sense of defeat. He lifted his head and tried to calmly tell Chun. This match is to assign a guardian to the purifier. The guide recently recorded by the White Tower is a purifier, and she chose Agilia as her guardian. Just these 2 short sentences left Chun's mind blank. He stared blankly for a while, then completely lost his composure. What did you say? Purifier? Guardian? This is really devastating news. He had always thought he was watching Gu Yanshi's joke, but unexpectedly, he himself was part of this joke. He wondered why he and T fought harder for the previous match. That was a purifier that had been extinct in the Eastern White Tower and even the entire Eastern War Zone for over 200 years. Chun's expression went blank. Damn, this is too damn bad. However, since the White Tower has a purifier, could he also grab a purification slot and meet that lady? Should he try to get an appointment overnight? But could he even get an appointment with the purifier? To this question, Gu Yanshi gave him an answer. Don't even think about it. The administrator said there will be priority arrangements for guardians of the same combat team for the purifier's treatment tasks. Their small plant and animal department was completely done for. The pain of having previously forfeited was now matched by the regret of not having one person selected among them. But not a single one was chosen. Ing Chun gritted his teeth and stared at Gu Yanshi. Then what were you thinking at that time? Gu Yanshi coldly shot him a glance filled with frustration. How would I know at that time? If I had known they had anything to do with it? According to the big data from 300 years ago, laser butterfly-type spiritual bodies are the most favored category, even suppressing feline and canine categories at one time. If he could smoothly enter the system, if he had the opportunity to compete with a few others, he might not have lost. Would he not regret it? He regretted it to death now. Ing Chun sat silently in his rocking chair and flung that worn-out book away. FK. Before Gu Yanshi left, he was feeling amused. He never got tired of this old buddy's jokes. After Gu Yanshi finished speaking, he felt he would never find it amusing again. This damn news made him unable to laugh anymore. The wandering whale flickered in and out of the clouds, occasionally illuminated by light that revealed a dreamlike blue-purple hue. At the border between the Eastern War Zone and the Central White Tower, the Eastern Jimming Legion was temporarily stationed here. He was waiting for a message he had to know. The dawnlight cast upon a young man's cold face as he sat in a temporary camp, slowly wiping a black pistol in his hand. A peregrine falcon flew through the clouds from a distance and gently landed on a branch beside him. Dongfang Jimming paused in his actions of cleaning the gun, looking puzzled at the little falcon with its blinking eyes. Where's Lan Faisi? What does it mean for him to call back the spiritual body? Does he think his spiritual body is also flying type and can understand bird language? Dongfang Jimming pondered for a moment, then caught the falcon in his palm and checked its wings. Deep in the falcon's wings, there was a very small piece of paper. The Eastern War Zone has restarted the Guardian assessment system. That was it, just that one sentence. He had asked for information, and that was all he got. Moreover, the person hadn't returned yet. Not only that, but after he took off the paper, the falcon flapped its wings and flew away. Dongfang Jimming fell into deep thought. Restarting the Guardian assessment system. Thinking back to how tense Ning Xian and the others were before, it now seemed to have a reason. So that is how it is. Central White Tower. In the room of the top purifier, known as the Moon Goddess. She was trapped in a dream of the past. In the dim Buddhist hall lay corpses everywhere, with crimson blood splattered all over the prayer flags. Blood flowed down the long steps behind her, and the solemn Buddha statue in front seemed to glare fiercely like a wrathful deity. She saw the pale figure deep in her memories, the rumored godslayer who only kills and never saves. She wore a string of jade Bodhi beads on her wrist, and amidst the corpses, she bowed her head in reverence and lit 3 incense sticks. After waking from the dream, she still seemed to hear the almost blood-soaked words echoing in her ears. Today, all of you will die. Tomorrow, peace in the world. She stood under the wind chimes, drew out the long sword that had once drunk blood, and on the cold, gleaming blade were only 4 large characters. Peace in the world. Bai Ji poured herself a cup of hot tea, softly uttered a phrase in Sanskrit, then silently gazed at the enormous bright moon outside the window. She needed her help. Chapter 51. Dog Training Master the Eastern White Tower is recruiting soldiers for the autumn. A polite, dark-haired, dark-eyed sentinel is queuing at the entrance with admission documents. The receptionist takes the documents from his hands. Ramphis? Peregrine Falcon. Blood test level of full value? Ramphis gently nods to her, confirming. The cold Captain Akabane brushes past the new soldier, faintly sensing an unpleasant odor. Ramphis smiles faintly at Captain Akabane. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Akabane furrows his brows slightly, and his smart wristband emits 2 vibrations. He looks down at the information and then leaves without a word. Ramphis raises an eyebrow. What an impolite guy. But never mind, he is not important. Due to the special relationship between guardians and purifiers, the Eastern White Tower held a meeting. Xie Guitang wasn't clear on the details, but after the meeting, she was suddenly informed by Danshur that she had to move from her current residence. She was taken aback and then asked her superior, "Where am I moving to?" The elevator dinged, and Captain Agilia and his alpha team walked out. Danshur then told Xie Guitang, "You need to move to the floor occupied by the alpha team." Now, 300 years later, although Agilia had become Xie Guitang's guardian, he didn't need to resign from Alpha. However, he needed to maintain a close relationship with her, and since Sentinels couldn't enter the guide's floor, Xie Guitang had to move down. This decision was the result of a detailed discussion among Alzin and the others. Moving Xie Guitang to the Alpha Team's floor would facilitate her emotional connection with Agilia and his team. However, Xie Guitang felt a bit strange, as if a girl had suddenly moved into a boys' dormitory in a military district. Agilia and the puppy Sentinels from the canine group, full of excitement, were helping Xie Guitang move. In fact, she didn't have many belongings, but seeing their cheerful expressions, she said nothing, just went along with it. After Dancer finished discussing this matter, she left. Since the other two guides hadn't returned to the White Tower, the whole floor was now just Xie Guitang and the puppy Sentinels. She asked Captain Agilia beside her, "Where will I stay?" As far as she knew, the canine group occupied several floors of the White Tower, with the top two floors being the residence of the Alpha Special Forces. Agilia was holding a pair of her black shoes, like a quality boyfriend helping his girlfriend carry things. "Can I stay next door? Or do you want to live in a more intimate space with me? The Alpha Captain's residence is an entire suite. You can choose any room you like." Xie Guitang felt a little overwhelmed. What was the difference from cohabiting? They were only a bed apart. Moreover, she had a vague premonition that even if she suggested sharing a bed, this puppy captain would most likely not refuse. After Xie Guitang gently declined, Agilia regretfully instructed Charles and the others to move her belongings into the room next to his. Xie Guitang's opposite door was Charles, with Agilia as one neighbor and Deputy Rand as the other. She thought to herself that she was surrounded by men, more men on top of men. She even felt that the corridor was filled with a puppy scent. As soon as she opened the door, she would see various puppies frolicking in the hallway. The mindless, silly Samoyed and its two brother species, the Husky and Alaskan Malamute, were adorably silly, searching everywhere for their heads. Hearing the sound of Xie Guitang opening the door, a group of puppies turned to look at her, and she felt she would be knocked over by their enthusiastic greetings in the next second. Instinctively, she slammed the door shut. The puppies instantly quieted down. Frona opened the door, glanced at the guide's room, and lightly kicked the golden retriever's butt. Useless thing. The golden retriever glanced at him with an unhappy face and then picked up his slipper and flung it away. Frona, wearing one slipper, cursed as he went to fetch it. Just as he was hopping on one leg to retrieve his shoe, the door he had been eager to open swung open. He looked foolish as he made eye contact with Xie Guitang, who was wearing a cream-colored pajamas. In that moment, he wanted to strangle that treacherous golden retriever. Frona hurriedly steadied himself and quickly put on a polite smile. "Good evening, Miss Xie." "Good evening, Sentinel Frona." Xie Guitang looked at his strange appearance, then grabbed the Samoyed's long fur and dragged it into her room. With a bang, the door closed again. This time, the golden retriever also fell silent. Why was that silly Samoyed favored? Was the golden retriever not cute? Frona darkly retrieved his slipper, pinching the golden retriever's fur collar and giving it a couple of slaps, making the slippers hit the dog's head hard. The golden retriever sulked and looked up, human-like, rolling its eyes at him. Frona almost died of anger from his own spirit being, but before he could lose his temper, a husky charged at him, sending him flying. "You foam. Control your stupid dog." Xie Guitang had wanted to pet this Samoyed for a long time. Its ears were so bouncy, and its wet eyes looked at her like a smiling little angel, soft and fluffy, like a giant cotton candy. The Samoyed obediently sat in front of her, and Xie Guitang squatted down, resting one hand on her knee and extending the other to the Samoyed. "Paw!" The Samoyed blinked its eyes, then spun around and rested its fluffy head on her hand, rubbing its head against her palm. Then it leaned closer, resting its snout on her knee and looking up at her. The close-up cuteness was overwhelming. She gasped, cupping the Samoyed's big face in both hands, and gave a few kisses on its forehead. "Baby, you're the cutest in the world. You smell so good, and you're so soft." She wrapped her arms around the Samoyed's neck and buried herself in its fluffy collar, surrounded by the scent of cotton. In an instant, happiness surged within her. The Samoyed was completely stunned. It was kissed by the fragrant sister. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, the white-haired youth with a kind demeanor who was playing cards with Euphone and others suddenly widened his eyes. The Samoyed's owner, Sentinel Stephen, had cards scattered all over his lap. The purifier girl had kissed his spirit. Not just once. It's over. He seemed to have fallen in love. What to do? If the captain found out, would he die a terrible death? But he really likes Miss Xie. Never mind. If he gets discovered, he'll just say he was the one who seduced Miss Xie first. Oh no, his heart is racing so fast. Chapter 52. Canine comfort after Xie Guitang finished having her way with a big cotton candy. She thought no one had noticed and quietly opened the door a crack. Go back. Come play with me next time. She messily ruffled its big head and then ruthlessly shut the door. The Samoyed turned around, and a massive, grayish-white Siberian wolf with a silvery gradient in its fluffy outer layer was staring down at it from above. The Samoyed's ears instantly drooped. I'm done for. I've been discovered. Perhaps due to the change in environment, Xie Guitang suddenly dreamed of the past that night. She dreamt of her master, who was as gentle as a noblewoman from the water towns of Jiangnan. Her master played the pipa beautifully, and when Xie Guitang was younger, she often accompanied her to learn the pipa and find peace. Her tea ceremony skills were also taught to her hand in hand by her master. She was too restless back then and had to burn her hands several times before learning to be careful. Each time she burned her hands, she would look at her master with a long face, but her gentle master would only smile lightly and say to her, "Silly girl, silly girl, silly girl." That voice was like a heart demon, constantly lingering in her mind. Xie Guitang couldn't let go. How could she possibly let go? That tone was something she could never swallow, like a thorn in her throat, making her heart burn with pain and despair. Her master was ultimately strangled to death by a pipa string. When Xie Guitang returned, she only saw her master's body lying in a pool of blood, large patches of red everywhere. Silly girl, silly girl. Agilia lived just on the other side of the wall from Xie Guitang. Half asleep, he heard unusual sounds. He gently knocked on the wall, but there was no response. He immediately flipped out of bed and rushed to her door, knocking again, but there was still no response. Agilia was very anxious. In his desperation, he directly broke her door lock. "Miss Xie, are you okay?" There was no response. It was pitch black inside. He walked to her bedside. Her profile was buried in the blanket, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the quilt, trembling almost spasmodically. She seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. Silly girl, silly girl. Don't forget the way home. Xie Guitang was in so much pain that she was struggling to breathe, and this state frightened Agilia. He knelt beside her bed, half hugging her, letting her lean against his chest, gently patting her back. It's okay, it's all fake. I'm here. I swear I won't let anyone hurt you. I will protect you." When Xie Guitang woke up, her eyes blankly fell on a point in the darkness, and she murmured a few broken words from her throat. "Captain Puppy, I'm in so much pain. It hurts so much." The pain felt like it was going to kill her. In Agilia's arms, she suddenly convulsed, wanting to vomit, but unable to, wanting to cry, to shout, to go mad. But she couldn't cry out or shout. She merely trembled softly in his arms, like shattered glassware repeatedly cracking and collapsing. Agilia's heart ached for her. He carefully cradled her face in his hands, his high nose gently rubbing against her face and neck. "I'm here. Don't be afraid. Don't hurt. I will protect you. It won't hurt. It won't hurt anymore." He held her carefully. "It won't hurt. Okay?" Agilia had no idea what terrifying scene she had dreamt of, and he didn't dare to imagine. He could only continue to soothe her emotions. The massive wolf dog lay down obediently on the other side of her bed, burying its warm, fluffy head in her arms. A 99 match, matching more than just the purification of distortions. She gradually calmed down in his embrace, her eyes fluttering as if she had fallen into an unknown dream again. Given Xie Guitang's condition, Agilia didn't dare to leave. He lay down on the big bed with her, letting her sleep in his arms, resting against his chest. The young man's chin gently rubbed her forehead, and he hummed a soft, gentle tune from his hometown. "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. The stars will guide you home, darling. Here is your safe haven, darling. Here is your safe haven." The next day, Xie Guitang woke up from the heat, the canine spirit's sentinel having a high body temperature. She felt breathless, her face buried in something soft, which troubled her because she really couldn't breathe. The sound of breathing from above made the tufts of hair on her head sway as they were blown by the breath. She struggled to climb out of his arms, and when she opened her eyes, she finally saw the culprit, making it hard for her to breathe. To be honest, she almost suffocated on Captain Agilia's big, bear-like body. His silvery white hair fell over his brows, revealing a gentleness that was incongruent with his size as he lay beside her. In the presence of the purifier, he fell into a deep sleep, and the guiding essence emanating from her unconsciously comforted him. He had never slept so comfortably before, to the point that he found it hard to wake up. His icy blue eyes looked at her drowsily and confusedly. Then he suddenly pulled Xie Guitang into his arms. Just a little longer, okay? His voice was muffled as he rubbed his chin against her shoulder. Truly, he was like a clingy large dog. Xie Guitang was pulled against his chest, feeling the warmth of his embrace. But she really had to get up. Agilia was probably still in a sleepy haze, even sticky and reluctant to get out of bed, his strong arms tightly wrapped around her waist. Xie Guitang vaguely remembered a bit from yesterday, but it wasn't clear. She must have had a nightmare and was comforted by Captain Puppy. She tried to push his arms away, but she couldn't budge them at all. Not only that, she felt something fluffy entangled around her legs. Boldly guessing, it might be Agilia's plush tail. With a mischievous heart, she directly grabbed the tip of his tail. A muffled grunt floated up behind her ear, and then she felt Captain Puppy shiver a few times. Xie Guitang. What happened? She shouldn't have pulled that hard, right? Agilia, are you okay? There was no response. He seemed to have frozen. Then Xie Guitang felt him loosen his grip. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Hearing Captain Puppy's apology, Xie Guitang climbed out his arms and sat beside him. It's okay. Thank you for taking care of me yesterday. She patted his beautiful, silvery white hair. You did great, my guardian. His clear blue eyes blinked twice as he looked at her, and then his ears turned red, falling silent. What he had just said was not about this. Seeing that Xie Guitang was getting up, he noticed something and immediately shouted nervously, Miss Xie, I can help you wash your clothes. Xie Guitang looked at him in confusion. Was washing clothes also part of a guardian's job? Not sure what was going on. She thought, whatever, if he wants to wash, let him wash. It's not a big deal anyway. As Charles passed by the corridor, he noticed Xie Guitang's broken door lock and fell into deep thought. The only thug capable of doing such a thing in the K9 team's dormitory area, besides that big-chested, brainless superior of his, was no one else. A gentle knocking sound followed. Then Charles's voice, Miss Xie, are you okay? Is the arrogant superior already devouring the poor little lamb? Charles wanted to sigh in his heart, placing the weak and kind purifier among a pack of wolves. It's hard to say what the consequences would be. Delicious little cakes. Everyone wants to sneak a taste. The door in front of him opened, and Charles faced his big-breasted, brainless superior who was buttoning up his uniform while looking at him. What is it? Speak. Chapter 53. Theft in custody. Charles didn't expect this stupid dog to still be here. He stared at him in shock. Are you spending the night here? Could Agilia really be this reckless? He couldn't help but wonder how the delicate little guide was doing now. She wouldn't have been ruined by this stupid dog, right? After all, the little chef's first time was always prone to being heavy-handed all night long. So is she okay? In front of his captain, Charles still maintained his etiquette and didn't attempt to peek, as he didn't want to wear ill-fitting shoes at the moment. I saw the door lock was broken. Did something unexpected happen yesterday? Agilia had already put on his uniform and was tugging at his belt. Nothing happened. It has all been resolved. Seeing that Charles was about to say something else, he coldly raised an eyebrow at him. Charles, you should leave here. Laughing to himself, Charles thought he should mock him on the spot. He should leave. It was only natural for Agilia to be here, right? Is this his correct understanding? FK. Stupid dog. Charles politely smiled. Yes, sir. He calmly turned around, and as soon as he turned his back to Agilia, his smile vanished. Protectiveness isn't a good quality in canines. Today, Xie Guitang planned to go to the library in the Eastern Theater to study some previous materials on purification. Due to the special nature of his identity and the change of times, Agilia still held his position in the Eastern Theater. So, the busy Captain Agilia sent the least scheming Euphone to accompany her to the library. The black-haired Sentinel with azure blue eyes wore a long coat today, which accentuated his superior figure. The husky followed closely by his side, instinctively wanting to dash forward as they reached Xie Guitang's door. But Euphone quickly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. He sternly locked eyes with the stupid dog. You behave today. If you cause any trouble, I'll skin you and make gloves, you know? The husky stared back at him stupidly, then suddenly tried to bite his nose, prompting him to pull it back a bit by its neck. Great, it's a day when intelligence is definitely offline. Yufeng contacted his friends to see if they could help walk the dog. It was just too stupid. Just as he finished contacting them, the door in front of them opened, and the husky immediately sat obediently in front of Xie Guitang, as if it were the most well-behaved and smartest puppy in the world. Xie Guitang had received a message from Agilia early in the morning and couldn't help but smile at the thought of the little dog captain rushing out while putting on his coat. She wondered if the little dog captain also needed to clock in. Interesting how the little dog captain lost his perfect attendance award. She bent down to pat the husky's head. It was obedient and completely different from the silly dog she had seen before. Yufeng tidied his collar and walked over to her. Miss Xie, shall we go to the library now? After saying that, he regretted it. He should have first complimented the little guide on her outfit today or invited her breakfast. In any case, it shouldn't have been such a clumsy sentence. Xie Guitang turned to close the door and then saw the entirely twisted door lock, falling into silence for a moment. She asked Yufeng, does this need to be reported for repair, or do we have to pay for the repair ourselves? If it's out of pocket, I hope it's not too expensive. Only then did Yufeng notice the door lock behind her. His mind stalled for a moment. Was Agilia playing this wildly? He swallowed and said, it's fine. We will handle it. You don't need to deal with this. Let Agilia fix it himself. Whoever broke it should fix it, right? If he can fix aircraft, fixing a door shouldn't be a problem, right? Yufeng sent 2 messages and then followed Xie Guitang to the library. The library was similar to the military department she had previously encountered. The system was strict. Even the little rabbit ornament at her door had to be arranged meticulously. She found this quite amusing. A few Sentinels were studying in pairs in the library, and Xie Guitang learned from Yufeng that they also needed to undergo cultural assessments. They found a seat by the window, and sunlight poured in through the sheer curtains, warming her entire body. Yufeng sat across from her, stiff as a board. The husky lay by her legs, occasionally nudging her with its head. Every time it moved, Yufeng would secretly step on its tail. The dog was clearly unhappy, sulking at him. Feeling lethargic, Xie Guitang lacked energy. As she looked around, her gaze involuntarily landed on Yufeng. To be precise, it was on his hands. His long, beautiful, pale fingers rested on the black tabletop, occasionally tapping lightly. He wore a black intelligence wristband on his wrist, and with every movement of his fingers, a vein could be clearly seen on the back of his hand. She shook her head, and Yufeng thought she was dizzy. Miss Xie, do you need to rest for a bit? There's a resting area on the east side of the library where you can take a short break. Yufeng lowered his gaze, thinking that the Purification Master clearly hadn't rested well. Agilia must not have let her get proper rest. Too much, he thought. He was simply too much. Xie Guitang tried to focus on studying, but the image of that beautiful hand lingered in her mind. She sighed and then quietly asked Yufeng, can I touch your hand? Yufeng was taken aback. What kind of request was this? He generously extended his hand. Please, go ahead. Xie Guitang touched his fingers, feeling the cool, firm strength, and then gently held the side of his palm. It was like playing with a delicate little toy, and she found it somewhat irresistible. Yufeng was a straight man. He didn't even know what a hand fetish was and couldn't understand people like that. In his mind, the Sentinels were out in the wind and rain every day. Just a bunch of smelly, big guys. It's just a hand, nothing special. Everyone has one. However, now that Xie Guitang was touching him like this, it felt indeed different. He could sense her fondness for this part of him. Maybe he should try a little harder? Yufeng awkwardly coughed twice, and then, feeling guilty, leaned closer to her and whispered, how about we change to another place? Xie Guitang thought he was embarrassed because of this action in a public area. Can we go to the resting area? She asked gently. Yufeng nodded repeatedly, sure. Once they reached the resting area, Xie Guitang felt something was off. This place resembled a single room, much larger than a capsule room. But how to say it? It was fine if she was alone. She looked at the tall Sentinel beside her. Being with Yufeng felt a bit strange. The husky cleverly showed a sleepy expression and then crawled inside. Xie Guitang didn't know what to say. Perhaps things weren't as she imagined? Wouldn't saying it out loud just make it awkward? She followed the husky into the small blue compartment, which was about 10 square meters, with a bed and a small study table against the wall. As soon as she entered, a hot chest pressed against her back, and with a click, Yufeng directly locked the door. Chapter 54. Dog training. Xie Guitang thought to herself, this really isn't right. It seemed like she hadn't been mistaken earlier. Before she could turn around, a sentinel over 190 centimeters tall hugged her from behind, leaning down to nuzzle against her. Would you like to touch somewhere else? As long as it's you, it's fine. He lifted Xie Guitang and placed her on the small study table, squeezing into the space between her legs, leaning down to sniff her scent. Miss Purifying Agilia can. So why can't I? Big dogs have it, and so do little dogs. So, can we be fair, please? At least, can we share a little? He caught her wrist, reaching into his dark uniform, his young, sexy throat swallowing repeatedly. Can you pamper me a bit? Xie Guitang was stunned for a moment, then felt the soft, elastic skin beneath her hand, the firm muscle lines of the young man. Her fingers lingered over his waist and abdomen, then stopped at his belt. He looked at her with his wet, dog-like eyes, seeming a bit at a loss. Should I continue? Xie Guitang jerked her hand back as if electrocuted. If this continued, things would get serious. The dog-type Sentinel slowly straightened from his bent position, revealing a hint of a hunting desire in his gaze, looking down at her from above. Then, he slowly unbuttoned his uniform, casually draping the garment over the back of a nearby chair. Yufeng, the hand that Xie Guitang cherished, finally landed on his belt. No backing down. He wanted to play with her too. Why shouldn't he play? He also wanted to be her little dog. The bare-chested Sentinel knelt before her, his shoulder stepped on by a small foot in pink socks. These pink socks had been put on by Captain Agilia before leaving in the morning. He held a cup of water, leaning down to drink, making slurping sounds as he licked the liquid. The dog-type Sentinel finally got to taste the sweet little drink he had been longing for. It was a very sweet and delicious flavor. Finally, it was over. Yufeng lifted her buttocks and placed her on the bed, her eyes trembling and dazed. Her fingers were still slightly curled and shaking. This was too much. Yufeng knelt by her bed, reflecting on his actions. Realizing he might have gone too far, the guide couldn't even pull his hair out. She had been shaking so badly then, and he still wanted to taste the liquid at the bottom of the cup, feeling it wasn't deep enough. The inherent flaws of a dog type. Would she hate him for this? Would she not want to play with him next time? Yufeng knelt by the bed, dejected, while the husky had already understood and was standing guard by the door. After a while, Xie Guitang's eyes gradually regained some spirit. Her side face buried in the pillow, she felt she could no longer face Yufeng. She angrily threw the pillow at his shoulder. You bastard. I said no. No. Yufeng obediently took the hit, then received a few kicks to his chest. He held her ankle, helping her put on her little socks. Sorry, my fault. I won't do it again next time. He truly had no experience in such matters. At the time, he felt her slender calf rubbing against his waist. He thought this was a signal that it was okay, that she would be comfortable. But was it comfortable or not? He didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. Xie Guitang felt it necessary to teach the little dog who the real master was. She sat on the edge of the bed, while Yufeng knelt at her feet, looking like a henpecked coward. Xie Guitang pointed her finger at his forehead. From now on, when I say no, it means no, understand? Yufeng quickly nodded. I understand. Her foot rested on his leg as she thought about the issue, her toes curling occasionally like a little kitten kneading. You have to listen to me, or next time I'll have Agilia find him more obedient. He immediately looked up, gripping her calf and pulling her onto himself. Xie Guitang let out a slight gasp, not knowing how she ended up sitting on his lap. Her back leaned against the bed's edge, with the Sentinel's chest in front of her as he leaned closer. No, don't change to someone else. He grasped her hand, pressing her wrist against his face. Be with me, okay? No one else. I'm good. I'm the best. Xie Guitang glared at him, grabbing his hair. Are you good? Look at yourself. Are you good? Is this what a good little dog should do? Yufeng looked at her, bewildered. I will listen to you. Please don't replace me, okay? He whispered, please, can you? Each okay was said in a spoiled tone, showing a side of the previously cold Sentinel that was unexpectedly a spoiled brat. She patted his broad shoulder. I want to get up. Yufeng supported her leg, placing her back on the bed, then silently picked up a small shoe to help her put on. The black little shoe felt like a small toy in his palm, Such a cute little shoe. Such a cute little foot. Yufeng felt like he was about to bubble with happiness. As they walked out of the lounge, the nearby equipment prompted for payment. Yufeng took out his salary card and swiped it. Done. Do you need to study for a while longer? Xie Guitang found this scene strange, especially after the odd things they had just done inside. Suddenly, Agilia's face flashed in her mind, making it even stranger. Xie Guitang sighed, feeling a lot of mixed emotions. Let us study well. Yufeng went downstairs to buy water for her, while she rested her chin on her hand, her mind a mess. A strange sentinel passed by her side, carrying a stack of books that clattered to the ground beside her. Xie Guitang glanced over, and he shyly smiled. Sorry, did I disturb you? Seeing the small wing insignia on his shoulder, he should be from the aviation department, with black hair and eyes, of very upright appearance. The fallen books were of various types, but the most eye-catching was a basic assessment manual. A rookie? One book fell at her feet, and he knelt down to pick it up, his wrist brushing against her calf. He paused, then picked the book back up. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Xie Guitang rested her chin, looking down at him, then stepped on his hand and the book beneath it. Her expression was as still as a mountain, leaving Lan Feisi unable to discern any information. Xie Guitang stared at him for a while, giving off an aura of an absolute superior, which inexplicably reminded him of his commanding officer. He showed a look of confusion. What's wrong? Xie Guitang didn't speak. And just then, Yufeng returned. Seeing this scene, his expression immediately darkened. He inserted a straw into a peach oolong drink and placed it beside Xie Guitang. Did he disturb you? Or was it an unrefined tactic to entice the guide? Chapter 55, Puppy Smell Ranfis felt that as long as the guide, or rather, the Purification Master Miss slightly nodded, the canine sentinel across from him would definitely show him some color. The flight system's sentinel with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes looked up at Xie Guitang, seemingly unaware of what was happening. I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry. I didn't mean to. He appeared like a rookie who had just entered the White Tower at a loss. Xie Guitang withdrew her gaze, slowly lifted her foot to let him leave, and Ranfis scratched his head, clutching his study materials as he left. He was quite the actor. Yufeng had one hand resting on the back of her chair and the other on the table in front of her, leaning in to speak softly to her. Was there something wrong with him? Xie Guitang gently touched Yufeng's cheek with her fingers and then lightly patted it, moving to sit beside him. Like flirtation between lovers. Yufeng instantly forgot about the flight system's sentinel from earlier. His azure eyes looked down at her, and for a moment, he even had the audacious thought of replacing his superior's position. After she scolded him, he learned to behave more honestly, giving her enough space to study in peace. Having had her fill of the food in the White Tower, she planned to make some snacks for herself. In the evening, Captain Agilia came to the library to pick her up. His ears were gone. Previously, he had a higher pollution value, which made it impossible to accurately control his ears and tail. After becoming Xie Guitang's guardian, he stabilized significantly during their interactions. In the afternoon, he was called to Dr. Launch's office for a blood test, and his current pollution value had dropped to 54. Dr. Launch suggested that he should undergo purification by a purification master. With such a pollution value, he would reach 60 the next time he entered a contaminated area. Moreover, Dr. Launch explicitly mentioned that she hoped Agilia could establish a deeper connection with her regarding some of Xie Guitang's situations. Agilia thought, perhaps in a few days, as he was somewhat worried about Xie Guitang's current state. As soon as Captain Agilia arrived, Yufeng noticed him. He stood tall and elegant in the corridor, with a uniform jacket draped over his arm, looking in from the library door. Just scolded by Xie Guitang, Yufeng was sitting at the adjacent table with a downcast expression. Upon seeing his superior, he stood up, feeling guilty as if he had been caught stealing. And Agilia gestured for him to come out. With mixed feelings, Yufeng approached the door, and Agilia asked him what they had done today. Is she okay? It seemed that Captain Agilia was unaware of any underlying currents and simply wanted to consult Yufeng about what his purification master had done that day. Aside from the things that were inappropriate to mention, Yufeng reported everything to Agilia. Agilia nodded. Your task for today is over. You can go back now. Yufeng found it hard to move his feet, but facing the heavy pressure of his superior, he could not disobey the order. He saluted Agilia and then slowly left. Passing by the library window, catching a glimpse of Xie Guitang studying inside. Suddenly, he felt a pang of reluctance. Xie Guitang was focused on her studies, try to see if there was a way to rebuild her mental landscape. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders, skillfully kneading them with just the right amount of pressure. It was so good that Xie Guitang wondered if Yufeng had learned some massage therapy before. She placed one hand on the back of the hand that was on her shoulder, tracing the fingers to explore his wrist. Something fell off. The structure of this hand felt much broader and stronger than the one she had touched earlier that afternoon. She turned around to see Captain Agilia's insignia. Since she was sitting in a chair and he was standing behind her, the first thing she noticed was his waist. That narrow, slender, and upright waist, with the dark uniform shirt tucked into his pants, and the black belt displaying a certain special charm. Above, that were the chest and collarbone of the puppy captain, very well defined, sometimes making Xie Guitang feel inferior. The puppy captain's face was stern with a hint of mischief. Just a touch of it made him even more distinctive. His ice blue eyes held a hint of a smile as he turned her hand over. "How did you know it was me?" Xie Guitang instinctively told a little lie. "The smell." Agilia paused for a moment, then looked down to sniff his collar. "The smell? What do I smell like?" Xie Guitang found it hard to articulate because she felt that all canine sentinels had a certain puppy smell, not the foul kind, just a puppy smell. She recalled the scent of Agilia, reminiscent of grass and sunshine, like the smell of grass under the sun on a bright day. Agilia's eyebrows lowered, revealing a very handsome smile. "Shall we head back now?" Xie Guitang asked. "What about Yufeng?" He picked up her jacket from the chair beside her and gently draped it over her shoulders, saying that his work was done, so he was heading back. Xie Guitang nodded in understanding, then took her unfinished drink and left the library with Agilia. At the corner of the stairs, Agilia noticed the peach oolong in her hand. "Is the drink good?" Xie Guitang had just taken a sip through the straw, analyzed the drink in her mouth, swallowed, and nodded at him. "It's good." Agilia stood a few steps below her, and she was almost at eye level with him, as the gentle gaze from his translucent eyes met hers. Suddenly, she reached out to touch the tips of his hair. "Do you want to taste it?" Agilia's heart raced. "Can I?" Xie Guitang placed the straw in front of him. In this position, Agilia had to lower his head like a puppy drinking water to reach it. He steadied himself with one hand on the stair railing, bending down to take the straw in his mouth, as if kissing the lips of a lover. The cup was nearly empty, and he finished the last sip, taking the drink cup from her hand, very sweet. As they exited the reading area, Xie Guitang noticed that Agilia's ears had turned bright red beneath his silver hair. Xie Guitang went shopping with her puppy guardian. Agilia pushed a small cart over to her. "What do we need to buy?" He quietly told her what items were sold in which areas, providing very practical information for someone who hadn't been in the White Tower for long. However, after he finished speaking, he found that Xie Guitang seemed to be lost in thought. Following her gaze, he looked at the small cart in his hands. "Agilia?" Xie Guitang's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Can I sit in the cart?" She had seen similar videos before, and during her previous period. She thought it was a very happy interaction. Agilia seemed unsure where her idea came from, but he didn't want to refuse her request. So, the tall puppy captain pressed down on the cart with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Xie Guitang's waist, placing her in the cart. She was small, like a delicate doll, sitting in the cart with her knees hugged. Suddenly, her mood brightened immensely, and in that moment, she felt an urgent desire to do something. Xie Guitang smiled brightly, playfully slapped Agilia's forearm a few times, then pointed ahead, "Charge. Attack the butterfly pea flowers." It was at this moment that Agilia vaguely understood a bit of what Dr. Lancia had said. Although Xie Guitang looked very happy now, he felt a damp, suffocating discomfort in his heart. Chapter 56, already shattered. Agilia pushed Xie Guitang as they wove between the shelves, retrieving the items she needed under her direction. As he reached for something, he let go for just a moment, and Xie Guitang went flying away, not noticing a small downhill slope ahead. The little cart suddenly slid down, and, just as she thought she might fall, it collided with someone. This person is really tall. Xie Guitang recalled seeing him once in the conference room. What was his name again? Fu Zhao held a can of sweet soup in his hand, stabilizing her cart with his fingers. The scene of the holographic simulation replayed countless times in his mind. He had saved the princess in the tower. receiving her gentle embrace and kiss, guarding her like a dragon protecting its treasure. However, she didn't remember him. Fu Zhao slowly put the item back on the shelf, unwilling to release the cart he was holding. "You." Agilia strode over, taking the cart from him. "Captain Fu Zhao, thank you for your help, but we need to go buy other things first." Fu Zhao silently watched Agilia push the cart away, realizing that he wasn't the most suitable person to take care of her. Why didn't they choose him back then? Suddenly, Xie Guitang turned around on the cart to look at Fu Zhao. Agilia was startled and quickly steadied the cart, wrapping one arm around her waist. She held onto his shoulder with one hand and waved at Fu Zhao with the other. "Captain Fu Zhao, thank you just now." Fu Zhao's expression softened, his gaze following her until she disappeared behind a shelf. Agilia sighed and decided to lift her leg, letting her sit on his arm while he pushed the cart with the other. "You might fall. Can you be a bit more careful?" She sat on his arm, holding onto his shoulder, and her view instantly elevated, reaching a height she wasn't used to. It was quite a nice experience. Xie Guitang treated Agilia like a temporary mount, continuously directing him. "Turn left. That yellow can up there, yes, that one." She couldn't reach it, but Agilia easily grabbed it with a slight lift of his hand. Xie Guitang couldn't help but ponder. Was this supermarket intentional? As they maneuvered between the shelves, she spotted a familiar item. After navigating over with Agilia, she reached for it. However, her finger suddenly brushed against another guard's finger, and before she could react, Agilia had tightly locked the person's wrist. She heard a suppressed cry of pain and looked up to see the guard, whom she recognized from the library. Wasn't he this the flying system guy she had seen before? What a coincidence! Agilia nearly twisted his wrist off. It was well known that avian bones are hollow, and the skeletons of the flying system are generally lighter. She thought she heard a sound of bones breaking, and Lon Feisey's face turned pale from pain. "This damned canine." The flying system guard wore a polite expression. "Did I commit some offense that warrants such treatment?" "I'm sorry, I'm just a new recruit. Perhaps there are some hidden rules in the White Tower that I'm unaware of." Lon Feisey almost pointed at Agilia's forehead, accusing him of military bullying. The sixth sense of canines is very sensitive. Their intuition sometimes helps them avoid many things. Agilia acted on instinct, and he didn't think his actions could be considered defensive. A shadow of gloom passed through Lon Feisey's eyes. "Captain Agilia, is this in accordance with the regulations of the White Tower? Or is this how the Eastern White Tower operates?" Agilia released his grip and placed Xie Guitang's hand on his arm, then shot him a warning glance. "Don't attempt to touch things that don't concern you." New recruit. Was he probing? Agilia pondered for a moment. Provoking the authority of a superior was unwise. So what was he testing? Xie Guitang was pushed away, and Lon Feisey watched them leave his sight, the burden of humiliation slowly fading from his face, revealing a high and aloof demeanor. It was the attitude of those from noble backgrounds in the Central White Tower, always believing they could control everything in the game of life. Agilia was right. He was not only probing, but also observing, studying this newly minted mysterious purifier. He tried to analyze her, to deconstruct her essence, hoping to verify something. Back at their residence, she sat on the sofa eating snacks while Agilia opened the fridge, categorically placing the items they bought inside. He even thought about picking up the pink daisy apron to prepare dinner. Xie Guitang quickly called out to him, "Hey, let me do it today. I want to cook some hometown dishes." For so long, Xie Guitang had relied almost entirely on the cafeteria of the White Tower to survive. Agilia was unaware that she had such skills. He put down the pink apron. "Do you really not need my help?" Agilia's cooking skills, which she had the chance to taste in the morning, could only be described as decent. Not outstanding, but not inedible either. In fact, Xie Guitang's cooking skills were also average. She had only a few dishes she could make well, while the rest were lacking. She walked over, took the apron, casually put it on, then took out the ingredients they had bought, holding a potato in one hand while telling Agilia, "No problem, just wait for dinner." While she cooked, Agilia chatted with Dr. Lancia for a while. Dr. Lancia sent him an electronic document. Summary of emotions. This document was clearly something Dr. Lancia had studied repeatedly, as it contained various notes and analyses. The first page began with bipolar disorder and emotional dissociation. No matter the era, emotions are an unavoidable challenge for carbon-based life forms, something no one can escape. After suffering a heavy blow, In order to protect oneself, one would lock emotions away in a small compartment, also known as emotional detachment. Such people are often sensitive to imbalance. Only when they touch the connection point to that compartment will they suddenly experience a sense of reality, the clarity of the world. Otherwise, it feels like looking at flowers in the fog or the moon in the water. Consciousness feels like looking at oneself and others living outside through a glass door. By segmenting oneself to protect against pain, one can cut away the painful parts and lock them away separately. After reading this part, Agilia suddenly couldn't bear to continue. He couldn't accept that the gentle deity he regarded had already been shattered long before he knew. Moreover, shattered to such an extent, he couldn't accept it. Chapter 57, Xie Guitang leaned her arm against the kitchen door, smiled at him, and said, "Captain Puppy, it's time to eat." He reacted abruptly, standing up suddenly and walking over with big strides, then giving her a warm and passionate hug. "Don't be afraid. Don't be sad. I will protect you," he promised. "I will be your sword and shield to eliminate anyone who tries to harm you. No one can hurt you anymore." Xie Guitang was unsure of what had happened. She thought something unpleasant had occurred on Agilia's side. Yes, the little puppy was seeking comfort from her. She gently stroked the back of his neck with her fingers and reassured him, "It's okay. Everything will be all right?" She cradled his face in her hands and placed a soft kiss on his chin. "Captain Puppy is the best. Isn't?" Agilia felt a wave of sadness and wanted to cry. He buried his face in her neck, taking a few deep breaths, and then quickly composed himself. "What delicious food did you make? I can smell something nice." Xie Guitang's eyes sparkled as she showed him her creations. "Ta-da! It's chicken stew with mushrooms and potatoes with green beans." Agilia took the dishes out, and Xie Guitang followed him like a little tail, chattering away. "I didn't like this dish before. I was really unhappy when the green beans were ripe. Eating it every day made me almost sick of it. Do you know what the three musketeers are? Potatoes, green beans, and eggplant. This trio is tighter than any iron triangle." She talked a lot, and sometimes she wasn't even sure what she was saying. This excited state came on suddenly, just like the dark and violent negative emotions that could hit her like a cliff. Agilia listened with his head down until she took a bite of her own cooking. "It tastes just like the one I had a long time ago," she suddenly said. "The green beans are cooked." And then her excitement came to an abrupt halt. She froze, her words trailing off as if she had fallen into a state of suspension. Agilia didn't dare to disturb her, silently watching her, recalling what Dr. Launcha's files had said. It was best not to break her balance at this moment. After a long while, she came back to her senses and looked at Agilia like a child who had done something wrong, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I didn't one eye her words became jumbled, and she realized that she seemed to have lost control again, reverting to that annoying state. Agilia gently pulled her onto his lap, letting her lie face down in his embrace, and wrapped her entirely in his coat from the chair. He held her back and softly reassured her, "It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything. Everything is fine. There's no problem." Xie Guitang's fingers trembled involuntarily as she clutched Agilia's arm with a grip she wasn't even aware of, like a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. Her breathing began to falter, and she said a few incoherent words before realizing how strange she sounded. She then fell silent, saying nothing, just gripping his arm tightly. Agilia noticed her labored breathing, gently cupping her chin to make her look up, pressing his face against her lips. "Breathe, darling, breathe. Relax a little. You're safe now. You can cry. Go ahead and cry in my arms. You can do whatever you want." Xie Guitang stared at him, her body tense and rigid. But she heard Agilia's words. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. The past and left her. Those things that tried to kill her hadn't passed. She broke down, crying almost to the point of losing her voice, her heart racing as if she were about to break. "Captain Puppy, Agilia, I heard it hurts. I don't know how to let myself go. I can't let go. What if I can't let go? What should I do?" Even her pain was filled with confusion and helplessness. Agilia held her, letting her lean into his embrace as she sobbed. "If you can't let go, then don't. It's not a big deal. If you can't move on, then don't. There's no problem. There's no problem at all. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll always be here. I'll always be here as long as you need me." He firmly supported the back of her neck, making her look at him, speaking each word clearly. I will always be here. His gaze held an unwavering strength, so firm and powerful, like a shot of adrenaline injected into her chest. She gradually calmed down, staring blankly at him. Will you really always be here? She wondered. A person like her, so broken and prone to episodes. Wouldn't he grow tired and leave her someday? He held her hand and placed it on his chest. You can have complete control over me. I will always belong to you. Xie Guitang seemed to understand, or perhaps her instincts would seek a way to survive. She knelt up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him fiercely, a kiss full of longing and desperation, as if she wanted to die with him. Agilia's breath was so sensual that it made her weak. She clung to his neck, lying on the soft bed. Memories of their outing flooded back, the loud explosions, and Captain Puppy's warm chest. The scent of grass and sunshine on him was something she could never forget. It was something beautiful and warm. Captain Puppy pulled her back from the darkness once again, and Xie Guitang felt a bit ashamed to look at him. Besides their distant exchanges, it seemed they had done many strange things. How would she face Agilia after this? Embarrassed, Xie Guitang wanted to hang up right then and there. Or perhaps she should just start over. She thought she should try not to act like this in the future. She didn't want to annoy Agilia. Captain Puppy was great. She couldn't be like this. Agilia came out of the shower, his hair wet and dripping. He casually towel-dried it and then shook his head like a puppy. When he saw Xie Guitang, his ears couldn't help but turn red, and his gaze became moist and evasive. Do you want something to eat? There were large red bite marks on her shoulder. He seemed to have gone a bit overboard earlier. Like a puppy with a beloved toy, it was hard for him to restrain himself from biting and licking. Xie Guitang obediently sat on the bed. Little cake. He smiled gently and then reached to pat her hair as he went to get her a small cake. After he got it, Captain Puppy sat by her bed, his icy blue eyes filled with softness and desire. His waist and chest bore various marks that clearly couldn't have been self-inflicted. Facing the evidence, Xie Guitang quietly averted her gaze, and then she heard Agilia tentatively say, "Can I stay the night?" Chapter 58. The pink puppy tail. Xie Guitang found it hard to say no. She quietly moved aside a bit, making room for Agilia, who quickly climbed onto the bed. "Good night, Miss Xie." Xie Guitang shared a bit of her blanket with him, and then he started to push his luck, his fingers brushing against her waist before suddenly pulling her into his arms. She grabbed Agilia's hand. "Can we sleep?" He behaved himself and stopped being mischievous. The silver-gray wolf dog emerged from the mental landscape, lying by the bed to take a nap, its tail in sporting a large fluffy gradient of silver-white, looking very cool. Agilia managed to enjoy another night of sweet sleep by flaunting his beauty, and while he slept, a pair of gray-white wolf ears unconsciously popped out. His big tail stretched out comfortably, swaying under the blanket. The next day, Xie Guitang was once again woken up by Agilia's warmth. She struggled to crawl out from under the blanket, feeling as if she had been marinated in Agilia's puppy scent. The wolf dog under the bed looked relatively normal at that moment and raised its head when it heard some noise. She leaned over the bed to pet its head, sitting on the floor beside the bed, comparing Agilia's ears to the big dog's ears. They were very similar. Agilia's tail hung over the edge of the bed, and she quietly got out of bed. Taking advantage of his slumber, she sat on the wooden floor beneath the bed and began to braid the fur of his tail. She also took out a pink narrow ribbon she had bought earlier and wove it into his fur, tying a bow at the end. A beautiful pink tail was created. After finishing, she admired her work for a moment, then looked up to see Agilia's clear blue eyes. He must have woken up at some point. Watching her fuss over his plush tail, even observing her tie the bow with the pink ribbon, Xie Guitang was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to face Agilia's cold expression. Agilia, undoubtedly a straight man, could not appreciate Xie Guitang's aesthetic, but he seriously examined it. "Very beautiful. Your hands are very skillful." These two sentences felt a bit dry. But Agilia racked his brain and truly didn't know how to describe the pink tail. The head wolf of the Alpha Special Forces, the fierce and ruthless Captain Agilia, and his pink tail. Hard to evaluate. Xie Guitang blinked. "Should I take it off for you?" Agilia rolled out of bed. "No, it's very beautiful." He wanted to show off the pink tail Xie Guitang had made for him, the pink tail crafted by the Purification Master's own hands. Xie Guitang couldn't quite understand. She thought Agilia genuinely liked pink. She even considered whether to buy him some pink toys in the future, except when his distortion values were too high, making it hard to control his physical state. Agilia usually didn't show his tail and ears, but today he flaunted his pink tail around the White Tower. During the joint drill of the feline and canine teams, Agilia confidently commanded the operation with his pink tail swaying. Xie watched the pink tail and felt a headache coming on. Big guy, what's with this disgusting aesthetic preference? Please don't hurt my eyes. Dead dog, where did you catch this madness? Agilia took off his tactical goggles and touched his pink tail with his fingers. Is it disgusting? This was made for me by Miss Xie in the morning. I think it's quite nice. He wore a thoughtful expression and then told Xie, I will honestly inform Miss Xie of your evaluation of her handcrafted work. Xie's face twisted for a moment. He should have shot this dog bastard. He forced a calm expression, realizing he had misjudged. Pink indeed looks good. If it weren't on this dead dog's tail, it would look even better. Agilia nodded lightly. Thank you, I think so too. Xie was about to crush the gun stock in his hands. This dead dog was truly despicable, absolutely despicable. Why'd he get all the good things? Was the ancestral grave in Siberia smoking? In one day, Captain Agilia had drawn all the hatred and then left calmly under the disdainful gazes of his colleagues. I won't work overtime. Someone at home is waiting for me to come back for dinner. Goodbye, colleagues. Despicable. He was truly despicable. Lin Butchie smiled with a fake grin as he watched him leave. Happy? Let's see how long he can be happy. Does he really think becoming Miss Xie's guardian means he can rest easy? The competition between Sentinels has just begun. At this moment, the other Sentinels in the Eastern Theater and even other White Towers were still unaware of Xie Guitang's identity. Even if there was open conflict, it was still happening within their 6 major teams. But the paper couldn't wrap the fire forever. One day they would find out. If they learned of it, would they tolerate the canine group monopolizing the Purification Master? By then, Agilia would understand that only by sharing could balance be maintained. Wanting to monopolize was impossible. Xie Guitang had studied the Purification Master materials for 2 days and was ready to solidify her knowledge. A spot opened up in the backstage. It quickly disappeared, as if someone was deliberately guarding the backstage. Before Agilia finished work, he went to Dr. Lancia for another blood test and storage. Perhaps due to their previous intimate actions, he had received enough soothing essence, causing his pollution value to drop sharply. Dr. Lancia looked at the 23 pollution value, scrutinizing Agilia. Did you imprint a mental landscape? The mental landscape imprint is a special mark left by a purification master in a Sentinel's mental landscape after a negative distance. Whether an imprint is left depends on whether the guide wants to be responsible for the Sentinel. Some guides don't want to be responsible, even if they have relations. They want to leave an imprint. And such imprints generally don't happen easily because once the imprint is successful, the Sentinel cannot accept the comfort or control of other guides. Even the guiding factors of other guides would become exclusive. A Sentinel can only accept the imprint of one guide in their lifetime, while guides can imprint many Sentinels, depending on their capability. This imprint is a very intimate connection. Once a guide imprints a Sentinel, they gain complete control over that Sentinel. The guide can remotely perceive the Sentinel's state, and the Sentinel's perception of the guide becomes more acute, almost doubling the purification ability between the imprints. Agilia speculated that Dr. Lancia was likely asking if Xie Guitang had any thoughts of being responsible for him. But unfortunately, they hadn't engaged in that kind of relationship at all. He subtly explained to Dr. Lancia, who looked at him with a look of disdain. She politely smiled at Agilia and said, So, you climbed into the Purification Master's bed, but didn't he receive any favor? Huh? Chapter 59. The evil big wolf Agilia fell silent, as if it were indeed the case. However, Dr. Lancia's words had stung him a bit too much. Even his pink tail, which he had been flaunting all day, hung motionless. Yes, that's right. Dr. Lancia organized the report and then calmly told Agilia that she hoped Captain Agilia could recognize one thing. As a guardian, serving the Purifier is your duty, and that service includes satisfying Miss Purifier in bed, ensuring her physical and mental pleasure. Let go of your certain chef boy fantasies and don't resist. This is not your sacrifice, but the highest honor belonging to a guardian. Do you understand? If you can't do this well, countless Sentinels will attempt to usurp your position. They will climb into Miss Xie's bed, gain her affection, and greedily want more. By then, do you think you can still uphold your identity as a guardian? This identity is hard-earned. Agilia, you must defend it from all angles. Agilia was scolded by Dr. Lancia for a long time, unable to refute her, only nodding in response. I understand, I will work hard. After leaving Dr. Lancia's office, he was forced to download a large amount of study materials, the titles of which made Captain Agilia blush fiercely. Puppy serving the owner 108 styles. Specific operations for sitting face, suffocating oil massage, and big milk human husband canine advantage positions. Those little poses you don't know, forward push position and rear position, which is more Detailed explanation of guanine and lotus platform. Agilia glanced at the names of the study materials and felt like he was about to faint. After returning to his place, Agilia knocked on Xie Guitang's door with a bottle of champagne. This door was the one he had repaired after returning from work before. Captain Agilia's repair skills were indeed quite good. The door was fixed so well that it looked as if it had never been broken. Xie Guitang even thought that if Agilia retired from the White Tower, he might become quite an excellent repairman. She opened the door, and Captain Agilia, dressed in a black uniform, stood at her doorstep holding a bottle of champagne. The cool and handsome wolf dog squatted at his feet, its ears oddly flushed red, and it didn't even dare to look at her. Shall we have a drink together? It was a very ambiguous invitation. However, Xie Guitang was now preoccupied with her study materials and her treatment task scheduled for 2 o'clock the next afternoon. Next time, I have something on tonight. Agilia didn't know what to say. He was really trying hard and couldn't think of any other seductive tactics. Unfortunately, his little seduction skills were completely lost on Xie Guitang. She asked him curiously, is there something else? Agilia desperately turned his stubborn mind and awkwardly said, how about eating together? Xie Guitang patted the wolf dog's head and replied to Agilia, but I've already eaten today. She felt that Agilia seemed a bit strange today. What is wrong with you? He was notably tall, so when Xie Guitang bent down to pat the wolf dog's head, he saw a large expanse of white. The study materials from earlier surged into his mind, and he felt his nose getting warm with something flowing down. Taking advantage of Xie Guitang's inattention, he touched his nose with the back of his hand and was horrified to discover that he was actually bleeding. Pathetic. So pathetic. For a moment, Dr. Lancia's words echoed in his head. Maybe he really was a bit useless. Ashamed, he pinched his bleeding nose and fled clumsily, leaving the wolf dog stunned. Is the wolf gone? Did that person just run away? It let out a low howl, its fur bristling in dissatisfaction. Xie Guitang was also confused about what had suddenly happened to Agilia. Perhaps he had something urgent to deal with? What about the big dog? After hesitating for a moment, she opened a way for it. Why don't you come in and wait for a bit? The wolf dog stood up and nudged Xie Guitang's arm with its head before stepping into the room. Xie Guitang sat in the living room, continuing to study her materials, while the wolf dog lay quietly beside her, keeping her company. She felt it was a bit lonely, so she let out her fish to play with it. Soon, she realized what a wrong decision she had made. After finishing her studies, she found that her fish was missing. Xie Guitang, where's my fish? She started rummaging around for the fish, even checking the curtain box, but she couldn't find it anywhere. The wolf dog lay obediently on the living room carpet, its paws elegantly placed in front. It watched her rummage around in silence, not moving an inch. Finally, Xie Guitang had no choice but to grab the wolf dog's fluffy big tail, wanting to see if her fish was underneath it. It wasn't he. She pushed the wolf dog's back. Get up. Let me see if you've squashed it. The wolf dog stood up calmly, still nothing. Xie Guitang fell silent. Where had her fish gone? Her gaze searched back and forth, trying to find a place where a fish could fit. Finally, her eyes landed on the wolf dog's mouth. It lay on the ground, looking at her gently, not resembling a suspect at all. Xie Guitang tentatively poked its nose. Open your mouth. It showed a smile-like expression, but refused to open its mouth, making Xie Guitang feel something was off. She pinched its snout. Open your mouth. Did you eat my fish? Open up. If you don't behave, I'll call Agilia. The wolf dog reluctantly opened its mouth, and a wet little fish was revealed, held in its jaws. It flapped its wings a few times and flew out from its mouth, then swished its tail, giving the wolf dog a few slaps before diving into her mental landscape. refusing to come out. Xie Guitang looked at the wolf dog innocently, not expecting it to be so naughty. She was furious. She grabbed it by the scruff and pulled it out the door, slamming the door shut with a bang. What an evil Siberian gray wolf. After returning, she furiously typed a long message to Agilia. Quickly deal with your wolf. The next day, Agilia took Xie Guitang to the soundproof room, and she wore a cold expression, not saying a word to him the entire time. Agilia wanted to beat that silly wolf to death, but it wouldn't help now. He had to figure out how to appease the guide. I really gave it a good lesson. I swear it won't dare again. Talk to me. Don't be angry, okay? It's all my fault. I didn't train it well. I promise this won't happen again. Darling, can you say something to me? She stood at the door of the soundproof room, sneering. Darling? Who is your darling? Agilia paused. He thought Xie Guitang didn't like that term, so he tentatively changed it. Honey? Because Agilia's family was Siberian gray wolves, his lineage leaned more towards the South Slavic woman that Xie Guitang had seen before. From his high nose, deep-set eyes, and fair skin with a large bone structure, it was evident he likely grew up in a Siberian clan. Xie Guitang coldly snorted and slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving Agilia standing outside the soundproof room all alone, awkwardly fumbling for words. How to make an angry girl happy. What can I do to make a girl forgive me? How to gain the understanding of a purifier. How to seduce a purifier to sleep. The search terms are becoming increasingly strange. With the help of many netizens, Agilia seems to have inadvertently gone astray. Confucianism and pink bells? Chapter 60. Samied brand facial cleanser. The Samied spirit sentinel, who was obedient and gentle, almost brushed past his officer, Agilia. He kept his head down the whole time, not daring to look at Agilia's face. Last time, his Samied almost had its tail bitten off by a Siberian wolf. It was so bad, so bad. Stephen, the soft-haired sentinel, instantly straightened his posture. At attention, Agilia scrutinized him. You should know what to do and what not to do, right? Stephen's round black eyes looked very obedient. He whispered, I know. Agilia left with a sense of relief. Stephen gently knocked on the soundproof room's door, his eyes calm and dark. He thought about letting that wolf bite his Samied's tail fur, and once he gained the Purification Master's favor, he would be the first to make it pay. Come in. With permission from Xie Guitang, Stephen instantly flashed a shy smile and pushed the door open. Xie Guitang sat behind the desk, creating a file for Stephen the Sentinel and inputting his information into the work system. To her surprise, Stephen's pollution level was actually at 76, which was quite high. Normally, with such a level of pollution, he shouldn't be in such good shape. Part of his body should have already shown signs of mutation. Xie Guitang's gaze lingered on him. It was hard to tell. Unlike Agilia, whose previous mutations in ears and tail were very obvious symptoms. Initially unable to control it, later he could control it autonomously. She couldn't discern Stephen's mutation. After a moment's hesitation, she asked Stephen, You don't have any mutations? Stephen stood up from the examination chair with a loud thud, then placed his gloved hand on his belt. My mutation is a bit special. Would you like to observe my mutated area? Xie Guitang probably guessed where his mutation was, her ears turning red as she looked down and pretended to cough a couple of times. You need deep purification. I need to enter your mental landscape, Sentinel. I need to make skin contact with you. The obedient young man with milky white hair extended a hand towards her. Can I hug you? Xie Guitang pointed to the small bed nearby. Perhaps you need to be there. Stephen pouted, adopting a pleading posture. I promise I'm very obedient. Please don't tie me up. The Samied appeared beside him, shaking its head and acting cute, its large ears bouncing adorably. He mimicked the Samied's posture, raising his hands in front of him, blinking his eyes at her, please. That one will discharge electricity. Huh? Discharge electricity? Xie Guitang genuinely didn't know about this. She learned from Stephen that the examination bed was designed to prevent Sentinels from becoming overly excited during treatment, which could lead to them offending their guides. Thus, whenever a Sentinel's adrenaline reached a certain threshold, it would discharge electricity to help them calm down. The little puppy whimpered and acted cute, its fluffy paws resting on the table, its head nestled in her arms, making soft sounds. Xie Guitang thought for a moment. It was fine not to go to the small bed, but she took out a pair of magnetic handcuffs from the drawer. This was standard equipment in the soundproof room, specifically designed for high-level Sentinels. The more they struggled, the tighter the cuffs would grip. Only the guide's fingerprint could unlock them. Are you sure you want this? Stephen weighed his options and decided on the magnetic handcuffs. On the examination bed, he wouldn't have any room to maneuver. He sat in a black leather chair, spreading his legs wide, casually stretching his wrists behind him to make it easier for Xie Guitang to put the cuffs on. His uniform shirt was oddly loose, and in this position, a small portion of his milky white chest and collarbone was visible. Stephen was obediently secure by her, an air of careless predatory instinct gleaming in his eyes. Then he smiled gently. "You can sit on my lap. I promise I'll be very obedient." Xie Guitang dragged the chair over, sitting beside him, her fingers brushing against the back of his neck. A manta ray flew out of her mental landscape, swirling around the Samied before landing on its fluffy head. The Samied seemed a bit dazed, its eyes constantly trying to look up. Xie Guitang patted its neck, and then it, along with the manta ray, entered the Sentinel's mental landscape. When entering Stephen's mental landscape, she clearly felt herself crossing an invisible barrier. Then she sensed her consciousness entering a strange place, with snow falling everywhere and a blanket of white covering the ground. The cold wind howled, reminiscent of the vast snowfields of Siberia, an endless expanse of desolate whiteness. The cold nearly turned the manta ray into a frozen fish. Xie Guitang also felt an intense chill, and subconsciously, her fingers slipped into the Sentinel's collar, trying to find a warmer source of heat. In the vast, white mental landscape, she noticed a patch of black ink on the Samied's abdomen. As the strong wind blew across the snow-covered ground, she saw that beneath the white snow lay black pollution, resembling oil. The manta ray, unable to fly due to the cold, was placed on the Samied's fluffy paws, and it crawled down, covering it with its long fur. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Guitang had sat on one of Stephen's legs, her face pale from the cold, her entire body rapidly cooling down. She instinctively drew heat from him. Her palm enveloped the milky white facial cleanser, pressing her face against his open shirt. Soft, warm, so comfortable. The manta ray emitted white light like a glowing little fish. The light landed on the Samied's black abdomen, dissolving the darkness like an eraser. The ground beneath the white snow seemed to have become much cleaner, and a shiver from deep within his soul caused Stephen to let out a muffled gasp. Not enough. He wanted more. He lowered his head to nuzzle Xie Guitang's shoulder, unable to suppress the urge to leave his mark on her. Canine senses are very sensitive. He caught a whiff of Agilia's scent on the guide. The disgusting smell of the Siberian wolf. Disgusting, very disgusting. He wanted to cover it up to eliminate the nauseating smell, marking the little guide with his scent. His, all his, not to be shared with anyone. Jealousy welled up. Why Agilia? Why him? He was so lucky. Xie Guitang focused on healing him, purifying him, while the remaining blackness that couldn't be purified was all gobbled up by the little fish. It had eaten itself into a little fat fish. The manta ray let out a small burp, satisfied, unable to eat anymore, and like a drunken butterfly, wobbled out, diving into Xie Guitang's mental landscape. In its vast ocean, it floated and sank, eventually falling asleep on a rock by the shore. Waves occasionally lapped at its tail. The little fish slept deeply, unable to wake up. Xie Guitang felt herself drained again. She lay weakly in Stephen's embrace, unable to get up for a while. It felt like a little dog was licking her neck and even biting her shoulder a bit too much. Regaining some strength, she pinched Stephen's cheek. He looked at her with wet, red eyes, as if she had done something indescribable. No licking. I mean it. Little dogs can't lick people randomly. And big dogs can't either. She felt a damp trace on her knee, and curiously reached down to touch it, finding a sticky substance. Chapter 61. Grateful gifts. Stephen's eyes widened in an instant, releasing a sharp gasp, and then she felt his body tremble violently a few times. Xie Guitang understood something. She coldly wiped her damp fingers clean on his collar. His innocent black eyes now looked at her with a deep, dark emotion, influenced by the spiritual entity. Stephen's skin was milky white, his face fair and moist, and his lips were a deep red. A hint of his tongue was faintly visible. Xie Guitang's fingers rubbed over it fiercely, and he shuddered, looking at her with a breathless, wet gaze. She paused for a moment, feeling that this state was truly terrible. Angrily, she tugged at his white short hair and coldly commanded him, "Open your mouth." 6 lines omitted. She pulled his hair, bringing her index and middle fingers together. 2.5 lines omitted. Seeing him reveal discomfort, her emotions calmed down slightly. 1 line omitted. A dewdrop hung on the tender red flower. Fresh flower branches trembled in the wind, blooming beautifully, enticing people to pick them. She stepped on the ground and pushed the wheelchair beneath her to slide away, while the Samoyed still rested in his mental landscape. The entire space had only the two of them. After a while, she took the coat that Stephen had draped beside him and covered his legs with it. The cup spilled out. There was a large wet stain on his clothes, obstructing the view. Anyone unaware might think he had wet himself during treatment. Xie Guitang rolled up Stephen's sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and she fell silent for a moment. It hadn't been so obvious before. Looking at his innocent face, who would have thought his arms were thicker than her thighs? She used a needle-free blood collection device to prick his arm for blood, then loaded it into the pollution level blood testing system. Blood test pollution level, 55 from 76 to 55. The decrease was very obvious. Another purification could bring the pollution level below 50, and after that, a few more shallow purifications would suffice. She recorded the treatment process. This kind of record, similar to work records and case files, needed to be submitted monthly to the White Tower for archiving. It also facilitated the assessment of the guide's abilities and work, as well as evaluating the Sentinel's health metrics. Xie Guitang had at least 1 or 2 work tasks to complete this week. It was possible that there were too many pollutants stored previously, as when Yao suddenly fell into a deep sleep after this purification. She speculated it might be a hibernation for digestion. Through the study of Purification Master's materials, she learned that there are various purification methods available. Some Purification Masters can only purify Sentinels by dissipating purifying energy, while another method is more brutal, using mental tendrils to directly pull pollutant from the Sentinel's mental landscape. It felt similar to peeling off a layer of skin contaminated with harmful chemicals. There was another purification method akin to devouring. The spiritual entity of the Purification Master consumes parts that cannot be purified by purifying factors, then slowly digests them in their abdomen. These past few days in the library, by learning about guides and Sentinels, she discovered the existence of dark Sentinels. This type of Sentinel is shrouded in secrecy by the 5 major White Towers. It is said that dark Sentinels are not affected by pollutants and are very difficult to purify by Purification Masters. They exist as monsters or rumors. Dark Sentinels are typically characterized by cold personalities, resembling robots with little emotional feedback. They are generally not accepted by the 5 major White Towers. It is said that a dark Sentinel appears once every few hundred years, and without exception, they are all legendary figures of immense strength. Upon their emergence, they either stir up chaos or are the ones to avert disaster. Xie Guitang remained silent about some of the information because she felt certain things were akin to historical data, making it hard to ensure their authenticity. However, she believed that most of it was generally accurate, especially regarding the Dark Sentinel's extraordinary combat capabilities, which she did not doubt, as many historical records supported this. What she questioned was whether Dark Sentinels are unaffected by distortion and pollution and are almost impossible to purify by Purification Masters. After handling work for a while, she felt drowsy and decided to take a short nap. Fortunately, there was a soft bed that would allow her to rest well. The artificial intelligence detected her state and automatically pulled the curtains to create an atmosphere conducive to sleep. A faint fragrance wafted from a humidifier on one side. The main lights were turned off, and only a small ambient light at the foot of the bed remained lit. She pulled up the quilt and lay down on the soft bed. In a hazy state of sleepiness, she felt as if she had forgotten something, but she was too tired to remember. The breathing light of the Smart Brain wristband on the bedside lit up, indicating that a message had come in. However, Xie Guitang was already asleep. "Lin Butchie, do you have time today?" "Lin Butchie, I'm at the door of your silent room. May I come in?" "Lin Butchie, if you don't refuse in 2 minutes, I will come in." "Lin Butchie, thank you for the opportunity." She slept deeply under the soft quilt, feeling exhausted from the recent purification. In her drowsy state, she sensed something slippery and cool crawling up her ankle, wrapping around her calf. The beautiful purification master in her dreams couldn't help but let out soft whimpering sounds. Her fingers, resting at the edge of the bed, trembled slightly, and the tops of her feet tightened. Bitten by a snake, it hurts. How could she have such a dream? The young man sitting at the edge of the bed lowered his gaze in the dim light, sighed, and tore open the Velcro on his wrist. He removed the rough black combat glove and gently touched her neck with his fingers, leaning down to lightly brush her brow and eyes. Light off. The floor lamp turned off. The room was instantly plunged into complete darkness. Then came the faint sound of footsteps and the closing of a door. Chapter 62. The taste of snake. Xie Guitang woke up from her dream, feeling a strange discomfort. How could her legs hurt after a nap? Her body was extremely fatigued, as if she had fought with someone while sleeping. She walked to the adjacent bathroom for a shower. Her long black hair fell onto her snow-white shoulders as the strikingly beautiful purifier leaned against the bathtub and noticed a strange mark on her knee. It looked like a snakebite mark. It was very faint, barely visible unless one looked closely, and she estimated that it might completely disappear in a couple of hours. Snake? She pondered for a moment. Are there snakes in the soundproof room? She would have Agilia check it later. After enjoying a light powder blue bubble bath, Xie Guitang got out of the tub. While putting on her clothes, her gaze passed quickly over the bathroom mirror. Suddenly, she froze, with her back to the mirror. She pulled down her clothing from her back, revealing a series of red marks on her shoulders and back. The scarlet color extended down to the base of her spine. This, she thought, could it be an allergy? Considering the previous snake bite mark, could it be that there was a snake in the soundproof room, and she had an allergic reaction after being bitten? She felt like she was overlooking something. Dressed again in her black wide-sleeved long shirt, the long hem fell over her instep, contrasting sharply with her snow-like skin. She walked barefoot to the bedside and picked up her smart brain wristband, where several messages caught her eye. Lin Butchie, do you have time today? Lin Butchie, I'm at the entrance of your soundproof room. May I come in? Lin Butchie, if you don't refuse in 2 minutes, I will come in. Lin Butchie, thank you for the opportunity. Lin Butchie, sorry, I didn't know you were resting. Lin Butchie, my spirit body is a bit uncontrollable. It always gets too excited. Lin Butchie, I've caught it. I'm very sorry for disturbing you. Lin Butchie, can you forgive me? Xie Guitang sat on the bed, her long hair falling to her lower back, the dark strands cascading over the black fabric. So was Lin Butchie's snake? Was she allergic to Lin Butchie's snake? It seemed she hadn't realized this last time. And besides, Lin Butchie's snake was a black mamba. Should she get anti-venom if she was bitten? After hesitating for a moment, she lifted her clothing hem and took a picture of her knee, sending it to Lin Butchie, where a faint snake bite mark was barely visible. Xie Guitang, it seems your snake bit me. She didn't mention the allergy part because the marks were on her back and even extended deep into her skin, making it hard to bring up. Xie Guitang, do I need to get any anti-venom? Lin Butchie leaned against the wall at the entrance of the soundproof room and tapped on the message Xie Guitang sent him. This was indeed a bit excessive. He hadn't intended it to go that far. If Xie Guitang held him accountable, perhaps his career would come to an end. Would she be shocked to see those marks? Fearful and uneasy? Or would she cry and run into Agilia's arms, letting her guardian give him a good lesson? Seeing that picture, the refined and handsome young man's eyes momentarily turned into serpentine slits. With his fair skin and black clothing, the soft flesh revealed some beautiful calf lines and soft thigh flesh. A faint bluish snake bite mark on her knee. Did she really just send such a picture to an adult male? Lin Butchie found it hard to articulate his feelings. He tilted his head back for a moment, then saw her text message. He had to admit, this wild purifier lady was sometimes sharp enough to be alarming, but at other times, worryingly dull. He sighed and replied to her message. Lin Butchie, there are no bleeding points, it's fine, no need for anti-venom. Lin Butchie, I'm really very sorry. May I apologize to you in person? Please give me a chance. In the evening, Agilia came to pick Xie Guitang up from work. She grabbed her things and opened the door to leave with him. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, realizing she hadn't locked the door. She remembered that she hadn't locked it while sleeping. She had been so tired that she thought she would just doze for a few minutes, but unexpectedly, She had slept for several hours, and she had slept unusually deeply. Agilia stood at the side of the hallway, watching her suddenly stop just a few steps from the door. He walked over to Xie Guitang. Arriving at the soundproof room's door, he frowned, showing an annoyed expression. A smell of snakes? Had something happened? She rubbed her brow. It's nothing. Perhaps she was just thinking too much. Deputy Lin, being such a refined person, surely wouldn't he do something so despicable? As Agilia and Xie Guitang left, the smell of snakes didn't dissipate along the way, and his expression grew darker. Xie Guitang entered the room and was about to close the door when a hand pressed against it. Agilia pushed the door open and entered her room. With a bang, the door closed behind him. He lowered his gaze to Xie Guitang, asking if she had something to say to him. Xie Guitang was unclear about his meaning. She sensed the aggressive presence typical of a wolf-dog sentinel. She didn't take a step back, directly meeting his gaze. Are you questioning me? Agilia was silent for a moment, hoping to be kept informed. No matter whom she chose, he only hoped to be informed. As you know, no matter what, he would always wait here. So please give him a little tolerance and patience, okay? No matter what, the canine type would always be her steadfast support and retreat. She could go wherever she wanted, and he wouldn't restrict her steps. He no longer harbored foolish fantasies of monopolizing her. He just wanted to be informed. Isn't that permissible? His blue eyes, when lowered, easily appeared somewhat melancholic and sad. If he pressed her too hard, Xie Guitang wouldn't show him any good face. But he just happened to show such a demeanor. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. She sighed and called him over, pulling down her collar slightly. It's nothing much, just something happened in the afternoon, and I think I might be allergic. She didn't mention Lin Butchie, as she subconsciously felt it was not suitable to bring up, fearing it could lead to some unexpected bleeding incidents. Agilia was tall, and he easily caught sight of more red marks on her back through her collar. Having seen the study materials, the canine-type sentinel instantly recognized what those were. Clenching his jaw, his gaze revealing a sharpness of determination. Who was it? Who went to your soundproof room this afternoon? He was certain that when he sent Xie Guitang to the soundproof room, she definitely didn't have these marks on her. Was it that unknown crawling-type sentinel? Or some canine-type sentinel who went for treatment? Chapter 63. The food protector dog, Xie Guitang, looked at Agilia's expression and felt as if he resembled an unfortunate husband who had just discovered his wife cheating. She pressed her fingers against her forehead, realizing that she had been thinking of strange things lately. She pointed to the sofa opposite her and said, "Sit." The canine guardian obediently took his place, pouting in displeasure, like a lone wolf whose territory had been invaded. As he sat down, a pendant fell out from his collar. It was the sword pendant that she had once tied around his wrist. Suddenly, her heart softened, and she reached out to stroke his head, but Agilia was too tall. Fortunately, he bent down for her. Like a silent and loyal big dog, she smiled. "No one can replace you, Agilia. Don't be anxious. You are irreplaceable, my little dog captain. We are home now. Cheer up." He crossed the line by holding her hand and gently kissing the inside of her wrist. Agilia sighed. She always provided gentle comfort whenever she sensed his emotions. A purifying lady as gentle as moonlight, he felt fortunate enough to be her guardian. He shouldn't wish for more. He knew that. However, facing such a gentle and beautiful lady, he was not made of stone and couldn't remain indifferent. Even if she shed her identity as a purifier, he would still be drawn to her. It had nothing to do with their current identities. Love brings desire, jealousy, and possessiveness. All he could do was restrain his desires and those useless thoughts, providing her with what she needed. He knelt on one knee at her feet, wrapped his arms around her waist, and buried himself in her embrace, mimicking the actions of the wolf dog he once was. "Please don't abandon me. A discarded canine will turn into a mad dog." She stroked his hair, which felt smooth and thick. The little dog captain had plenty of fluff. Xie Guitang thought that the afternoon's incident had passed, but she clearly underestimated a sentinel's grudge-holding nature. Although Xie Guitang didn't say anything, Agilia wanted to know who had visited the guide's soundproof room. It was no challenge for him. As the leader of the 6 Special Forces teams belonging to the Eastern White Tower, very few things could escape his notice. The next day, within the Alpha team, the astute like Franca and Charles had already caught wind of ominous signs. Agilia sat on a wooden bench in the training room, coldly lowering his head to wrap the bandages around his wrists. It seemed someone was about to have a bad day. Yufeng anxiously kept petting the back of Hachi's neck to the point where Hachi was annoyed and turned to bite his hand. Almost bitten, Yufeng quickly turned, clutching the dog's neck with one arm to give it a suffocating pat. Stupid dog, behave. If Agilia found out he was secretly flirting with Miss Xie, they would both get skinned alive. Did he really think Agilia was some kind of bodhisattva? He lacked neither the wolf's ferocity nor pettiness. As Stephen stepped into the alpha training room, Agilia looked up at him. Charles understood, so it was this unfortunate guy who was going to get beaten today. Stephen had been in a bubbly mood, but upon meeting Agilia's wolf-like gaze, he felt his enthusiasm vanish. Not just vanish. He even wanted to retract the leg he had stepped in with and turn her on. But there was no way. Agilia was his superior, and he would see him today or tomorrow. Besides, how could he outrun Agilia? His spirit beast was a Siberian gray wolf, a wolf, while his spirit beast was merely a weak, helpless, and visible Samoyed. Yesterday's Stephen, Samoyed, yes. Today's Stephen, no more Samoyed. He walked in with a heavy heart, almost on the verge of tears, thinking, why are you looking at me like that? Agilia tossed him a pair of boxing gloves. Practice. In front of Agilia, Stephen looked like a little dwarf. Among the canine sentinels, Captain Agilia's height was truly imposing. He looked down at the naive Stephen and said blandly, let me see what skills you have and how much courage you possess. Frankus snickered, stupid dog. The smart ones were observing, while only the reckless dared to rush in at that moment. Agilia had just taken his position as a guardian, and new officials often had a fiery temper. With a canine like Agilia, he would pounce on anyone who stepped out of line. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising if a Samoyed got into trouble. Stephen, with a sorrowful expression, put on the boxing gloves and stood opposite Agilia. Captain, can you go easy on me? Agilia knocked him to the ground with a punch, coldly staring at him. Get up, continue. Stephen felt as if he might have a fracture, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes reflected a hint of ferocity. He and T even lasted 3 seconds when Agilia's punch nearly knocked him out, stars dancing in his vision. Don't hit my face. Captain, don't hit my face. After 3 hours of brutal beating, Stephen could no longer get up. His face was swollen, and he was no longer a Samoyed. Agilia pulled him up by the collar and gently patted his swollen face with the back of his hand. Have you learned your lesson? Stephen could not speak, only blinked his eyes in response, indicating that he had learned. Yufeng watched anxiously, his fingers pulling at the fur on Hachi's backside. A small patch of fur on Hachi's rear was bald, and it glared at Yufeng. This dead guy, how presumptuous. Yufeng's wrist was bitten by Hachi, and he realized its backside was bald, feeling a bit awkward as he stroked its head. It's okay, it will grow back, and it looks kind of nice. Meanwhile, Lin Buchi suddenly received an invitation for joint training from Alpha. The intentions of the sender were not good. He calmly sat in his office, surrounded by various documents from Ares. The captain was a hands-off manager. What could he do? Of course, he had to tolerate him. Recently, Fei Jiaku had frequently received tasks from the White Tower, and his pollution level was a bit high. The White Tower had already placed a control collar on him. The usually taciturn mute captain had become even more silent, and it was often difficult to find him. For Fei Jiaku, Lin Buchi adopted a semi-free-range policy. As long as Ares didn't drop the ball when he needed to show up, it was fine. Looking back at the invitation for Alpha's joint training, he knew Agilia's intentions well. However, he had no choice but to click agree, for if he didn't allow the jealous canine guardian to vent, he would undoubtedly face continuous harassment afterward. His time was precious, so it was best to resolve this quickly. Chapter 64. The authority of the Wolf King, Ares, and Alpha from the 6 teams were conducting joint training, and 2 special forces from the White Tower also came to join in the excitement. Akabane and Ning Xian had left the White Tower for an external mission, while Fu Zhao and Gu Yunshi, who had just returned from a long trip, found themselves relatively free. Ing Chun, who usually loved to watch the excitement, keenly sensed something from Agilia's reaction and pulled Gu Yunshi over to join the fun. Gu Yunshi had been feeling very emo lately, and the entire small plant and animal department was lifeless. However, he absolutely could not miss the opportunity to see Agilia make a fool of himself. That dead dog. Why should he get all the good things? On Fu Zhao's side, It was purely because Agilia and his team had chosen the training ground next to their team. He silently leaned against one side of the stands, his black hair blowing in the wind, cascading over his dark brows and eyes. Below the stands, Agilia and his massive wolf dog stood in the center, dressed in a blue and white combat suit, with white straps on his wrist showing a bit. It seemed he had come well prepared today. The captain of Ares was not present, likely out on a mission, but that was not a big problem. Agilia's target was not him, and his absence made no difference. Lin Buchi entered gracefully, a small black snake resting on his shoulder, his spirit animal being a black mamba. He elegantly nodded and smiled at Captain Agilia. "Good afternoon, Captain Agilia." Agilia gave him a faint nod and then issued a challenge. It seemed inappropriate for Agilia, as Alpha's captain, to use his spirit animal to bully Ares' vice captain, so his battle with Lin Buchi did not involve spirit animals. It was purely a physical combat. Bare-fisted brawl, a most violent and bloody form of combat. Agilia entered the octagonal cage first and stood inside, extending his hand to Lin Buchi in a gesture of invitation to battle. "Let's see the capabilities of Ares' vice captain. You got some guts. I just wonder if you have the ability to match." Faced with Agilia's deadly challenge, anyone would have to weigh their options or hesitate for a moment. However, Lin Buchi indeed had extraordinary courage. He straightforwardly took off his coat and walked over, no longer holding back. "Please, Captain Agilia, guide me." The atmosphere ignited like a burning fuse, crackling with sparks and electricity. Fu Zhao slightly lowered his gaze, observing the intense and bloody battle below. The elegant Vice Captain Lin had completely lost his composure, while Agilia showcased the brutality and bloodthirstiness characteristic of a wolf dog. After a fierce struggle, the outcome was quickly determined. In direct combat, a crawling type like Lin Buchi was far inferior to Agilia in terms of stamina, endurance, and strength. The silver-haired canine captain executed a guillotine-style chokehold, rendering Lin Buchi lifeless. As soon as he lifted his arm, Lin Buchi would surely suffer a broken neck. At that moment, Lin Buchi surprisingly revealed a faint smile, and then Agilia seemed to have been affected negatively, nearly staggering. That damn crawling type had poisoned him. The wound on Agilia's arm was an exposed one, with clear bleeding points. He hadn't noticed earlier that Lin Buchi's blood had smeared onto his injury during the fight. It was intentional, absolutely. Due to the characteristics of spirit animals, Lin Buchi's bodily fluids were also toxic, while Agilia's spirit animal possessed extremely high resistance. For others, the venom of the black mamba would take them down with the slightest touch, but he managed to withstand it. The Siberian gray wolf's high poison resistance and combat strength were exceptional. He shook his head and tightened his grip on Lin Buchi's throat without letting go. Striking a snake at its 7-inch mark applies to Sentinels as well. This chokehold was filled with fierce brutality, and due to the poisoning, his lips took on an overly vibrant shade of red. "Do you surrender?" Lin Buchi sighed, raised both hands, and said, "You win." Lin Buchi had little chance of winning against Agilia, as he was an assassin-type soldier, and facing someone like Agilia, who specialized in direct confrontation, left him at a significant disadvantage. However, he noticed that the blood flowing from Agilia's arm had darkened, so he surely wouldn't benefit much from this. They were even. In this match, Lin Buchi had 6 or 7 bones broken by Agilia, nearly falling apart, but he still maintained his composure when leaving the arena. Agilia, on the other hand, stayed on the platform, and Rand quickly brought him an antidote. He calmly pressed the pulse injector against his arm to administer the antidote, and the color of his blood quickly returned to normal. The dizziness before him gradually faded back to normal, but he still felt inexplicably exhilarated, likely due to residual toxins. It was fine. It would not affect his future plans. Agilia stood up again, and the massive wolf dog howled at the octagonal cage, its voice resonating powerfully. Facing the various sentinels outside, Agilia proclaimed, "I know some of you may harbor dissatisfaction towards me, but since ancient times, only the victors deserve to possess everything. Anyone who is unconvinced, come and fight. Today, I will accompany you to the end. If I discover any of you making small moves behind the scenes, don't blame me for not making things clear today or giving you a chance. That's all I have to say. Anyone with thoughts can come forward. If you're to lose, it would be due to his lack of skill, and he naturally did not deserve to hold this position. The Wolf King defended his identity through his actions, as the massive wolf dog surveyed the entire arena, leaving it silent. No one dared to provoke the authority of the Wolf King. Agilia's eyes were filled with fervent battle intent, and at this moment, most Sentinels did not want to cross him. The previous Vice Captain Lin had nearly been beaten to death by him, and they were even less resilient than Lin Butchie. However, there were still brave warriors willing to risk their lives to snatch meat from the Wolf King's mouth, like the suspicious-looking Frana or some other warriors from Ares. Ing Chun, eager to watch Agilia's excitement, specifically brought along some snacks to enjoy the show. If it weren't for the White Tower's clear regulations prohibiting the captains of the 6 teams from fighting privately or challenging each other without permission, he would have gone up to give it a try. What a pity. Facing the wheel battle, Agilia showed no signs of cowardice. In fact, he grew more exhilarated. He directly threw his adjutant off the high platform. His wolf ears perked up, and his eyes shone brightly as he stared at them. Who else is unconvinced? Step up and fight me. Yufeng's silly dog felt the danger and took 2 steps back. He held onto the husky's neck to prevent it from running away. Tugging at its ear, he whispered, "What are you afraid of? He is not going to hit dogs." Chapter 65. Captain Puppy and the maid outfit. The evening glow spilled into the training ground. Intelligent robots moved back and forth, cleaning the bloodstains on the ground. In the Alpha team's bathroom, Agilia stood under the shower, washing off the dark bloodstains on his body. Light red blood water flowed down his body and pooled on the bathroom floor. He shook his fluffy ears and clicked his tongue in annoyance. After cleaning himself, he hastily dried off, put on his pants, and walked out while drying his hair. After a few swipes, he lost patience, draped the towel over his shoulder, and opened the cabinet to find clothes to wear. The atmosphere in Alpha was tense today, and Agilia was the only one in the changing room. He put on his clothes and leaned against the wardrobe, checking the browsing information on his smart wristband. The Confucian pink bell had arrived. He estimated Xie Guitang's off-duty time, which was just enough for him to pick up a package and set things up properly. After grabbing his outerwear, Agilia pushed the door open to go out. He had just taken a cold shower, yet he still felt unusually excited, the blood in his veins restless. After receiving the package, he opened it and studied it for a while before figuring out how to use it. It turned out that the tightness was adjustable, and there was a pink tassel under the bell. He shook it in his hand. It looked pretty good. After getting everything on, he stood in front of the wardrobe pondering which outfit to wear. No matter how he looked at it, the clothes in his wardrobe seemed a bit too formal, not quite suitable for today's operation. He opened a shopping app to see if he could quickly buy 2 suitable outfits. After scrolling for a while, he found no styles he liked. Suddenly, a small screen advertisement popped up, and his eyes were instantly captivated. Pink Hello Kitty maid outfit. Everyone says it's great. The stern Captain Agilia clicked on expedited shipping with red ears. A pink Hello Kitty, paired with the pink Confucian bell, should look nice, right? Did he need to wrap anything else? 15 minutes later, the anonymous delivery showed that the order was completed. He opened the door and saw a small black box at the entrance. Agilia quickly brought the box in, closing the door with a bang, as if he were a thief. Opening the box, he found many small accessories inside. He picked up a pink cat ear headband, discarded it. He wouldn't need that. The guide lady preferred his wolf ears. He took out 2 white lace ties from the box and reopened the shopping app to compare them with the product display pictures. These 2 lace ties should be tied around the thighs. He could keep them. There were also lace butterfly knot ties for the arms, which he would keep as well. Why was there another white lace tie? His fingers swiped to the next picture, and his ears suddenly turned red. Oh, so that's how it's used. He rummaged through the box and found a pearl gemstone waist chain and matching white lace neckties. It was only after scrolling through the later images that he realized why this outfit appeared as a small pop-up. Because this was a light maid outfit. The brand's clothing was supposed to be shipped discreetly. This maid outfit had small holes in the back to attach a tail, but he didn't need to attach one. Canine types inherently had fluffy ears and tails. His tail and ears were much nicer to touch than the fake ones sold outside. After everything was tidied up, he carefully cleaned the entire room and then prepared a few exquisite candlelight dinners, even opening a bottle of vintage champagne to place on the table. The silver candlesticks illuminated the table, making everything perfect. Good. Now he needed to send an invitation message to Miss Xie. Xie Guitang had spent the whole day in the library reviewing materials, accompanied by Sentinel Charles for her shift. He kept his distance, maintaining decorum, vigilantly guarding her, ensuring that no Sentinel could approach within 3 meters of her. The border collie at Charles's feet was dressed in a police dog uniform, with a pair of canine goggles on its small head. A very handsome dog, exuding an aura of do not disturb, currently working. Xie Guitang reviewed some historical material from the Eastern Theater and found that most of the documents were vague and evasive about the Guide Revolution that occurred 300 years ago. Among them, she glimpsed a secret corner of the revolution, a name that had been exposed in a tattered document, by Xie. She closed the heavy book in her hands and pondered for a while. Could it be as she thought? From the fragmented historical records, she recalled the prophet Xie, whom she had met a few times. Xie was a prophet, akin to a llama from Zone Z or an HF, involved in the memory inheritance system. The previous prophet would know the specific location and identity of their next reincarnation before passing away, and after their death, the next prophet's body would gradually awaken memories of past prophets. Thus, nothing could escape the prophet's eyes. Their sensitivity to many matters far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. She recalled the prophecy Xie had given her, and now, looking back, most of it had already come true. Xie Guitang put away the book and saw a person and a dog working nearby. She waved at the meteorite border collie, and the dog tilted its head before walking over to her with measured steps. It sat down in front of Xie Guitang, unlike those little dogs that would rush over to lick the guides. She patted the border collie's head and said, "Officer Border Collie, you've worked hard today." She bent down to look at it and softly asked, "Shake hands?" The border collie reluctantly played this silly handshake game with her, following her commands to turn around. "Stand up and sit down." She exclaimed softly, "You're so smart." If it could talk, it would want to tell the purifier lady that it was a border collie and ask if they knew the intelligence level of a border collie. Charles sat nearby, watching Xie Guitang play with his dog, a beautiful scene, if only she weren't the protected object of his superior. He knew what would happen between the Alpha team and the Ares team today. The task of accompanying the purifier would fall on him, and he also understood Agilia's intentions. Smart people don't do foolish things. Agilia knew he wouldn't act stupidly. However, it was different. He had ambitions, but he knew he needed unparalleled patience to get what he wanted. Those who acted too hastily, like Stephen and Lynn Butchie today, would end up in a sorry state. Charles helped Xie Guitang put the books back in place, making a note of the titles and types of the few books she had read. Xie Guitang looked out the window at the flying birds and saw the familiar Sentinel in the reflection of the glass. In black combat gear, with small wing patches on his arms, Lon Feisy briefly locked eyes with her in the reflection. The smart wristband buzzed with a message, and she opened it to find an invitation for dinner from Agilia. After responding to his message, she looked up again, but could no longer see the figure of the flying new recruit. Chapter 66. Wolf-eared male servant captain after Charles arrived. He keenly noticed that Xie Guitang's expression was different. Something must have happened just now. Without receiving any orders from Xie Guitang, he silently escorted her to the dormitory building and then turned back to the library. After showing the administrator his alpha credentials, he stated his purpose directly. He wanted to check the surveillance video from the East District between 4:19 p.m. and 5:06 p.m. This was the only time he had left Xie Guitang to return a book, and something unexpected must have occurred during that time. Xie Guitang knocked on the door, and with a click, it opened. The one who opened the door was not Agilia, but his spiritual entity. The wolf dog sat obediently at the door, but Xie Guitang would no longer be deceived by its appearance. She walked past without looking sideways, and the wagging tail of the wolf dog stopped, its playful expression turning serious. Upon entering the living room, she saw the meal on the table and the silver candlesticks on either side. The champagne glass was filled to 8/10. "Surprise, my princess." He always spoke the common language with a cute accent when he used phrases outside of it, and his tone was different from when he spoke the common language. The voice came from behind her. When she turned around, Agilia took the opportunity to turn off the main lights in the living room, leaving only some dim ambient lights and the silver candlesticks on the table. After adjusting to the change in lighting for a second or two, she clearly saw his appearance and was slightly taken aback. The tall canine sentinel, over 192 centimeters, was wearing a maid outfit due to his Siberian heritage. His skin was fair with high brows and deep-set eyes and a pair of ice blue eyes. The pink Hello Kitty maid outfit only reached his thighs and above his knees. There were white lace trim ties. A silver tail with a grayish hue peeked out from the hem, swaying slightly, and the wolf ears on his head twitched. Because Captain Agilia had a 120 centimeters chest, this maid outfit made him look particularly well endowed. And not only did he have an impressive chest, but his arms were also very eye-catching. This kind of maid outfit highlighted his good physique, showcasing his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. The little dog, Captain, who had never done this before, stood there somewhat unsure, with a suspicious blush on his ears. "Monsieur, please." She was led to her seat by the little male servant, who sat down opposite her and cut the food into portions for her. "It might not be very good, so I hope you won't mind." Xie Guitang took a bite and found it actually quite good. It was clear that Agilia had put effort into practicing his cooking skills, and he had improved a lot since before. "You did very well. Agilia, don't be too nervous." He seemed overly anxious. One would think he had fleas hidden in his clothes, making him restless. Agilia replied in a low voice, and they talked about their experiences from the day. She listened intently to his daily training, which he himself felt was quite mundane. "It seems you had a good day." She smiled gently in response, not finding it boring or unrelated to her. Noticing he was still very nervous, Xie Guitang raised her champagne glass. "Shall we drink together?" The wolf dog lay at her feet, the dim candlelight casting shadows on the table, making her look increasingly beautiful under the light. As she lowered her gaze, she exuded a sense of sacredness, making him feel more nervous and at a loss. "I really like this, little dog likes it so much." She drank 2 glasses with Agilia, her eyes glistening with moisture and a hint of redness, already slightly tipsy. Agilia wanted to take the champagne glass from the table, but she placed her hand over the cup. "Let's have another drink. Stay with me for one more." He keenly sensed something and quietly sat back down. She poured herself half a glass and then poured Agilia half a glass as well. Her slender white fingers held the slender base of the glass, her eyes gazing into the void, not knowing what she was looking at or recalling. That was a past he could not glimpse. She thought of the text she had read during the day, thought of Xie, and herself. She thought of the blood-stained peepa string and the wind chime hanging in the corridor. Finally, she saw Agilia's eyes, his melancholic blue eyes looking at her with concern. She raised her glass, inviting him to clink glasses with her. Perhaps all of this was a plot already arranged by fate. Whether it was her leaving the place where she had been raised since childhood, or the final bloodbath, or the subsequent years of imprisonment, and finally arriving at this place. In Xie's words, perhaps it was all destiny. She clinked glasses with Agilia and drank it down in one go. After a while, she supported her forehead with her fingers, her gaze dreamy and watery. Her alcohol tolerance was indeed not very high. She should leave here now. Xie Guitang paused for a moment, intending to say goodbye to Agilia, but he stood up in front of her, took her hand, and placed it on the chest of his maid outfit. She suspected that she was really drunk. Otherwise, how could she feel? She stared blankly for a while in confusion, then instinctively pinched a couple of times, producing a faint jingling sound. Xie Guitang fell silent. Her gaze towards Agilia changed. So he had been restless earlier because of this? The delicate area was not suitable for wearing such things. When Xie Guitang lightly pinched it, he immediately let out a low, muffled groan. It must have hurt a bit. He took a few deep breaths, trying to steady himself as he asked her, Can I stay overnight?" The young man's fingers held her calf, letting her rest on his knee as he knelt before her, asking for her thoughts. "Can I pamper my little dog a bit?" Agilia's silver white hair looked beautiful in the light, gazing at her like a pitiful little dog. However, Xie Guitang judged from their limited interactions that he could not be considered gentle in certain matters. The eagerness of canines she had some experience with, especially with Agilia, a large canine that would hold on to something like a wolf dog clinging to delicious tender meat, unwilling to let go until it was all swallowed. She stroked his hair with her fingers, her eyes becoming dreamy again, her mind chaotic with unformed thoughts. Her fingers absent-mindedly tugged at his ears, and Agilia's large ears kept twitching, trying to escape her control. This was an instinctive behavior of canines. It was difficult for him to control, just like feline ears. Always elusive. Her gaze lingered over him, wondering what color it was. She heard the sound of the bell, so the bell of Confucianism. What color was it? He swallowed hard a couple of times, managing to say, "It's pink. All pink, do you want to see?" Her fingers fell from his shoulder, gliding over his muscled chest, tapping the protruding lace trim on the maid outfit, and then down to his waist. He gasped, kneeling on the floor, one hand supporting himself on the armrest of her chair. Agilia leaned forward and kissed her shoulder. "Is it okay? Can I pamper Agilia?" Chapter 67. Fragmented. Xie Guitang reached out and pushed him down. He leaned back on his elbows, lying back in front of her, his head tilted back, exposing his alluring throat. It was up to her to decide. She stepped barefoot on his side, then her toes glided over, pressing against his abdomen. He let out a couple of hoarse gasps, his gaze dark and entangled with hers, a silent invitation. Who said he couldn't? He was more than capable. Xie Guitang picked up a wine glass and poured herself another drink, finishing half of it, leaving the other half in the glass. She stood up and took a bottle of whiskey from the nearby shelf, twisted the cap off, and poured herself half a glass. Gently shaking it, the liquid mixed together, forming a full glass. Xie Guitang moved beside Agilia, sitting on the carpet next to him, her fingers cradling the back of his neck as she poured the entire glass of whiskey down his throat. Agilia coughed twice, the strong liquor going down, a light flush quickly appearing on his face, his gaze becoming somewhat erratic. The young man's large fingers grasped her wrist, rubbing his brow and high nose against her wrist. He slurred out something she couldn't understand, probably a local dialect, revealing a special warmth and ambiguous entanglement. Xie Guitang caressed his face twice, then opened the whiskey again to give him another drink, soaking the collar of his shirt. The room was filled with the crisp scent of liquor and an indescribable fragrance, a bitter woody aroma. Xie Guitang stood up, reaching out to him from short distance away. His gaze was unfocused as he followed her. Then he stumbled to get up. He always found that whenever he tried to catch her, she had already moved a little farther away, taking a step forward, and she would take a step back, occasionally her fingertips lightly brushing his chest. "Agilia, come here." The wolf dog had long settled into his mental landscape, but he followed her like a big dog summoned by its master. Xie Guitang led him into his bedroom and pushed him hard, causing Agilia to fall onto the soft bed. However, she didn't expect him to grab her as he fell. An aggressive aura settled on her neck and collarbone, his breathing heavy, clearly intoxicated. Yet he wasn't lethargic from the alcohol. Instead, he was unusually excited, desperately wanting to nuzzle against her, like an incredibly clingy big dog, or a big dog in heat. His fingers pressed against her neck, eagerly wanting to kiss her, but in his dazed state, he couldn't quite manage it, though he was particularly easy to please, kissing her all over without care. Just like a little puppy, she covered his wet eyes with her fingers, and when he was panting with impatience, she gave him a kiss. "Be quiet, little dog captain, you need a rest." Agilia felt he should have other things to do, but he couldn't quite remember what they were. But, not sleeping, not resting. What was he supposed to want? Xie Guitang let him lean against her, covering his eyes with her fingers, softly humming a Jiangnan tune. He chased after her hand in the darkness, too restless, his state somewhat abnormal. She removed her fingers, and he saw her with his glistening eyes. The corners of his eyes were flushed, his eyelashes damp, looking at her with a pitiful and helpless gaze. Then she heard the sound of a bell. He received a fleeting kiss. Then came a soft sigh. When Agilia woke up, he was alone in the bedroom, having almost blacked out from drinking the previous day. He used to have a decent alcohol tolerance, but during his service at the White Tower, he hardly had time to drink, at most having a half glass occasionally. So, what happened yesterday? He couldn't remember it all. On the floor were pink fabric fragments and two small clips with plastic covers. The bells underneath looked undamaged, but the pink tassels were somewhat disheveled. Agilia lifted the blanket to take a look. He was wearing black long pajama pants, but in the air, he could still faintly smell that scent. So what exactly happened? He rubbed his messy hair and went to the bathroom to wash up, feeling that something was off. Agilia looked in the mirror, his face instantly turning red, quickly finishing up and sitting on the sofa, secretly searching for medicine. They were clearly common medications, but he felt a guilty conscience as if he were a thief. Glancing at his smart brain wristband, it was almost training time. He opened the wardrobe and could only temporarily choose a loose combat outfit. Xie Guitang slept until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, sleeping very soundly. And when she woke up, she felt a bit disoriented, as if time had warped. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, then slowly got up to wash up, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of water and continuing to zone out, until Agilia came back from work. A light knock on the door interrupted her wandering thoughts. Agilia stood nervously at the door, the wolf dog sitting beside him, looking serious. He had been taken by Dr. Lancia for a blood test today, and the pollution level was 0. She asked him what had happened, but he couldn't answer her at all. Yet she seemed to have already assumed something. Thinking back to when Lancia took him into the cubicle to talk, his ears still burned with embarrassment. The door in front of him opened, and a small purifier lady came out wearing a soft white nightgown. She asked him what's wrong. Is something the matter? Agilia was a bit at a loss for words, stuttering as he grabbed his silvery hair. Are you okay? She seemed to chuckle lightly. I'm fine. Want to come in? Agilia obediently entered her room, and when the wolf dog tried to follow, Xie Guitang quickly shut the door, nearly slamming it on its nose. It immediately lay down at her doorstep, dejected. Agilia didn't dare to speak, fearing that Xie Guitang would kick him out next. He saw Xie Guitang seemed to be getting him water, and he quickly took the kettle from her hand, pouring 2 cups, one for her and one for himself. He quietly asked her, Are you feeling unwell? Xie Guitang calmly sipped her warm water. No. Seeing his puppy-like expression, Xie Guitang leaned against one side of the sofa. Resting her legs on his thighs, my legs hurt. He quickly began to knead her legs, carefully controlling his strength, pinching her calf like he was handling a delicate figurine. Agilia secretly observed her expression, seeing no signs of anything unusual. His mental landscape showed no traces of branding. He couldn't deduce what had happened. Yesterday, Xie Guitang sighed, then checked her smart brain wristband messages while getting up. Chapter 68, Agilia, part, not related to the main text, can be skipped. Before her, the pink tassels swayed violently, and the sound of bells jingled in her ears. The bells were shaken so vigorously that she felt dazed, as if she might pass out. The candlelight dinner had filled her up so much that her lower abdomen was bulging, and the service from Agilia's young servant was very attentive. Time and again, he poured her milk, 1 cup after another, and she could only helplessly shake her head, finally looking at him with a vacant expression and saying, Really, I can't drink anymore. The puppy captain, skilled in coaxing her to drink, urged her to have another cup, then another, and another. As the dawn light began to break, this candlelight dinner came to an end. She felt like she might vomit, sitting awkwardly on his lap, her gaze nearly unfocused. The satisfied young man carried her into the bathroom, gently placing her into the tub filled with warm water. The warm water spread over her skin, causing her to shiver, and the milk in her cup spilled over, dripping onto the clear water surface. Then the cup tipped, and streams of milk poured out, clouding the water. It was like taking a milk bath. Agilia swallowed hard, holding her fingers to help wipe and clean her, then took the shower gel, creating a rich lather to wash her hair. Once she adjusted to the water temperature, he helped massage her shoulders. The puppy captain's massage technique was good, relieving the fatigue of the meal for the exhausted purifier. Then he massaged her back, helping her digest, kneading her lower abdomen, causing another spill from the milk cup nearby. Streams of milky white flowed into the water. She was pressed to the point of numbness and pain in her meridians, her whole body spasming and trembling, her fingers quivering uncontrollably. With a dazed gaze, she let out a few pitiful sobs under his hands, like a little butterfly caught with its wings pinned. He cleaned the milk cup, then refilled the water for her bath, wrapping her in a large towel after she was clean and carrying her in his arms. She obediently leaned against the puppy captain's shoulder, and he placed her on the bed. Agilia's bedroom style was consistent with himself, strongly masculine. Simple black, white, and gray tones. Everything meticulously arranged, reminding her of the little rabbit figurine she had seen before. In the White Tower, even plush decorations had to be lined up neatly. It was truly a rigorous military practicality. Drunk, Xie Guitang turned over, childishly turning her back to Agilia. She didn't want to see his face or even hear his voice. The puppy was annoying. Agilia was oblivious to her emotions, sitting on the edge of the bed with a clean towel to dry her hair. The small fan hummed, and soon her half-dry hair was blown dry and comfortable. The pink clothing fragments on the floor caught his eye, and his ears turned red again. He hurriedly tidied up while she wasn't paying attention. After cleaning up, he threw the trash at the door and thought for a moment. Miss Xie seemed to really like this outfit. Next time, he could try some different styles from the store. There were also Confucian items that could be added to the purchase. When he quietly returned, Xie Guitang was almost asleep, her brows and eyes showing a faint weariness, as if she were completely exhausted. He carefully drew the curtains, then left a leave request hanging in the white tower and cautiously lay down beside her. Xie Guitang was disturbed by his movements, slightly opening her eyes to glance at him. "Can you not make any noise?" He seemed taken aback for a moment, then repeatedly nodded, acknowledging her. Xie Guitang pursed her lips. "I said, no noise." He fell silent, merely nodding to show he understood. However, she still seemed very angry. "Did you not hear what I just said? Ignoring me, are you?" Agilia fell silent. Should he speak or remain quiet? He sighed and pulled her into his arms. "I was wrong. I will listen to you next time. Is it okay to sleep now?" Agilia caught the scent of the shower gel he often used on her, mixed with a faint whiff of whiskey. Whiskey? He spotted the bottle and small cup on the bedside, confirming that they had indeed been used. Previously, he had a period of poor rest and would have a drink before bed. It must have been forgotten. Xie Guitang's eyelids had a faint reddish hue. She tugged at his hair. "What about your ears?" Agilia, helpless, could only let her play with his ears, which she mischievously tugged at the tips. Then she grabbed at his collar. "Tail, I want to play with the tail too." He felt a headache coming on and had to let the tail out as well. Hadn't they already played enough? He wondered where she got her energy from, suddenly flipping over and straddling his hips, gripping his ears tightly. "Puppy, run faster, come on, run." His throat moved as he steadied her waist, feeling her body cold, shiver violently, and hoarsely said, "The puppy is running, very fast already." She felt like she was not riding a dog, but galloping on a horse across the vast grassland, the little horse running swiftly, wildly racing across the prairie. In her drunken mind, she thought she was truly riding a horse, a wild stallion that was difficult to tame. In the hazy state between dreaming and waking, she felt like she was about to be thrown off by the little horse, and her stomach hurt. Dreamily, she wanted to ride across the grassland to find a bathroom. Where's the bathroom? Why is there no bathroom on this vast prairie? 1-star rating. She wanted to give this prairie a bad review. The road was rugged as she galloped on the horse, her lower abdomen bulging, desperately needing to relieve herself. And finally, she found a bathroom. When she finally got to relieve herself, she felt like she had rolled her eyes back, liquid splashing everywhere. And after a while, she finally finished. Her head lolled to the side, completely unconscious. When she woke up from her hangover, she felt like she had fought a bear named Agilia. Did Agilia beat her up? She felt like her entire skeletal structure had come apart, not a single bone in its place. Why did her waist but chest, head, thighs, and calves all hurt, and even her hands and feet hurt? Climbing out of bed, the sky outside was dark. Did she really sleep too much and end up sleeping with Agilia? Glancing at her smart bracelet, she was instantly stunned. Had a whole day and night passed? Could she really sleep so much? Struggling a bit, she found it hard to get up. A slight sound of the door opening, followed by the sound of water flowing into a cup. Then Agilia carefully pushed the door open to enter. He held a cup of warm honey water. Seeing Xie Guitang awake, he awkwardly placed the cup on the cabinet beside her. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Xie Guitang scrutinized him suspiciously. He seemed guilty. So he must have taken advantage of her drunkenness to hit her, right? She felt her body. Her stomach hurt. It was a dull ache, a feeling of soreness and pressure. In truth, it felt very similar to menstrual pain. She suspected she might have menstrual cramps, but there was no blood. Furthermore, it was not just her lower abdomen that hurt. So, Chapter 69. The Northern Incident before they had time to respond to her. Several alarm sounds rang out, and they received the official notification from the White Tower, a red emergency notice. The senior management of the White Tower urgently summoned the 6 major teams, along with Xie Guitang, to the senior conference room. When the 2 of them arrived at the conference room, the other team leaders and senior leaders were already present. This was the first formal meeting between Ing Chun and Xie Guitang. The rumored purifier lady was small and short, seeming to only reach his chest, with delicate features. Skin as white as snow, and black eyes like the dark night. He felt an inexplicable urge to get close to her. But he didn't know if she would hit him. She probably would. The guides were all similar. They were good at using some tools to bring happiness to the Sentinels. However, his spiritual entity was a black poppy, and he was one of the departments most able to endure pain, so it was fine. He could withstand it, no matter how painful it was. He would make the Purifier Lady like him. After all, making others like him was a very simple task for him. Captain Fu Zhao and Deputy Captain Lin Butchie sat to one side. Captain Fu Zhao lowered his gaze and remained silent, resembling a meditative monk. Deputy Captain Lin had already smiled and nodded politely at Xie Guitang when she entered. Fu Zhao seemed to be a beat slow, lifting his eyelids to give her a slight nod before returning to his previous demeanor. It appeared that Ares' captain was still absent today. He might have gone on a remote mission. Many areas outside the coverage of the White Tower had no signal. The teams of Ning Xian and Akabrin would not return for a short time. So, currently, the teams of the White Tower could be considered 3.5. Gu Yanshi had been staring at the cup of water on the table, unmoving like a fake, with one hand resting on the hilt of his katana at his waist, silently reciting the rules of the war zone in his mind. Suddenly, a figure in white pajamas sat beside him, and that damn rule was something he couldn't memorize no matter what. He turned his head to look. Xie Guitang smiled politely at him, and then the sound of Agilia's fingers tapping on the table attracted her attention, causing her to quickly turn back to him. "What's wrong?" Agilia took off the outer jacket of her combat uniform and draped it over her legs, saying the air conditioning in the conference room was a bit strong, so she shouldn't get blown on. She agreed, and to Gu Yunshi's ears, it sounded so obedient that he wanted to pull her onto his lap and use his butterfly wings to shield her from the prying eyes of others. There was no one else, only the two of them. He wanted Xie Guitang to take a good look at him, without anyone else interrupting. Just one glance would suffice. Agilia sat on the other side of Xie Guitang, resting his wrist on the back of her chair, leaning down to whisper sweet nothings to her, appearing particularly intimate. Fu Zhao lifted his eyelids to glance at him, then silently withdrew his gaze, remaining speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Butchie furrowed his brows, a half-smile playing at the corners of his mouth, inwardly thinking a dog guarding its food. Alson hurriedly walked in, still communicating with someone as he walked. "I don't care. No matter what. You must ensure my people are safe." "Bullshit. How dare you say that again? Wasn't it you who begged me to send people out? No more talking. The Eastern War Zone will never respond to such matters again." After ending the communication, Alson sat heavily in the command seat, his gaze landing on Xie Guitang, revealing a hint of annoyance on his face. He had been too impulsive just now, saying some thoughtless and inappropriate things. But he couldn't worry too much about that now. The situation was urgent, and Alson stated his intention directly. Previously, there had been a major pollution source explosion incident at the Northern White Tower with a very large coverage area, most of which had become a disaster zone. The Northern District requested support from the other 4 White Towers. As you all know, for hundreds of years, the Northeast White Tower has hardly been separated. We are as close as family, and even the joint defense area is guarded together. So the twin guides of the Eastern White Tower are going to the Northern District for support. The twin guides are the only 2 guides in the Eastern War Zone. A pair of twins. Under the war situation, they would assist in the allocation of guide essence in the Northern District. Although the amount of guide essence that the Control Department can provide is meager, it is already an extremely precious strategic resource. The existence of guides itself is like a shot of adrenaline for Sentinels who have been numbed by war. He took such great risks to support the Northern District, only to be told now that the war zone has fallen and all personnel have scattered. They even lost the guide. Damn it, a bunch of bullshit. Alson said heavily that the joint defense area could not continue to fall if the defense line collapsed further. Large areas of civilian zones in the Eastern District would all become polluted zones. At that time, those civilians would be swept into this incident, turning both the eastern and northern regions into hell on earth. Alson's gaze fell on Xie Guitang. He was uncertain whether this decision was correct, but he had no other choice now. "Miss Xie, are you willing to go to the front line?" Lansha and Danshur exchanged glances with Alson. Given the situation, they couldn't say a word of refusal. The rest depended on Xie Guitang's choice, If she was unwilling, no one would criticize her. For thousands of years, purifiers had always resided in high towers, forever above the clouds. Only the most audacious sentinels would attempt to pull purifiers down from their heights. Xie Guitang seemed to return to that pastime when she had to make a choice. At that time, Bai Ji predicted the fall of Xie, signaling the arrival of night on earth, and asked her if she was willing to descend the mountain. Her master had done the same, placing the power of choice in Xie Guitang's hands. Her master once said to her, while gently brewing tea, "Do what you are willing to do. Do what you think you should do." A person's life is to practice their own heart. Only by being true to oneself can one move forward courageously. Now, Xie Guitang once again grasped this power of choice, and almost all gazes seemed to fall on her, whether perceptibly or imperceptibly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I am willing." Although Alison proposed this idea, almost no one expected her to be willing to go to the front line, without involving legal provisions. The will of the purifiers is above all. They have the right to refuse any political coercion. Such crises had not been unheard of, but for 300 years. No purifier had ever been willing to go to the front line for support. Even 300 years ago, before the Guide Revolution, purifiers going to the front lines was a rare occurrence. The entire room fell silent for quite a while. Alison said, "The entire war zone will forever remember your sacrifice." Xie Guitang calmly smiled at him, saying there was no need to be so serious. If she died on the front line, she wouldn't need anyone to be responsible for it. It was all out of her own will. No one had to pay for her actions. In this world, she came alone, and leaving alone was nothing to be afraid of. She had seen too much life and death already, so there was no need to be concerned. Alison looked at her like this, and he always felt a sense of unease in his heart. Chapter 70. Lower hexagram at one moment. Arzan doubted whether his decision was correct, but he had no other choice. Since Xie Guitang had agreed to this external mission, the Eastern White Tower must provide her with the best security. These several individuals were outstanding sentinels from the Eastern White Tower, all serving in the 6 elite special forces of the Eastern Theater. You can choose your preferred companions, no matter which team you select. They will protect you with their lives, becoming the unbreakable swords in your hands. All the sentinels in the conference room looked at her together. Agilia did not need to be mentioned, as his unique status made him a designated accompanying personnel. Lin Buchi tried hard to appear more reliable, straightening his back and giving a slight smile to Xie Guitang. Trust him. Choosing Ares is a good decision. Although their captain is unreliable, they have a very dependable vice-captain. Fu Zhao's eyes were like a silent, deep sea. He silently watched her, waiting for her choice. Would he miss out again? He did not know the answer. Yingchen, rarely without her lazy demeanor, nervously pinched Gu Yunshi's thigh under the table. Gu Yunshi tried to endure it, his dark brows slightly lowered, looking like a cold, stern guy. But at that moment, all he wanted was to strangle that fool Yingchen. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xie Guitang did not look at anyone. She said, "I trust the White Tower's decision. The personnel for this trip can be determined by you, besides Lin Buchi and Agilia." She was unfamiliar with the other 2 teams and did not know them. As the only purifier in the Eastern Theater, she was sure that Arzan would not let her down, so it was best for him to determine the travel list. Arzan did not expect that the decision-making power would ultimately fall on him. He asked Xie Guitang to go back and pack her things briefly, as the following scenes would likely not be suitable for her to watch. She left calmly, and Agilia accompanied her out of the conference room. In the corridor, she seemed to vaguely hear something cracking. What was that noise? She paused slightly, but Agilia led her forward, saying it was nothing. She must have misheard. With a little common sense, he knew what was happening inside. What 6 elite teams? When it came to tearing faces off, there would still be no dignity involved. After returning to her residence, Agilia and Xie Guitang separated to pack their bags. In fact, she did not know what she should prepare. She opened a drawer by the bedside, finding some items she had brought to this world: a pair of jade tassel earrings, a dagger, a string of copper coin ornaments, and some miscellaneous items. She sat in front of the vanity, putting on the tassel earrings, untying the copper coin pendant, and gathering a few coins in her palm. Agilia quickly finished packing his things, and even went to the supply department to get what Xie Guitang needed. When the knock on the door sounded, She was still looking at the hexagram on the table. Lower Qian, upper Sun, wind, heaven minor abundance, lower hexagram. This trip out was likely fraught with danger. Xie Guitang put away the copper coins and opened the door. Agilia had already changed into a full set of combat gear. Black field combat uniform, knee and wrist guards, tactical belt, goggles, gas mask, handgun, dagger, long knife, and long gun, along with some equipment she could not identify. Seeing Xie Guitang observing his gear, Agilia explained, "As a formal military unit of the Alpha Marine Special Forces, we are required to be equipped with 6 main weapons." 6? Doesn't that make it heavy? She glanced at Agilia's height of over 192 centimeters and his broad, powerful shoulders. The weapons did not seem cumbersome on him, but rather made him look like a cold, ruthless god of death. All the equipment was neatly arranged. If it weren't for Agilia's introduction, she wouldn't even be able to tell where they were. He lifted a box and took out something resembling a silver jingling bracelet, putting one on Xie Guitang's wrist and the other on his own. "This is a locator. No matter the situation, I will find you at the first opportunity. It is mainly unaffected by signals, and this model is extremely rare. Most people wouldn't even recognize its function. Additionally, it can significantly block the pheromones emitted by a guide to prevent others from detecting her identity and having any ulterior motives. Although Xie Guitang's level is not high and she won't emit much pheromone, it's still better to be safe than sorry." He handed Xie Guitang a handgun, explaining, "This button is for shooting, this one switches modes. Normally it's in shooting mode. Press once for tranquilizer rounds, twice for signal flares." The inside contained configurations for 3 types of ammunition, allowing flexible applications in various situations for emergencies. Finally, Agilia took out a set of combat gear similar to his, but with fewer accessories. "This is yours. Put on first. We should be leaving soon." Ning Xian's mission was to jointly patrol the defense area with the Northern District, and the latest battle report indicated that the Tianxian team had gone missing. Ning Xian's pollution level had always been high, with mutation rates fluctuating. This time, with the pollution source exploding and him going missing, the situation was likely dire. Agilia's gaze became serious, his lips pressed tightly together, looking somewhat worried. The frequent disturbances in the pollution zones over the past few decades were a very bad omen. Xie Guitang quickly changed into her clothes. This outfit seemed specially made according to her measurements. Compared to Agilia's cool and handsome outfit, hers was much simpler. Considering that as a fragile guide, it was unlikely she would be able to handle the same gear as Agilia. It was probably made to accommodate her limited capacity. It was laughable. She could hardly carry it at all. After she came out, following Agilia's instructions, she packed 2 changes of her own clothes into her backpack. Once finished, Agilia directly slung her small backpack over one shoulder. "Let's go. We need to depart." His wrist communicator vibrated twice, indicating that the temporary combat team had assembled. Xie Guitang hurriedly tied up her hair with a metallic floral ornament made of an unknown material. "Okay, I'm ready." Upon reaching the helipad, the aircraft had finished preheating, making a loud noise. The boarding ladder was lowered beneath her feet, and Agilia supported one of her arms to help her up. As she stepped on, the ladder suddenly tilted, and she was immediately grabbed by a sentinel inside the aircraft, who pulled her up. Xie Guitang found herself flung onto his thigh. Quickly getting up and realizing that the person who had pulled her up was someone she had seen in the supermarket before. If she remembered correctly, he seemed to be Fu Zhao, the captain of the Marine Special Forces. Chapter 71 Chocolate Bar, considering the extreme cold characteristics of the Northern District. Alzin reluctantly ruled out the Ares team, as it is well known that snakes hibernate in extreme cold, and their spiritual entities become dormant. Moreover, the situation is urgent, and the Ares team captain, Fijako, is still unreachable, which is a significant drawback since their top combat power is absent. Ingchen is not part of the frontline combat personnel. He usually performs special tasks, so he was also not selected. This time, personnel are limited, and Alzin personally assembled a temporary special operations team. Among them, Gu Yunshur was pushed to the farthest seat, and Xie Guitang did not even notice him when she entered. This is primarily because the 2 major teams are divided, one led by Fu Zhao and the other by Agilia. Other team Sentinels have all experienced severe treatment in the cabin, and at this moment, they can only endure with their tempers. Fu Zhao's team is officially named Songming. which is said to be the same meaning as the fish in the northern sea in mythology, a divine residence that connects heaven and earth. Fu Zhao has a nickname in the civilian area of the Eastern War Zone called the Gentle Giant, likely due to his gentle demeanor and exceptionally tall stature. Captain Fu Zhao does indeed look like a good-natured person, and he has that kind of oblivious personality where he doesn't react even when poked by others. Be careful. Fu Zhao slowly uttered 2 words, his voice calm and deep, just like him. Agilia, tall and long-legged, quickly joined them, sitting directly opposite Fu Zhao, and then invited Xie Guitang to sit beside him. Miss Xie, come over here. Captain Fu Zhao usually keeps a low profile, so let us try not to trouble him too much. Fu Zhao's dark gaze momentarily met Agilia's, then slowly withdrew. Not a bother, just pure dog-like rumors about him. Thank you, Captain Fu Zhao. Xie Guitang quickly expressed her gratitude and settled beside Agilia, with Agilia on one side and his aide Rand on the other. Agilia pressed the door close button, and the entire aircraft instantly became a sealed space. Being a special model, the storage inside is limited, aside from some combat supplies. Only a small area is available for them to sit. Thus, the space is somewhat cramped, and there are no lounges or VIP rooms. As such, things are useless during urgent combat situations. Not only are they useless, but they would also slow down the aircraft speed. This Type 044 special aircraft can support the fastest travel, along with high defense, high damage, and stealth combat capabilities, but it is not particularly comfortable to stay in, as the seats are quite hard. After all, this is designed for Sentinels, who are rough and tough and wouldn't care about such things. However, Xie Guitang is not a Sentinel. She is merely a guide, and a particularly fragile one at that, with her body even weaker than that of an average guide, comparable to being made of paper. After more than 3 hours of high-speed travel, she began to feel unwell, dizzy, nauseous, and cold, with some cold sweat. She exhibited typical symptoms of intolerance to high-speed travel, and Agilia quickly contacted the pilots to reduce the speed. Xie Guitang's face was pale, and she felt unsteady. So Agilia let her lean on his shoulder, supporting her other shoulder with his fingers. Are you okay? She looked at Agilia with unfocused eyes, murmuring an apology, before he lifted her onto his lap, which helped alleviate some of her symptoms and made her more comfortable. Xie Guitang was already familiar with the embrace of the puppy captain. She leaned wearily against him, her eyes gently closing. Moments later, she felt Agilia take off his coat and cover her with it. The uniform fit him perfectly, but on her, it felt like a little blanket, covering her from the knees to the neck. He held her, as if she were a child, softly soothing her. Sleep for a while. We'll be there soon. If you sleep, you won't feel uncomfortable. She nestled against him like a helpless little creature, looking both pitiful and adorable. Fu Zhao's gaze often flickered over, until Agilia shot him a displeased glare. He made a very rude gesture towards Fu Zhao, who frowned slightly and then lowered his gaze. The bad dog type is not suitable for her. After 6 hours of flight, she felt her body adapting a bit, and the cabin served meals, which were extremely simple. It consisted of a pack of compressed biscuits and a can of nutrient solution, nothing else. Xie Guitang tried to bite the dark compressed biscuit in her hand, but didn't even leave a mark on its surface. Looking at the incredibly hard thing in her hand, she fell silent. It was even harder than the big bread she had eaten before. She couldn't help but wonder if it was even edible. She wouldn't doubt it if they said it was a tool for cracking open heads. Under her doubtful gaze, Agilia bit it in half with a crunch. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be amazed that it was actually edible or to marvel at his biting strength. Seeing her expression, Agilia showed a hint of amusement, took the compressed biscuit from her hand, crushed it through the bag, and then poured some of her nutrient solution into the bag. You can eat it in a while. The conditions in the aircraft are quite simple. Once we land, I'll have someone find something edible for you. She took the bag Agilia handed her, gently nodded, understanding. She wasn't that picky. As long as it was edible, it would do. It really wasn't her intention to cause trouble earlier. She just couldn't tame that hard biscuit. It was too tough to bite. After it became mushy, it softened a lot, and she could barely drink a couple of sips, but the taste was quite hard to describe. It seemed like they hadn't considered that people have taste buds. It was a flavor somewhere between curry, durian, and strawberry cherry tomatoes. She was doing well enough not to vomit. After 2 sips, she resolutely did not touch that bag again. Whoever eats it knows its lethality. Agilia understood what was going on. The first time he ate this stuff, he almost threw up as well. He readily took the bag from her hand, finished the contents in 2 or 3 sips, and then tossed it along with the other trash into a garbage bag. Xie Guitang glanced at him a few times, but silently withdrew her gaze without saying anything. She tasted the nutrient solution, which was curry strawberry flavored, confirming that the damned compressed biscuit was durian cherry tomato flavored. After a few sips, she quickly felt full, tightened the cap, and when Agilia looked over, she placed the can on her lap. "I want to give him this." He pushed up his goggles, resting them on his wolf ears, his ice blue eyes looking at her. "Do you want to sleep a bit more?" She shook her head. She had slept too much and couldn't sleep now. Plus, she was gradually adapting to the flight, and her body was feeling much better. Xie Guitang quietly asked Agilia, "Is there a bathroom on board?" "There must be. Sentinels can go without a bed, but cannot go without a bathroom." He pointed to a spot inside where a green icon was vaguely visible. "It's over there. Do you want me to take you?" Xie Guitang declined his offer, thinking that she could just go to the bathroom alone. They were all White Tower Sentinels here, so she shouldn't need his supervision. If she needed Agilia to accompany her for this, she would feel quite embarrassed. She went alone to the location Agilia indicated and saw Gu Yunshi and another Sentinel she hadn't seen before at the very back of the team. It wasn't that she was paying attention to the unfamiliar Sentinel. It was just that he was eating a chocolate bar. The chocolate bar looked extremely delicious. Yin Yao noticed her the moment she arrived. "Miss Xie Guitang, the only Purification System Guide of the Eastern White Tower." Interesting. Chapter 72, Air Raid, the Dark-Haired. Dark-eyed Sentinel looked like a recent college graduate, with a sunny smile on his face. He seemed slightly surprised to see her, raising his eyes and then lifting the chocolate bar in his hand. "Do you want to eat this? Captain Agilia hasn't prepared any other food supplies for you, has he?" He looked like a carefree, cheerful big boy, breaking off a piece from the untouched end and handing it to her. "It's on me. No need to be polite." The previous taste had been too disgusting. She urgently needed this bite of food to save her. Taking the chocolate bar, she politely said thank you. Yin Yao paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. "I am Yin Yao from the Tianshu battle team. My spirit body is a sea eagle. Did Akabane not take the team out?" Logically, the Tianshu battle team should have been deployed together. So how did Yin Yao end up here? Yin Yao stuffed the remaining chocolate bar into his mouth, quickly chewed it, and swallowed, then casually said, "I had something to attend to during the previous operation." He didn't elaborate on what that was, and Xie Guitang didn't ask. After eating the chocolate bar, she felt revived. After using the restroom, she washed her hands, thanking the heavens that the restroom was normal. If there had only been a male urinal inside, she would have sued the entire White Tower. After washing her hands, she turned around and almost bumped into Gu Yunshi's chest. Gu Yunshi hurriedly steadied her. "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" He looked extremely nervous. After all, not only had he never interacted closely with a guide, but he had also never been this close to a girl. Facing the beast that was Ying Chun every day, he wished he would die in his sleep. And as for the other female team members, they seemed like livestock in his eyes. But Xie Guitang was clearly different. She was so fragile, small, and pale, like she could shatter with a touch. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Xie Guitang steadied herself and asked him, "Do you need something?" He stood there like a utility pole, speechless for a long time. After a while, he finally whispered to her, "I am Gu Yunshi, the captain of the small flora and fauna department. My spirit body is the beautiful phantom warrior butterfly from the Laser Butterfly series. Would you like to see it?" The direct approach of a clueless guy was always so simple and unadorned. Gu Yunshi's efforts were just that. Before Xie Guitang could respond, Charles came over with his border collie. "The captain asked me to escort you back." He politely glanced at the other restless sentinels nearby and the obviously scheming Gu Yunshi. "Did you encounter any trouble?" This question had implications. If Xie Guitang hadn't been standing there, given Gu Yunshi's temperament, Charles wouldn't have dared to speak to him like that, and he would have exploded on the spot. None of the 6 special teams in the Eastern Theater had a good temperament. Each one was worse than the last. Even if Fu Zhao seemed dull, it was only because he hadn't hit his sore spot, If he really provoked him, his methods would also be extremely violent. Bloodthirsty, cruel, fierce, cold-hearted. These words were not an exaggeration to describe them. But now, in order to make a good impression in front of Xie Guitang, they all pretended to be nice guys. Charles sneered internally. It was simply hilarious. Putting on a show and seizing opportunities. Did they really need him to applaud for them? Huh, a bunch of worthless scum. Agilia was also a fool. I said long ago that he was big-chested and brainless, and this fact was once again proven to be true. In a cabin full of Sentinels, he even dared to let the Purifier have a moment of respite. Wasn't that clearly giving other scum a chance? The glances exchanged among the few were fleeting. Just then, the cabin shook violently, and Yun Yao quickly steadied her arm. "Miss Xie, be careful." A huge alarm echoed throughout the cabin, and the red warning lights on the cabin ceiling lit up in a flash. Charles drew the handgun from his leg. His gaze sharp. It's an enemy attack. Someone has attacked our aircraft. Protect the guide. He gripped Xie Guitang's arm and led her forward, while Gu Yunshi drew his katana from his waist, shielding her on the other side. Charles was so alert that if he had ears, they would probably be standing up. He had to safely bring the guide to the captain. He didn't trust anyone else. Only Agilia could take on this heavy responsibility. Without going into details, Agilia was indeed a deserving guardian to some extent. No matter what, the primary principle of their trip was to ensure the guide's safety. Xie Guitang was not just a guide. She was also a purifier. Even if it cost the lives of all the Sentinels in their cabin, she had to land alive and return to the White Tower. This was not only their highest order, but also a mission that belonged to the Sentinels in their bones. Low curses from the Sentinels nearby rang out. They're really looking for death, daring to attack the official aircraft of the White Tower? I see they're not afraid of dying. Damn it, let us show them what we're made of. The crowd surged, the cabin jolted, and Xie Guitang, didn't he know whose foot she stepped on? Almost falling over. A tall figure appeared in front of her, pulling her into his arms. It was the familiar grassy scent of the little dog captain. He sheltered Xie Guitang in his embrace. "I've got you. Come with me now. I'll take you to a safe place." Amidst the chaos, she looked up and saw only the determined gaze of the little dog captain and his sharply defined jawline. His embrace was as safe and warm as ever. A massive impact and explosion shook the cabin, which flipped 360 degrees several times. Agilia immediately knelt on either side of her body, one hand gripping the metal handrail beside him and the other supporting the back of her neck, pressing her against his chest. This position provided her with maximum physical protection. Even if something fell, it wouldn't hurt her. Agilia breathed heavily, his chest roaring, and his entire body was fully in combat readiness. "Hold on to me. Don't be afraid. I will bring you safely back to the White Tower." Fu Zhao assumed a standard defensive posture, similar to an earthquake safety stance. Seeing something fall from the shelf, it was headed straight for Agilia and Xie Guitang. He kicked it midair. It was sent flying and should have been from the rebels. There had been rumors that the pollution source explosion was triggered by a joint attack between the White Tower and the rebels. Agilia had also seen Fu Zhao's timely assistance and gave him a grateful glance before responding. "Is it you, Zhao? Or that damn temple organization from last time?" The turbulence temporarily subsided, and Fu Zhao climbed up from the ground. He reached out and violently dismantled a rectangular box from a shelf. It was unclear whether it was him or not. In any case, the newcomers were not friendly. They were all bad news, a bunch of scum looking for death. Fu Zhao took the metal box and headed straight for the cockpit, suspecting that the pilot had already been shot dead. Before leaving, he glanced at Agilia. "Don't forget your duty. The first rule of guardianship is to prioritize the safety of the purifier. Anyone who dares to touch this rule, no matter who they are, will be killed without mercy." Chapter 73. Polar Bear Agilia stood up and reached out to Xie Guitang, pulling her up from the ground. It seemed that someone didn't want us to support the Northern District. Agilia attempted to connect with the high-ranking commander of the White Tower in the Northern District, but the connection failed. Their network had been paralyzed. Those bastards. Agilia's gaze turned cold as he realized that based on the recent commotion, they would certainly not back down easily. It was likely that another tough battle awaited them soon. The canines lacked the ability to fight in the air. The land was their main battlefield. Given the current situation, An aerial battle was inevitable. He rubbed his temples in frustration and connected to the signal source of the Eastern Theater. Thankfully, the rebels had not yet managed to collapse the network in the Eastern Theater. Upon seeing Agilia's communication connection, Alzin quickly answered, "What happened? Is the guide all right?" Agilia briefly explained their current situation and told Alzin, "We have entered the border of the Northern District, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain here. Please try to contact the Northern District to dispatch personnel to assist us." The area was in complete chaos, and he knew they might not be able to send people. But they had to try. If something unexpected happened, that was a burden no one could afford. After understanding the situation, Alzin ended the communication and quickly accessed the Northern District High Command through the communication channel of the Eastern Theater's chief administrator. Fortunately, this channel had not been breached by the rebels. After 2 beeps, the connection was established directly. The Northern District was indeed very chaotic, not only due to the explosion of the pollution source and the extensive expansion of the contaminated area, but also because of the continuous harassment by the rebels. An important reason was that their chief administrator had fallen into deep pollution and was now unconscious. The secretary of the Northern District had been continuously requesting aid from the Central White Tower, primarily hoping they would send a purifier to treat their administrator. However, the Central White Tower had repeatedly evaded the request, offering only bureaucratic excuses that everyone was well aware of. The secretary, a beautiful and gentle lady, coldly stared at the person in charge of the Central White Tower. The contaminated area is continuously expanding, and the joint defense area is about to fall. Now you tell me you can't spare personnel? Then may I ask, where is your personnel? Was this a battle for a White Tower in the Northern District? What if the Northern District falls? Among you, who can still rest easy? The elegant gentleman shook his head apologetically. We are also in a difficult position. Please do not continue to make it hard for the Central White Tower. We truly. The secretary instantly hung up. Damn it, a bunch of talkative beasts. At that moment, a call came through from the office of the administrator. The secretary took a deep breath, composed herself, and walked in to answer the call. With the administrator down, she had to maintain control in this chaos. She could not afford to fall as well. Administrator Alzin, good day. She politely greeted Alzin, showing none of the fiery anger she had moments before. The Northern District could not withstand another blow. She felt anxious and worried that Alzin's call was to accuse the Northern District of losing the guide. She truly could not provide him with any satisfactory answer. And even if the Eastern District wanted to withdraw their reinforcements, she would have nothing to say. However, Alzin informed her that the Eastern District had dispatched a purifier to assist the Northern District, and they had already arrived at the border area of the Northern District. They encountered an air raid by the rebels. I need you to go and assist them. Can you spare personnel to help? The secretary was shocked and stunned in place, her emotions overwhelming her as she quickly responded, "Yes, we can." Hearing the secretary's voice, Alzin remained silent for 2 seconds before asking her, "What about your administrator?" The secretary felt she had nothing to hide regarding the Eastern District's administrator, who was comparable to hers. Although she didn't know where they had found a purifier to assist the Northern District, she was already extremely grateful just for their ability to send this purifier. The Northern District's administrator had fallen into a deep sleep. Upon hearing this news, Alzin sighed and silently ended the communication. After the call ended, the secretary's fingers trembled uncontrollably as she quickly dialed an encrypted number using the administrator's communication key. A toddler received the secretary's call on the battlefield, roaring like a giant polar bear as he smashed one abnormal creature's head after another. Oddly shaped things rushed forward one after another. The defense line could not collapse, as behind them lay the military stronghold of the Northern District. They could not afford to lose ground. He had initially hung up on several calls. He had no time to answer calls now, but the secretary kept calling him over and over. A toddler, with a serious face, gritted his teeth and answered the call, his bloodied hand still holding the communication device. "What is it? Is Atchison dead?" Atchison was the unfortunate unconscious administrator. As his subordinate, a toddler's words were indeed quite rebellious. However, the secretary didn't have time to care about that. Besides, the administrator couldn't hear it, so it was as if a toddler hadn't said it. "You need to go to the border between the Northern District and the Eastern District immediately to assist them. A Tossler gestured to his adjutant to step aside to take the call while letting the medic treat his wounds. Who is coming? Don't you see how bad things are here? Who am I supposed to assist? Who can I assist now? Do you see if I can even get away? The secretary calmly faced a Tossler's rage. You and Yuan go together. Hurry, go now. Yuan Yi's spiritual form was a polar fox, much smoother than a Tossler. Having a purifier come now was a huge blessing for the entire Northern District. They absolutely could not afford to neglect the purifier. If she felt dissatisfied and left in anger, it would be very difficult to invite another purifier to the Northern District. From the exchanges with the Central White Tower, the secretary had seen through their true nature. They would never send a purifier to the war-torn Northern District. Not only that, but they probably wouldn't allow anyone to come even during peacetime. Those so-called upper-class nobles in the Central White Tower were fundamentally selfish and hypocritical. A Tossler was so angry he almost laughed, but before he could say anything, he heard the secretary say, "A purifier lady is coming. I don't care what method you use. You must keep her here. If anyone drives her away, I will be the first to hold them accountable after the war." The secretary's communication ended. A Tossler looked suspiciously at his communication device. Did he just hear wrong? Did she say, "Purifier"? Chapter 74. Birds, is there really a purifier willing to come to the Northern District at this time? Athelsler frowned seriously and then called his adjutant over. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Contact Captain Heinrich and Captain Maine to implement a 3-team joint defense. If absolutely necessary, contact me. The adjutant was confused. With the battle raging and chaos all around, his captain said he had an urgent matter to handle. What could possibly be more urgent than the front line of the Northern District battlefield? Was his wife about to give birth, or had his father passed away? Damn it. Athelsler had been dead for 8 springs already. He didn't even have a wife, let alone a friend with benefits. As Athelsler contacted Yuan Yi, he walked forward. The adjutant grabbed his arm, not letting him go. What is this urgent matter? Can't you say? The news about the purifier was too important. After sending the message to Yuan Yi, Athelsler replied to the adjutant, I can't say. It's truly urgent, a matter of utmost importance. I'll temporarily leave the squad in your hands. Yushan, don't let me down. After saying that, he strode away. Yushan sighed, realizing that Athelsler must indeed have something very important to deal with. He knew his captain was not the type to falter at critical moments. Well, now it was his turn to take charge. He waved his wrist and faced the attacking aberrations, throwing a powerful Russian-style punch. Come on, you bastards. Let me play with you. A several hundred-pound seal performed a sweeping tail strike, knocking down a large number of aberrations. It provoked them with a challenge cry from its belly. You should laugh, nice. Bring it on. Agilia was on high alert, not allowing Xie Guitang to leave his arm's reach. The cabin shook violently again, and the control room door was kicked open by Fu Zhao, who activated the battle alarm. We're going down. Prepare to parachute. The fighter jet's engine had been destroyed. They couldn't even make an emergency landing. They had to jump now. All the Sentinels checked their parachute packs. Agilia secured Xie Guitang to his chest, brushing her disheveled hair aside. Liebling, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. The cabin's drop door opened, and a strong airflow rushed in. The vanguard troops jumped out one by one, and Agilia took Xie Guitang down from the middle section. In front was Gu Yunshi, and behind was Fu Zhao. Aside from Gu Yunshi, Fu Zhao was also not good at aerial combat. The ocean and canine types lacked flying abilities, and they were at a significant disadvantage now. Outside was an endless expanse of snow, and the sudden drop in temperature made her shiver uncontrollably. Agilia wrapped her in his combat suit, continuously rubbing her back with his palm. Is it warmer now? She mumbled in response, pressing her face against his neck. They couldn't open the parachute, yet due to their altitude. No parachute was deployed, but someone was shooting. It was the rebels. When Xie Guitang finally saw them, she realized this group of rebels consisted mainly of flying types, mostly vultures and crows. To protect Xie Guitang, Agilia took 2 shots to his shoulder, blood splattering on her face. She tightly gripped his clothing, trying to apply pressure to his wounds to stop the bleeding, but Agilia, breathing heavily, grabbed her wrist with one hand while using the other to deploy the parachute. He could feel he might have hit some arteries. He was bleeding heavily, and they had likely targeted him. Seeing Fu Zhao beside him, He signaled with tactical gestures, and Fu Zhao responded with a similar okay gesture. Then Agilia pressed his cheek against Xie Guitang's, the silver bracelet on his wrist clashing with hers, producing a clear metallic sound. "I will find you. Don't be afraid." After that, he unfastened the strap, connecting him to Xie Guitang, and gently tossed her into the air. She instinctively reached for Agilia's wrist, but his movement was too quick. She couldn't grasp anything. The change happened in the blink of an eye. A cold, ruthless Sentinel wearing black goggles swooped in and grabbed her around the waist. Riding on a giant crow, Fu Zhao, an ocean type, couldn't get there in time, and Agilia, having been shot multiple times, was on the verge of losing consciousness from blood loss. His fingers trembled as he felt a syringe of special medicine pressing into his arm, and upon seeing this scene, his pupils constricted suddenly. "Don't touch her." Fu Zhao quickly drew his long gun from behind, but hesitated in front of the flying-type rebels. They were too high now. If that damned rebel got shot and fell, Xie Guitang would fall with him. He shouted heavily, "Gu Yunshi!" Gu Yunshi could fly, but he was currently under concentrated fire from the rebels. Luckily, his scale membrane was harder than steel during the armed period. Otherwise, he would have been riddled with bullets by now. Hearing Fu Zhao's voice, he glanced back, but was shot in the back. Damn it, these bastards are using armor-piercing rounds. He felt damage to his internal organs. That shot shattered his shoulder blade. In such chaotic times, Fu Zhao didn't dare expose the existence of a guide. But thankfully Gu Yunshi understood his intent. As one of the few flying types present, Gu Yunshi took the opportunity to inject himself with 2 syringes of special medicine. His gun was empty, so he directly drew the black katana from his waist. He spun the blade, blood flowing down the tail wing. His gaze coldly fixed on the attacking rebels. Quickly resolve this. He couldn't afford to waste time with them now. He was in a hurry to find Xie Guitang. Since these bastards wouldn't let him go, they would all die here. This group of rebels was somewhat abnormal. Normally, crows shouldn't be this size. Even if they reached the S-class, they shouldn't look like this. Under normal circumstances, a spirit body that was significantly oversized was either a throwback type or a mythological species, similar to Agilia, who showed signs of being a throwback, while Ningxian and Fei Jiaka were mythological types. Fu Zhao and Akabar were originally large species, combined with their high ranks, so they had an oversized spirit body state. Whether it was a throwback or a mythological species, both were quite rare, so how could they appear in groups like this rebel army? Xie Guitang, being tossed around repeatedly, felt a bit dizzy and uncomfortable. The one holding her must be the leader of this rebel group. His skin was pale under the goggles, and his skeletal features were hard and cold. He mercilessly pinched her neck, forcing her to look up. He made a sniffing motion, sensing a faint fragrance, but he couldn't tell if it was the scent of a guide or her own. The silver bracelet effectively concealed her identity. He asked in a hoarse and cold voice, "Guide?" Xie Guitang's eyes trembled, silently refusing to answer his question. He seemed somewhat irritated and coldly threw her down from the high altitude. The wind rushed past her ears, and Wenya flew out from the mental landscape, trying to prevent her fall by pushing against her shoulder. It anxiously tugged at her sleeve with its small mouth, trying to pull her up, but the fish was only palm-sized and not a combat type. At this moment, it was utterly useless. Chapter 75. Sudden surge in rank. A massive bird with black and white feathers flew swiftly past, and she was pulled onto its leg by someone. It was Yin Yao. He pushed up the black goggles with 2 fingers, revealing his bright eyes. "I've got you." Although Yin Yao was an Ultra S-Class Sea Eagle, his spiritual entity was clearly not suitable for carrying people, only able to carry 2 at most. Therefore, he had to manipulate the spiritual entity to descend quickly. The speed of the Sea Eagle was something that ravens and vultures could never catch up to. They landed swiftly. Yin Yao protected Xie Guitang behind him, drew his pistol from his side, and fired several shots at the approaching rebels. When he pulled the trigger, his eyes were cold and fierce, filled with the cruelty of a raptor. The Sea Eagle flapped its wings and directly knocked over several rebels, creating a protective zone around Xie Guitang. The rebels seemed to realize something and launched a fierce attack towards Xie Guitang's direction. Fu Zhao landed, his long knife in hand like a cold-blooded killing god, brutally slicing the rebels and their spiritual entities in half. Blood splattered onto his combat uniform, soaking his hand that held the knife. He irritably pressed his brows and shook off the blood on the blade onto the heavy white snow, the red and white contrasting sharply. Xie, as a ghostly warrior butterfly among the highly toxic species, had venom in his blood. This poison was certain death if touched. As the toxin sequence of each ghostly warrior butterfly was different, and there was no universal antidote. To detoxify, only an exclusive antidote he personally concocted would work. Therefore, no one outside the Eastern Theater could possibly have his antidote. Xie was like a walking weapon, his butterfly wings fluttering, slashing throats everywhere like a meat grinder. He faced the rebel leader with a cold expression. "Come and fight. How about we play?" The rebel leader simultaneously unloaded his gun and switched to a knife, while the black raven behind him cawed chaotically, issuing an ominous warning. At this moment, Agilia was on the verge of unconsciousness, having taken several doses of special medicine. Even with his strong physique, he was struggling to endure the medication. A massive wolf dog stood guard in front of Xie Guitang, its gaze fierce, not allowing any intrusions. Xie Guitang quickly took a few steps toward Agilia, staggering to kneel beside him, his combat uniform soaked in blood. His face was pale as paper. Xie Guitang wanted to check his wounds, but Agilia firmly grasped her wrist. "Don't touch, it's dirty." His body was covered in blood, and it would get her dirty too. Agilia didn't need to take those bullets. He was shot because he was protecting her, even taking 2 bullets entirely for her. At this moment, how could she possibly mind the blood on him? She comforted Agilia, letting him lean on her shoulder. "It's okay. You're not dirty at all." Agilia breathed heavily against her shoulder, kneeling on the ground, and Xie Guitang was afraid he would die here. She patted his face. "Don't sleep. Stay awake and talk to me." Xie Guitang lifted Agilia's face. His pupils were a bit dazed, and this couldn't go on. The abilities of guides varied, including control, purification, healing, freezing, detoxification, and more. Xie Guitang's ability was purification. If only she had healing abilities, she could heal Agilia right now. She tightened her grip on his shoulders, urging him to rest his head and her neck, continuously emitting purification factors in an attempt to heal him. "Don't sleep, don't sleep." She didn't want to lose him. She couldn't be without her little dog, the best little dog captain in the world. The Raven Sentinels entangled with Xie sensed the blood and immediately turned their gaze towards Xie Guitang. "It's a purifier." The rebels accompanying him also stared at Xie Guitang, their piercing gaze sending chills down her spine. Agilia felt a warm force spreading over him, but unfortunately, it couldn't heal his wounds. The injuries he sustained were not from pollution. They were too severe. Xie Guitang was about to exhaust herself, while Agilia breathed heavily, struggling to touch her face. "That's enough. It's already enough." He was shot multiple times with armor-piercing bullets during the descent, and if it weren't for the Siberian gray wolf's high defensive characteristics, he would have been dead long ago. After landing, he was attacked by these hybrids. It was a miracle he could hold on this long. He gently caressed Xie Guitang's face. "Just wait a bit. It will be fine once the medicine takes effect." "I'm fine. I want to die, at least not now. I will fight for you until the last moment." He was lying. His pulse was so weak it was barely detectable, and he was only comforting her. The eyes belonging to the wolf dog looked at her tenderly, filled with silent, deep affection, something heavier than Mount Tai. She was momentarily stunned. "Don't look at me like that. I really can't bear it." Although Agilia didn't say anything further, she was acutely aware of one thing. He was willing to die for her. She held his hand, knowing it was useless, yet exerting all her energy to envelop him. She couldn't let him lose. The wind was strong, and snowflakes whirled chaotically all around, creating a whiteout where one couldn't see their fingers. It felt like some kind of apocalyptic extreme weather. The familiar pain returned to the places where she had once been cut open and had her bones extracted. She held Agilia's shoulder tightly, unwilling to let go, as a strong fragrance filled his nostrils. A special luxurious scent hid beneath the cold fragrance, thick enough to nearly drown him. Like a shot of adrenaline injected into his body, the heavily injured areas began to heal rapidly, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Xie Guitang leveled up at that moment. He could even distinctly feel her rank skyrocketing. He guessed she might have surpassed S. This was unprecedented. An unease crossed his mind as he grasped her wrist. That's enough. It's already enough, you. He suddenly stopped, for Xie Guitang's eyes were completely vacant, as if she had fallen into an unknown state. Then he saw the expression on her face that he had seen before, one of brokenness and pain. A sound like an avalanche came from afar, instantly pulling her back from that state. The wind stopped, the snow fell, and the world fell silent. She suddenly collapsed, coughing up large amounts of blood, and Agilia quickly caught her, feeling her tremble in his arms. At that moment, Xie Guitang gave him a strong premonition that she was about to break. The power she unleashed in that instant was like a massive explosion. Her rank surged and then plummeted back down. He was scared to reach out to her. She needed better medical conditions now. Chapter 76. Avalanche could no longer sense her pheromones at all, not even a trace. The strong fragrance that had filled the air moments ago was now reduced to a faint residue in the wind. Xie Guitang's body was rapidly losing heat, his lips turning a shade of pale blue. He hurriedly took off his combat uniform and wrapped her close to his chest. The wolf dog pressed against her back, constantly licking her wrist, while Agilia knelt in the snow, large patches of blood on his body, tightly holding Xie Guitang in his arms. Xie executed a hawk dive, his butterfly wings slicing through the air like steel knives, cutting a bloody wound across the waist of the Raven leader. The Raven leader pressed his fingers against the back of his neck, tilted his head, a faint sound of bone grinding, then revealed a provocative cold smile to Xie. Under normal circumstances, being poisoned by the butterfly of the underworld warrior would mean death within 3 seconds. Their toxin resistance was abnormally high. Fu Zhao connected the handles of 2 long knives, forming a strange weapon with blades on both ends, and with a twist of his wrist, he launched into a violent bloodbath. Not dead from poison, huh? Then let's bisect and behead. Blood soaked through his combat uniform. The air was filled with damp mist, carrying a salty, fishy scent of the ocean. He turned his wrist backward, gripping the weapon with a reverse hold, the sharp blade protruding from his shoulder and side, like a god of death. In the distance, signs of an avalanche were coming. A white torrent poured down, while large groups of black flying rebel forces attacked them relentlessly. Unable to delay any longer, 400 kilometers north would bring them to the military zone of the White Tower in the Northern District. They needed to break through the siege of the rebels to reach beneath the White Tower. However, the noise from their crash and the concentrated fire attracted the avalanche. They needed a flying type to carry Xie Guitang across the collapsing snowfield. Yin Yao, Agilia called out to the figure beside him who was firing indiscriminately. Yin Yao came over with his gun. Commander Agilia, what are your orders? Agilia placed his palm on Xie Guitang's back to ensure her heart wouldn't lose too much heat. Can you take the guide to fly over the 400 kilometers of snowfield and deliver her to the military zone in the Northern District? She's in very bad condition and needs immediate medical attention. Sentinel, answer me. Can you do it? Yin Yao saluted him. I can. Agilia wrapped her securely in his large combat uniform, gently nudging her face with his nose. We will clear the way for you. Remember your promise to me. Even if you die, I need you to get her safety. Yin Yao placed his finger to his lips and whistled sharply into the sky. Moments later, a blood-soaked sea eagle broke through the clouds, landing in front of him. Agilia was shirtless, blood covering his body. He lowered his gaze, calmly wrapping his wrist with circles of already soiled bandages. He mounted the giant wolf dog, one hand holding a gun. Fu Zhao, Xie, clear the way for me. Agilia fired a warning shot into the sky. Alpha, assemble the troops. Yin Yao took Xie Guitang aboard the Sea Eagle, which flapped its wings and took off. The attacking rebel forces were met with a calm headshot from Yufeng, who held a sniper rifle. Charles and Yufeng were the snipers of Alpha. It was hard to imagine that one of their spirit forms was an intelligent, high IQ border collie, and the other a black and white husky. Meanwhile, the golden retriever, as a hunting dog, retained its bloodthirst, with no rebels escaping from its jaws. Franja had a rocket launcher on his shoulder, firing a soul-piercing shot. Do it again. Fu Zhao's deputy, Zhao Yanting, was indiscriminately firing wide, his spirit form being an S-type electric eel, having removed his black insulated gloves. Akin to Xikong Zhen's explosive power. On the blood-soaked battlefield, He electrocuted friend and foe alike, creating a large area of electric discharge around him. The rebels had high toxin resistance, but evidently, they couldn't withstand electricity, convulsing all over the ground from the ocean-type deputy shocks. Deputy Rand and Agilia worked together, the two giant canine types providing fire suppression for Yun Yao on the ground, while Gu Yunshi provided air support. His tail was already damaged, twitching nervously at the end, but his grip on the long knife did not waver. He coldly surveyed all those attempting to block the guide's escape or pursue them. Gu Yunshi faced hundreds of high-level flying-type rebels alone, raising his wrist, confronting them with his knife. Invade.The. He stood alone to cover Xie Guitang and Yun Yao, not allowing any rebel to pass him in pursuit. With the ability of the Sea Eagle, as long as Yun Yao was given some time, they would definitely be unable to successfully pursue. They needed time, and often what they lacked the most was time. The avalanche was upon them in the blink of an eye. The author has something to say. Hello, is anyone reading this? Chapter 77. Not yours. Don't touch an avalanche came crashing down, pouring relentlessly like a torrential downpour. Agilia and Gu Yunshi used their lives to intercept the pursuing rebels, dragging them all beneath the avalanche. Everyone was engulfed in the snowstorm, the flying snow overwhelming, and at the critical moment, a golden eagle soared out from the collapsing white blizzard. Yun Yao held Xie Guitang in front of him, pressing down the black flight goggles, his fingers brushing against the eagle's head. Come on, buddy, I know you can do it. The golden eagle was not of the heavy lifting type, and its size was not suited to carry two people on a high-stakes flight. But now they were racing against time. Xie Guitang could not afford any more delays. And behind them, they could not know when the rebels would catch up. With a sharp cry, the eagle took off with keen eyes. It flew 300 kilometers continuously, and finally, exhausted, it began to fall. Just before hitting the ground, it struggled to take off for a moment, preventing Yun Yao and Xie Guitang from crashing down violently. It could no longer manage. Its wings were severely torn, and it could not take off even a little. The raptor emitted a chirping sound, and Yun Yao stroked its wings, saying, I know you did your best. I'll take it from here. The eagle returned to his mental landscape, and Yun Yao directly carried Xie Guitang on his back, stepping over the snowy expanse. He had to get the guide to safety. Even if it meant walking over 100 kilometers, he had to do it. All around was a vast expanse of white, and Yun Yao's vision began to blur. He could only rely on instinct to move forward with her. Red footprints appeared on the ground, and he vaguely heard the sound of aircraft flying overhead. But he was unsure if it was just hallucinations from a cold. When he tried to discern the sounds carefully, they disappeared again. Perhaps it was all in his head. He paused for a moment, reaching out to feel the temperature at Xie Guitang's neck. She was wearing Agilia's combat suit and his coat, which helped maintain her body temperature in such conditions. Fortunately, her condition had not worsened. Perhaps she would wake up along the way, which would be the best outcome. He held Xie Guitang in his lap, sitting silently in the swirling snow, praying, we will definitely make it back to the safe zone. As he moved further back, he began to feel dizzy from the cold and collapse to the ground, instinctively holding Xie Guitang against his abdomen, using his body to shield her from the cold and the storm. A Tossler led the fighter jets to the border to meet the reinforcements from the Eastern District, but in their hurried march, they completely took a wrong turn from Yun Yao and the others. However, it seemed that fate had spared Xie Guitang and Yun Yao as they encountered Heinrich's patrol unit. Heinrich was one of the highest combat powers in the Northern District, a 3S ocean killer, the Blue Whale, capable of navigating any ocean and moving freely even in the icy Northern District. When he received urgent communication from his subordinates, Heinrich was in a meeting at the operations department, and he was momentarily stunned. You say you found what? A severely injured guide? Heinrich's aide was arranging personnel for emergency aid to Xie Guitang and Yun Yao, holding a blood test report and seriously informing his superior. No. Heinrich had just breathed a sigh of relief. They had not yet fully dealt with the loss of the guide from the Eastern District. If another severely injured person came in, they could not handle it. Then he heard his aide continue, not a guide, but a purifier, the cold and aloof officer, standing at 227 centimeters with misty blue short hair, fell silent on the spot. The meeting paused. I have an urgent matter to attend to immediately. He picked up his black combat suit from the chair and strode out, leaving many high-ranking officers of the White Tower looking puzzled at his retreating figure. Could it be that Xie is dead? After Heinrich boarded the fighter jet, he urgently contacted the Secretary General, only to learn about the Eastern District's dispatch of a purifier. The Secretary General was also stunned. She had not expected a Tossler and the two to miss each other. Now, they could only pray for their safety. If something went wrong, no one could bear that responsibility. The Secretary General immediately dispatched the best medical team from the White Tower to assist Heinrich in retrieving Xie Guitang and the others. A full 7 days had passed, and Yun and she were brought to the White Tower in the Northern District for the best treatment. 7 days, and Yun was already able to get out of bed and walk, but she had not yet woken up, and everyone was extremely anxious. Heinrich sat by her bedside, silently counting her heartbeat in his mind. All indicators were relatively stable. However, she remained unresponsive. There were no purifiers in the Northern District. It had been 100 or 200 years since the last one. This place was even more barren than the Eastern District. It was shrouded in cold and blizzards year-round, and food supply could not be maintained normally, relying mostly on nutrient solutions to get through the lean times. No purifier was willing to come, and even guides from other systems kept their distance from the Northern District. The first time Heinrich met a purifier, she was very small, with wrists so delicate. When he picked her up to board the fighter jet, her weight was almost imperceptible. She felt light as a feather. Her skin was as white as the snow in the Northern District, soft and fragrant, entirely different from the rough soldiers. The genes of soldiers constantly craved the comfort of guides. Even though she was now unconscious and could do nothing, he still felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He wanted to cover her with a blanket, but his wrist was suddenly grabbed by Yun coming from behind. "This Sentinel, please be polite." Heinrich turned back to meet Yun gaze, his deep black eyes revealing a tranquil, yet dangerous depth, like the deep sea. When Yun smiled, he resembled a character from a game, stepping on a bird and talking a lot. He showed a bright expression, but there was not a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Don't touch her. Not yours. Don't touch, understand?" Chapter 78. Stunned. Old Iron, the authority of the ocean overlord, was provoked, and he quickly attempted to lock Yun shoulder, wanting to suppress him. However, Yun directly withdrew his hand and stepped back. In terms of strength, he couldn't possibly compete with the 3S-level deep-sea giant whale. But the reaction and speed of the sea eagle were his advantages. Yun felt an extremely dangerous gaze upon him. Just as Heinrich was about to rise, a hand landed on his shoulder, the bone structure slightly more elegant than that of the large-boned Sentinels. A section of pale wrist, followed by blue-black, short tactical gloves, with fingertips showing a hint of pink. Yuan smiled faintly and patted Heinrich's shoulder, urging him not to act impulsively, as this individual was our ally from afar. They would be comrades fighting alongside us, and we needed a bit more patience and tolerance. People always say something foolish, even if this flying type made some thoughtless remarks. Wouldn't they still have to forgive him? Heinrich sat upright in his chair, unmoving like a mountain, his temperament so cold that even Yuan, one of the Northern District's special forces, didn't receive a favorable response. "Don't touch me." Yuan raised his wrist, making a harmless gesture, then stood behind him. Facing Yun "We are very grateful for the special assistance from the Eastern District. Now that you have arrived in the Northern District, please allow us to extend our hospitality. We will make Miss Purifier feel at home. It's not their time now, but in the future, who knows? So, if Miss Purifier does not wish to leave the Northern District, they will have to clear the obstacles for her. After all, the decision lies in her hands. Even if they were to fight until they bled, it would be of no use now." Yun stood in front of Xie Guitang's bed, unwavering. With no need to worry, the Sentinels from the Eastern District were not all dead yet. Moreover, Captain Agilia and the others were only temporarily missing. With 3 peak combatants in their developmental stage and nearly 100 high-level special forces, he didn't believe they would easily meet defeat. The door opened again, and a Tossler entered, fiddling with his messy hair. "What useless nonsense are you saying? Can someone tell me when she'll wake up?" The pressure of the front lines was too great, and the missing troops could not be contacted. "I'll say it once. From now on, if anyone gives me that useless nonsense, I will deal with them." Now, Does anyone want to speak? Good, no one is talking. A tossler directly had his soldiers bring the attending physician over. I ask you, when will she wake up? The attending physician assigned to Xie Guitang in the Northern District was a frail man, about 176 meters tall, who was brought before a tossler by a soldier nearly 2 meters tall. At least 3 more days. Her pheromone levels are fluctuating and should be advancing. She cannot be disturbed during this period. A tossler pressed his brows in irritation. Is there any other way to make her wake up faster? 2 days, can she wake up? The attending physician shook his head vigorously. No, 3 days is just an approximate estimate. Her condition is too poor, and we cannot use drugs recklessly. Moreover, he revealed an indescribable emotion and glanced towards Yun Yao. Yuan accurately received his signal, then draped an arm over the physician's shoulder as they walked out. Gulme, let me check again. I think my wrist is showing signs of an old injury flaring up. Yun Yao knew there were certain things that didn't want him to hear, and even if he followed, it would be of no use. It was fine. He had his own ways of obtaining information. Not long after, Yuan returned, and upon his return, it was visibly clear that his expression was much darker. Even someone like him, a natural performer, found it hard to conceal that the situation might be worse than they had imagined. He scrutinized Yun Yao for a while before turning to leave, immediately relaying the information to the Secretary General. I suspect the Eastern District is abusing the purifier. Upon hearing this news, the Secretary General was stunned. In this day and age, someone actually dares to abuse a purifier. Good heavens, what a colossal joke of the century. They hadn't seen a purifier in 100 or 200 years. And now, Yuan was saying someone was abusing a purifier? Was she deaf or hallucinating? Yuan pinched his brow, clearly at a loss for how to accept this news. I have read Miss Xie's diagnostic report. Just now, her attending physician, He Fong, told me in person. He suspects someone has been conducting long-term abusive experiments on Miss Xie. Her veins and organs are very fragile and could easily shatter. I have confirmed he is not lying. So what do we say now? The Secretary General quickly grasped the implication of his words, suspecting that the Eastern District might have done something to her. Chapter 79 Ability 1. The Secretary General pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps we should wait until the purifier wakes up to discuss this matter. The East District shouldn't be so deranged. The Secretary General thought to himself. Arzen doesn't seem like the kind of official who would abuse a guide. Moreover, if it really was the East District that did this, they wouldn't have sent the guide to the North District. Wouldn't that be asking to be discovered and then brought before a military court? However, regardless of the circumstances, the injuries on the guide are undeniable. Someone must have deliberately harmed her. The East District is truly a bunch of useless people. If they can't take care of the purifier, then let the North District handle it. Although the North District is barren, they will never lack even the slightest resources for purifiers. Even if it means offering flesh and blood, they will ensure that the precious rose blooms eternally in the harsh, snowy plains. The problem is that Xie Guitang hasn't woken up yet, and many things cannot be concluded definitively. Yuan rubbed the gun, but at his waist. Since the person is already in the North District, they can't remain indifferent. Although they are currently in a difficult situation themselves, when it comes to the purifier, even if they are stretched thin, they must pursue the matter to the end. The Secretary General agreed with this point. It should be so. Yin Yao stayed by Xie Guitang's bedside, not leaving for even a moment except when dealing with personal matters. Besides the doctor's normal checks and medical care, he did not allow anyone else to touch her, guarding her closely and treating everyone as a potential enemy. In the unfamiliar North District, he would not trust anyone. The faint white sunlight filtered through the thin gauzy curtains onto her, making her look pale and weak, like a delicate flower stem. Her lips were a sickly color, and her long black hair spilled over her snow-white neck and pillow. Yin Yao clumsily used a small wooden comb to groom her hair. Then he wiped her hands with a warm cloth. For everything concerning Xie Guitang, he never let anyone else handle it. The front line was tense, and Heinrich and others were gradually pulled away by the battle lines. However, after they left, Xie Guitang's hospital room suddenly had several real-time monitors installed. Was this to guard against him? The next evening, the short attending physician returned to Xie Guitang's room, took her temperature, and checked her blood values before leaving. A large sea eagle sat on a chair, its two branches for legs propped up, staring intently at Xie Guitang, as if it were on watch. At this point, its owner was already nowhere to be found. As the physician left the ward and had not yet turned the corner in the corridor, he was suddenly confronted by a gun pressed against his lower back. "Don't move. I just want to know some things I should know. You'll tell me, right?" The physician remained silent. At this moment, could he dare to say no? The short physician was dragged by Yun Yao to a blind spot in the surveillance. "How is the purifier's injury?" The attending physician faced Yun Yao, who had no intention of hiding his identity. There was no need to. This was information that the East District should know. No one was more qualified than him to know. The attending physician observed Yun Yao's reaction for 2 seconds before hesitantly revealing the truth. The reason the physician had not directly mentioned Xie Guitang's injuries in front of Yun Yao earlier was due to the fear that it might have originated from the East District. Additionally, since she was now in the North District, it was a delicate matter, and saying the wrong thing could lead to a huge disaster. The physician sighed. "Her body is too fragile. I dare not use many special medicines on her." Yun Yao seemed to understand the North District stance. They suspected that the East District had done something to the purifier, right? So that was why they were so wary of him. After hearing the physician's words, Yun Yao also had some doubts. Did the East District really not do anything? However, it seemed unlikely. If that were the case, Arzen wouldn't need to assign her a guardian or take a series of subsequent actions. Now, they were separated from the East District's main force and were in the completely unfamiliar North District, while Xie Guitang remained unconscious. The North District even suspected that they had abused the purifier, and as the only Sentinel from the East District, Yun Yao dared not trust anyone here. Yun Yao's mind was a mess. He could only return to the ward and sit by Xie Guitang's bedside. Perhaps many things would have answers once she woke up. On the evening of the third day, Xie Guitang's pheromone fluctuations finally stabilized. The physician, who had been intimidated by Yun Yao, conducted one last blood test for her, and the purification level was at C full value. She had directly crossed a significant level from E to C, an unprecedented leap. Moreover, her blood test showed the presence of healing factors from the healing system. The purification system has a healing effect on the mental pollution of Sentinels, but almost no significant effect on physical healing beyond pollution. However, the healing system is different. Its advantages lie in healing internal and external injuries beyond mental pollution. Yun Yao was a bit stunned. He had never heard of a guide possessing multiple abilities. For example, control-type guides typically only have one ability, and purification-type guides only purify. He had never heard of a purification-type guide also having healing capabilities. Was it possible that the East District's information on guides was still too one-sided? Yun Yao cautiously asked the physician if this was a normal phenomenon. Would it have an overload effect on her body? The physician had already reviewed a large amount of historical literature upon receiving the first-hand test report. Although generally, guides only have one ability throughout their lives, it is indeed possible for guides to possess multiple abilities. Moreover, guides with multiple abilities invariably possess super S-level potential. So, the East District had struck gold, a huge treasure. There was one point he didn't mention, which is that in addition to the Super S potential guides being able to have multiple abilities, another condition could also grant a guide multiple abilities. That is, a dark guide. Dark guides, like dark Sentinels, remain in the realm of legend. Just like dark Sentinels, whose appearance would inevitably stir up bloodshed. The emergence of dark guides often also signifies impending chaos. Dark guides have not appeared for over 300 years. It can't be such a coincidence. Perhaps she just has excessively high potential. Just then, Xie Guitang's testing device made a slight noise. She finally awakened at dusk. Chapter 80, Transaction, Awakening. Yun Yao rushed to her bedside. How do you feel? Is your body still uncomfortable? We have arrived at the North District's White Tower. It's safe here for now. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her gaze fell on him. Yun Yao's breathing slowed as he quietly asked, "Do you need me to do anything? What about Agilia and the others?" She asked first. Yun Yao paused for a moment, then fed her a bit of warm water, helping her sit up. They were temporarily out of contact. It was chaotic at the time, which triggered an avalanche. Xie Guitang checked her smart wristband. It had been a full 10 days. How could she have been unconscious for so long? She lifted the covers to get out of bed, but Yun Yao pressed down on her wrist. You're still very weak and need a rest. Captain Atosler and the others are already searching for the teams in the East District. They will return safely. The North District is too chaotic right now, with the borders continuously harassed by alien species and the contaminated area is expanding. The rescue teams are doing their best. We have a more important task now. The defense line in the North District cannot collapse, or all their sacrifices would be in vain. Miss Xie, you're needed here more. Yun Yao boldly held her in his arms, allowing her to lean on his shoulder for comfort. Don't be afraid. I will always guard you. The Secretary General soon learned of the Purification Master's awakening and quickly pushed aside all her work to head to the medical department. She signaled her subordinates, and her polite subordinate respectfully escorted Yun Yao out. The Secretary General gently introduced herself and, after expressing her condolences to Xie Guitang, got straight to the point. Did the East District mistreat you? She showed Xie Guitang her examination report. It seems you have been unlawfully abused. The East District is not a lawless place. We will ensure justice for you. We will spare no effort to hold those who harmed you accountable. Xie Guitang could see that this Secretary General had not slept for many days. Although she was elegantly dressed, her fatigue was evident. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her lips, though painted with lipstick, were dry and cracked. She was exhausted. The North District must be in dire straits. However, her first action here was not to demand anything from Xie Guitang, but to offer her protection. No, they did not mistreat me. She briefly recounted how Agilia found her and used the phrase, I don't remember, to decline discussing anything prior. The Secretary General temporarily ruled out the East District's suspicion and did not press further on topics Xie Guitang was reluctant to discuss. After a brief conversation, Yun Yao and the Secretary General's subordinate re-entered. He stood by Xie Guitang's bedside, within her reach. The attending physician handed her a long list of blood test results. Congratulations! You've directly advanced an entire rank to become a C-level guide. Xie Guitang took the report. She understood only part of it, but pointed to the healing factor and asked, shouldn't it be the purification factor? The doctor explained the situation to her, and she realized how it was. At that time, Agilia was severely injured, and she lost consciousness after going berserk, but she vaguely remembered that he seemed to have received physical healing then. Was it because she awakened her healing abilities? Thinking of this, she suddenly missed her little dog very much. In this completely unfamiliar place, she longed for Agilia. She believed her little dog would return to her side. He had promised he would find her. The doctor left, and Xie Guitang faced the Secretary General. What do I do now? Because of the previous guide revolution, most guides harbored hostility or even hatred towards Sentinels. That revolution had become an unspoken taboo, a bloody and sacrificial battle that led to their current situation. It proved that neither guides nor Sentinels were the ultimate winners in that revolution. Sentinels had confined guides in their palms, fearing a similar revolution might happen again. But the tighter they held on, the deeper the contradictions became. Guides yearned for freedom, fearing they would become moving blood bags for Sentinels. Just like during the revolution 300 years ago, the Secretary General did not expect Xie Guitang to say such a thing. Everything about her reaction after waking up was beyond her expectations. This suddenly reminded her of the Moon Goddess, whom she had met once, the chief purification master of the Central White Tower. Both Xie Guitang and the Moon Goddess gave the Secretary General a feeling that they were beyond this world, something she could never grasp. Perhaps it was an illusion, as the Moon Goddess was worshipped in the clouds, with each visitor undergoing strict scrutiny. Below S rank, even guides found it difficult to meet her, and Xie Guitang had previously been an E, so they absolutely could not have known each other. The Secretary General sighed. Thank you immensely for your kindness and compassion. The North District urgently needs your help. Their highest administrative officer has been in a coma for several days, and your arrival is like a blessing from the heavens. Xie Guitang nodded at the Secretary General's words. I can do my best to help you, but I have my demands. The Secretary General was extremely excited inside. Please go ahead. Xie Guitang looked at her and said, I want my people to return safely, no matter what methods you use. I want to see my guardian. She wanted her little dog, Captain back, by her side. Chapter 81. Iron Brother. The Secretary General arranged for Atchison's medical appointment at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Since Xie Guitang had just woken up, she needed some time to recover. Before the Secretary General left, Xie Guitang did a divination, which neither the Secretary General nor Yun Yao understood. She observed the hexagram for a while, then performed a calculation using the Lu Ren method, focusing on the west. The Lu Ren indicated entanglement, delays, and obscurity, leading her to speculate that Agilia and the others must have been hindered by something or someone. They looked at Xie Guitang in surprise, not understanding how she so easily deduced a direction for them. Xie Guitang put away the coins in her hand and went to the west to search, suspecting they might have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. The Secretary General didn't dare to ask more and quickly left. That evening, Yun Yao returned with her meal, mashed potatoes, slices of large bread, and a juicy grilled steak. In addition, there was a strangely flavored red soup, which was very typical of Siberian cuisine. After tasting the red soup, she decided never to touch it again. It had a very odd taste that was hard for her, as a true northerner, to accept. The large bread was cut into slices but remained rock hard. She thought such food was better suited for the battlefield, perhaps to be used against the enemy. The grilled meat was quite good, and, after finishing her meal of grilled meat and mashed potatoes, she felt that she couldn't stay in this place for long. Later that night, the short doctor came to check on her again, while Yun Yao sat by her bedside, deftly peeling an apple. Although he was clumsy with tasks like combing hair and washing faces, he handled the knife with great skill. Meanwhile, Xie Guitang was browsing battle reports from the Northern District on her smart bracelet, trying to familiarize herself with the area as quickly as possible. After the doctor's visit, Xie Guitang had no issues, but Yun Yao's situation could not be delayed any longer. "Soldier, that steel plate on your leg really needs to come off," she said. Xie Guitang pulled her attention from the information screen and glanced at Yun Yao, who was cutting apples for her, then looked at the unfamiliar doctor. "What steel plate? I wasn't aware of this. Since I woke up, Yun Yao has been acting normally, showing no signs of any problem." Yun Yao placed the apple pieces, cut into small rabbit shapes, into the plate next to her and stood up awkwardly. "It's nothing serious. I can handle it." "Nothing serious?" Xie Guitang didn't believe him. If it were a small matter, the doctor wouldn't have brought it up in front of her, nor would he have reacted this way. She shot Yun Yao a glance. "Be quiet. If I haven't asked you to speak, don't say anything." Then she directly asked the doctor, "Tell me about his condition. I need to know how he is doing." The doctor smiled politely at Yun Yao, showing a hint of apology. "Kid, are you scared of being reprimanded in front of her? Do you really think I can't handle these soldiers?" The doctor sighed and explained Yun Yao's health issues to Xie Guitang. She learned that the reason Yun Yao hadn't gone on the mission with Akabane was due to being on leave from a serious injury. On the day of boarding, he had a steel plate in his leg and nearly 7 broken ribs. After a fierce battle, he had silently carried her for nearly 100 miles. Even after receiving medical assistance from the Northern District, he refused to leave her side for treatment, staying by her bedside for a full 10 days until she woke up. She stared blankly at the flustered Yun Yao beside her, who seemed embarrassed that the doctor was discussing his condition in front of her. "It's nothing serious. He.S. exaggerating. The soldier's body is quite resilient. I'll recover soon," Yun Yao said. Xie Guitang made a motion to reach out, and he instinctively extended his hand, allowing her to place her fingertips in his palm. Her hand was so small, resting in his palm like a parent holding a child. He thought she wanted to get up, but he seemed to misunderstand. Xie Guitang patted his arm and reached upward. Understanding her cue, Yun Yao leaned down, and she gently patted his hair, as if petting a puppy. Then she tapped a couple of times at the back of his neck, saying, "Get yourself treated. I need you." Those words made Yun Yao feel as if he had been invigorated, a rush of warmth coursing through him. Moreover, her gentle touch made his heart race. He really enjoyed being petted by her. Yun Yao left Xie Guitang to guard her, while he went with the doctor to remove the steel plate. In front of Xie Guitang, Xie Guitang appeared to have a normal size. She estimated the bird weighed nearly 10 kilograms, with a wingspan of almost 3 meters. Like its owner, it acted like a small dog, running over with its 2 twig-like feet without using its wings. It hopped slightly, leaping on her bedside table, tilting its head to look at her, then made a strange sound. "Cheep." Xie Guitang fell silent. Was that the sound it was supposed to make? How did such a large bird produce a sound like a chick? Chapter 82. Has he seen it too? It saw Xie Guitang ignoring it and flapped its legs to jump onto her hospital bed, then spread its wings and flew onto her knee, rubbing its head against her hand. This gesture was often done to her by Agilia's wolf dog, and she could probably understand that it wanted her to pet its head. So she patted the short feathers on the head of the sea eagle, and it comfortably rubbed against her fingers, then spread one of its wings. Amused, she patted its wing, and it happily retracted that wing and spread the other one. While she was touching its wings, Xie Guitang noticed that they seemed to be injured. She had heard that this big, arrogant bird had been wounded while carrying her and Yun Yao over hundreds of kilometers. She placed her fingers on its wing and activated her guiding ability to heal it. The white light points transformed into a dreamy blue-purple after leveling up, resembling the starry sea of the galaxy. The black pollution on the sea eagle was gradually purified, and its torn wounds healed rapidly. It excitedly bounced around on Xie Guitang's hospital bed like a little squirrel, jumping with both feet. It also resembled a silly goose. Xie Guitang laughed at its antics, hugging her knees and poking its forehead playfully, calling it a silly little bird. When Yun Yao returned after dismantling the steel plates, he saw this scene at the door. He smiled gently as he looked down and tapped the sea eagle's head. It tilted its head to look at him, flapping and jumping around. It was so foolish that he really didn't want to admit this was his spirit form, which was nothing like him at all. At first, he thought Xie Guitang was a guide like the twin stars of the East District, and he even secretly considered how to prank her. However, when the sudden change occurred, her actions toward Agilia changed his perspective. Now, he had to admit that he was jealous of Agilia, jealous that he had received her favor and exclusivity. Agilia was truly lucky. He leaned against the door and knocked before walking in. "Do you want me to take you to the viewing area? It's snowing outside now, and the scenery in the North District is unique, different from that of the East District." Yun Yao pushed over a wheelchair, helping Xie Guitang into it to take her to the viewing area. Her legs were fine. She was just temporarily weak after being in a deep sleep for too long. The viewing area was a huge circular glass greenhouse. Flowers were quite difficult to survive in the North District, and they must have put in a lot of effort to cultivate these beautiful blossoms. Through the glass, they could see the heavy snow falling outside, with streetlights illuminating the path into the distance until they disappeared into the depths of the snowy night. The houses, tall and short, emitted lights of various colors, resembling the snowy nights in northern Europe that she had seen before. The original snowflakes of the night had no shape, but under the lights, they revealed their form. She thought of Agilia. His spirit form was a Siberian gray wolf, which should be quite suitable for this kind of climate. A blizzard night, vast ice fields, and the gray wolf. She took a few photos to store in her smart brain wristband and continued to admire the snowy scenery outside. She was watching the snow, while behind her, Yun Yao was looking at her with his downcast eyes, his fair skin and dark hair contrasting against her delicate and fragile figure. The tall sentinel could easily see her pale, slender shoulders and collarbone from this position, along with a line that made one dizzy. Such an innocent and delicate being needed to be carefully protected in the palm of one's hand. Even a slight touch might break her. She lifted her hand to gently touch the tulip stamen on the flower stand, revealing a slender line of her neck. He extended his hand to rest on her neck, suddenly thinking, had Agilia ever looked at her from this angle? With the nature of a wolf dog, would he have impatiently nipped at that pale neck, as if a beast were claiming its partner? Xie Guitang turned back to look at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yun Yao's thumb brushed against her neck for a moment before he quickly withdrew his hand, as if waking from a dream. "Something." Xie Guitang thought it was just a small bug and didn't pay much attention to it. The viewing area required high-level access to enter. It wasn't open to ordinary sentinels or staff. At this moment, amidst the chaos of war, there were only Xie Guitang and Yun Yao here. He looked down, adjusting her slightly fallen collar and gently touching her hair at the back of her neck with his fingertip. She was far too unguarded, not understanding the danger of a delicate and beautiful guide being alone with a rough sentinel. If it weren't him here today, in this beautiful viewing room, she might have ended up pinned beneath a floral branch, unable to even cry out. "Go get me a glass of water." Xie Guitang felt that Yun Yao was acting a bit strange, so she used her thirst as an excuse to temporarily send him away. The restless little dog needed to calm down alone for a while. Although she wasn't sure where his restlessness came from, perhaps it was because he was worried about Agilia and the others. Xie Guitang moved her legs, her slipper falling under the footrest of the wheelchair. As she reached down to pick it up, a figure appeared in front of her. Chapter 83. Invitation among the flowers. The short hair, a misty blue, and the figure of the man before her was taller and more robust than most sentinels she had seen, perhaps due to the climate of the northern district. Where the land nurtures its people, most individuals from the north were of a larger stature. The sentinel standing before her was especially tall and strong. She estimated his height to be around 220 centimeters. Heinrich wore a blue-black combat uniform, and the insignia on his shoulder bore the abbreviation NWT, representing the Northern White Tower. The black insignia featured a blue-white whale icon, and above the NWT, there was a line of golden thread indicating his squad code. She couldn't quite make out his code, but she could vaguely discern that he was likely a high-level ocean-type sentinel. Heinrich had thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, resembling a mix of Yugoslavian and East Asian features, with a perfect blend of harsh and gentle looks. His eyes were as dark as the deep sea, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Before her, he appeared as a towering giant. This massive ocean-type sentinel squatted down in front of Xie Guitang, and even in that position, his shoulders were still above hers. Purifier Miss. Good evening. Heinrich introduced himself in a deep voice. I am Heinrich, the captain of the Northern White Tower's Ocean Special Forces. My spirit entity is a 3S level blue whale. A blue whale, the Great Leviathan. In Xie Guitang's time, the official size of a blue whale was around 33 meters in length and weighed about 180 tons. Based on her observations here, Sentinels of S level or above typically had their spirit entities magnified to varying degrees. Thus, Heinrich's size could very well be 40 meters or more, with a weight likely exceeding 200 tons, making it a truly colossal deep-sea apex predator. Moreover, blue whales were without fear in the ocean, traversing all currents freely. Even in the frigid Arctic, she could hardly imagine what would happen if an ordinary person were to be struck by such a massive creature. As a top predator of the ocean, the blue whale exuded a mysterious and dangerous aura through Heinrich. Xie Guitang quietly gripped the armrests of her wheelchair, leaning back against the backrest. Good evening, Sentinel. Heinrich was taken aback by her response, pausing for a moment. Perhaps they were right. This purifier miss was indeed extraordinary. He took hold of her ankle, placing one of her feet on his knee, and then clumsily put slippers on her other foot. Her foot was smaller than his hand, and it seemed like Captain Heinrich had never done such a thing before, as he fumbled to put her shoes on. In this squatting position before her, Heinrich lowered his head to look at her, carefully holding her fingers and performing a polite hand-kissing gesture. He briefly touched her slender, pale hand before pulling away. May I invite you to visit my squad? Xie Guitang withdrew her hand. I have other arrangements tomorrow. She was not familiar with Heinrich and had no interest in visiting his squad. She just wanted to be alone in peace. Or perhaps with her little dog. Heinrich still found it somewhat challenging to maintain the noble etiquette. Unlike Yuan-Yi, he was not of noble birth. He came from humble beginnings, fighting his way up through exceptional military achievements among the noble science. He was a rare prodigy in the northern district. Compared to the ease and lightheartedness of Akabane or Yuan-Yi, he resembled a solitary, cold killer. At that moment, one of his hands rested on the flower stand beside Xie Guitang, his posture low, like a fierce tiger sniffing a rose. His deep black eyes gazing at her like the quiet depths of the sea. My invitation is always open. I hope you will remember this invitation amidst your busy schedule. Up close, he faintly caught a hint of a cold fragrance, the sharp scent intoxicating the soldier's senses. He instinctively began to breathe heavily, trying to capture more of the purifier's scent like a greedy dog. Xie Guitang grasped his collar, her gaze cold as she met his eyes. Captain Heinrich, please conduct yourself properly. He had thought he would receive a slap for his actions, but she merely warned him, appearing to him like a bewildered little kitten. Perhaps she had been overly protected in the Eastern District and was unaware of a Sentinel's baser instincts. Against a rough Sentinel, such gentle methods would not tame them. What they needed was a whip or a slap. From behind Heinrich, Xie Guitang's figure was nearly invisible, completely overshadowed by him, as if she were a helpless little creature trapped beneath the claws of a beast. Xie Guitang quickly sensed something was wrong, pushing against his shoulder with her knee. Get away. Author's note. There are more chapters to come. Please give a 5-star rating to support me. Pretty please. Chapter 84. Deep Sea Siren Heinrich raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness, even politely stepping back a bit. Don't be nervous. I don't intend to do anything. She was curled up in her wheelchair, her frail shoulders seeming so easy for him to grip, allowing him to do as he pleased. In Heinrich's eyes, she looked too much like a frightened little animal at that moment. He took another step back. I won't do anything, I promise. He repeatedly reminded himself to be more polite and restrained. He could do better. He shouldn't appear too undignified in front of the Purifier Miss. He could play along with the so-called upper-class manners. Xie Guitang had just lifted her leg to nudge his shoulder, causing her slipper to fall again. Her small foot landing on the footrest, the lace-trimmed white socks that Yun Yao had put on her that morning. Heinrich tried to soothe her. Please relax a bit. He approached her, wanting to help her put on her shoe. She had moved too much earlier, and the shoe flew to a place she couldn't reach. Just as Heinrich was about to touch her foot, a cup of water suddenly smashed against his shoulder with a dull thud. The Harrier Hawk swooped in suddenly in Yun Yao's mental landscape, charging directly at Heinrich's face, and he quickly rolled away to avoid it. When he looked up again, Yun Yao was already standing in front of Xie Guitang, his expression cold as he glared at Heinrich. Is this how you do things in the North District? What were you just trying to do? Yun Yao violently tugged at Heinrich's collar, showing no fear in front of the big guy from the Deep Sea faction. Stay away from her. Heinrich had a terrible temper. Unlike Athelsler's volatility, he was known as the Deep Sea Tyrant in the North District. He wasn't someone who easily lost his temper, but when he did, hardly anyone dared to test his sharpness. Yun Yao's words were filled with strong expulsion. Stay away from her. Did he do something very bad? Why shouldn't he be allowed to approach? Why did he have to expel him? A little bird from the East District, was he trying to challenge his authority? Heinrich grasped Yun Yao's wrist and saw the purifier miss his cold gaze behind him, glaring at him, clearly exhibiting a protective stance towards Yun Yao. It was as if they were in cahoots. Heinrich took a deep breath, suppressing the violent thoughts in his heart. He had no intention of exposing his rough and brutal side in front of the Purifier Mississippi. He calmly removed Yun Yao's hand, simply adjusted his collar with his long fingers, and then strode away. They had plenty of time ahead. Yun Yao helped Xie Guitang put on her shoes and then apologetically said to her, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left for so long. The Sentinels in the North District are a bunch of rude guys. How could he leave Xie Guitang alone in a corner he couldn't see? It was really negligent. Xie Guitang rested her fingers on her forehead. Perhaps she had been too agitated earlier, and maybe Heinrich hadn't intended to do anything to her. This matter was not Yun Yao's concern in the first place, especially since she had asked him to get water. He was just following her instructions. I am tired. Let's go back, she said. Yun Yao pushed her back to the hospital bed, bending down to scoop her up by her knees and back, placing her directly on the bed. Before Xie Guitang could say anything, the whole process was complete. Forget it, let it be, she thought, sinking into the soft blanket, her weak body quickly falling into a deep sleep. Yun Yao sat on the floor beside her bed, resting his arms on one raised knee, twirling a small dagger in his hand, his gaze lowered, an expression unclear. The Harrier Hawk stood on Xie Guitang's windowsill, occasionally darting out to circle around the room, spiraling in the heavy snowfall outside, constantly scouting the surroundings. The Harrier Hawk guarded the window, while Yun Yao faced the hospital door. They were on high alert, ensuring that not even a mosquito could get in. But despite all his precautions, some things were still beyond his defense. Xie Guitang felt herself sinking, continuously sinking, with the sound of flowing seawater in her ears, the sound of tiny bubbles rising in the water. Her long black hair and white nightgown were swayed by the cold sea water in front of her. She didn't know how long it had been when she opened her eyes and saw a long, silver-purple fish tail. No, it wasn't a fish. A fish's tail didn't have such a shape. That large tail was magnificent and dreamlike, reflecting a shocking beauty in the dim light of the deep sea. It looked to be at least 3 meters long. The visibility was dim underwater, and the tail vanished in an instant, preventing her from seeing its full appearance. What kind of creature could have such a tail. She heard the sound of chains clanking, coming closer and faster, followed by a sharp, tightening clank. In an instant, the water surged, and a figure suddenly pressed against her, a young man with a bare upper body, his silver hair floating beside him. His violet eyes, like inorganic glass beads, stared directly at her. His face was as dreamlike and exquisite as that tail, resembling a deep-sea siren. Xie Guitang then realized that the tail she had seen earlier belonged to him, and the clanking sound of chains was also his. His upper body was human, pale yet filled with a sense of powerful strength, while his lower body was a long fish tail. A chain similar to a monitoring collar was tightly locked around his throat, making him look like a prisoner trapped in this deep-sea domain. He stubbornly swam towards her, the chain around his neck producing a dull sound as he pulled on it. Then, in the dim light of the deep sea, he cupped Xie Guitang's face in his hands. Chapter 85 Arctic Wolf. He seemed to want to say something to her, but before she could hear what he actually said, she suddenly woke up from her dream. It was already bright outside, and the wind and snow had stopped. She rubbed her forehead, and Yin Yao brought her a cup of warm water. Was something wrong? The image of the deep-sea siren lingered in her mind, giving her a strange feeling. She asked Yin Yao if there were mermaids in the northern district. Mermaids? Yin Yao frowned slightly. Probably not. To my knowledge, the only figure resembling a mermaid was that dark Sentinel from 300 years ago, but he should have died over 200 years ago. His ability was quite special. He had magnetic field interference. The research data from the White Tower on him is not extensive, but it seems his ability could influence people's thoughts. That dark Sentinel apparently died in the extreme cold glaciers of the northern district. Did you have a nightmare just now? There are rumors about this matter in the northern district. That dark Sentinel from 300 years ago sank into the deep sea after his fall. Perhaps his ability was too special, and years later, Sentinels would still be influenced by him, manifesting that deep-sea shadow in their dreams. Xie Guitang rubbed her forehead. Perhaps it was just a nightmare. A subordinate of Atchison came to escort Xie Guitang. A tall etiquette officer politely knocked on the door and then silently waited at the entrance. Xie Guitang got up to wash up, and after getting ready, she followed the etiquette officer to treat Atchison. On the way, she suddenly remembered something. Is Atchison also a sentinel? The etiquette officer nodded gently, yes. Director Atchison's spirit body is an SSS-level mythical species, the snow monster. Snow monster? Xie Guitang really had no concept of snow monster. It doesn't have an image like a blue whale or a wolf dog. The rumored snow monster has all sorts of appearances. The elevator went straight to the 177th floor, which was the Northern District's administrative officer's room, guarded by 2 rows of soldiers with guns, sternly on alert. With a ding, the elevator chimed, and Atchison's subordinates led Xie Guitang out. Among the average height of around 190-centimeter sentinels, Xie Guitang looked like a little dwarf who had wandered into the land of giants. All the sentinels simultaneously gave her a salute. It was evident that most of them belonged to high cold resistance categories. A few sentinels had what seemed to be polar bear ears on their heads, while others looked like Arctic wolves. She couldn't distinguish more than that. The bracelet that Agilia had put on her effectively blocked her pheromone scent, and only S-level sentinels could vaguely smell a hint of the sweet aroma belonging to a purifier. Standing guard at Atchison's door was a sentinel about 210 centimeters tall, dressed in black combat gear, with a wolf head emblem on his armband. She remembered having seen this sentinel while browsing Northern District information in the hospital room. Chen Guanli, one of the old aristocrats of the Northern District, captain of one of the 3S Northern District Marine Special Operations teams, with a spirit body of a polar wolf. White hair and blue eyes. He should belong to the same category as Agilia, both being high cold resistance canine species. However, Agilia's spirit body is a Siberian gray wolf with grayish-white fur, which sometimes presents a silver-white gradient visual effect in the light. Chen Guanli's spirit body should be purely white. It's hard to say which one is bigger. However, as a race from the extreme north, the people in the Northern District are generally taller than those in the Eastern District. When Xie Guitang came up, she also saw a few elderly ladies around 190 centimeters tall, which left her momentarily speechless. At this time, Chen Guanli was holding a heavy machine gun that looked enormous. It seemed like a small toy in his hands. A section of a black wrist guard was visible on his wrist, his skin a cold white, with a serious expression, lips pressed together, and wearing a wide black eye protection. In the hands of the broad and robust Chen Guanli, that heavy machine gun looked like a small toy. Upon seeing the etiquette officer bring Xie Guitang to the 177th floor, Chen Guanli stepped aside, striding over with his gun. Without an order, no entry. The northern district was already in chaos. If Atchison remained unconscious, and if he suddenly died, the situation would be different from now. The etiquette officer first showed Chen Guanli his official White Tower credentials before showing him the secretary's order. Now all political affairs of the White Tower were handled by the secretary, and she was currently acting in Atchison's capacity. After all the procedures were completed, the etiquette officer finally called Chen Guanli aside and quietly explained the purpose. That lady is a purifier sent from the Eastern District. Her identity is not to be disclosed. And we ask for your understanding, Captain. Chen Guanli faced the etiquette officer, nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Xie Guitang, who was separated from him by a corridor. In that moment, Xie Guitang suddenly felt as if she had been targeted by a wolf in the wild. Chapter 86. Atchison, his gaze flitted away in an instant. Then he put away the gun in his hand, holding it with one hand at his side, while the other retrieved an access card from the pocket of his combat uniform. Chen Guanli tapped the access card at Atchison's door, and the heavy alloy door emitted a faint metallic sound. Access granted, entry permitted. The ceremonial officer led Xie Guitang through this door, revealing a climate of ice and snow inside, with all the furniture covered in nearly an inch of frost. A large, warm combat uniform draped over Xie Guitang's shoulders, belonging to Chen Guanli. Underneath, he wore a white shirt and a dark brown jacket, leaning towards a combat style, with a black leather armband on one side of the upper arm of the shirt. At this moment, he stood a respectful distance behind her, one inside the door and the other outside. Chen Guanli pushed his multi-functional goggles onto his white hair with 2 fingers, revealing his deep blue eyes. I forgot to mention, Atchison's spirit entity has gone out of control, causing the indoor temperature to plummet in recent days. The ceremonial officer, a high-ranking polar-type Sentinel, had a resistance to the cold that allowed him to barely adapt, and he apologetically expressed his concern to Xie Guitang. I should have prepared cold-resistant clothing for you. The Secretary General has been so busy, working almost sleepless nights, that he probably forgot to relay this matter. Xie Guitang was not one to fuss over such things. She had heard a bit about the current situation in the North District. She gathered Chen Guanli's clothing around her and politely nodded to him, thanking Captain Chen for the jacket. Chen Guanli looked at her for a moment and then performed a White Tower military salute, his fist pressed against the opposite shoulder. Slightly bowing his head, the light fell on his well-defined facial features, casting a small shadow on his high nose, creating a striking contrast that was exceptionally handsome. After a glance, Xie Guitang followed the ceremonial officer inside, where it felt even colder than the icy plains outside the North District. Chen Guanli's combat uniform seemed to have been specially treated, providing significant protection against the cold. Thank you, Captain Chen. Without his jacket, she feared she would have frozen solid. On the bed, covered in frost, lay a white-haired sleeping beauty, her pale skin exuding an otherworldly quality, with long white eyelashes covered in frost flowers. Her long white hair cascaded down from the bed, nearly reaching the floor, and her face was much softer than that of the Sentinels, like a toddler. She truly resembled a sleeping princess. So, is Atchison a female Sentinel? Xie Guitang observed for a while, finding it hard to discern the gender. There was an Adam's apple and a large build, so, well, unclear. Xie Guitang stood by the bedside, releasing her manta ray, which had grown significantly after its evolution, now measuring about half a meter long. From a palm-sized fish to a half-meter-long fish, it had indeed grown. The manta ray fluttered around Atchison, and then Xie Guitang placed her finger on Atchison's hand, attempting to enter his mental landscape. Blue and purple light spots scattered across the large bed, but upon entering Atchison's mental landscape, Xie Guitang encountered severe obstacles. It felt as if she struggled to break through a transparent door, and only with great difficulty did she enter his mental landscape. Once inside, she was immediately chilled to the bone, and the manta ray fell listlessly onto the snow-covered ground. Everywhere was a vast expanse of white. And she couldn't find Acheson's spirit entity at all. Xie Guitang desperately emitted healing and purification factors as blue and purple light spots swirled around her. She searched in the snow for Acheson's snow monster. The ceremonial officer noticed Xie Guitang's face turn pale in an instant, realizing she was experiencing hypothermia. He guessed that it was the freezing temperature of Acheson's mental landscape affecting her reality. However, Acheson's healing could not be interrupted now. The ceremonial officer pondered for a moment, went to the door, and whispered a few words to Chen Guanli. Moments later, Chen Guanli walked in. Along with him came his spirit entity, a massive pure white polar wolf. The wolf's backline exceeded Chen Guanli's waist, and its large head appeared quite oversized. Its fur was fluffy and soft. As polar wolves possess multiple layers of back fur that provide excellent insulation, and its big tail swayed behind it. It sensed the pheromones of the purifier and found them fragrant, wanting to lick. Without hesitation, Chen Guanli sat down on a chair covered in frost, then lifted Xie Guitang's legs and held her in his arms. Xie Guitang struggled slightly, but upon feeling the warmth, she buried her head into his chest. Chen Guanli removed her icy shoes, allowing her to rest her feet on his thigh, wrapping her in his jacket. The 211 centimeters tall polar-type Sentinel felt warm like a small furnace at that moment, his jacket enveloping Xie Guitang like a blanket. Chen Guanli unceremoniously placed Acheson's wrist against her fingers, their skin barely touching. The Sentinel leaned down, pressing his face against her forehead, his large palm caressing her cheek, providing her with warm contact. With Chen Guanli's help, Xie Guitang finally managed to catch her breath, and in Acheson's snowy mental landscape, she finally spotted the snow monster. In the snowdrift lay a creature with all 4 black claws, quietly resting on the snow. It had a pair of silvery antlers on its head, its body resembling a large feline, but with ears like a deer, and its fur was pure white, almost blending into the snow. The manta ray landed on its fluffy head, and a multitude of blue and purple light spots washed over its body, gradually fading to black. Only a small portion of its claws remained black, but Xie Guitang was already very fatigued. The manta ray flapped its wings and flew to her side, signaling that they were ready to leave Acheson's mental landscape. Upon exiting Acheson's mental landscape, she felt extremely warm, momentarily dazed, as she thought she would turn into an ice pop. Then she realized she was being held on the lap of the polar wolf Sentinel, without having had the chance to struggle. In the next moment, her dangling hand was forcefully held by an icy hand. Xie Guitang sat in Chen Guanli's embrace, his arm around her waist, locking eyes with Acheson, whose eyes were a pure golden color. "You are a purifier?" The author has something to say. 55-star reviews will unlock 6 extra chapters. Chapter 87 NR14. Chen Guanli confirmed that Acheson is a pure male sentinel. His voice is low and hoarse, with an ethereal, melodious tone at the end, reminiscent of some Western mythical creature. Acheson has somewhat androgynous features and excessively long hair. No wonder she had difficulty distinguishing him before. He sits up from the bed, and only then does Xie Guitang realize that he is also a large-sized sentinel. His bear is that of a pure male sentinel. She instinctively glances at her own, then at Acheson's. Silence, deafening. Is this appropriate? Reasonable? Chen Guanli's finger rests on the lower end of Xie Guitang's wrist that Acheson had grabbed. Then he briefly makes eye contact with Acheson. "This is a purification master specially dispatched from the East District. Commander Acheson, please maintain your decorum and grace." Acheson releases his grip, gently pressing his fingers against his forehead twice, apologizing, "I lost my composure earlier." However, Acheson looks at Chen Guanli, who is holding the purification master on his lap, and thinks it seems more disrespectful, doesn't it? Purification master, East District. When did the East District have a purification master? Where did that deer come from? Damn it. Why can't he encounter such good fortune? Acheson ponders for a moment. Regardless, having a purification master as special assistance now allows the North District to finally breathe a little easier. Xie Guitang pushes against Chen Guanli's shoulder. This position is too awkward, and she thinks she should at least get off this unfamiliar sentinel before anything else. However, Chun Guanli's hand remains firmly at her lower back, his expression as steady as a mountain, as if those subtly forceful actions do not exist. Chun Guanli supports her leg with one hand and lifts her small shoe with the other, standing up directly from the chair. I apologize for my offense. The indoor temperature is too low. Please allow me to take you to a warmer place. Atchison watches as Chun Guanli carries Xie Guitang away, and Xie Guitang instinctively clings to his shoulder as her line of sight suddenly elevates. The administrative officer of the snow monster spirit, Atchison, seems to have seen a hint of pleasure on the stern canine sentinel of the North District. Something seems off. After Chun Guanli exits, Atchison's etiquette officer quickly thanks Xie Guitang and brings in Dr. He Fong to the bedroom. The long-sleeping administrative officer finally awakens, which is one of the few pieces of good news for the currently chaotic North District aside from Xie Guitang's arrival. Atchison's blood test results show that after this healing, his pollution level has dropped directly from 95 to 66. Is this the power of AC Purification Master? It's nothing short of a miracle. In fact, many high-ranking officials in the North District had already mentally prepared for Atchison to sleep eternally due to his excessively high pollution level. During the previous battle against the pollution source explosion, he suffered compounded internal and external injuries and was on the brink of death multiple times. If it weren't for the extreme cold and snow of the North District providing the snow monster with an advantageous environment, he might have perished on the spot. Atchison has been awake for less than 10 minutes when the Secretary General hurriedly brings in a top priority document for him to sign. These documents must be signed personally by Atchison. She needs to act quickly to avoid him fainting again. If she misses this opportunity, it would be a waste of his awakening. By the 15th minute after Atchison wakes up, he is already in the conference room, forced to start by the Secretary General. This is the approval document from the Central White Tower, and this is the Frontline's red-headed battle report. The Secretary General orderly details a series of documents for him, and Atchison can accurately delve into the important content of whichever document his hand touches. You are currently holding the diplomatic document from East District Administrative Officer Alzen. He has sent you 18 copies, all centered around one point: the safe return of their Gemini guide and Purification Master. The following words come from Alzen's private communication, stating, "Otherwise, Atchison will be the first sacrifice after the war." The Secretary General considers this remark, but chooses not to share it with Atchison. After all, the current situation is dire. It's better to avoid comments that could harm mutual goodwill. However, the Gemini Star of the East District, Tian Shu, and the North District Task Force have been missing for many days, so they indeed need to carefully consider the arrangements for this matter. Atchison rubs his forehead, quickly browses the documents, slams down the stamp, signs, and then directly instructs the Secretary General. Contact all major teams and high-ranking officers from the North District, including the White Tower Logistics and Military Supply Departments. They must meet in conference room 1.5 hours. I don't care what they were doing before. They must be present. Anyone who dares to be late will be dismissed on the spot. Xie Guitang is carried down to the lounge area by Chun Guanli, which seems to be their temporary resting place. On the nearby rack hangs Chun Guanli's light gray coat and ID badge. NR-14 Army SF Special Operations Department Chun Guanli. The ID badge is about half the size of her palm, featuring a platinum background with a serious and cold photo of Chun Guanli. Below, 3 lines list his identity, occupation, and other details with a small encrypted code in the lower left corner. She knows NR stands for North Region. 14 is the specific district number of the North District White Tower, and Army signifies the Army. The second line, SF, is the abbreviation for Special Forces, and the Special Operations Department is likely another position he holds. As for the encrypted code, she is unsure of its meaning. Perhaps it contains Chun Guanli's blood type and other secret information. She glances over those details, and Chun Guanli places her on the bench in the lounge, where a disheveled Sentinel's tie is draped over the armrest. He calmly yanks it away and tosses it aside onto the floor. Chun Guanli kneels in front of Xie Guitang, placing her small shoe at her feet. Facing Chun Guanli, Xie Guitang senses an overwhelming aura of aggression. Chapter 88. Medical accident just now. Due to the healing of the Atchison administrator, your body quickly lost heat and the etiquette officer had to find me to give you some help. I'm sorry for offending you without permission. On Chen Guanli's coat, there was a faint smell of a puppy mixed with ice and snow. She was almost sweating from being bundled up. Chen's team did nothing wrong, so there's no need for that. She struggled out of the oversized coat, and Chen Guanli's wolf dog was eagerly trying to get close to her, even restlessly wanting to lick her. Xie Guitang guessed that Chen Guanli's pollution level should also be nearing the red line. His wolf dog was a bit too excited. Chen Guanli calmly grabbed the back of its neck. Xiao Bai, don't be so rude. Xiao Bai. Is that what this Arctic wolf is called? Before they could say a few more words, Chen Guanli's smart bracelet suddenly emitted a violent vibrating sound, and he lowered his brows to check the message. Then, he sighed regretfully. I'm sorry, I may have to leave for a while. Chen, if you have something to do, go ahead. I can go back to my place. Don't worry. Chen Guanli clearly was not at ease. He confirmed with Xie Guitang several times before leaving, but she felt it was fine. Although there were people and animals fighting outside the North District, it was still relatively safe in the core area of the White Tower. Moreover, Yin Yao would come to pick her up soon. He had been reassigned for some kind of screening, which should be almost over by now. Not long after Xie Guitang left the lounge, she encountered a doctor in a white coat. This doctor was different from Dr. Yifan. He looked less like a doctor and more like a sentinel. He was tall and strong, and the white coat seemed ill-fitting, with the chest and shoulders tightly stretched. Xie Guitang was alert and did not immediately trust his identity. Forgive me for saying so, but you don't quite look like a doctor. The tall doctor with black hair and black eyes took out his identification badge, Lance, NWT Pheromone Extractor. There was a handsome young man's photo on it, and when Lance took off his mask, he revealed a face identical to the photo. Do you believe me now? I was previously a Frontline Army doctor, which may lead to misunderstandings. Xie Guitang looked at him carefully and then set aside her doubts. So, are you going to have me cooperate in extracting pheromones? Lance nodded calmly. Yes, please follow me. He led Xie Guitang directly to swipe her card to enter the medical treatment room. Non-insiders couldn't pass through so smoothly. Furthermore, along the way, people came and went, and Lance showed no signs of being anxious or revealing any other emotions. If he weren't a White Tower doctor, his acting skills would be too good. Xie Guitang completely relaxed her guard, but she had little experience with pheromone extraction, having only heard that most White Towers had specialized departments for it. How should I cooperate? She looked blankly at the tall Dr. Lance, not noticing that once they entered, he skillfully locked the treatment room door. Facing Xie Guitang, he adjusted his latex gloves, which didn't quite match his size. The white plastic material tightly wrapped around his hands, highlighting his long and powerful fingers. The broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted Dr. Lance took a black pair of goggles from the shelf and handed them to Xie Guitang. She noticed that these goggles were opaque. It felt like her eyes were covered. The whole world turned pitch black, and she couldn't see any outlines of people or other things. She nervously held onto the edge of the nearby table. Why were something like this? Lance's voice came from above her head, with a tone that was elegant and lazy, exuding a sense of reserve and nobility. The extraction process may involve some strong light stimulation, and to protect your vision, please do not remove the goggles. Xie Guitang gently responded, indicating she understood, and then he guided her wrist with his fingers through the sleeve to sit down on the side. This is the treatment table. Please sit well. Most of those coming to the medical center were likely tall sentinels, or perhaps due to the ethnic issues in the North District, this treatment table was a bit high. She heard a sigh, and then Dr. Lance suddenly grabbed her waist to help her sit on the treatment table. Then, she heard a shocking phrase. Separate your legs. Xie Guitang's mind went blank. She knew that extracting pheromones required the guide's bodily fluids, but was it that bodily fluid? At first, she thought it was a blood draw, but hearing this phrase now, she couldn't remain calm. She wanted to get up, but the next moment, a strong hand pressed down on her shoulder. Don't move, it will be over soon. She reached out to grab Dr. Lance's wrist. No, I don't want to extract pheromones this way. Dr. Lance pressed his knee against the edge of the treatment table, lifting one of her lower legs and placing it on the instrument on the table. Then he made a shushing gesture to her. Shoo, keep it down. The pheromone extraction has already begun. She felt a cold breeze, followed by a warm, flexible instrument pressing against her body. Dr. Lance pried open the device. helping it to enter better for a more comprehensive extraction of pheromones. Xie Guitang couldn't help but let out a whimpering cry. And then she heard Dr. Lance's urgent breathing and his hoarse voice advising her. Keep it down. You wouldn't want others to see you being extracted for pheromones, would you? Chapter 89 Activation Successful. He toyed with her ankle, leaning down to sniff her calf, his soft lips brushing over it. Then he kissed his way up, oblivious to the depth of his obsession. Obsessed like a pervert, the doctor in the white coat explored deeper, almost touching the pedals, when someone suddenly grabbed his wrist. Xie Guitang tightly gripped his wrist, her fingers turning white from the force. No, that voice, something was off. It seemed familiar. Where had she heard it before? In an instant, she recalled the library in the Eastern White Tower. In that library, she had seen a new recruit from the flight department. Was it Lanfis? New recruit. Lanfis. On the treatment table, draped in white fabric, Xie Guitang felt like a sacrifice bound to an altar. She suddenly uttered this phrase. The doctor abruptly halted his movements. She guessed it, what a clever lady. If it weren't for Agilia's strict supervision and that dead border collie getting in the way, he might have had the chance to get close to her long ago. Purifier, delicious. He looked at Xie Guitang with delight, like a beast admiring a lamb helplessly struggling beneath its claws. Her delicate, snow-white neck resembled a bird ready for slaughter. Guides were like this, so frail and powerless. Only by relying on the protection of Sentinels could they sit high above the clouds. So why did they act so arrogantly towards Sentinels, humiliating and resisting them? He locked his fingers around one of Xie Guitang's ankles, pressing her down on the treatment table. Wouldn't it be better to be obedient? You just need to follow my commands, because disobeying orders will lead to suffering. With her frail body, he feared that just a little manipulation would make her cry and break down. Previously uncertain, now Xie Guitang could determine his identity with just these few words. She suddenly twitched her fingers and then began to tremble, seemingly engulfed in great pain. Lanfis thought she was experiencing some unexpected situation. Although he knew it might be a trap, he slightly loosened his grip to see what was wrong with her. It's fine, even if there's a trap. What can a purifier do? Then she suddenly kicked him in the chest, the force surprisingly strong. It was hard to imagine how such a frail body could unleash such power. Sitting on the treatment table, she removed the well-shielding goggles, her eyes still tinged with crimson glimmering with vitality. Lanfis patted the lapel of his white coat. You were a bit rude just now. He felt like his ribs were about to break. Lanfis doubted whether she had any special profession before. Her skills were not like those of an ordinary person. However, it was impossible. She was a purifier. The burst of power Xie Guitang had just displayed left her already shattered veins in excruciating pain. But it was fine. It was just pain. She had long since gotten used to it. So, Lanfis saw her sitting there calmly, as if she were a small bodhisattva not descending from the clouds. Indeed, purifiers were regarded as deities by them. How could they not be seen as small bodhisattvas? However, he was different from those foolish sentinels. He didn't want to be a dog to the purifier. He wanted the noble purifiers up in the clouds to be his dogs. He wanted them to kneel and beg for his mercy and kindness. Just thinking about it felt great. He lazily leaned against the consultation table, originally intending to be gentler. But you see, you didn't give me the chance. Since that's the case, he couldn't be blamed for being too rude. Lanfis strolled towards her, initially thinking she would look like a helpless lamb with tears in her eyes. But she unexpectedly looked at him with calmness. Lanfis sighed regretfully and then slowly smiled at her. Why aren't you crying? The way you looked just now was absolutely delicious. Facing Lanfis's malice, she seemed to have switched to another mode. Her fingers brushed against the pistol Agilia had once equipped her with, feeling the gun behind her back. Looking at Lanfis, she lowered her gaze and slowly smiled. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Miss Xie, are you in there? It was Yin Yao, standing just one door away. Lanfis was momentarily distracted when Xie Guitang directly pulled him by the collar, abruptly crashing him into her embrace. It was a posture similar to hugging, and before he could react, he revealed a look of pain. In this embrace-like posture, Xie Guitang pressed the pistol against his abdomen and fired 3 shots. Her other mode had been fully activated. Outside, Yin Yao heard the commotion and instinctively kicked the door to come in, but Xie Guitang's voice rang out from within. "Don't come in. Yin Yao, don't let anyone in." Then she tightened her fingers around Lanfus's throat, locking eyes with him. "Want to play? I'll play with you." Chapter 90. Training hawks like training dogs. Lanfus was bleeding profusely from his waist and abdomen, yet he still managed to smile nonchalantly. "Let me explain. This kind of injury is not enough to take down a high-level sentinel. If you don't let him in, then I'm afraid." Xie Guitang was toying with the handgun in her hand, and it wasn't filled with gunpowder, Sentinel. It was filled with tranquilizer rounds. Lanfus paused for a moment, then realized he had lost control of his body. The person who had just been so arrogant now showed a hint of helpless panic in his eyes. "How do you want to play?" Xie Guitang touched one of his hands and then laid it flat on the solid wood table, before plunging the scalpel directly through his palm and pinning it tightly to the table. She held the handle of a knife and slowly twisted it. Blood splattered onto her cheek, then continued to flow from the back of his hand. She asked in confusion, "Why aren't you crying? Is it because you can't cry? Or, it doesn't hurt?" It should be that it doesn't hurt, she thought. Perhaps that was the case. Lanfus's face turned pale for a moment, but he could still withstand this kind of pain, and he provocatively smiled at Xie Guitang. "Is that all you can do? This little game can't subdue a tough sentinel." She grabbed Lanfus by the hair, yanked him to the floor, and pulled out his tie, directly choking him with it. Standing behind Lanfus, she looked at him sprawled on the floor in a pathetic manner, then stepped on the back of his neck, yanking the deep blue tie sharply. The intense feeling of suffocation surrounded him. Lanfus gasped for air beneath her feet, like a dying animal. All the noble airs he had seemed to vanish at that moment. Just when he thought he was really going to choke to death by Xie Guitang, she released her grip. Lanfus quickly breathed in a few gulps of fresh air, and he was unable to control his coughing. Before he could say a word, she grabbed his hair and pressed his head against the examination table, her breathing rapid and filled with abnormal excitement. At that moment, Lanfus suddenly sensed that things were not as he had imagined. This purifier was acting a bit strange. Yin Yao stood anxiously by the door of the treatment room, not knowing what was happening inside. Just now, he had vaguely heard the sound of a silenced gunshot, but the purifier had ordered him not to enter. If he wanted to go in, he could only endure. He couldn't disobey the purifier's orders. He had to be obedient and endure. After a long while, Lanfus felt like he was about to be toyed to death by Xie Guitang. He was drenched in cold sweat, kneeling at her feet like a drenched dog. Xie Guitang stepped on his injured hand, using the sharp scalpel to lift his chin, and his eyes began to lose focus. The flying system Sentinel was now breathing heavily, as if he was about to pass away at any moment. It was truly retribution. Things were always so unexpected. Xie Guitang felt no pleasure, only a surge of brutal emotions. With a clang, the scalpel fell to the floor. She tightened her fingers around his throat, her eyes dark and devoid of light. "Why?" This sentence was disjointed, and Lanfus was bewildered. However, he saw Xie Guitang then press the gun against his chin, and he had a premonition that this shot might not be a tranquilizer round. With the physique of a high-level sentinel, a bullet to the waist and abdomen would allow him to recover fully in less than a month, but a shot to the head would be fatal, even for a god. The sentinel, whose eyes were somewhat unfocused and whose face was pale, was being held by the hair in one hand while the gun was pressed against his chin with the other, cold sweat already dripping from his forehead. It had escalated too far. There was no turning back now. Suddenly, the floor-to-ceiling window of the treatment room was violently shattered, and a black-clad armed man yanked Lanfus away from Xie Guitang and fled. There was no hesitation, and he ran fast, as if he were being chased by a ghost demanding his life. After the explosion, Yin Yao kicked the door open. The metallic door was deformed from the force of his kick. Unfortunately, when he entered, only Xie Guitang remained, facing the wind-blown floor-to-ceiling window. He immediately checked on Xie Guitang's condition. "Are you okay? Do you need medical help or anything else?" Xie Guitang remained silent for a long time. He noticed that her hands were trembling and her entire demeanor was off. Her eyes were vacant, and she seemed lost in thought. After a while, the sounds of the North District Sentinels outside brought her back to reality, and she blankly asked Yin Yao, "Where is Agilia? Why hasn't he come back yet?" She desperately craved the warm embrace of her little dog, but now Where was her little dog, Captain? Why wasn't he back? She seemed to suddenly realize her abnormal state, then closed herself off tightly like a clam. Yun Yao dared not breathe, carefully whispering to her, "Are you tired? Shall we go back to sleep? I'll take you back to sleep. Don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. I want to leave again. You. Don't scare me. Can we go back?" At one moment, Yun Yao actually wanted to say he would take her back to the East District. Her condition was too dire. Her state reminded Yun Yao of a term, post-traumatic stress disorder. Some veterans have this condition after retiring. The brutal war left them with severe psychological stress responses, but Xie Guitang, he couldn't imagine what she had gone through to become like this. And who had triggered her just now? Which damned bastard thing was it? They traveled thousands of miles to assist the North District. And this is how the North District treats their purifiers. Damn it. Yun Yao guided Xie Guitang back to her residence and gently wiped her face and hands with a warm cloth. Outside, a line of high-ranking officials from the North District stood, all terrified and not daring to utter a word. Inside, Yun Yao knelt by her bedside, softly soothing her to sleep, even clumsily bringing a fairy tale book to entertain her, despite his usually rebellious nature as a flying system sentinel. The dim yellow light cast a warm glow, and Xie Guitang remained calmly staring at a certain spot, where there was actually nothing. She was trapped in her painful memories and unable to extricate herself, while Yun Yao felt powerless. He could not save her. As Yun Yao read further, his voice became choked with emotion. How would he save her? He carefully held her hand, pressing it against his cheek. "Don't do this, okay? Don't be so sad, can you?" Xie Guitang lay on her side in bed, missing her little dog so much. Where was her little dog? Why hadn't he come back yet? Chapter 91. Family support facing the battlefield without any fear. The sentry was at a loss when confronted with Xie Guitang's suffering. He hated this feeling of helplessness, but couldn't find a way to break the deadlock. He held Xie Guitang's hand, slipping it into his clothing, flesh against flesh, resting it over his heart. "Gift of fate, perceive me. Please connect with me. I will guide you out of the unknown darkness and back into the sunlight." He leaned closer, one hand resting beside her pillow, his hair falling, his eyes moist as he gazed into hers, while the other hand held her fingers to feel his body temperature and heartbeat. The words he kept repeating were, "Perceive me, please perceive me." Xie Guitang's dim vision slowly connected with his gaze, the bright young man looking sorrowful to the point of tears. They had shared life and death together. Could he be allowed to step in her world? Please give him a chance, just one. Xie Guitang fell into a deep sleep. Yun Yao calmly sat on the chair by her bed, facing the door, while the eagle perched on her windowsill, surveying the outside. Anyone daring to disturb her dreams would find eternal sleep awaiting them. Xie Guitang once again felt a sinking sensation. In the depths of the sea, she continued to sink. Sinking, then someone gently supported her lower back, guiding her to swim in the deep sea. Unintelligible songs entered her ears, and someone tenderly pressed against her forehead. She opened her eyes, encountering a rich shade of purple. It was that mermaid. Somehow, their dream rekindled. He swam around Xie Guitang in the dark sea, his silver-purple tail occasionally brushing against her calves and ankles. She stared at this scene in confusion, her mind blank, and then he drew closer, whispering a few obscure words in her ear. He was definitely not speaking a universal language. The deep-sea siren repeatedly uttered those words, and Xie Guitang tentatively repeated them. Solorian. Was that his name? Solorian's ability was quite special. It was not merely a magnetic field interference, but rather a resonant frequency. Similar to empathy, he could allow others to perceive him and vice versa. He could even, through empathy, peek into and influence the dreams and immediate emotions of others, making it nearly impossible for anyone to lie in his presence. He sensed her pain during the violent guide revolution. He had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility by a close friend, waiting for the person he was certain would appear. Solorian's ability allowed him to share others' pain, joy, and certain other emotions or physical sensations. He sang an ethereal melody, then cradled the back of her head, pressing his forehead against hers. Perception was his innate ability. Moreover, he knew that she and he were kindred spirits. They were indeed kindred, A strange excitement flashed in his eyes. "Come find me. I'm here waiting for you. Come find me. Come. Find. Me." For hours after Xie Guitang fell asleep, a Marine VIP arrived at the North District's White Tower. Fu Zhao's combat uniform was already tattered. One might think he had been scavenging for fare. After the avalanche, the ice layer beneath them fractured, and they were attacked by foreign species in the frigid waters. Fu Zhao suspected that these foreign species might have been manipulated by the rebels, which required further investigation. The problem was that they had used large-scale destructive weapons to break through the encirclement, triggering a localized tsunami. The disturbed ocean currents swept their team into chaos, completely scattering their personnel. As a Marine, Fu Zhao was the first to arrive at the North District's White Tower. The rest of the troops should be regrouping soon. Upon arriving in the North District, Fu Zhao immediately briefed the person in charge about the situation, providing several specific coordinates for them to arrange personnel to meet. He then inquired about Xie Guitang's condition, having just learned that the guide had safely arrived at the North District's White Tower. So, was she doing well now? Has she received the best treatment? Had anyone attempted to offend her? Fu Zhao usually appeared dull, not willing to fuss over details, but that didn't mean he was foolish. In fact, sometimes he had a very keen intuition, just like now. With his brows knitted, the 220 centimeters tall Marine sentry stood, not losing out to the talented sentries of the North District in height, his imposing aura overshadowing them all. So, someone had bullied her, hadn't they? Fu Zhao pressed his lips together, his fingers silently brushing against the long knife at his side, his thumb rubbing against the hilt, exuding a chilling and sharp aura. "Tell me, who is it? Who dared to offend his purifier? They truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Chapter 92, he is the most suitable candidate. The Northern District cannot escape the blame for this serious mistake, and Atchison, the administrator, was feeling overwhelmed facing Fu Zhao. What troubled him even more was that there was no clear target for this incident. "We checked all the surveillance and other facilities and immediately pursued those two audacious Sentinels. However, those two Sentinels were high-level flying types, particularly adept at rapid leaps, and they evaded capture." Fu Zhao coldly uttered two words, "useless." He tapped his fingers on the table in front of him. "I need the inspection authority of the Northern District." Before leaving, the 2-meter-2 ocean-type Sentinel cast a cold glance around, finally settling his gaze on Atchison. "Your actions have left me very dissatisfied. Since the Northern District cannot protect our Purifier Lady, you need not worry about the follow-up. The Purifier Lady from the Eastern District can be guarded by the Eastern District itself. He will prove to her that he is her only choice." Atchison had no time to say anything. Fu Zhao had already left in large strides. After a while, he could only wearily pinch his brow. This matter was their fault from the start. They would unconditionally accept any compensation request from the Purifier Lady. As long as she could calm down, as long as she could feel a little better, any form of compensation was what they should do. Looking at the piles of documents and stacks of battle reports on the table, a sense of confusion emerged in his eyes. Could he really continue on with this drafting Northern District? The moment Fu Zhao appeared at the door, Yin Yao noticed him. He lightly pushed the door open and saw the seemingly distant Fu Zhao. In such a short time, they had experienced too much. Yin Yao even felt a sense of mental exhaustion. He had never felt so useless. Yin Yao now dared not leave Xie Guitang for a moment, allowing Fu Zhao to enter and speak. The two conversed at a distance from Xie Guitang. This distance ensured she remained in their line of sight, but would not be disturbed by their conversation. Yin Yao quickly summarized the events of this period to Fu Zhao, who fell into deep thought after listening. He had priority access to the information the Northern District had gathered, and he detailed his suspicions to Fu Zhao. The handling method resembled that of people from the Central White Tower. When we previously assisted the guide back to the Eastern District, we had contacted the Eastern Jimming's Legion. Could it be people from Eastern Jimming? Fu Zhao pondered. He felt this was not typical of Eastern Jimming, but rather like the old noble forces of the Central White Tower. Arrogant, selfish, self-important, and claiming to be elite. Yet they were nothing but a bunch of rotten individuals. Yin Yao had no opportunity to pursue those two scoundrels at the time. Xie Guitang's condition had already visibly deteriorated, and he had to discern the priorities. Fu Zhao instructed Yin Yao to investigate this matter, as the hunting ability of the Sea Eagle was formidable. Perhaps there would be some clearer clues then. In any case, whoever had humiliated Miss Xie would not be spared. Fu Zhao's expression was dark and cold. He would ensure that the madman would pay with his life. After he finished speaking in a low voice, Yun Yao saluted him and then gently retreated. Although he wanted to stay by Xie Guitang's side, he knew there was now a more suitable candidate beside her, and he had some necessary tasks to attend to. Fu Zhao silently stood guard by Xie Guitang's bedside, recalling that time during the holographic matching test. Back then, he was like now, guarding the little princess he saved from the tower through countless days and nights. During that test, the situation was pressing. All results and options pushed her toward a fatal outcome. He had no better choice. He could not abandon his crumbling homeland, nor could he sacrifice his purifier lady. Therefore, he could only fill this gap with his flesh and blood, using his skeletal body and everything he had to achieve a balance. The ocean-type Sentinel was as silent as a shadow under the moonlight when Xie Guitang woke from her dim dream, seeing Fu Zhao's face. His fingers rested on the hilt of a long knife beside him, leaning against the shadows of her room. This scene felt strangely familiar. Chapter 93, Capybara Captain Fu Zhao. Xie Guitang still thought she was dreaming as she looked around. She was in the North District, in the same room where she had slept before. "Have you all come back?" she asked. "What about Agilia and the others?" Fu Zhao carefully brought her a cup of warm water and told her to drink a few sips before speaking. While she drank, Fu Zhao sat in the chair by her bed and told her what had happened later. "Don't worry, they will return safely." He didn't mention the previous unfortunate incident because it was not a pleasant memory, and he didn't want to remind her of such things repeatedly. What she needed was to maintain a good mood and live happily and safely every day. He would shield her from all the storms outside. He would hold accountable all those who had hurt her or bullied her, making them face God one by one to repent. Xie Guitang wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she always felt a familiar and reliable aura around Captain Fu Zhao. It made her subconsciously feel safe in his presence. She thought it might be because of Captain Fu Zhao's broad and strong physique. After all, he looked like he could take down several people with a single punch. After listening to Fu Zhao's words, Xie Guitang finally felt reassured. All she wanted was for them to return safely. Captain Fu Zhao was taciturn but considerate. In the North District, although there was a constant temperature climate system, it was still different from the temperature in the East District. When Xie Guitang changed her clothes, she found that her shoes and clothes had all been warmed by Fu Zhao's warm air blower. The warmth was comforting, and she felt no chill at all. It was incredibly meticulous. After getting herself ready, Fu Zhao had already arranged the meals neatly. When Xie Guitang asked about Yun Yao, Fu Zhao told her he had other matters to attend to. Xie Guitang sat at the dining table while Fu Zhao wiped his hands with a tissue. "Can I not?" At first, she didn't understand what he meant until he continued. "I can do better than they did. So, choose me. Choose me, okay?" Fu Zhao knelt down to tie her shoelaces. He had once resembled a Godzilla version of a capybara, but now he was no longer that. He aimed to get closer to her. Xie Guitang vaguely sensed his intentions. She remembered that Captain Fu Zhao's matching data was actually quite good. However, she hadn't chosen him at that time because she wasn't familiar with him. It was even their first meeting. Previously, she had thought that the Guardian White Tower match for her was just an ordinary guard, so she didn't care much. Even when Agilia mentioned it, she felt that it was inappropriate for someone of his position and status to be her ordinary guard. But later, when she understood what the Guardian position entailed, she realized what he meant back then. Now, looking at Fu Zhao's face, she felt somewhat at a loss. There was no calculation in his eyes, no ambition, only a sincere openness. Fu Zhao didn't pressure her. He didn't even bring up the matter that had made him melancholic and which he still couldn't let go of. Just as he had thought before, a Sentinel needed to give her the right to choose, not a choice under pressure. There was a knock at the door from Xie's adjutant. "Miss Xie, do you have time today?" Xie Guitang could guess what it was about. She didn't want to discuss that matter any longer. It was a bad thing, even though he hadn't really done anything. But a bad thing is just a bad thing. However, now they were in the North District, and Xie-san was the highest administrator there. Fu Zhao's fingers rested on her shoulder. She looked up and saw the tranquil, silent depths of his dark eyes. You can freely do what you like and have the right to refuse anything you don't want to do. Refusal is a power and also a capability. He looked directly at Xie Guitang and said, "You can say no." She could refuse what she didn't want to do, refuse people she didn't like. Although the silent ocean system hadn't been chosen as a guardian, he already possessed the essential qualities of one. All initiatives must stem from the first will of the purification system, and her will was his guideline. A gentle and profound power spread to her heart like a tide. Fu Zhao leaned down and politely asked her, "Now, please tell me your will." Xie Guitang felt enveloped by the scent of sea salt and sage from the ocean system Sentinel. It was tranquil and safe, like a weary ship finding a resting harbor under the night sky. She said, "I don't want to see anyone else right now." Fu Zhao nodded, of course. The 2-meter-2 Captain Fu Zhao walked to the door, opened it, and looked down at the ceremonial officer from above before saying, "Get lost." Then, with a bang, he shut the door. Chapter 94. Extreme Pursuit. Fu Zhao calmly walked up to Xie Guitang, and he left. After a moment of silence, Xie Guitang wondered if something was off. The Peregrine Falcon's explosive speed was incredibly fast, but the Golden Eagle clearly had better endurance over long distances. Lansvis and his deputy flew nearly 600 kilometers, constantly feeling a powerful sense of pursuit behind them. Given the situation, that damned Golden Eagle had been relentlessly chasing them for at least over 12 hours without rest. Damn it, why isn't it exhausted yet? Lansvis's deputy was from a Sri Lankan family and had been his close attendant since childhood. Faced with this situation, he knew that to protect Lansvis, they had to return to the Central White Tower. As for Dongfang Jiming, he never considered him because he and Lansvis came from the Central White Tower together, and he knew exactly what kind of person Dongfang Jiming was. He was tough-minded and never took sides in power struggles, and he looked down on the aristocratic ways of the Central White Tower. In short, he was a stubborn and principled character. If he found out about Lansvis's actions, he would not only refuse to protect him, but would directly punish him on the spot. Yin Yao was able to locate Lansvis due to Chun Guanli's significant efforts. The wolf's tracking ability was top-notch. Utilizing the residual scent from the treatment room, he provided ground tracking support to Yin Yao to the greatest extent possible. As part of the Arctic Wolf series, and with an exceptionally high blood test level, Chun Guanli could track scent residues for over 15 days, even remotely tracking over 700 kilometers. Once he locked onto a target, escape was impossible. The wolf's endurance allowed it to support long-distance hunting and migration. Just like the Arctic wolf, it could even pursue prey for over 15 days until the scent completely dissipated and could no longer be distinguished. Surrounded by these two formidable hunters, Lansvis was having a harder time than a frostbitten cabbage. However, to this day, he still felt he had done nothing wrong. The pure-blood lineage from Sri Lanka made it impossible for him to lower his proud head. In the 54th hour of extreme pursuit, the Golden Eagle swooped down and directly knocked Lansvis's deputy to the ground. The deputy hadn't even gotten up when the Arctic wolf was already upon him, viciously tearing at his leg. Lansvis understood that he had reached a dead end, with the aircraft unable to track them accurately. Chun Guanli managed to corner them with Yin Yao through individual tracking. Chun Guanli and Yin Yao, one a 3S and the other a 2S, were simply not opponents for Lansvis and his deputy. Moreover, in terms of combat talent, the Peregrine Falcon was no match for the Golden Eagle. In nature, Peregrine Falcons rely on dive attacks to strike medium-sized prey, while Golden Eagles can hunt wolves. Not to mention Chun Guanli's presence, the wolf's land combat capability was undeniably strong. The deputy immediately sent an urgent message to the Sri Lankan family, hoping they could rescue Lansvis in time. At this moment, Lansvis's clothes were drenched in sweat, sticking to his body, his hair disheveled, and his eyes revealing a deep fatigue from prolonged exertion. This noble sentinel, who had always appeared proud and aloof in front of others, remained unchanged. His handsome and dignified face now bore a smirk, as expected of a dog breed. He was quite skilled at playing the role. After saying this, he looked at Yin Yao, who appeared solemn and cold, and remarked, "Your purifier is quite delicious." These two sentences ignited the entire scene. When it came to drawing hatred quickly, Lansvis's skills were unmatched. Others could only watch in awe. Chun Guanli swiftly struck Lansvis on the back of the head with his rifle, but executing the action quickly and ruthlessly, without a moment's hesitation. Before Lansvis could utter another word, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, The deputy was pinned under Chun Guanli's Arctic wolf, nearly suffocating. Chun Guanli coldly retracted his gun and gestured to Yun Yao while holding the deputy by the collar. "Let's go." Yun Yao followed, dragging Lansvis's bleeding head along. It was time to settle the score. After over 48 hours of pursuit, they only needed less than 6 hours to return. Lansvis, that bastard, had taken a non-linear route to confuse them. Moreover, they had employed special counter-reconnaissance measures, making it impossible for the aircraft to track them accurately. Now that they had captured the individuals, they could directly dispatch the aircraft for their return. The Sri Lankan family's response was swift. By the time Yun Yao and the others were on their way back, communications from the Central White Tower had already reached the intelligence brain of Archison. At the same time, the Sri Lankan family was mobilizing their connections in the Eastern District to rescue Lansvis. 5 hours and 39 minutes later, the aircraft landed. Fu Cao, having received the news, pushed the window open and stood at the edge of the White Tower, overlooking the scene where Lansvis and his deputy were being brought down. He would never allow these two to leave alive. These two he must kill. Chapter 95. I will kill him. Xie Guitang was taking a nap when Fu Zhao called Yun Yao over. I want you to stay by the purifier side. No matter what happens, you must not leave. Yun Yao nodded. I will do it. He would not make the same mistake a second time. Fu Zhao picked up his long knife and walked into the corridor. When Lansvis woke up, he found himself in a dimly lit room, surrounded by the damp, decaying smell of blood. The long-standing, strong stench indicated how many rebellious officials had been executed here. Opposite him, Fu Zhao was silently wiping the dark blade of his knife, his expression devoid of any emotion. Lansvis coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a dull pain in his chest, suspecting he had definitely broken several ribs. They were ruthless. His wrists were bound behind his back, his knees twisted uncomfortably, and he looked up at Fu Zhao. With a cold laugh, he sighed. You want to kill me? Not likely. The Sri Lanka family controls the economic lifeline of the Central White Tower, and I am the only pure-blood heir. They can't kill me. Fu Zhao paused, calmly looking at him, thinking that this was a bold lunatic. If he did not kill him today, there would be endless trouble in the future. To this day, there was still no sign of remorse in his eyes. If he escaped this calamity, he would surely revert to his old ways. Fu Zhao would not give him that chance. At that moment, Xie's son and the Secretary General arrived. As Xie's son entered the room, the temperature of the air dropped significantly. A communication notification was displayed on his smart wristband, indicating a joint virtual meeting. Due to the activities of the Sri Lanka family, a tripartite meeting was currently in progress. The administrative officer from the Central White Tower did not appear. Instead, it was a diplomat who had previously communicated with the Secretary General of the Northern District. Standing behind the elegant and noble young man was the head of the Sri Lanka family, Snarl Sri Lanka. This Snarl, who had passed his prime, had only Lansvis as his heir. Every branch of the Sri Lanka family was eyeing his position. He had to protect Lansvis. Even though this son was heavily rebellious, but he was his only son. Alzin was also present in the meeting, his face clearly gloomy, perhaps due to some unpleasant pressure from the Central White Tower. In the dim light, Fu Zhao saw Lansvis give him a slight smile. The Secretary General of the Central White Tower politely spoke, "Good day, everyone." The power struggle had begun. The Central White Tower made its stance clear. They wanted to protect Lansvis, even at the cost of both threats and inducements. Through the joint meeting, Snarl looked at the disheveled Lansvis in the corner, having long warned him that one day he would die from his own recklessness. The situation at the Central White Tower was murky. To curb Lansvis's arrogance, he had sent him to serve under Dongfang Jiming. But it was evident that he had not learned the steadiness and virtue of his superior. Wei Mingchun, Secretary General of the Central White Tower, elegantly navigated the conversation. "Gentlemen, there's no need for us to be so confrontational. That individual has not suffered any substantial harm, has he? Perhaps you remember that 80 of the guides from the northern and eastern districts come from the Central White Tower. Gentlemen, please do not make things difficult for us, all right?" The atmosphere in the meeting was tense, with the northern and eastern districts all wearing gloomy expressions. Wei Mingchun constrained them with the guide status, forcing them to give Lansvis a way out. This demonstrated the significant influence the Sri Lanka family held in the Central District. The Central District had perhaps long since become a plaything for the nobility, and the military controlled by Dongfang Jiming could not restrain their overwhelming power. Throughout this, Fu Zhao remained silent, like a statue, his fingers gently stroking the dark blade of his knife. This long knife had accompanied him for many years, with only the edge shining white, while the rest was shrouded in darkness. Achi's son, with his golden red eyes, looked directly at several individuals from the Central District. "Are you using the guide status to threaten us?" Wei Mingqian sighed, helplessly smiling at him. "Please believe that is not my intention. However, Administrator Achi, son, should also understand the difficulties faced by the Central District. Each district has its own challenges during wartime." "Difficulties?" Fu Zhao murmured softly, then stood up. Snarl instinctively felt an ominous premonition. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Zhao drew his knife. Blood splattered, followed by a thud. He publicly beheaded the rebellious official Lan Faisi. Fu Zhao pointed the blade directly at the individuals from the Central District. "Anyone who offends the Purifier, I will kill." Each word was laced with murderous intent. The look Fu Zhao cast at them was deep and dark, like the turbulent depths of the ocean. Chapter 96. Unwilling to fight. Third update. This sudden turn of events left Wei Mingqian at a loss. He hadn't expected that, despite the good conversation they had, Fu Zhao would suddenly draw his sword. Snarl's eyes instantly narrowed, and he glared coldly at Fu Zhao, his jaw clenched tight. Lanfis had not yet been convicted. Even if punished, it should be done by a military court, and the matter should be transferred to the Central District for custody and punishment. "I demand that you immediately detain this rebellious sentinel. The Sri Lanka family will pursue this matter to the end. The enmity of killing a son is irreconcilable." Lanfis was part of the White Tower military system, and this act severely violated laws and regulations. He did not have the authority to do this. He must be hanged to deter others. Rebellious sentinel. I must kill him. The Northern District Administrator, Atchison, sneered. "You're in the Northern District. Are you now demanding us to release him? You think this is your territory? This is my turf. It's not the Central District where you can do as you please. Talk to me about demands? You're nothing. In a word, you can't have him. If you're unwilling, send troops to fight. All actions of this sentinel today, I, Atchison, will take responsibility for." Alson also scoffed. "That's my purification master from the Eastern District. Why should you bully him? The Northern District has acted to my satisfaction. Let it be. The person is dead, so you don't need to send anyone to collect the body. It will be disposed of shortly." "Unwilling?" Alson's antlers glimmered, his eyes cold and deep. "Unwilling to fight. Damn it, I've long been displeased with them. Who is nobler in a state of war? Who are they trying to intimidate with their guide essence?" In recent decades, the guide essence of the Central White Tower has become more and more expensive. It's laughable. They couldn't afford a few doses anyway. If they don't give it, they don't give it. With Miss Xie around, they aren't afraid of such threats. Even without Xie Guitang, it was only a matter of time before they fell out with the Central District. Moreover, this is the only purification master in the Eastern District. She can choose to stay in the Eastern District, making it her unbreakable support, just as he had promised Xie Guitang before. In any case, anyone who dares to offend and humiliate her is an enemy of the Eastern District. Not to mention the Central District. They are willing to be adversaries with all of White Tower. The Sentinels of the Eastern District are not cowards. They are all brave warriors not afraid of death. And they will never easily bow to coercion. The Northern and Eastern Districts are almost like close relatives, and on this matter, both districts are in sync. Atchison already felt guilty towards Xie Guitang, and at this point, he would not pretend to be deaf and mute after capturing Lanfis. The two highest administrators faced the Central District with a cold demeanor. Someone as clever as Wei Mingqian already realized that there was no room for negotiation. Moreover, with a person dead, what was there to negotiate? After the real-time meeting ended, Atchison stood up from his chair and faced Fu Zhao with a calm expression. "I've already made the attitude of the Northern District clear. The previous incident was not authorized by the Northern District, and we also did not wish for such a thing to happen. But rest assured, we will take full responsibility for this matter." Atchison rambled on, and Fu Zhao nodded lightly, then said, His response left Atchison momentarily speechless, and in the end, he sighed and quietly asked Fu Zhao, "Please say a few kind words for the Northern District." I will be very grateful. Fu Zhao raised his eyes to glance at him, and the etiquette officer behind Atchison suddenly remembered his earlier command to get lost. However, Fu Zhao did not act so rudely. Atchison's attitude had been satisfactory, so he simply turned and walked away. Atchison watched Fu Zhao's departing figure and asked the etiquette officer, "Is he just leaving like that?" The etiquette officer politely smiled at Atchison. What else could he do? Should I tell him to get lost too? Xie Guitang was completely unaware. She had only taken a short nap, and outside, the weather had quickly changed. When she woke up, Fu Zhao had already returned. Not sure if it was just her imagination, she detected a faint smell of blood on Fu Zhao. Fu Zhao was sitting on one side, reading a book. His expression serious and focused, looking very meticulous. It must be some technical book. He sometimes furrowed his brows, and at times seemed to have sudden realizations. Xie Guitang guessed that the book might be quite difficult to understand. She quietly got out of bed and sneakily peeked from behind him, wanting to see what he was reading. Then she saw a line of big characters on the title page. Secrets of Love, Chapter 97. Apology for updates. Xie Guitang was momentarily confused. No matter how she looked at it, this thing had nothing to do with Captain Fu Zhao. The light and shadow fell on the pages of the book as she flipped it over and placed it face down on the table, then turned to face Xie Guitang. Captain Chun Guanli from the North District White Tower was outside seeking forgiveness. Should he be allowed to enter? Chun Guanli, seeking forgiveness? Xie Guitang sat on the sofa, took a sip from the water cup beside her, and said to let him in. She should hear what the North District's attitude was. She didn't know whether that doctor was acting on orders or was just a madman. She should have realized she had another episode earlier. If she saw him next time, she would make him pay a heavy price. Fu Zhao calmly opened the door to let Chun Guanli in, looking as if he had never left this bedroom. No one could detect that he had taken the time to go out and cut down 2 people before returning. Chun Guanli's face was sickly pale. At the first moment of the incident, he had pursued Lan Faixi and the other person with all his might. After returning to the White Tower, he received punishment from the higher-ups. He could not escape responsibility for what had happened. He should have personally escorted the Purification Master back to her room. After the extreme pursuit, Chun Guanli returned to the North District White Tower and had his shirt stripped off and received over 70 lashes. At this moment, his lips were wet and red, his breathing labored, wearing a pure black silk shirt with a leather armband on one arm. He wore pure black suit pants, and when he knelt in front of Xie Guitang, the entire outfit showcased beautiful lines. The proud and untamed polar wolf Sentinel bowed his head before Xie Guitang, exposing his fair neck, as if he could be easily manipulated by her at this moment. He held a dark brown barbed whip in his hands, raised above his head. "Please, you may discipline him." Fu Zhao sat on a chair in the corner, his tall figure exuding an oppressive presence. He lowered his eyes, quietly wiping the long knife in his hand. He could ensure that if this sentinel made any move, he would make sure his head would fall in an instant. Xie Guitang understood that this was something that had to be done. Otherwise, people would treat her like a soft persimmon, manipulating her at will. When others made mistakes, they had to receive the punishment they deserved. Otherwise, they would think they could do things without consequences. She had to make it clear to them where her red line was. Crossing it meant death. There would be no forgiveness, no leniency. She was not a bodhisattva, nor a philanthropist. Those who made mistakes in her presence had to pay the price. She took the whip from Chun Guanli's hand and struck him harshly across the neck and shoulder. "Do you admit that the North District has been lax in safety checks?" Chun Guanli supported himself on the floor, gasping heavily. "I admit." Xie Guitang struck again with the whip. Blood appeared on one side of Chun Guanli's arm, and the end of the whip grazed his earlobe, as if adorning him with a bright red earring. Blood dripped beneath him, and for a moment, his gaze slightly lost focus, and a snow-white wolf tail suddenly appeared behind him uncontrollably. He looked up at her with moist eyes, his wolf ears of the same color twitching slightly, appearing quite petible. She pressed the bloody whip against his throat. "Do you admit that the North District failed to defend the Purification Master?" His throat moved, and then in a hoarse voice he said, "I admit. This matter was his fault, and he accepted it." Xie Guitang asked him a question, and he admitted it. She asked again, and whipped again. Chun Guanli was almost played to death by her. Cold sweat dripped down his jaw. his chest covered in broken marks, revealing hints of milky skin and crimson scars. He was breathing heavily, seemingly in pain from the beating. Cold sweat soaked a patch on his pants. After a heavy gasp, his beaten body shook violently, his eyes trembling and losing focus. Fu Zhao finally put down the long knife in his hand and glanced over. His eyes held a deep sense of disgust. The nauseating smell was the breath of a wolf dog in heat. Xie Guitang looked at Chen Guanli, who was kneeling at her feet, lost in thought and doubt. She remembered that she was simply giving a normal reprimand, right? Why was he acting so strangely? It was as if they were playing some sort of special game, which was truly hard to watch. Fu Zhao stood beside her and politely asked Xie Guitang, "Do you want me to take over?" Worried that continuing might lead to even more unpredictable situations, Xie Guitang handed the whip to Captain Fu Zhao. Gripping the leather handle tightly, Fu Zhao coldly looked down at Chen Guanli. Being scolded by the Purification Master feels good, right? Then I'll make sure you enjoy it to the fullest. With a crack of the whip, blood splattered, and Chen Guanli was directly whipped to the point of skin splitting and flesh tearing by Fu Zhao. This whip genuinely shocked Xie Guitang with Fu Zhao's method. After a dozen strikes, Chen Guanli would probably have lost half his life. She didn't want to kill him, so after a few hits, she told Fu Zhao to stop. As soon as Fu Zhao stopped, Chen Guanli collapsed, unable to maintain his kneeling position, his side falling onto Xie Guitang's foot, his hot breath spraying against her ankle. Chapter 98, Big Mouth 2, 5th update. Xie Guitang felt that Chen Guanli's state was not quite right. But before she could do anything, Chen Guanli had already been pulled aside by Fu Zhao by the back of his collar. With lightning speed, the blade was pressed against Chen Guanli's throat, an offense. Disrespectful offenses would be severely punished. Xie Guitang pushed aside Fu Zhao's wrist that was holding the knife. He seemed to be a bit off. Fu Zhao furrowed his brows and coldly sheathed his long knife. He dragged Chen Guanli to a spot where he wouldn't touch her, then directly tore open his clothing. His back was covered in blood, likely a result of having been punished by the White Tower before coming here. After extreme hunting and multiple punishments, even a 3S Arctic Wolf series Sentinel couldn't withstand it. Chen Guanli's gaze was completely vacant, his breathing heavy as he ran a high fever, and his pale skin was now flushed with a large area of crimson. It was like being drunk in spring colors, but like a pear blossom stained with blood. This incident was mainly due to the mistakes of the Northern District's safety patrol, but since the Northern District had sent Chen Guanli over, she understood their intentions. In any case, the authority of the Purifier could not be provoked. This is a public truth. The Northern District is not like those rebellious nobles in the Central District, so they wouldn't go overboard with oppression. If something happened to the Purifier in the Northern District, they had to take responsibility for it. This is one of the Northern District's attitudes. Otherwise, if the Northern District pays no price today, then tomorrow others will attempt to cross this high-pressure red line in the same way. Now that it had come to this point, it was enough. She thought that admonishment did not solely require punishment, but also a mix of kindness and severity. Xie Guitang stepped down from her chair, barefoot on the back of Chen Guanli's neck. When their skin touched, a blue-purple dreamlike galaxy surged into his body. Chen Guanli regained consciousness from the darkness. A strong stimulation washing over his senses, it was the Purifier's ability. Xie Guitang leaned against the side of the cabinet, lifting Chen Guanli's chin with her foot. "Tell me, do you have any dissatisfaction?" Chen Guanli had a typical elegant appearance, like a cultured official with sword-like brows and starry eyes. However, being in the extremely northern 14th district affected by the cold, his skeletal lines were robust and deep, exuding a certain warrior-like aura. Especially with his height of 211 centimeters and his currently sickly flushed face, it added an extra charm. Chen Guanli's heavy breathing fell onto her snow-white foot. He said, "None. Will the little dog behave?" Chen Guanli's eyes told her he would behave. At this moment, he was like her most obedient little dog. But would he really behave? The answer was uncertain. According to Xie Guitang's research, there are no terms like obedient or well-behaved in Chen Guanli's entries. The vocabulary used by the Northern District regarding Chen Guanli often included words like brave and cunning. Chen Guanli showed her a beautiful smile, his eyes sparkling like shattered stars, his white hair enhancing his incredible beauty. It was hard to imagine that he had confessed to the White Tower himself, fully admitting to the charge of neglecting escort duties, receiving over 70 lashes without a single word of defense. Not only that, but he had also recommended himself to Xie's son, dragging his injured body to Xie Guitang's door, requesting her admonition. In fact, there were many things about this matter that Xie Guitang did not consider as deeply as she thought. He just wanted her to look at him, to pity him, and then to touch him, to get close to him. He didn't want any distractions like Yin Yao or Fu Zhao. He only wanted Xie Guitang. He gasped, and the corner of his lips accidentally brushed against her foot. The next moment, he was unceremoniously kicked over by Fu Zhao. Chen Guanli fell on his back, his wet red eyes looking back at her. "I'm sorry, I offended you." Xie Guitang felt something was off, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong, so she waved her hand, letting Fu Zhao take him away. Of course, Fu Zhao wouldn't refuse Xie Guitang's request. He politely escorted Chen Guanli out, holding him by the collar all the way to the door. Once in the corridor, Fu Zhao held onto Chen Guanli's collar and delivered a hard slap to his face. "Don't scheme against her." Chen Guanli was directly struck by this slap, blood oozing from the corner of his lips as he revealed a sarcastic expression toward Fu Zhao. "With what identity do you say that to me? Fu Zhao, you and I are the same. Neither of us has any identity, so..." Before he could finish, Fu Zhao slapped him again. "Get lost. It's right to hit someone who has ulterior motives against the purifier." After saying that, he calmly returned inside, slowly telling Xie Guitang, "I've sent him off." Then he went to the wash basin to wash his hands, grabbing a warm cloth and walking over to Xie Guitang. Xie Guitang was sitting at the table, looking at the book Fu Zhao had just been reading, surprised to find that he had even made study notes. Fu Zhao's handwriting was fluid and powerful, with a unique character style. Then she saw the 2'2" Fu Zhao squatting down next to her, using the warm cloth to wipe her feet. Wiping her feet. This seemed inappropriate. She thought about pulling her foot back, but Fu Zhao had already quickly finished wiping them, and Xie Guitang looked at him in silence. This silent, gentle ocean-type sentinel was kneeling on one knee on the floor, meticulously putting on pink socks for her. Her feet felt like little toys in his hands. After putting on her shoes, Xie Guitang suddenly brought up that rebellious, flying-type sentinel. She already knew he was a fake doctor, but she still didn't know if he had been caught. The previous message from the White Tower indicated they were still in pursuit. She propped her chin and asked Fu Zhao, "Do you think the Northern District can catch them?" Chapter 99. As long as there is, it could be given 6 updates. Fu Zhao pondered for a moment, understanding who she was referring to. Then he slowly replied to Xie Guitang, "They are dead." "Dead?" Xie Guitang was astonished. She had just taken a nap, and the people she wanted to take revenge on were dead? Fu Zhao closed the book on love's secrets that she was holding, raised his hand to place it on the top shelf, a hint of red appearing on his ears. Beheaded. In 3 simple words, he summarized the deaths of Lan Faixi and another, speaking lightly, as if it were a common occurrence. As for the grand turmoil and fierce confrontations involved, he didn't say a word. That was not something she needed to know. A good guardian would handle everything for her. Only a useless person would need her to plan everything. A silly and naive dog-like person was not a good match for a purifier. The ocean element was her best choice. Snow fell again in the Northern District, where heavy snow was the norm. Amidst the flying snow, Frontline battle reports reached Xie's desk. Several high-ranking Sentinels were seriously injured, and mutations were on the rise. The contaminated area continued to expand, and there was no news from the lost squads for a long time. They had even prepared for the worst. Xie had not slept for many days, struggling day and night to find a way out for the Northern District. Previously, he had intended to send a handsome and tall Sentinel to temporarily calm the purifiers. He wondered how Chen Guanli was doing with the task he had self-recommended. It shouldn't he have been messed up, right? In the evening, Xie sent an etiquette officer to arrange a meeting with Xie Guitang. He needed to talk to her. The etiquette officer was very unhappy to serve Xie, as he really did not want to do this, and just thinking about Fu Zhao gave him a headache. Fortunately, this meeting went smoothly. To express his sincerity, Xie specifically booked the best restaurant in the Northern District. At a distance, Xie Guitang saw Xie, the administrative officer, with his long white hair braided into a fishtail braid, secured at the end with a silver accessory. The long braid draped over one shoulder, and his frost-colored eyelashes fell upon his reddish-golden eyes, presenting an androgynous beauty, like a creature from another world. This reminded her of a short film she had seen before, where the elf played by Savannah emerged from the forest. A scene that could be described as a CG moment in a game, beautiful to the point of distortion. She momentarily lost her focus and then walked closer to Atchison. As the administrative officer, Atchison felt somewhat reserved facing Xie Guitang. He seemed to want to pull out a chair for her, but Fu Zhao had already done it first, leaving him regretfully giving up on that action. The dishes were served one after another. Atchison hesitated for a long time, unsure how to begin. If it weren't for the previous matters, he wouldn't be so troubled, but Xie Guitang sensed he had something to ask and easily guessed what it was. "You need guiding essence, don't you?" Atchison fell silent. He knew he shouldn't bring up such a request at this moment, but he had no better option. People were dying on the front lines every moment, and those were flesh and blood lives. He had to seek a glimmer of hope for them. However, the Northern District owed Xie Guitang too much, and he felt he lacked the confidence to say such things to her. "The Northern District will pay you double the price set by the Central White Tower. Is that acceptable?" He said softly. "If you are unwilling, please rest assured. The Northern District will not force you to do anything you do not want to." Perhaps that indicated the Northern District's luck had run out. At this point, he couldn't blame anyone. Upon hearing the mention of double the price, Xie Guitang glanced at Fu Zhao, who subtly whispered the price set by the Central White Tower to her. After hearing it, she fell silent. What was the most expensive during wartime? Weapons and ammunition. Life-saving medicine. Guiding essence was undoubtedly a life-saving medicine. She recalled Sun Chung, a retired Sentinel from the Eastern War Zone's Special Forces, who couldn't even afford a vial of guiding essence. In such times, how could one not feel despair? Atchison gestured to the service staff, and everyone exited, even closing the door on their own. Only Fu Zhao remained unmoved, not even changing his gaze, completely ignoring Atchison's attempts to signal him. Atchison had no choice but to let him stay. Just as Xie Guitang pulled herself out of her thoughts, she saw Atchison sitting next to her, his elfin beauty striking her like a blow, leaving her dazed for 2 seconds. Then Atchison quietly said to her, "As long as you can forgive the Northern District's mistakes and provide some minor assistance, I can give you anything." His words were vague, and it took Xie Guitang a moment to understand the meaning behind them. A quid pro quo? Or was it seduction or a beauty scheme? The Northern District had fought to this point, and there really wasn't much of value left to offer. It seemed they only had Sentinels left. Atchison, feeling immense shame, almost as if he were being boiled alive, whispered, "Or do you want something else? Please tell me, and I'll see if I can provide it." The Northern District's ice crystal mines or other rare materials? Or was it a matter of price dissatisfaction? Whatever it was, just say it. He could give anything he had. Or other people, other Sentinels? Was it Heinrich, that big whale, or a Tossler, that polar bear, or the Arctic fox Yuani? Surely, it couldn't be the polar wolf Chun Guanli. That seemed a bit difficult. The beauty of these Sentinels was indeed unparalleled in the Northern District, but their terrible temper was also evident. They probably wouldn't cooperate willingly. Chapter 100. Confidential discussion. Xie Guitang was momentarily taken aback by his approach. After a brief silence, she asked Achi-san, "Are you serious?" Achi-san assured her that he was not joking. He would even sell himself to Xie Guitang for the sake of the guide serum. As the administrative officer of the Northern District, his life, blood, and everything about him bore the mark of the Northern District, never belonging solely to him. Achi-san was a very responsible administrative officer, and, for many years, he had been firm in his governance, not allowing the Central White Tower to interfere in the Northern District's affairs. He would never permit the aristocratic ways of the Central District to infect the territory of the Northern District. He had been striving to move forward with the Northern District, putting in all his efforts, even if it meant only a glimmer of hope or a momentary respite. "I am serious. Please believe in my sincerity at this moment. Whatever you want, I will strive to achieve. Just a little guide serum is enough. Just a little, I'm not greedy." A single guide serum could rapidly save a high-level Sentinel from mental collapse, and diluted, it could increase the survival rate of an entire combat team. He desperately needed this. And so did the Northern District. He was willing to pay any price for it. Xie Guitang realized that the situation in the Northern District was likely deteriorating again. She asked Achi-san, "How many guide serums are you planning to buy?" Achi-san held up 3 fingers. Xie Guitang frowned. 30? She was unsure if she could provide that much guide serum. After all, she hadn't truly made it before. Hearing her question, Achi-san quickly shook his head. No, I mean 3. Xie Guitang. She found a bit absurd, just 3? It felt like a comedy show. Achi-san appeared somewhat embarrassed. We can't afford to pay for more than that. The front lines of the Northern District have fully opened up. The war has left us nearly bankrupt. And we need star coins for weapons, ammunition, and various defense facilities. The Northern District does have ice crystal mines and other rare energy sources. But energy extraction cannot be realized overnight. He could sell the mines, but doing so would cut off the Northern District development for hundreds of years. So, no matter how tough it got, he had held on until now. Xie Guitang fell silent. Was the guide serum this profitable? The guide serum indeed had exorbitant profits. Most of the guide serum circulating among the White Tower officials was high concentration, and it was extremely expensive. In contrast, the serum that made it to the black market was usually diluted and had a very low guide serum content. Even this low-content guide serum was priced sky-high, and during wartime, it was hard to come by. The Sentinels' lives were even more difficult than she had imagined. Perhaps she understood a bit why many Sentinels harbored resentment toward guides on the forums. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. They might not be targeting their hatred at the identity of guides, but at the state of the world itself. After a long pause, Xie Guitang said, "I can provide the Northern District with guide serum, even establish a long-term cooperation to continuously supply guide serum to the Northern District, but I have my demands, and you need to consider whether you can agree." Upon hearing this, Achi-san immediately sat up straight. "Please go on." A long-term and stable supply of guide serum would be a continuous booster for the Northern District. If Xie Guitang wanted to act as an administrative officer of the Northern District, he would gladly step aside for her. Xie Guitang gave Fu Zhao a look, signaling him to guard the door and ensure no one overheard their conversation. Achi-san felt that what she was about to say must be extraordinary, and indeed, the fact confirmed this. She told Achi-san, "Every month, I want 30 of the profits from the ice crystal mine extraction for my personal ownership." Achi-san, you need to understand that I'm only representing myself at this moment. You're not trading with the Eastern District. The only party you're dealing with is me. The ice crystal mine was currently the top quality energy source in the D404 star system, capable of supplying large destructive weapons, transport landing equipment, and armed aircraft. After hearing her words, Achi-san couldn't help but ponder deeply. Was she planning to form a private armed force? Did she distrust the Eastern District, or the current situation? Or did she have information that others were unaware of? Achi-san, being astute, did not pry further, sensing that she would not reveal the true answer to him. After a moment of contemplation, he asked her, "Are there any other conditions?" Xie Guitang had asked 9 divinations the night before. The 3rd hexagram was wind over small accumulation, and the 6th hexagram was water over the abyss. Wind over small accumulation indicated a lack of strength and many difficulties. Water over the abyss suggested that there was no water in the marsh, and even a strong dragon would find it hard to swim in shallow waters. All 9 divinations were ominous, and the future situation was apparent. She needed to keep a few cards up her sleeve. Additionally, I need a secret order for the mobilization of a top-tier 3S combat team from the Northern District. No matter what situation arises in the future, they must unconditionally respond to my mobilization once. She fixed her gaze on Achi-san. "These are my requirements. Can you agree?" Achi-san pondered for a moment before saying, 6. I need you to provide at least 6 high-concentration guide serums to the Northern District each month. I believe you understand what it means for me to agree to your request. I can bear this risk, but I need to know the price of my rewards. Collaborating with the Eastern District is a normal exchange between 2 military districts, but a private partnership with you is something entirely different. Chapter 101. Pheromone production centered. The risk of supplying energy to the military district's private armed forces was too great for him to bear. If things went wrong, he could end up in a military court, spending the rest of his life consuming nutrient solutions that tasted like cockroaches. Moreover, The Northern District could also bear the eternal infamy of being labeled as traitors, possibly falling into even more unspeakable situations. Xie Guitang had never prepared pheromones before, and she couldn't gauge how much she could provide. So, after some thought, she told Atchison that perhaps they could discuss this matter in detail tomorrow. She raised her hand and poured a glass of strong liquor for Atchison, expressing that since the Northern District treated her sincerely, she would reciprocate in kind. She hoped that the administrative officer Atchison would seriously consider her previous proposal. After the conversation ended, Atchison's eyes were dark, and he repeatedly weighed her words in his mind. Xie Guitang leaned back in her chair and sent a message to Fu Zhao. Moments later, Fu Zhao entered and stood behind her, providing an absolute sense of protection. She politely addressed Atchison, saying, "Administrative Officer Atchison, please remember that this is a private conversation between us, and I do not wish for you to disclose what was said today to anyone." The soundproofing in the room was excellent. Fu Zhao had no idea what they had discussed. It seemed that Miss Purifier and Administrative Officer Atchison had talked about some very significant matters. After leaving the dining room, she unexpectedly ran into Commander Athisler, a man who stood at 230 meters tall, with white hair and black eyes, exuding an aura like that of a bandit leader. He carried the air of a rough character. A deep brown leather belt was strapped around his waist, with a handgun on one side and a dagger on his lower back, while other positions were presumably for holding magazines. His upper body was clad in matching chest armor and magazine pouches, part of which contained magazines, and there were likely some tactical gear as well. She couldn't discern the specifics of the rest, but felt that this Sentinel was genuinely tall and strong, like a bear. Athisler had initially been ordered to assist Xie Guitang and her team, but by a twist of fate, this was their first official meeting. He tilted his heavy machine gun slightly and nodded to Xie Guitang, saying, "Good day, Miss Purifier," with Fu Zhao standing at 220 meters behind her and Athisler at 230 meters in front. She felt as if the air she was breathing was diminishing. Athisler exerted considerable pressure on her, not out of intention, but simply due to his imposing stature. Fu Zhao placed one hand on his side knife and gently rested the other on Xie Guitang's shoulder, stepping forward to provide her with silent protection. She had never seen Athisler before, but from the polar bear insignia on his arm, she could roughly identify his status. An R-14 Ceph, the Special Operations Force of the Northern District's extreme Northern 14th area, and the captain of the polar bear squad, Athisler. Indeed, he was a polar bear. No wonder he was so large. She responded lightly, "Yes, good day." She thought Athisler had come to find Atchison, but he did not leave. Athisler stepped aside to clear the way, stating, "I have received orders from my superiors to take you to the Pheromone Production Center." Xie Guitang had submitted a usage application to the Northern District the day before. She wanted to know her pheromone information, including production quantity and specific content. This was crucial for how she would lead others into her rhythm later. It was an important bargaining chip, and she needed to understand it thoroughly. After the previous incident, the Northern District was cautious. They dispatched a special operations team to escort them. It was a serious and rigorous deployment, similar to the Eastern District's full armament approach. The Northern District's complete armament included 6 main weapons and various other military gear. It was a full set, and she could easily tell they were definitely armed and ready for combat, with no room for error. Since Lon Feisty was a fraud, the place they had visited last time was not the real Pheromone Production Center. Following Athisler northward, they even took an elevator down for nearly 2.5 minutes before arriving at the production center. The identity checks for personnel were very strict. Athisler verified fingerprints, iris scans, and voice commands before they were allowed to pass. Upon entering the production center, Ms. Zhao Hong was already waiting in the production room. Judging by her appearance, she was around 40 years old. Given her current lifespan, her position as the person in charge indicated she had considerable experience. As soon as Xie Guitang approached, Ms. Zhao first exchanged polite pleasantries with her before getting straight to the point. There were various ways to obtain the raw liquid for pheromones, including saliva, urine, blood, mugwort, sweat, and tears. Each type of liquid contained varying amounts of pheromones. Which liquid would you like to use for the production? Among the raw liquids mentioned, mugwort is one of the liquids with the highest pheromone content. If you wish to produce this raw liquid, it It would require some assistance from a tool person. Perhaps you might consider accepting it? This liquid, is it legitimate? She couldn't help but feel it sounded increasingly strange. Moreover, tool person? Assistance? Chapter 102. The guide's pheromone explosion. The first two options were hard for Xie Guitang to accept, and the last three made her feel even more overwhelmed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "How about blood?" She had just heard Ms. Zhao Hong say that the pheromone content in blood is second only to mugwort, so it should be able to yield a lot of pheromones. Zhao Hong took her to the blood collection room, and Xie Guitang skillfully extended her arm to cooperate with her actions. Perhaps a bit too skillfully. The pulse blood collector was pressed against her arm, about half a palm's width above her elbow. The 15 milliliters blood collection vessel quickly completed its work, the spiral glass container filled with red blood. Zhao Hong placed the pulse vessel on the analyzer, allowing them to preliminarily determine the pheromone content in her blood. She noticed that Xie Guitang was still maintaining that posture and asked Zhao Hong, as if belatedly realizing, "Is that it?" Zhao Hong felt something was a bit off. What else could it be? This was 15 milliliters of blood. 15 milliliters. Xie Guitang slowly adjusted her sleeve and quietly sat in the chair, waiting for the analysis results. Fu Zhao went to the nearby tea room to brew her a cup of warm milk tea. The tea room was connected to the blood collection room, separated by a glass partition. Fu Zhao would glance through the glass every 3 seconds, in a strange and unfamiliar place. He wouldn't allow Xie Guitang to disappear from his sight for more than 3 seconds. His gaze, at all times, was always focused on her. In a world of the Guardian, the Purifier was his entire world. This was the first principle belonging to the Guardian, and he always kept it in mind. Xie Guitang was still lost in thought when a warm glass was suddenly placed beside her. She caught the sweet scent of rose milk tea. Looking up, she saw Captain Fu Zhao nodding slightly to her, indicating that it was safe to drink. He had checked the cup, and the water source and ingredients were all safe, with no other hazardous factors. Xie Guitang smiled at Fu Zhao like a dazed little cat and said, "Thank you." Like a little kitten, she lowered her head and sipped the rose milk tea, feeling warm after finishing it. She kept her head down and did not look up, hidden from the gazes of Fu Zhao and Athos. If Fu Zhao had read the emotional thesis that Dr. Lancia gave to Agilia, he would understand. Chapter 2 discusses the manic and depressive phases of bipolar disorder, which are the two most important periods of this condition. Touching the edge of the emotional black box may trigger either a manic or a depressive episode. Like S.C. Dinger's cat, before opening the box, no one can be certain of the outcome. She misses Agilia, and she misses her little dog Captain. At this moment, she misses them terribly. In a few experiences that have provided comfort, Agilia feels like her safety word, symbolizing that she will never leave, never betray, and will always provide shelter. With a beep, the analyzer finished its work. Xie Guitang felt as if awakening from a dream. She took a few slow, deep breaths, trying to relax. Zhao Hong took out the analysis report, and after reading it, fell silent. "Is your spirit type a mythological species?" Upon hearing this question, Xie Guitang's mind slowly turned a few times before she responded, "Yes, it's a manta ray." Manta rays possess healing properties and the mysterious ability to turn misfortune into fortune. Zhao Hong sighed. No wonder. The content of guiding factors in the blood of an average control type guide is between 1, 5, and 3, while in purification types, it ranges from 40 to 60. As for Xie Guitang, her guiding factor content is 85. It's truly off the charts. Moreover, she is currently only at the C level. She still has plenty of room for growth. If she reaches A or S, her future is limitless. Zhao Hong pushed the analysis report towards Xie Guitang. "Do you know what 85 content means?" Faced with Xie Guitang's bewildered expression, she explained the information on guiding factor extraction. For nearly 150 years, the guiding factor content circulating among the 5 major towers has been at 30, with specifications of 1:1. 5 milliliters per injection. For control type, it takes 3 months and multiple extractions to produce 1 to 2 injections of guiding factors, whereas Xie Guitang can produce about 30 injections from a single blood draw. Xie Guitang was surprised to discover that she was so far above the standard. She stared blankly at the thin pages of the analysis report. The content of purification factors is 72. 56, and the content of healing factors is 43. 77, with the remainder. This result made a tossler, who was nearby, click his tongue in astonishment. This Miss Xie is truly exceptional. She is a mythological species with inherent attribute enhancements, and this buff is simply stacked to the maximum. After clarifying the current status of the guiding factors to Xie Guitang, Zhao Hong politely asked, "Would you like to extract these raw liquids into guiding factors now?" Guiding factors are difficult to preserve if they are left outside the body for too long, similar to a volatile scent. Over time, the content of guiding factors in the raw liquid will gradually diminish unless it is quickly made into guiding factor injections. Otherwise, the raw liquid is hard to preserve. Xie Guitang nodded. "Please go ahead." While others struggle with the purification of guiding factors, Xie Guitang has no such issue, so her guiding factor production process is very quick. At Xie Guitang's request, Zhao Hong produced 3 injections of 1 milliliter at 80 concentration of guiding factors, and the remainder was made into 1 milliliter at 50 concentration. Due to reasonable and compliant losses during the production process, a total of 15 injections of guiding factors were extracted from this blood draw. The author has something to say. There are still chapters today. Just a reminder, this book is a 3-party reprint, so there is no tipping function. The author has secretly written a new book, which will be published on Rotten Tomatoes. Chapter 103. Fragments of her past. Zhao Hong placed the guiding serum into a cooler and handed it over to Xie Guitang, reminding him that properly stored guiding serum can last a long time, so he should handle it with care. Fu Zhao cautiously took the cooler and then left the pheromone extraction center with Xie Guitang and Athos. They took the elevator up. Athos saw Xie Guitang seemingly lost in thought through the elevator's blurred reflection. However, he could not discern what she was specifically thinking about, as they would part ways once they reached the upper floor. In fact, Xie Guitang was contemplating how to use the leverage in her hands to exchange for more things. Previously, she had lacked confidence and asked for too little. Fu Zhao had heard that there was a beautiful viewing platform in the North District, which seemed to be a flower house with a panoramic view, allowing one to see the flying snow and the aurora of the North District. He was considering whether to invite Miss Xie to the viewing platform to enjoy the scenery together, as the secret manual had taught him to create romantic moments. After years of living alone in the ocean system, he found it hard to determine if that would truly qualify as romance. Would it make him seem foolish? As for the 85 concentration pheromone stirring up a tempest in the North District, that was not important now. What mattered from beginning to end was her willingness. What she wanted to do was the important thing. If she didn't want to do something, then she didn't have to. Upon returning to her residence, Xie Guitang received an invitation from Fu Zhao to go to the viewing platform. Did she want to go enjoy the snow at the viewing platform? There was an aurora today. Fu Zhao, who usually appeared emotionally indifferent and very stable, was now showing a glimmer of expectation and nervousness in his eyes. He wanted to share this beautiful view with her. Xie Guitang looked into his deep, silent eyes, reminiscent of the sea, and then said, "Okay." The guiding serum was locked deep in the safe. She and Fu Zhao arrived at the viewing platform they had visited once before, but this time she walked there instead of coming in a wheelchair. Previously, she had come with Yin Yao, and now it was with Fu Zhao. On the way, Xie Guitang noticed that Fu Zhao was carrying a tactical backpack, but she was unsure why one would need to bring that to the viewing platform. Was there going to be some sort of military activity? Once they reached the viewing platform, she realized the purpose of Fu Zhao's backpack, as she watched the 2-meter-2 tall ocean system sentry take out a series of items from it. He brought her a small blanket to cover her legs, a small cup for her to drink water, and snacks she had previously eaten in front of him with the same brand and flavor. A glance revealed that she also spotted the novel she had read halfway through, along with several other drinks she liked. Xie Guitang watched as he carefully draped the blanket over her legs and placed the snacks and drinks on the table in front of her. If all went according to plan, she should also have seen sanitary pads, wet wipes, and toilet paper in his tactical bag. Well, how to say it? It was hard to evaluate. Fu Zhao sat down beside Xie Guitang and, seeing her like this, softly asked if there was anything she disliked. He had observed her daily life and only brought items that she had eaten and used, which had shown her satisfaction. In the unfamiliar North District, especially after an unpleasant incident had already occurred. He could not leave her because of trivial matters. Thus, he had to be well prepared. Xie Guitang propped her forehead up, tilted her head, and looked at him. Do you know what you just looked like? Fu Zhao, not understanding, asked, looked like what? Xie Guitang seemed to smile faintly and replied, like a doting dad taking his child out. Fu Zhao had no concept of such matters. He didn't understand what it meant to be a doting dad. However, he knew that this made Xie Guitang very happy, and that was enough for him. So he also showed a similar light smile. It seemed to be the first time Xie Guitang had seen Fu Zhao show such an expression. Like the moonlight reflected on the surface of the sea, calm and gentle, full of reliability and mystery. It made one want to drown in this sea. She gazed at his face, slightly dazed for a moment. Captain Fu Zhao looked really good when he smiled. Faced with such straightforward praise, the capybara of the ocean system blushed from neck to ears, and his lowered eyelashes trembled at that moment like the wings of a little butterfly. Xie Guitang smiled softly and then turned to look out at the aurora, a truly dreamy and magnificent scene, like color-changing ink being splashed down from the sky. Blue, green, purple, and some other colors intertwined, a masterpiece of nature. Unknown, mysterious, and splendid. The roses beside them were blooming vibrantly, with large white roses and many tulips. Resembling the fairy tale books she read as a child. Tulips where little fairies lived inside the buds. Xie Guitang was born in a time of high economic development. In the year 2033, which was when robots began to prevail. The birth rates in various countries continued to plummet, and artificial wombs emerged. They not only touched the red line of life production, but also crossed another red line, gene programming. Genes and life would automatically find solutions at any time, but they referred to gene programming as the hand of God. If life did not come into being because of love, if lives that should not exist were forcibly brought into the world, if people could create life and they're kind of like editing programs, that would mark the beginning of the end times. At first, they thought everything was ordinary. The author has something to say. The female lead's past is related to the current worldview, which will involve a main storyline throughout the text, as well as why the female lead came and how she came. So this is necessary content to write. Those who don't like it can skip it. And also, please give a 5-star review. And if the score exceeds 8, I will continue to update. Chapter 104. The Human Delusion, the Female Protagonist's Past. Feel free to skip if you don't want to read it. The production of life is one of the absolute taboos that no species can surpass. If life could be mass-produced or even fabricated into desired shapes and forms, could humans still be called humans in the purest sense? During the most chaotic times, Xie Guitang's parents sacrificed their lives for their ideals. At the age of 6, she was taken to Kunlun Mountain by her teacher, where she secluded herself for 10 years. She naturally inherited her parents' noble bloodline. Since childhood, she has read the 4 verses of Henku and the works of various philosophers, always wanting to be a useful person to society. Despite reading so many sacred texts and having parents who died for lofty ideals, the world turned out to be completely different from what she envisioned. In 2050, a total war broke out. Nuclear weapons and large-scale destructive pulse weapons descended upon the battlefield, and humanoid weapons were mass-produced through genetic programming. Plagues, natural disasters, wars, and desires all drove the world insane. By 2052, as the war escalated, the prophet by Xie divined for her before she entered the world, predicting a grim fate, 9 deaths without survival. He asked her then, "Are you sure you want to go?" She only responded with 4 words, 9 deaths, no regrets. Kunlun Mountain, long known as a place of seclusion, was also referred to as the temple, with 3 main clergy members. One was the prophet, a figure akin to a memory transmission system similar to Xie, possessing extremely profound abilities. The second was the deceiver, marked by a colorful painting of half-demon and half-bodhisattva on his back, responsible for internal and external management. The deceiver was full of lies, and Xie Guitang had only seen him a few times. The last clergy member was the adjudicator, later dreaded as the God-slayer, an adjudicator who kills without offering salvation. After descending the mountain, she entered a special organization and temporarily joined other groups. Countless simulations led her to seek a way out for Zhongzhou, pouring her heart and soul into this path, nearly sacrificing herself. Later in the laboratory, enduring blood draws and bone extractions without any anesthesia, the pain almost unbearable, she gazed at the incandescent lamp countless times, finally understanding why she faced 9 deaths without survival. They sought to crack her genetic code, to break her genetic chain, testing various drugs repeatedly to discover her limits. Research, replication, mass production. From genetic editing, they learned that when they stood at the pinnacle of nature, they had exhausted the limits of humanity. When they no longer revered life or nature, they sought the hand of God, wanting to become gods or create gods after reaching the end of humanity. Throughout history, the pinnacle of power has always been like this. Thus, those who gather firewood for the many are doomed to die on a snowy night. This is her 9 deaths without survival. Kunlun Mountain was washed in blood. Her master was strangled to death with a peep of string, and in the end, they found nothing they sought. Immortality and godhood were merely human delusions. On April 4th, in Kunlun Mountain, the fantasists who dominated high-level politics and economics were beheaded one by one. Blood flowed down the long steps leading to the temple. Today, everyone dies. Tomorrow, the world will be at peace. The longsword drank blood, shaking the 8 directions. This event is known in history as the 404 incident. From then on, it was a path soaked in blood, and she walked alone on shards of glass. No one stood before her to shelter her, and no one behind her was there to protect. Everything was gone. She was utterly alone. The clergy of the 3 departments fell apart. The path was all blood, and she became increasingly silent, to the point of later refusing to speak. There will be more chapters tonight. It will be a bit late. Chapter 105. The comfort of the ocean system sitting in front of the observation deck. Outside was a dreamlike aurora against a snowy night, and behind her was a vast sea of roses. She lowered her gaze and saw Fu Zhao's hand, long and strong-boned, with a black smart wristband on his wrist. He was reading a cookbook, his expression serious and focused, as if he were studying some military secret. Then she heard Fu Zhao ask, "Do you like strawberry pudding?" She saw the page his finger pressed down on, detailing the recipe for strawberry pudding. Suddenly, her heart felt a moist sensation, as if she had once again crossed through the misty mirror to reach the real world. Strawberry pudding. Fu Zhao. He noticed her emotions seemed off, so he gently asked, "Do you not like it? You can refuse if you don't." She took a slow, deep breath, feeling the air suddenly thin, her gaze inexplicably fixed on his hand. "Can I touch your hand?" Fu Zhao extended one hand, and she gently brushed her fingers against his hand's back before holding his fingers. He instinctively breathed more slowly, and then quietly asked her, "Do you need a hug?" She seemed to desperately need some comfort right now. He saw her need and wanted to fulfill it. Whatever you want can be satisfied. Xie Guitang looked into his eyes, which still held tranquility, as if this were not a strange thing. She was not a strange person. She could be satisfied. Xie Guitang sat on his lap, her breaths deep and shallow, filled with anxiety. She tightly wrapped her arms around his shoulders, resting her chin in the crook of his neck, enveloped by the scent of sea salt and sage. A silent and soothing comfort. He held her waist with one hand, preventing her from falling, while gently stroking her back with the other. In his broad embrace, it felt as if no storm could penetrate. Then he began to hum a little tune, his voice very unique, languid, hoarse, yet filled with precious affection. It was a local piece from the ocean system. Fu Zhao's fingers lightly brushed through her hair, and then he said to her, "I will always be in front of you. Don't be afraid. I will always stand in front of you." No storm would dare to dampen her clothes. She sat in Fu Zhao's arms, listening to him continuously hum that seemingly soothing melody, her soul being comforted time and time again. It felt as if she could vaguely hear the sound of waves. It was a sunny day, with the scent of seawater and sea breeze. She seemed to see a pair of eyes belonging to a deep-sea monster on the surface of the sea. Xie Guitang fell asleep in Fu Zhao's arms. He held her shoulder with one hand and deftly organized the items on the table into his backpack with the other. Then the tall Captain Fu Zhao, with one arm holding Xie Guitang and the other carrying a diaper bag, stood up. She needed a better sleeping environment. As he stepped outside, he encountered a fellow Sentinel from the ocean system, who was also a special forces team leader from one of the 5 White Towers. He was not unfamiliar with Heinrich. During the previous patrol missions in the 2nd District, he had often coordinated patrols with Heinrich. After all, they were both from the ocean system. However, the situation seemed a bit different now. Heinrich's gaze fell on Xie Guitang, watching the pale skin exposed at the back of her neck. Soft and easily hurt a treasure. Fu Zhao's fingers covered her nape, stroking it in a soothing manner. Disrespectful. You should not look at her that way. The Sentinel who did not respect the Purifier was rude. Heinrich withdrew his gaze lightly. Are you a guardian? Fu Zhao's expression turned cold as he met his gaze. It's none of your business. Oh, then it's not you. If it's not Fu Zhao, then who is it? He did not believe the East District would not assign her a guardian. But if it wasn't Fu Zhao, then who could it be? However, if Fu Zhao was not her guardian, then his situation would be dangerous. If Fu Zhao had not been unable to free his hands, Heinrich would definitely have been beaten up. Everything this big whale said was unpleasant. Heinrich processed 2 urgent battle reports and then took the opportunity to say to Fu Zhao, the Sri Lankan family has already pressured you, right? Are you going to tell her? As long as she publicly acknowledges your identity as her Purifier guardian, you can avoid imprisonment. Fu Zhao, plead with her. Maybe she will be willing to give you an identity. After all, this ruthless person had publicly beheaded the heir of the Sri Lankan family. No matter what he had done before, Fu Zhao's actions at that time were indeed against regulations. Just based on this, the Sri Lankan family, in conjunction with the aristocratic families of the Central District and the political elite of the Secretary-General's faction, could easily seek to punish Fu Zhao. Fu Zhao's downfall lay in the fact that he had no powerful family behind him to support him. Alzin and Akiusin, both were from military factions, with no roots among the aristocracy. This situation was well understood by Dongfang Jiming, the first decision-maker of the Central District military. Because he also lacked the backing of a powerful family, even though he held great power in the Central District military, he was still hindered at every turn. Fu Zhao's expression did not change at all. His gaze was sharp and cold, staring directly into Heinrich's eyes. What are you testing? Testing whether she intended to let him take on the role of guardian? Testing her thoughts on such events? Fu Zhao pushed Heinrich's shoulder with the hand that held the bag. Stay away from her. Heinrich watched Fu Zhao's departing figure, vaguely noticing a strand of her long hair falling. He leaned against the window in the corridor, the cold wind from the extreme North District 14 howling through the gaps. His misty blue short hair was blown into disarray. He lit a cigarette at the windward side, his figure half lit, half shadowed. Then, he let out an ambiguous light laugh. The slow-witted ocean system had already developed a possessive heart. Fu Zhao had deviated from the Guardian's code. Sooner or later, he would crash. Chapter 106. Under power in the dimly lit room, Fu Zhao placed Xie Guitang on the soft bed, and the tall ocean-type Sentinel knelt on one knee to help her take off her shoes. The air was filled with the scent of sea, salt, and sage, and he sat down in a chair in the corner, focusing on the purifier he was to guard. Xie Guitang slept soundly through the night. When she woke up, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. Fu Zhao brought her a cup of warm water infused with rose and honey. After drinking a couple of sips, she felt more alert. The intelligent bracelet reminded her that Atchison had scheduled a meeting for the afternoon. She indeed needed to talk to him again. Xie Guitang's appointment with Atchison was set for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but at 11 o'clock in the morning, bad news arrived. Defense in the 12th District east of the extreme northern region had collapsed, and Yuan, he was seriously injured. The urgent report reached Atchison, who immediately dispatched Athos to support the 12th District. While Xie Guitang was having lunch in the living room, there came a sudden urgent knock at the door. Fu Zhao opened it, and Atchison strode in. I promised you all. Now I urgently need guiding essence. Please show mercy for the Sentinels in the Northern District. Atchison had received urgent reports along the way, and not only the 12th District, but also several connected battle zones had fallen one after another. Upon learning of this situation, Xie Guitang directly instructed Fu Zhao to bring over the box of guiding essence. She pushed the guiding essence in front of Atchison, saying, Here are 15 vials of guiding essence, 3 vials at 1 milliliter with 80 concentration, and 12 vials at 1 milliliter with 50 concentration. We can discuss our cooperation later. This is my sincerity. I'm not asking you for an answer now, but afterward, I need you to reconsider our cooperation. Atchison was momentarily stunned by her words. 15 vials of high-concentration guiding essence were just given to him? He could hardly believe it, but it was the truth. He saluted Xie Guitang, saying, "I will always remember your generous assistance." Xie Guitang sat calmly in her chair, saying, "I am not providing a generous assistance. You must agree to one request of mine." She gave Fu Zhao a glance. After a moment of silence, he went out to guard the door. Atchison thought she was going to discuss the matters they previously talked about, but unexpectedly, she came out with a bombshell. The people from Sri Lanka and the Central District should be on their way to the Northern District. Atchison, my guiding essence is not free. She locked eyes with Atchison and said seriously, "I want you to send someone to ambush them. I will not allow them to come to the Northern District or attempt to suppress my people." She had actually overheard the conversation between Heinrich and Fu Zhao yesterday, and just now confirmed the details with Yun Yao through her intelligent device. Fu Zhao publicly executed Lan Faixi and his companion, and she could not allow them to force him to bow down and confess under their power. She said, "Fu Zhao is my person. No one can force him to confess. Whether he is guilty or not, I will decide." Atchison's expression showed an uncontrollable shock. He naturally knew that Fu Zhao was not Xie Guitang's protector. Regardless, he was overwhelmed with thoughts on how to deal with those from the Central District, never expecting to hear her say such things. She was clearly placing that ocean-type Sentinel under her protection, even though she was just a seemingly weak guide. Xie Guitang stepped onto the cold storage box beside him, her gaze sharp as she met his eyes. "Now, are you still sure you want to take this box of guiding essence from me?" She was neither a bodhisattva nor a philanthropist. There was nothing free. If he wanted her guiding essence, he had to offer something in return. Atchison bowed and kissed her hand. "As you wish. This task will be handled by the Northern District." It was just ambushing a few powerful officials. What could hurt? Atchison left with a box of guiding essence, and as he pushed open the door, he saw Fu Zhao standing by the door, his gaze now completely different from when he had looked at him before. This Sentinel had already tapped into a great fortune. He sighed and patted Fu Zhao on the shoulder, while Fu Zhao looked confused, not understanding the meaning of his gesture. He remembered that he and Atchison should have no acquaintance, right? When Fu Zhao entered, Xie Guitang was quietly drinking her cup of rose milk. From her expression, there was no sign of anything unusual. With the front lines in crisis, the afternoon meeting with Atchison was surely off. But Xie Guitang had found a new task to undertake. Fu Zhao noticed she was looking at all the war summary reports from previous years in the Northern District, as well as various documents on exotic species outbreaks. He closed the delicious recipe book he was holding, which was indeed titled Delicious Recipe. Then he sat down next to Xie Guitang, noting that the emergence of pollution sources was irregular. Pollution sources emerged randomly, and once they appeared, they would create contaminated zones within their radiation range, continuously producing exotic species. Fu Zhao had previously executed high-risk missions to eliminate pollution sources. He had faced pollution sources directly, which resembled a black hole. Exotic species came out from it, and as long as the pollution source was not cleared, exotic species would keep crawling out. To eliminate pollution sources, it was necessary to defeat the exotic species lured within the contaminated zone. Generally, a pollution source would have one exotic species lured, but there could also be cases with two. He speculated that Xie Guitang might be trying to find the pattern of pollution source appearances to curb exotic species attacks. Xie Guitang closed the page she was browsing, her fingers rubbing the string of copper coins hanging from her waist. No pattern? What if someone could predict their appearance in advance, the location, and time? Chapter 107 Capybara, Go Big. It's impossible for anyone to predict. Fu Zhao said seriously to her. Who told you such arrogant words? What does he want to deceive you for? Xie Guitang smiled gently. You are afraid I will be deceived. This is a statement. At certain times, Fu Zhao really is a dad-type Sentinel. She rested her chin on her hand, turning to him, her fingers taking the book he had just been looking at, Delicious Recipes. She lightly tapped the cover page. Study hard. I'm waiting for you to show your skills. Captain Fu Zhao of the ocean system should know which seafood is more delicious, right? It will be up to you then. Fu Zhao watched her jade-like fingers resting on the deep black pages of the book. He remembered that this Purification Master's spiritual body was also of the ocean system. Was it a bit inappropriate for them to be like this? In the evening, Xie Guitang had finished reviewing all the official records and other anecdotes of several team leaders in the North District. She remembered that Agilia's family was on the Siberian plains of the extreme northern Ninth District. Xie Guitang stirred her drink. She had figured out what kind of conditions to propose to Atchison. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Although the East District was helping her suppress the prying eyes of others, her identity had not spread widely yet. However, she knew that her identity would eventually be made public. After her research and understanding, the identity of a purification master was like a high platform one could not descend from. She needed to keep enough trump cards before her identity became public. She at least needed to figure out how she came to this world. Thinking of the information she found in the East District, the hidden corners of the Guide Revolution. White Pearl, Bai Yi. Could she be a vessel for that prophet? Xie Guitang stood by the window, looking down at the ground, dozens of floors below, covered in white snow. She should live well, but it was a bit bothersome. In her days, the image of Agilia suddenly floated into her mind, followed by Fu Zhao's eyes. This time, she was not fighting alone. Standing on the edge of a cliff, between life and death, she could not forget the eyes they once looked at her with. Those eyes were filled with precious friendship and a determination to sacrifice everything. Something she could not forget, like two hands tightly gripping her. She remembered the news she learned from Yun Yao. Fu Zhao publicly beheaded Lan Faisai and offended the entire Sri Lanka family. And he was not from a powerful family. If she abandoned him, he would lose everything. Could she let Fu Zhao lose? How could she let him lose? A hand fell on her shoulder, and then another hand crossed over her head to close the window tightly. It was very cold. You could get sick. She turned around and saw Fu Zhao's face. He was seriously telling her not to get sick. They were currently in the extreme northern 14th District, the power center of the North District, the coldest place in the entire North District. Opening the window here would make her sick. Xie Guitang looked at him, suddenly smiled, and then sighed. Fu Zhao, do you have something to say to me? Or do you want something? Tell me. Maybe I can satisfy you? She thought Fu Zhao would confide in her about Lan Faisai, seeking her help. But no, he didn't mention a word about it. That pair of eyes, quiet and calm like the deep sea, looked at her and asked, anything is fine? If possible, could you promise me not to be melancholic or sad? He wanted her to no longer be trapped by the nightmares of the past that he was unaware of. If she could have even one more second of joy each day, that would count as his wish coming true. As for the matter of Lan Faisai, that was his own will, something he willingly did, and she should not be responsible for it. The methods of the Central District were too dirty. She should not be tainted by them. Xie Guitang stared at him. For a moment, she didn't even dare to look directly into those earnest eyes. So she ran away. Fu Zhao watched her slip into the bedroom in her gray-brown plush capybara slippers, and the door slammed shut with a bang. He fell in a deep thought. Did his words just now make her unhappy? Or did he misunderstand and not say what she expected? Fu Zhao sat on the floor by her door, flipping through the book The Art of Love. He should really study hard. Why was it so difficult? But difficult or not, he had to learn. If he didn't understand, he had to study harder. A wall apart. The keen ocean system Sentinel could hear Xie Guitang's heartbeat. He silently counted her heartbeats, always paying attention to her health. It seemed to be slightly quickened. Was it because she was dissatisfied with their conversation, or because of her action of running into the bedroom? Xie Guitang had wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Her mind was still recalling Fu Zhao's words. How could he say such a serious thing, so rigorously, as if it were an incredibly important matter? She couldn't bear his sincere feelings. It almost overwhelmed her heart, sour and bitter, leaving her unsure of what to do. After a while, Xie Guitang suddenly struggled out from under the blanket, strode to the door, yanked it open, and then saw Fu Zhao sitting by the door. He looked up at her in confusion, holding the book The Art of Love, which he always kept on a high shelf, embarrassed to let her find out. Chapter 108. Won't let him lose. Fu Zhao instinctively turned the book upside down on the floor beside his legs. What's wrong? Xie Guitang squatted down in front of Fu Zhao, looking up at him. If I weren't a purifier, would you still? He reached out to pull her into his embrace. Do you think I do these things because of your identity? Perhaps she had forgotten, but he had never forgotten. They had known each other long before their first meeting in reality. What had always attracted him was the essence of her soul. He said to Xie Guitang, "Because you're a very good person, because you deserve it." She knelt on his lap, her fingers propping up his shoulders. "Am I a good person?" Fu Zhao assured her, "You are." She buried her head in his arms, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck, surrounded by the scent of sea salt and sage. After a long while, she awkwardly composed herself and reached out a hand to Fu Zhao. "Nice to meet you, Captain Fu Zhao." Fu Zhao gently held her fingertips, mimicking a handshake. "It's an honor to meet you, Miss Xie Guitang." They looked at each other, like two not-so-smart children. She thought that perhaps she would never forget this moment, a unique tender encounter with Fu Zhao. Xie Guitang smiled at him, the watery light in her lowered brows and eyes becoming gentle. Captain Fu Zhao is also a very good person. So, she wouldn't let him lose. The box of guide essence played a crucial role in the front line of Zone 12, almost to the extent of turning the tide of battle. The next morning, Atchison came to find Xie Guitang again. This time, he was no longer worried. He even seemed a bit radiant. The situation had been brought under control, and the casualty rate had significantly decreased. Your support was very timely. The lost Zone 12 had rebuilt its defenses, and nearby battle zones that were about to fall were also strongly supported. They could at least catch their breath now. Today, Atchison came with sufficient sincerity. To thank the Purifier for her assistance, he decided to take a risk and establish a contract with her. Not only to thank her for her help, but the administrator who had tasted the benefits of guide essence no longer wanted to live in the previous tight days. Fu Zhao was still guarding the door outside. Inside, there were only Atchison and Xie Guitang. He took out a contract he had brought. "This is the document drafted by the Northern District. You can check if there are any omissions." Xie Guitang sat across from him at the long table, but did not reach for the document. Atchison had a not-so-pleasant premonition in his heart, regretting that he should have agreed to her request last time. Facing him, Xie Guitang said, "Don't rush, Administrator Atchison. You must have heard the saying, 'This time, that time.'" Atchison's polite expression almost broke, but after years in a high position, he quickly adjusted his expression. "You mean you want to change the terms?" Xie Guitang nodded. "Of course. Trust me, this is a win-win situation. I won't let you make a losing deal." Atchison maintained his politeness. "You want more ice crystal, or right?" Previously, she had asked for 30, but the Northern District needed 40 of the ice crystal or to maintain the normal repair of its warships and other high-damage weapons. The remaining 30 was hard currency for external material exchange. He could give Xie Guitang at most 30. Any more would leave him with nothing. Xie Guitang made a soothing gesture to him. "I know asking for more will be pushing my luck. Relax. I don't intend to ask for an increase in ice crystal or mining profits." Not that she didn't have this intention, but she knew where Atchison's bottom line was. This was already the most she could get, and asking for more would cross the line. Atchison felt no relief from her words. He always felt that Xie Guitang had another big trap prepared. "Just tell me what you want." If they could talk, they would. If not, he would think of another way. Xie Guitang said, "I want Zone 9 of the extreme north." Atchison looked at her, waiting for her next words. What did she want from Zone 9? Then she stopped talking, and there was nothing more. His eyes slowly widened in disbelief. "You want Zone 9? You want entire zone?" Atchison stood up to leave without hesitation. When he reached the door, Xie Guitang said, 30 concentration guide essence, 30 vials a month. Atchison paused for a moment, then returned and sat back down across from Xie Guitang, his gaze dark and scrutinizing her. "What exactly do you want to do?" She sat there with her head down, immovable as a mountain, making it hard for him to understand her thoughts. "Now, can we rewrite the contract?" Atchison thought for a long time, then said to her, "I cannot split any zone from the Northern District, but I can give you usage rights. Within those rights, I will not pursue or question anything you do. Similarly, anything you do will have nothing to do with the Northern District." This meant that he would turn a blind eye to anything that happened in Zone 9, but would not be held responsible if something went wrong. Xie Guitang pondered for a moment and extended a hand to him. "Pleasure doing business." Atchison stood up, lightly shook her hand, and wished her good luck. Atchison had the secretary personally print a contract, during which no drafts were allowed, and no third party was permitted to handle it. This contract was only known to Xie Guitang, Atchison, and the secretary. After signing the contract, Atchison transferred the access key for Zone 9 to Xie Guitang. At this moment, he clearly realized that this purifier was definitely not someone anyone could easily handle. The secretary stepped out and exchanged glances with Fu Zhao at the door. "Aren't you curious about what is going on inside?" Fu Zhao calmly glanced at her. The secretary? Is that appropriate? Fu Zhao was not uninterested. He just understood what he should know and what he should not. Perhaps this was not the time for him to know. Chapter 109. Counter-sniping the current head of the Sri Lankan family, Snar, launched his sharpest blade in the central district to avenge the murder of his son. His adopted son, Fei, worked under Snar from a young age, gaining the true essence of Snar's cunning and treachery. He was once being groomed as Lan Fei's future deputy. However, now Snar could no longer afford to be concerned about such matters. He had to make the reckless and defiant scoundrel who dared to challenge him pay in blood. He wanted him to pay with his life. Fei's spiritual entity was a chameleon. This time, together with the chief judge of the central district and several high-ranking sentinels from the Sri Lankan faction, they headed to the northern district. Knowing that their journey to the northern district would not be smooth, they applied for 7 warship landing points. The 7 warship landing points were distributed in completely different locations, making it difficult for Xie-san to determine where they would land at any given moment. While having lunch, Xie Guitang received a message from Xie Sr. Fu Zhao was helping her peel shrimp, his expression focused and serious as he lowered his head. She tapped on her smart brain to reply to Xie-san, leaving him puzzled. At exactly 9 o'clock, she invited the central district for a video conference. There were less than 9 hours left until 9 o'clock. He thought Xie Guitang wanted to see if she could maneuver during the meeting. If that didn't work, she would resort to the last resort of ambushing. After lunch, Xie Guitang played at the table while Fu Zhao continued to study the book Delicious Recipes. This was also a very difficult thing to learn. At 1:15, Xie Guitang asked Xie-san to initiate a virtual communication channel. In this channel, the special forces executing the assassination task would not know her identity. Moreover, she couldn't confirm which special forces sentinel was carrying out this mission. Additionally, this communication channel would leave no trace after the mission was completed. At 2:30, Xie Guitang provided a broad directional indication in the communication channel. In the channel, the unknown captain with the black avatar codenamed K only replied to her with a punctuation mark. Xie-san, also in the channel, awkwardly attempted to lighten the mood. K, please respond properly. Then the black avatar sent another message. At 3:50, Xie Guitang asked Xie-san and the central district to lock in the personnel list for the dual district meeting. After the list was locked in, Xie-san received a strange message. Xie Guitang asked him to provide her with specific birth dates and other unusual information according to the central district's list. Shouldn't they have some leverage to face the upcoming meeting discussions? Xie-san genuinely couldn't understand this point. However, Xie Guitang's thoughts were quite simple. She wanted this list not to figure out how to break through their power tactics. Those who did wrong were never them. Why should she maneuver to try and gain their forgiveness? She held the death list tightly in her hand. Her thinking was straightforward. Just carry out the assassination according to the list. Fu Zhao occasionally glanced at her. She remained seated on that high stool, playing with a few ancient coins. She looked very obedient. At 6:25, she sent a dozen precise coordinates and specific times in the channel. At this moment, both Team K and Xie-san sensed something was wrong. It was so precise that it was almost a guaranteed kill. This encrypted intelligence was information that even the high-ranking officials in the Northern District could not gather. Where did she get it from? Xie-san suspected that perhaps Xie Guitang's hand had already reached into the Central District, and there was someone of hers within the team heading to the Northern meeting. Furthermore, her person must be in a high position. Otherwise, there would be no chance to hear such secret intelligence. This Purification Master Girl was more adept at that set of power games than he had imagined. At 8:40, Xie Guitang instructed Xie-san to bring Fu Zhao to participate in the dual district meeting. At 9 o'clock sharp, the elegant yet debauched crowd from the Central District appeared in the virtual meeting. Fei was a young man with black hair and black eyes. He greeted Xie-san and the others politely, saying, "Good evening, everyone." Xie Guitang sent the final instruction in the virtual channel. Begin the assassination. The Central District had prepared enough materials, intending to rely on their power, to force the Oceanic Sentinel to kneel and bow down. Those in power were always good at using power games to eliminate dissent. Power in their hands was a cold hard gun. They used power as a gun. Attempting to assassinate Fu Zhao, Xie Guitang would let them know what it meant to counter-snipe. Chapter 110. Please give me a kiss at this moment. The nobles from the Central District were still unaware that the long gun of fate had already been loaded. Fei smiled as she faced Atchison and Fu Zhao. Do you have anything to argue about regarding the incident where the Sentinel violated orders and killed Sri Lanka's only son? They surrounded Fu Zhao with their words, showcasing their little tricks as upper-class nobles. In the realm of rhetoric and power, Fu Zhao and the military faction's Atchison were certainly no match for them. Fu Zhao was unclear about the backup plans between Atchison and Xie Guitang, but it was evident that he was not someone easy to manipulate. Facing the crowd from the Central District, he showed no goodwill, only coldly looking at them as if they were amusing clowns. Argue? There is no argument. Lancis's death was deserved. Anyone who insults a purifier must die, no matter who they are. This statement was extremely arrogant and clearly disregarded the noble lords opposite him. Arrogant and presumptuous. This Sentinel is unworthy of serving in the 5 Great White Towers. I suggest immediate execution by hanging. A faint sound of air disturbance was heard as the sniper, equipped with a silencer, calmly fired. The hunt had begun, and the first to die was the bold noble who had just spoken. Fei quickly found cover. Enemy attack. They had been cautious in this operation. Even encrypting the IP for the meeting with the Northern District, they could not be traced. Damn it! Who leaked the information? Fu Zhao's eyes showed a moment of surprise. He did not expect this scene to unfold, thinking the meeting would drag on for much longer. Suddenly, Atchison patted his shoulder, and after a brief exchange of glances, everything was unspokenly understood. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, they had clearly dispersed their team. Yet they were inexplicably and accurately targeted one by one. Fei's voice came through the conference channel. Is this how the Northern District treats its former guests? We need reinforcements. If you can, make amends. His words came through the channel in fits and starts, not forgetting their pretentious airs. Xie Guitang heard a low, muffled male voice in the virtual channel counting off. Subsequently, the temporary network facilities in the Central District were bombed and paralyzed, violently and conveniently silencing them. 1609. Xie Guitang realized that Team K was asking them to report the number of survivors from their mission. The strength of the Northern District Special Forces was beyond doubt. And 3 minutes later, she heard Team K say 01. Fei's spiritual entity was a chameleon. He was not in a strong position for direct confrontation, but he was quite adept at escaping. Moreover, he was the only piece of information that was vague in the data Atchison had given her. Fei had been adopted by the head of Sri Lanka. He had likely been a drifter before, making it difficult to determine much of his early information. Xie Guitang heard Team K let out a frustrated click of his tongue before calmly ordering, pursue. 15 minutes later, the sound of guns being stowed came from Team K, followed by a cold voice, total annihilation. Withdraw. The taciturn Team K put away their weapons and returned to the armor cockpit, seeing the still active virtual channel. They simply raised their hand to hang up. It was completely businesslike, cold, and ruthless. After the order to withdraw, the virtual channel was instantly disbanded, leaving no trace behind. In the virtual channel, all their identities were virtualized, even their voices were processed to be indistinct. She truly did not know Team K's identity, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that the people from the Central District had now been completely annihilated on their way to the Northern District. They could no longer pick up the barrel of power to attempt to snipe her. The dead are always the most obedient. No matter how tumultuous things were in the Central District, at least for now, she could not spare the time to play those little games with them. It was simple and brutal. Whoever comes dies. Xie Guitang poured herself a glass of warm water at the small bar and then locked eyes with Fu Zhao, who had just returned. The expression in his eyes was murky and unclear, like dark currents in the deep sea, seemingly calm but already turbulent underneath. Fu Zhao walked over to Xie Guitang, unable to contain his impulse, and gently placed her on the bar. He lowered his head to meet her gaze, his breath hot and burning, just like his heart at that moment. The ocean-type Sentinel had many things he wanted to say, but after pondering for a long time, he finally said, Can you give me a kiss? The author has something to say. The last chapter will be a bit late. Chapter 111. The Battle of Tongues and Lips. Xie Guitang tugged at his collar and gently placed a kiss on the corner of his lips. Fu Zhao lowered his gaze at her, thinking it wasn't enough. He wanted more of her sweet essence. The tall ocean-type Sentinel lifted her chin with his fingers and softly said, "Please forgive my offense." Then came a fervent kiss, accompanied by the sounds of liquid merging and hurried breaths escaping from their throats. Her eyes glistened and trembled slightly, as if a breath of fresh air allowed her to momentarily gasp for breath before being pulled back into the battle of tongues and lips. The situation became somewhat uncontrollable. Perhaps the purifying type's bodily fluids had some indescribable effect on the Sentinel. In any case, Fu Zhao was a bit overly excited today. The depths of his eyes seemed to be on fire. Usually calm and composed, Captain Fu Zhao was now breathing rapidly and chaotically. He tried to suppress it for a moment, reaching to tug at his collar, but felt that this action was too rude. "I'm sorry, so sorry." Fu Zhao looked at the disheveled purifier before him, filled with sudden shame. He hurriedly fled to the bathroom, and after Xie Guitang regained her senses, she heard the sound of the shower running inside. She was a bit dazed, wondering how things had escalated to this point. Was this right? At first, she just wanted to give Fu Zhao a gentle comfort, but the subsequent development was like an old house catching fire, spiraling out of control. As it got closer to bedtime, the sound of water still hadn't ceased, and there wasn't even any steam from hot water. Was he going to be okay in there? Xie Guitang worriedly approached the bathroom door. "Captain Fu Zhao, are you all right?" The shower stopped, and then the 2-meter-2 ocean-type Sentinel emerged, wrapped in a large bath towel. His hair was dripping wet, and the skin on his exposed upper body was pale and muscular, while it wasn't as obvious when he was dressed. The pure male sexual tension at this moment left her dizzy. Fu Zhao's ears turned red, and he didn't dare to look at her, finally mumbling in a voice filled with shame, "I can't do it." Aside from that one test, he had hardly ever done such things. Lacking experience and carelessly fumbling around, only to realize he couldn't do it. Was he really useless? Fu Zhao hung his head dejectedly, looking like a pitiful big dog. Xie Guitang felt lost too. Could she help with this? She was someone who had never even had a bird, and she couldn't provide any reference or advice. "How about you find some study materials?" Fu Zhao was silent for a moment and then said, "I will study hard." The topic was drifting further away. So Xie Guitang hurried back to her room to pretend to sleep. Perhaps because she had something on her mind, she always slept in a half-dream state. Just as she finally fell into a deep sleep, she heard someone running by her ear. The sound was very urgent. She guessed it might be a marathon, which was indeed exhausting. Disturbed and unable to sleep, she sat up and floated towards the source of the sound like a wandering soul. The bathroom door was ajar, and the sound was coming from inside. She gently pushed the door open and saw Fu Zhao. He was leaning against the cold bathroom wall, slightly tilting his head back, eyes closed, revealing his sexy throat, holding what seemed to be her clothes. The clothes were already stained, apparently from when he spilled milk on them earlier. The heavy liquid dripped from the little garment onto the floor, making a dripping sound. He opened his eyes and saw Xie Guitang standing frozen at the door. His face instantly turned bright red. This is what you didn't want. I'm sorry, I will clean it." Xie Guitang suddenly felt like a startled spirit and ran back to her bedroom in her flip-flops, slamming the door behind her. Captain Fu Zhao's earlier dilemma was resolved, but she felt a bit unwell. She felt like she was dying. How could she have seen that? That scene. How could she have seen it? She didn't want to see the floodgate open. Moreover, those were her clothes. Even if she didn't want them, it was really embarrassing. She almost suffocated herself under the blanket. Fu Zhao came in at some point, reached out, and tugged at her blanket. "Xie Guitang." She wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, like a giant silkworm, struggling on the bed. If it got any more suffocating, she would choke. Fu Zhao lifted her along with the blanket and turned her over. She suddenly found herself facing the ceiling of her bedroom instead of the bed. She froze for a moment and then instinctively tried to hide under the blanket like a timid animal. Fu Zhao, afraid she would suffocate herself, held her thigh and made her sit in his lap. "Do you dislike me?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, I don't dislike you. The steady and reliable ocean-type Sentinel had regained his composure from the earlier chaos. He lifted her chin with his finger, gazing into her eyes, and gently placed a kiss at the corner of her eye. "Do you dislike me?" Xie Guitang placed her fingers on his chest, silently looking at him, and then he kissed the corner of her lips again. "How about this? You don't dislike it, right?" Then, Chapter 112, Fu Zhao Extra, not related to the main text. The smart brain was gently removed, and the Sentinel placed it on the bedside table with his large knuckles. He lifted her chin with one hand and kissed her, the sound of liquid merging and hurried breaths filling the air. "Leave it to me, and I will make you feel pleasure." Serving one's own purifier is one of the important skills of Guardian, and he would certainly give it his all. Whenever Xie Guitang was with Fu Zhao, she always thought of a previous animated show, like a giant's little figurine. No wonder Fu Zhao was called the Gentle Giant in the civilian district of the East District. It was indeed a fitting title. Like petals falling on white snow, a beast delicately licked the thorny rose, flower branches swaying and dew flowing. She was held in Fu Zhao's arms, who at that moment resembled a reckless wild beast, biting down on a tender patch of skin on her nape. He wasn't using much force, but she just couldn't escape. His breath fell on her back, hot and scorching against her neck, making her uncontrollably tremble a few times. The rose petals were crushed by rough vines, the flower juice a chaotic mess. Facing the pure and delicate purifier, the strong Sentinel, as powerful as a bear, bit down on her nape, wildly invading like a canine claiming its mate. Xie Guitang sat on the rocking horse, which was shaking so violently that she felt it might fall apart, afraid of being thrown off. She had to squeeze her legs tightly around the rocking horse, her fingers gripping the horizontal bar in front of her. $5 could buy 2 hours of playtime. The rocking horse vendor was running a great promotion, but it was a bit exhausting. Slow down. The vendor regretfully told her that it was already very slow. Perhaps she had chosen the wrong rocking horse. A lady with her small frame should have picked a medium-sized one, not this extra-large one. Fortunately, Fu Zhao was beside her, and she could still hold onto his shoulder. But at that moment, she wanted to grab his hair more than anything. The ocean-type Sentinel had thick and smooth hair, with sweat dripping down from the ends. It didn't quite match. It was about to break. Considering the difficulty of riding, Captain Fu Zhao used his salary to treat the purifier to grilled sausages. There were many other things, and she ate her fill, but the observant Captain Fu Zhao always felt she hadn't eaten enough. To confirm personally, he overstepped and reached out to touch her belly, which was round and could feel the shape of the sausage. Indeed, she couldn't eat any more food. He carried Xie Guitang to the bathroom, attending to her as she soaked in a warm bath, meticulously massaging her shoulders. The careless Sentinel's fingers accidentally pressed down on a puff filled with cream, squeezing the cream out. To make up for his mistake, he hoarsely invited Xie Guitang. "Do you want to ride the rocking horse again?" This time, the vendor did not charge. It was free to ride the rocking horse. Xie Guitang was really tired. Her long black hair damply falling on her snow-white shoulders, her eyes looking at Fu Zhao with moisture, like a poor little animal that had been bullied. After helping her finish her bath, Fu Zhao wrapped her in a towel, temporarily placing her on the washstand while he took a clean towel to dry her feet. He looked up at the blooming flowers, dewdrops lingering. "Can I kiss you?" He wanted to kiss the delicate flower. Xie Guitang was already drowsy, hardly noticing what he was saying, and then she felt Fu Zhao holding her ankle. He knelt on the bathroom floor, letting her legs rest on his shoulders, like a father carrying a child home. Only the direction was a bit off. Xie Guitang stepped on his back, wanted to kick him hard, but in this position, she couldn't exert much force. The flowers beside the washstand were a mess from being licked by the ocean-type fish, and this audacious fish even dared to bump against the flowers. The fish's lips held onto the petals without letting go. It was truly excessive. A cold breeze blew in through the window, making her shiver violently, her eyes momentarily lost in a daze. "Sorry, I was too much." Fu Zhao deeply reflected on his mistake, stood up to close the drafty window, and was then met with a slap from Xie Guitang. Her eyes were filled with a blush, like a drunken butterfly, looking as if she might cry from the bullying Sentinel. The water from the washstand soaked her legs, the thick hand soap rolling down her legs. It was very unfortunate that there was a half-height mirror opposite her, making her want to die on the spot. This position was too terrible. Fu Zhao apologized and carried her to bed. It was too late. She needed a rest. Xie Guitang angrily used the pillow beside her as a weapon and pressed it against the tall, ocean-type sentinel. "Get out!" Fu Zhao, like a big clumsy bear, tried hard to soothe her. "It's my fault, all my fault, please. Don't be angry." After throwing a tantrum for a while, Xie Guitang lay on her side with her back to him and soon felt drowsy. Fu Zhao knelt by her bed, his body covered in bruises during this operation. His facial cleanser had been particularly used up. After this operation, he concluded that the purifier preferred large-capacity facial cleansers. Under the moonlight, the gentle manta ray quietly lurked in her mental sea, the moonlight shining on her. Fu Zhao knelt by the bed, leaning forward, one elbow pressed on the edge of the bed, reaching out to rub her belly. She let out soft kitten-like sounds. The gentle moonlight illuminated the Sentinel's face, making him appear especially gentle and reliable. Chapter 113. Medical office sunlight streamed through the window. Xie Guitang woke up groggily from the bed, feeling pain in her hands and feet, making her head buzz. Captain Fu Zhao, steady and reliable, knelt beside her bed studying a book. New skills loading. Seeing her awake, Fu Zhao moved 2 steps closer and handed her a cup of warm rose honey water. She took a couple of sips and then stopped, watching as Fu Zhao calmly finished the rest of her drink in just 2 gulps. "Xie Guitang, something seems off." Fu Zhao rested his hands on his knees and sincerely asked her, "Can I get up now?" Xie Guitang sat on the edge of the bed, stretched her foot to step on his thigh, even thinking of kicking him over, the thought crossing her mind. But with Fu Zhao standing at 220 centimeters, he still looked like a giant kneeling before her. When she kicked him, she almost fell over herself, but fortunately, Fu Zhao caught her waist in time. Like handling a small figurine, he effortlessly lifted her onto his lap, her back resting against the edge of the bed. "Be careful, or you'll fall." Xie Guitang was furious, feeling embarrassed and angry. She wanted him to know who was the boss here. Did he not understand the hierarchy? She grabbed a handful of his thick, soft black hair, which was very easy to grip. Fu Zhao bent down in response, confused about why she was angry. Was it because of his earlier actions? "Mind your own business. I have my plans." Fu Zhao didn't understand her plans, but he knew he should agree with whatever she had in mind. "Yes, I completely agree." His response was totally off the mark, making him seem like a clueless fish. Seeing him like this, Xie Guitang felt her thoughts fade away. He was just so silly. She had just attempted to climb off Fu Zhao when he suddenly stood up, lifting her thigh in his arms as if carrying a child. Xie Guitang instinctively clung to his shoulders, patting him. "What are you doing?" At her height of about 1.6 meters, sitting on Fu Zhao's arms made her view soar to about 2.5 meters. Honestly, this was the first time she experienced the air at this height, and her perspective was unprecedentedly broad. From this height, she could see everyone's hairlines, who was bald and who wasn't. It was all clear. Looking down on the crowd, Fu Zhao awkwardly apologized. "Sorry, it was my fault. It's 9:10. You should have breakfast." Then he carried Xie Guitang to the bathroom to wash up, handing her a cup and toothbrush, providing very attentive service. The breakfast was made by Fu Zhao, and that apron was quite ill-fitting, but he noticed that Xie Guitang enjoyed watching him wear it. At least it was somewhat useful. After breakfast, Xie Guitang received a communication message from Xie, who had commissioned her to purify and heal the severely injured Sentinels on the front line. Xie offered her a good price, and one of her important reasons for coming to the North District was this. This outing not only provided a generous field allowance from the East District, but the North District also made considerable investments. 1 job, 2 salaries. Xie Guitang sat on a high stool, chatting with Xie through her intelligent brain. According to Xie, the North District had already found traces of the East District Sentinels. However, their position was at the edge of the alien core, so it would take some time for them to return, but it should be soon. She remembered that when she left, Agilia and Gu Yunshi were both severely injured, and she specifically inquired about Captain Xiao Go and Captain Gu Yunshi's conditions. Xie told her that Agilia's situation seemed unclear, and the atmosphere in the K9 Alpha team was tense. Gu Yunshi insisted on staying at the front line, refusing to retreat despite his injuries. killing alien beasts while awake and sleeping with a knife as his pillow. Other Sentinels also had varying degrees of injuries, but their situations were not too serious. She sent Xie Sun a message. No matter what, please make sure they return alive to the North District. Xie Sun replied, "We will do our best." The communication ended, and shortly after, Sentinels from the North District came to escort Xie Guitang to the medical office. Upon arriving, she heard various cries of pain from the Sentinels inside and the chaotic footsteps of medical staff. "Stop the bleeding. I need the hemostatic medicine." "Apply pressure. We must stop the bleeding point." "Where are the hemostatic clamps?" "Start suturing." "You hold him down." "Doctor, can I still go back to the front line? Can I have some more anesthetic? I really can't take it anymore." The heavy smell of blood hit her as soon as she entered, making her head spin. These were Sentinels who had just retreated from the front lines due to severe injuries, their conditions horrendous. As she walked in, hardly anyone noticed her because the atmosphere was tense, fighting against death at all times. The protocol officer led her further in. The more they advanced, the more severe the injuries became. He whispered to Xie Guitang, "Captain Yuan-Yi is leading the charge, and his injuries are the worst. Thank you for your hard work." "Miss Xie." Xie Guitang nodded lightly, and several nearby Sentinels and medical staff noticed her. They didn't recognize Xie Guitang, but they recognized the protocol officer beside her. Could it be a purifier? Are we hallucinating? Do we have a purifier in the North District? I heard that one of the frontline aid supplies included guide essence. The purifying type. If there really is a purifying type, that would be great. Hallucination before death. Don't even think about it. That's impossible. She didn't carry the scent of guide essence. She wasn't a guide, perhaps just a kind-hearted girl here to comfort the Sentinels. Can I say a few words to her before I die? I haven't had a good chat with a girl yet. I haven't married a wife. I heard the auroras in the extreme north of Area 14 are beautiful, but I've never seen them. Fortunately, the North District compensation was high enough that my mother and wife could at least have a meal during the war. It's just, I feel pretty sorry for them. These years have been filled with separation, and I owe my wife and kids. Xie Guitang couldn't bear to hear such things, and she hurriedly urged the protocol officer to move forward. Reaching the innermost area, doctors came and went, and the trays carried by nurses were soaked with blood-stained medical cotton balls. Stepping behind the white curtain, she saw the severely injured Yuan-Yi and his wounded spiritual body. The strikingly beautiful white-haired young man lay on the hospital bed, his eyes tightly closed, breathing heavily and shallowly, while one arm was undergoing bone setting and suturing. Both legs were severely injured to varying degrees, and he had serious abdominal bleeding, with medical staff continuously trying to stop the bleeding and transfuse blood. The special medicine could no longer be administered. His body couldn't take it anymore. "Where's the special foreign aid you mentioned? Where is it? Hurry up and bring them." The protocol officer soothed the agitated doctor. "They're here. They're already here. Please take a moment to drink some water and rest. There is still more to do outside, and doctors need to take care of their health too. We can't have the doctor collapsing now." Yuan-Yi's face had lost all color, his white short hair stained with faint red blood, lying there as pale as gold leaf. Next to him, on the chair, a pure white Arctic fox was covered with large patches of blood, some areas even revealing bone. Its tail was soaked with a large amount of dried blood, and it had a noticeable limp on one leg, painfully twitching and shaking. The Arctic fox buried its head in its large scarf, its ears drooping against its head, while the doctor tried to set its bones. It emitted a painful sound from its throat, looking genuinely agonized. Chapter 114. Xie Guitang was led by the etiquette officer to sit beside Yuan-Yi's hospital bed, where all medical personnel had been cleared out, and two high-ranking Sentinels were standing guard outside. Captain Yuan-Yi's mental landscape was in chaos, trapped within it, and only a purifier could bring him out. The etiquette officer bowed deeply to her and remained in that position for a long time without rising. "Captain Yuan-Yi is a crucial commander on the front lines of the Northern District. I beg you, if there is truly no way, please prioritize your own safety. Regardless, the Northern District will be eternally grateful." Xie Guitang remained silent for a moment before helping him up. "This etiquette officer is a very nice person. I will do my best." The etiquette officer removed his glasses, seemed to wipe the corners of his eyes, and then left the room. Soon, only Xie Guitang, Yuan-Yi, and Fu Zhao were left inside, along with a polar fox stretching one of its paws. She grasped Yuan-Yi's wrist, and blue-purple glowing points, resembling a starry sea, fell upon Yuan-Yi and partly on the polar fox beside him. Xie Guitang entered Yuan-Yi's mental landscape, which was a snowy expanse where a merman drifted and danced in the blizzard. The Sentinel's mental landscape held his past experiences. Many of the most important moments in his life flickered by in the mental landscape like a limited edition meteor shower. This was an essential element that made up who he was. In the blizzard, she saw a scene that Yuan-Yi could never forget. He lost his sister when he was young. A beautiful girl with white hair knelt in the snowstorm, and the young Yuan-Yi hated his own helplessness. The trees in the blizzard were all black, reflecting the pollution that had infected his mental landscape. Facing the young Yuan-Yi, she knelt on one knee, pressing her wrist against the back of his neck to let him rest his head against her chest. In an instant, the blue-purple purification factor on her body surged in the wind, tightly wrapping around him. The surrounding black trees were instantly enveloped in a brilliant blue-purple hue. The black receded, revealing trees sparkling like a galaxy. Don't be afraid. Yuan-Yi, wake up, we need you. The 15 or 16-year-old boy looked up at her, his eyes glistening with tears, a rich black like a pitiful puppy. She remembered, the fox, seemingly a type of canine, was rated as the most cunning and scheming Captain Yuan-Yi on the Northern District Forum, but he was actually a little puppy. At this moment, the Yuan-Yi in the mental landscape was still young, and the captain who was deemed the most cunning and insidious still had a bit of baby fat on his face. When he was younger, his skeletal features were far less defined than in adulthood. Now, he looked delicate and pretty like a little sister. In fact, the grown-up Yuan-Yi also had a somewhat androgynous appearance, with a striking beauty typical of fox-like features. Xie Guitang cradled his face, pressing her forehead against his in a very warm gesture. The past is like a dark dream that cannot be chased. Your future is bright and splendid, a sea of brilliant stars. Yuan-Yi looked forward. She lifted his chin, making him gaze at the tree line that was adorned with what looked like a galaxy. Look, how beautiful. The blizzard ceased. In the midst of heaven and earth, all was silent. His figure grew rapidly, almost transforming into his adult form in the blink of an eye. Tall and handsome, with an extraordinary appearance. Now, he was holding Xie Guitang in his arms. After a moment, he straightened his upper body, and Xie Guitang faced the overwhelming beauty of the Northern District fox lineage up close. His eyes, even when looking at a dog, were filled with deep affection. If he stared at someone for more than 3 seconds, it was as if he was gazing at a long-lost lover from a past life. He smiled gently and then pressed his face against Xie Guitang's cheek. His fingers held her hand, sliding down to rest on his lower back, forming a position reminiscent of an embrace. The thickly beautiful youth nuzzled her ear like a spoiled puppy and then said in a hoarse voice, "You're a gift from fate." He said she was a gift from destiny. Truly a fox lineage. There was indeed something to it. Xie Guitang felt drained by Yuan. The merman was well fed, and she could no longer squeeze out any purification factors. She withdrew her consciousness from Yuan-Yi's mental landscape, and then opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of the just-awakened Yuan-Yi. In his eyes, her reflection was clear. Had Xie Guitang not been one of the parties involved, she might have really thought there was a sort of 3-lifetime connection between her and this sentinel. She understood now. Yuan-Yi seemed to look at even a branch as if he were gazing at an old lover. This was a racial talent. Yuan-Yi's face still bore a sickly pallor, with only a slight flush under his eyes. He looked like a sickly beauty. As long as he could wake from the chaos of his mental landscape, it wouldn't be a big problem. After this treatment, not only had Yuan-Yi's pollution value dropped significantly, but his visible external injuries had also improved. Everything felt like a dream. He thought he would never wake up again. However, the injured little fox also encountered his soft-hearted deity. The originally limping polar fox stood up, its big tail fluffy and soft, whining and rubbing against Xie Guitang's leg. Is this a limited-time experience card from King Zhou? She pondered, but it couldn't all be blamed on King Zhou's foolishness. If she were King Zhou, she would be dizzy too. The polar fox had wet, puppy-like eyes, with natural black eyeliner and snow-white fur, continually leaning against her and whimpering. She lifted the little fox onto her lap, watching as it eagerly pressed against her, its big tail swaying with charming eyes. Xie Guitang suddenly remembered a saying, "I study to support you?" It paused for a moment and then tried to lick her face. But Fu Zhao directly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. The polar fox looked as if it were about to cry, pitifully whimpering while helplessly looking at Xie Guitang. Yuan Yi timely coughed a couple of times. Captain, Fu Cao, could you be a bit gentler? It just suffered a serious injury. I know you mean no harm, but it really is very uncomfortable. Yuan Yi's long eyelashes fluttered down, revealing a slightly embarrassed and fragile expression. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't teach it well. At that moment, Fu Zhao looked like a fierce and intimidating bad guy, and Xie Guitang felt that something about this scene seemed off. The sickly white-haired beauty seemed to timidly glance at her, looking so pitiful, innocent, and utterly helpless. Miss Xie. This address of Miss Xie sent a jolt through Xie Guitang. Who could withstand such an attack? Chapter 115. Deterioration of the war zone. She tugged at Fu Zhao's shirt hem a few times, urging him to let go. Fu Zhao cast a dark glance at Yuan Yi across from him. His cunning and treacherous nature was indeed well-deserved. After the Arctic fox broke free from Fu Zhao's grasp, it squeaked and rubbed against her knee, as if thanking her for rescuing it from the clutches of the fierce god. Its big fluffy tail swayed back and forth, and she couldn't help but reach out to pet it a couple of times, also scratching its chin with her finger. The big fox closed its eyes in comfort and let out a soft purring sound, looking quite pleased. On the other hand, Yuan, he didn't seem well. He breathed heavily for a moment, and Xie Guitang thought it was due to his injuries, prompting her to ask Fu Zhao to call on the etiquette officer and doctor. Just as Fu Zhao turned to leave, Yuan extended his smart brain wristband, giving Xie Guitang a gentle smile. Can we exchange contact information? I see you really like my spirit body. As long as you need it, you can pet it for free, however you like. The snow-white Arctic fox licked her wrist, its two paws resting beside her legs, its moist, dog-like eyes gazing at her. She couldn't resist the temptation. Before long, Fu Zhao returned with the etiquette officer and doctor, who conducted blood tests and various other examinations on Yuan Yi. The moment the doctor saw the test results, he understood something. He exchanged a knowing glance with the etiquette officer, signaling an unspoken understanding between them. While the doctor examined Yuan Yi, Xie Guitang sat nearby, scrolling through current political news and internal forums from the Northern District. Black and white became. The Lord Beasts are frequently going berserk, as if attracted by something. Athisler verified the special forces in the Northern District are all at the front lines. Trust in the official capabilities. Emperor Penguin. A batch of special medicine was urgently sent to the front lines, reportedly containing a large quantity of guide essence. I don't like eating krill. The guide essence circulating among the 5 great white towers is getting thinner year by year. Cloud on the glacier, this time, is said to have added both purification and healing-type pheromones. Deep sea mudslide, is that true? Did Atchison ultimately choose the path of selling himself? Emperor Penguin, damn. After this massive pollution explosion, 2 Lord Beasts actually appeared. Deep sea mudslide. I'm at the front lines of Zone 11 in the extreme north. I just heard a tiger's roar, with immense deterrence and penetration. It must be a mythical creature. Crazy North Atlantic. The Lord Beasts are going wild. Damn it. You can't kill this thing at all. Emperor Penguin. The defense zone has collapsed. Run. Run fast. Image 1, Video 1. Xie Guitang hadn't even had time to click in when the entire post suddenly 404D, likely deleted by the moderators. It seemed something had happened at the front lines. She recalled Atchison mentioning that they were at the edge of the alien core area, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Hearing a cough, she looked up to see Yuan Yi on the hospital bed. He was coughing while responding to urgent battle reports on his smart brain, with injuries still unhealed in his chest. His calm and composed demeanor while handling official business made Xie Guitang question whether he had 2 personalities. This commanding presence seemed so different from his earlier helplessness. After finishing the urgent battle report, he looked up to see Xie Guitang's puzzled face, then smiled at her, his eyes sparkling like little stars. Why are you looking at me like that? His smile dispelled all the oddness, and Xie Guitang shook her head, saying nothing. She was worried about the situation at the front lines, not just because of the Sentinels in the Eastern District, but also for the countless warriors fighting bravely there. Suddenly, she felt Fu Zhao pat her shoulder from behind, his fingers resting on her shoulder, providing her silent strength and support. Yuan, he spoke with the doctor about whether he could leave the medical facility quickly, but the doctor's expression was serious, refusing his request. Xie Guitang and Fu Zhao quietly left, and upon stepping outside, they saw the same scene they had encountered earlier. Medical staff were hastily administering aid everywhere, surrounded by vast white medical facilities and bright red blood. Suddenly, Fu Zhao lifted her by the thighs, gently pressing her head against his neck. Everything went dark before her eyes, and all she could hear was Fu Zhao's strong heartbeat as he calmly navigated through the crowd. Once they reached the room, she heard the familiar sound of a door closing, and Fu Zhao set her down beside the bed. He knelt on one knee in front of her, needing to slightly lower his head to look at her. "You can seek help from me. Express your demands. Tell me what you want and what you need. This is one of your rights, the correct way to communicate." Fu Zhao sensed her emotions from the depths of her eyes. He was trying to interact with her in his own way, somewhat naive, silly, sincere, and frank. "It's not just your responsibility. It's a burden that the entire military and political system of the 5 Great White Towers should bear." Fu Zhao's broad and warm palm held her fingers, reassuring her that she had done enough. Most pure and kind-hearted people find it hard to bear witness to the suffering of the world. Feeling a sense of responsibility as if it were their own, they always want to help others, to save them, to change unfavorable situations or circumstances. This is a form of kindness. Kindness does not equate to naivety. There is nothing wrong with kindness itself. The wrong lies with those who betray and exploit it. Fu Zhao suddenly realized that in the unending state of war, Xie Guitang possessed a nearly divine compassion. She leaned forward, hugging Fu Zhao's shoulder. Captain Fu Zhao was not only emotionally stable, but also willing to patiently and thoroughly untangle those twisted feelings. He was truly wonderful. He was genuinely good. There was a sense of elder-like tolerance and silent guidance about him, often giving people a very reliable feeling. She remembered that in the previous testing list, Fu Zhao's information included his age, along with some other highlighted details. She recalled that Captain Fu Zhao seemed to be 3 years older than her. Chapter 116. The invasion of exotic beasts. Xie Guitang and the others are currently in the extreme Northern District 14, which is also the central area of the Northern District. Perhaps the frontline situation is indeed dire. The atmosphere in the White Tower is tense. After dinner, Xie Guitang once again met with the Arctic Bear Captain, Athisler. The 230 centimeters tall, white-haired, black-eyed captain hurriedly walked, with blood seeping from the bandages on his arm. However, he paid no mind and carried his heavy long gun with that hand. Behind him followed dozens of high-ranking sentinels, and Xie Guitang felt something was off. He stood at the door of Xie Guitang's room, the team behind him solemn and disciplined, all elite soldiers. "The wave of exotic beasts is coming this way. District 14 is temporarily unsafe. I am responsible for escorting you to the White Tower in District 9, he said. The situation was more severe than Xie Guitang had thought. Fu Zhao stood between Athisler and Xie Guitang, allowing them to come a bit closer only after she slightly nodded. They quickly got ready and took the elevator down, but suddenly the elevator shook a few times. Fu Zhao immediately grabbed the handrail beside him with one hand and protected Xie Guitang in front of his chest with the other. Athisler received a secret notification that there were underwater exotics attacking the White Tower, and the wave of exotic beasts was approaching. Generally, exotics and Lord Beasts do not leave the contaminated areas, but it has happened before that Lord Beasts rebelled and left the contaminated zones, such as during the Guide Revolution 300 years ago. The elevator suddenly dropped and then abruptly stopped, making a loud metallic noise, followed by the rapid influx of cold seawater. They must have dropped into the underwater section. It was truly disastrous. Fu Zhao let her sit on his arm to prevent the incoming cold water from soaking her clothes. Then he opened the tactical bag at his waist, handed her a portable oxygen tank to hold in her mouth, and took out goggles for her to wear to prevent her from choking on water later. Fortunately, Captain Fu Zhao was tall enough. The water level had already reached his waist, while for Xie Guitang, it would have been above her chest. Futsal asked Atosler. Should we go up? Athisler shook his head, saying it was worse up there. The frontline situation remained tense, and the armed forces that could be dispatched from District 14 had almost all been sent out, leaving insufficient defense. It was no longer safe above. He opened his smart wristband and fiddled with the permissions in the elevator's password area. Then the elevator continued to descend directly into a huge water tank. The scene was a bit like dropping an ice cube into a glass filled with water. Seawater filled the entire space of the elevator shaft. And Fu Zhao's earlier measures were not in vain. He was worried that Xie Guitang would lose body heat, so he tightly wrapped her in his combat suit, pressing her against his inner clothes. Athisler violently tore open the steel plate on the top of the elevator and led them out into an underwater readiness room. With good drainage facilities, this place had not been damaged yet. They climbed up the edge of the water tank, and Athisler activated the emergency equipment. They would have to navigate a water route next. The area above had been hit by the wave of exotic beasts, making it impossible to pass through. They needed to leave here as soon as possible. Protecting the guide and safely evacuating her was their most important task at the moment. Fu Zhao lifted Xie Guitang to the water's edge, and she held onto the handrail to get ashore, shivering uncontrollably from a cold. The next moment, Athisler directly lifted her up, asking, "We need to hurry. Are you okay?" She nodded, and Fu Zhao then climbed out of the water, wrapping her in a nearby dry towel. Athisler had a small to medium-sized submarine ready. The crew above had certainly gone missing, as the elevator couldn't fit that many people. Now only 7 or 8 of Athisler's team remained, but it wasn't the time to hesitate. They had to evacuate quickly. The submarine left the readiness area and sailed into the deep sea. Xie Guitang changed into dry clothes in the submarine's restroom, but there were no sizes for her. She wore a combat suit reserved in the readiness room, a black tight-fitting short sleeve that looked like a strange dress covering her thighs. She couldn't even fit into the soldier's pants inside, but continuing to wear wet clothes would definitely make her sick. She couldn't afford to be sick now. After changing, she came out to find Fu Zhao had already washed her clothes and was using a hairdryer to dry them. He glanced at Xie Guitang's appearance and then draped a soft white towel over her. "Don't leave my sight." Xie Guitang obediently sat by the porthole next to him, looking out at the extreme northern sea, a deep blue expanse with many unfamiliar fish swimming by. Suddenly, a massive fish leaped into her view, its size clearly exceeding 10 meters. It looked like a kite. That must be a manta ray, Fu Zhao's spiritual entity. It swam silently like a guardian, always hovering near the submarine, providing protection. It had a distinct personality characteristic of Captain Fu Zhao. After about 25 minutes of sailing, Athisler received the latest battle report again. The good news was that the Northern District Special Forces had come to the rescue, along with the twin guide from the Eastern District and the Tianxian Special Forces. Tianxian, Ningxian, and the others have returned. Chapter 117. Portable rations. Atosler continued to deliver bad news. The Ocean Lord Beast was heading this way. They needed to get ashore as quickly as possible. Fortunately, this submarine was amphibious, allowing them to avoid trekking through the frigid northern winds. However, the way it moved on land was a bit odd, resembling a large turtle crawling at high speed. Thankfully, it wasn't too slow. Through the window, she could see a large black shadow beneath the ice, which was the giant manta ray still pursuing their submarine. They had been moving across the ice for about 20 minutes when a slight tremor hit them again. Fu Zhao held Xie Guitang's legs, letting her sit in his lap and hug her tightly. Atosler's communication radar detected a target approaching them, which was likely the Ocean Lord Beast. They were currently situated between 2 white towers in a suburban-like area. He immediately contacted the nearest authorities. Beneath the ice, a massive black shadow was approaching. Xie Guitang couldn't see its exact shape, but seemed to have many legs. The manta ray had 2 main attack methods, tearing and slapping with its wings, capable of shattering the bones of Sentinels with its immense force. Its attack was akin to delivering several hard slaps to an enemy. There was still about 15 minutes until they reached land, but this stretch of road was proving to be very difficult. Suddenly, the ice cracked open and a huge octopus tentacle emerged. Atosler opened a small door on the upper deck, releasing the polar bear from the mental projection. He then calmly turned back, issued a few commands. and led his team to rush to the top of the submarine. Several Sentinels raised their guns and opened fire, facing off against the polar bear seals and the octopus tentacles. A Tossler cleared the immediate obstacles before shouting from above, "Advance." The driver operated the submarine at full speed. The giant purple tentacle tried to wrap around and strangle the polar bear, whose snow-white fur was stained with blood in several places. This damn tentacle had sharp teeth inside its suckers. Being caught meant losing both skin and flesh in one bite. The polar bear stepped on the tip of the tentacle and tore it apart, biting down hard on the large tentacle and crunching it in half. It was a bear. A polar bear, not a kitten to be bullied. The polar bear stood up, like a large truck, shaking off the torn purple tentacle and let out a furious roar. The sound of the bear's roar carried far. The giant octopus, with its dozens of tentacles, attempted to climb onto the ice, while underwater, its tentacles twisted to climb onto the submarine. A Tossler swiftly drew his long knife and sliced through the tentacle. Blue blood sprayed from the octopus's severed limb, splattering onto a Tossler's military boots, which he kicked away in disgust. The ice in front suddenly shattered, and an octopus head emerged from within. This octopus head was hideously ugly, covered in a mass of humanoid eyes. Its dozens of meters long tentacles flailed wildly, sending most of the broken ice flying, creating a terrifying scene. The area where a Tossler had cut was rapidly healing and growing new tentacles, healing faster than any special medicine could provide. No wonder it was so hard to deal with. The interior of the submarine shook violently. Fu Zhao cradled Xie Guitang's head, letting her bury it in his chest as the giant octopus wreaked havoc. Even when shot at, it seemed oblivious to the pain. A black manta ray, several meters long, leaped from the water and delivered two powerful slaps to the hideous octopus head, one from each side. It seemed stunned for a moment. Its flailing tentacles paused. At this moment, they were still over 2,500 meters from reaching land. The giant octopus, now enraged, flailed its tentacles, smashing down and causing the several feet thick ice to shatter, sending ice shards flying under the tremendous force. The cracks in the ice spread beneath the submarine, and with a loud crack, the submarine fell back into the sea. A Tossler and his team quickly returned to the submarine and sealed the hatch. Fu Zhao held Xie Guitang with one arm, while keeping his other hand on the long knife by his side. "How long until reinforcements?" he asked a Tossler. A Tossler checked his smart ring. "About 15 minutes. That might not be enough time." A large number of aberrations had appeared in the sea, likely summoned by the Lord Beast. They were bizarre-looking, some even uglier than the water monkeys, truly a sight for sore eyes. Fu Zhao took off his coat and wrapped it around Xie Guitang, the slightly damp combat suit reeking of sea salt and sage. He gently lifted her chin. "Do you trust me?" Xie Guitang placed her hand on his arm. "I believe. I trust you." Fu Zhao seemed to smile for a moment, that emotion fleeting and hard to capture. Then he had her inhale the portable oxygen and covered her from head to toe with a large bag of unknown purpose. Xie Guitang looked at him in confusion. Did he plan to confront the Lord Beast directly because the submarine was breaking down? Her doubts were quickly dispelled when he pointed to the manta ray outside. "It will take you back to shore." She poked the plastic-like material, wanted to ask how. Was she supposed to ride the big fish? Before she could figure it out, Fu Zhao opened the porthole and lifted her outside. She was instantly swallowed by the giant manta ray. So that was how it worked, being carried inside its belly. Indeed, Fu Zhao had placed her in the safest spot. Unless the manta ray was torn apart by the octopus, she would be completely safe. The kite-like fish swiftly darted through the ocean. Even if aberrations climbed up to bite it, it would not slow down. A large number of aberrations surrounded it, and octopus tentacles took the opportunity to wrap around its tail. With just 500 meters left, it had to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, a faint, obscure song echoed, deep and melodious, like the legendary song of a mermaid. The aberrations and the Lord Beast were stunned for 3 seconds, allowing the manta ray to leap quickly through the water. The Lord Beast broke free from the stun, its dozens of meters long tentacles flailing wildly as it desperately pursued the manta ray. A Tossler cursed under his breath. "This is insane. Did it catch the scent of the guide? Impossible. He couldn't even smell anything. That damn octopus couldn't smell a thing." It must be because of those 2 slaps Fu Zhao delivered earlier, making it hold a grudge. A Tossler and his team prepared for underwater combat, signaling their subordinates with hand gestures. Cover the retreat. The octopus tentacles struck heavily against the manta ray, and Xie Guitang felt a sharp pain in her shoulder from the impact, even while inside the manta ray's belly. The manta ray absorbed most of the damage, and she could feel its organs contracting violently. It must have hurt a lot. But the giant fish had no ability to vocalize and remained silent as it kept moving forward. As the evening glow painted the sky, the aurora of Zone 14 could be seen in the distance. The manta ray leaped from the water's surface and glided short distances before crashing onto the snow. It used its pectoral fins to cushion the landing, preventing her from feeling any discomfort. Xie Guitang, along with some seawater, slid out from the manta ray's mouth, stumbling forward and bumping into a large, white, fluffy creature. It felt as if she had crashed into the chest fur of some massive animal. The author has something to say. The repairs for the cat, dog, and little butterfly are coming back. Chapter 118. Food chain. The plastic bag on her body was deftly untied, and she looked up to see the long-lost Ning Guang. She had just bumped into the white tiger's large collar. At this moment, the snow-white big cat gently licked her shoulder. Xie Guitang pinched its tongue with 2 fingers and gave it a gentle smack, expressing her disdain. No licking. Me. She wiped her damp fingers clean on the white tiger's fluffy front legs and looked around. Ning Xian stood pale beside the white tiger, with members of the Tianxian Special Forces behind him. He reached out to pat the white tiger's back, saying, "Be good." Then he looked at Xie Guitang. It had been a long time since they last met, and he thought he might never see her again. After all, given the temperaments of these 2 living Yama Kings, he might be completely finished in a couple of days. Various agile and beautiful big cats stood beside the Sentinels, while in the center were 2 young men and women he had never seen before. They appeared to be around 20 years old. The girl had black hair and black eyes with a sharp bob that reached her chin, while the boy had shoulder-length white hair and silver pupils. One was black and the other white. She almost thought the black and white impermanence had come to take her away. Ning Xian quietly introduced them, saying that these 2 were the twin guides from the East District. The girl's name was Dongyu, and the boy's was Dongzhou. They were blood-related siblings and had served at the White Tower in the East District for a long time. Dongyu's gaze fell on Xie Guitang, and she let out a strange laugh. Purifier, a purifying type, huh? She placed a hand on Dongzhou's shoulder, making the scene resemble a final boss appearance in some infinite flow narrative. It was still the Yama scene, where nobody in the audience had cleared the game. The intimidating aura that rushed forth frightened the timid ones on the spot. Xie Guitang calmly nodded politely to them. Captain Fu Zhao and Captain Tossler from the North District had encountered a marine-type Lord Beast and were being besieged by alien species about 2,000 meters ahead in the sea. Ning Xian cleared his throat twice, and Xie Guitang smelled a strong metallic scent of blood. A large fish was stranded on the shore, its eyes fixed on Xie Guitang. It seemed as if, should anything happen, it could rush out to save her, but it forgot that it was just a stranded fish. Xie Guitang returned to the manta ray's side, crouching down to stroke its head, and blue-purple light enveloped its body. The manta ray's injuries healed quickly, and it affectionately nudged her wrist. Xie Guitang turned to the twin guides, realizing they needed support. Dongzhou remained silent, while Dongyu tilted her head and smiled helplessly, but her eyes still held a sense of irreverence. All right, let's help them out then." A crow and a white dove, both half the height of a person, appeared alternately behind them, flapping their wings and calling out loudly. It felt even more like a Yama scene where nobody cleared the game. A grayish layer of transparent film suddenly enveloped all the feline sentinels and their spiritual bodies. Coordinated combat was a control-type innate skill. In an instant, the expressions of the twin guides changed, revealing a wicked and bizarre aura that made one want to turn and run. "Little kitties, it's our turn now." Xie Guitang and the 2 control-type guides boarded the aircraft, while the feline sentinels took positions where they could drop into battle at any moment, essentially guarding the entrance. She noticed that Ning Xian and the others looked unwell, recalling previous data indicating that sentinels controlled by control-type abilities would experience mental anguish. The manta ray returned to the sea, swimming under the ice layer alongside the aircraft, quickly reaching Fu Zhao and the others. The members of Etiquette and Fu Zhao were all injured, and the octopus was still flailing its tentacles wildly. Hearing the sound of the aircraft, Etiquette was sitting atop a wrecked submarine, administering himself a special medicine. Thank goodness, reinforcements had finally arrived. He was right, reinforcements had come, but they were not quite what he had expected. As the aircraft descended, the feline sentinels landed on the battlefield one after another, providing ample fire support. The feline spiritual bodies surrounded the giant octopus. The crushing output was from the massive white tiger, which had swelled in size like a Miozilla. Miozilla gave the octopus 2 hard slaps, leaving it dazed for 3 seconds before launching into a full-blown battle. Etiquette's troops and Fu Zhao's were all firmly controlled, with the twin guides directly manipulating the entire scene. Dong Yu leaned against the exit of the aircraft and waved at Etiquette and Fu Zhao, then let out a sharp whistle. Surprise, surprise! Miozilla brought down a heavy paw on the giant octopus's head, creating a splash that resembled an explosion on the surface of the sea. The white tiger roared, its fangs intimidating enough to make one step back. Its eyes filled with ferocity. The giant octopus, enraged, drove its tentacles through the white tiger's fluffy arm. But the big cat seemed to ignore the pain and continued to grapple with it. Under the Lord Beast's attack, several sentinels were severely injured, yet they remained on the front lines, sometimes without any defensive skills. It was all 100 hard output, with no flanking strategies or defensive moves. Like moths flying into the flame. Xie Guitang observed the complete indifference on Dong Yu and Dong Zhou's faces, as if they were puppeteers manipulating puppets with a cold and ruthless detachment. It was as if those being controlled were not living beings, not their kin. Noticing Xie Guitang's gaze, Dong Yu smiled at her, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. Are you feeling sorry for them? Feeling sorry for the Sentinels' guides won't end well. Dong Zhou was fiddling with a complicated Rubik's Cube, resting his elbows on his knees without looking up. He said casually, "Is there a guardian among them?" "Oh, wrong word. It should be monitor." He scoffed and tossed the completed Rubik's Cube out of the aircraft door. Then he turned to Xie Guitang and asked, "Have you been wooed by the sweet words of the Sentinels? Little cutie, wake up. The author has something to say. There's more tonight." Chapter 119, Miozilla vs. The death octopus. Xie Guitang glanced at the two of them and said, "Mind your own business. You can manage the heavens and the earth, but don't interfere with me." She hated being constrained the most. Right and wrong. She had her own judgments and didn't need others to teach her how to act. The sea was stained red, and the polar bear and white tiger looked the worst. Their fluffy fur all turned red. Etiquette cursed angrily, feeling that these two dogs wanted them all to die. Fu Zhao silently swung his knife, slaughtering the alien species, and his clothes were soaked in filthy blood. Ningxian's breathing was heavy, his face an abnormal crimson. Dark red blood stains hung on his snowy short hair. His eyes were vacant and unfocused, and a surveillance collar around his neck suddenly beeped. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The light, gray mental barrier attempted to control him to continue fighting, but when it found it ineffective, it decisively withdrew from him. Ningxian collapsed onto the blood-stained, shattered ice as Miozilla sank to the seabed, like a drop of ink in a bowl, continuously spreading red. In the eyes of the alien species, he was now a completely defenseless, sweet little cake. Just as his 5 senses were about to fade, Ningxian suddenly heard a strange noise. Struggling to lift his head, he saw a flying fish gliding in the sky. The manta ray darted across the front lines of the battlefield, spinning and leaping, occasionally swooping past the sentinels or their mental forms. It emitted sparkling blue and purple lights like a galaxy, a scene that seemed to exist only in a dream. No one could believe their eyes, that a purification type would be willing to fight alongside them on the front lines. Ningxian saw Xie Guitang's face in her gaze. There was a force that could pierce through everything, pulling him from the darkness and breaking through the encirclement. She said, "Ningxian, pick up your weapon and stand up." It was like a person on the verge of dying of thirst being given a bowl of sweet water. He gripped the long knife at his side tightly and stood up from the ice as the foolish alien species wanted to take a taste of the little cake. It was directly beheaded by his knife. He surveyed the battlefield with a fierce gaze, now resembling an undefeated war god crowned with honor. Well then, let us play. A sound reminiscent of whales echoed far away, and then a black and white giant fish charged fiercely at the Lord Beast. It came in like a one-man army, and before the giant octopus could react, Miozilla burst through the surface of the sea. The massive white tiger violently tore at its tentacles. Xie Guitang recognized that this black and white giant fish was likely a killer whale. Along with the killer whale came a blue whale and a great white shark, all apex predators of the ocean. Generally, if you destroyed the brain of the Lord Beast, it would die. But this giant octopus was arrogant because it had over a dozen brains. A bit hard to kill, no matter how many brains it had. Being struck head-on by a roughly 180-ton whale would leave it stunned, not just stunned, but also dead for a while. Heinrich calmly sat in the aircraft, maneuvering the blue whale, preparing to charge up for another strike. Beside him sat a tall Sentinel with black hair and black eyes, almost the same height as Heinrich. This was another captain of the Marine team from the extreme northern 14th District, Cloyd. His mental form was that killer whale, which was currently gnawing at half of the octopus's brain. Captain Cloyd had recently completed a special mission, which was directly coordinated with Archison. Aside from the highest administrative officer of the Northern District, no one else was aware of this secret mission. It was truly mysterious. With powerful reinforcements, the battlefield turned around in an instant, and the pressure on Fu Zhao and Ning Xian significantly decreased. The blue whale acted as a meat shield and heavy frontline, while the killer whale swooped in for surprise attacks, and the white tiger and other sentinels coordinated their attacks. Xie Guitang controlled the mana ray as a battlefield medic, and after a while, the giant octopus's dozen brains and hearts were completely incapacitated. It let out a terrible screech, sinking completely to the seabed. The gray-white barrier dissipated, and the manta ray tiredly flew back to Xie Guitang's mental landscape. The entire sea surface was littered with alien corpses. This was not a good place for conversation. The Sentinels boarded Heinrich's aircraft to return to land, the same spot where the manta ray had previously brought Xie Guitang down. Athisler, with a serious face, was wrapping bandages around his arms. He bit one end of the bandage, operating quickly with the other hand, looking experienced. His movements were hasty yet swift, and he quickly finished. Afterward, he exchanged information with Heinrich and the others. The battle was temporarily over. Next was the matter of profit distribution. The Lord Beast could yield an energy oil, which was of better quality than the ice crystal mines in the Northern District. This was a valuable resource on the battlefield. After listening to Athisler recount the events of the battle, Heinrich nodded after a moment, saying they would discuss it upon their return. Athisler and the others contacted the Northern District to send people to salvage the Lord Beast, then temporarily rested on the shore, with some treating injuries and others drinking water. The Northern and Eastern Districts were clearly divided. Ning Xian's cat-type Sentinels vigilantly guarded the 3 guides of the Eastern District, even though just recently, the 2 guides had treated them like toys. Fu Zhao sat beside Xie Guitang, not allowing anyone to approach her. His black hair and clothes were dripping with blood, but he didn't care at all. A small white kitten, about the size of a palm, stood on Ning Xian's shoulder as he unsteadily walked toward her. Although the surroundings seemed calm, everyone was watching every subtle movement over here. He handed her a bottle of drink, his clear blue eyes seeming to have much to say. Ning Xian looked extremely pale and exhausted. He must have been through a tough time recently. The white kitten on his shoulder gracefully leaped onto Xie Guitang's lap, mewing pitifully and elongating its sound, as if recounting the grievances it had suffered during this time, seeking refuge with her. This action left Ning Xian momentarily dumbfounded. He hadn't expected it to do that. It was a stark contrast to the ferocious Miozilla from earlier. In Ning Xian's mind, the guides all liked those brave and resilient mental forms. How could they possibly like such a soft and weak creature? However, Xie Guitang clearly felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Under the gaze of everyone, she picked up the incessantly mewing kitten and showered it with several kisses. You worked hard just now, did it hurt? A little kiss will make it all better. The kitten was stunned by the kisses, and so was Ning Xian. Everyone present was taken aback. Only Xie Guitang was immersed in the unique realm of the little kitten, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 120. Xiaomomi saves the world. Her movements were too quick for Fu Zhao to stop, and with things having developed to this point, his brain had short-circuited. Athelsler held the energy stick in his mouth, momentarily confused. Was this, right? Heinrich, who was discussing follow-up matters with Cloyd, also paused. He recalled the time he met Xie Guitang at the viewing area in Northern District 14, and how she had resisted him so fiercely. He had once thought she simply misunderstood the Sentinel group, but now she was so openly favoring another Sentinel's spiritual entity. The ocean-themed officer with foggy blue short hair lowered his gaze, and when he pressed his lips together, a rare look of desolation appeared. He didn't know if he would ever have the chance to invite her to visit his team. Heinrich, coming from humble beginnings, had nothing impressive to show. The only thing he could present to her was his team. It was something he had fought for, shedding blood and sacrificing himself, the only thing he possessed. Captain Cloyd was about the same height as Fu Zhao, but he exuded a colder, more ruthless aura. Aside from being known as the ocean's slippery creature, the Orca also held the titles of Ocean Overlord and Sea Assassin. He knew that most of the Sentinels present were subtly focused on the Purifying Lady. However, Cloyd was not interested in her. He was more intrigued by the external personnel who had accurately reported during that secret mission. He suspected that this person might be a high-level Sentinel with exceptional scouting awareness, and her occasional presence suggested she was a high-level female Sentinel. Perhaps her identity was not meant to be revealed, which is why she communicated with them through a virtual channel. Was it her who wanted those people dead? Or was it Archison? That was a question worth pondering. The more mysterious she was, the more Cloyd wanted to hunt down her identity. Exploration was one of the Orca's cores. Xie Guitang kissed the little kitten's head several times, then noticed its dazed eyes. It turned out that humans could distinguish the facial expressions of felines. At least at this moment, she clearly saw the bewilderment written all over its face. She even felt that it seemed a bit lifeless, its breathing stilled. Confused, Xie Guitang covered its tiny chest with her thumbs and attempted to perform CPR. Mimi, breathe. Come on, breathe. Mimi? Ningxian's dry throat uttered this name in shock. Was this name referring to his spiritual entity? He remembered that his spiritual entity was a white tiger, right? Didn't mean it would have to go out and wreak havoc under this name. It seemed. Never mind. Well, it wasn't impossible. I'll help you. Fu Zhao took the little kitten from Xie Guitang's hands, grasping its hind legs and shaking it a few times as if to get rid of dirt. Ningxian felt like his brain was about to explode at that moment. He vaguely seemed to see his great-grandmother. The little kitten bit Fu Zhao's wrist fiercely, and Fu Zhao pinched its cheeks to expose its little sharp teeth. Buy me again, and I'll pull your teeth out. What? How could you pull out a kitten's teeth? Xie Guitang quickly took the kitten back from Fu Zhao, gently stroking its nape. She then lifted her eyelids to glance at Fu Zhao, quietly pinching the kitten's ear, and said to it, "He's lying to you. Humans would never treat kittens like that." Ningxian, sitting on the rock beside her, felt his ears turn red, lowering his head and tightly pressing his lips together. She was almost whispering in the kitten's ear. What was the difference? Ningxian had a somewhat feline appearance, with white skin, white hair, and blue eyes. Unlike Agilia's deep and rugged features, leaning toward the South Slavic appearance, Ningxian was more of an Asian beauty. Perhaps due to racial traits, he often exhibited a kind of lazy sensuality. Like a bad-tempered little kitten, fierce yet beautiful. One would want to pet it, but fear being scratched. However, getting closer revealed that Ningxian's fierceness was merely a front. He seemed to use this method to protect himself. Dong Yu and Dong Zhou sat several meters away from Xie Guitang, seemingly observing her as if she were some interesting new toy. Guides would hardly treat a Sentinel's spiritual entity this way, because they understood that spiritual entities were entirely different from pets. Only the guardian or partner's spiritual entities would be treated with such intimacy. Another situation would be with someone they were romantically interested in. Flirting with a Sentinel's spiritual entity during this period was almost equivalent to courting. Just how much did Xie Guitang like that big cat to openly flirt with him? Meanwhile, Xie Guitang, the center of speculation, was completely immersed in the joy of petting the cat. The big cat's fur was soft, fluffy, and smooth, while the little kitten's fur was also very fine and soft, offering a different texture from the big cat. She could even lift it by its nape with 2 fingers. and it would let out the cutest little meows. Oh my, the cat people are saving the world. This world absolutely cannot lack little kittens. Chapter 121. Zone 9, the former vice captain of the Tianxian Special Forces, Vladimir, was reassigned back to the West Zone due to a change in position. The current vice captain of the Tianxian Special Forces is Zhang Weidong. Vice Captain Zhang is a genuine Northeast region sentinel, standing over 1.9 meters tall, with an upright appearance that clearly shows he works within the system. His spirit beast is a Siberian tiger, which is also referred to as a Siberian tiger in Siberia. It is said that his father wanted to name him Zhang Jingguo, as it was a name that had been passed down, but due to strong opposition from family members, he was named Zhang Weidong instead, meaning to defend the Eastern Theater. One can see the good intentions of Vice Captain Zhang's father. Seeing Ningxian like that, Zhang Weidong snorted and casually used a military knife to pry open a can of supplies, his movements exuding a rugged masculinity. Ningxian's team was notoriously high pressure. On one hand, it was because he always took the team on high-risk missions, resulting in a high casualty rate among team members, which was unavoidable. However, this deadpan guy had a terrible mouth, equally disliking everyone, and his bad temper sometimes made even his spirit beast fierce. He didn't spare anyone. If he could be beaten up by this brat, he would have probably been stuffed in a sack and beaten long ago. Zhang Weidong sat confidently under a tree, with a majestic golden tabby lying beside him in the snow, exuding warmth in the extreme northern region. After finishing petting a kitten, Xie Guitang raised her eyes and saw the massive golden tabby swishing its tail. The golden tabby looked like it had a large floral tattoo on its arm, with a big patch of black markings on its shoulder. The young man beside it looked quite intimidating, with a faint scar at the end of his brow, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. He was currently using a military knife to pick at the meat inside a can, eating directly with the steel knife. Looking like a bandit leader, noticing Xie Guitang's gaze, he glanced over and asked, "What are you looking at?" He was used to hanging out with rough men, and only after speaking did he realize the person opposite him was not a burly sentinel. He felt a bit frustrated, but couldn't figure out how to make amends, his furrowed brows showing he was somewhat displeased. However, if someone were to pat him on the shoulder right now, he would jump in fright. Ningxian frowned and looked over. "Zhang Weidong, where's your manners? That what are you looking at?" Didn't he break Xie Guitang's composure? But Zhang Weidong was indeed making it hard for her to hold back. She turned to tug at Fu Zhao's jacket, burying her head in it, unable to contain her laughter anymore. This cool dude turned out to be her fellow townsman. Fu Zhao heard her barely suppressed giggles and pondered what was so special about this name. He reached out to steady her shoulder to prevent her from falling and casually flicked the kitten off her lap. The entire cat flew up instantly, and Ningxian quickly reached out to catch it, her eyes sparking as she glared at Fu Zhao. However, Fu Zhao only gave her a dismissive glance, telling her to take care of her cat. Zhang Weidong flicked the thick ear of the golden tabby and said, "See, this is what gets you in trouble, right? As a sentinel, you can't be too proud." He glanced at Ningxian and Fu Zhao, giving them both a disdainful look. As a noble pureblood from the Northeast, he looked down on mingling with them. His family was said to trace back thousands of years to a great noble who was stationed at Ninguda. According to family lore, the Zhang clan signed a long-term contract with some landlord thousands of years ago. He didn't quite understand it, but it sounded impressive. However, the current issue was not that. It was, had he just scared the guy to tears? Should he comfort her? The problem was, he had never comforted anyone before. What to do? The rough and careless sentinel hurriedly searched for keywords on his smart wristband. After a while, he looked dazed. Really? Is it supposed to be like this? After Xie Guitang finished laughing, she resumed her serious demeanor, noting that the logistics team from the North Zone should be arriving soon. After they rested, they would board the aircraft and head temporarily to Zone 9. According to Xie Guitang's understanding, Zone 9 was the family stronghold of Agilia, where Captain Puppy's family had significant influence. This was one of the reasons she chose Zone 9. There was also a more important reason. Zone 9 bordered the Interstellar Port, a trade port shared by the North and East Zones. It could establish trade connections with the D-404 star system during peacetime and was an excellent strategic location to attack or retreat during wartime. Looking ahead, she knew she would definitely face a hard battle. If she died, so be it, but for now, she was still alive. Not only alive, but she also had established connections with this world, which meant she had to consider a few escape routes. If something unexpected happened and she died here, at least Fu Zhao, who had no family backing, could have a way out. She wasn't sure how far she could accompany them. Perhaps one day she would get too tired to move and would lie down. But Fu Zhao and Agilia were different. They were not like her. The administrative officer of Zone 9 was Agilia's sister, Catherine, a striking beauty. She had long silver waves and wore a vintage Chinese cheongsam, draped in a pure black fox fur on her shoulders. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, she walked over to greet them with an array of charm, asking where the distinguished guests came from. Her fair fingers held a long, ornately painted smoking pipe. It was tea filled with tobacco. It had the scent of tea leaves, with a hint of bitterness similar to traditional Chinese medicine. When she reached Xie Guitang, the beautiful woman, who resembled Agilia by about 60%, scrutinized her for a moment and then smiled sweetly. Well, this is quite an unexpected welcome. So you're the crush of our little wolf cub. The author has something to say. There's more to come. Chapter 122. Fu Zhao officially takes office. Dozens of snowmobiles were parked in front, and Catherine lightly rested her fingers on Xie Guitang's shoulder, smiling alluringly at her. Accompanying her was a rich fragrance. Just that one pose made Xie Guitang feel as if half of her shoulder was melting. So this is the deliciousness of an older sister. It was truly hard to resist. Fu Zhao, showing no mercy, directly twisted Catherine's wrist, telling her not to get too hands-on. Catherine let out a pained gasp and looked at Xie Guitang with a pitiful glance. It hurt. This Sentinel was too rough with ladies. The words cargo floated in Fu Zhao's mind. If he hadn't witnessed this seemingly delicate lady violently cracking open the skulls of mutants with his own eyes, he might have believed her performance at that moment. Catherine was just a madwoman playing with people's feelings, specifically tricking naive new recruits. Previously, every time she visited Agilia in the East District, a group of new recruits would be heartbroken over her. It was said that the gentle sister he won from the small flora and fauna department had also been deceived by her. Catherine had indeed committed many wrongs. Catherine's long, thick eyelashes hung down, and her enchanting azure eyes were captivating. The pure black fox fur slid down, revealing a large thorn rose tattoo on her shoulder. With her lower gaze, she could deliver a fatal blow. Even Xie Guitang couldn't escape the norm. However, she trusted Fu Zhao more, knowing that he wasn't acting without reason. So she cleverly distanced herself from Catherine. Catherine raised an eyebrow and smiled, then lazily took a puff from her smoking pipe, her red lips resembling expensive crimson velvet. Next, let's head to Zone 9. Allow me to treat you well, dear guests from afar. Dong Yu and the others brushed past Catherine and got onto the snowmobiles. Before leaving, Dong Yu made a face at Catherine, like a child who never grew up. Chit-chat. Catherine smiled, leaning against the shoulder of Zone 9, Sentinel dressed in ceremonial attire, saying it was truly inadequate hospitality. Upon arriving at the White Tower in Zone 9, Xie Guitang observed the differences compared to Zone 14. It was even more prosperous than Zone 14, which was simply too cold. The scale of the White Tower's architecture was significantly smaller than that of Zone 14. But like Zone 14, it was surrounded by civilian gathering places. Those without awakened Sentinel and guide abilities made up a considerable portion of the population in the D404 star system, but within the White Tower's protective range. They were relatively safe. The White Tower regularly dispatched Sentinels for area patrols. Short-range tasks included patrolling the civilian areas near the White Tower and the outer edges of slightly farther civilian zones. This task was considered quite safe. In contrast, the long-range missions that Ning Xian and others frequently executed, such as clearing polluted areas and coordinating defense lines with other White Towers, were akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Upon entering Zone 9, the service staff arranged for them to rest separately. Dong Yu and the others were tired and had no other activity. Catherine accompanied Xie Guitang to the door of her room, glancing at Ning Xian and Fu Zhao behind her. The gentleman should stop here. Xie Guitang gave Ning Xian a glance, and then Ning Xian heard Xie Guitang tell Catherine, "Fu Zhao is my guardian. He must stay here." With that one sentence, Little Cat's heart shattered. It directly made Ning Xian feel emo. He struggled to maintain his last shred of dignity and left politely. Xie Guitang entered the bedroom, and Fu Zhao immediately checked for any security hazards in the room. There were no listening or surveillance devices, nor any dangerous contraptions. It was a place where she could rest easy. Although Catherine and Agilia had a deep bond and shared the same blood, Fu Zhao had to be on guard against any unexpected events. Xie Guitang sat in the rocking chair in the living room, fiddling with her smart brain bracelet. Based on Catherine's performance today, she was uncertain whether Catherine was unaware of who the specific authority transfer of the Zone 9 commander was, or she had other schemes in mind. Here, Xie Guitang wouldn't rashly trust anyone. She needed to discuss many plans face-to-face with Agilia. However, she didn't expect that after resting, she would receive an invitation from Catherine in the evening, a person she hadn't yet figure out how to deal with actively reaching out to her. Chapter 123. Luxurious Dowry. After a simple, Xie Guitang went to the appointment with Fu Zhao, wanting to see what she really thought. They took the elevator to the top floor. The etiquette officer led them through a dimly lit, luxurious corridor, where she saw Catherine standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. She was wearing a wine-red, fitted long dress, looking like a noble and elegant princess. Turning around, she smiled brightly at Xie Guitang. From here, you can overlook the most prosperous area of Zone 9. Would you like to take a look? The etiquette officer brought over a tray with a pair of silent headphones and presented it to Fu Zhao. Catherine lounged on a European-style wooden chair. Captain Fu, I would like to have a little girl-to-girl chat with Miss Xie. Could you please give us enough space to talk? Xie Guitang nodded at Fu Zhao, who put on the headphones but remained within arm's reach of Xie Guitang. He rested a hand on the hilt of his sidearm, ready to act if Catherine made any sudden moves. Catherine smiled lightly as she locked eyes with Xie Guitang. May I ask how you perceive Agilia? Please rest assured, I have no other thoughts. I just want to know if everything he does is purely his own infatuation. If you don't like him that much, that's your right. Well, I can take you to see the male strip show in Zone 9. Trust me, it's really not just for watching. Xie Guitang was led by her to overlook Zone 9 from the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating the purpose behind Catherine's question. After some thought, she replied, Captain Agilia is a decent person. Catherine seemed to smile again, pointing to a distant, brightly lit area, which was the interstellar trade port. From this vantage point, it looks like a glowing sun. Then her finger returned, resting on a vast area of brilliant cityscape, the bustling central street of Zone 9. Xie Guitang suddenly felt a sense of understanding. What do you want to say? Just say it. Catherine sighed and said, if you like Agilia, then Zone 9 is his dowry. If you don't like him, then Zone 9 is your partner and loyal subordinate. She and Xie Guitang exchanged glances, with an understanding that only the wise could grasp. The key to Zone 9 is already in your hands. etiquette? The key directly controls over 50 of the firepower armament in Zone 9, including large destructive weapons and AI-powered warships and armor. In other words, Xie Guitang now possesses her own batch of high-lethality private armed forces. In the North District, half of the firepower is provided by intelligent AI armaments, and the other half by high-level Sentinels. Catherine's words were a straightforward offer of allegiance. It was already destined when Xie Guitang chose Agilia as her first guardian. Regardless of whether she needed the family power behind him, the entire Lin family had already marked her as their own. Catherine smiled, looking back at the night outside, her voice lazy yet absolutely serious. I don't know what you intend to do, but no matter what you do, as long as the blood of the Lin family hasn't run dry, you will never be alone. I can assure you that in Zone 9, controlled by the Lin family, you will not hear a single voice of dissent. She leaned closer to Xie Guitang, her enchanting eyes sparkling. So, have you considered the young puppy? After all, his dowry is so generous. This is Zone 9, the ancestral land of the Lin family, occupying a vast territory in the Siberian plain and the eastern region. If you don't let go, Xie Guitang will inevitably only get cold AI armaments, facing all kinds of restrictions in Zone 9. After all, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. However, what the Lin family offered was not a test or a cold, hard gun barrel, but trust and substantial investment. Xie Guitang felt that Agilia must have been working hard behind the scenes. Otherwise, Catherine would not be acting this way now. Perhaps the young captain had been silently preparing for a long time, but all the difficulties had never been spoken to her. The author has something to say. Sorry for the late update. I accompanied a chapter. Chapter 124. The dull big fish Xie Guitang looked at the bustling night scene outside. It was indeed a generous dowry. Catherine leaned closer to her, pressing against her like a boneless mermaid. Are you still not going to watch the strip show? I guarantee you've never seen a performance like it. She was about to say more to Xie Guitang when her chin rested against the cold scabbard in Fu Zhao's hand. Catherine, have some self-respect. Catherine raised an eyebrow, her blood-red lips curling into a mocking arc. You straight man, what do you understand? She turned her head, slightly leaning back, resting her elbow on the ornate armrest of the floor fan, giving Xie Guitang a seductive glance. Shall we go? Xie Guitang couldn't resist the temptation. She was indeed a little curious. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to watch. Catherine hinted at her intelligent wristband. In half an hour, I'll take you out to have some fun. After experiencing a brutal battle, it was indeed time to relax. After leaving Catherine, Fu Zhao took off his silent headphones and placed them on the tray at the door. Xie Guitang glanced at his expression and then silently stole a look again. Perhaps seeing too much made it easy for the person involved to catch her. What's wrong? Fu Zhao asked softly. Did Catherine say something strange? Back in the temporary resting room, Xie Guitang felt inexplicably guilty, her gaze drifting and unwilling to settle on Fu Zhao. I want to go out to play tonight. Fu Zhao nodded, of course. Where do you want to go? He quickly got up to pack, taking a small bag and stuffing it with wet wipes and some miscellaneous items. Xie Guitang didn't know what was going on and felt even guiltier. The scenery in Area 9 was still quite nice, with many suitable activities. Do you want to ride sleds? Or see the ice sculpture art exhibition? And Xie Guitang covered her face, embarrassed, because what she really wanted to see was the male strip show. After Fu Zhao finished packing, Xie Guitang pushed the ticket for the show in front of him. It was given to her by Catherine before leaving. The picture on the ticket was hot and bold, featuring a young man wearing mechanical holographic goggles, DJing with a white shirt that had an unbuttoned collar. The photo easily revealed a hint of pink, along with a silver pearl chest chain and a black lace choker around his neck. The image captured him down to his thighs, and his slender waist looked incredibly enticing. With blue and white gradient hair and fair skin, it was easy to tell he was a very handsome boy. What was most captivating was his lazy demeanor, with a smile at the corner of his lips that hinted at a decadent charm. The other images on the ticket were also eye-catching, and Xie Guitang had to admit she was a bit eager to see it. Is this what you want to see? Fu Zhao pinched the unsightly ticket between his fingers and waved it at Xie Guitang. This kind of thing. Not good looking. Is it not good? Can we skip it? How about I take you to ride polar bears instead? There's a paid bear riding event here. Xie Guitang sat there in silence, and Fu Zhao squatted down, gently stroking her face with his fingers. Do you really want to see it? Xie Guitang looked at him and nodded yes. I want to see. Fu Zhao sighed, put the ticket in his jacket pocket, as you wish. He added some extra items to his small backpack, thinking to himself that it must be that bad woman Catherine who led her astray. His purification lady had not been interested in such things before. She must have been influenced by Catherine. 10 minutes before departure, Catherine sent a message to Xie Guitang. Are you ready over there? Xie Guitang replied with an okay. Then Catherine sent another message. Then let us hurry. Let us go, go, go. Catherine was waiting for Xie Guitang at her door, thinking that Xie Guitang had probably lulled Fu Zhao to sleep for a while. However, when the door opened, she directly met Fu Zhao's death glare. Catherine's smile froze on her face. She pointed at Fu Zhao and then whispered to Xie Guitang, Are you taking him to see the male strip show? Are you sure you're going to watch the show and not to cause trouble? Xie Guitang felt inexplicably like a contestant bringing a guardian to the beach, which was quite strange. But there was nothing she could do. She was now a fragile one. Moreover, Fu Zhao Wunti let her leave his sight. Ever since he had been by her side, he had rarely ever left her. Xie Guitang glanced at Fu Zhao and then at Catherine. He is my guardian. He definitely won't leave me. Catherine looked at the time and said, Forget it. Let us go. The show is about to start. The three of them came out of the White Tower and got on the snowmobile. Fu Zhao suddenly recalled what Xie Guitang had said earlier. She had said he was her guardian. Xie Guitang saw Fu Zhao staring down, not blinking, and thought something was wrong, gently poking his arm with her finger. Then her finger was enveloped in his palm. "You just said, 'I am your guardian'?" He repeated the sentence in 3 parts, filled with shock and disbelief, leaving Xie Guitang at a loss for words. "Wait, how long has it been? Is the reflex arc this long?" She had said it when she first entered the room, but Fu Zhao had not reacted at all. She thought he had calmly accepted it. Suddenly, she chuckled softly and gently scratched his palm with the fingers he was holding. "Dull. Fu Zhao, you know what? You're just a dullard. The author has something to say. There is more to come. Starting today, I will add more chapters. Unless there are special circumstances, I will update 3 to 4 chapters daily." Chapter 125. Beauty in the Eye of the Beholder. Fu Zhao didn't know what Die was, but if Xie Guitang said it was, then it must be so. Soon they arrived at their destination. From the outside, there was nothing special, but once inside, everything was completely different. The interior was brightly lit, with bunny girls and bunny-eared attendants bustling about, politely smiling and offering various assistance to the guests. The patrons inside were diverse, easily identifiable, as some were Sentinels, while others were ordinary civilians. On this matter, the White Tower did not have very detailed regulations. In times of war, the higher-ups believed Sentinels also needed to relax. As long as they did not break the law, Sentinels should enjoy civil rights, and compared to ordinary people, they needed more ways to relieve stress. After entering the hall, Catherine led them to a place to sit, and a bunny-eared attendant quickly brought them a few drinks. Fu Zhao immediately took the items next to Xie Guitang to check their ingredients, ensuring there were no added impurities before placing them back. The bunny-eared attendant knelt beside Catherine, showing them the menu on a virtual screen. "These are our featured items recently. Esteemed Black Gold members can have priority selection." At first, Xie Guitang thought it was a drink package until Catherine pushed the menu in front of her. The first thing that caught her was an image of a simulated aquarium, featuring a young man with a deep blue gradient fishtail swimming within. He held a white pearl, his misty blue, slightly wavy long hair floating in the water, and his sky blue eyes looked over. The second image showed him lying naked in a porcelain bathtub, a delicate and beautiful hand draped over the edge. His long, stunning fishtail rested on the edge of the tub, with a translucent section resting on the tile floor. Blue scales spread across his fair waist and abdomen, with silver paint embellished with pearls on his chest and sides. The exquisite painted totem, combined with the slightly rippling lines of his muscles and his pleading gaze directed at the camera, felt both fragile and powerful, hiding a hint of seduction. The caption above this image read, "We invite you to board." Xie Guitang's face instantly turned red. This was too bold, right? Fu Zhao coldly swiped away that page, knowing that if the first 2 images were so daring, the subsequent content would surely be even more indecent. Catherine shot an angry glance at Fu Zhao, who remained silent, as if he had never seen her warning. The next was a video, with white feathers resembling an egg that suddenly opened to reveal 2 large wings. A handsome young man with white long hair gestured invitingly, then took off with a virtual figure, soaring around a carved jade pillar. As he danced in the air, he turned back with a smile, his frosty lashes framing his light pink, twinkling eyes. He gracefully landed under a pale, pink flowering tree, causing a flurry of blossoms to fall. He knelt in a petal-covered snowfield, one side of his garment slipping down, exposing a large area of his back and waistline. His skin was as white as snow, adorned with a complete peach blossom painting, with vibrant petals trailing down to where his clothes covered his waist. The next image showed him lying on his back amidst the snow and petals, a peach blossom resting on his lips, and another pink peach blossom on his exposed chest. The caption read, "Flying Mount Riding." Was this a legitimate mount and flying? This was truly extravagant, real flowers indeed. Fu Zhao lowered his gaze, swiping away the page. Xie Guitang couldn't help but glance at him. The ocean-themed Sentinel's eyes were calm and dark. After a moment, she turned back to continue looking at the menu. Catherine was frustrated with Fu Zhao's lack of response. The next image featured a young man from the Na people. With short black hair, he appeared to have been slapped by someone, kneeling on the floor with wet eyes, looking pitiful and helpless. Pitiful, helpless, yet strong. The second image showed him bare-chested, with a tool-wielding woman pressing a ruler against his chest as he knelt on the ground, his lips flushed, lashes soaked, tears rolling down. It seemed he was undergoing some sort of punishment, with red marks on his chest indicating he had been struck. The following image depicted him bare-chested wearing a pink bear apron, cooking in the kitchen, one hand tugging at the apron across his chest. The perspective of the shot was from above. The caption read, "We invite you to taste the delicious food." Chapter 126. Random blind boxes. Catherine slapped away Fu Zhao's hand that was trying to leave. "Can you stop causing trouble for me? This isn't okay. That isn't okay. How about this? Let us order some blind boxes." "Captain Fu Zhao, this is just a harmless little game. You can lighten up a bit." Fu Zhao sat silently next to Xie Guitang and asked her again, "Do you really want to play this?" Xie Guitang pushed the menu towards Catherine, but was pressed down by Fu Zhao. His quiet, dark eyes revealed nothing. "Then let us go with the random blind boxes." Catherine pulled the menu from his hand and, with a flick of her finger, ordered 2 blind boxes. "Great, it should have been like this from the start. A sentinel who can't accommodate others will be kicked off the dining table." Catherine smiled brightly, adjusting the shawl on her shoulders. "The blind box service will be available after the performance. Now, let us enjoy the show." Special sound effects echoed from the stage, and Xie Guitang and the others were seated very close to it. The young DJ from the ticket had come over to adjust the music equipment, and his outfit matched the image on the ticket perfectly. As he bent down to check the equipment, a pearl chain peeked out, and not only that, Xie Guitang also noticed something that wasn't T on the ticket. The DJ had a blue and white gradient wolf tail at his lower back, a furry wolf tail that swayed with his movements. He was serious and meticulous as he communicated a few things with the staff, likely adjusting some equipment. Things were quickly set up. He tested the mic, and his lazy, casual voice filled the space. "Hi, welcome to the special fun zone." After a few simple opening lines, he started his main job, and a dozen tall men in suits walked onto the stage. The music and lighting exuded an intoxicating atmosphere. No one knew whether tomorrow or an accident would come first, so let us steal this moment of joy. Others danced, drank, and various lively scenes unfolded. Xie Guitang watched the performance without distraction, while Fu Zhao calmly peeled nuts for her. They seemed a bit out of place in such a setting. Catherine's gaze was fixed on the stage, and it was clear her focus was completely different from Xie Guitang's. Her eyes held the view of an absolute hunter, as if she were selecting her delicacies, embodying the nonchalant and leisurely demeanor of someone in power. The stage performance was fantastic, and as it progressed, only a base layer remained, with bold and spicy movements. There were many screams from both men and women in the audience, along with a few whistles. It was quite the lively scene. After the performance ended, the male dancers began to circulate. It was now the consumption time for VIP customers. Members of the stage would ask if they needed interactive services, which definitely wouldn't be free. In fact, Fu Zhao's figure stood out even in the taller average height of the northern district, exuding a sense of oppression, especially with the aura he radiated. Although he seemed quiet, no one would dare test his limits. Catherine watched as the stage members walked around their table, casting a dissatisfied glance at Fu Zhao before directly placing her black card on the table. Would any handsome boys like to interact with their sister? Her striking eyes lifted slightly, and with a gentle smile, she drew countless people to her, willing to live and die for her. Soon, 2 stage members approached. Previously, they were dressed in a formal 3-piece suit, which made them appear more mature and sexy. Now, they wore plain-colored satin-like shirts, looking much younger. One was a young man in a wine-red shirt with black hair, and the other wore a pure black shirt with black hair. The two had quite similar features, likely twins. One was more stoic, while the other was more charming and alluring. The shirts accentuated their figures well, showcasing strong lines in their shoulders, necks, and chests, with the top 2 buttons undone just enough to be enticing. The red shirt was noticeably looser, with a hint of red painting at the corners of his eyes. Adding to his charm, he walked up to Xie Guitang, poured her a drink, and smiled flirtatiously. "You are a very beautiful lady. It's my honor to serve you. Please give me a chance, beautiful young lady." He casually draped his fingers on the armrest beside her and then used his mouth to hold the base of the wine glass to feed her. Fu Zhao paused his nut-peeling motion, turning to look at the audacious dancer, his gaze already reflecting contemplation and thought. Xie Guitang reached out to take the drink from him, casually saying, "I don't want this service." He displayed a hint of regret. What a pity. Unyielding, he lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a section of his toned, fair waist, clearly showing off his muscle lines. "Perhaps you'd like to touch?" He smiled, completely ignoring Fu Zhao beside her, as if he didn't see him as a person at all. He was certainly working hard for this money. However, his plan ultimately failed. Having spent a long time among a group of high-ranking Special Forces Sentinels, Xie Guitang had grown picky. This ISNT needed. Her aesthetic didn't lie in that area, and he hadn't hit the mark, so he could only regretfully retreat. After the performance ended, it was time to order food, and Catherine had already placed their orders before the show started. Now it was time to taste. Chapter 127. Opening the blind box, Fu Zhao exchanged a few words with the staff, and then he quickly brought over a cup of hot milk. "Drink something. You've gone nearly 6 hours without water." Xie Guitang took a couple of sips, and Fu Zhao helped her finish the rest. Then, a rabbit-eared butler led them to the blind box room. The rabbit-eared butler blocked Fu Zhao from entering, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but we only allow one guest inside." Fu Zhao rubbed the hilt of a knife at his waist, silently standing at the door. Xie Guitang felt that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Catherine had spent a lot of star coins. It couldn't have been for nothing. She had to see what this blind box was like. Once inside, the rabbit-eared butler quickly closed the door from the outside, afraid that Xie Guitang might regret going in alone. Xie Guitang looked up and saw a young man kneeling at the door, with soft black short hair and light-colored loungewear. From above, she could see his exceptionally fine waist-to-hip ratio. Oh, so he was the one chosen. The weak and harmless young man offered her a pair of soft, disposable slippers and guided her to sit on the sofa, then knelt beside her feet, looking up at her with a pleading expression. "Can you be a little gentler today? It really hurts." His black eyes were deep and dark, looking pitiful like a little dog that had been bullied. She guessed this might be a role-playing game, so she complied with the scenario and gently touched his hair. "Good boy." He seemed pleasantly surprised by her response. Then his voice suddenly became hoarse. "I'm good. I'm the best boy. Shang is the master's best little dog." He took Xie Guitang's hand in both of his and kissed the back of her hand. Up to this point, everything seemed normal, until he suddenly started licking her hand and raised his head to look at her while sucking on 2 of her fingers, as if he were eating something strange. The big naive person, with her hand in his mouth, his lips were flushed, and a small amount of saliva trickled out. His eyes were red. If one didn't know better, they might think he was being humiliated like a weak, easily bullied honest husband being tormented by a perverse wife at home. She suddenly remembered a description she had seen on the menu, "Private Toys," which was a fitting description. Xie Guitang pulled her hand away, and he seemed to realize he had done something wrong. I'm sorry, did Shang do something wrong again?" He bit his flushed red lips, and when he lowered his gaze, his eyes trembled, revealing a hint of timidity as he began to unbutton his shirt one by one. "It's okay, as long as you don't abandon me. I can do anything. You can do anything to me." The young man faced her, kneeling on both knees, offering a black ruler with both hands. He lifted the ruler, his wrists above his head, bowing his head to reveal a section of his fair neck. He looked pitifully vulnerable, even shivering slightly, weak and cute, but with snow-white skin, a slim waist, and long legs. Big nay, still with pink flowers. It easily sparked a desire to playfully tease him, to make him cry, to see him sobbing and shaking with red eyes, until he was utterly broken. She lost herself for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she had already taken the black ruler from his hands. Xie Guitang used the ruler to lift his chin. He bit his lip, silently shedding tears, his eyes red and his nose slightly pink. A little dog that dirted its master. Shouldn't it accept punishment? Kneel properly. His arms went back, fingers resting on his ankles, chest puffed out, looking up at her. After a moment, his gaze wandered, filled with fear and trepidation. The sound of the ruler striking skin echoed. Soon, a layer of red marks appeared on the fair-skinned young man, and he let out a faint sound, reminiscent of a little puppy's whimper. After being struck once, there was a tremor and rebound. It was an effect that could only be achieved with enough fullness. "It hurts so much, it really hurts." Shang whimpered a couple of times, then cried out to her, "Please don't hit me with that anymore, okay?" She instinctively asked, Then what should I use? His eyes were filled with moisture, looking at her helplessly for a moment. Then he took her hand and pressed it against his chest. Can I use this? The author has something to say. Since most of the babies like the third guest, we need to arrange something. Chapter 128. Which smells better, home flowers or wildflowers? As she came out, Xie Guitang saw Fu Zhao right in front of her. She awkwardly coughed twice, wanting to ease the strange atmosphere. But the next moment, Fu Zhao took off his dark coat and draped it over her shoulders, thinking she must be feeling cold. It's snowing in District 9. You should wear an extra layer when you come out. Should we head back now? Xie Guitang sent a message to Catherine, letting her know that it would take a while for her to finish and indicating that they didn't need to wait for her and could head back first. The two walked outside, and Fu Zhao grabbed a black umbrella from the service desk. They stood side by side on the snow-covered streets of District 9. Xie Guitang shoved her hands into the pockets of his oversized coat, and Fu Zhao touched her hand, which was a bit cold. He stopped, meticulously pulled the coat, which hung down to her ankles closer around her, and then picked her up. Xie Guitang sat on his arm, awkwardly holding onto his shoulder like she was manipulating flowing sleeves. Fu Zhao placed her in the back seat of the snow vehicle and listened as she reported a block location to the Sentinel in the driver's seat. Aren't we going back to the White Tower? She rested her chin on her hand, looking at the snowy scenery outside. There were even reindeer in District 9, and they were really big. Not heading back for now. I have something to take care of. The snow vehicle stopped in front of a handicraft shop, and she playfully reached out her hand to Fu Zhao, an inviting gesture. Don't be upset. Let's have some fun together. Fu Zhao held her hand and walked in with her. It was a pottery shop, a very old type of handicraft. Fu Zhao clearly wasn't skilled at this, but he looked serious and focused, as if he were presiding over a grand conference of the 5 Great White Towers. It's difficult. It never listens. Xie Guitang moved in front of Fu Zhao and looked at the ugly creation he made, which was quite unique. She chuckled softly, then placed her hand over his. Like this, let me teach you. A small stingray dish was completed. She turned to the side, lifted her head, and kissed Fu Zhao's chin. This little fish is for you, big fish, cheer up a bit. In the almost deserted old shop, Fu Zhao gently lifted her chin with his fingers and leaned down to press his warm cheek against hers. His high nose bridge brushed against her eye socket, and his long eyelashes rested on those tranquil, silent eyes. He knew she wouldn't have only him by her side, but love breeds jealousy. And he was not an emotionless plant. He always found it hard to restrain this feeling. Can you like me a little more? Xie Guitang's fingers brushed through his hair, then landed on his ear, giving it a gentle touch. I will like you a lot. Fu Zhao's expression had a clarity that resembled the clearing sky after snow, and his handsome face added a unique flavor. Regardless of what happened in the future or whether she would have other crushes, he only hoped she would give him that extra bit of affection. Please don't forget the path he walked with her. Xie Guitang thought this moment had passed, until they returned to the White Tower residence. Fu Zhao brought in a delivery box from the door. Things were gradually getting off track. Before resting at night, Xie Guitang heard a knock on the door. She opened it without any defenses and was stunned to see Fu Zhao standing there. He was barefoot on the floor, wearing something like a skirt made of several pieces of semi-transparent dark fabric. The stitching was not very neat. It covered the front but revealed his sidelines, with slits that were somewhat outrageous, looking nothing like proper clothing. On his upper body, he wore a pearl chest chain, a black lace neck ring, and a silver arm cuff inlaid with pearls. At this moment, without his outerwear, she could clearly perceive that Fu Zhao was evidently superior to the blind box husband. His milky white, plump figure was not the kind that seemed weak and harmless. It exuded a sense of strength. Standing at 220 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, Captain Fu Zhao looked like an undefeated warrior dressed for a grand occasion. Seeing that Xie Guitang had no reaction, he slightly lowered his head, asking, "Do you not like it? You seem to enjoy watching me at the club." He took her hand and placed it on his chest, where she could feel the texture of the pearls and the softness. "Really, you don't like it?" He leaned down, speaking to her in a husky voice. "You can touch, not just look." Chapter 129. Puppy Team. The beast tide of alien species is nearing its end, and there haven't been any major issues in Zone 14. This time, not only have most of the alien species been wiped out, but one of the Lord Beast has also been sent away. significantly reducing the pressure on that side. In a message from Acheson to Xie Guitang, he mentioned other Sentinels in the East Zone, including Agilia and his team. When the alien beast tide struck Zone 14, Captain Agilia and Captain Guyanshur had just returned to Zone 14, and their role was crucial. However, it seems that the puppy team leader is not doing well. Acheson's message suggested that he seems to be in the process of advancing. What does seems mean? Before falling asleep, Xie Guitang pondered Acheson's wording, unclear about Agilia's exact situation. Around 7 in the morning, there was a knock on Xie Guitang's door. She was extremely tired, her eyes barely open, and Fu Zhao gently patted her back, saying he would go take a look. In her dazed state, she heard some clattering sounds, and then someone walked to her bedside. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a tall blue bay shepherd, followed by Rand S. Adjutant, who looked travel-worn and haggard. "Are you doing well recently? Is anyone bullying you?" Xie Guitang slowly sat up, her collar slipping down a bit to reveal a hint of red mark below her collarbone. Rand was not a foolish simpleton. He knew what that mark was. Someone had touched the puppy's treasure and audaciously left a mark. Xie Guitang didn't expect that the puppy she was worried about yesterday would appear before her today. I'm fine. How is Agilia? And where's Fu Zhao?" Just a door away, Stephen and Yu Feng stood at the entrance of Xie Guitang's bedroom, while Fu Zhao across from them looked displeased. The Samoyed and the Husky stood beside them, without any playful demeanor. Even sled dogs can be quite intimidating when serious. Charles patted the side of a meteorite border collie, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Fu Zhao. However, the canine family is the choice of the Purification Lady. There is no need for the Marine family to take care of her anymore." Charles smiled politely at Fu Zhao, thinking his point should be clear enough. The Purification Lady did not choose him. She chose the puppies. Was that not clear enough? Silly fish. At a height of 220 centimeters, Fu Zhao towered over the puppies, looking down on them. He violently grabbed Stephen by the collar, pushing him towards Yu Feng with a shove. The Samoyed, known as the dead-faced steam bun, lunged at Fu Zhao, who instantly locked its neck bone and lifted it up with one hand. The big dog was off the ground, its eyes flashing with shock. Perhaps he also realized how heavy he was. Yu Feng had already placed his hand on the gun behind him when the bedroom door suddenly opened. Xie Guitang, dressed in a light green soft nightgown, glanced at them and said, "Are you all free now?" Charles gave Fu Zhao a vivid performance of what it meant to change expressions in a second. "Sorry, Miss Xie, we were really worried about your situation." So he asked Captain Fu Zhao a few more questions. He showed a remorseful expression towards Fu Zhao, adding, "We truly apologize for making Captain Fu Zhao unhappy just now." Xie Guitang interrupted Charles's spell, saying that while it was fine for others to say such things, the main target was Fu Zhao. How could she not know that the big fish had a few tricks up his sleeve? What could he do? He was just a silly big fish. "Let us go check on Agilia's situation first." She had just heard Rand say that Agilia originally showed signs of reverting, but had never succeeded. However, after the battle in the North Zone, he began to frequently fall into a state of advancing to mythological species, repeating the cycle of consumption. It seemed like something was amiss. Chapter 130. The puppy always feels indebted when Xie Guitang arrived. Catherine had already brought the best medical staff from Zone 9 to treat Agilia. The puppy captain lay on the large bed, his eyes tightly closed, with a giant wolf dog lying on his blanket beside him. The wolf dog's head rested in the crook of his neck, its tail draped over his ankle, sleeping closely with him. After Xie Guitang arrived, she heard a doctor from Zone 9 quietly asking Catherine if Agilia's spiritual entity had not yet gone through its first heat. Catherine responded that it likely hadn't. Was his current state due to this? Catherine replied that the doctor, who had worked in Zone 9 for many years, had more understanding of the Siberian wolf dog spiritual entities. There was a connection. His spiritual entity's development was somewhat delayed, which would affect his current condition. Was there any solution? Catherine and the doctor discussed this issue, while Xie Guitang thought about how spiritual entities generally have various connections with their owners, being the Sentinel spiritual entities. Since Agilia's spiritual entity had not experienced its first heat, what about the puppy captain himself? The doctor found the situation somewhat difficult to handle, as it had never happened before. They could try artificial intervention. Then the doctor proposed a plan that left both Xie Guitang and Catherine silent for a moment. After a while, Catherine said, "This won't do. When he wakes up, he might turn against me. After all, Agilia and she had different views in some aspects. He was a staunch conservative, sharing the same rules as his spiritual entity. That was like the ancient wolf dogs. He would only have one partner in his life." The doctor pondered for a moment. Currently, this was the best method. If he had a fiancée, they could ask for her help. If not, they would have to endure it. The doctor swiftly prepared a light pink potion, a potent CQY. "How about it? Have you thought it over?" Catherine was worried that Agilia, in his special state, would leave Xie Guitang with some psychological trauma. Moreover, she felt it was inappropriate to bring this up, as it would be too rude and offensive to the purifier. So, after a moment of contemplation, she had her subordinate bring a set of restraints. The young wolf should be fine with it. The subordinate fitted Agilia with handcuffs and neck rings, and then the doctor injected the sleeping wolf dog with CQY. Others gradually left the room. The ensuing scene was not something that could be easily watched. Xie Guitang sat beside Agilia's bed, her fingers resting on the back of his hand, while Catherine patted her shoulder. "Let's go outside. He will be very agitated soon, and I fear he might hurt you." Xie Guitang did not leave. She gently shook her head at Catherine. "I can't leave him alone right now. He was in the most dangerous advancement period, and no matter what, she couldn't abandon him at such a time." Catherine looked at her for a moment and then handed Xie Guitang a stun baton. "If he tries to attack you, don't hesitate. A tough-skinned canine Sentinel 1T die from a few shocks." The way she said it made it seem like the person lying on the bed was not her blood-related brother, but rather her arch-nemesis. All other personnel were cleared out. Not only was Agilia tightly restrained, but even his wolf dog was locked up, tied like a dog. The special medication took effect very quickly, and the wolf dog whimpered and began to stir. Moments later, Agilia opened his eyes. He was severely affected by his spiritual entity, and for a while, he was in a daze. Then he saw Xie Guitang beside him. His eyes trembled as he wanted to get closer to her, but was tightly bound and unable to move at all. He let out a painful whimper, looking at her with his blue eyes glistening with moisture, just like the large wolf beside him. He said, "I'm sorry. I failed to protect you well." After parting from Xie Guitang, he had gone through moments of life and death, enduring various heavy and painful experiences, but he hadn't spoken a word to her about any of it. Upon seeing her again, all he felt was overwhelming guilt, regretting that he hadn't provided her with better protection. He felt indebted to her. Chapter 131. Do you like puppies? It was evident that he was in distress. The wolf dog couldn't help but let out a long howl. It struggled wildly, extremely agitated. Agilia had sweat marks on his forehead, and his gaze began to blur. He must be feeling very uncomfortable. But at that moment, he tilted his head, trying hard to sniff her fingers, speaking to her in a hoarse and intermittent voice. "I heard there are spies in District 14. I'm so anxious. I want to return to your side. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. But I can't go back. I'm so anxious. I keep thinking, Tang, are you hurt? Is anyone bullying you? If I were a bit stronger, if I could have led you out that day, am I too useless? Will you regret choosing a worthless little dog? I'm sorry. His words were filled with self-blame and deep self-loathing. It turned out that during their time apart, her little dog had not been well at all. Xie Guitang gently stroked his face. "No, I don't regret my choice." When she was at her most fragmented, it was the little dog that gently caught her. He was her first anchor in this world. He prevented her from drifting aimlessly like duckweed, leading her to either sink or wither. Agilia took several heavy breaths, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, the muscles in his arms nearly bursting the restraints. Don't look at me. At least not now. Don't look at me." Every night and day they had not seen each other. He missed his purifier miss so much, just like a little dog waiting for its owner to return home. However, their reunion was rather unfortunate. He didn't want her to see him like this. He wanted to appear in her heart as someone always neat and calm. He cared too much about how she perceived him. Even at this moment when his body desperately craved her touch, he still told her, "You should go. Leave this place, Xie. Don't look good right now." The medication was too strong. He had completely lost his sanity, his face flushed, his eyes glimmering with a watery hue. His breaths were hot. even resembling the heavy panting of a wolf dog in severe pain. His moist red lips, his dazed eyes, made him seem strangely alluring, a pitiful little dog trapped. Still, a little dog forced into submission. He couldn't help but whimper, his eyes watering and vacant, feeling so uncomfortable. He felt as if he were dying, as if he were falling apart. Xie Guitang gently stroked his hair, trying to release energy to help ease his pain. Blue-purple light dots infused into his body. He seemed to improve momentarily, but then his condition took a sharp turn for the worse. With a snap, he broke the restraints on his arm. He gasped heavily, the control device on his neck beeping, and Xie Guitang instantly stood up and stepped back. He violently tore apart several other restraints, his eyes glowing with a jade-like red. The wolf dog broke free from its chains, standing beside Agilia. The situation was very dire. She pressed her back against the wall, holding the electric baton in her hand. Agilia, calm down. He was now disoriented, seemingly unable to comprehend who she was or what she was saying. The wolf dog panted heavily, tongue out, eyes locked on her. Agilia swayed for a moment, then walked towards her, catching a whiff of a very fragrant scent. He swallowed hard, his light red eyes fixed on her without blinking. As he attempted to grab her wrist, his silver bracelet clashed with her identical bracelet. The crisp sound snapped him back to reality. The person in front of him was Xie Guitang, his precious treasure he could never bear to touch. Xie Guitang was ready to use the electric baton on him. However, he did not offend her. He leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and knelt at her feet. His fingers trembled as he undid the buttons of his shirt, revealing a smooth and beautiful chest with defined muscles, then wrapped his arms around her waist. Can you help me? He let go of her, his fingers resting on his knees. If she couldn't help, he wouldn't stop her from leaving. That was her choice, and he couldn't force a lady's will. But he really wanted to be close to her. His heart was a mess, and his body was in great discomfort, his drug-affected mind also in chaos. He wondered if his behavior was so terrible that it annoyed her, making her unwilling to even touch him. Did she dislike him? What should he do if she really didn't like him anymore? Xie Guitang noticed the little dog's drooping head seemed to shudder. Sensing that he was not aggressive at the moment, she lifted his face. Then she saw his flushed, dazed face and the tears silently streaming down. Such a pitiful little dog. Is it that painful? She thought he was physically unwell, but she heard him choke out, "What should I do if you don't like me anymore?" Those words broke Xie Guitang's heart. Chapter 132. Shy puppy. She cupped his face and gave him a gentle kiss, saying she wouldn't dislike him. He asked Xie Guitang if he would always like him. Xie Guitang pressed her cheek against his, saying yes, she would always like the big dog. He emphasized seriously, "It's a wolf." Xie Guitang smiled and then sat on his lap, her fingers stroking his cheek. "Agilia, you won't hurt me, right?" Agilia wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. "I won't hurt you, never." The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, blocking out any light, and all the lights were off except for a dim little lamp that was still on. She rested her forehead on his shoulder, her fingers resting on Agilia's chest, sitting in his embrace. There seemed to be a hint of a sob, as if she recalled something sad. Agilia's gray and white wolf ears perked up, his big tail wagging, looking quite comfortable. A massive Siberian wolf leaned in from behind her, licking her shoulder, its big head wanting to nuzzle. Xie Guitang gave Agilia's shoulder a light punch, telling it to go away, no licking. It couldn't. So could its owner? Agilia gave the wolf a slap on the head, telling it to go play elsewhere. The wolf whined, wanting to join in, but Agilia sternly scolded it no. The wolf sadly walked away, its ears drooping. After Agilia felt relieved, the wolf returned to normal, but not completely. By the way, Xie Guitang suddenly remembered something. "Agilia, your spiritual form just entered adulthood, so you." He nuzzled her face like a clingy puppy, showering her with affectionate licks, overly enthusiastic in his canine manner. "I've been an adult for a long time. I'm not a child." To prove his maturity, he even pulled out his identification information for her to see. "Well, you are indeed an adult, but to me, you're still a younger brother." The not childlike Agilia made her experience the joys of adulthood. It was so pleasurable that she almost fainted. Agilia, as puppy-like, phase lasted a long time, long enough for Fu Zhao to knock on the door outside, asking if help was needed. Xie Guitang seemed startled, suddenly trembling. Agilia held her tightly, seemingly squeezing her too hard, and she gave his chest a heavy slap. He let out a low, muffled grunt. Agilia must have heard him. The knocking stopped. Outside, Fu Zhao reached the end of the corridor. He looked through the window and saw the white snow below, his expression unclear. From his silhouette, he seemed filled with desolation. That night, the doctor came to check on Agilia's condition. After learning that there was more than just Agilia in the room, the doctor repeatedly asked if it was his crush inside. I told you before, if someone is accompanying him during this heat period, that person can only be his betrothed or crush. Because if it's not someone he likes during this special time, he would regard that person as an intruder and kill them on the spot. Just as the doctor finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. The puppy captain, with wet hair still dripping, looked like he had just finished bathing. He was drying his hair while making a shushing gesture to them. Be quieter. Xie Guitang had just fallen asleep, and he didn't want any slight noise to wake her. Seeing this, the doctor understood the answer. They conducted a blood test, and the results showed that he had successfully advanced. However, what is the ancestral mythological form of a Siberian wolf? When Xie Guitang woke up and opened her eyes, a large pure white beast was sitting at her bedside, its gaze somewhat familiar. It had a wolf's body, a pure golden lightning mark between its brows, 2 white ram horns on its head, and a pair of huge white wings. Is this Baisha? She reached out a hand, making a gesture to shake hands. Big dog? It howled once, then looked at her and howled again. It's a wolf. It's a wolf. Wait. No. It seems it's not a wolf anymore. Agilia pushed the door open. The puppy captain seemed a bit shy and embarrassed, completely lacking the wildness and aggression from before. He couldn't even bear to look her in the eye. His ears and face flushed red, and his drooping eyelashes resembled little butterflies ready to take flight. You said you would always like me. You weren't lying, right? Chapter 133. Creating death for the old leader at this moment. Looking into her eyes was somewhat like a shy little wife, making it difficult for him, given his tall stature. Xie Guitang mischievously tugged at the big dog's chest fur, saying, "What if I were to deceive you?" Agilia paused for a moment, his wolf ears momentarily resembling airplane ears, flopping down softly. He made a sudden move, leaning forward to press his face against Xie Guitang's, quickly pecking a kiss on her cheek. "You can't trick me." Xie Guitang laughed, pulling his arm to lead him to the bed. Agilia followed her movement, his upper body collapsing onto her pillow. Xie Guitang leaned on his shoulder, getting close to his wolf ears, her breath brushing against his white, fluffy ears, causing them to twitch uncontrollably. Seeing this made Xie Guitang want to laugh, and she reached out to pinch the tips of his furry ears, whispering in his ear, "Silly, of course I'm not tricking you. Who could bear to bully such a sweet and cool big bear dog-type sentinel?" Agilia held her waist with one hand and stroked her hair with the other, gently cuddling her. Just a few minutes into their embrace, a sudden knock came from outside, interrupting them. "Sorry to disturb you, but Miss Catherine wants to invite Miss Xie to dinner." Captain Agilia, you need to know your limits when it comes to work. Pampering your pet is not a good tradition for a sentinel. Agilia wanted to tell Frontline to go away, but he restrained himself in front of Xie Guitang. Frontline was definitely doing this on purpose. The old golden retriever was the most scheming breed, such an annoying guy. Agilia was dressed casually today, wearing a light gray long-sleeve shirt and black pants. This outfit was very homey, completely different from his previous cold sentinel image. It shouldn't have been his clothes from Zone 9. She could clearly feel that Agilia had grown taller. Would he still grow after his advancement? She fell into deep thought, wondering if she would have the chance to grow taller too. However, Agilia advanced to the mythical species due to his ancestry, while the Wenyao was inherently a mythical species. Didn't that mean she had missed her chance for a second growth spurt? What a loss. Standing next to Agilia, Xie Guitang compared their heights. He was now about the same height as Fu Zhao. From Agilia's perspective, it looked like after a nap, she had become shorter, turning from a little figurine into a tiny collectible. Small and cute, she wanted to kiss him to death. Xie Guitang looked at the height difference between her and Agilia, remembering that they hadn't been this different before, and now this little brat had changed after a nap. The key was that she had also napped, but only he had grown taller. The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt, and in anger, she punched Agilia's big bear. He gasped in pain. Even the toughest Sentinel couldn't take it, slightly bending over and placing his fingers on the spot where she had punched him. Weren't we just having fun? You can't punch me now. It really hurts. At least let me catch my breath. Sentinels are made of flesh too, you know? Of course, his bear is too. Stepping outside, she saw Frontline and Xie at the door. One was an old golden retriever, and the other was a silly-looking black and white husky. Not a single good dog among them. Agilia always felt like they wanted to climb over him, taking his place and trying to snatch his purification mistress away. Facing his subordinates, Agilia resumed his cold and stern demeanor, showcasing the authority of a wolf dog. Frontline, you really should learn what it means to be a qualified subordinate. Disturbing your superior is not a good virtue. Frontline smiled politely, but I believe the needs and matters of the purification department should come first. Sorry, don't you think so? He showed a look of regret. Sorry, that was my mistake. Frontline had been a bit too hasty, losing his usual calm and cunning, even becoming somewhat reckless and fearless. This wasn't entirely his fault. Due to Fu Zhao and the reactions of other Northern District Sentinels, he felt a serious sense of crisis. In short, the little dog was a bit anxious. If Fu Zhao, that silly fish, could do it, then why couldn't he? Just because Agilia was his superior? For the sake of the purification mistress. Some necessary sacrifices were inevitable. It was just an ill-fitting shoe, so just wear it. Come on, wear it casually. Was this something to be embarrassed about? Of course not. It was just a matter of ability, and he was competing for affection based on his abilities, so what was there to be ashamed of? Chapter 134. Intrigued, the golden retriever beside Frontline smiled at Xie Guitang, only to be kicked in the face by a husky. The husky, after pushing off the golden retriever's face, accelerated and dashed in front of Xie Guitang, its forepaws bouncing around in a chaotic manner. Then, in a strange, twisted posture, it tilted its head to look at her and barked. Agilia rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Xie, get your stupid dog away. Xie awkwardly searched for an exit. At that moment, he really didn't want to admit that such a silly dog was his spiritual entity. He grabbed the husky by the scruff of its neck and pulled it back. Can you be a little more reasonable? The husky responded with a headbutt, the force nearly knocking Xie down. Xie looked at the husky, this foolish black and white beast, and thought it was a daily occurrence to see stars. Xie Guitang couldn't help but laugh, and the husky, as if sensing food, instantly sprang from Xie's hands to stand in front of Xie Guitang, looking seemingly obedient as it gazed up at her. Xie Guitang poked its forehead with her finger. Silly dog. It seemed quite happy about it. Xie, dressed in a black trench coat, momentarily stiffened, as if a tiny bit of tension had formed on his forehead. Franga's polite smile seemed a bit twisted, while Agilia appeared somewhat green with envy. The husky continued to laugh foolishly, but soon a large shadow loomed over it. It looked up and saw an upgraded version of a white wolf dog. The husky emitted a strange cry, similar to a person being beaten, then quickly ran behind Xie. It seemed to want to hide, but it was oblivious to how big its rear end was, leaving its entire backside exposed. Xie had never felt so embarrassed. At that moment, he really wanted to give up on it, but this silly dog was bound to him for life. And he felt his future was already bleak. After taking some time to freshen up, it was almost time for dinner with Catherine, so Xie Guitang and Agilia left. As they were leaving, Agilia took a careful look at Frontline and Xie, seemingly noting them down on his training companion list. Xie clicked his tongue, realizing that his days ahead might not be easy, all because of you. Why not just be a subordinate? What are you competing for? Frontline sneered, the golden retriever's face drooping like an old widow's as it stared at the husky next to Xie. He mocked Xie. Don't you want to compete? Why are you here if you don't want to? Just to be a decoration? Laughing hysterically, did he really think he would believe that this stupid husky had no desire to compete for affection? They're no good dogs. They just pretend not to show it for now. He smiled maliciously at Xie and said, what are you pretending for? Now you look like a decent sentinel. But privately, you must be dying to lick that lady's shoes, right? Well, you're not up for it yet. Xie was taken aback, his ears suddenly turning red as he quickly caught the keyword lick in Franga's words. Furious, he shot back at Frontline, who was still exuding venom. What nonsense are you spouting? You unprincipled fool. Frontline was stunned. Hello? Hi. Did Xie just hear what I said? Did the husky's brain grow inside his head? Which word did he find inappropriate? Damn it, you phone, you're hopeless. Stupid dog. You should go see a doctor about your brain. Being on the same team as the husky filled him with deep shame, just based on its foolish appearance. It thought it could compete for affection. In the next life, it wouldn't even get close to the dining table. Taking the elevator to the 49th floor, they were exhausted from the day. So they chose a nearby small restaurant inside the White Tower for dinner. Outside, it looked like a shop at a mall, but inside it was a hidden paradise. After walking through the entrance, they entered a restaurant with a forest theme, complete with tents, grassy shrubs, and even a small stream with colorful fish swimming in it. Unlike any species she had seen before, resembling legendary creatures from movies. Unexpectedly, there was such a stunning place inside the White Tower in Zone 9. Following the staff's guidance, Xie Guitang and Agilia arrived at a building resembling a yurt, made of a jade-like material. Inside, Catherine was already there. Seeing Xie Guitang and Agilia enter together, she smiled, noting that her little wolf and Miss Xie were a good match. Agilia was able to successfully get through the advancement period, and Miss Xie had worked very hard for that. Thank you so much for your help with Agilia. It was crucial. The Lin family offers this small token of appreciation. Please don't refuse. Xie Guitang instinctively glanced at Agilia, but she forgot that at her current height, she couldn't see his face up close. Catherine noticed her gesture and chuckled, inviting her to take a seat. Of course, this was also his goodwill. Strictly speaking, this should be a gift from Agilia to Xie Guitang, as it was previously Agilia's personal possession, after he transferred to the East District. This gift remained with the Lin family for her to take over, and now Agilia was giving it to Xie Guitang. Xie Guitang sat down, curious to see what this small token of appreciation was. If it didn't meet her expectations, that wouldn't do. Catherine gestured to her smart wristband, indicating that Xie Guitang should check the item she had sent over. Xie Guitang calmly opened it, then fell silent. Chapter 135. The inarticulate puppy. What Catherine handed her was a hunting corps. It was a high-level squad of 3,000 fully equipped, blood-sampling S-tier Sentinels. Generally, hunting corps consist of scattered Sentinels outside the White Tower, relying on hunting exotic species to refine some effective energy for survival. These Sentinels typically do not have high levels, mostly ranging between B and C, with a few A ranks, but not many. In addition, there are hunting corps composed of highly skilled high-level Sentinels, whose hunting targets are Lord Beasts. Hunting Lord Beasts is extremely dangerous, but yields very valuable energy oil, which can be sold for a good amount of star coins to both the military of the 5 major White Towers and the noble families. This kind of hunting corps is also known as wild corps, which are ungoverned and do not follow orders, often living in interstellar battleships without much ground life. They roam through various star systems, not much different from interstellar pirates, except that one is legal and the other is not. Regarding Lord Beasts and exotic species, the 5 major White Towers have no special regulations, except for military territories and areas covered by the White Towers. In polluted or uninhabited zones, whoever hunts it owns it, which is considered a way of earning a living based on skill. However, hunting corps composed of high-level Sentinels generally only have dozens or at most a few hundred super A ranks. A fully equipped squad of 3,000 S-tier Sentinels is definitely not a wild corps. Moreover, the entire configuration of 3,000 personnel is the highest level of technology in the D404 star system, with dozens of ship models and nearly 100 weapon configurations. This includes large destructive weapons that can only be configured by the military of the 5 major White Towers, as well as large battleships capable of supporting long-term interstellar jumps. Furthermore, this hunting corps has sufficient energy oil and can be put into use directly. It is clearly a private armed force of the Lin family. Catherine and Agilia gave her a knife, a blade that can protect herself and kill without bloodshed. During idle times, they can be sent out to hunt exotic species and Lord Beasts for her to earn a large amount of high-quality energy and star coins. When needed, they are her swords to cut through thorns, and if things go awry, they can jump and escape. This gift is too precious. The sincerity is evident. She stared silently at the graceful Catherine opposite her, while Catherine gave her a lazy smile. Take it. This is what you deserve. With that, Xie Guitang had nothing more to say. The matter she had not brought up before now felt like it was time to speak. The ice crystal, or she had obtained from Atchison, was not for mere decoration. She intended to equip it to her private armed force. She would use these high-quality energy supplies to support her corps in hunting or developing unnamed planets, in exchange for more high-quality resources and commonly circulating star coins. There was a lot of ice crystal or obtained from Atchison, and her armed force definitely could not consume it all at the moment. So she planned to invest some in her relative's family, at least her current relative's family. Xie Guitang discussed many cooperation projects with Catherine, and after finishing, the three of them just finished their meal and left. Outside the tent, Catherine suggested they could take a stroll here, as it is a very nice leisure place within a white tower. There are also some more primitive buildings and displays inside, which you might really like. Catherine gave Xie Guitang an enigmatic smile and left first. During the earlier conversation, Agilia had remained like a mute, only adding some explanations to Catherine's words during special times. Now, facing Xie Guitang alone, he appeared somewhat at a loss and shy, his eyes darting around, clearly busy, always avoiding looking into her eyes. Xie Guitang received several messages from Catherine, in which she explained the various relationships and other things behind that gift. Young boys are often inarticulate, especially those of the dog type. They often fumble awkwardly, but you should understand that a puppy does not speak, but it loves you. Xie Guitang looked at Agilia beside her, her heart damp and hot, like a long dry land that had just experienced a rare heavy rain. This was the support belonging to the dog type. He knew her feelings of confusion and helplessness, knew that her situation seemed high and mighty. But underneath it all were countless bones. The purification masters and guides turning into the current situation was not a single issue that could be resolved. The immense benefits represented by this identity, with countless wolves and tigers behind her attempting to carve a piece for themselves. She needed a knife, and now Agilia had given her one. However, she could not understand why he was so shy about those matters. Just like how he had maneuvered for her in Area 9. He had never mentioned a word about it. In fact, the answer is simple. Being shy about it is the answer. Agilia felt awkward saying those things he did for her, thinking it would be strange and fill him with shame. Sometimes, he even dared not meet her gaze. How could he have the courage to speak those words? Perhaps it was also because the things he did were never done with any expectation of return. He did not need her to know what he had given, thus starting to measure how she should repay him for it to be an equivalent exchange. She could give nothing in return, and she could even selfishly want more. Because she deserves it, because he is willing, because he likes her, because he is willing to do so, because he wants her to be free, wants her to be happy. This is the dog type. This is Agilia. Chapter 136. The sound of the pipa, Xie Guitang and Agilia walked inside, where she saw a wooden screen resembling Dunhuang murals. The style here was different from the garden scenery outside. There was a small space surrounded by screens, furnished with small sofas, tables, and other items suitable for resting. There were also some antique shelves and other decorations, all imitating the Tang and Song styles. But the age of some items made the imitations quite messy. A few soldiers and staff moved about. This was a public resting area. Xie Guitang spotted a pipa on a display stand, its main body made of mahogany, painted with a golden red bird. After consulting with Catherine, she pinched Agilia's sleeve and gently tugged at it. He looked down at her, asking, "What is wrong? Do you want to listen to the pipa? You mean that? That's a very old instrument. Not many people play it now. If you want to listen, I can find someone to play it for you." Xie Guitang playfully hit him again. "You silly." She called over a staff member, spoke a few words, and then waited for him to bring the pipa after paying. Agilia clutched his chest in pain and asked, "Can we discuss this? Can we choose another place next time?" The soldiers' bears were also vulnerable. Xie Guitang found a small, unoccupied booth, adjusted the pipa, and briefly replied, "No change. I like to play, love to play, and will continue to play." Seeing her skillfully tuning the pipa, Agilia understood what she meant. He was a bit taken aback. He and T expected to have this honor. But why did she, a girl, like his bear, so much? It fell a bit off. After tuning it, she began to play a piece, one that her master used to love, Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. The melodious sound of the pipa attracted quite a few people who stopped to watch, but they were all shooed away by Agilia. Her features were coldly beautiful, and the expression of her lower gaze was one he had never seen. Her black, smooth hair fell over one shoulder, looking more like a divine figure described in ancient texts than a mortal. Agilia was mesmerized, and by Xie flew out of his mental landscape, transforming into a small creature the size of a palm, with a white wolf body and wings, and a golden lightning pattern between its brows. It flew around twice in the air before landing on Agilia's head, both of them fully focused on her. In a small booth diagonally across, Captain Heinrich, the spirit of a great whale, and Captain Cloyd, the spirit of an orca, were resting temporarily, but both turned their attention toward Agilia and Xie Guitang. Xie Guitang had her back to them and was unaware of their gaze, but Agilia noticed clearly. The great whale's eyes were filled with deep envy. Xie made a fierce expression at them, but forgot it was in its juvenile form, looking more cute than threatening. As the piece ended, Xie Guitang could no longer hold back. She patted Agilia's shoulder to make him lower his head, then took the fluffy little wolf off his head. She buried her face in its belly, squeezing its cheeks, fragrant and fluffy. She was addicted to fluffiness. The small wolf was confused by her actions, its blue eyes wide in shock. Next, Xie Guitang held it on its back in her hands and gave it 2 quick kisses on its forehead, leaving it stiff like a sculpture. Agilia was also petrified. What about him? He hadn't gotten a kiss yet. In the series of Human versus Beast, Agilia now found his spirit beast less appealing. Xie Guitang was completely enamored with the fluffy, super cute, mini flying little wolf. Little darling, you smell so good like milk. Agilia's face was almost flushed red from her antics, and Xie Guitang continued to pinch the little wolf's ears. Your ears are so soft and small, really nice to touch. Its ears were only as big as her fingernail, its tail small, its body tiny, and it was warm. Such a cute creature made her want to kiss it to death. Agilia cleared his throat and quietly said to her, "Let us touch it when we go back." Xie Guitang was too focused on the fluffiness to hear him. "What did you say?" Agilia mumbled, "I'll let you touch it when we get back." After saying that, he took his spirit beast back from her hands, and the little flying wolf dashed back into his mental landscape. "Why can't I touch it now?" Agilia's ears turned red. He remained silent, wondering why they couldn't touch it now. Because touching it would require him to stand up. A person can die, but they cannot socially die, especially not in front of a rival. Chapter 136, A Family of Medicine. Agilia changed the subject. Have you learned to play this instrument before? The pipa is considered an antique now. There are hardly any people who can play it. If someone has the means to learn such an instrument, then Xie Guitang must have had a decent upbringing. At least her family that supported her should be quite well off. But he quickly realized that he might have said something wrong. This topic didn't seem to make her comfortable. She was silent for a moment, and then said, "It was my master who taught me. My master is my master." Her words were oddly phrased, and then she fell silent again, as if contemplating how to express herself to him. Agilia patiently waited. "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. We have plenty of time today. If you're not ready, we can talk about this next time." The emotional black box was touched again, but this time, she didn't seem as out of control or in pain as before. Perhaps because she had found her spiritual antidote. For someone whose mental state is shattered and full of wounds, infusing them with love can cause their flesh and blood to flourish. She had received a lot of love here, a lot, so she wanted to rebuild herself. She wanted to survive. Calming down, she tried to describe her past to Agilia. "My master was a very gentle person. She could play the pipa and also the kongho. When I was young, I couldn't memorize the numbers. The other teachers would punish me with hand slaps. But my master said, a child's duty is to have a happy childhood. When I was little, she rarely punished me for my mistakes, and she would make a lot of delicious food, always speaking softly and never arguing with anyone. After I left, I heard that she planted a begonia tree in the yard. She never told me, but I knew she was actually hoping for my return every day." Agilia sat beside her, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. "Can I take you home?" He sensed that her home seemed far away. Xie Guitang buried her face in Agilia's shoulder. "I can never go back to my hometown." It wasn't just distance. It was also the time she could never return to. Her master had taught her to be both an outer king and an inner sage, possessing both strength and compassion, both of which are indispensable. She had to have a sense of reverence for all things in the world, She often fed birds and small animals, which felt close to her. Because Xie Guitang's master believed that this world is not just for humans, but that all beings coexist. She held Agilia's fingers. "Don't be afraid. I will get better slowly." Agilia gently rubbed her head with his chin. "I know you will be fine. I will always wait." One of the traits of a wolf dog is long waiting. They're always good at waiting. When Xie Guitang and Agilia finished with the pipa and left, Heinrich and his companion had not yet left. After she nodded to the two team leaders from the North District inside, she left the club with Agilia. Once they were gone, Cloydie asked Heinrich, "What is the anomaly? Why does she have to memorize the anomaly? Can a purifier also be punished with hand slaps?" Heinrich pondered. Is it possible that what she meant was medical books? And she probably hadn't differentiated into a purifier when she was young. He speculated that perhaps Xie Guitang came from a family of medicine, and her family hoped she would become a doctor, which is why she would memorize medical books. However, aside from her guiding abilities, he hadn't heard of Xie Guitang having other medical skills. In fact, not only Heinrich but also Agilia did not understand what this anomaly was. However, he understood that Xie Guitang had been punished with hand slaps when she was young, and he thought it must have been a few bad teachers. She was just a child back then. It shouldn't have been right to punish her like that. A few words would have sufficed. As they entered the elevator, a child, who was an unknown staff member, was screaming, and the person beside him, presumably his father, was fiddling with a smart brain bracelet, seemingly unsure of what he was doing. Xie Guitang was annoyed by the noise and kicked Agilia's calf. Agilia grabbed the collar of the child's father and lifted him off the ground. "Make him shut up." The child's father was terrified and soon realized that his son was causing a disturbance. I understand." Agilia let go, and he quickly covered the child's mouth. But the mischievous kid still wanted to act up. With just a fierce look from Agilia, he instantly behaved. "If you keep making noise, I'll break your dad's legs." Disobedient children can have their heads twisted off. What to do if the kid keeps making noise? Simple, just twist off the head, and it won't make any sound. Chapter 137. Big Fish and Sea Cabbage. Thanks to Agilia, the journey ahead was very quiet. Gu Yanshi and Fu Zhao's subordinates were in Area 14, where there were still many tasks that required their assistance. When choosing guardians before, Alzin originally intended for her to temporarily select 2, adding more later if she found other desired candidates. In the southern and central districts, purification-type guardians typically numbered 10 or more. Since she was not familiar with Agilia and the other members of the little dog team, she only chose Agilia. However, now she thought that she needed to give Fu Zhao an identity. His sincerity was evident throughout their journey. If she continued to ignore him, it would be too unfair. And she couldn't do that. Agilia had his own residence in the White Tower of Area 9, and he originally wanted to take Xie Guitang to visit his place. However, Xie Guitang had other matters to attend to. "Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you?" He confirmed with her again as he dropped her off at the door. Xie Guitang assured him, "I can manage on my own." Mainly, she felt that if Agilia accompanied her, the direction of things might become quite strange. Agilia sighed regretfully. "Can I wait for you at the door? And we can go back together? I still have many collections I haven't shown you. Really, you'll love them. I have a lot of beautiful interstellar collectibles." Seeing her indifferent expression, he softly added, "You can also touch my spiritual body. You can do whatever you want with it. If not my spiritual body, then something else." "That works too." Xie Guitang felt a bit swayed, but held back. "I really have things to do." His fluffy ears drooped. Looking dejected, he understood. Xie Guitang opened the door, and inside was pitch black. She wondered if Fu Zhao had already left. "Fu Zhao," she called out to him, but heard no response. He might really not be there. Turning around, her fingers grasped the doorknob, and, as she opened the door, just a crack, a hand reached out and slammed it shut. Bang! A tall figure loomed behind her, completely enveloping her. The scent of sea salt and sage wafted in. It was Fu Zhao. "You're going to find him again, aren't you?" Xie Guitang turned around, leaning against the door, and in the dim light, she could see a figure resembling a black bear. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" She swiftly took the initiative. Fu Zhao clicked his tongue, leaned closer to her, and his gaze seemed to hold a powerful force in the darkness. "Were you lying to me before?" Full of questions and not a single answer, Xie Guitang asked him, "What did I lie to you about?" He breathed heavily for a moment before saying, You said I was your guardian. Don't want him, want me. I will do better than him. He held her hand, exploring up along his clothing. Just me, okay? Originally thinking that the big fish was angry, it turned out he was just jealous. Fu Zhao, do you remember what the second rule of the Guardian Code is? The first rule of the Guardian Code is to prioritize the safety of the purifier above all else. Any toucher must be killed without mercy. The second rule is to strictly adhere to the wishes of the purifier without developing possessive feelings. Without developing possessive feelings. Fu Zhao's breath was slightly heavy as he cradled her face with his fingers, leaning down to press his face against hers. Was she saying this to tell him that he completely did not meet the requirements of a guardian? He couldn't say anything else. His heart felt heavy and uncomfortable, and he couldn't voice any other pleas. In truth, he had sensed it long ago. He would not be her only one. He just never expected it to happen so soon and in such a way that left him at a loss. On the day he returned from the showcase, he thought that as long as she didn't forget the path they walked together, it would be enough. But when this day truly arrived, he realized it wasn't enough. Far from it. Right now, he felt very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. So the silent big fish knelt down in front of her, his height almost level with hers, and asked, "Can you kiss me?" Now, she asked. Right now, he replied. The big fish was about to drown. So just give him this last bit of delusion. Even a little would do. Even if she was completely lying to him and would never let him be her guardian. It didn't matter. He had never considered it before. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. He could hold on to this last shred of hope and walk for a long, long time. Chapter 138, reading Xie Guitang's fingers touch his nape, gently caressing. Is there anything else you want besides this? He looked at her silently, not saying anything. He didn't know what more he could ask for. Xie Guitang covered his eyes with her fingers and lightly kissed the corner of his lips, leaving him dazed. Fu Zhao could sometimes be very perceptive, but at other times, he was dazed, like a simpleton. Don't you want to be my guardian? Fu Zhao rested his forehead on her shoulder, his broad arms wrapping around her waist, remaining silent for a long time. Can I? He asked. He couldn't go against his own heart. He wanted to be closer to her, to be able to guard her openly. Xie Guitang responded to his embrace. In the arms of the big fish, there was a tranquil and silent sense of security. You can, she said, just a moment ago. Fu Zhao thought he was going to be abandoned, but unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. She didn't abandon him. Instead, she gave him a clear identity. His chest surged, suddenly hit by unfamiliar emotions, making him feel almost dizzy. She didn't abandon him. Xie Guitang wanted to reach for the light. But Fu Zhao held her fingers, and then her hand fell on his chest. After spending some time together, Captain Fu Zhao had vaguely grasped some of her preferences. So, can I pamper my newly appointed guardian tonight? Xie Guitang mischievously pinched Fu Zhao's big bear, feeling that it was a bit different from before, as if it had become fuller. What were you doing before? She felt that Fu Zhao's current state seemed a bit flushed, all set to go. Fu Zhao must have just taken a shower not long ago, as there was still a faint hint of moisture and the scent of shower gel on him. He responded to Xie Guitang's earlier question, saying, I was boxing. The training ground in Zone 9 had a large boxing area. Fu Zhao seemed to neither smoke nor drink, and he didn't have other forms of entertainment. Usually, besides daily training, he would read some books or browse the news. His life was rather mundane. Besides high-intensity exercise, he really had no other outlets for stress. What were you thinking just now? Did you think I would abandon you? Fu Zhao silently hugged her waist. Xie Guitang understood and pinched him, feeling his muscles instantly tense up. The big fish with the wrong thoughts. Are you going to accept a little punishment? Fu Zhao clenched his fist on his knee. How are you going to punish me? She walked inside, sat on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and then beckoned Fu Zhao over. Fu Zhao silently and obediently sat down on the sofa opposite her, and then a foot clad in white socks stepped onto his knee. She turned on a small night light and handed him the book Sentinel Practical Training Skills that Fu Zhao had placed on the side of the cabinet. Read. Fu Zhao's voice was deep and warm as he opened the book and began reading about repairing fighter jets. This book was very practical, and many Sentinels would read it. Then she extended her leg, stepping on his waist, slowly moving down. Fu Zhao's voice quickly became hoarse, and the veins on the back of his hand gripping the book bulged. In the maintenance of the number 044 fighter jet, More attention should be paid to the engine model configuration. He shivered and continued reading, his gaze hazy with a bit of moisture. It's a bit boring. Xie Guitang took the book from his hand, opened her light brain, and sent him another material, a novel that Catherine had previously sent her. The daily seasoning of a big nanny's husband. She smiled mischievously at Fu Zhao. Read this one. You can't move until you finish. Fu Zhao's eyelids twitched at the title. He opened the first page, fell silent instantly, and his ears turned crimson. Xie Guitang always felt that Fu Zhao had a steady, old cadre vibe, like a simple but super devoted husband. It made her want to play with him and spoil him. Watching him awkwardly face the novel he couldn't bring himself to read. The thrill of bullying an honest person was fully satisfied. Fu Zhao was forced to read the embarrassing novel, while Xie Guitang played with his big bear beside him and didn't allow him to move. She pointed her finger at his forehead. Don't move until you finish reading. The novel had a total of 32 pages, and Fu Zhao had turned 31 pages, his black hair damp with sweat. After finishing the last page, Xie Guitang keenly sensed the danger. She wanted to get up and run, but Fu Zhao had already grabbed the foot she had on him with one hand. The book is finished. Chapter 139. Pike Showdown. Xie Guitang had been riding a giant fish in Fu Zhao's mental landscape for half the night, and she was almost at her limit. It was the first time she realized that the mental realm could be used like this, and that it was even more stimulating than reality. She regretted it, truly. She regretted it so much. She should play tricks to make Fu Zhao read that book. Captain Fu Zhao's learning ability was exceptional. Some skill points didn't need further development. Xie Guitang buried herself in the pillow, thinking, you're done for. Fu Zhao, do you know that? You can't charm your way out of this one. Fu Zhao, maintaining his composure, reached out and pulled her from the blanket, asking, how can I make it better? Xie Guitang glanced at him, and Fu Zhao understood immediately. He rested his arm behind his head, his shoulder line and chest muscles looking exceptionally attractive. Come on, feel free, she thought. After coaxing Xie Guitang to sleep, Fu Zhao began to doubt and search for information. Was it just her, or did most girls feel this way? He didn't understand why she would like this. Perhaps he had triggered some sensitive search keywords, and the timing was quite ambiguous. The dumb AI returned a bunch of useless junk information, among which was the novel Xie Guitang had sent him earlier. It turned out to be a series, and the later content was even more unbearable. After downloading it, Fu Zhao reported it immediately. Such material didn't need to be studied deeply by other Sentinels. It was healthy content. The next day, Fu Zhao discovered something new in his mental landscape, a mental imprint. It was the imprint left by Xie Guitang yesterday. In the warm sea, a long sword was plunged into the deep, inscribed with 4 ancient characters. After searching, he found that it read world peace. It was strange. Typically, a guide's imprint reflects the form of their mental entity. Yet Xie Guitang's imprint was a sword, a rather peculiar long sword. The guide's imprint is a more authoritative existence than any identity, representing the highest recognition of the guide. If a guide imprints a sentinel, that sentinel will be dominated and controlled by the guide for their entire life. Since a guide can imprint multiple sentinels, but a sentinel can only accept one guide's imprint in their lifetime. Once imprinted, they can only receive comfort from that guide, even developing a repulsion to the pheromones of other guides. Generally speaking, as long as the rank difference is too large, sentinels find it hard to break free from the control of a guiding type, except for the imprint. An imprinted sentinel will never be dominated by other guides, including the control abilities of guiding types. There was a light knock on the door. Fu Zhao opened it to see Agilia, the canine captain, looking particularly eye-catching today. His hair was meticulously styled, wearing a blue-gray shirt and dark trousers, and presumably a shirt clip underneath. The ugly canine beside him was also dressed up, with plush ears adorned with multicolored ear clips and colorful stone jewelry resting on its snowy fur. It even wore a pink drool bib. The scheming nature of the canine was obvious. Agilia's previously smiling face turned cold the moment he saw Fu Zhao. TCH, you dumb fish. He couldn't understand how such a simpleton could be favored. He had preferred it when Fejia, that dead snake, did missions with him. The most naive dead fish was now also annoying. Agilia coldly said, I'm taking her back. He tried to step inside, but Fu Zhao grabbed his collar with one hand, pressing his arm across Agilia's shoulder to push him back against the door. This is my room. You want in? No way. Agilia spoke as if taking her back meant they were closer, and he was just an outsider. Fu Zhao didn't like hearing such words. Agilia had been holding back his dissatisfaction with Fu Zhao since they boarded the plane. He was unhappy with Fu Zhao's desire for Xie Guitang. By now, he could hardly contain himself. What made Agilia's anger boil was not just that, but also the scent of Xie Guitang he could smell on Fu Zhao. Agilia's gaze locked onto Fu Zhao like a hunting dog, demanding, "What did you do?" Chapter 140. The clam and the heron fight. Fu Zhao's black eyes resembled a tranquil abyss, coldly responding to the 4 words, Agilia. No comment. This dim-witted fish was driving Agilia crazy. The East District had clear regulations for the captains of the Special Operations Team, prohibiting them from fighting privately or arranging duels on their own. However, they were not in the East District now, and some rules could be temporarily disregarded. Agilia reached out and shoved Fu Zhao hard. "Do you want to practice with me?" "I'm up for it." Just as Agilia found Fu Zhao displeasing. Fu Zhao certainly couldn't find this dumb dog appealing. It was impossible, not even a bit. Once in a holographic match, the butterfly type that had lured the Purifier lady had fully demonstrated that Fu Zhao was not a soft-hearted person. A Sentinel who could sit in the captain's position of the Special Operations Team was not a pure fool. There was a boxing ring in Zone 9. By saying this, it meant that he had accepted Agilia's challenge. He also wanted to see just how tough the dog type's bones really were. However, Fu Zhao was not at ease leaving Xie Guitang alone. He couldn't let her be by herself. He was always on guard, determined not to let previous mistakes happen again. So he first sought out Captain Ningxian, who had the highest combat power. His spirit body was a mythical white tiger with exceptional pressure resistance. Of course, another important reason was that Ningxian did not have as many schemes as other Sentinels. In the training ground, Ningxian was practicing shooting, wearing noise-canceling equipment on his ears and semi-transparent goggles over his eyes. Tall and dressed in a black combat uniform, with matching fingerless gloves. Captain Ningxian looked very handsome as he shot from the side. Suddenly, while training, Captain Ningxian received a communication from Fu Zhao that left his brain momentarily malfunctioning. "Are you saying you need me to accompany the Purifier lady? Such a good thing. How did it fall to him? Was Fu Zhao suddenly ill? Or had he drunk too much and his brain was malfunctioning?" But he remembered that Fu Zhao didn't seem to drink. Fu Zhao asked him, "Can you come?" Ningxian quickly put away his gun. "Yes, I can." Even if he had to crawl over, he would do it. After ending the communication, he quickly tidied up his appearance and handed over the training duties to Vice Captain Zhang Weidong. Vice Captain Zhang was a genuine Northeastern District Sentinel, with a beautiful Northeastern tiger resting at his feet. Upon hearing that Ningxian was leaving, he spoke vaguely, as if afraid someone would ruin his good fortune. He wanted to ask Ningxian what he was going to do, but then thought better of it. Ningxian could do whatever he wanted. After all, he was just Ningxian's vice captain, not his father. "All right, got it. Just go mess around." Time was tight. Ningxian feared that Fu Zhao might change his mind, so he went over in his training uniform. When Ningxian arrived, he saw Agilia with a grim face and Fu Zhao with a cold expression, and he likely had an idea in his mind. Fu Zhao carefully explained some matters to Ningxian, then told him, "You stay in the living room. Miss Xie is resting. Don't disturb her." Ningxian waved him off. "Got it. Stop nagging like an old lady." What a joke. Did he need this dim-witted fish to teach him how to act? He wanted him to help, but didn't want him to receive the Purifier lady's favor. Where was the good in that? Was he Ningxian the type to miss an opportunity? Of course, he would charge in. Opening the door, Ningxian entered the room where Fu Zhao and Xie Guitang had once spent their days together. Fu Zhao's coat and Xie Guitang's dress were draped over the sofa, and the cups on the table were in pairs. Ningxian found it quite displeasing. This dead fish really had hit the jackpot. Inside, it was quiet. She probably hadn't woken up yet, so Ningxian made no noise, not intending to disturb her rest time. A large cat, half human-sized, walked out of the spiritual landscape, sniffing around, then placed its 2 giant claw-like front paws on the back of the sofa. It lowered its head close to Xie Guitang's light green dress, rubbing its large head against her clothing. The scent of the Purifier was there, making the big cat uncontrollably addicted, like catnip. However, it hadn't rubbed enough before Xie slapped it away and grabbed it by the scruff, pulling it aside. "Don't rub, you're shedding." The big cat silently glared at him, as if to say, "What are you barking about? I'm not shedding." While saying that the big cat was shedding, Xie picked up the dress. He wasn't a feline, so he didn't shed. Therefore, he could touch it. Hearing Xie Guitang stirring, Xie gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Can I come in?" Xie Guitang, still groggy from sleep, didn't pay much attention to his voice and thought it was Fu Zhao outside. Come in." Xie opened the door. The light inside was dim, with the curtains drawn tight, and only a dim bedside lamp was on. The pale and delicate purifier lady lay on the bed, revealing a slender arm and beautifully shaped shoulders. Her black hair was messily spread over her body, and, as she lay on her side, a hint of her profile was visible, thick and beautiful, like a seductress. Chapter 141. A strong and dense suck. She was still a bit drowsy and couldn't open her eyes. She stretched out a hand toward Xien's direction. "Days, come here." Xien, with both hands and feet, arrived at her bedside, and then she, half asleep, pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed. The development that followed left Xien's mind in a daze. He was completely at a loss on how to respond, because Xie Guitang had climbed onto him like some kind of small animal, sitting in his arms with her eyes hazy, her hand reaching into his clothes. Her hand seemed to have automatic navigation, heading straight for its destination, and both Xien and the big cat beside him were left with shocked and dazed expressions. After a moment of touching, Xie Guitang's voice came out in a confused murmur. "Why? Have you gotten smaller?" "Smaller? Where am I small?" Just moments ago, Xien had been on the verge of exploding from embarrassment, but now he was filled with disbelief and a strong, competitive spirit. "You could touch more." "I'm not small, not at all." He held Xie Guitang's hand on his chest, taking a deep breath, hold it in. If he had known she liked this, he wouldn't have been practicing shooting targets. He should have been lifting weights for 2 hours instead. This was not his best state. Xie Guitang's brain finally booted up successfully. She lifted her head, resting on Xien's shoulder, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a huge cat face. She was stunned for 3 seconds. This didn't seem to be Fu Zhao. She remembered Fu Zhao didn't have a cat, let alone one this big. And this big cat looked very familiar. If she remembered correctly, this should be Xien's spiritual body. Xie Guitang slowly crawled off Xien, but at this moment, Xien was determined to prove himself to her. He held Xie Guitang's waist to keep her from running away and directly opened his shirt, revealing that he was indeed not small. Unlike the thug-like build of Xien and Fu Zhao, his bone structure was more elegant. With broad shoulders and narrow waist, and long legs, his skin was fair, perhaps related to the color of his spiritual body. Xien was covered in white and pink. His face was striking, with a mix of mischief and wildness. He was so pale, with very little pigmentation, making some parts of him appear excessively youthful, his lips a luscious red. In the dim light, his skin revealed a texture similar to mutton fat. There was no time for him to dress up. His attire was casual and even a bit sloppy, but this only added to his unique charm. The pure male hormone scent overwhelmed her, making her head spin. Xien's posture was both inviting and shy, as if inviting her to taste. He held her hand against his chest. "Touch it, really not small." Xien's mind was filled with competitive spirit, while Xie Guitang was feeling slightly dizzy. How could it be so pink? Is this reasonable? Is it right? Then should I sample it? Xien opened his arms to her, a gesture of feel free to explore. "Cool me." Xie Guitang enjoyed the feeling. But Xien's initial competitive spirit gradually faded, replaced by another emotion. It seemed he was getting a bit excited. Xien's face turned bright red, and the large, round cat ears on his head couldn't help but twitch slightly. His fluffy white tail appeared behind him, swaying back and forth. Seeing the confusion and embarrassment in his blue eyes, Xie Guitang found it a bit funny and released her hand. Indeed not small. He had a scent of cat milk and a hint of woody freshness, which she guessed might be the fragrance of the shower gel Xien used. "Big cat. So fragrant." Xien quickly got up. "I need to go to the bathroom." He dashed into the bathroom like he was escaping, leaving behind the snow-white big cat and Xie Guitang staring at each other. Its ears twitched, looking soft and elastic, and its fur was dense and incredibly clean. She waved at the white tiger. "Mimi, can I pet you?" It obediently walked over, resting its head on her leg. Xie Guitang reached out to rub its ears, then buried her face in its fur. Petting the little cat was blissful. Petting a cat like this doubled her happiness. She went to the living room to get some water, and the big cat gracefully followed her. Ningxian hadn't come out of the bathroom yet, and Xie Guitang secretly petted his big cat, thinking Ningxian didn't know. She sat on the sofa and let the big cat sit down. It obediently settled in front of her, its two enormous paws adorably cute. Xie Guitang petted it from top to bottom, completely burying herself in its fur, feeling as if her entire world was filled with cats. Happy 1111. She glanced and saw two big lychees. "You're also a little brother." The boundaryless human stealthily attacked the cat's bell, holding in her hand to squeeze and play with. The big cat's eyes were filled with shock, staring blankly and in disbelief. Suddenly, low, controlled moans came from the bathroom, deep and seductive, making her legs go weak. The big cat let out a howl, its four paws taking off into the air, and in a flash, it darted under the table, refusing to come out no matter how she called it. Xie Guitang had no choice but to sigh in resignation. Then she reached out to touch the big cat's fluffy rear and even pinched its tail tip. What a very naughty human. The big cat instantly turned into a tiny kitten, only the size of a human palm. It thought it could escape disaster, but Xie Guitang's eyes brightened even more. She pinched the tiny kitten by the scruff of its neck, and it mewed softly at her. Xie Guitang couldn't understand its meows and thought it was being cute, so she placed it on her palm with its four paws up, burying her face in its little belly. Her breath warmed its little belly, but while the cat was fine, the human couldn't take it anymore. Ningxian leaned against the bathroom wall, one arm covering his eyes, while the other hand had to do some work. His ears and profile flushed red, and the black straps around his waist were disheveled, revealing a beautifully flexible waist. The big cat was also a little chef. Even a gentle touch from the girl he liked would elicit a reaction. How could it withstand such stimulation? It was about to be played to pieces. Chapter 142, riding the polar bear Ningxian, came out of the bathroom, and Xie Guitang caught a whiff of a different scent on him, peach-scented hand soap. He was quite the clean big kitty. As he approached, the little kitten in Xie Guitang's hands suddenly leaped into his mental landscape, seemingly horrified as if she had done something unspeakably terrible to it. She probably didn't do anything, right? Ningxian showed no other emotions about it. He followed Fu Zhao's earlier instructions and made her a drink. After placing it on the table, he asked Xie Guitang if she wanted to go out for breakfast or if he should have someone bring it back. There were many delicious foods nearby the trade port close to Zone 9 that couldn't be found elsewhere, as well as other goods for sale. He shared several locations with Xie Guitang, all bustling and distinctive places. Ningxian should have been in Zone 9 before. Xie Guitang seemed quite interested and recalled what Fu Zhao had said about a paid polar bear riding activity in Zone 9. Ning Tuan noted, confirming that there were indeed many polar bear riding spots in the northern district, with polar bears being particularly popular. There were also sled dogs available for sledding. Xie Guitang propped her chin on her hand and asked him if they could shoot guns or drive tanks. The word tank wasn't commonly used. So Ningxian asked her if she meant a battle suit. What type did she want to play with? He lowered his head to fiddle with his smart bracelet, pulling up several types of battle suits, some resembling transformers and others in various shapes. These models were available for rent. If she wanted to shoot guns, he could take her to the training ground in Zone 9, which was only open to high-ranking officers and Special Forces members, featuring boxing rings and other specialized areas. The weather was quite nice today, and she felt like going out. "Let us eat outside," she said. She also wanted to experience the unique polar bear riding activity and the dog sledding in the northern district. Following Fu Zhao's earlier instructions, Ningxian opened the left wardrobe, which contained a complete set of outfits, all belonging to Xie Guitang. He picked the warmest set for her, and when she finished changing, she saw Ningxian fiddling with a hat. It was one that Fu Zhao had bought for her online, a white cat head with a white neck scarf attached. Ningxian held the fluffy hat up, comparing it to the nearby big cat. They weren't just similar, they were identical. The big kitty blinked a couple of times before darting back into Ning Xian's mental landscape upon seeing Xie Guitang. She couldn't help but ponder whether she had frightened it a moment ago. Cat enthusiasts sometimes truly didn't realize how strange they could be while indulging their love for cats. As Xie Guitang walked over, she noticed a row of adorable plush hats, including little dogs, foxes, and octopuses, all overflowing with cuteness. Meanwhile, Ning Xian held a cat hat in one hand and a ginger-colored giraffe plush sock in the other. The top featured the giraffe's head, followed by its long neck, ending with its feet, vividly illustrated and super cute. Definitely not the type Xie Guitang would ever buy herself. All of these were from Fu Zhao's hand, and it was hard to tell that they reflected the tastes of that straight man. He always loved buying Xie Guitang some peculiar items, and some ugly ones he even thought were very nice. After putting on her shoes and socks, she stood up, and Ning Xian gestured for her to look at the cat hat in his hand. "Can I wear this?" he asked. Xie Guitang agreed, and Ning Xian carefully placed the fluffy hat on her head, adjusting the neck scarf for her. "Then let's head out now." They shared a meal that was both oddly shaped and flavored, but still quite delicious. After eating, Ning Xian took her to the place in Zone 9 where they could ride bears. The bears here were artificially raised and had gentle temperaments. As soon as they arrived, Xie Guitang spotted a dozen large bears in the snow. The polar bears were much larger than the brown bears. Their fur was as white as cream, and they eagerly waved to interact with visitors. The staff mentioned that they could catch frisbees and perform other tricks. After Ning Xian paid, they brought over a relatively docile polar bear. "Do you want to take photos?" Ning Xian asked. "How much for one?" The staff, noticing that Ning Xian and his companion were well-dressed and didn't seem like they were short on cash, also noted that Ning Xian was clearly out with someone special, his gaze lingering on the girl beside him, making it hard for him to refuse. 3,000 star coins each. Handsome. How many would you like? Ning Xian was almost amused to the point of anger. He moved closer to the staff member, resting his arm on his shoulder. He pointed to his own face and whispered to the young worker, "Look at me. Do I look like a civilized gentleman? 3,000 star coins? Are you trying to rob me?" Seeing Ning Xian like that made Xie Guitang suddenly recall her previous encounter with an ice cream thief at the mall. With so many people around, she felt embarrassed to put it down, but also pained to pick it up. If it had been Ning Xian in that situation, he probably would have tossed the ice cream thief back into the freezer, right? Boys like him, who looked tough at first glance, could sometimes effectively avoid many social troubles. At that moment, the staff member instantly became more cooperative. Not only did Xie Guitang get to ride the polar bear for free, but she also took beautiful photos. There were a few other boys eyeing her with less than good intentions, but they slinked away after Ning Xian shot them a fierce glance. Not far away, Athos and Heinrich were on a patrol mission, having received reports of high-level aberrations wandering nearby. To their surprise, they witnessed this scene: Xie Guitang riding on the polar bear, gently stroking its ears, her white fluffy hat bobbing adorably atop her head. Athos paused for a moment. Even the polar bear in his mental landscape fell silent. Chapter 143. Did something bad happen? Xie Guitang got off the polar bear, and Ning Xian handed her a cup of hot drink, a local specialty. She took a sip. It was somewhat like taro pudding, overly thick, and she didn't quite like it. "What special mission are Captain Fu Zhao and Captain Agilia on?" Xie Guitang asked Ning Xian. At first, Ning Xian told her that Agilia and Fu Zhao were carrying out a special mission together. When Xie Guitang asked, Ning Xian wasn't sure how to respond, so he vaguely brushed it off. "Just a secret mission." "A secret mission?" Xie Guitang pondered. "When will they be back?" Ning Xian also didn't know when they would finish, only telling Xie Guitang that it should be soon. As they exited the polar bear area, Xie Guitang saw Captain Atossler and Captain Heinrich resting in a side area. "Are they here for a mission?" Atossler raised his drink and politely gestured to Xie Guitang before informing them. "There are high-level anomalies wandering nearby. You should head back to the White Tower soon." Xie Guitang nodded, indicating she understood. Not long after Ning Xian and Xie Guitang left, they suddenly heard an explosion, followed by various chaotic gunshots from the direction of the polar bear area. They hadn't expected things to get chaotic so quickly. The crowd instantly fell into turmoil, and a massive white tiger leaped out of Ning Xian's mental landscape. The tiger's intimidating presence quickly created a vacuum around Xie Guitang and Ningxian. Ningxian drew his handgun and shielded Xie Guitang, urging her to head back to the White Tower first. The white tiger lowered itself, and Ningxian lifted Xie Guitang and placed her on the tiger's back before following closely behind. The big tiger ran extremely fast, leaping over a large crowd. Strange and grotesque anomalies attacked the crowd, and Ningxian fired point-blank. Suddenly, several brightly colored large birds flew down from the sky. Their red eyes were suspicious, and Ningxian quickly changed magazines. After reloading, he shoved the handgun into Xie Guitang's hands. "Here, take this." He drew his long knife, fending off the large birds while urging the white tiger to return to the White Tower. Those large birds were incredibly annoying, constantly chasing and clawing at them. Ningxian sheltered Xie Guitang in his arms, but was accidentally scratched on the arm. Blood splattered, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance before swiftly killing the bird with a single strike. Heinrich and Etossler quickly led their teams to clear nearby streets and soon quelled the chaos. The two captains holstered their weapons and asked Xie Guitang and the others, "Are you okay?" Xie Guitang was fine, but seemed Ningxian had sustained some injuries. He casually bandaged his arm. "We're all right. We just wanted to have a good time today, but that damned anomaly had to come and cause trouble." He was increasingly irritated that the day's planned activities could no longer continue. Heinrich and his team took Xie Guitang and the others back, warning that the high-level anomalies hadn't appeared this time, but advised them to be cautious. That creature might be lurking somewhere, and one moment of inattention could lead to a major disaster. On the way back to the White Tower, it started snowing again. The Northern District was known for its perpetual snowfall, making it a common occurrence. As they reached the outskirts, Xie Guitang saw Fu Zhao and Agilia approaching. Weren't they supposed to be on some special mission? Both looked disheveled. Fu Zhao had a bruise on his nose, while Agilia's mouth was cut and bleeding, with his cheek and jaw also bruised. Fu Zhao appeared sullen, and Agilia muttered as they walked, "You did it on purpose. You don't hit faces when fighting. You deliberately hit my face. You're just jealous of me. You dumb fish. I didn't expect you to be so scheming." Fu Zhao shot him an annoyed glance, seemingly irritated by Agilia's complaints. "Remember what we agreed on." Seeing Xie Guitang, Fu Zhao quickly walked over, opening an umbrella to shield her from the falling snow. "Did you go out to have fun? Did you enjoy yourself today?" Agilia tried to walk on her other side, but Ningxian stood firm in his position, refusing to budge. Agilia subtly reminded him, "This doesn't seem to be your spot." Ningxian feigned ignorance, making a strange, surprised expression. "How did you get beaten up? Captain Agilia? You must have done something bad, right?" Upon returning to the White Tower, Fu Zhao took back the umbrella, and Xie Guitang patted his shoulder, signaling him to lower his head. Fu Zhao awkwardly bent down, and Xie Guitang noticed the bruise on his nose. Then she called Agilia over. "You two stand together." Agilia and Fu Zhao both looked battered, raising suspicions about whether they had just done something bad. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Guitang decided to address some matters privately later, as it wasn't convenient to discuss them outside. Once back, Xie Guitang politely bid farewell to Ningxian and then pulled the two tall Sentinel sleeves as they entered. Ningxian stared at the closed door, remaining silent for 3 seconds. Chapter 144. White Tiger Frenzy. After entering, Xie Guitang sat on the sofa, facing Fu Zhao and Agilia, and said, "Take off your clothes." Agilia looked at Xie Guitang and then at Fu Zhao now. Fu Zhao silently took off his shirt, and then Agilia shut his mouth and followed suit, taking off his shirt as well. Both of them had bruises all over. It was clear they had been in a brutal fight. Xie Guitang took out a black ruler from the drawer and tapped it on their sides. "Confess honestly." Agilia immediately said, "It was Fu Zhao who challenged me to a fight. He provoked me first." Fu Zhao knelt silently at her feet, revealing his bruised collarbone and abdomen. "I'm sorry. It's my fault." Xie Guitang glanced at the silent and honest Fu Zhao, then at the blame-shifting Agilia. Did she not know how clever Fu Zhao could be? "Agilia, tell the truth, no lying." Agilia was stunned. Wasn't he speaking the truth? The venue was arranged by Fu Zhao after all. Agilia now felt that Fu Zhao was really good at acting. He had previously misjudged this seemingly dull fish. Although he looked foolish, he was actually quite sharp. Agilia stopped talking and knelt on the other side of Xie Guitang, his two snowy white ears drooping down sadly. She told both of them, "Extend your hands." One person received 20 slaps. Then she told the tall and strong Special Forces team leader, "Shake hands." Fu Zhao looked at Xie Guitang in shock. "Me and him?" His short 3 words were filled with disdain. Agilia also kept his distance from Fu Zhao, as if he were a flammable and explosive pollutant. Xie Guitang lightly tapped their arms with the ruler. "Hurry up, shake hands, and maintain eye contact for 30 seconds. Agilia looked like he had swallowed a bug, his face twisting, and Fu Zhao had a similar expression. Both of them looked like they were about to break. Agilia pitifully looked at Xie Guitang. "Can we skip the 30 seconds of eye contact?" Staring at Fu Zhao for 30 seconds made him fear he would throw up. He didn't like big men, and it felt worse than being punished. "Shake hand with the competition and maintain eye contact for 30 seconds. This is too outrageous." Xie Guitang held the ruler and counted to 3, 1, 2. The two quickly shook hands, then their gazes met. Fu Zhao suppressed his disgust, maintaining eye contact with Agilia, who looked like an ugly dog, thinking, "Don't count to 3, don't count to 3. Xie Guitang nodded in satisfaction. "Next time you two cause trouble, you'll have to sleep in the same bed." Agilia felt that as soon as he imagined that scene, he would feel like he had fleas all over. Sharing a bed with Fu Zhao would be worse than losing his life. It was like a horror story. After 30 seconds, both of them looked pale. This tactic effectively made them obedient. They weren't beaten or scolded, but it was more intense than punishment. The retrieval of the Lord Beast and the mutant corpses was nearly complete. Atchison was temporarily busy, and the division of post-war benefits was entrusted entirely to Heinrich. After the puppy team arrived in Zone 9, the White Tower in Zone 9 became much livelier. Xie Guitang estimated they would stay in Zone 9 for a few days, at least until the division of post-war benefits was settled before leaving. This was a joint operation between the North and East zones, requiring official discussions. Captain Ning Xian was appointed by Alcin from the East Zone. After consulting Xie Guitang's thoughts, she worked with Ning Xian on this matter. At night, even though Agilia had his own place in the White Tower of Zone 9, he insisted on sleeping in the room next to Xie Guitang. Fu Zhao slept on the other side, making her neighbors all men, one on each side. Across from her were 2 other guides from the East Zone. She hadn't seen them much lately and wasn't sure what they were up to. However, she couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she seemed to faintly hear a boy crying inside when passing by at night. In the middle of the night, while she was half asleep, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Xie Guitang opened the door, and Fu Zhao and Agilia were already outside. Standing in front of Xie Guitang was Zhang Weidong, the deputy of Ning Xian. Zhang Weidong looked nervous and serious. "Captain Ning has gone berserk. Can you help him?" Ning Xian seemed to have been provoked by something, and a blood test detected a special component in his blood. He was temporarily restrained and wouldn't attack you. You just need to help him a bit. Hearing his description, Xie Guitang recalled the time Ning Xian was scratched by a mutant bird. He might have been infected then. She quickly put on a coat. "Take me to see him." Ning Xian was injured while protecting her. No matter what, she couldn't be indifferent. Zhang Weidong didn't expect her to actually be willing to go, as 99% of guides would refuse contact upon hearing that a sentinel had gone berserk. The door across opened, and the laid-back Dong Yu guide leaned against the door. He's gone berserk. Are you sure you want to go? Be careful. A berserk sentinel is no longer within human bounds. Chapter 145. Big Mouth 4. Thank you for the reminder, but I have my own plans. After saying that, Xie Guitang followed Zhang Weidong out. Agilia and Fu Zhao followed them. Dong Yu watched them leave, especially the back of Xie Guitang, and suddenly chuckled softly. As soon as they exited the elevator, Xie Guitang heard the roar of the white tiger in frenzy. Inside a huge electrified cage, the white tiger was roaring violently. Its eyes were filled with a bright red color, and its sharp fangs and claws made it clear that they could easily take a life. At this moment, Ning Xian was being pinned to the ground by Heinrich and Athos, the black collar around his neck beeping urgently. Ning Xian's eyes had turned completely into blood-red beast-like vertical slits, with a few sharp teeth resembling those of a feline. The sound that came from his throat barely resembled human speech. Cluoid pressed his knee into Ningxian's lower back and injected him with a strong sedative. Ningxian's eyes glazed over, and he appeared weak like a feline predator, breathing heavily. Is this what Dong Yu meant by a frenzied, sentinel being beyond the realm of humanity? Fu Zhao and Agilia took Ningxian from several team leaders in the northern district and firmly strapped him to a chair. His hands were twisted behind him and bound tightly. He sat weakly in the chair, head drooping, ears like those of a cat, and his tail weakly swaying. Xie Guitang approached, and he looked at her with dazed eyes, panting. The black collar around his neck continued to emit urgent alarm sounds. Zhang Weidong stood beside Xie Guitang and said hoarsely, "If the distortion value reaches the threshold, the collar will activate the automatic destruction program." The value on the collar was skyrocketing, and there was no time to waste. Xie Guitang's fingers fell on Ningxian's arm, and blue-purple light points poured into his body, causing him to spasm as if electrocuted. The blue veins on his neck bulged as he tilted his head back, his eyes trembling and vacant. He trembled violently a couple of times, then instinctively bit down on her wrist. Before Fu Zhao and the others could react, Xie Guitang had already slapped him hard. Now, she was no longer as helpless against the Sentinel as she had been at first. She was now full of experience. Ningxian was momentarily stunned, and then she slapped him again, a second big slap, and his expression cleared up significantly. "Let go." Ningxian obediently released his bite and even licked her wrist in a pleasing manner, a move that made the others' foreheads twitch. Xie Guitang wiped her wet wrist on Ningxian's chest, fortunately not drawing blood. Fu Zhao had just found the bite inhibitor and, with one hand grabbing Ningxian's hair, swiftly put it on him. Ningxian's rapidly rising pollution value quickly dropped, stabilizing at 67, unable to decrease further. Xie Guitang's purification had been completely drained by Ningxian, but thankfully, it had temporarily stabilized his condition. The white tiger, trapped in the electric net nearby, also lay limply inside, like a discarded big cat. Xie Guitang patted Ningxian's face. "Ning Tuan." His gaze was still dazed, and even with the bite inhibitor on, he still wanted to bite, growling incomprehensibly. He was still very restless, eager to do something, and the strong sedative was wearing off quickly. It was a bit hard to control. Was there any way to normalize him? Xie Guitang signaled Agilia to ask the others to leave, then used a device to prick her finger and held Ningxian's hair to tilt his head back. Blood dripped into his mouth, and his pupils trembled violently before he suddenly fell into a frenzied rage. The restraints on his arms were ripped apart, and he tore off the bite inhibitor on his face, his lips slightly parted and breathing heavily. Agilia immediately flipped him over, pinned him down, and pressed a taser against his waist at maximum setting. "Ning Tuan, be good." Ningxian trembled and spasmed, then suddenly flipped Agilia over. Seeing him coming towards Xie Guitang, Fu Zhao kicked him hard. Ningxian seemed oblivious to the pain, persistently trying to approach her, and Fu Zhao pressed him to the ground with a steel frame. The frenzied Ningxian had directly reached his combat limit, and both Fu Zhao and Agilia struggled to control him. Outside, Heinrich and the others heard the commotion and burst in. "What happened to him all of a sudden?" "Hold it down. Don't let him move. Where are the handcuffs? Bring the handcuffs. Stop looking. Those things can't hold him. Get the guide out. Don't let him attack the guide." The few of them worked together to restrain Ningxian, who emitted a roar like a feline beast, his eye color rapidly shifting between blue and red. He suddenly exploded, flipping Heinrich and the others over and lunging at Xie Guitang, gripping her ankle with his fingers and eagerly trying to kiss her. Ningxian's wild and mischievous face was now filled with urgency and confusion. The frenzied sentinel had lost all traces of human rationality. Xie Guitang felt like a fragile animal under his hands, and she stepped on Ningxian's shoulder. With a fierce slap to his face, she hit him hard, causing him to freeze. Then she slapped him again. Grabbing his beautiful white hair, she coldly asked, "Do you see who I am now?" Ningxian's gaze locked onto her blue eyes, and the 4 slaps successfully brought him back to his senses. "Xie, Miss Xie." Ningxian's lips were bleeding from the hits, and the slap marks were very evident on his fair face. Now he was no longer going mad. However, as soon as Agilia and the others approached, Ningxian growled at them, still somewhat feline and unable to revert to normal. Xie Guitang gestured for them not to provoke him for now. Then she gently stroked Ning Xian's chin like petting a cat, and he let out a comfortable sound, his eyes narrowing slightly. When Xie Guitang withdrew her hand, he nudged her wrist with his head, then sat there like a cat, suddenly opening his mouth. Meow. Zhang Weidong couldn't bear to look. The faces of the Tianxian team were all ruined by Ning Xian in one go. Chapter 146. Well-behaved dog 4 slaps successfully helped Ning Xian regain his composure. He seemed much more normal now. However, there was still a hint of feline behavior in his actions. Xie Guitang sat on the carpet beside him and had Agilia toss her a pack of wet wipes. When the wipes were thrown over, Ning Xian instinctively caught them in his mouth like a little dog catching a frisbee. He even showed off his agility by signaling to her, and Xie Guitang couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by Ning Xian's face. She took the pack of wet wipes from the corner of his mouth, wiped her hands, and then waved to Ning Xian to come and sit properly. Ning Xian obediently sat in front of her, lowering his head as instructed. From a moment ago, when he had single-handedly toppled several high-ranking Sentinels, he had instantly transformed into Xie Guitang's domesticated kitten. Heinrich and a few tall young men stood about 7 or 8 meters away, strictly monitoring any subtle movements from Ning Xian. They then saw Xie Guitang gently tugging on Ning Xian's collar to make him lower his head while using a wet wipe to clean the blood at the corner of his mouth. The white-haired mythological Sentinel, who had just gone through a frenzy, had not completely recovered from it. His wild and fierce face was now entirely docile. TSK. It was a bit envy-inducing to see Ning Xian living such a good life. They wondered if one day, when they reached their fateful end in the northern district, they could receive such gentle touches. Ning Xian had not lost out on those slaps. Xie Guitang found Ning Xian's bloodied lips too pitiful, especially since it was her doing. Considering that he was somewhat obedient now, she tidied up his appearance, preserving at least a shred of dignity in front of the captains. She wiped his face and then noticed the pair of white ears on Ning Xian's head. Tiger ears are different from cat ears. Cat ears are triangular, while tiger ears are oval-shaped with small black dots resembling eyes behind them. She gently poked the tip of Ning Xian's snowy ears and thought, Ning Xian, you don't have intelligent fur. It turned out he was still a not-so-smart little kitty. Zhang Weidong fell into thought. What was intelligent fur? He searched through his memories and then paused. His spiritual entity was a Siberian tiger of the same feline family as Ning Xian, and it seemed he also didn't have that intelligent fur. Could it be that he was also a not-so-smart fluffball? A doctor from Zone 9 came over to take a blood sample from Ning Xian, but Ning Xian was currently not allowing anyone to come close. Anyone who approached him would get a growl. He was very fierce towards the doctor who came to draw his blood, his eyes filled with the aggression of a beast. He was still growling, and Xie Guitang slapped him on the back of the head. Can you be a little more obedient? Ning Xian turned his head and blinked his beautiful blue eyes at her, looking somewhat foolish, like a mentally challenged cat. She told the doctor to bring over the pulse blood-drawing device. The doctor rolled the cylindrical device over to her feet, but Ning Xian tried to bat it away, displaying the mischievousness typical of felines. She slapped the back of his hand again. Don't move. He sat there obediently, completely still, with only his eyes moving, as if he were sealed. He looked quite silly. She unfastened Ning Xian's cuff, rolled up his sleeve to expose a section of his arm, and then pressed the pulse device onto him. The device quickly drew blood, and while Xie Guitang was focused on doing serious work, he began to misbehave again, lowering his head to try to steal a kiss, and he was quite insistent about it. With a loud thud, a can of cold drink hit him squarely on the back, and Agilia warned him to try moving again. Ning Xian glared at Agilia, and once Xie Guitang finished her task, she pulled his sleeve down. Seeing his fierce expression, she gently patted his face, and he quickly became obedient again. After the doctor confirmed that he didn't have any major issues and that his contamination levels had dropped to a safe threshold, he mentioned that it would take some time for him to fully recover. Fu Zhao asked how long this some time would be. The doctor said if all went well, he would be fine after a good sleep. If not, it might take 2 or 3 days. The main thing was to avoid any further stimulation. He had just come out of frenzy, and if he were stimulated again, it would be easy for him to go into a secondary frenzy. Once Ning Xian's condition stabilized, his spiritual entity also stopped being aggressive towards people. It lay in the high-pressure cage, facing Xie Guitang and Ning Xian, eyes fixed on them. Its big tail swayed, and its ears occasionally twitched, looking just like a relaxed big cat in a zoo. At this point, it was hard to see the fierce demeanor it had shown before, which had made it seem like it was about to eat someone. The previously scheduled post-war benefit distribution meeting in Zone 2 would definitely be postponed, as Ning Xian's current state could hardly explain anything clearly. However, the pressing issue was that Ning Xian couldn't be separated from Xie Guitang. As soon as she stood up, his gaze would follow her, and he would move too. He couldn't stand the thought of Xie Guitang leaving his sight and wouldn't allow anyone else to approach them. It was an entire display of protective canine behavior. Now they didn't have any major issues. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep the captains from the Northern District waiting. Zhang Weidong politely sent off a few of the captains from the Northern District. These were all debts owed by Ning Xian. He was truly a big troublemaker, and being his deputy was really unfortunate. Earlier, when Ning Xian left, he had told him not to go out and cause trouble. Yet after just one outing, he returned with issues. What a nuisance, causing chaos day in and day out. It was now a little past 2 in the morning, and Xie Guitang needed a rest. Ning Xian was still full of energy. He could stay awake for another couple of nights without dying. But Xie Guitang was feeling fragile. She was truly tired and glanced at the dazed Ning Xian. "Are you coming back with me?" He leaned in to rub his head against her shoulder. But Fu Zhao grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away. Ning Xian instantly became agitated again, seemingly treating Fu Zhao as another beast invading his territory. Seeing the signs of his eyes turning red again, Xie Guitang quickly patted his head, a gesture akin to fixing an old TV with a flickering screen. A couple of pats, and the cat quieted down. He moved closer to Xie Guitang, standing beside her, his eyes warily watching Agilia and Fu Zhao. Even his deputy, Zhang Weidong, was labeled as an enemy in his eyes. Zhang Weidong was truly exasperated with this situation. What on earth was Ning Xian trying to do? Xie Guitang asked Fu Zhao not to provoke him for the time being. She thought for a moment, wanted to see how coherent Ning Xian was right now, and extended a hand towards him. "Do you want to go back with me? If yes, hold my left hand. If not, hold my right hand." Ning Xian extended his left hand to her, and Xie Guitang held his fingertips and then stroked his head. "Very good. Now let me ask you, will you be able to sleep obediently when we go back? If yes, hold my left hand. If not, hold my right hand." Ning Xian once again extended his left hand to her. She held his fingertips twice and then stroked his head again. "Good dog." Zhang Weidong felt that the reputation of the Tianxian Special Forces had been thoroughly tarnished by Ning Xian. Honestly, he felt ashamed to be on the same team as Ning Xian. Chapter 147. Warning from the cat. Ning Xian obediently followed Xie Guitang back. Fu Zhao and Agilia followed a few steps behind, their eyes fixed on him. In this situation, Agilia and Fu Zhao definitely couldn't let him be alone with Xie Guitang. Fu Zhao handed Xie Guitang an electric baton, which had a higher wattage than the previous one. This was taken from an electromagnetic cannon, and it was much more powerful than what he had used earlier. Even that big white tiger would be dead in 3 seconds. Xie Guitang took it and fiddled with it, while Agilia quickly reminded her to be careful not to electrocute herself, knowing where Fu Zhao had gotten it from. Fu Zhao calmly glanced at her and then directed his gaze to Ning Xian, who was standing beside Xie Guitang. "I've set the recognition locking program. The attack list only has Ning Xian on it now." Holding the electric baton, Xie Guitang glanced at the obedient Ning Xian beside her, feeling that Fu Zhao was quite considerate. It was almost 3 o'clock, and Xie Guitang really couldn't hold on any longer. After a quick wash-up, she felt so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. Ning Xian followed closely behind her, and when she turned her head, she bumped directly into his chest. Fortunately, he quickly supported her. "Do you have to stick so close?" She reached out and tapped Ning Xian's head twice, making a sound. It was a good head. Ning Xian looked at her with his round, cat-like eyes, like a silly cat that didn't say anything. She had no choice but to lie down on her big bed. Agilia and Fu Zhao, both over 2 meters tall, sat on chairs in her room, their eyes fixed on Ning Xian. Ning Xian looked like a little kitten following its owner to bed, and he subconsciously wanted to get onto Xie Guitang's bed. But just as his knees pressed against the edge of the bed, Fu Zhao poked him on the shoulder with something that resembled a closed drying rod. Sentinel, your position is not there. Ningxian irritably huffed at Fu Zhao, and Xie Guitang from under the covers stretched out a delicate, pale foot and tapped Ningxian on the side of his waist. Go sleep on the floor, or else roll out and sleep. Ningxian, who was being told to go back and sleep obediently. Naughty little kittens will get their fur shaved off and might even have their ears bitten off by the big bad wolf. A small flying wolf from Agilia's mental landscape flew out, howling in agreement with Xie Guitang's words. Ningxian sat on the floor beneath the bed, dazedly covering his snow-white ears with both hands, looking just as silly and clueless as a foolish cat. She lay on the edge of the bed, gently stroking his white short hair. Sleep well. Xie Guitang was too tired. After saying that, she lay back and fell asleep, drifting in and out of consciousness, feeling something licking the top of her foot. Vaguely, she could still hear Fu Zhao and Agilia's voices, but she was too sleepy to open her eyes. After a while, she felt something licking her wrist, and she randomly waved her hand, not knowing what she hit. Her sleep was chaotic. She kept hearing the meowing of little kittens, which soon transformed into the howling of little dogs. It felt like a cat-dog war in her brain, like watching a farcical play, very ridiculous. Later, she dreamed that someone was chasing her. She kept running in the dream until she finally reached her doorstep, only to find that the people chasing her were from the inspection team. They insisted that she was hiding someone, and Xie Guitang kept saying she lived alone. When the inspection team lifted the blanket, they found Agilia half covered inside. Xie Guitang was stunned. Then the inspection team accused her of lying, and they opened her wardrobe, where they found Fu Zhao dressed in black stockings. She was even more stunned. The inspection team confidently told her that she must be hiding someone else, but she insisted she wasn't. However, when the inspection team crouched down to look under her bed, they found Ningxian with cat ears. And the key point was that Ningxian was not wearing any clothes. All the members of the inspection team turned their gazes towards Xie Guitang, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, she woke up from the dream. After waking up, she immediately saw Ningxian sleeping beside her bed, sitting on the floor with his upper body leaning against the edge of her bed. His snow-white cat ears twitched, and she wondered what he was dreaming about. A little light fell on his back and hair, making his beautiful white hair shine. He had fair skin and a handsome appearance. His facial structure was strikingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, Xie Guitang noticed that even his eyelashes were white, with a frosty texture around his eyes. While she was observing Ningxian's eyelashes, he suddenly opened his eyes, and Xie Guitang was caught off guard, finding herself staring into his Klein blue eyes, like the mysterious and serene seventh ocean. He shook his ears and gently let out a meow. Xie Guitang instantly turned cold, grabbing Ningxian's cat ear. Was that you meowing last night? You made me have strange dreams all night. He blinked his beautiful eyes at her, as if to say that the cat couldn't understand what she was saying. Attempting to play innocent, Xie Guitang patted his head with a polite smile. What should we do if the little kitty keeps meowing? Just get rid of her. You know. Ningxian's eyes slowly widened in disbelief. No. Don't. He grasped Xie Guitang's hand and rubbed his face against her wrist. Don't do that. It's too scary. How could you think of such a thing? That's too terrifying. Chapter 148. Cheiji's warning. Fu Zhao and Agilia were quietly talking at the door of the bedroom, and when they heard this, both of them fell silent for a few seconds. It was hard to say what they thought in those few seconds. Yufeng knocked on the door, holding several breakfast items, as it wasn't suitable for Xie Guitang and the others to go out to eat like this. Today, Yufeng was wearing a thin black shirt with a slightly low collar, and when he bent down to get the food, Xie Guitang could see some red. She quickly averted her gaze, thinking to herself, don't look. Yufeng must not be doing it on purpose. Huskies were known for being intelligent dogs. Xie Guitang sat at the dining table, with Ningxian sitting next to her, Fu Zhao handling official business on one side, and Agilia on a call. Yufeng noticed Xie Guitang was browsing the sled dog racing section in District 9 and whispered to her, my spirit animal is a husky, a Siberian breed. I can take you sledding. It's safe, free, and you can go wherever and however long you want. He vaguely added, huskies have great endurance and strength. Ningxian shot a cold glare at Yufeng, growling, get lost, mine, not allowed. He was much better today than yesterday, when he had been in a mute cat state, randomly switching between being mute and feline. At least he could speak human language now, even if it wasn't very serious. Xie Guitang patted his fluffy ears, saying, "Shut up. Can you even pull a sled?" A little kitty that can't pull a sled is not allowed to speak. Ningxian eagerly grasped her fingertips, clumsily arguing, "I can pull sleds, cats can't, I can." Xie Guitang understood what he meant. "So you mean you can pull a sled for me, right?" She almost laughed out loud, thinking how Ningxian was now competing with sled dogs for a job. Had he already expelled himself from human status? Xie Guitang pinched the tip of Ningxian's fluffy ear and whispered into his ear, "Little kitties can't be too clingy. Clingy little kitties will get their G cut off." Ningxian's pupils widened in shock, and Yufeng beside them also lost his composure, falling into a contemplative silence. "Cut off what? Is it GG?" He looked at Xie Guitang, who was wearing pink bear pajamas. Her socks were strawberry knee-highs that Agilia had brought her. What kind of terrifying statement did this adorable purifier just make? Agilia saw what was happening and walked over after hanging up the phone, tapping Yufeng on the shoulder. "If you're free, you can practice your shooting skills and close combat more, and avoid hanging out with Frana." The golden retriever, with its old-fashioned color, was the most scheming, leading the foolish Yufeng astray. Yufeng pursed his lips in displeasure. "Got it." Agilia dismissed him, and as Yufeng left, he silently mouthed to Xie Guitang, "Remember to find me." Agilia shot him a glance, and Yufeng quickly turned and left. As he walked away, he thought to himself that he wasn't afraid of this white-haired officer. He just respected his superior because he had quality and cultivation. Agilia helped Xie Guitang manage some of the more troublesome food. Recently, high-level anomalies had been wandering outside, and Heinrich and the others hadn't captured them yet, so it was better not to go out for now. There was a large underground market in District 9, which had more items not found in the East District, like the extreme north blue pearls and frost flowers from the snow region. Remembering how she skillfully played with the people before, he added, "There are also authentic antiques found in ruins. There might be something you would like." Captain Fu Zhao also finished his work and came over, sitting beside Agilia. "You could buy new clothes." After a moment of contemplation, Fu Zhao added, "Besides new clothes, she should also get some little accessories for girls. She should have what others have." Xie Guitang pointed at Ningxian, whose cheeks were puffed up with a little bun. "Can he do it?" Agilia placed an electrobaton on the table. "It's okay. If Captain Ning has other opinions later, let him sleep for a bit." Ningxian was still oblivious, munching on his bun, his cheeks showing a bit of youthful charm. After Xie Guitang finished eating, Agilia made her a cup of rose honey water, which she liked to drink in the East District. He always remembered. She took a sip and propped her chin up, asking Agilia, "Can I still ride in a little cart in District 9? Agilia combed her hair with a comb, and Ningxian was now less reactive. Previously, anyone who touched Xie Guitang would provoke his growl. The little dog captain was quite talented at combing hair and styled her hair into a beautiful braid. He said, "Of course, if you want to ride, you can ride." Fu Zhao nodded slightly. "I'll push you." Agilia looked coldly at Fu Zhao with the comb. Why should this stupid fish push the cart? Ningxian's big ears twitched a few times, quickly catching the keywords, and he leaned over, saying, "I'll push." Chapter 149. Little skirt Xie Guitang pushed Ningxian's face away, telling him to go play by himself for a while. The silly cat was pushing a small cart, and if he didn't cause trouble later, they'd be grateful. As for who was pushing the cart, Xie Guitang didn't expect that Agilia and Fu Zhao would get into a debate about it. Agilia kept insisting, while Fu Zhao only replied with 2 words, "No." Faced with Fu Zhao's stubbornness, Agilia's arguments seemed to hit a brick wall. Not only did Fu Zhao remain unmoved, but those arguments seemed to bounce back at him. Fu Zhao packed up the things Xie Guitang needed for their outing and then carried his diaper bag over to her side. He pushed past, saying, "Now it's my turn. The guardian treats everyone equally." He tapped her face with his finger and whispered, "No favoritism." Ningxian leaned in too, shaking his big cat ears, and quickly stole a kiss on her cheek, repeating, "No favoritism." Fu Zhao grabbed Ningxian by the collar and pushed him away, warning him in a low voice, "Get lost, silly cat." Ningxian was about to get fierce, but Agilia nudged him again, "Go play over there." Ningxian meowed emo style at Xie Guitang, who patted his head and gently tapped his face with her finger saying, "Just be quiet for a bit." He fell silent. And it wasn't until they were about to leave that Xie Guitang realized the cat she had been raising all night seemed to have gone quiet. Looking back, she saw Ning Xian's ears drooping, radiating a palpable sense of depression. He was bullied everywhere, stepped on by everyone. Even the fragrant guide lady found him annoying. His cat life had lost its meaning. Xie Guitang noticed that Ning Xian was acting like a little child, staring longingly at the stall selling small fish as they passed. Yet, whenever she looked over, he pretended to be indifferent, not realizing that his swaying tail had already given everything away. At the entrance of the underground supermarket, Xie Guitang waved at Ning Xian. "Mimi, come here." Ning Xian stared at her for 3 seconds, looking confused, then pointed at his own face. Was Mimi calling him? Regardless, he went over. He leaned down with his fingers on his knees, looking at her, his cat ears swaying. Xie Guitang reached out to touch his ears. "If you behave, I'll buy you some small fish, okay?" Ning Xian's eyes lit up instantly, wanting to sneak a kiss on Xie Guitang's hand. But Agilia grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Ning Xian felt like he was trapped by fate. Agilia pulled him up from in front of Xie Guitang, saying, "Why do you always want to steal kisses?" "Ning Xian, you shameless cat." Ning Xian shot back at Agilia, "You're the one who is shameless." Agilia frowned, saying, "After a night, you've learned to be stubborn too, you silly cat. You're the one who is shameless." Ning Xian refused to back down. "You're the one who is shameless." Xie Guitang was exasperated. What were these two tall guys bickering about? Are you both elementary school students? Sorry for insulting elementary students. Because they wouldn't act like you two. Fu Zhao had one hand on the cart's handle and the other wrapped around Xie Guitang's waist, placing her in the cart. There was definitely something wrong with the two of them. Fu Zhao tapped his head with his finger. Cats and dogs, their intellectual development is questionable. It's like their brains are growing in their fur. Xie Guitang chuckled, and Ning Xian and Agilia stopped arguing, each walking on either side of her. The shelves were filled with a variety of goods, many of which she had never seen in the East District. As Agilia explained while walking alongside Xie Guitang, since Zone 9 was near the interstellar port, some items were transported from other star systems. She spotted a retro blue and white velvet flower, something that wasn't common even in her time. How was it still around now? Noticing her gaze, Agilia said, "That is from Guanghan Star. It used to be called Chang'e Star." The name was a bit strange. It had been so long that she wasn't sure why they chose that name. The price tag was quite steep, the kind that Xie Guitang would hesitate to pay. However, Agilia simply took it down and placed it in the cart, pulling out his salary card and shaking it at her with his index and middle fingers. "I'll cover all the expenses today." Xie Guitang remained silent for a moment, almost forgetting that Agilia was actually from a prominent family. Agilia leaned closer, wearing a charming expression. "You can buy whatever you like." His military achievements and various allowances were enough for her to indulge, and besides his high allowance in the East District, he also had substantial assets in Zone 9. In short, Agilia had the financial means to pamper a purification master lady. After a while, Xie Guitang noticed the cat had gone quiet, and Fu Zhao was also silent. She touched Fu Zhao's hand that was pushing the cart. He then lowered his head and gently bumped foreheads with her, saying, "I have plenty of allowances too." Ning Xian leaned in, his cat eyes blinking. "Mine is a lot too." If it were purely about salary and allowances, Ning Xian undoubtedly had the highest among the three, as hardly anyone in the East District had higher allowances than his. He worked hard, taking on high-risk tasks and frequently entering contaminated areas. However, their situations were definitely different from Agilia's. Among the 6 special forces in the East District, Fu Zhao was the most single-minded, followed by the Little Agriculture and Forestry Department as Poppy Addiction Spirit, Ying Chun, and the Titan Python, Fei Jiaku. The 3 of them rose to the position of captain of the 6 special forces based on their military merits, without the backing of any family. Gu Yunshi had a royal inheritance. Although it was in another star system, it was still a legitimate throne. The captain of the flight department, Akabane, had a family background even more impressive than Agilia's, and his family was deeply entrenched in the Central District. As for Ning Xian, his family situation was more complicated. She hooked her finger around Fu Zhao's sleeve and whispered to him, Then use your allowance to buy a little skirt? Fu Zhao's expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile, his brows and eyes warm and affectionate, a very tender look. He might not have as much wealth as Agilia, but everything he had was for her. Taking advantage of Agilia's inattention, Xie Guitang quietly said to Fu Zhao, "You can buy a little skirt and show it to me." Fu Zhao's expression froze. Huh? If he remembered correctly, he was supposed to be a sentinel. How could he? Wear a little skirt. Chapter 150. Place the order. Xie Guitang suddenly remembered the dream she had before, where the inspection team opened the wardrobe, and Fu Zhao was inside. Her ears turned a little red as she whispered something to him. Fu Zhao fell silent, asking if it was necessary to buy it. Xie Guitang really wanted to see. Her desires were like that. Then I'll ask Captain Agilia if he is willing. Agilia turned around and asked, "What do you want to ask me?" Fu Zhao's finger touched Xie Guitang's shoulder, saying it was fine, that he could do it without asking him. Agilia brought over a jade hairpin, gesturing to see how it looked in Xie Guitang's hair. "This one is also pretty." He placed it in the pouch on the front of the cart, then leaned closer to her, asking, "What did you just say to Fu Zhao?" Xie Guitang coughed a couple of times, and Ningxian suddenly said, "It's lace." Xie Guitang quickly covered Ningxian's mouth, warning, "Little kitty, you talk too much. You might get neutered." Ningxian instantly fell silent, blinking his blue eyes. Xie Guitang exchanged glances with Agilia and said, "I just told Fu Zhao to buy me a lace hair flower." Agilia looked at them for a moment, saying, "Buying a hair flower? Does it have to be Fu Zhao? I can buy it for you. What color do you like?" Xie Guitang casually said, "White." Agilia nodded thoughtfully, "White lace." "Got it." The little dog captain opened his smart brain to browse the web, and given how much Xie Guitang liked that pink maid outfit before, he had a trust level of 0 for the earlier conversation. Ningxian's tail wrapped around Xie Guitang's ankle, and he whispered, "I can wear it too." Xie Guitang pinched his mouth shut. "Shoo, little kitty can't hear those things." She made a gesture, a warning. Ningxian obediently quieted down for a while. They walked to a place where pearls were opened, and it turned out that one could choose to open a pearl oyster on the spot. It was marked at 10,000 star coins per oyster, and whatever was opened belonged to the buyer. If T wanted, they could sell it back at a high price on the spot. Agilia and the others chose about 10, opening several odd-shaped ones that the vendor called Baroque. Xie Guitang didn't quite understand this. Fortunately, they later opened a few round and beautiful pearls, some blue and others black and pink. People around exclaimed, "The little girl is lucky. Black and blue are the hardest colors to open. You want to sell the black and blue ones for 100,000 star coins? What do you think?" When the pearls were opened, Xie Guitang had already decided how to handle it. She wouldn't sell them for any price. The person raised the price to 50, and after seeing her determination not to sell, left regretfully. Further ahead was the relics area Agilia mentioned, where she saw many things she had never seen before, likely emerging after her disappearance. There were also some familiar items. This area left her at a loss for words. She was surprised to see a fortune cat and the god of wealth displayed together. Next to the Dunhuang murals was a parody of a famous painting. Lin Daiyu pulling willow. This, huh? Is this even right? Isn't this ridiculous? Noticing her fixation on the painting, Agilia told her, "This is Lin Daiyu, a very famous historical figure." It said her partner was that. Sun Wukong. Yes, Sun Wukong. Xie Guitang looked at him incredulously. Sun Wukong? What are you talking about? Agilia touched his wolf dog ears. Isn't it? Aren't they characters from the same book? Xie Guitang asked him, "What book are you reading?" Agilia seriously replied, "Isn't Dream of the Red Chamber?" Xie Guitang fell silent. It seemed they were reading a pirated version, and not just any pirated version, but a bizarre one. After wandering around this area for a while, Xie Guitang felt her world had been completely refreshed. Moving forward, she saw portraits of several century leaders, all mixed up. She tugged on Agilia's sleeve. "You hung this wrong. That is not him. That is a portrait of his father." Agilia was stunned. "Really? But it's been hung this way for hundreds of years." He contacted the staff to change the portrait back and then quietly asked Xie Guitang, "How do you know?" Xie Guitang remained silent. She had seen the person in that portrait, Chun Rang. Her master had a childhood sweetheart fiancé who was a sickly boy. always waiting in the hospital for her master to visit him. Later, he became the first person to promote gene programming. That person was indeed Chunrang. Chapter 151. Murder and Heart's Execution Due to Differing Opinions. He and her master, Song Qing-shu, gradually drifted apart, and for a period, they were always in conflict. Eventually, they completely separated. Although Master Song didn't say it out loud, Xie Guitang knew that she always thought of Chunrang in her heart. She had seen Master Song countless times divining for Chunrang, even to the point of spitting blood from the effort, trying to find him a way out through thousands of calculations. But unexpectedly, she died before Chunrang. When she once went to the hospital with Master Song to see Chunrang, he was frail and sickly, resembling the old-fashioned literati she had read about in books. He always smiled gently at her and had once held her in his lap while reading her storybooks, treating her like a little daughter of his and Master Song. In his most critical condition, he had several times choked with pain and said, "I want to be with her." Later, when Chunrang's health improved, they grew further apart, either arguing or in Cold War. By the time Song Qing-shu died, they were still in Cold War, and he didn't even get to see her one last time. At that time, Chunrang had already grasped power, bedridden for half his life, and one day, he would sit in the position of a powerful ruler. The taste of power had blinded him. Before Song Qing-shu died, Chunrang thought they were just having a spat. When he was a child and his health was poor, Song Qing-shu always gently comforted him, and he had been spoiled. He never thought that the path he chose would lead her to a dead end. Agilia lamented the untimely death of this powerful figure, reportedly killed by a pipa. Could such a thing even be used to kill someone? Xie Guitang averted her gaze, landing on other objects. Yes, a pipa can kill. It can cause the most pain. The person who killed him was Xie Guitang. She killed Chunrang with a bloodstained pipa. That pipa, which strangled Song Qing-shu. In not killing Bo-run dies because of me. This series, if Bo-run were replaced with her most beloved person, would be a heart-wrenching execution. She had seen the way Chunrang looked at Song Qing-shu. In Chunrang's eyes, Song Qing-shu was the person he longed for the most, a kind of devout wish. He had gazed countless times down the hospital corridor, and she knew he was waiting for Song Qing-shu to visit him. So later, Xie Guitang gave that bloodstained pipa to Chunrang. To kill someone is, of course, the most painful heart's execution. If she didn't let Chunrang go accompany Song Qing-shu, how could she withstand their fateful encounter? After passing through this area, the front suddenly became lively. It was a resting area similar to a tea house, where someone was singing a tune, one that had risen to popularity long ago. It was somewhat like a modified version of Farewell, My Concubine. The singing was a bit strange, and Xie Guitang's previously heavy mood instantly unraveled. From Farewell, My Concubine, it shifted to Jiao Chan searching for the red hair, then to Doraemon versus Sun Wukong. Only one title matched, and the content was all over the place, the melody fluctuating erratically. Yet, Fu Zhao and Agilia listened very attentively, occasionally nodding their heads. Then Fu Zhao, looking puzzled, asked Xie Guitang, "Is that character from the dream battle, Sun Wukong, the partner of the earlier Lin Daiyu? He seems pretty impressive. Even Doraemon isn't his opponent." Xie Guitang couldn't help but laugh. They seemed to treat this like a serious international symphony concert, everyone looking solemn and serious. They were even earnestly debating whether if the Overlord was surrounded, swapping in Doraemon or Sun Wukong would give them any chance of winning. Xie Guitang didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it. She tugged at one side of Fu Zhao's coat and buried her head in his clothing. Then Fu Zhao felt her laughing and trembling, while he and Agilia wore puzzled expressions. What's wrong? Did he ask something very strange? Chapter 152. Lost the cat. Xie Guitang and the others found a private room surrounded by hanging bamboo curtains, with a tea table in front of them. The tea set was the simplest blue and white ceramic style, without any other decorative patterns, the kind that was least likely to go wrong. Fu Zhao and Agilia discussed the earlier performance of Farewell, My Concubine, although Xie Guitang didn't understand how Doraemon fit into it. Ning Xian crouched by Xie Guitang's legs like a well-behaved little cat, his white furry ears and tail swaying. He looked up at her with beautiful blue eyes. Xie Guitang reached out to touch his ears, then gracefully went through the whole process of washing the tea, rolling the leaves, and letting the aroma diffuse. all with a casual elegance. Unconsciously, the gazes of the others fell on her, and seeing them staring, Xie Guitang smiled loosely. She lined up the teacups, filled 7/10 full on the table, indicating that if they wanted to drink, they should help themselves. Ningxian leaned his head against her leg and rubbed against her like a cat. Xie Guitang paid special attention to this silly cat. She scratched his chin with her fingers and asked, "Do you want some water?" He meowed at her in a cat-like manner, and Xie Guitang, amused, took a cup of tea, blew on it, and handed it to him. He lowered his head to drink from her hand, but he lifted it too quickly, causing tea to drip down his chin onto his collar. Ningxian was drinking and didn't notice the two intense stares directed at him. After finishing a cup, Xie Guitang gently placed the teacup on the table and used a tissue to wipe the wet marks on her hands. Teasing the silly but pretty cat was a bit enjoyable. He blinked his blue eyes at her, and Xie Guitang comfortingly stroked his ears. He became good again, not holding a grudge about Xie Guitang's earlier teasing. Seeing Fu Zhao and Agilia's expressions, Xie Guitang leaned slightly back in her chair, enjoying their reaction. She took a sip of tea, her silver bracelet resting on the edge of the tea tray, her eyes sparkling with a mix of mirth. As if the tea didn't intoxicate her, but she was already slightly tipsy. Her pale fingers tapped lightly on the table, and then her breath suddenly changed. He taught me to let go of past grudges, avoid being overly coy, and start anew, changing my temperament. To stop longing for the fleeting, turning back from the bitter sea, and to understand that orchids cause early. This life is unpredictable. Reunion is in the present. Looking back at the flourishing past like a fleeting dream, she felt a thin thread of life paying for the surging waves. Her gaze seemed to penetrate through the room to some unknown things as she sang a verse from Locking the Silk Bag. But she quickly pulled herself out of that state, pointed at the water on the tea tray, and then flicked a drop onto Agilia's eyebrows. "Little silly dog." Wet fingers brushed past Fu Zhao's face, and she said again, "Silly. Two little fools, oh, and a silly cat." She chuckled softly to herself, then propped her chin and asked Fu Zhao, "Does it sound good?" Fu Zhao honestly replied, "Yes, what is this called?" Xie Guitang told him it was a segment from Locking the Silk Bag. Holding the teacup with her fingers, she slightly lifted it and casually sang a couple of lines from the Drunken Concubine. "Life in the world is like a spring dream. Let's just joyfully drink a few cups." The ice wheel of the island begins to turn, seeing the jade rabbit. The jade rabbit rises in the east. She appeared as if she were truly drunk, finishing half a cup of tea and looking at Fu Zhao with a smile in her eyes. That gaze could turn a tough soldier into water. No one could withstand such a look. The drunkenness made her lazy, wanting to speak but holding back. Fu Zhao's eyes were fixed on her, feeling that Xie Guitang now seemed to be glowing. Still locking the silk bag, Xie Guitang pointed at the water on the tea tray and flicked it at him, saying, "Silly, I've already changed to a different play. This one is called the Drunken Concubine." Her tone was melodious and unique, different from what they had heard before, and it contained a distinctive charm. They got up to leave, and in the second half, they bought all sorts of random things, including a sandalwood folding fan and a pair of cute bunny shoes. Fu Zhao showed Xie Guitang the shoes he was holding, clearly very fond of them, but Xie Guitang thought they were a bit tacky. To avoid discouraging Fu Zhao, she could only say, "They're okay." Then Agilia brought over a small red cloak. Sometimes Agilia, like Fu Zhao, had a rather straight male aesthetic. This red cloak also seemed a bit tacky. So Xie Guitang replied similarly, "It's okay." To prevent them from torturing her further, Xie Guitang patted Fu Zhao's arm as he pushed the cart, urging, "Forward, forward, forward." After passing through this cute area, they entered an ancient-style area where Fu Zhao and Agilia bought her a lot of random clothes. Xie Guitang suddenly remembered that the cat had been quiet for quite a while, and then realized the cat was missing. She hurriedly asked Agilia to go look for the cat. "He's acting like a fool. Don't let anyone take him away." She estimated that with Ningxian's current intelligence, someone could easily lure him away with 2 pretty little fish or 2 fish snacks. Agilia clicked his tongue and frowned as he went to find Ningxian, thinking that earlier they were busy with serious matters. Who had time to watch the cat? "You all wait for me here, don't run around." He especially pointed at Fu Zhao, "Don't run around with Tangdang." Chapter 153. Super large size Xie Guitang let Fu Zhao push her to look around, and she seemed to spot an accessory shop. She picked up a pink necklace, an accessory to match the Hanfu. Fu Zhao thought she liked this style, but the next moment she put the necklace around his neck. His expression momentarily turned blank. Is this how you wear it? She examined it for a moment. It looked nice. Fu Zhao had the staff wrap it up for him and paid. She pointed to a bright red qipao on a mannequin, asking if they had it in a larger size. The staff looked at Xie Guitang, then flipped through the size tags on the mannequin, saying this size will fit you. Fu Zhao suddenly felt an uneasy premonition. Sure enough, Xie Guitang suddenly pointed at him, saying, "Not me, he wears it." Both the staff and Fu Zhao fell silent. Fu Zhao's ears turned completely red in an instant. He didn't dare to meet the staff's gaze, wishing he could sink to the bottom of the ocean. The staff pondered for a moment and then had a knowing expression. "I see. You'll need an extra large size." In the underground mall of the White Tower, most of the passers-by were Sentinels, and this area was seldom visited by them. The looks of a few female Sentinels nearby towards Fu Zhao had completely changed. Even Fu Zhao, who could usually handle anything, was struggling. After grabbing the package box, he quickly pushed Xie Guitang away from that terrifying place. Xie Guitang leaned on the small cart, facing Fu Zhao, her arms resting on the edge of the cart as she looked at him. "Why are you running so fast? I still have many things to buy. You promised to buy me pretty clothes." Fu Zhao bent down to whisper to her, and Xie Guitang caught sight of his flushed ears. He said, "What I promised was to buy for you." She pinched his red ear with her fingers, causing his eyes to quiver slightly as he turned his head to avoid her hand. Seeing him like this made Xie Guitang want to tease him even more, playfully pinching him and making him face her. "I want to see you wear pretty clothes. Is that okay?" He grabbed her mischievous hand and after a while managed to say, "That's too strange." She pressed her fingers against the back of his neck, urging him to lower his head again, then kissed his flushed ear. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Very pretty." She leaned against the side of the small cart, then raised one end of the fan to tilt his chin, lightly laughing as she tapped his cheek with the fan's bone. Like a precious and flirtatious young master, teasing the big fish was delightful. Fu Zhao stood up, gently pinching her wrist with his fingers. He said nothing, but his dark, unfathomable eyes seemed to convey everything unspoken. A soft meow from a kitten sounded as Ningxian and Agilia walked over from behind an advertisement board. Agilia was holding Ningxian by the collar, while Ningxian carried a large box. Xie Guitang coughed twice, asking what they had bought. After Agilia pulled Ningxian over, he let go, saying he insisted on buying the outfit from the singer, but how could the person selling food part with it? Xie Guitang pointed at the box, asking, "Then what is this?" Agilia glanced at it, feeling a headache coming on. His salary card was already empty. "So it's cash ability?" Ningxian proudly offered for her to touch the ancient box, as if showing off his newly acquired treasure. Xie Guitang touched it and then asked, "You like it this much? Don't you want to save money to marry a wife?" The kitten looked at Xie Guitang, as if repeating her words, "wife." Xie Guitang hadn't reacted yet when Agilia pushed Ningxian's shoulder, saying, "Get lost. You silly cat. Dreaming too big." Ningxian took a step back, then walked closer, glaring at Agilia with his adorable little tiger teeth showing. His cobalt blue eyes looked at Xie Guitang, holding her hand and caressing the box that had cost him everything. "He sings not as good as you. Here, for you." Xie Guitang couldn't smile anymore. She pointed at herself in disbelief. "For me?" Ningxian said earnestly, "For wife." "Ningxian's wife," he said, looking at Xie Guitang, speaking each word clearly. Xie Guitang's eyes slowly widened. How could Ningxian, after his intelligence drop, still randomly claim a wife? No, I'm not your wife." She hurriedly explained to Ningxian, "Wife has to be someone you like, and they must agree to be called wife." Ningxian's serious face showed no sign of shaking his ears or tail. "It's wife. You are the wife." Agilia grabbed Ningxian by the collar and pulled him away, saying, "What are you randomly claiming a wife for? Is she your wife? Stop shouting. How can you be so foolish and randomly claim someone else's wife?" He scrutinized Ningxian. "You can't be faking it, right?" Ningxian growled at him. "Looking foolish, shouldn't be faking it." Fu Zhao fixed his gaze on Ningxian for a moment, thinking that Captain Ningxian should retake the moral education course. Xie Guitang asked Agilia if the box could be returned, and Agilia shook his head in exasperation. They probably never expected to encounter someone as foolish as Ningxian. He had already run off without a trace. As the most dedicated captain among the 6 special forces of the East District, Ningxian's allowance was a substantial asset. Xie Guitang also felt a headache, telling Agilia to keep an eye on him and not let him buy any more random things. Agilia gave Ningxian a cold stare and showed Xie Guitang his balance. 35 star coins. Would he still buy? He probably couldn't even afford a bottle of drink now. Xie Guitang thought of a serious question. Wouldn't Ningxian have to drink Northwestern Wind next? Fu Zhao calmly told her, no, there are more high-paying jobs with daily cash payments in Zone 9. Xie Guitang wasn't too familiar with that. Asking, for example. Fu Zhao pushed her forward, saying, for example, the club we visited before and large animal performance venues. He can sell his spirit body by the hour. Just like the polar bear riding project, his spirit body can provide such services or similar to a circus. If Captain Ningxian doesn't like such work. There are also some mining jobs for fragile minerals. Xie Guitang silently looked at the big kitten who was still trying to charm her, shaking its ears at her. He seemed unaware of the life that awaited him. Noticing Xie Guitang watching him, he flashed a clever, radiant smile. Meow. Silly cat still meowing. Chapter 154. Sleeping on knees. This trip cost quite a bit, but fortunately, Agilia is a sufficiently wealthy sentinel. After buying things and returning to their residence, Fu Zhao and Agilia organized everything one by one. Meanwhile, Ningxian, the silly cat, was being cute and affectionate by Xie Guitang's legs. She poked his head, calling him a silly cat. He playfully bit her finger, not using any force, just fooling around with her. His eyes were filled with clear stupidity, completely unaware of the implications of his actions. Xie Guitang pinched his cheeks on both sides, telling him to let go. He wiggled his ears, but didn't let go. Even licking her fingers, his tail swaying back and forth. Xie Guitang really wanted to sigh. She pinched the tips of his ears and threatened him, saying if he didn't behave, he would be in trouble. He immediately let go and obediently nestled beside her legs, resting his head on her lap, meowing pitifully. Xie Guitang picked up a book to read, and before she knew it, the cat had fallen silent. When she glanced down, she found he had fallen asleep. She absent-mindedly stroked his ears with her fingers, occasionally turning a page of her book. When Agilia finished tidying up and came over, he saw Ningxian lying on her lap and frowned. Xie Guitang gestured for Agilia to be quiet and shook her head at him. Agilia pursed his lips, looking at Ningxian with disdain, wishing he could throw him out of the window. What an annoying silly cat. Fu Zhao noticed the commotion and sat quietly in a corner, his brows lowered, like the silent guardian he had been around her several times before. He was holding a long knife, silently polishing it. Agilia sat nearby, handling some online work. A soft knock sounded at the door, and Agilia went out to bring in a palm-sized box. What did he buy? Xie Guitang gestured for him to be quiet, telling him to keep it down. Agilia stood beside her, silent for a long time. So, did having a cat mean he lost his favor? Actually, Ningxian had woken up when the knock sounded earlier, but now he was still a bit dazed. How'd he end up here? And it felt strange. Xie Guitang opened the packaging to reveal a small bottle with a micro-landscape, containing 2 small fish swimming around, along with a tiny jellyfish and other things. She looked down at Ningxian's eyes and smiled gently at him, signaling him to look at what she was holding. Do you like it? It took them some time to create the scenery. She promised to buy it for him, having gotten used to petting the cat these past few days. She pinched his fluffy ears and asked, Meow, do you like this little fish? Left hand likes it, right hand doesn't. She extended one hand towards Ningxian, asking him for a clear signal. Ningxian's eyes trembled, and with his ears turning red, he placed his hand on her right hand, watching her calmly shake his hand and then pet his head. What a good kitty. He suddenly realized he was lying on her lap, and his face turned red as he hurriedly sat up. Fu Zhao sheathed his knife and strode over. He rudely lifted Ningxian's face, examining his eyes, confirming he was awake. Xie Guitang realized that he meant Ningxian had regained consciousness. Agilia sneered at Ningxian, mocking him. Ningxian sat there at a loss, slowly realizing what foolish things he had done while he was unconscious. How? Embarrassing. He was a tough sentinel. How could he? How could he meow at a guide? However, seeing the item in her hand, he quietly asked her, "Is this really for me?" He still wanted it. It was a gift from her, such cute little fish, he really wanted it. Xie Guitang placed the item in his palm, saying it was meant for him. Ningxian looked up at her and saw the bright smile in her eyes, causing his mind to explode with fireworks. He bolted away in an instant. With a loud bang, the door closed, and Xie Guitang couldn't help but laugh. Was he really that easily embarrassed? He had been meowing just a moment ago. Thinking back on it, wouldn't that just be mortifying? Chapter 155. Crimson Chi Pao. That night, Agilia and Fu Zhao returned to their respective rooms. Xie Guitang continued reading the book about the collapse of mental landscapes. Once she finished handling things here and returned to the East District, she still wanted to help Sun Qingzhong reconstruct his mental landscape as much as possible. She just didn't know if there would still be time. In any case, she wanted to give it a try. The smart bracelet vibrated twice, and after checking the message, she gently opened the bedroom door. Gripping the doorknob, she opened a crack and pulled the person outside in. Fu Zhao, dressed in a dark shirt and long pants, seemed a bit shy and didn't dare to look up. He was holding the things he had bought that day. "Do I really have to wear this?" he asked. Xie Guitang hooked her fingers around his waistband, pulling him further inside. "Trust me, you'll look great in this." Fu Zhao had fair skin, a narrow waist, and long legs. He would definitely look stunning in this crimson, high-slit chi pao. She took out a sandalwood folding fan, urging him to change clothes while bustling around, not quite sure what else she needed to do. Fu Zhao pressed his lips together, resigned to change his clothes. A moment later, Xie Guitang heard Fu Zhao's shy voice calling her. "I can't zip this up." She turned her head to look back, and in the dimly lit bedroom, the tall sentinel sat at her bedside, turned slightly towards her. The crimson chi pao draped over his fair skin, showcasing his long legs. The muscular lines on his back were striking, and the crimson fabric resting on his lower back added a unique touch. It was no exaggeration to say that this scene captivated Xie Guitang. He really looked good in it. Fu Zhao saw the expression in her eyes, silent and somewhat incomprehensible, unable to understand that she truly liked this. This was beyond his understanding. In his mind, shouldn't a boy's attractiveness be reflected in wielding weapons? Xie Guitang walked over, helped him zip up, and then had him lean against the bed, shoving the folding fan into his hand. "Face me directly." He had no choice. Since things had come to this point, he could only brace himself and go along with it. Fu Zhao obediently faced her directly, lying on the edge of the bed, his hand awkwardly gripping the small, folding fan, his long lashes resembling butterflies ready to take flight. He looked stunning from the side, and even more so from the front. However, Fu Zhao wasn't a real girl. His waist and shoulder lines were too tense. The muscle definition on his thighs exuded strength, and the muscles on his arms were prominent. His skeletal structure wasn't as rigid as Agilia's and Guyan's. It was gentler, like a towering, silent mountain. He always had a dependable quietness about him, often resembling a reliable husband. Just like now, with trembling lashes, he looked over his shy dark eyes, his whole body stiff and motionless. Who would have thought that the 220 centimeters tall ocean-type sentinel, Fu Zhao, known as a killing god on the battlefield, was hiding in her bedroom wearing such clothes? Can I not wear this? The clothes are a bit tight. Male skeletons are generally much larger than females. Not to mention Fu Zhao's 220 centimeters frame, with an oversized chest and shoulder structure. Moreover, Captain Fu Zhao's muscular definition was also exceptional, so this outfit really was tight. Xie Guitang's hand rested on his thigh, coaxing him, "Just wear a little longer." She lifted his chin and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips, her fingers pinching his earlobe. "Fu Zhao, you would look amazing with those red tassel earrings." Fu Zhao remained silent for a moment before saying, "It's strange for a boy to wear that." He was a genuine straight man, and his actions and aesthetics made that clear. Agreeing to wear this had already made him feel shameless. How could he possibly wear that? He sighed helplessly, grasping her fingertips. "Don't bully me." Chapter 156. Dual Zone Meeting in the mental landscape of Sentinel. Deep within the warm ocean, a shadow looms over the surface, blocking out the light. A massive manta ray glides through the waters, while a pearlescent pink ray lounges on its back, as if riding a magic carpet through the sea. The two fish touch and nuzzle, enjoying their moment of companionship as creatures of the ocean. In reality, Fu Zhao sits beside Xie Guitang's bed, his long legs resting on the soft carpet, his gaze slightly unfocused, beads of sweat dripping from his chin. The crimson qipao he wears is nearly soaked through, and he emits a hoarse gasp. The Purification Master has become mischievous. Xie Guitang holds a cat toy in her hand, the fluffy kind, teasingly brushing it against his ear. Then, it drifts down his waist. Fu Zhao feels bullied by her and silently pleads with his eyes for the mischievous Purification Master to stop tormenting him. But the more he looks at her with those wet eyes, the more she wants to make him cry. Her intentions are sweet, but things go slightly awry during execution. The cat toy is grasped by skeletal fingers, and that hand effortlessly pulls the toy from her grip. You like to play with this, don't you? Xie Guitang thinks about running away, but she can't. Fu Zhao stands up, his long legs partially visible beneath the crimson qipao, his legs nearly longer than her life. He holds the fluffy cat toy in one hand while unbuttoning the collar with the other. His 220 centimeters height looms over her, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Xie Guitang thinks she might have messed up. She starts to act tough, saying it's fine, not that she likes it that much. Fu Zhao unbuttons a few more fasteners, revealing some fair collarbones and a throat, and then, holding her leg with one arm, places her on the side cabinet. Don't like it, but I just saw you having so much fun. He leans down close to her, his high nose brushing against her cheek, their skin lightly touching in a flirtatious interaction. Xie Guitang tries to push his shoulder, laughing as she finds she can't move him at all. The crimson qipao is troublesome to wear, but it's quite easy to take off. In the middle of the night, Fu Zhao is chased out. He wears the white shirt he arrived in, his hair still damp and dripping, but he doesn't take care as he casually pushes his hair back. A few unruly strands of black hair fall over his brows, and when he looks up at people, he always carries a nonchalant casualness. It's a special charm belonging to mature men. After returning to his room, he searches for the items Xie Guitang had asked him to buy, leaning against the sofa, his arm covering his brows. He still can't understand why she likes such things. Forget it. Let's place the order. A qualified guardian should meet all the Purification Master's needs, of course, including this kind of need. However, this is already very much beyond his bottom line. He is a Sentinel, and a battle-hardened one at that. So he hopes no other ridiculous situations arise. Once Ningxian returns to normal, the previously postponed dual zone meeting will be back on the agenda. Xie Guitang attends this meeting alongside Ningxian. Opposite them are Captain Heinrich from the North Zone and Captain Claude, both of whom have a spirit beast, one a giant blue whale and the other an orca. Both are T0, level ocean type. Heinrich's misty blue short hair complements his fair skin, and his mixed Slavic and East Asian features add to his appeal. This captain comes from humble beginnings, unlike Captain Claude, who is from a family-based member. His family holds significant power in the North Zone, and it's common to see pods of orcas swimming across the ice-laden sea. Both parties enter amicably. Heinrich is the first to shake hands with Xie Guitang. Miss Xie, good day. Ningxian smiles, though the smile doesn't reach his eyes, and then he grips Heinrich's extended hand while also holding his arm. Captain Heinrich, please begin. Claude glances at Ningxian, who directly asks him, what? Do you want to shake hands with me too, Captain Claude? Claude coldly and indifferently sits down at his designated seat, as if nobody wanted to shake hands with him, feeling it was ridiculous. Fu Zhao and Agilia sit behind Xie Guitang, acting as her guardians. Ningxian observes the irritable, unreliable demeanor, but at the negotiation table, he is entirely different. Heinrich, the wild captain from humble beginnings, knows the importance of quality energy, having emerged from a life of hardship. The two engage in a fierce back and forth, both performing excellently at the negotiation table. Captain Claude is taciturn, having said little since the meeting began, focused on fiddling with a metallic object in his hand, resembling a USB drive. The main speakers at this meeting are Ningxian and Heinrich, while Xie Guitang listens to their exchanges, gathering a lot of key information. It seems that during wartime, the quality energy from the 5 great white towers is also scarce, and the energy oil from the Lord Beasts is tougher than she imagined. Unknowingly, her gaze falls on Claude's hand, as the cold-eyed youth with black hair and eyes lifts his gaze towards her. He then coldly retracts his hand, leaning back in his chair and watching her with a chilling stare. Claude is like a sharp, cold blade, with a ruthless killer's aura lingering around him. Chapter 157. King's K. When Cloydy looked over so rudely, Fu Zhao's Agilia did not back down and look back. Ningxian also noticed this scene. Tapping his fingers on the wooden table, Cloydy, who allowed you to stare so rudely at a guide. Cloydy did not avert his gaze, nor did he respond to Ningxian's words. He asked Xie Guitang, "What are you looking at me for?" Xie Guitang didn't know what he was thinking, but she swore she had no other thoughts. The thing you're playing with is a bit noisy. The metal utensils occasionally clashed against the solid wood table, and she unconsciously got distracted by the sound. Cloydy seemed to freeze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal and averted his gaze. Ningxian and Xie Guitang explained that it was his battle armor key. Cloydy might have misunderstood something earlier, and Xie Guitang searched for Cloydy's battle armor, which looked a bit like Transformers. As the negotiation reached its midpoint, Xie Guitang joined the fray. In this operation, the role of the Eastern District Guides was very important. Besides subsidy compensation, the dual districts should provide more options for post-war benefit distribution. Cloydy nodded gently to her. For example, Xie Guitang simply got to the point, energy oil. I also want to share, which is why I'm sitting here listening to you for so long. She had put in a lot of effort. Why shouldn't she get share? That would be unreasonable. Heinrich made a gesture to her, asking her to wait a moment. He had communicated briefly with Archison and then re-examined the dual district meeting. Xie Guitang looked at the calm Ningxian and whispered to him, "You don't have to." The two were whispering closely, and Ningxian's ears turned a bit red. Then he softly said to her, "No need. Arzen once instructed that you can have whatever you want from the Eastern District supplies. It's fine. It's just energy oil from a Lord Beast. If you want, we can hunt more for you." For a moment, Xie Guitang didn't know what to say. She had originally planned how to negotiate for herself during this meeting, thinking of many schemes, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. Heinrich pondered for a moment and then asked Xie Guitang, "How much do you want?" Xie Guitang extended 3 fingers, and then Heinrich looked at Ningxian, who of course would not object. Cloydy observed Xie Guitang with a probing gaze, feeling that this purification specialist was a bit strange. He couldn't tell if it was just his impression, but he felt that Xie Guitang was somewhat similar to that external personnel at this moment. The more mysterious and strange something was, the more he wanted to hunt down its essence, because exploration and hunting were the core of the Orca. Agilia noticed the change in Cloydy's gaze and felt that it was not a good sign. Heinrich nodded, "Okay, 30%, not too much. Just consider it a friendly signal from our northern district to the purification specialist." At this point, Xie Guitang had successfully obtained what she wanted in the dual district meeting, 30% of the Lord Beast's energy oil, which was neither too much nor too little. She had thought it through. This was a range she could obtain without drawing attention. For Cloydy's type of battle armor, 30% of the Lord Beast's energy oil would be enough for 2 to 3 months of consumption. At this moment, Xie Guitang did not have an intuitive concept of Cloydy's battle armor. From the official pictures, it looked somewhat like Megatron or Bumblebee. She did not further involve herself in the matters of alien energy, as the energy from aliens was far less than that from Lord Beasts. However, every little bit adds up, and in quantity, it was indeed considerable. The amount of oil that could be extracted from aliens was small and of average quality. This type of energy generally supplied city infrastructure or standard weapons. The meeting took a long time to finalize various details. After everything was settled, Heinrich asked, "Shall we have a meal together?" Ningxian looked like he wanted to punch him. "Keep your little thoughts to yourself." The greedy ocean types were like this, completely incomparable to their terrestrial counterparts. Just look at that big whale's face, drooling in greed. Heinrich watched Xie Guitang and the others leave, while Cloydy packed his things and stood up, not understanding why Heinrich was being so self-defeating. They won't give you a chance to get close to her. She's just a purification specialist. The Northern District hasn't had one for hundreds of years, and it's still functioning. Heinrich calmly averted his gaze, his dark eyes falling on the cold Cloydy. "Are you sure you don't want to fight for it?" Cloydy was a captain forged in battle. He had a modest family background. Even without the comfort of a purification specialist, he could survive on his guiding qualities. "I don't want to fight. I don't like it. I won't accept comfort from a guide or a purification specialist. I'm different from you. He didn't like being someone else's dog. The deep-sea king would never be a slave. Chapter 158. The cat-dog war with things in District 14 mostly settled. Xie Guitang and the others were preparing to return to District 14. On their last night there, Xie Guitang talked with Catherine for the entire evening, only leaving her room when the first light of dawn appeared. Once she boarded the warship back to District 14, she overheard someone mentioning Catherine and that guide from the Eastern District discussing certain matters that must be addressed. She quietly listened for a while, finding it quite interesting, until she realized that one of the main characters in the incident was herself. I heard that Captain Agilia isn't with that guide. Ah, could it be that they're siblings together? I've only heard of brotherly rice bowls, but this is the first time I've heard of sisterly rice bowls. Catherine's mental state is just too advanced. Not only that, it said that Captain Atasler from District 14 is also a guest of that guide. And someone saw that guide riding a polar bear during their vacation. The wolf dog's possessiveness is extremely strong. Can Captain Agilia tolerate it? Hey, you guys don't know anything. How about even more explosive news? Let me tell you, Xie Guitang wanted to hear what the more explosive news was. But then the sentinel who was chatting was grabbed by a Tossler by the collar and pulled over. Come on, tell me what the more explosive news is. I want to hear it too. Are you just bored every day? Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? The person fell silent, and several soldiers who were being scolded by a Tossler quickly scattered like birds. Xie Guitang was hidden behind a cabinet by the water cooler, thinking a Tossler hadn't seen her, as those few people had just been gossiping about their affairs. Now it seemed a bit inappropriate for her to go out. She thought she would wait until a Tossler finished getting water and left, but unexpectedly, he walked straight towards her. A Tossler's spirit animal was a polar bear, and this captain, broad-shouldered and strong, resembled his spirit animal. The 230 centimeters tall polar bear captain looked down at her. Xie Guitang was silent for a moment, suddenly feeling some resentment towards this world. She realized that from a Tossler's perspective, there should be no obstructions in this tea room. A Tossler filled a cup with warm water and placed it next to her, then asked her, "Do you like polar bears?" Xie Guitang felt this question was ambiguous and vaguely responded, "It's okay." A Tossler nodded, blocking the exit with his large frame. The bears outside cost money. Xie Guitang pondered his words, but hadn't figured anything out when Agilia pushed past his shoulder, asking, "Aren't you going to the restroom?" A Tossler noticed that Xie Guitang's eyes lit up as soon as Agilia appeared, and like a little butterfly, she flew towards the wolf dog. She quickly approached Agilia, grabbing his sleeve. "Let me see if there's anything good to drink." Agilia placed a hand on her shoulder in a protective manner, glancing at a Tossler beside them. "It's dirty outside. I brought you the drink you liked before." Agilia brought Xie Guitang back to the compartment, where the two guides from the Eastern District were present. Zhou was reading by the porthole, while a dove perched on his shoulder, occasionally tidying his hair with its small beak. Zhou pinched its beak and whispered a few words of reprimand before continuing to read. Dongyu was sitting beside him, leaning against his shoulder and pretending to doze off. The siblings now seemed to lack the intense aggression they had before. From a distance, Xie Guitang only saw something on Zhou's white hair, but as she got closer, she realized it was Dongyu's spirit animal, a crow. Outside, clouds flew by quickly. Fu Zhao and his adjutant finished their communication and approached, holding a drink that was a mix of milky white and light purple colors. He handed it to Xie Guitang, saying that District 14 wanted several battle teams from the Eastern District to cooperate with their military actions. Xie Guitang moved to the other side of the porthole, and Fu Zhao and Agilia sat down beside her. Fu Zhao touched his smart bracelet to bring up the necessary information. These are several defense outposts in the Northern District. The meaning from Administrator Atchison is that the Eastern District can cooperate nearby. He explained the upcoming action plan and its significance to Xie Guitang, with Agilia providing supplementary details. "I'll take turns with Fu Zhao on guard duty. They have already gained some advantages at the border with Guyun. This special task operation should be ending soon, and then we can return to the Eastern District." Xie Guitang nodded, indicating she understood. Agilia patted her head, and a small wolf, about the size of a palm, flew around, only to be caught by Xie Guitang. She stroked its fur like a pet bird, but the little wolf shyly struggled free and flew to Agilia's head. Agilia coughed a couple of times, and before he could say anything, Xie Guitang heard a meowing sound. Something was tugging at her skirt. She looked down to see a pure white kitten try and climb up her skirt, its little paws as undeveloped as a rambutan. Little kitty. She pinched the back of its neck with 2 fingers and lifted it up, taking a deep breath of its dense scent. Agilia and the little wolf on his head were stunned. The little wolf flew over and stepped on the kitten's head, pushing its own head into Xie Guitang's palm. The little kitten pounced and bit the wolf dog's wing, and the little wolf yelped, kicking the kitten in the face. The 2 little ones started fighting right there, tumbling across the table, fur flying everywhere. With a snap, Xie Guitang took a picture of them, both the kitten and the puppy looking shocked. Heiner came over, lightly tapping the table with his finger, and told Xie Guitang and the others that the Northern District had detected traces of rebel forces active near District 12. They were likely the same group that had attacked the Eastern District's warships before, and this time they seemed to be targeting the guides. Rather than targeting the guides, it would be more accurate to say they were after the purifiers. Agilia gently touched Xie Guitang's hand, and the silver-white bracelets on their wrists clinked together, creating a clear sound. Thank you for your perception. We will proceed with caution. If they dare to come again this time, then they shouldn't think of leaving. Chapter 159. The omen of no birth. Just as they were approaching District 14, a large flock of enormous blackbirds suddenly flew in front of them, completely blocking the battleship's view. The pilot activated the radar. Xie Guitang felt a strange sensation watching this scene. The blackbirds scattered, and a massive explosion suddenly erupted ahead, destroying a large number of high-rise buildings. If it weren't for the birds blocking them momentarily, they might have been hit by the explosion. However, Xie Guitang didn't believe those birds came with good intentions. It felt more like a prank. Meanwhile, Xie Guitang's wristband suddenly received a strange message. Joker, here's your fireworks. Do they look good? In the middle of the large black profile was a blood-red clown face, with a line of silver-white text below it reading Joker, the king of playing cards. His nickname was Joker. Athos and the others muttered a few curses, wondering what kind of madness this was. Was it a demonstration? A provocation against the official team? Joker sent Xie Guitang another message. Joker, how did you assassinate several high-ranking officials in the Central District? Joker, I want to know how you accurately determined their locations. Joker, is there someone from your side in their ranks? Did you intercept their devices? Or, Joker, your past is a blank slate, but as long as a person exists in this world, there will be traces. Joker, little butterfly, I can't wait to meet you. Xie Guitang poked at Agilia's wrist, asking if there was anyone or any force related to Joker. Agilia thought for a moment and said he hadn't heard of anyone. What's wrong? Is someone using this symbol to contact you? Since Agilia hadn't heard of it, it seemed that Joker was well hidden, making such a big noise. He was definitely not just a rogue. Xie Guitang could clearly feel that Joker was hunting her identity, not her identity as a purifier. Similarly, she was also curious about Joker's identity, wondering who would reveal their mask first. After Fu Zhao finished some work, he saw Xie Guitang pull out her copper coins again. She fiddled with them for a while, her expression growing more serious. Finally, she tossed them, and a few copper coins scattered across the table, one of them inexplicably falling under the table. Fu Zhao picked up the dropped coin and placed it back on the table, watching her play with these little toys. Xie Guitang glanced at the divination symbols, and then at Fu Zhao, her eyes revealing something that Fu Zhao couldn't understand. Xie Guitang stared at Fu Zhao for a while, then divined again, getting the hexagram of a dead end, 9 deaths with no life. She didn't believe it and tried again, getting the exact same hexagram. Not believing in evil, she tried once more, and all 3 hexagrams indicated a dead end. Fu Zhao watched as she tossed the coins 9 times, each time producing the same result. Was this how it was supposed to be played? Could it be that practice makes perfect? He looked at the few copper coins in her hand in astonishment. 9 times, all identical, truly amazing. Xie Guitang felt as if fate was playing a huge joke on her. 9 was an extreme number, and after this, it could no longer be calculated. In the first few hexagrams, she inquired about clues regarding Joker, and the hexagrams indicated a deep connection between Joker and the Corvid rebellion that had previously attacked Agilia and the others. Later, she asked about the game between Joker and herself, and the fallen coin indicated a lack of causality, making it impossible to calculate. However, when Fu Zhao picked up that coin, he intervened in this causality, causing the hexagram to change dramatically to a trapped dragon situation. The subsequent hexagram was ambiguous, indicating both the trapped dragon facing death and signs of breaking through the situation. The 9 hexagrams she calculated afterward were all for Fu Zhao, and all indicated a dead end. She looked at Fu Zhao, unsure of what to do, her eyes filled with confusion and hesitation. Fu Zhao replied softly, "Yeah, I'm here." He had no idea what had just happened and handed her a drink, asking if she wanted water. Seeing that she didn't take it, he grabbed the prepared diaper bag nearby, which contained some snacks she used to like, as well as the half-finished novel. Did she want a snack, or? Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged his neck. Fu Zhao froze, holding her waist to let her sit in his lap, and gently asked her, "What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? You can tell me. I will help you. Anything is fine." Chapter 160. Just seeking a way to survive, Fu Zhao's calm black pupils reflected the figure of Xie Guitang, like a silent and reliable mountain and deep sea. Her fingers rested on the back of his neck, her forehead against his shoulder, and she could vaguely hear his shallow breathing by her ear. "Fu Zhao, you must live well." Fu Zhao didn't quite understand why Xie Guitang suddenly said such a thing. Perhaps she had a bad dream before. He gently patted her back, as if comforting a child. Don't be afraid. Everything in the dream is fake." He made her look into his eyes. "I'm doing well now, and I will continue to be well." Fu Zhao held her hand, placing her palm on his pounding heart. The warship landed, and they successfully returned to District 14. Agilia and Ning Xian assisted with the military operations in the North District, while Fu Zhao stayed by Xie Guitang's side to care for her. Xie Guitang had run countless simulations, all seeking a way to survive. When dawn broke, Fu Zhao knocked on the door. "What do you want to eat for breakfast?" The North District front was tight on supplies, but I learned 2 new dishes. When not on duty, he dressed less formally, a light gray short-sleeve shirt, black trousers, and an ill-fitting apron, which made him look very homely and handsome. He exuded a sense of a capable, mature husband. Not hearing Xie Guitang's response, Fu Zhao wiped his hands and went to the bedroom. The curtains in the bedroom were still drawn, and the light inside was dim. She knelt in front of a small tea table, her lips devoid of color, revealing a pale and sickly aura. On the table were several copper coins she had been playing with in recent days. Hearing the noise, she looked up at him. Fu Zhao was taken aback, walked over to her side, and touched her hair. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Those beautiful eyes seemed like they were about to cry. She said, "Fu Zhao, if one day you die because of me." He lifted her by the knees, hugging her up from the carpet, a fatherly embrace, letting her sit on his arm while his other hand rested on her back. He placed Xie Guitang down on the edge of the bed, kneeling on one knee, putting one of her feet on his leg, holding her ankle to help her put on socks. Once done, he leaned in to meet her gaze. He said, "I would willingly die. To die for you, though dead, is still glorious." Dying for his purifying mistress was the highest honor he could have as a guardian. She had run countless simulations, but it wasn't meant for him to die gloriously. Xie Guitang grabbed Fu Zhao's collar, pressing her wrist against the back of his neck. Kissing him fiercely, Fu Zhao felt as if she wanted to kiss him to death. He smiled, finding her inexplicably adorable at that moment. How could there be such a lovely girl? Xie Guitang patted his face and went to cook. He pecked her cheek and obediently went to prepare the meal. After Fu Zhao left, Xie Guitang sat alone for a long time. She opened the curtains, and light instantly flooded the room. Then she contacted Xie Sr. Xie-san confirmed with Xie Guitang, "You mean to keep Fu Zhao deployed for a while longer, is that right?" He speculated that perhaps Captain Fu Zhao had offended Miss Xie. After hanging up, Fu Zhao called her over to eat. They ate in silence, and after clearing the table, she vaguely heard him in the kitchen taking a call. When he came out after drying his hands, he said to Xie Guitang, "There's an urgent mission in the North District that I need to handle." Xie-san just agreed to recall Agilia. He pulled out an electronic memo, recording as he spoke. "I'll note down your favorite foods and daily routines for him. If he doesn't understand anything, have him contact me. Captain Agilia's loyalty is unquestionable, but he has room for improvement in attentiveness. Your period is coming soon. I've put what you need in the second cabinet of the bathroom. And the ginger sugar powder is in the top cabinet of the kitchen. You can't reach that cabinet, so have Agilia get it for you, and Xie Guitang hugged his waist from the front. Fu Zhao saved the record, then reached out to pat her back. I'll be back soon. If Agilia doesn't listen, you can contact me anytime. I'll always be behind you. The wolfhounds have more inherent flaws and aren't as suitable for taking care of women as the ocean system. Fu Zhao was set to depart the next morning, thinking this was just a short-term mission and that he would return soon. He sat in a chair in the living room, with Xie Guitang's knees on his legs, her fingers cradling his face, her forehead pressed against his. Fu Zhao, did you buy the things I asked you to get earlier? He paused, then lowered his gaze, responding softly. She leaned in to kiss his ear. Show me what you bought. Chapter 161. Fu Zhao felt that Xie Guitang was particularly clingy to him that day. She lay on his arm like a little kitten while he sat on the edge of the bed, reading official documents. He reached out and gently pinched her face, then picked her up and placed her on his lap. It was a notice from the Northern District. Atchison wanted my team to cooperate with the 12th District's encirclement plan. Xie Guitang grabbed his hand. She wanted to say not to pinch my face, but then thought, forget it. If he wants a pinch, let him pinch. She sat on Fu Zhao's lap, her feet not touching the ground, swinging her legs, and simply rested her feet on his legs. After dealing with a pile of messy official business for a while, Xie Guitang was just sitting in his arms, fiddling with this and that. He sighed, took her hand out of his collar, and leaned down to kiss the back of her hand. Do you need me to play with you? She faced him, kneeling on his lap, her fingers cradling his face, making him look at her. She gave his face a peck and then wrapped her arms around his neck in a choking hug. Fu Zhao lifted her chin with his fingers and pressed his face against hers, glancing at the time. It was break time. He supported Xie Guitang's thigh with one hand and lifted her up in that position, holding her little slippers in the other. You need a nap. He placed Xie Guitang on the soft bed, but when he tried to get up, she yanked his collar and pulled him down. Fu Zhao propped himself up on the pillow next to her to avoid crushing her. After all, he was well aware of his own weight. Do you want me to accompany you? Xie Guitang patted the space beside her, suggesting they lie down together for a bit. He took off his coat and lay on the bed, letting Xie Guitang lean against him. It's okay. Don't worry. I'll be back with you soon. I'll come back safely. He sensed her unease and comforted her emotions, letting her rest against his chest, allowing her to feel his heartbeat. We're both safe now. The aura from Fu Zhao gave her a strong sense of security, as if as long as he was by her side, no storm could reach her. But this time, she was worried not for herself, but for that silly big fish. Fu Zhao's embrace was truly comforting. He took a book from the side, stroking her nape while reading to her. Sleep, I'm here. I promise you'll see me the moment you wake up. She dozed off in his arms, suddenly dreaming of the place where she had grown up. Bai Ji sat behind a bamboo curtain, half of it hanging down to block the sound of the rain outside. He wore a white monk's robe, with only a string of sandalwood beads around his neck, his profile handsome and imbued with an unassailable divinity. She had forgotten what question she wanted to ask Bai Ji back then, and through the hazy rain, he said one thing to her. The Great Way has 50. The heavens change 49, and humans evade 1. There is never an absolute dead end. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? In a moment of distraction, he had already risen from his seat, the tassels behind him hanging down to his waist. He stood at the end of the rain-drenched corridor, holding a butter lamp. Don't forget your heart for the path. The first lesson of her journey was to ask her heart. It was about her heart for the path. The people she had seen before appeared like a sea of faces behind her, some loving her and some harming her. Xie Guitang stared blankly as Master Song flowed against the crowd toward her. She seemed to return to under that flowering tree. Master Song stood face to face with her, as if she was asking for the first time, why do you seek knowledge and the path? Xie Guitang looked at Song Jingshu's face, gazing at the lush mountains and forests, and for a long time there was no response. A gentle touch fell between her brows, and she heard a familiar, silly ah. Xie Guitang woke up. It was dusk outside. She hadn't expected to sleep for so long. Fu Zhao sat on one side of the room, his head lowered as he wiped the dark long knife that had accompanied him for many years. This scene always felt familiar, as if she had seen it long ago. After dinner, Xie Guitang returned to her bedroom and took out a small box, the sound of a door closing gently behind her. She returned to a visual feast of black and white, pink, white, black, and rich colors. He slightly lowered his gaze, and a faint blush spread across his ears and neck. Xie Guitang saw that he was wearing a black obsidian ear cuff on one side, with a smooth black obsidian and a red tassel hanging beneath it. She paused for a moment, her heart pounding violently. In his eyes, she saw only her own reflection. She heard her own voice, dry as she said, "Come here." He walked toward her step by step, leaning closer. "Smile for me." The silly oceanic sentinel was trying every possible way to make her happy. She pushed Fu Zhao's shoulder, making him sit on the edge of the bed, her fingers tracing the black lace fabric, lightly bouncing it, making a slight sound as it landed on him. His eyes trembled, and he reached out to stroke her hair. "It's okay as long as you like it. You can do anything." She touched his ear cuff, tracing down his neck, then pressed down on the back of his neck and kissed him fiercely. "Turn off the light." Fu Zhao's hair was damp, and he exuded a sense of satisfied laziness, like a big fish swimming in the ocean after a meal. Xie Guitang took the box from the nightstand, opened it, and inside was a pendant. The pendant was a rectangular plate made of dark jade. The front looked like a no-trouble plate with no content, only seeking peace and safety, asking for nothing else. On the back of a no-trouble plate was a mysterious Sanskrit scripture, which even a smart brain couldn't decipher. At the center of the scripture was a figure resembling the 8 trigrams, with a sword running through it, very similar to the imprint in her spiritual vision. Made of black woven thread, the pendant was accompanied by 3 black pearls woven on one side. The pearls were engraved with the same unintelligible runes. She patted Fu Zhao's arm to signal him to lower his head, then put the necklace around his neck. Fu Zhao was momentarily stunned. He remembered someone had offered a high price to buy the pearls in her hand, but she had never agreed to sell. He thought it was something Xie Guitang liked, but it turned out to be a gift for him. After Xie Guitang put it on for him and looked at it, it looked great on Fu Zhao. "You mustn't take it off, not even a shower. You have to wear it close to you, understand?" Fu Zhao swallowed twice, then softly said, "Is this a gift for me?" Xie Guitang sat opposite him, chuckling softly. "No. Are you going to return it to me?" He covered the pendant with his hand, slowly shaking his head at her. "It's mine. No one can have it." Xie Guitang smiled, resting her head on his knee. "Be smarter from now on, okay? Fu Zhao, take good care of yourself. I'll wait for you to come back." It won't be long. Once she took down the ghost card, he could return. Chapter 162. Fishdog shift. The next day, Fu Zhao left very early. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to delay. He spoke for a while at the door with Agilia, who had just returned. Agilia nodded occasionally, then noted down 2 pieces of information. "I understand. You should hurry and go." Once there was nothing more to say to Agilia, Fu Zhao pursed his lips and glanced back at the direction of the bedroom with concern. He stroked the pendant through his combat uniform and gradually walked away. Xie Guitang vaguely heard low voices and felt someone carefully touching her hand in a half-dreaming state. It was a touch full of affection and deep reluctance. She wanted to grasp that hand, but she couldn't wake up no matter how hard she tried. She felt that person getting further away, and, in her anxiety, she woke up. Light filtered through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating a corner of the dimly lit room. She saw Agilia, with his back to her, changing clothes. He carefully removed his blood-stained combat uniform without making a sound, and around his waist was a large circle of blood-stained bandages. He had the same white bandages on his arms, and he seemed quite tired, wearing a pair of black trousers, one of which had a leg holster with a pistol in it. "Agilia." Hearing Xie Guitang's voice, Agilia turned around, holding a shirt. His face, chest, and abdomen bore varying degrees of battle damage. One of his white wolf ears was perked up while the other drooped, giving him a somewhat foolish appearance at that moment. "Did I wake you?" Xie Guitang sat up, rubbing her forehead. "Did Fu Zhao leave?" Agilia paused for a moment. "He left 45 minutes ago. He had taken 2 clean clothes, not daring to approach her in his dirty state, and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. Call me if you need anything. I can hear you." Xie Guitang responded, and soon after, the sound of a shower could be heard. Moments later, Agilia came out. His injuries needed to be treated again after getting wet, so he sat on a high chair in the living room with a medical kit to tend to his wounds. The battle-hardened Sentinel was already skilled in treating injuries. He expertly bandaged himself and then wrapped up his wounds. After he finished, he put on a prepared shirt, a black long-sleeve crew neck. Once dressed, he quietly shared some updates on the battle situation with Xie Guitang. The 14th district has been cleaned up a few times and has basically eradicated the mutants. There was an explosion at the port in the 9th district, temporarily destroying the trade route, but Catherine and the others are already speeding up the reconstruction. A few high-ranking officials from Sagittarius have come. They should be here to assist in rebuilding the trade point. Sagittarius is quite different from the D404-star system, which is under the radiation range of the 5 Great White Towers. The Sagittarius system and the nearby asteroid belt belong to the Empire, and their systems and living environments differ. There is often trade between the two sides, and in peacetime, they usually keep to themselves, but the relationship has become somewhat delicate in wartime. Families like Gu Yunshi belong to the Outer Domain families, part of the Scorpion constellation in the eastern ring of the Polaris. That area is the territory of the insect race. Listening to Agilia, Xie Guitang searched for related information. The diplomat in charge of rebuilding the trade point was Chun Sheng from Sagittarius. She looked up Chun Sheng, and his profile appeared on her smart brain, displaying an ID photo of him. It seemed to be a picture from when he first started working, dressed neatly in a formal 3-piece suit, with a metal brooch of an olive branch pinned to his chest. He had deep brown eyes and short hair the same color. His smile was polite, exuding youthful vigor and a hint of scholarly air. He graduated at 17 from the military academy in the capital star of Sagittarius, a top student in the command department. However, instead of becoming a commander after graduation, he became a diplomat, reportedly arranged by his family. Chun Sheng was from a prominent family in Sagittarius. Meanwhile, Xie Guitang received a message from Achi-san, who was willing to pay a high price and hoped that Xie Guitang could provide some emotional comfort for the Northern District. She thought for a moment and agreed to Achi-sen's request. Regarding the assassination of the Joker, she might need Achi-sen's help. Chapter 163 on duty. Achi-sen specially arranged a luxurious soundproof room for Xie Guitang. When Agilia escorted Xie Guitang to the soundproof room, they passed by Dong Yu's soundproof room. The door was slightly ajar, and she caught a glimpse of Dong Yu inside. Her eyes were heavily made up, wearing a black mini-skirt, her gaze cold and sharp like a knife's edge. A tall sentinel was kneeling before her, while she reclined on the chair, holding a cigarette between her fingers. The cigarette here was different from the one she used during that time. It contained a calming, non-addictive plant. It was similar to what Catherine had used before, with a slightly bitter yet fragrant flavor. Her brows were furrowed in deep weariness and a sense of disdain for the world, as if she and the sentinel who craved her pheromones were in two different worlds. Xie Guitang did not meddle in other people's affairs. She entered her own soundproof room, which was quite nice in both space and decor. Agilia sat aside, handling messages on her smart bracelet, while Xie Guitang opened the guides back in to start her work. After a moment, there was a knock on the soundproof room door. Her patient had arrived. She said, "Come in." The sentinel outside politely pushed the door open, and it was a familiar face. The young man with misty blue wolf tail, short hair walked over. "Miss Xie, good day." Heinrich sat down on the chair in front of her, and his data had already been synced to Xie Guitang's work smart brain. She had previously thought that only the guide diagnosis backend in the Eastern District was like that, but now looking at the detailed data page, it turned out that all 5 major white towers were the same. Not only did it contain Heinrich's height and weight, but also his blood type and other information. Pollution level 76, which was not low. If it were any higher, he would be directly stepping on the high-pressure line. She said to Heinrich, "Extend your hand." He quickly understood her intention, tore off the Velcro on his wrist, took off his combat gloves, and extended his hand to the table. The young man's fingers were long and slightly pale, with prominent bluish-purple veins. She gently held his fingers, and the blue-purple light spread from where their skin touched, enveloping him. The soldier, rough and wild, stared at her without blinking, his thoughts completely exposed, as they couldn't be concealed. He craved the guide before him. Xie Guitang entered Heinrich's mental landscape, which was a scene of blue seas and skies, with a large blue whale breaching the water. She seemed to hear the ethereal calls of the whale. The blue-purple light quickly washed over the whale's body, while mantas danced among the waves, and the great whale instinctively chased them. Then, it received 2 slaps from the mantis. Heinrich let out a soft, muffled grunt, his fingers grasping her hand from underneath. his thumb ambiguously rubbing the inside of her wrist. Agilia pressed down on his wrist with one hand, while the other arm was placed across his shoulder, forcing him to lower his head. The misty blue hair fell over Heinrich's brow, and he slowly turned his head to meet Agilia's gaze, his eyes resembling a violent deep-sea vortex. Agilia did not back down, staring at him unwaveringly. The ferocity and hunting instinct of the wolf dog were evident at this moment. He silently revealed 2 words to Heinrich, not kind words, and Heinrich's eyes suddenly darkened. An impudent offender, a greedy dead whale. Wasn't it enough to receive the purification of the purifier without being grateful? How could one still crave more? Chapter 164. Restricted Area 14. A flurry of snow-white feathers suddenly fell. A massive, snow-white, canine, mythical creature folded its wings and landed lightly. A pure golden lightning pattern between its brows, adding to its majesty and divinity. Next to its long white horns were 2 wolf ears of the same color. It stood behind Agilia, coldly staring at the ocean-type sentinel across from them. In her mental imagery, a manta ray burst through the waves, flapping its small wings and circling around her. In the next moment, a gigantic blue whale leaped from a sea surface. The large fish swept past her, its eye larger than her head, clearly reflecting her image. She noticed that the blue whale's eyes were a deep blue-gray, easily mistaken for black if one wasn't careful. Xie Guitang stood on a small reef in the sea, the enormous blue whale circling around her. What'd it like to spin in circles like a small fish? After the purification, Xie Guitang opened her eyes and saw Heinrich's face, the young man with misty blue short hair looking down at her, his eyes not blinking at all. Would you like to visit my battle team? My team is in the deep sea area of District 14, completely different from what you can see above. The wolf dog's large head rubbed against Xie Guitang's shoulder, its 2 blue eyes looking silly. Xie Guitang pinched its snout and patted its head, signaling it to behave. After pondering for a moment, she responded to Heinrich's invitation, "Sure, I haven't been there yet." One direction indicated by the divination symbol was the location of Heinrich's elite team. She planned to check it out. Heinrich didn't expect Xie Guitang to agree to his invitation. He paused for a moment before standing up from his seat. "Is it okay to go now?" Xie Guitang tidied up her things on the table, and Agilia helped her pack her belongings into his backpack. She let her fingers rest on Agilia's arm and gently pinched him. He glanced over at her. So big, but with a heart smaller than a needle tip. Xie Guitang nodded lightly to Heinrich. "It's fine." Heinrich led Xie Guitang and the others down the elevator. She noticed that Heinrich's access card was different from theirs. Upon reaching the 20th basement level, Heinrich took them to switch elevators. After exiting this elevator, they walked through a dimly lit corridor to a glass passage. Ahead was an all-glass underwater elevator. Heinrich swiped his access card, and after 3 identity verifications, they were allowed to pass. He explained to Xie Guitang, "Because my team's base is adjacent to the restricted area of District 14, the checks are quite strict." Xie Guitang pondered, the restricted area? Now they had reached the deep sea area of District 14, and from the panoramic glass corridor, she could see fish occasionally swimming by outside. The lighting in the deep water area was relatively dim, and she could vaguely see faint lights far away. "What is that over there?" She pointed into the distance and asked Heinrich. Heinrich led her toward the rest area, saying, "That area is the restricted zone, where serious criminals from the Northern District are held. It is said that at the deepest part, there is a particularly heinous criminal with immense destructive power, whose crimes are unforgivable." Heinrich's team had been stationed in the deep sea area, and one of his responsibilities was to guard these criminals. He had seen the other few members to some extent, with a few needing him to check on them regularly. But he had never seen the one at the very back. They were fed every 3 days, entirely by robotic operations, and the administrative officer didn't even allow anyone to approach or speak to him. Upon reaching the rest area, they entered a sprawling, all-glass building, surrounded by various large fish swimming around a lighthouse. There were sentinels in diving suits interacting with the large fish, which seemed very obedient. Heinrich introduced his team members to Xie Guitang. A polar aurora jellyfish floated over, its colors resembling a sunset, with countless little ribbons beneath its large head. This creature was said to be highly toxic now. In Xie Guitang's time, The polar Aurora jellyfish carried cobra-like venom, but it had evolved now to carry over a dozen complex toxins, one of which was pufferfish toxin. Its tentacles reached out through the glass, wanted to stick to Xie Guitang, who stepped back, keeping her distance. A mass of crimson Aurora jellyfish, larger than her entire body, drifted away clumsily. Chapter 165. Guide element in the entire break area. There were only Heinrich, Xie Guitang, and Agilia, with a wolf dog lying at her feet, its head resting on her shoes. Heinrich went to the tea room to pour her some water, and Xie Guitang poked Agilia's arm. He held her fingers and leaned closer to talk to her, clearly with ulterior motives. Xie Guitang glanced at Heinrich, who was bowing his head to pour water inside, and quietly asked Agilia, "Do you think you can take us to the restricted area for a visit?" Agilia scratched the wolf dog's head and replied, "What would you go there for? Do you know anyone inside?" Xie Guitang mumbled, "I just want to take a look." It was training time, and the break area was truly empty. Heinrich placed a hot drink on the table in front of Xie Guitang. Agilia sniffed it a couple of times to ensure he hadn't tea-tampered with it before handing it to Xie Guitang. Seeing his actions, Heinrich calmly said, "I'm not some outlaw. Adding anything to a purifier's drink in a place like this? Is he crazy?" Heinrich communicated with the team outside using hand signals, and a Sentinel outside responded with a receive gesture. Then Xie Guitang witnessed a special operation between large fish as the seawater was disturbed, creating huge waves. While it seemed like she was watching their training, her mind was actually pondering how to sneak into the restricted area of Zone 14. Xie Guitang tested Heinrich a couple of times, and from his reactions, she felt he would take her to the forbidden area. This matter still needed careful planning. She had a persistent feeling that she needed to go there at least once. Half the time, she was a bit distracted. Heinrich was naturally a man of few words, and she didn't realize when he had fallen silent. When she noticed, she only saw his deep gaze on her, reminiscent of that large whale. Heinrich's smart wristband vibrated a few times, and he stepped aside to take a call. Xie Guitang vaguely heard Arkizen's voice. It seemed there was some other strategic deployment that required Heinrich to lead the team in coordination. Xie Guitang's visit ended here. She needed to think carefully about how to obtain Heinrich's access card. As they rode the elevator up, Xie Guitang casually asked Heinrich, "Are you going on an external mission?" "Captain Heinrich?" He didn't tell her his specific task, only mentioning that the administrator had assigned him to lead a team for a joint operation, departing in 2 days. Once they reached the top, Xie Guitang and the others parted ways with Heinrich. Agilia noticed Xie Guitang's pensive expression. He snapped his fingers in front of her, resting his wrist on his knee, and looked down at her. "Stop looking at him. He is already far away." The wolf dog elegantly came out of the mental landscape and sat beside Agilia, lifting its head to look at her. Xie Guitang pushed Agilia's face away and gave the wolf dog a playful tap on the head. Two clingy big dogs. That evening, Xie Guitang sat by the window, pressing down on a book, but Agilia could tell she was lost in thought. Was she thinking about that fish from Fuzhou, or about Heinrich, the dead fish? Or was there something else troubling her? The fluffy white dog lay at her feet, allowing her to step on its fur to keep her warm. Agilia sat across from her, fiddling with his black handgun. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xie Guitang snapped back to reality. She had just been thinking about having Agilia sneak attack Heinrich, hoping to get the access card from him. But then she remembered that Agilia had just returned from the front lines, still bearing injuries, so she didn't bring it up. She asked Agilia, "How is your injury?" He paused, put down the handgun, and replied, "It's almost healed. The special medicine for Sentinels makes the wounds heal quickly." Xie Guitang rested her chin on her hand, lazily looking at him. "Let me see." Agilia's ears turned red. He was quite an easily embarrassed big dog. He sat on the high stool across from her, awkwardly tugging at the fabric around his neck, and with one motion, he took off the garment. The bruised area was a mix of green and purple, with white bandages wrapped around his arms and waist. Xie Guitang beckoned him closer. Agilia walked in front of her, and her fingers landed on the wound on his arm. Blue-purple light dots falling onto him. The wound healed rapidly, and after a moment, the treatment was complete. Agilia unwrapped the bandage. The wound had fully healed. She patted his hair, as if petting a puppy. "I need you to help me with something." Xie Guitang explained to Agilia that she wanted to use Heinrich's access card. Agilia quickly understood that she likely wanted to go to the restricted area of Zone 14, where she might meet someone she wanted to see. However, having the access card was useless. It could only get her to Heinrich's special forces. Entering the restricted area required a special key in his iris authentication. After all, the individuals imprisoned there were notorious criminals, and it was impossible to let anyone in easily. Xie Guitang fell silent for a moment. Is that so? Is there any way to make Heinrich obedient, to have him willingly take me in? Chapter 166. 3 seconds of hatred. The word guide essence suddenly popped into Xie Guitang's mind. Heinrich, a daredevil who had been running in the polluted zones for years and was a sentinel without any family backing, had a fatal weakness: guide essence. After figuring this out, Xie Guitang scheduled an appointment for the extraction of guide essence the next day. Agilia threw the used bandages into the trash and told her, "Don't worry, I'll find a way." Xie Guitang couldn't tell him that she didn't have the luxury of time to wait. The sword hanging over Fu Zhao's head forced her to take action quickly. The divination indicated a turning point, and uncertainties all pointed in that direction. She had to go at least once. She vaguely agreed to Agilia. She wondered if the guide essence would be enough to convince Heinrich to take risks. Feeling a bit restless, she thought about going out for a walk. Was the observation area in District 14 still operating normally? She remembered that during the last mutant tide, the entire District 14 had been affected, and she was unsure if the observation deck she had visited before still existed. Agilia, having put on his clothes, responded, "It's still there. It was repaired a couple of days ago." She softly said to Agilia, "Then let's go see the aurora together." When she first visited the observation area, she had wanted to see the aurora with him. At that time, she thought that the snow, the aurora, and the Siberian wolf would make a perfect scene. Agilia quickly packed the things they might need and walked over, ready to set off. He felt that perhaps he had been absent from her life for too long. After reuniting, they were not as close as before. He wanted to tell her how much he enjoyed being with her. A puppy cannot lose its owner, and Agilia cannot lose Xie Guitang. He didn't want to be abandoned. When they arrived at the observation deck, most of the flowers inside were still blooming well, but some showed obvious signs of wilting. She sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, while Agilia sat next to her. Thinking of something, she opened her smart brain and let him lean over to look. "These are the photos I took during my first visit here. At that time, I felt that the Siberian wolf would match this scenery perfectly." Agilia leaned closer to her, suddenly gave her a hug. He missed her so much at that time. He had been severely injured, lost blood, suffered from hypothermia, and was surrounded by mutants, often thinking he would never wake up again. But every time he saw the double fish pendant on his wrist that she had personally put on him, he couldn't let go. He had to come back. He couldn't die outside. There were still people waiting for him to return. After coming back, he actually had a lot to say to her. But seeing Fu Zhao by her side, he didn't know where to start. Now, suddenly learning that she had indeed been waiting for him, he couldn't hold it together anymore. His heart was filled with a bittersweet ache, and tears welled up in his eyes. With 1,000 words on the tip of his tongue, he could only utter 3. "I'm sorry." He always felt that he owed her too much. He should have done better. Xie Guitang gently stroked his hair. Since the end of the confrontation with the Central District, she had instructed Achi's son and the others to keep the news under wraps. She didn't mention the hardships and life-or-death escapes they had gone through. She only told him it's all in the past. Feeling a bit of warmth and dampness at her neck, she lifted Agilia's face and realized the puppy was crying. His blue eyes were glistening. With his fair skin, his eyes turned red when he cried, making him look very pitiful. She found it a bit amusing and yet very endearing. The puppy captain was also quite embarrassed, looking down and unable to meet her gaze. Xie Guitang patted his shoulder. "Go wash your face in the bathroom. Why did you make yourself all messy?" Downstairs, the car lights moved like swimming dragons, coming closer with a grand display. There must be some big shot arriving. The observation area was too high above the ground for Xie Guitang to see the faces, only the flickering lights. But she couldn't tell if it was an illusion. She felt a prying gaze from below. After messaging Achi's son, she learned that tonight, the Sagittarius diplomat Chun Sheng was visiting District 14. She collected her thoughts and stood up to leave. After exiting the observation area, she was messaging Agilia while walking forward when she unexpectedly bumped into something hard. Just as she was about to fall, someone quickly caught her arm. Up close, she only saw the person's jawline, unable to see their face. Xie Guitang hated this world for another 3 seconds. Chapter 167. Frontline situation, are you okay? He politely released his hand and took 2 steps back. Xie Guitang then recognized that the person she had bumped into was Captain Athisler from the Northern District, the Special Forces team leader whose mental entity was a polar bear. Xie Guitang must have collided with his waist area, but it didn't cause any trouble. Just a bit of inexplicable awkwardness. After all, the last time they met, this polar bear captain seemed to have said some strange things. She responded with a casual, "It's nothing." Athisler seemed a bit disappointed, but he quickly composed himself. "Let me escort you." Before he could finish his sentence, a person walked out of the nearby restroom. Agilia, drying his hands, strode over. He had clearly seen that the bear had intentionally bumped into him. It was forgivable that Xie Guitang hadn't noticed, but how could Athisler, a high-level Sentinel, not avoid it? Unexpectedly, Athisler, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was so cunning. As for the rest, there was no need for Captain Athisler to worry. Athisler's expression turned completely cold when facing Agilia, and he didn't even like the look of his dog. High-level mental entities were prohibited in the scenic area. He pointed to the sign nearby. "Agilia, you violated the rules. Remember to pay the fine." The air was filled with tension, and Xie Guitang patted Agilia's arm. Agilia nodded to Athisler, thanking him for the reminder, saying he would remember. After Xie Guitang and Agilia left, Athisler muttered under his breath, "Fool." He then turned and left. Agilia paid the fine through his smart wristband. Xie Guitang thought back to the time when Yun Yao had accompanied her to the scenic area. He had allowed his mental entity to attack Heinrich directly in the scenic area. She imagined Yun Yao must have paid a hefty fine then as well. Yet, she had never heard him mention it. Yun Yao and Gu Yinshi were both from the flight department, and he should currently be out on a field mission with Gu Yinshi. It was said that Gu Yinshi and Fu Zhao were in the same combat zone. She wondered how they were doing over there. Xie Guitang sat on the sofa while Agilia blow-dried her hair, and the big dog lay obediently at her feet to keep them warm. After much thought, she sent Fu Zhao a cat emoji peeking out. After more than 10 minutes, she finally received a reply. "Big fish, just working." Xie Guitang asked him, "Are you not busy now?" Fu Zhao replied, "Not busy." Then he sent her a picture of a pink bead about 2 fingers in diameter, translucent and beautiful, emitting a soft glow. "Big fish, do you like this color?" Gu Yinshi had emptied his gun, and Fu Zhao was still dawdling beside him, so he hit him on the shoulder with the butt of his gun. "Are you daydreaming on the front line?" "Fu Zhao, are you deaf? Hurry up and help." While he was busy beating down heads, Fu Zhao was secretly slacking off. Gu Yinshi really wanted to knock some sense into this brat. Fu Zhao didn't even look up as he stored the energy core of a high-level variant in the pocket of his combat suit. A stray bullet whizzed past his shoulder, but he didn't budge. Then he calmly told Gu Yinshi, "Don't rush." Damn it, Gu Yinshi really wanted to kill him. He drew his knife and killed 2 variants trying to rush him, his clothes splattered with all kinds of blood. He grabbed the shoulder of a nearby communicator and pulled him over. "Listen, tell Atchison I don't want to be in the same combat zone as Fu Zhao. I don't want to execute the same mission with him. Hurry up, I want a new partner." Fu Zhao turned off his smart wristband, picked up his dark long knife again, and walked over to Gu Yinshi with a calm demeanor. "You're too irritable." Gu Yinshi violently shook the communicator's shoulder. "What look did you see him with?" He said, "I'm irritable. I'm really fed up with this dead fish." Fu Zhao kicked away a variant next to Gu Yinshi and stepped on the shoulder of a creature resembling a water ghost, slitting its throat. Facing the charging variants, he calmly and brutally killed them, speeding up the clearing of the area. Once the suppression mission was complete, he could return to District 14. The Sea Eagle soared and circled among the clouds, chasing after flying variants, its dark golden eyes sharp and fierce. Fu Zhao's electric eel deputy, Zhao Yanting, was indiscriminately unleashing his powers, lost in ecstasy as he shocked friend and foe alike in the combat zone. The storm in the Northern District ruffled his hair as he held a long sword directly inserted into the blood-soaked ground, conducting electricity with top-notch efficiency. Zhao Yanting's expression was grim as he continued to unleash his powers. The ground was filled with blue electric currents, and Gu Yinshi felt the ground buzzing beneath his feet. He flew to the side, still unwilling to give up as he yelled at the communicator. "I want a new partner. Did you hear me? Give me a special forces team to partner with." The communicator made a gesture indicating he had received the message, his voice trembling with electric sounds. Okay. Got it." He immediately applied to his superiors, insisting on getting a new combat zone communicator. He really couldn't handle the electric shocks anymore. Chapter 168. Beneath the deep sea, the wolf dog lay by Xie Guitang's bedside as she lay on the bed, slipping into a dark dream. The evening wind hit the glass, and outside, the night was filled with swirling snow, the magnificent aurora connecting heaven and earth. She could hear the sound of small bubbles flowing through the deep sea. It felt as if she was suspended in some body of water, her hair scattered behind her, floating in the current. She felt the touch of iron chains brushing against her ankles, and the continuous rustling sound of chains echoed around her. Xie Guitang opened her eyes and found herself in a mysterious realm of purple, with violet eyes just within reach. Instinctively, she recoiled, trying to distance herself from the person. However, he grabbed her wrist, and a silver-purple long tail suddenly surged towards her. He wore a black control collar around his neck, specifically for Sentinels. But it looked different from the type she had seen before, seeming even more oppressive. The long fishtail, about 3 meters in length, slowly swayed in the deep sea, with nearly 2/5 of its end being transparent fins. This Sentinel appeared to be around 7 meters tall. His silver hair floated behind him, long and unkempt, reaching below his lower back. Xie Guitang tried to break free from his grasp, but he wouldn't let go, even trying to get closer in urgency. Several chains connected to his neck extended out of sight, binding him like a prisoner in this part of the sea. He spoke a word that Xie Guitang couldn't understand, as it wasn't T in the universal language. Seeing her confused expression, he swam closer, attempting to cup her face and draw near to her. She responded by yanking his hair, causing him to show a pained expression, his eyes wide with confusion as he looked at her, not understanding why she suddenly pulled his hair. Xie Guitang was puzzled, trying to figure out what he was and why he could control dreams. She recalled previous information about a dark sentinel who had died long ago, whose residual energy waves uncontrollably affected others. Before she could fully grasp his nature, he spoke again, this time managing to say a brief word that she could partially understand. Solorian. It seemed to be his name. Xie Guitang attempted to communicate with him, telling him that clinging to her was useless and that he should go be reincarnated. Solorian's violet eyes were filled with confusion. His command of the universal language was poor, but he could understand what others said. He understood the first part of her sentence, but what did the second part mean? He tried to find a way to communicate with Xie Guitang, but he couldn't speak the common language, and in his frustration, he circled around her. He babbled on, but Xie Guitang remained confused, unable to understand. His silver-purple tail occasionally brushed against her legs and ankles, and when he reached out to touch her, Xie Guitang suddenly woke up. Solorian. I'm about to lose it. Xie Guitang groggily opened her eyes to find Agilia, closing the window. It was snowing outside, and she didn't know how the window had suddenly blown open. There was a faint, salty smell of seawater in the room, and Agilia sensed something was off. He approached the bed, placed the back of his hand against her forehead, and, sensing her temperature was normal, sat down in a corner. Sleep a little longer. It's only 2 in the morning. They had scheduled their pheromone extraction for 9 in the morning, and Xie Guitang had only fallen asleep at 11:30 the previous night, so she needed at least another 5 hours of sleep. Xie Guitang's head felt fuzzy, still drowsy, while the wolf dog sat on the carpet by the bed, its head resting by her pillow. Its ears were perked up, and its eyes glowed red in the night. Coupled with the horns on its head, it looked like a demon dog had descended. She flicked its forehead and pushed its head down, telling it not to stare at her. It was the middle of the night, and that was scary enough. She lay on her side, looking at Agilia. Aren't you going to sleep? Agilia sat there, the once cute puppy, now resembling a damp male ghost. Xie Guitang tossed a pillow to him, indicating that he could lie down on the sofa if he was tired. She was really tired and needed a sleep. The rest of the night passed without any strange dreams, and she slept until around 8 in the morning. When she got up, Agilia was still in the same position, looking like he hadn't moved at all. He sat there handling some official business, And when he saw Xie Guitang wake up, he handed her the clothes that had been placed on the heater. Xie Guitang discovered they were similar to a Little Red Riding Hood outfit, and if she remembered correctly, there was a matching red cloak. Wow, this is really something, just like the floral cotton jacket and cotton pants set, truly a product from Zone 9, quite distinctive. She mumbled that it was too thick and asked to change it. Agilia opened the wardrobe, and Xie Guitang pointed to a set for him to bring over. He pulled out a water blue gradient outfit with 2 layers of unknown short plush inside and a thin gauze texture outside. This one, it's a bit too thin. This outfit was one she had chosen herself, clearly different from the male-centered designs of the other clothes inside. Doesn't the White Tower have a central temperature control system? We don't need to go outside. Agilia couldn't argue with her. He placed the outfit in front of the warm air for a while before handing it to her. There was a knock at the door, and he went to the living room to get breakfast. When Xie Guitang got dressed and came out, she saw Frontline setting the table with Agilia. She remembered that Franga's spirit form was a very cute golden retriever, though he had a bit of an attitude. The handsome Sentinel smiled politely at her. You look very nice in that outfit today. Xie Guitang smiled back. This was one of her few pretty outfits, and she had personally chosen it, which made her very pleased. When Frontline noticed Xie Guitang's smile, it was as if little stars appeared in her eyes. Before he could look twice, a huge dog head appeared in front of him, staring at him without a hint of friendliness. Frontline turned around to find Agilia no longer fiddling with the chopsticks, but leaning against the table, gazing at him. It seemed the previous training had not been enough to wake him up. The sinister dog with a brownish color thought that now his shoes were too big and wanted to change to a smaller size. Didn't he? Chapter 169. Liquid extraction. After Xie Guitang and the others had breakfast, they prepared to head to the Pheromone Extraction Center. The center required a higher level of authorization, and it could only be accessed with the guidance of someone with senior privileges. As soon as they stepped outside, Xie Guitang ran into the fully armed Commander Athisler. It seemed he had been waiting for a while. The 230 centimeters tall Arctic bear captain had short white hair and black eyes, exuding a wild and somewhat intimidating aura. Athisler, broad-shouldered and stout, wore deep brown, fingerless gloves and held a heavy machine gun at his side. His chest armor and various tactical gear were all in place, and black, wide-brimmed goggles obscured his eyes, while metallic facial armor covered the lower half of his face. A white-painted Arctic bear emblem adorned his black mask, giving him a very imposing presence. On his upper arm was a shield-shaped badge featuring the Arctic bear emblem, with the text NR-14 Army SF Athisler underneath. The outfit Athisler wore today was somewhat similar to the one Agilia had when she took Xie Guitang out of the East District, very visually striking. His long boots were paired with black metal knee guards, and he wore a military cape that reached down to his ankles. Behind him was a fully equipped 12-man squad, all dressed similarly, with each member standing at 200 centimeters tall and sporting white hair. Standing in front of Athisler, Xie Guitang felt so small that she would have to bend down to drink milk. Her head barely reached his ribcage, Xie Guitang thought. Before her advancement, Agilia was shorter than Athisler, but now they were evenly matched in height. So, Xie Guitang was the only short one present. For what she knew, the twin star guides in the East District were all significantly taller than her, so this wasn't a matter of guides and sentinels. The word hate had been used enough. Athisler politely stepped aside and said, I will take you to the Pheromone Extraction Center. It was Athisler who had taken her there last time, and she didn't expect it to be him again this time. The journey was silent. Athisler's squad all wore black, wide-brimmed goggles, making it impossible to see their eyes from the outside. They sat upright, the atmosphere serious and solemn. However, Xie Guitang felt as if someone was stealing glances at her. Agilia cleared her throat twice and shot a warning look at Athisler. After a while, Xie Guitang felt that gaze disappear. They took the elevator down, arriving at their destination in about 2 minutes. After Athisler verified their authorization, he led them into the Pheromone Extraction Center. This time, the person receiving Xie Guitang was still the head of the extraction center, Ms. Zhao Hong. She observed Xie Guitang's complexion and asked her to undergo a physical examination. I need to assess your health condition. Xie Guitang laid down on the examination device, and the check was completed quickly. Zhao Hong did not recommend that she extract pheromones through blood. Xie Guitang was likely about to start her period, and her body was beginning to enter a weakened state. During this time, the optimal choice was not blood, but mugwort. The pheromones in mugwort were at a peak during this period, much higher than usual. Zhao Hong calmly explained this to Xie Guitang, noting that a guide's body required more delicate care than a sentinel's. According to the regulations of D 404, if pheromones were extracted from a guide's blood, the amount must not exceed 30 milliliters each time, and there must be an interval of more than 1 month between 2 blood extractions. Xie Guitang fell silent. She needed to use it now because Heinrich was going out on duty tomorrow, and she had to get it done today. With her ears turning red, she suggested other liquids. Zhao Hong regretfully told her, "It's difficult to reach the amount you want with other liquids at once. The pheromone concentration varies in different body fluids, and mugwort is the easiest way to obtain a high concentration." Aside from Ms. Zhao and Xie Guitang, the room was filled with armed soldiers, making Xie Guitang feel a bit overwhelmed. She quietly said to Zhao Hong, "Let me think." Zhao Hong's face was filled with the rigor of science and medicine, showing no sign of perceiving this as a shameful matter. Perhaps in the eyes of a doctor, there really was no distinction between genders. She indicated to Xie Guitang that she could think it over in the rest area and then glanced at the alert sentinels, as if selecting a suitable medical tool. "If you've made your decision, I can arrange for a tool person for you." Xie Guitang's ears turned completely red, feeling as if someone was watching her. People could die, but she really couldn't die like this. Chapter 170. Read, but not replying in a corner of the pheromone extraction center. Xie Guitang lay on the table like a flattened fish cake. Sometimes she really thought it would be better to just wash up and leave. The big dog sat beside her, its 2 large white ears perked up, looking very squeezable. She tilted her head onto her arm, reached out to tug at its ears, and the wolf dog's wet nose nudged her wrist, which she responded to with a light slap. It blinked at her with its innocent and foolish blue eyes, its eyelashes all white. She poked its nose with her index finger, then pinched its snout, watching one ear perk up while the other drooped. She whispered to it, "Little fool." No, not little fool, but big fool. It sat there quite large, looking robust and muscular, reminding Xie Guitang of a short video she had seen before. An Alaskan pig. It was even bigger than any Alaskan pig she had seen before, with 2 large wings folded at its sides, its pure white feathers looking very sacred. Xie Guitang's finger gently landed on the golden lightning pattern on its forehead, and its 2 blue dog eyes started to cross uncontrollably. A whole big stupid dog. Agilia brought over some rose milk, placing the warm cup on her desk, as if a light feather had also fallen on his brow. The Athelsler team stood guard by the door and window, immovable and meticulous. Meanwhile, the polar bear captain stood next to Xie Guitang's desk, holding a heavy machine gun. Like a mannequin, Agilia gently kicked the wolf dog's rear, signaling it to move aside. But the big dog rolled its eyes at him and buried its head in Xie Guitang's arms. Sometimes Agilia really wanted to lift its skull to see what was inside. He grabbed the wolf dog by the scruff of its neck and pulled it away. The wolf dog attempted to kick him, but Agilia stared at it, and it became subdued. It crawled under the table, nudging Xie Guitang's leg with its head, presenting its backside to Agilia. Agilia sat next to Xie Guitang, pushing the warm drink closer to her, suggesting she take a sip. Xie Guitang took a sip, and then her smart brain ring vibrated twice. Ghost Card had sent her a new message. "Ghost Card, I see you." "Ghost Card, you have a new little dog beside you." "Ghost Card, catching butterflies is a very interesting game. Little butterfly, fly quickly. Otherwise this game will be too boring." Then Ghost Card sent her a 15-second video. In the video, a slender hand wearing a white ceremonial glove held a dinner knife, slowly dissecting a butterfly of the goddess of light, fixing the wings, slowly cutting. "Ghost Card, are you scared, little butterfly? If you're scared, you can tell me how you assassinated those people in the Central District." From Agilia's angle, he couldn't see what she was looking at. He could only see her calmly staring at the interface of her smart brain ring. Faced with such a madman, Xie Guitang chose the most effective counterattack against him, which was to read but not reply. This form of mockery, not replying after reading, was the heaviest blow to Ghost Card, who was so proud of his work. His performance no one cared about. This would be a fatal blow to the deranged. Xie Guitang calmly turned off her smart brain ring and reached out to pet the wolf dog's fluffy head. The self-proclaimed extraordinary performer had no audience for his proud solo. She drank half a cup of hot beverage and then responded to Zhao Hong's suggestion. Okay, let's proceed according to your advice. As soon as Xie Guitang finished speaking, almost all the Sentinels' gazes fell on her. She faced Zhao Hong, appearing ordinary. Some people seemed to still be alive, but in reality, they had been cold for quite a while. Coincidentally, she felt that she wasn't feeling so warm either. Chapter 171 Extraction. Zhao Hong picked up a test tube at the console. Do you need me to arrange some helpers for you? Her gaze swept across the room, full of soldiers, and the Sentinels she caught sight of straightened their backs, presenting their best selves. Athos coughed twice, signaling Zhao Hong to look at him. Xie Guitang really wanted to run away, but it was too late for that now. Agilia stood beside Xie Guitang. His deep voice reached the front. Do you need to arrange for others to assist with the extraction? One hand rested on Xie Guitang's shoulder as he leaned closer to her. You can't choose anyone else. The sourness was overwhelming. Xie Guitang pushed him away by grabbing his wolf dog ears, declining Zhao Hong's kind offer. You don't need to arrange anyone. I already have someone in mind. Seeing how close Agilia was to her, Zhao Hong had her answer and handed the test tube to Agilia. Then she led them into the examination room. Zhao Hong seriously explained the precautions for the extraction, being very meticulous. Xie Guitang felt like her head was about to smoke. Agilia's face was also red, his ears flushed, as Zhao Hong pointed things out to him repeatedly. Even the collarbone visible at his neck was turning red. Zhao Hong earnestly asked him, Captain Agilia, do you remember everything? Agilia felt like his head was smoking too. I remember. Zhao Hong stepped out and kindly helped them close the door of the examination room. The wolf dog sat at the door, calmly and sharply surveying the scene, not allowing anyone to peek inside. Facing Agilia, Xie Guitang found that the little dog captain was now too tall. When she looked straight ahead, she could only see a bit above his waist. He held her leg with one hand, making her sit on the edge of the examination room's platform, crowding in front of her. Xie Guitang's hand fell on his waist, instinctively wanting to stroke upwards, only to feel Agilia's tactical belt. There was a gun attached to it, along with his ammo pouch. He undid his tactical belt with one hand, pulled out the hem of his shirt, and with the other hand cradled the back of her neck, leaning closer to her, tracing the lines of her ear with his face. Xie Guitang slipped her hand into the hem he pulled out, and he let out a low gasp before suddenly kissing her. The little dog was still that enthusiastic little dog, sometimes overly enthusiastic to the point of losing control. Her knee pressed against his shoulder as she tried to kick him away, but his beautifully proportioned hand held onto her ankle. His fingers traced up her ankle, gently squeezing her calf, which was too much. Xie Guitang covered her eyes with her arm, as if she might cry for being bullied by the naughty dog. A furry touch came from her leg. It was Agilia's furry ears. She heard a soft sound as the lid was placed on the test tube. The extraction was complete. Xie Guitang pressed her bare foot against Agilia's chest, forcefully kicking him away. Her eyes were red and wet, looking pitiful. Agilia now looked like a thug, his clothes disheveled, his shoulders and arms bulging with muscle. Just having set down the cup, his eyes were filled with lazy aggression, and there were traces of moisture at the corners of his lips. His fingers rested on the table beside her, gripping the foot she had kicked at him, leaning down to kiss it. Xie Guitang grabbed his furry ears. No. Having just eaten something else, he still wanted to kiss her leg. It was disgusting, like a little mad dog kissing everywhere. Agilia, following the hand that grabbed his wolf ears, leaned in to kiss her, only to be lightly slapped on the face by Xie Guitang. No random kissing. He supported her lower back with one arm, leaning down to rub his head against her shoulder and neck. It's not random kissing. The dog type was just too clingy. She grabbed his white hair, this little dog that loved to rub against her. After a moment, Agilia reacted, I'm a little dog? Whatever, I'm fine with anything. He chased after Xie Guitang, wanting to kiss her, and when she gave him a slightly harder slap, he behaved. She sat on the platform, tugging at his furry ears, calmly asking him, Are you going to start misbehaving? He instantly became obedient, taking a wet wipe from his pocket to clean her hands, then wiping her ankles, tidying up the room's arrangement. I'm good. I'm being good. He obediently helped her put on socks, then her little shoes, his furry ears drooping, epitomizing a wimp. Don't be angry, okay? Chapter 172. Difficult subject coming out of the examination room. Xie Guitang felt again that someone was watching her. She seemingly composedly sat down on the small sofa she had been on earlier. Agilia handed a test tube to Zhao Hong. Athisler noticed a slight mark on Agilia's face and guessed that he might not have been very obedient just now. So, while Agilia was passing the test tube to Zhao Hong, he approached Xie Guitang and softly said to her, "If you need help next time, I can cooperate with your extraction process." Polar bears are a very docile species. Athisler began to ramble, and Agilia heard his nonsensical talk as soon as he came over. Xie Guitang remained silent for a while. Her mind raced. Was the docile species Athisler mentioned the polar bear? Or should he think about it himself? It is a polar bear, a bear, okay? Huh? Should she listen to what nonsense he was saying? If she remembered correctly, when they had beaten the octopus monster before, his polar bear seemed to have nothing to do with the word docile. Agilia faced Athisler with an expressionless demeanor. This was not something Captain Athisler should be concerned about. A dead bear. How could he be involved in such a good thing? Even if it was Fu Zhao's silly fish, it wouldn't be his dead polar bear's turn. Athisler sneered at Agilia, and, as he brushed past him, he said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Guard dog." Agilia's fingers pressed against the gun holster at his waist. The wolf dog lowered its front limbs, and its gaze was already locked onto Athisler. Xie Guitang picked up a green orange from the table and threw it at the wolf dog, which instinctively caught it in its mouth. The sour taste hit it straight to the top of its head, twisting its entire mouth. However, it chewed and swallowed the orange. Then it trotted over to Xie Guitang, trying to be cute for a reward, its moist black nose constantly sniffing her fragrant scent. Xie Guitang pinched its snout and said pointedly, "Be good, understand?" The confrontation between Agilia and Athisler inadvertently melted away, and they returned to their respective posts. Not long after, Zhao Hong came over with a cooler box. "I have labeled each type of guiding pheromone in detail, and the ones you need are marked in red inside." Xie Guitang had previously told Zhao Hong to specially prepare 3 1-milliliter vials of 100 concentration guiding pheromone. This stuff was even more potent than adrenaline in the eyes of Sentinel. The dual-type guiding pheromone for purification and healing could pull a Sentinel back from the brink of death as long as he still had a breath left. After leaving the pheromone extraction center, Xie Guitang sent an invitation message to Heinrich. Heinrich quickly responded to her invitation, returning to her residence. She took out a vial of 100 pure guiding pheromone from the cooler and placed it into a small matching cooler. Agilia seemed to understand her intentions. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Agilia opened it, and there stood Heinrich, who had rushed over. He must have hurriedly tidied up his appearance, as his hair still had some dampness. Heinrich's misty blue short hair was tousled on his forehead, and he was wearing a black combat uniform without carrying any weapons. He swallowed nervously and attempted to look inside, but Agilia blocked his view directly. In the instant their gazes clashed, both contained sharpness and exclusivity. Xie Guitang patted Agilia's shoulder, instructing him to guard the door. "I need to talk to Captain Heinrich alone. Agilia, don't let anyone in to disturb us." He looked at Xie Guitang, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the face of her determined gaze, he ultimately left without a word. As he exited, he coldly reminded Heinrich, "You should know what to do and what not to do. Damn giant whale. If it weren't for him holding the key to open the forbidden zone, a soldier like him, rising from the ranks, would never have the right to speak to her alone in his lifetime. Being able to have a moment alone. He should be grateful for fate's gift. If he were to overreach, it would be ungrateful." Heinrich calmly closed the door. Xie Guitang sat on the corner sofa in the living room, wearing a soft silk nightgown with blue-purple lace embroidery. The hem fell below her knees, and on her lap was a small black metal box. The Purification Master's long black hair flowed over her shoulders like a cascade of black tide. Her skin was as white as the new snow in the northern district, her lips a thick crimson, and her eyes dark and lustrous. She looked like a beautiful dream. Heinrich couldn't help but swallow hard. He was too nervous and had no prior experience facing such a situation. He confirmed that he had closed the door properly, then began to undress in front of Xie Guitang. Xie Guitang's eyes widened slowly. Did he misunderstand something? How did they suddenly get to this point? As Heinrich started to unbutton his collar, Xie Guitang quickly stopped him. Captain Heinrich, I think you may have misunderstood something. His deep blue-black eyes were confused for 2 seconds. Then he paused his movements. Isn't this it? Xie Guitang had specifically told him not to let anyone find out and to come secretly to see her, saying she needed him for something. Wasn't-Xie it? Wasn't-Xie it this? She had praised him several times in their communications, and he had saved each line. Wasn't-Xie? Wasn't-Xie implying that? Heinrich's mind, which had been boiling, instantly cooled down. He withdrew his hand from unbuttoning his collar and lowered his gaze to Xie Guitang. I don't know what you want me to help you with. Xie Guitang's fingers slowly rubbed the edge of the cooler. She felt Heinrich seemed a bit difficult to handle. This inevitably reminded her of their first meeting at the viewing area, where a strong sense of aggression had rushed at her. His deep, cold features and taciturn personality made him seem like a ruthless killer, a very tricky conversational partner. He slowly approached Xie Guitang, although he carried no weapons. His stature and aura exuded a strong sense of pressure. When Heinrich reached Xie Guitang, they were very close, clearly exceeding the polite social distance. He knelt on one knee in front of her, his large frame casting a shadow over her. This distance was so close that he could completely control her with a single reach and then act as he pleased. What do you need me to do? He asked her in a husky voice, his gaze tightly locked on her. From his demeanor, Xie Guitang confirmed that he was indeed difficult to handle. Chapter 173. Indeed difficult to handle. Xie Guitang hesitated for a moment and said to him, I need you to take me into the forbidden area. I want to find someone. Heinrich was silent for a long time and asked, Who do you want to find? Xie Guitang did not answer his question, and Heinrich did not press further. He just looked at her with deep eyes and then speculated, Is what's in the box my reward? Xie Guitang opened the cooler and turned it towards him so he could see what was inside at a glance. Your reward. I wonder if this reward can impress Commander Heinrich? Heinrich was indeed very tempted. The 100 purity guiding essence of a dual-type guide specialized in purification and healing could be described as a life-saving potion without exaggeration. He stared at it for a while and thought of many things in that brief moment. Then he closed the box, placed it on the coffee table, and kept it on his lap. Isn't it heavy? He said, I can help you, but I only accept one kind of reward. What he wanted as a reward was direct source drinking. After he finished stating his reward, Xie Guitang slapped him twice with considerable force. Blood immediately appeared at the corner of Heinrich's lips. He casually wiped the blood with the back of his hand and calmly asked Xie Guitang, Is that okay? I only accept this kind of transaction. Xie Guitang's expression turned cold. Don't be too greedy. The reward I'm giving you is already quite generous. Heinrich insisted on his idea. I only want this. Only such a reward can make me take such a big risk. Xie Guitang stared at him for a while and indeed found that Heinrich was an extremely difficult character to deal with. She took a slow, deep breath. Give me the key. He pressed one knee on the sofa beside her, bringing them closer. So you agreed to my request, right? Xie Guitang did not speak again. He lowered his head and quietly gazed at her, then reached out to lift her face. She thought that since Heinrich was such a difficult person and had proposed such a reward, he would definitely overstep the line. After all, he had shown his greed from the very beginning. What he wanted was too blatant. However, contrary to her expectations, he only asked for a kiss, and nothing else crossed the line. The etiquette-deficient Sentinel kissed her as if he wanted to perish on her. In a moment of distraction, she thought, Thankfully this door is soundproof enough. He breathed heavily as he chased her lips, holding her hand, wanting her to embrace him, even to touch him. But Xie Guitang yanked his hair and pulled him away. His eyes, glistening with moisture, wanted to kiss her again, and then Xie Guitang slapped him twice once more. Are you an animal? He breathed lightly, looking at her with all sorts of lewd thoughts, completely unfazed by her words and the slaps. Can an animal continue to kiss? Xie Guitang felt that Heinrich was hopeless, completely consumed by lust, utterly unmasked. She coldly refused. No, you can't kiss anything. He regretfully nodded, understood. Heinrich loosened his collar with his fingers and then stood up. Giving you the key authority is useless. Such a transfer of authority will definitely be discovered by the higher-ups. I can take you in, but you must guarantee to follow my instructions the entire time. It's very dangerous inside. Don't act recklessly. Xie Guitang responded. When are we going? Seeing that she was anxious, Heinrich checked his smart bracelet. Tonight at 11:30. Heinrich left, and as he reached the door, he turned back to look at her for a moment before pressing his lips together and opening the door to leave. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Agilia at the entrance, who was staring coldly at Heinrich. From Heinrich, Agilia caught a familiar scent and violently grabbed his collar, slamming him against the wall. You offended her, didn't you? Heinrich looked at Agilia, unable to understand how his fate could be so fortunate, wondering why he was the rightful guardian. Still calm, even when pinned against the wall, Heinrich calmly threw a punch into Agilia's chest. There was a faint sound of bones cracking. Agilia did not loosen his grip at all. His fingers were already touching the gun holster at his waist. He wanted to make this dead whale pay with its life. At this moment, Agilia was completely different from the image he presented in front of Xie Guitang, his eyes filled with the oppressive aura of a hunter. The cruelty and ferocity of a wolf dog were fully revealed in him, making it clear at a glance that he was no good. Xie Guitang tapped his arm away from the gun, signaling him to let go. Agilia looked back at her, his jaw clenched tightly, and after a moment, he released his grip and coldly said to Heinrich, "Get lost." Heinrich paused for a moment and then turned to leave. He didn't want to make Xie Guitang unhappy again. Back in the captain's office of the Special Forces team, he had spent many important moments of his life there. Heinrich sat in the chair where he often handled official business, stayed there for a while, and then tore off the insignia from his arm. 2 hours later, he placed a document on the office desk and pressed his insignia on top of it. As he closed the door, he thought maybe he shouldn't have stepped through that door today. Chapter 174. Biting the pig's ear after Heinrich left, Agilia and Xie Guitang returned indoors. He immediately noticed the intact refrigerator, clearly indicating that the big whale had not taken this payment. He must have received other rewards. The answer was already obvious. He felt like a restless dog, unsure of how to handle the situation. He had clearly stated he would take care of this matter for her, but he didn't understand why she was so anxious and eager for results. Agilia didn't understand what was going on. She had told him any reasons. He walked in front of Xie Guitang, his blue eyes looking at her, as if they were about to shatter. What is wrong with you? Is someone forcing you to do something? Or has something happened? Why won't you tell me? Xie Guitang fell silent. She didn't know how to tell him, and she couldn't say anything. Because of her special situation, she had already paid a terrible price. Her entire family was massacred. Her mentors and friends were dead. And after more than a decade of kindness, she ultimately bore the weight of deep betrayal. Locked in a laboratory day and night dissecting, she had looked at the lab lights countless times, not even knowing why she was still alive. Life in this world seemed hardly worth it. Later, Bai Ji said that her heart's veins had shattered, her Tao heart had collapsed, and her spirit had completely dissipated. The only reason she was alive was sheer luck. After coming here, unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use that ability. She thought she would never divine again. But the world is unpredictable. The knife edge of the ghost card pointed directly at her most unspeakable point, something she couldn't share with anyone. She couldn't say anything. Agilia saw her dazed eyes, and it seemed as if she was about to break too. He realized he had just done something foolish again. Agilia picked her up and sat her on his lap, sitting on the sofa, removing his coat and wrapping her in his arms. His warm, dry palm cradled the back of her neck, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. It's okay, I won't ask anymore, I won't ask again. It was my mistake, it's my fault. Darling, don't be nervous. Relax a little. He gazed into her pupils, his profile touching her eye socket, his fingers gently stroking her back through her clothes. Don't be afraid, don't worry. You are never alone. Agilia grew up in the Siberian tribal lands, and he had an unmistakable accent when speaking other languages. He gently kissed her forehead, making her look into his eyes, those blue eyes like clear, icy lakes. The intense emotions in his gaze pierced straight into her heart like a strong stimulant. The loyalty and love of a puppy always gamble everything, just like a wolf dog Escorting, devoted to one person for life. He whispered in her ear, "Do you remember the gift I gave you? Tang Tang, you're already holding the sharp handle of the knife. Tang Tang, don't be afraid anymore." She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning against his chest. He fell silent, no longer speaking. A winged wolf dog flew out of the spiritual landscape. A large wolf half her height lay beside Xie Guitang's legs, curled up on the sofa, its half rear end hanging off the edge. The dog's moist nose nudged her wrist, burying its fluffy head in her hand. She felt her palm filled with fluffiness, soft and fragrant. Xie Guitang suddenly sat up from Agilia's embrace, catching him off guard, and she dove headfirst into the wolf dog's chest fur. The long white fur smelled of grass and sunshine, with a hint of rice fragrance. It was fluffy, huge, extremely clean, and incredibly fragrant. It was fluffier than an Alaskan pig. The fluffiness recovered quickly, and Xie Guitang seemed to be in a blood frenzy. Agilia was stunned. Does this mean he was worse than this stupid wolf? Xie Guitang cradled its large head, looking at the wolf dog's dazed blue eyes, its white ears drooping. Looking very tasty. Can I bite its ear? Agilia's mind raced in disbelief for 2 seconds, and he tried to calm himself, saying, "It's fine. If you want to bite, go ahead." Then Xie Guitang playfully bit the wolf dog's ear, and it yelped, howling like a pig being slaughtered. Agilia's ears hurt too. For a moment, he even doubted if Xie Guitang had gone mad. How could she think of biting a wolf dog's ear? He had only heard of news about dogs biting people or wolves biting people. This was the first time he faced a situation of a person biting a wolf. It was a bit absurd. Chapter 175. Start action. Xie Guitang ruthlessly ravaged Agilia's fluffy spirit body. The happy big wolf had turned into a dejected big wolf. Its ears drooped, and its doggy eyes were filled with a dazed look, its fur all messy and sticking out in various directions. One could imagine how perverse the earlier ravaging had been. Xie Guitang was still acting like a pervert, constantly burying her face in its chest. Smelling the scent of a little puppy, such a fragrant little puppy. She held its head and planted several kisses on its snow-white forehead. "Baby, you smell so good. Why are you so fragrant?" The wolf dog, feeling lost and disheartened, thought it was over. Its delightful little cake seemed to have gone bad. It had been secretly licking the little cake before, but now it was being aggressively kissed by the little cake. It seemed like it was going to go bad too. The wolf dog's tail wagged rapidly, indicating that like dogs and kittens, its tail and body were not one entity. Agilia watched silently from his side. He had no idea how to react or what kind of reaction he could muster. Forget it. Let it be. Let it be destroyed. After Xie Guitang got tired of petting the dog, Agilia brought her a cup of hot milk, saying, "Drink some milk." Not sure which word of his had triggered her. Her ears had a faint blush, and her gaze shifted from the wolf dog to him. Agilia recalled the key areas he had applied the swelling and bruising ointment on. He seemed to understand her thoughts. Xie Guitang hesitated for a moment and then whispered to him, "Can I bite?" Agilia kicked the big butt of the wolf dog off the couch and lay sideways on it. "All right, if you want to bite, go ahead." He quickly pinched the soft flesh of Xie Guitang's cheeks, saying, "Just be gentle." Xie Guitang nodded, indicating she got the message. The moment he released his hand, he felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Little liar lying. At exactly 6 o'clock, Deputy Rand came to deliver dinner. When the knocking sounded, there was a faint sound of drinking milk in the room, and upon hearing the knock, the sound paused for a moment. Xie Guitang pinched Agilia's waist, causing him to let out a slight gasp. Then he hoarsely messaged his deputy, "Leave it at the door." The knocking stopped. Rand should have left. Agilia lifted Xie Guitang's face, saying, "Let's eat, shall we?" She pressed her face against his chest. When the Sentinel's chest muscles were relaxed, they were soft. But when in pain or tense, they were hard. "Fun. Loves to play. Let us play more in the future." She picked up chopsticks to grab some food. "Delicious. Loves to eat. Let us eat more in the future." A good plan, no problem at all. After dinner, Agilia cleared the table and then was silent in the kitchen for a long time. When Xie Guitang opened the door, she saw him leaning against the sink, one long leg slightly bent, lifting his shirt to check his injury. At a glance, the injury was red and swollen, looking too pitiful. Feeling a bit guilty, Xie Guitang thought she might have gone too far. Her emotions had gotten a bit out of control earlier, so she hadn't managed her behavior well. In the light, Agilia looked creamy white. His lineage made his skin appear particularly fair, and with his larger bone structure and regular exercise. The big bear little sweet dog was not just talk. So, she thought, it couldn't all be blamed on her. Hearing the door open, Agilia and Xie Guitang locked eyes, facing their evidence of guilt, and Xie Guitang, for once, fell silent. Out of guilt, she decided to buy Agilia 2 anti-swelling and bruise ointments. I'll help you apply the medicine. Agilia looked at her suspiciously. Is it really going to be a serious application? Xie Guitang reflected for a moment. Had she really become so untrustworthy in Agilia's eyes? What else? Stop doubting me. I'm not that kind of person. After saying that, she returned to the living room to look for ointment, wondering if paying extra would get it delivered quickly. As the agreed time approached, Xie Guitang changed into a set of lightweight clothes and put on a black cloak over it. The pure black cloak enveloped her whole body, making her look like an evil little sorceress. When she looked down, her face was completely obscured. Agilia also changed into loose combat attire, ready with portable weapons, carefully attaching a small handgun to her lower back. He squatted down to look up at her. Do you remember what I told you before? Safety first, shoot in bursts. He carefully instructed her, his concern akin to that of a parent sending a child off on a long journey. She earnestly replied, I know how to use a gun. At 11:30 p.m., the time agreed upon with Heinrich arrived. Xie Guitang and Agilia quietly left the house and arrived at the designated location. Heinrich, seeing Agilia behind her, showed no surprise. I can take you in, but the restricted area is under real-time surveillance throughout, and the monitoring of high-risk felons is particularly strict. The surveillance of high-risk criminals connects directly to the highest administrative officer's intelligence wristband. I can only help you block the surveillance for half an hour. After that, you must come out. If you exceed the time limit, it will directly trigger the alarm system in the restricted area, which includes a lethal suppression procedure. Chapter 176. Breaching defense. Heinrich looked at Xie Guitang and said, Stay close to me. Heinrich's authority was very high, and under his lead, they quickly arrived at the front of the restricted area, in front of a massive alloy door. Heinrich verified the key. The key verification process was very complicated, taking about 2 to 3 minutes to complete. After that, he verified the iris and voice recognition. Once the final verification was complete, the heavy door slowly rose, and Xie Guitang saw that the door was even wider than her shoulders. It resembled a dragon gate of a tomb. Following Heinrich, they walked down a dark path and came to another gate. This gate also required verification. After the verification was complete, Heinrich turned back to look at her and extended a hand. Holding hands? Xie Guitang was confused, wondering what this was about. Agilia opened his hand to open the door. Heinrich ignored him and silently turned to open the final gate. The gate slowly rose, and various noisy sounds came through. He told Agilia to protect her. Once the gate was fully raised, it revealed the interior, where various madmen were locked up behind iron bars on both sides. Upon seeing Heinrich, they erupted into a frenzy, taunting him and whistling. Wow, little whale brought 2 cuties. Is that little one a minor? Hey, little shorty, come play with big brother. Damn, who's that white-haired one? White-haired? Where? Damn, it really is a white-haired one, but his face is covered, so I can't see what he looks like. Hey, white-haired, you don't have all white fur, do you? Take off your pants and show us. A burst of laughter followed. You were just wanting to see Heinrich's butt before, and now you're eyeing the white-haired one? Go away. What's so great about Heinrich's but anyway? Besides, he won't show me. Little shorty, are you Heinrich's son? What? What? Heinrich is taking his son to inspect the prison. Heinrich walked ahead, Xie Guitang walked in the middle, and Agilia followed behind her, with heavy criminals on both sides reaching out their hands trying to grab them. The whistling continued. Hey, come play. I'm so bored, little shorty. Come play with sister. Just as a hand was about to touch Xie Guitang's clothing, Agilia kicked it away, and the sound of a bone breaking echoed. Wow, this white-haired one is so violent. Sir, you hurt someone. No way. No way. White-haired. You protect him so much, he can't be your son, can he? Xie Guitang was numb. Why did she have to be their son? Also, why were they calling her little shorty? The noise was unbearable, various sounds ringing in their ears, as they deliberately created noise, making the special iron doors clang. Heinrich held a stun baton, Anyone who dared to reach out would be met with indiscriminate blows. "Shut up. Behave yourselves." A sharp whistle rang out. "Oh, you scare me to death. Little whale, you weren't saying that when you were on sister's bed. Back then, you were so enthusiastic. You even said you wanted to be sister's little dog." A big man, resembling Zhang Fei, laughed twice. "You're talking nonsense. He clearly said he wanted to be my little kitty." Heinrich banged the iron door of the cell with his stun baton. "Shut up." They were deliberately making crude jokes, trying to provoke him. Ever since Heinrich took over the restricted area, their lives had been miserable, and they resented him deeply. They were deliberately trying to get under his skin, wanting to see him break down. However, this tactic had never worked before, because no matter what they said, even in front of his subordinates, he remained unshaken, treating them like air, zapping them when necessary, and whipping them when needed. He was like a cold-blooded tyrant without any shame or emotions, lacking any humanity. But this time it seemed different. Heinrich appeared to be blushing, and it was unclear whether it was out of anger or something else. Was he sick today? Xie Guitang heard a series of colorful stories about Heinrich that shocked and amazed her. Heinrich's steps became a bit disordered as he coldly called up the background program of the restricted area. In an instant, blue light flashed in all the cells, and under the high-voltage current, all the foul language disappeared, leaving only cries of pain. Like a great demon, he continued to lead Xie Guitang and the others forward. The faint sound of the iron doors vibrating came from both sides, along with some weak voices. "Feels good, bring it on. If you have the ability, electrocute me. If you can't electrocute me, you're just a bastard." "Ha ha, he is a bastard." At the end, Heinrich verified the authority to open the gate inside. Before he opened the door, he asked Xie Guitang, "Are you sure you want to go in? The restricted area in Zone 14 gets more dangerous the further you go." He stood in the gate verification area and then quietly said, "I haven't messed around." In fact, he was still a virgin, and his first kiss was with her. As soon as Heinrich finished speaking, whistling erupted from both sides again, along with his little stories. The face of this oceanic team, Captain, darkened instantly. Chapter 177. The meeting of two fish menu. Chapter. After passing through this gate, the various chaotic sounds quieted down. After walking down a corridor, permission had to be verified again. There were indeed layers upon layers of verification. Xie Guitang thought that if she were trapped in here, it would be nearly impossible to escape, as she noticed that each gate had a different key. As the gate rose, the noise from before was replaced by silence. The prison cells did not seem as densely packed as before, with each cell spaced far apart. The doors were not like the previous ones that resembled fence gates. They were completely sealed, heavy alloy doors, with only a feeding window beneath the top layer. Even when the window was not in use, it was also closed, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Heinrich input a series of encrypted commands on a wall panel, and then a screen appeared in the middle of the iron door, showing the situation inside. He asked Xie Guitang if the person she was looking for was among those inside. Xie Guitang calculated with her fingers hidden in her sleeve, and then asked Heinrich if there was anyone left inside. Heinrich remained silent for a while. There was indeed one more person, the only one she had not seen on this trip, and not only had she not seen him, but he had never seen him either. This is because the serious criminal was held in the deepest part of Area 14, in a deep-sea prison cage, where no one was allowed to visit or approach. Not even Heinrich, as the supervisor, could go there. The highest authority in the deep-sea prison was directly connected to the administrative officer's neural terminal. Even the feeding that occurred every 3 days did not allow staff to get close. It was always done by robots. His vague premonition had come true. When Xie Guitang bribed him with the guide substance, he had vaguely guessed who that person was, and it turned out to be true. At this point, he had no more reservations. He took Xie Guitang and the others to the control center, pressed the neural wristband against the console, and suddenly blue lights flashed all around, illuminating all the consoles in blue. "Heinrich, confirm permission to open." Heinrich said in a deep voice 2 words. "Confirm." All the lights instantly lit up, extending down the corridor. Heinrich checked the time on the neural wristband. They needed to hurry. He took the lead and strode forward. Xie Guitang followed him, and the deeper they went, the colder it became, with an unmistakable salty smell of seawater. They stopped in front of a large floor-to-ceiling glass panel that resembled an aquarium. Inside was a dim darkness with many fish swimming around. The space inside seemed immense, with no end in sight, and many black chains extending into the darkness. This could not see anything at all. Heinrich stopped here. This was the deepest part of the no-go zone, where only one sentinel was held. Xie Guitang looked into the dark depths of the sea, where no light penetrated and visibility was only about 4 or 5 meters near the glass panel. "Are you sure there's someone in there? Why is there not a sound?" Heinrich replied, "I'm not sure," because he had never been to this place. The administrative officer did not allow anyone to come here. For many years, only the robots from Area 14 had visited. After Heinrich spoke, Agilia and Xie Guitang looked at him together. Xie Guitang's fingers touched the glass panel, and when she turned back, she made direct eye contact with a face on the other side of the glass. Silver long hair, deep purple eyes, and a long silver-purple fishtail that was extraordinarily beautiful, like a mermaid. In that moment, she was incredibly certain that this was the person she was looking for, but his identity was a bit too difficult to handle. Remembering the previous dreams, it turned out he was not dead. The secret of the deepest part of the no-go zone in Area 14 was a dark sentinel, said to have been dead for many years. This secret was truly life-threatening. The deduction result turned out to be him, and his identity was rather tricky. He pressed his palm against the glass, touching hers. Then he blew 2 bubbles. Blowing bubbles made him look a bit silly. She doubted her feelings for a second, and then Agilia pulled her behind him. A loud sound of metal chains scraping came from inside, and Solorian violently slammed against the glass. At the same time, all the alarm lights lit up. The deafening alarm echoed throughout the no-go zone. Heinrich grabbed Xie Guitang by one wrist. "We have to leave." Agilia opened his hand. "Didn't you say it would be shielded for 30 minutes? He quickly led Xie Guitang out. Heinrich did not offer any explanation. "I'll go to the control center to turn off the alarm. You take her away." Heinrich operated something, and all the gates opened in an instant. His neural wristband kept beeping and even emitted red light, but he did not look at it. 3 minutes. You only have 3 minutes. My permission can only give you 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the lockdown procedure for the no-go zone will be activated directly. The sound of crashing against the glass behind them grew louder, but Xie Guitang and the others could no longer pay attention to it. Agilia quickly led her through one gate after another, and when passing through the cell section, her clothes were suddenly tugged by someone inside. She stumbled and fell. The black cloak was pulled down halfway, revealing her upper body, which was dressed in white, with black long hair and a snowy white neck. She looked up in shock and disbelief, and inside the cloak was a frail, extremely beautiful girl with snow-white skin. In an instant, all the sounds of whistling and shouting, like a doomsday carnival, came to a halt. Author's note: order here. Leave a comment on which stock you like. The comments from the three-party software do not show up in my backend, so I can only use the reader account to brush comments. I will frequently check the menu part of this chapter. Leave a comment on which stock you like, and I'll bring it up to cook. Chapter 178. Confession: someone reached out to touch her ankle. 2 gunshots rang out, and she coldly stood up, still holding the handgun. "Don't touch me." Agilia drew the long knife at his side, severing the hand that was grabbing him, then turned around and pulled Xie Guitang behind him. He muttered a harsh insult in a minor language, heavy with warning. Just then, the heavy door at the front suddenly began to descend. If they were trapped inside, it would be over. Agilia rushed a few steps forward, managing to brace the enormous heavy door just before it fell completely. "Go." He knelt there, holding up the heavy door, while the sounds of whistling and foul language rang out behind them. "Hey girl, have you slept with Heinrich? Damn, it's been ages since I've seen such a spirited woman. Come play with Big Brother. I'm definitely more fun than Heinrich and that white-haired guy. You must have pleased that big whale Heinrich just right to get in here. We want to taste Heinrich's woman too. Come on, give me." Heinrich appeared in front of the second gate, shoving Xie Guitang's back at the last moment, then kicking Agilia out. The heavy door crashed down with a bang. Urgent footsteps and the sound of armor scraping against each other approached, and Agilia coughed twice, a hint of crimson blood at the corner of his lips. His eyes were cold as he quickly led her to the side. His smart wristband vibrated twice. Heinrich had sent him the terrain map of the deep sea area, marking a red route for them. Agilia strode forward with Xie Guitang, but the approaching sentries were very fast, and the front was already blocked. Agilia grabbed her wrist, his fingers gripping her waist, lifting her into a hidden counter inside. He then placed his fingers on the edge of the counter and lightly jumped up onto it. This counter was estimated to be about 5 meters off the ground, with a large display screen outside and various wires and clutter inside. The small space was already cramped with Xie Guitang, and now Agilia's large frame made it even tighter. It was hot and stuffy inside. Footsteps sounded outside, and Agilia had Xie Guitang lie in his arms, gently covering her mouth with his fingers. His hot breath brushed against her neck, with faint light falling on one side of his face as he remained alert to the movements outside. The hurried footsteps passed by, and just as Xie Guitang began to relax, someone suddenly knocked on the cabinet from the outside. "Come out." The heavy door crashed down, and Heinrich took a cigarette from his pocket, lowering his head to light it amidst the blaring alarms. He took 2 puffs, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. Behind the hazy smoke was his stern face, with misty blue hair disheveled over his brow. He held the cigarette in his mouth, the corners of his eyes and brows carrying the wildness of a rogue from the grasslands. He input the final command beside the heavy door. At the same time, all the cell bars opened. The cigarette fell to the ground, scattering a bit of ash, followed by a scene of blood splattering on the floor. He felt a twinge of regret. He had already discussed that chip before, but in the end, looking at Xie Guitang's face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He was a rogue who couldn't learn the etiquette and disguise of the upper class, and even the usual disguises of ordinary people were insufficient for him. His desires, his cravings were always so raw, so straightforward. Holding the long knife in his hand, he calmly initiated a massacre, not feeling that his desires were shameful. He simply wanted it. He was just a rogue. As the gate rose, he turned and saw his former colleague, Captain Athisler of the polar bear team. Athisler paused slightly upon seeing the scene inside, even experiencing a moment of confusion. Corpses lay everywhere, and the air was thick with blood. His longtime partner stood there, drenched in blood, the long knife in his hand still dripping. "Heinrich, have you gone mad?" He couldn't understand what could drive him to commit such an outrageous act. The dampness and salty scent of the sea spread, and a mass of crimson tentacles flipped one of Athisler's team members aside. Heinrich charged out, a massive polar bear smashing through a large mass of crimson tentacles with a punch. "Heinrich, calm down. It's not too late to turn back now." A giant blue whale crashed through the glass, and seawater rushed in. In the end, all Athisler heard him say was, "It's too late to turn back now." Any command he gave tonight could send him to the highest military tribunal, and the rest of his life would be spent in a deep-sea prison, or he could be humanely exterminated directly. Moreover, tonight he was not the only one breaking the rules. He had no way out. The moment he promised Xie Guitang, he knew there was no turning back. The crimson tentacles went into a frenzied mode, blocking them behind, and a young man with a doll-like face and hair like crimson twilight emerged with a sniper rifle. "Captain, go. I'll cover you from behind. Once you're out, don't look back." He had accidentally seen Heinrich's confession letter and knew he must have already made up his mind. He had followed Heinrich from the beginning, knowing that his decision was final. After thinking for a long time, he realized he could only send him off on this last journey. He wanted to wish Heinrich a bright future as before, but then he remembered that Heinrich had no bright future left. In the end, Heinrich vanished without a trace, but he left behind a confession letter, unreservedly admitting to everything he had done today. All the blame was solely on him. Chapter 179. Martial law. At the moment she heard the knock on the door, Xie Guitang's heart skipped a few beats. They had been discovered. Agilia made several tactical gestures to indicate that she should stay put and not move. He draped his coat over her to conceal her figure, then quickly pushed the door open and engaged the newcomer. Chen Guanli did not expect to find Agilia inside. How had he not noticed Agilia's audacity before? He suddenly pushed Agilia, lowering his gun to show he had no intention of attacking for now. "What are you doing here?" Agilia was equally surprised to find Chen Guanli outside. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quietly called out, "Cousin." That one word left Xie Guitang stunned. She had no idea that Agilia and Chen Guanli had this kind of relationship. The sound of team members reporting came through Chen Guanli's earpiece. He gestured for Agilia to be quiet and then sent them away. After temporarily muting the mic, he assessed Agilia and asked, How much of tonight's events were you involved in? Agilia remained silent. How much? The whole time. He stepped closer to Agilia, who immediately blocked the cabinet in front of him. Chen Guanli quickly sensed something was off. Are your accomplices in there? Get them out. Agilia, you really have guts. He tossed Agilia a special drug and then tried to pull open the cabinet, only to be shoved aside by Agilia. Chen Guanli's expression shifted. Who was inside? He thought that Agilia and Heinrich were making such a big fuss that it might be some serious criminal they had dragged out from the Forbidden Zone. However, he never expected that when the cabinet was pushed open, he would see Xie Guitang's dirty little face. Inside were tangled wires and piles of discarded plastic. Xie Guitang sat hugging her knees on one side of the small cabinet, with Agilia's combat jacket covering her knees. Chen Guanli lost control of his expression for 2 seconds and then raised his hand to slap Agilia. You brought a purifier into the Forbidden Zone. Chen Guanli cursed softly and shot Agilia a fierce glare. He was really something, looking even bolder than he had imagined. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow. He took a couple of steps forward, giving Agilia a signal. Agilia reached out to Xie Guitang under the cabinet, and she fell into his arms. He covered her with his coat and followed Chen Guanli forward. Chen Guanli led them to a safe route, instructing, just go straight ahead, don't look back. The 14th district will definitely be under martial law tonight. Don't go outside, and don't come out if you hear any noise. Xie Guitang leaned on Agilia's shoulder, his coat completely enveloping her. As they walked through the corridor, she caught glimpses of rows of honor awards receding through the gaps in the fabric. Most of them were about Heinrich. Hundreds of rescue missions, multiple drug busts, and dozens of first-class honors on the front lines. All of his accolades were earned through his relentless efforts. He had reached the position of Special Forces captain through countless blood and sweat. After passing through the corridor, the last photo was of him on the front lines, covered in blood while bandaging amidst a field of corpses. The battle record indicated that in that alien extermination mission, 20,000 troops were wiped out, and he was the only survivor. After that battle, he took a 6-month leave, and no one knew where he went. Later, he returned to the front lines, and 6 months later, a pollution source explosion occurred in the Northern District. This was a glimpse into Heinrich's past. This Marine type, Sentinel born in the slums, seemed to have a tumultuous fate, never having been favored by good fortune for even a moment. They took the back road back to their residence. Xie Guitang checked her smart bracelet. The last message she sent Heinrich was, "Don't act rashly, I'll come for you." She wondered how he was doing, as there was no reply from him. She opened the chat window with Atchison, having already weighed her bargaining chips for the conversation. Just then, she saw a district-wide report from the 14th District. Heinrich, captain of the Special Forces in the 14th District, is on the run from justice. A manhunt is underway. Attached was a photo of the confession letter on his desk, alongside his arm badge. Another photo showed him standing behind the heavy doors of the Forbidden Zone, a long knife in his hand still dripping blood, with corpses scattered behind him. Once hailed as the most outstanding young talent in the Northern District, he had suddenly become infamous overnight. He had fallen. Chapter 180. Prison Break. The entire Zone 14 was brightly lit throughout the night. The inspection team was hunting down the escaped criminal Heinrich throughout the area. After seeing the district-wide notice, Xie Guitang received an anonymous call. She vaguely seemed to know who was on the line. Once she connected the call, Heinrich's voice came through, saying, "Don't bother trying to save me. All my previous decisions were made voluntarily. I don't need anyone to be responsible for me." He always believed in the fairness and justice of the law, and even when it came to him, he had never harbored any lucky thoughts. No matter who it is, if you make a mistake, you should bear the corresponding consequences. He did not dispute this charge, he accepted it. There was a whimpering wind on the other end. And amidst it, Xie Guitang heard him say, "From now on, keep silent. The waters here are deeper than you think. Don't trust anyone easily." Xie Guitang recalled how he had invited her multiple times to visit his battle team, and she had never responded. The only time she did was for another purpose. She wanted to ask Heinrich, was what he gained really worth so much? "What do you plan to do next?" she asked Heinrich. He was silent for a moment, then said, "I have my plans." "What plans?" she pressed. He didn't specify, only cautiously asked if we have a chance to meet again. "I would like to hear you play that pipa again. Is that all right?" At this point, Xie Guitang understood that Heinrich was a person with strong convictions. His decisions were not to be interfered with by anyone. She said, "I look forward to seeing you next time. Heinrich, if you come to see me alive, perhaps you will get what you want." In the whimpering wind, she rarely heard a light laugh from the cold sentinel. He said, "I will always look forward to it." After the call ended, Xie Guitang remained lost in thought for a long time. Agilia was stationed by the door, taking special medication, and during this time, she kept hearing his muffled coughs. He had internal injuries, likely caused by the immense pressure on his lungs when he was holding that heavy door. She approached Agilia, who was sitting on a shoe stool by the door, with the wolf dog vigilantly crouched by his legs. Suddenly, a shadow was cast over him, and he looked up to see Xie Guitang's figure. He immediately asked her, "What is wrong? Do you need my help with something?" Agilia had heard her on the phone. His hearing allowed him to pick up the voice of the person on the call within the same space. However, he chose not to interrupt because he knew Heinrich was almost impossible to survive the hunt in Zone 14. Xie Guitang reached out to touch his face, and a flying fish emerged, circling Agilia and the wolf dog twice before landing on the wolf dog's head. Between the two white horns and furry ears, blue-purple light spots fell on Agilia and the wolf dog. His injuries were healing rapidly. After a while, he said to Xie Guitang, "It's enough, I'm fine." Xie Guitang sat in the chair opposite him, asking, "Why resist? Don't you like my treatment? You refused my treatment before. Is it that you don't like it? Or does it make you uncomfortable?" Agilia understood she was referring to the incident when Heinrich had punched him. This door had decent soundproofing, and they couldn't hear the sounds outside for now. But the forums in Zone 14 were filled with red alerts about searches and warnings. Agilia's white eyelashes rested on his translucent blue eyes. "I saw a post earlier. Purification and treatment can be exhausting for a guide. Injuries are common for Sentinels. I could take special medication and recover quickly." Xie Guitang pinched the white wolf ears on his head and flicked his furry ears, calling him a silly dog. He explained seriously, "My spirit body is a wolf. It used to be a Siberian gray wolf, and now it's a mythical white Xie." Xie Guitang stroked the wolf dog's head and said to Agilia, "I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about you." At 4:50 a.m., several rounds of the search had passed, and there was still no news of a successful capture. Xie Guitang was sitting on the sofa, unknowingly falling asleep, her mind preoccupied, which reflected in her dreams. In the heavy snow of Zone 14, a group of Sentinels in black combat uniforms surrounded Heinrich in the snow. Once a proud ocean-type Sentinel, he was now violently forced to the ground, his wrists twisted painfully. Pressed down, he had to kneel awkwardly in the snow, blood streaming down from his beautiful, misty blue hair. Once hailed as a rising star, Captain Heinrich was now stripped of all dignity, reduced to a lowly beast. "Heinrich, do you plead guilty?" The key was his response, "I do." A gunshot rang through the air, followed by a cold, executed on the spot. Xie Guitang woke up from the dream. At 7:10 a.m., there was a huge upheaval in the restricted area of Zone 14. A 3S level felon had escaped from the deep-sea prison. At this moment, no one could afford to think about capturing Heinrich anymore, as a bigger trouble had emerged. Chapter 181. The commotion regarding District 14 was too great. Even Fu Zhao and Gu Yunshi, who were far on the border, received the news. Xie Guitang replied to Fu Zhao and the others' messages, sitting alone at the table in the living room. "I hope everything is still on time." Heinrich was surrounded and intercepted by former colleagues, just as in her dreams, trapped in the snow. He was seriously injured and knew he was probably doomed. Athelsler could never understand why Heinrich had come to this point. What was he really after? Several subordinates pressed Heinrich's shoulders, forcing him to kneel in the snow, blood continuously dripping from the misty blue tips of his hair. Athelsler coldly asked him about the violation of unauthorized access to restricted areas, unauthorized contact with prohibited personnel, embezzlement, and severe dereliction of duty. "You slaughtered hundreds of detained criminals. Do you intend to bypass the law in your authority?" "Heinrich, every order you issued in the restricted area tonight was blatantly illegal. In summary, do you plead guilty to the charges of abusing your power and illegal slaughter?" Heinrich gasped for breath, struggling to articulate anything before a massive battleship appeared on the horizon. The emblem on the battleship resembled a long sword, adorned with feathers resembling olive branches on either side. Athelsler grabbed Heinrich by the collar, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Did you plan all this in advance?" Heinrich's eyes showed a moment of confusion. What was Athisler talking about? He didn't quite understand. Athisler, with his black tactical gloves, slapped him twice, the force causing his face to swell instantly. "Do you dare say this isn't the rescue team you arranged?" Heinrich looked at the battleship, realizing he couldn't afford to support so many people or such a heavyweight private armed group. He really wanted to tell Athisler that he had overestimated his allowances. But there was no time to say it, as well-trained armed personnel quickly came to his aid, and heavy firepower flipped Athisler's team over. They used devices like stun grenades, which, while not lethal, blinded a large number of Arctic bear sentinels for a while. By the time Athisler reacted, Heinrich had already boarded the battleship. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Damn it! Just as he was about to order a pursuit, a deafening alarm suddenly sounded throughout District 14, followed by his smart brain vibrating violently. 3S-level serious criminal escaping from the restricted area. All Sentinels in District 14 returned to their posts. The deputy asked him, "Should we pursue?" Athisler strode back. "What pursuit?" "Return. District 12. The early morning in District 12 was also brightly lit, but this brightness was due to the flames of war burning through the night. Various high-destructive weapons, when activated, emitted dazzling flashes of light, creating an expansive brightness. When Fu Zhao received the latest battle report from District 14, he immediately sent a message to Xie Guitang, needing to confirm whether she was safe at that moment. Fortunately, everything was fine on her side. When he turned around, he found Gu Yunshi secretly peeking at him. He asked Fu Zhao, "Is it safe over there?" Yin Yao, who was pouring cold water over Hai Dongqing, also perked up his ears to listen, while Hai Dongqing stood on the stone at his feet, dirty blood washing away. Fu Zhao turned off his smart brain wristband and calmly replied, Gu Yunshi really wanted to hit him, is that all? Just one word. Damn it. When will he be able to get rid of this dead fish Fu Zhao? If he wanted to know, he should just ask. Fu Zhao slowly said to him, then went off to the side alone. Gu Yunshi didn't dare to, fearing that Xie Guitang would ignore him. After all, his previous attempts to flirt had zero effect. His straight male courage wasn't enough for a second attempt. He needed to prepare well. A bird's call pierced the sky, and a thick blackness spread across the horizon. A sharp, long arrow, infused with murderous intent, came towards Fu Zhao, and he drew his knife to cut it in half. The steel-long arrow landed on the ground, with its feathers made of pure blackbird feathers. This was clearly aimed at Fu Zhao. Gu Yunshi looked at him in confusion. Did you offend those bastards? Fu Zhao pursed his lips and did not respond. The subsequent events seemed to validate Gu Yunshi's words, as the tide of the Raven Rebellion forcefully targeted Fu Zhao. The intent was too obvious. Meanwhile, Xie Guitang's smart brain wristband received another message from the Ghost Card. Ghost Card, here's a gift for you. Ghost Card, do you like fishbone bracelets? Chapter 182. Rejection. After seeing these two messages, Xie Guitang quickly contacted Fu Zhao, but Fu Zhao's status remained offline. She walked to the safe, took out the refrigerated box, and then directly contacted Archison. I need you to help me deliver something to Zone 12. 15 minutes later, there was a knock on Xie Guitang's door, and outside stood a masked soldier with short black hair. He wore a silver combat uniform, with a white bird emblem on his arm patch, and a silver reflective strip below it. Was it to prevent him from being hit by some careless warship during flight? A reminder for turns? He seemed somewhat unable to hide his excitement when facing Xie Guitang, clearly a young man full of energy. As soon as the door opened, he saluted her with a military salute. Honored to serve you. To be honest, Xie Guitang felt a bit socially awkward at that moment. She really wanted to slam the door shut immediately, but the situation in Zone 12 was urgent, and she couldn't afford to delay. She handed him a refrigerated bottle as thick as her wrist and instructed him to deliver it to Captain Fu Zhao in the East District. You must get it to him as quickly as possible. Can you do that? He carefully took the item from her hand and placed it in the tactical bag at his waist. I will not disgrace my mission. Since the guiding lady entrusted me with an important task, I will carry out perfectly, even if it costs me my life. Xie Guitang returned to her desk and replied to two messages from Ghost Card. Xie, I also have a gift to send you. Xie, do you dare to meet me? Come on, if you're not convinced, let us settle it offline. Her patience had reached its limit. This Ghost Card, Whether it was regarding the previous mention of calculating a kill or the messages sent to her today, had all touched upon her intolerable red lines. She must kill him. No matter who he was, he would undoubtedly die. The wolf dog lay on the other side of the sofa, its head resting on her leg, while Agilia was holding a video conference in the room. In the high-level conference room of Zone 14, Sagittarius diplomat Xie was meeting with high-ranking leaders from the North District, mainly discussing the reconstruction project of the interstellar port near Zone 9. Xie wore a deep brown ceremonial vest with matching short hair and eye color. At this moment, the young man looked different from the youthful, sharp image in his official photo. Now, he wore a subtle smile, exuding an aura of a superior controlling the situation, while somewhat reserved. He could not hide the strong nobility nourished by power. The port reconstruction, the North District intended to adjust several types of trade appropriately regarding security. The high-ranking officials from the North District were explaining some plans and ideas, with the Arctic Fox and Arkansas's Secretary General sitting on one side of the conference table. Xie and his diplomatic team sat opposite the North District leaders, with both sides facing each other across the long conference table. Xie was directly opposite Archison. Yuan noticed that while Xie appeared to be listening to the meeting content, his gaze occasionally wandered to the smart wristband. Not knowing what message he saw, a hint of playful amusement flashed in his eyes, a fleeting expression of someone who enjoyed the game of life. Xie held an expensive metal pen, gently tapping it on the table without making much noise, appearing very nonchalant. Yuan gestured for his speaking colleague to pause, then smiled at Xie. "Does Mr. Xie have any other opinions on the proposals we put forward?" Xie seemed very polite as he began to throw down a bombshell. "I have no objections to the North District's plan, but since both parties are involved in the reconstruction of the passage, to expedite the reconstruction, I wonder if we could temporarily lift the aviation ban on large mechs. In peacetime, large mechs are not allowed to enter sensitive areas between both parties. Super A-Class and A-Class battle armor cannot take off without high-level permissions and are also not allowed to pass through interstellar space stations. Because S and A-Class battle armor possess destructive capabilities that surpass natural disasters for small planets. 3S class battle armor can carry planet-destroying cannons. Weapons of such destructive capacity are not allowed to be awakened or activated arbitrarily unless interstellar war breaks out. This topic is extraordinarily sensitive." Once Xie uttered this sentence, the conference table instantly fell into silence, with all eyes turning toward him in unison. Archison simply replied with 2 words: rejection. Chapter 183. Pleasant cooperation. Arkansas's gaze was firmly locked on Xie, filled with intense scrutiny. "Do you want to start a war?" Xie smiled lightly, pressing a finger down as a gesture to calm him. "Archison, you're being too sensitive." Archison was not swayed by his diplomatic rhetoric. He was a staunch military faction member and not of the same ilk as the nobles in the Central District. "This proposal will not be approved by the Northern District. If Mr. Xie proposes something similar again, I will take it as a provocation from Sagittarius." Xie sighed, appearing somewhat helpless, as if it were Archison who was misunderstanding him and being overly reactive. "Relax, trust me, we have absolutely no such intention. Sagittarius and the D-404 star system still maintain a friendly relationship. We have no intention of starting a war." Archison displayed his tough stance as the highest-ranking official of the military faction, just as he would with people from the Central District. He would not allow anyone to dare to reach into his territory. He could not tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes. Archison also would not permit anyone to speak to him ambiguously or blur the lines. Just like those from the Central District who had tested Archison multiple times, they confirmed he was a 100 solid wall. It was no wonder that other noble factions and groups were unwilling to play with him. The local poverty could be transformed through high-tech advancements, but most of the high-tech and cutting-edge research was in the hands of the nobles and other old factions. Archison would not allow their infiltration. The poverty in the Northern District was not without reason. It was a fate of being poor. The meeting ended abruptly, and one could say it was an unhappy conclusion, with Archison maintaining a cold demeanor throughout. Afterward, Xie returned to the lounge with his assistant, where his subordinates had organized various emails for him. Today, there are 34 emails from Sagittarius that must be reviewed, and I've specially marked the email from the third prince for you. As for the 5 Great White Towers, I've already replied to all the emails of ceremonial greetings for you, including the email from the Sri Lankan family, which I have also specially marked. The head of the Sri Lankan family has recently been like a mad dog, with his biological and adopted sons being assassinated one after another, leading to the direct extinction of his direct lineage. He wants to use your knife to kill those he hates deeply. Chun Sheng resembled a classical civil minister, one who held great power, appearing as a civilized person while his assistant knew better. The actions of the Sri Lankan family were no different from seeking the skin of a tiger. They were destined to fail miserably. The knife they borrowed was a double-edged sword. Chun Sheng reviewed the email from the Sri Lankan family while playing with a pure black jade ring in his hand, chuckling softly. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. He sent a message to the head of the Sri Lankan family. I'm sorry, as you know. The Northern District is in turmoil. We are merely a diplomatic team and have no ability to meet your demands. After a while, he received a reply. What if I can help you open an S-class battle armor landing channel? Chun Sheng, don't play those ridiculous word games with me. I know you have that capability. This is a win-win deal. What you'll get is the flesh and blood of an entire Purification System Guide, and you 1 TBO loss. Once the matter is accomplished, I will help you cover up the traces. I only have one request. I want all the main perpetrators involved in that incident to pay with their lives. Chun Sheng raised a nearby teacup and took a small sip of the warm tea. Old beast, you're trying to play word games with me. If this goes through, the Sri Lankan family will definitely pin all the blame on him and cover up the traces. How amusing. Moreover, using the Sri Lankan family's channel. Given their relationship with the political class in the Central District, it would be easy for him to come, but leaving would be another story. Using his hand to assassinate his enemies, and then directly detaining him at the time of his evacuation, this old beast, even as a purifier, wouldn't he give him any leeway, and he would have to bear this endless blame. This old fellow really thinks of him as a soft persimmon. Since that's the case, let's play with him a bit. It's indeed a good deal. Let us hope for a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 84. The Chaos in District 12. District 12. Frontline Battlefield. Countless blackbirds of the rebel army launched a surprise attack on the frontline border territory of District 12. The purpose this time was clear, resembling a targeted assassination, with the target being Captain Fu Zhao of the Ocean-type Sentinels. After days of siege missions, the frontline Sentinels were already stretched to their limits. It must be said that the rebels chose the most critical time for their surprise attack, delivering a fatal blow when the Sentinels were at their most exhausted. Fu Zhao was covered in blood, with deep claw marks on his arms and shoulders. During the previous cleanup mission, most of the Sentinels on Fu Zhao's side were injured to varying degrees, and now the battlefield situation was not in their favor. Gu Yanshi shook the blood off his wrist and stood beside Fu Zhao to resist the rebel attack together. No, tell me the truth. What did you do to offend them? Fu Zhao remained silent, swinging his knife, while Yun Yao was covering him from behind with a sniper rifle. After a moment, Fu Zhao took 2 heavy breaths and asked, "Is the energy weapon not charged yet?" The Sentinels from a northern district were sweating profusely, struggling to operate the high-damage weapon. The energy supply was long insufficient. The alien energy could not charge such a weapon, as the purity was not enough. They needed high-purity energy like that from the Lord Beast Oil, or similar to Ice Crystal, or... Gu Yanshi took the time to check the energy storage at the back. They could still start at once, siphoning energy from other equipment to make up for it. He quickly contacted Captain Ning Xian and Captain Cloyd, who were also on a mission. The situation here was urgent. They needed fire support. Ning Xian showed us offline, indicating that the battle on his side was likely very intense. 2 minutes later, Cloyd replied to Gu Yanshi. Gu Yanshi was silent for 2 seconds. Cloyd truly deserved to be from the ocean type, just like Fu Zhao. He should never be paired with such a person again. When Gu Yanshi returned to the front line, Fu Zhao was already heavily injured from a siege, facing the overwhelming attack, even with high defense attributes. He could not withstand it. The rebel leader wore a black steel armor mask, with a skull painted in white spray paint on it, radiating an aura of death and foreboding. He received a message on his wrist's smart ring, sent from a black Joker avatar. After reading the message, He directly joined the battle. Fu Zhao was overwhelmed and could not defend himself. When the electromagnetic cannon fired, he had no time to dodge. Gu Yinshi cursed at him. Idiot! The massive black laser wings of the night, Lord Butterfly, completely enveloped Fu Zhao and him. The black wings appeared soft but were covered with countless tiny scales. He punched Fu Zhao twice, saying, "You must say a few good words for me in front of Miss Xie. Dullard, when we return to the Eastern District this time, I want to sit in the front row. If you arrange him next to the restroom again, he will kill both Fu Zhao and Agilia." Gu Yinshi coughed up blood several times, and Fu Zhao threw the last special medicine from his tactical pack to him. Let us just focus on surviving and getting back. They often bickered, but in times of danger, they were always comrades who shared life and death. The ice layer beneath their feet trembled violently, and the underwater battle was also fierce. Nearby ice layers shattered, revealing the battle of octopus tentacles and manta rays on the water surface. A voice called out from behind. "Charged up!" Gu Yinshi roared. "What are you waiting for? Turn them into a sieve. Focus fire. Blow that rebel leader to pieces. Area locked. Target numbers have reached maximum capacity. Focus fire activated." A stream of crimson gold energy burst toward the rebel leader, who spread his enormous black wings behind him to cross in defense. After one hit, he soared into the air, looking down at them, his black wings not stained with a drop of blood. Damn it, he is not even human. I knew this bunch of bastards would be hard to kill. What now? Reinforcements. We need reinforcements. This batch of rebels was definitely not completely human. They were likely modified humans, more resilient than humans and more agile than clunky machines. The strict ban on mechanical modifications of human bodies had long been established between several star systems. It was a prohibited experimental project, akin to absolute forbidden zones like gene programming. Which rebellious madman dared to research such deadly things? Fu Zhao felt that the ocean-type rebels were continually trying to lure his spiritual body out of the center of the battlefield. In a chaotic battle, the flesh and blood bodies struggled to compete with these humanoid weapons. Fu Zhao began to feel dizzy from excessive blood loss, and his reaction slowed. Suddenly, a pitch-black gun barrel pressed sharply against his back, and a shot from a high-pressure electromagnetic cannon forced him to kneel on the ground. The rebel in the skull armor mask stabbed a knife into his shoulder blade, saying, "I'm here to collect materials." Chapter 185. The arrival of the evil god, the manta ray, surged above the ice-covered sea, attempting to crash into the annoying human. However, countless octopus tentacles pulled it down into the cold waters. Gu Yinshi's pupils contracted sharply, but he was blocked by multiple rebels and could not provide quick support. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in darkness, the sky above completely black, obscuring the sun. Half of District 12 was instantly shrouded in darkness. A meteor-like annihilation missile pierced through the chest of the rebel leader, creating a large hole that melted away his chest. It was Cloyd's S-Class battle armor, the evil god. Wasn't Cloyd's evil god sent for repairs? How could it suddenly appear on the front lines? A cold command came through the rebel leader's earpiece. Kill Fu Zhao. Since the plan had gone awry, a different gift would do. She surely wouldn't mind. The rebel leader twisted the long knife in his hand, and a black bloodline quickly flowed from the connection between the knife handle and blade. The black bloodline spread to Fu Zhao's wound, causing the rebel leader's entire chest to melt away. The long knife slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Cloyd sat in the control room, coldly instructing the AI system to turn on lights. In the next moment, the sky brightened and the world became clear. Large orcas swam through the floating ice-covered sea, and soon the blue water was dotted with patches of red. The fully equipped Marine Special Operations team quickly swept the battlefield, while Cloyd directly controlled the battle armor to provide fire coverage over the area. His voice echoed across all channels. Count, 9746. 40 minutes later, the final count was reported. 0000. Total annihilation. Withdraw the team. Mission accomplished. Cloyd issued a return command to the battle armor and then landed on the battlefield. The black-haired, black-eyed orca captain led his team to inspect the area. After confirming that all the rebels had been killed and destroyed, he approached Gu Yinshi and Fu Zhao. Gu Yinshi's butterfly wings were severely damaged, and Fu Zhao had blood seeping from his shoulder, tainted with black. The rebels had carried a lot of contaminated substances. Gu Yunshi and the others were completely out of energy and medicine, but fortunately, Cloyd had arrived in time. Cloyd contacted his deputy to bring medical personnel over. He observed Fu Zhao's condition for a moment and prioritized examining him, suspecting he had contracted a high-risk virus. Fu Zhao's complexion was as pale as paper, his pupils slightly trembling and unfocused, with his hearing and vision unbalanced. His condition was clearly abnormal. The medical personnel quickly took out a medical kit to provide emergency treatment for Fu Zhao, telling the nearby sentry to help him remove his combat suit. Fu Zhao's deputy, Zhao Yanting, covered in dirt, helped Fu Zhao out of his combat suit, revealing a short-sleeved black undershirt underneath. The wound on his back was completely black, corroded as if by concentrated sulfuric acid, and it showed signs of spreading. The medical personnel quickly prepared a syringe of anesthetic and tossed a roll of white bandages to Zhao Yanting, instructing him to bite down on it. Fu Zhao's wound needed to be treated as soon as possible, otherwise he wouldn't last until they returned to the White Tower. Fu Zhao was in very bad shape, his jaw clenched tightly, not opening his mouth no matter what Zhao Yanting said. Cloyd took the roll of bandages from him, grasped Fu Zhao's cheeks with one hand, and stuffed the bandage into his mouth with the other. The medical personnel strapped a tourniquet to Fu Zhao's arm and quickly injected 2 doses of medication into him. Cloyd and Fu Zhao's deputy held him down to prevent him from moving, while the medical personnel disinfected the scalpel and then scraped off the necrotic flesh. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, revealing a section of his slightly blackened scapula. The toxins on the bone needed to be cleaned out, otherwise, they would spread to his internal organs, carrying contaminated substances. Scraping the bone to detoxify, especially so close to the heart, meant they couldn't use anesthetics recklessly. Fu Zhao's veins were bulging. He had originally been sitting on a rock about the height of a calf, but now he suddenly lost strength and fell down, his vision darkening. His ears were filled with a buzzing sound like white noise. Yun Yao supported his shoulder to prevent him from collapsing, gently patting his shoulder. "Hold on. There are still people waiting for you to come back." This sentence brought Fu Zhao back to his senses for a moment. He looked at the pink advanced alien energy core on the ground, one that had fallen for his chest pocket because of his actions earlier, one of the gifts he had promised to bring back for her. Yun Yao noticed him staring blankly at it, then saw Fu Zhao struggling to pick up the advanced alien energy core from the ground. He then wiped the item on the somewhat clean hem of his undershirt, saying, Give. Gu Yunshi, covered in dirt, rushed over with a special effect medicine. Say, "What do you mean, give?" "Just give him 2 more injections of the special effect medicine." The medical personnel shook their heads at Gu Yunshi. "You need this more right now. Captain Fu Zhao's body can't handle any more special effect medicine." He had already received too many doses of special effect medicine, reaching the limit of what his body could withstand. Gu Yunshi tightly gripped the special effect medicine, feeling like he hadn't moved for a long time. "Don't let him fall here. He shouldn't just fall like this." Chapter 186, Sanctuary. After a while, the medic's expression became somewhat grim. The virus was spreading too quickly. Within a few minutes, it had rapidly infected deeper layers, and they could no longer perform debridement in those areas. Fu Zhao's pupils began to dilate, his face devoid of color, marked only by the dirty blood splattered on him during the chaotic battle. He tightly gripped the pink energy core in his hand, his eyes seemingly looking through the desolate battlefield toward someone. He had not blinked, unwilling to close his eyes because he could not be at ease. The person he was worried about was on his mind, and he could not let go. Seeing him like this, Zhao Yanting and Gu Yunshi froze, and the medic prepared to express condolences. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from Fu Zhao's entire being. Something in his collar seemed to be glowing fiercely, enveloping him completely. Golden lines began to appear rapidly at his feet, intricate and ancient patterns extending and connecting, spreading outward from within. When the virus attacked his heart, a storm surged in Fu Zhao's mental landscape, resembling apocalyptic natural disasters. In the depths of the sea, a silent long sword buzzed violently, and the runes on its blade began to glow like a stabilizing needle for the sea. The large characters above read "World at Peace." The light penetrated the murky depths of the sea, illuminating everything in an instant, causing the pollutants flooding into his mental landscape to retreat in fear. A golden mark appeared on Fu Zhao's forehead, momentarily giving him an aura of divinity. The complex golden formation completed its layout beneath him and began to operate. And the oceanic sentinels, who were on the verge of collapse, suddenly lifted their heads. Their last breath was somehow sustained. Was this bloodlocking? This shocking miracle unfolded before their eyes, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. At that moment, a small black appeared on the horizon. A falcon raced through the clouds, bringing its master to the front line of Zone 12, a soldier in a white combat uniform rushing to Fu Zhao's side. His scruffy appearance made Fu Zhao's adjutant almost reach for his gun, if not for the 14th Zone Special Forces insignia on his arm. The soldier quickly took out a refrigerated bottle from his tactical pack and handed it over, saying it was something Miss Xie had asked him to deliver to Captain Fu Zhao. Fu Zhao's adjutant reached out to take it, but the soldier dodged directly, his cold gaze fixed on Zhao Yanting, stating that only Captain Fu Zhao could touch it. Cloyd kicked him over and snatched the refrigerated bottle from his hand. Gu Yunshi clicked his tongue. Are you blind? Can you see what reaction he is giving you right now? Cloyd opened the refrigerated bottle, then paused, looking at Fu Zhao, his emotions momentarily difficult to discern. He turned to Fu Zhao's subordinate and coldly remarked, "It's too early to be grieving." He took out the guiding serum from inside and injected it straight into Fu Zhao's carotid artery. After the injection of the high-purity purification and healing dual system guiding serum, blue-purple light began to uncontrollably emanate from Fu Zhao's body. The wounds on his shoulder visibly began to heal, the darkness receding, flesh regenerating. Gu Yunshi and Cloyd, who were closer to Fu Zhao, felt a slight sense of comfort from the guiding serum emanating from him, especially for the severely injured Gu Yunshi. He clearly felt his pain ease significantly when near Fu Zhao. Previously worried that Fu Zhao might die, now he realized Fu Zhao wouldn't die, but he himself was close to being envious of death. Damn it, how can he have such good luck? After more than 10 minutes, Fu Zhao's vital signs returned to normal. The light beneath his feet gradually extinguished, and the golden mark on his forehead faded away. Everything was calm. He closed his eyes and slumped onto Gu Yunshi's legs. Hearing the medic check and say he had just fallen asleep from exhaustion, Gu Yunshi calmly kicked him away. Get lost. He was a straight man. Having Fu Zhao lean on his legs felt as uncomfortable as if bugs were crawling on him, and he wished he could kick him into a ditch. Hey, be gentle. Zhao Yanting quickly helped Fu Zhao sit up, momentarily not noticing that Fu Zhao suddenly shook, prompting Zhao Yanting to apologetically put on his insulated gloves. Sorry, a little shock. Cloyd looked down at Fu Zhao, mainly at his collar, having noticed that whatever was in his collar had saved his life. He was curious about what it was that had such miraculous effects, akin to a miracle. Fu Zhao's adjutant did not inherit his superior's attention to detail. He should have been mingling with Gu Yunshi instead. After noticing Cloyd's gaze, Zhao Yanting hesitantly whispered to him, "Our captain isn't into that." Zhao Yanting felt that this orca captain, who held the fierce god, was looking at their captain Fu Zhao with a rather intense gaze, as if he wanted to strip off their captain Fu Zhao's clothes to take a closer look. Zhao Yanting glanced at Cloyd's towering figure, nearly 2 meters 3 tall. No way, he did not approve of this match. Their captain deserved someone like Miss Xie. Soft and sweet. Chapter 187. Comforting the little one when the frontline battle reports did not arrive, Xie Guitang could neither eat nor sleep well, her mind always preoccupied, knowing that Agilia had no way to deal with her. By the time the frontline reports reached Xie Guitang in the afternoon, she thought Fu Zhao had survived his destined calamity, and a heavy stone in her heart was lifted. Agilia had been by her side all along, and, at that moment, he also saw the frontline reports, lightly touching Xie Guitang's hand with his finger. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" When Xie Guitang got up, she staggered for a moment, and Agilia quickly supported her, then picked her up in his arms. Leaning against his shoulder, Xie Guitang fell asleep within a second. After gently placing her on the bed, Agilia asked his adjutant to bring a doctor over, fearing that Xie Guitang might fall ill. The wolf dog sat affectionately by her bedside, its front paws and large head resting on the edge of the bed, blue eyes blinking at her, looking very worried. Xie Guitang's body was too frail. She had not slept well these past few days, and combined with her mental exhaustion, despite being cared for meticulously, she still fell ill. The doctor, with a medicine box, was preparing medication for Xie Guitang, quietly discussing precautions with Agilia, who listened attentively with his head bowed, nodding occasionally. She carries too much worry. Her body is as delicate as willow fluff. She is too weak. We need to try to keep her happy. In fact, there were some things he didn't say. He knew this soldier would definitely not be able to handle it. With Xie Guitang's condition, she was not destined to live long. She was frail and sickly, and any fright or even a small illness could take her life. It was too difficult to keep her alive. After the doctor left, Agilia summoned Charles, whose spiritual form was a meteorite border collie, and Frontline, whose spiritual form was a golden retriever, to come nearby. This was a troublesome season. The purifier needed several clever sentinels to assist. Lying weakly on the bed, Xie Guitang's wrist was so thin, her shoulders slender and frail, looking as if she could be easily broken. Agilia sat in a chair beside her bed, gently holding her hand in his palm, wondering how he could protect her. Agilia pressed his face against the back of her hand, slowly rubbing her wrist with his nose, exuding a heavy sense of helplessness. Even when Xie Guitang was asleep, she was restless. Her dreams were sometimes filled with flashes of blades and swords, sometimes with relentless pressure from ghostly cards, and at times bizarre and illusory dreamscapes. She dreamed that everyone around her was kneeling at her feet. Agilia, Fu Zhao, the puppy team, and Captain Ningxian, all covered in blood. They all died at her feet. Once again, she could change nothing. She was just a useless thing, unable to protect anyone, standing in the pool of blood. Her entire world seemed to be sinking, the world falling uncontrollably. The nightmare ended with Agilia holding her in his arms, the sky outside darkening, the room dim. Agilia's knee pressed against the edge of the bed as he wrapped her in a blanket, holding her on his lap. Did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. I'm here with you. A 1T leave. His warm fingers caressed her face. See, I'm always here. The wolf dog rested its plush head on her leg, whining and nudging her leg with its wet nose. After sleeping for a while, she still had a slight fever. Charles returned with the doctor in less than 2 minutes. To better care for the sick purifier, Agilia politely arranged for the doctor to stay in the adjacent room. He had to ensure that if anything happened to Xie Guitang, she could receive medical attention as quickly as possible. On this point, Atchison had no objections. He even specially approved some expensive medications and facilities for them. The Northern District was currently stretched thin, but whatever help you need, just ask. Looking at the weariness in Atchison's bloodshot eyes and the dark circles underneath, even a seasoned person like Charles could not find other words to say. The doctor prepared the medicine and asked Agilia to help sit Xie Guitang up. She needed an injection. Charles and Frontline stood in a corner of the room, one holding a cup of water, the other holding a warm towel. Xie Guitang, wearing a soft nightgown, sat in Agilia's arms, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck like a clingy little baby when sick. Agilia wrapped her in a blanket, exposing only a portion of her shoulder and arm, softly soothing her that it wouldn't hurt, and after the injection, she would feel better. She buried her head in his neck, unwilling to let go, her illness making her somewhat unclear in her consciousness, so she clung to him even more desperately and was hard to soothe. Charles placed the cup of water on the bedside, walked over to the edge of the bed, gently lifted her arm, signaling the doctor to give her the injection. The skin he touched was hot and soft, delicate like touching mutton fat, completely different from the rough soldier. Agilia cast a glance at Charles, tacitly approving his actions. Now, soothing Xie Guitang for the injection was the most important thing. After the doctor injected her with the medicine, she kept burrowing into Agilia's embrace, whimpering and biting his fingers. He said it wouldn't hurt. He lied. Agilia coaxed her for a long time before she finally acknowledged him. And then he tricked her into taking the medicine. After taking the medicine, she lay on the bed with her back to him, sulking silently and feeling upset. Chapter 188. What is BAG? Agilia gently patted her back, but she shook off his hand and pulled the blanket over her head. He was taken aback for a moment, then leaned in to coax her softly. Be good. Don't be angry, okay? Charles and Frontline were chased out to the living room. But with the Sentinels hearing, they could still vaguely hear some sounds. I didn't expect Agilia to be like this with a purifier miss in private. Xie Guitang remained silent and ignored him. Afraid of suffocating her, Agilia reached out to tug at her blanket, but she held onto it tightly, quietly competing with him. It made Agilia want to laugh. She was just too cute. When she got annoyed, she threw off the blanket and her face was a bit flushed, warm and red, her eyes glistening and hazy. Xie Guitang tugged at his wolf ears with all her might, causing Agilia to let out a slight cry of pain. Ouch, be gentle. Be gentle. She pinched the tips of his ears, and the wolf dog raised its rear, pressing its head against the floor, its two paws covering its ears. If she pulled Agilia's ears, she couldn't pull his. Xie Guitang released her hand, and he suddenly leaned in to kiss her hand, then wrapped her back up in the blanket. Let's sleep a little longer. The doctor said you need to rest more for your body to recover faster. Xie Guitang lay back in the blanket, while Agilia leaned against the head of her bed, looking at her. Then he felt something slip into his collar. His ears turned red as he pulled her hand out from his clothes and tucked it back into her blanket. Go to sleep. She rolled over, turning her back to him, and every strand of hair on the back of her head seemed to express her dissatisfaction. Agilia sighed, took off his top, and then wrapped his arms around her from behind. Her back leaned against his chest, warm and soft. He whispered a few sweet words in her ear before she finally turned around. Soft and fragrant. Agilia's eyes were red at the corners, and he reached over to turn off the light in the room. Let's sleep, okay? She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep under the effects of the medicine, dreaming of a dark, deep sea. This time, there were no sounds of chains. She seemed to sense something and opened her eyes. A long silver-purple tail swished past her eyes, and then he swam over, his silver-white hair rippling in the water. She suddenly thought of a serious question. They couldn't communicate. This stupid fish didn't seem to speak the common tongue, and she couldn't understand his strange dialect. Solorian? He heard Xie Guitang calling him and swam closer with his tail, indicating that he should be able to understand her words. When facing Xie Guitang, he started babbling, but not a single word made sense to her. At one point, she even doubted whether the divination had gone wrong. Could this fish really be the key to breaking the deadlock? He swam around Xie Guitang and then tapped her ankle with the tip of his tail, saying Xie. Xie Guitang looked confused. What is Xie? Who's Xie? He slowly articulated, trying to convey his message to her. Xie is Xie, chubby sheep. Pull him. Understand you. Skin mixed silk, ride duck pull. 7. Xie Guitang thought for a moment and tentatively said, Is it Pikachu? Are you trying to say Pikachu? Solorian was also confused for a moment. Was the message his old friend wanted him to convey really Pikachu? It had been too long, and there were still differences in the conversion between the common tongue and his language. Since he said it was Pikachu, then it should be Pikachu. He nodded at Xie Guitang. Pikachu. Pikachu. Does his cannot have a sound? She remembered seeing not only a lucky cat in Zone 9, but also Pikachu. Now Pikachu had even made a name for itself. It could even pose with the god of wealth. But what did he mean by Pikachu? Was the core of the ghost-killing card Pikachu? What on earth was he talking about? Baji? Sheep? Sheep's Baji? Was the Baji he mentioned that round little metal piece with a character design on it? A complete nonsensical ramble, incoherent statements, and confusing speech. Before Xie Guitang could understand him, she woke up from the dream. When she awoke, it was already night, and she felt much better this time. She wasn't feeling as unwell. However, she couldn't figure out what that merman had said. Could it be some local dialect? Agilia was in the living room on a video conference call. Charles came over to bring her water, while the meteorite border collie came to her bedside. Because of her illness, Xie Guitang's lips were an unusual shade of crimson, and her eyes looked wet. She leaned over the bed and reached out to the border collie for a handshake. Charles placed the cup on the bedside table and stood aside, watching her play with the puppy. The border collie sat at the edge of the bed, modestly shaking hands with her, and then her eyes curved into a smile. Incredibly beautiful. She patted the border collie's head and then reached out again, switching hands. The border collie reluctantly switched paws to shake hands with her. Xie Guitang feigned amazement, praising what a smart dog. If that fish had even half the intelligence of this dog, it would be great. She cradled its head and gave it a kiss. He wouldn't be talking about this Xie, would he? Xie Guitang fell into deep thought, while Charles and his meteorite border collie were both stunned. Even the wisest canine would momentarily experience a brain freeze at that moment. Once Charles regained his senses, he quickly glanced toward the living room, only to see that Agilia had finished his video conference at some point and was standing at the door, looking down at him. Chapter 189. Rumors and defamation. Charles felt that he definitely had to wear this ill-fitting small shoe, but it was worth it. Agilia entered the room, and the white wolf dog pushed aside the border collie spot, then extended a fluffy big paw towards Xie Guitang, like a giant mangosteen. It could also shake hands. Look at it, look at it. The big dog smiled and blinked its blue eyes at her. Xie Guitang pinched its snout and gave its mouth 2 gentle slaps. After she let go, it stopped being playful. Why the difference in treatment for dogs? What did the dog do wrong? Charles politely took his meteorite border collie out, and upon exiting, he saw Franca's seemingly amused face. Can't tell you're so bold. Flirting with Miss Xie right under Agilia's nose. Look at your impatient demeanor. Although it was destined to result in him wearing small shoes later, Charles certainly wouldn't let this old, fated golden retriever see him laugh for a moment. He calmly sat on the sofa, stroking the back of the meteorite border collie, and said to Franca with perfect etiquette, "Look at you, broke down again. Wasn't it just that he got a kiss, and this dead golden retriever didn't he? Why did he break down again?" Charles sighed, feigning concern for him. As a Sentinel, one must not have poor mental resilience. Truly, this dead border collie was sharper than a pineapple. Just 2 sentences left Franca completely unhinged. He really wanted to punch him, to smash his head into a dog's head. Purely despicable. Dead border collie. Just shut up. Charles sighed helplessly, the corners of his eyes and brows making him look furious. Franca left with a dark expression. Despicable dog. If he looked at him one more time, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't act against him. Damn it. All members of the canine group are truly a bunch of scoundrels. A group of despicable people. Frontline of District 12. After Fu Zhao woke up, he felt like the world had gone mad. He sat dazedly on the hospital bed, outside the temporary camp. A few Sentinels hadn't noticed he was awake yet, and were whispering to each other. Is what you said true? Colonel Cloydy really likes our Captain Fu Zhao? Really? I heard it with my own ears. You don't know. Colonel Cloydy's gaze on our captain was so intense. ISNT Captain Fu Zhao the guest of that guide? Is that true? 100 authentic. Colonel Cloydy is truly unfortunate. He has fallen for someone who will never love him back. So that Orca has been single for so many years because he secretly loves Captain Fu Zhao from the East District? My God, what a beautiful, tragic love story. A fishy romance, I ship it hard. Outside, Zhao Yanting's cough interrupted them. What are you talking about? No gossip allowed in the barracks. Before long, Zhao Yanting came in with the military doctor to re-examine Fu Zhao. As the curtain was lifted, Fu Zhao first saw the panda eyes on Zhao Yanting's face. The dark circles around his eyes showed that the person who hit him had clearly held back no strength. Fu Zhao hesitated and looked at him. What happened to you? Zhao Yanting awkwardly coughed twice, not daring to meet the gaze of his steady and reliable captain. Fell. The military doctor wanted to check Fu Zhao's back injuries, placing the medical kit by the bedside, and told Fu Zhao, take off your shirt. Just as Fu Zhao was about to take off his shirt, the curtain was lifted again, and Cloydy, dressed in a neat combat uniform, stood there, his nearly 230 centimeters height exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing Cloydy, Fu Zhao silently lowered his hand that was about to open his shirt. The military doctor paused, confused, and said, "You should hurry and take it off. I still have other patients to check on. I'm busy all day." Cloydy stood with his arms crossed at the side of his bed, showing no intention of leaving. His calm gaze fixed on Fu Zhao. Fu Zhao hadn't thought much of it at first, but couldn't withstand Cloydy's unwavering stare. Could it be what they said was true? The silent Fu Zhao felt a chill run down his spine, a bit nauseating. He said to Cloydy, "Get out." Cloydy didn't move. He was determined to see what was shining inside Fu Zhao's clothes. He calmly asked Fu Zhao, "Can I look?" Was Fu Zhao feeling guilty? Could it be that this secret couldn't be known by others? The more he hid it, the more curious Cloydy became. The military doctor was taken aback, looking at Cloydy suspiciously. Was there something worth seeing on this big guy's bare chest? This orca captain, could he possibly like men? He looked at the nearly 230 centimeters Cloydy and then at the 220 centimeters Fu Zhao and thought, oh no, this is an eyesore. Fu Zhao frowned, his tone cold. No. Cloydy left regretfully. After stepping out, he saw a few sentinels eavesdropping, all looking at him with strange expressions. Captain Cloydy, do you really like Captain Fu Zhao? You might as well give up. Captain Fu Zhao is a man you can never have. Cloydy waved to them. Come here. Get closer and talk. Several soldiers walked over without any defenses.